Honey, you're so amazing. Ha ha ha. Am I not? How does that compare to your lapdog? You're way better than him. He's been with me for 6 years and never even dared to touch my hand. He's just a loser. Heavy panting sounds echoed in the room as a naked couple was passionately entangled. The youth standing at the door felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his eyes. The goddess he had supported for 6 years was now enjoying another man's company, and this man was his boss. He and Minnie had known each other since childhood, growing up together like two bamboo shoots sharing the same soil. After high school, he entered the workforce to support her through university. Today was their 6-year anniversary. He had bought gifts to celebrate but never expected to witness such a scene. On the bed, an exquisite-faced girl lay under a chubby man, an unbearable sight. Brendan panted in anger, then kicked the door open. Minnie, you bitch. You betrayed me. Brendan yelled in rage. His sudden appearance startled the couple on the bed. Minnie looked at Brendan, shocked, and quickly said, Arnold, listen to me. Shut up. Don't say my name. I provided for you and cherished you, but you turned out to be so promiscuous behind my back. How could you live with yourself? Brendan's eyes reddened with tears as he roared. To make Minnie comfortable, he worked tirelessly, juggling 3 jobs daily, wearing himself out like a dog. Respecting her desire not to engage in intimacy before marriage, he never touched her, yet now she was letting another man have his way with her. Minnie avoided his gaze, unable to look into Brendan's eyes. Beside them, Vincent stood up. Brendan, calm down. This can be explained. Explain my ass. Brendan instantly lost control, lunging forward with a fist. You fat bastard. You order me around at work every day. Now you're fooling around with my girlfriend? Are you even human? Brendan trembled in rage. Ah! Vincent cried out as he rolled off the bed, his fatty body quivering. Minnie, stop him, Minnie urged hastily. Vincent picked himself up from the ground, looking miserable. Brendan, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Don't forget who you're dealing with. Do you still want to keep your job? It was I who hired you, and I can fire you anytime. At this moment, Vincent still tried to assert his authority. Brendan's anger boiled over, wanting nothing more than to tear Vincent apart. He attacked again, raining punches and kicks upon Vincent. Ah, stop. With his weak physique from years of office life, Vincent was no match for the muscular Brendan. Bang! Suddenly, Brendan's head suffered a heavy blow, nearly knocking him unconscious. Turning around, he saw Minnie holding a blood-streaked face. Minnie, you hit me? Brendan couldn't believe it as he staggered, almost falling over. Minnie had already betrayed him, and now she physically attacked him. With hardened features, Minnie spat, Brendan, you're nothing but a poor fool. You don't deserve me. Manager Wong is the general manager of a listed company, earning over $20,000 a month. He is my future. Brendan's face paled. The pain in his heart surpassed any physical pain. 6 years of dedication ended this way, giving one's heart only to have it fed to the dogs. Vincent got up, enraged, and started punching Brendan. Son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death. Brendan, still dizzy from the vase blow, couldn't defend himself. His body ached terribly, and he struggled to get up. If he didn't escape, he would be killed by these two conspirators. No, I can't die. I must take revenge. The intensity of the pain made Brendan finally collapse, losing consciousness. Vincent continued to beat him until Minnie stopped him. Stop. He seems unconscious. If we kill him, we'll go to jail. Vincent, still furious, growled, damn, this ruins everything. I'll kick him out of the company tomorrow. Let him beg on the street. Minnie giggled and cooed. Calm down. Why let him ruin your mood? He's just a poor nobody. He can't do anything to us. Baby, you know how to take care of me. This place is unlucky. Let's go to a hotel, and you can make it up to me. Vincent grinned. Pervert, you're so naughty. They quickly dressed and left the apartment. After an unknown period, a voice woke Brendan up. Brendan, wake up, don't sleep here. His head throbbed fiercely as he opened his eyes and froze. A beauty bent over him, inadvertently revealing herself. From his angle, he saw everything. Sister Clara. Startled by the surprise, Brendan nearly fell out of bed, forgetting his headache. Slap. Reese slapped Brendan hard, swiftly getting up and scolding him. Brendan, you pervert. I wake you up nicely, and you start peeking at me. Brendan quickly changed his expression. Sorry, I didn't see anything. I had some bad luck last night, and ended up sleeping on the floor. Brendan smiled obsequiously. Knowing better than to argue, he apologized profusely. Landlady Reese, about mid-20s, was strikingly beautiful with a fiery figure, fantasized by many men. What a stunning beauty. Who would have thought such a beauty lived in this shabby place? Finished gawking? Pay your rent immediately. You've owed me 2 months' rent. If you don't pay, scram. Reese snapped, used to his leering. Embarrassed, Brendan rubbed his hands. Sorry, Sister Clara. My salary hasn't come in yet. Can you give me a few more days? I'll pay within 3 days, I promise. Reese frowned. I've given you 2 months already. If it weren't for your hard work, you'd be out already. Brendan winced as his headache worsened, forcing him to close his eyes and cry out in pain. What's wrong? Faking it? I told you faking it won't help. Pay me or get out. Reese threatened. Opening his eyes through the pain, Brendan was stunned again. Reese's clothes had vanished, and the sight almost made him bleed from the nose. What's going on? Chapter 2, X-ray Vision and Rescue. Miss Clara, why are you suddenly taking off your clothes? Brendan recoiled in shock, but couldn't close his eyes for fear that the beautiful scene before him would disappear. She really is a beauty with such a fantastic figure. Reese frowned. Brendan, what nonsense are you talking? My clothes are on perfectly. Brendan looked puzzled. Aren't you clearly not wearing anything? I can see the mole on your chest. How do you know there's a mole on my chest? You little pervert. Did you peek at me while I was showering? Reese fumed. No, I am a gentleman. He quickly waved his hands. You? In the blink of an eye, Reese's clothes reappeared on her body, stunning Brendan speechless. Am I seeing things? All this must be due to Minnie hitting me on the head. It has made me hallucinate. I'm sorry, Miss Clara. I spoke without thinking, he quickly apologized. Reese's expression turned wary. I didn't expect you to be so lustful. It looks like I must kick you out. Brendan panicked. Miss Clara, I admit my mistake. Please give me 3 days. I'll definitely pay the rent within 3 days. If you make me leave, I will be homeless, he added. All right, you have 3 more days. If you don't pay by then, get lost. Reese coldly stated and walked away, feeling uncomfortable from Brendan's fiery gaze as if she was undressed. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving Brendan bewildered. At this moment, his eyes began to ache again, causing him to cry out. Damn, that hurts. After catching his breath, he reopened his eyes. To his astonishment, he could see straight through the wall into the corridor outside. What the heck? Do I have X-ray vision now? Looking further, he even saw through the walls into the opposite room where Reese lived. Her silhouette was now visible to him. Before Brendan could react, Reese went back to her room and started cooking in the kitchen. Brendan stood dumbfounded, fully realizing the extent of his newfound ability. X-ray vision? This is every man's dream. I actually have it. With this power, making money will be effortless. I can dominate the jade market. I can earn a fortune and show Minnie what she missed out on. She'll learn what regret feels like. He fantasized about using his newfound wealth to humiliate Minnie once he became a millionaire. Reese finished dinner quickly and moved into her bedroom, taking out a nightgown from the closet. Is she going to? Brendan's eyes widened. Holding the nightgown, Reese entered the bathroom and stripped, exposing herself entirely to his view. Whoa! Brendan's eyes bulged out. Water cascaded over Reese's body as she sang a tune while bathing. The alluring scene almost made Brendan burst into nosebleeds. He stared intensely at Reese, unable to look away. This X-ray vision is truly every man's fantasy. Unbelievable. As he admired, Reese slipped, hitting her head on the wall and falling into the bathtub filled with water, causing her to drown. Gurgling. Her face contorted in pain as she struggled to get up but failed. Oh no, Miss Clara fell. Without hesitation, Brendan rushed towards her room. Bang. He crashed through the door and hurried to the bathroom. Sure enough, he found her lying unconscious in the tub. Miss Clara. Brendan swiftly lifted her out of the water. The feel of her bare skin sent shivers down his spine. Not now. Focus. He covered her with a towel. Miss Clara. Miss Clara. Brendan shouted, but there was no response. Don't tell me she drowned. He checked her pulse and felt weak breathing. Phew, still breathing. There's hope. Carrying her to her bed, he took a deep breath and performed CPR. Soft. Unable to resist, he kissed her lips gently, savoring the moment but quickly regained his composure, pumping air into her mouth. After several attempts, there was still no response. He resumed CPR. Pump. Despite the towel, the sensation nearly overwhelmed him. Cough. Finally, Reese began coughing vigorously. Brendan cheered and called her name. Reese slowly opened her eyes, immediately sensing something strange around her chest. Sitting beside her, Brendan's hands were still holding onto her intimate areas. Smack. Reese instinctively slapped him. Brendan, what are you doing? She demanded angrily. Miss Clara, I was performing CPR. You had drowned. I saved you, he explained, rubbing his sore cheek. ##### Chapter 3, First Trial of Stone Gambling. Hearing this, Reese finally recalled what had happened. She remembered how she had accidentally bumped into the wall while showering and fell into the bathtub, and the agony of nearly drowning was still fresh in her mind. It was you who saved me. Reese looked down and realized she was completely naked. Ah. She quickly pulled the nearby blanket to cover her body, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. You saw everything? Reese felt both embarrassed and furious. She wanted to reprimand him, but Brendan had saved her life. If not for him, she would have drowned. The man who saved her life calmed her anger immediately. Wait, how did you know I was drowning? You peeped on me again. Reese gritted her teeth. Brendan was momentarily speechless. He couldn't reveal his ability to see through objects, as it was his secret that he intended to keep hidden from everyone. Sorry, Sister Clara, Brendan's expression was awkward. Get out, go away. Don't let me see you again. Reese raged furiously. Brendan hurriedly left, running out of Reese's room in an instant. Reese was clearly still fuming, not a time to provoke her. Moreover, he had more important matters to attend to. Back in his own room, Brendan felt an excitement bubbling up inside him. I need to make money, a lot of money. With my ability to see through things, the easiest way is to gamble on stones. I remember there are related industries in Jamasanjiang City. A smile spread across Brendan's face. With his unique ability, would he ever be short of money? Once he had enough money, he could exact his revenge, and even winning over the beautiful landlord might not be impossible. Without delay, he set off, taking a taxi directly to the Jade Street in Jamasanjiang City. Soon, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a street, and Brendan walked straight in, greeted by numerous jade shops. Brendan ignored the stores selling finished jade jewelry. Those were not his targets for today. He scanned the area and then entered a raw stone store. As soon as he stepped inside, a cacophony of noise assailed him. He won big, huh? This time it's a huge win. I'm rich now. A Jose held a half-cut raw stone excitedly, his face brimming with exhilaration. Envious gazes were cast towards him from those around. That guy had some luck. He bought the raw stone for 3,000 yuan, and inside was a high-quality piece of emerald jade worth at least 50,000. The bystanders murmured. These words made Brendan's heart race. He knew he had come to the right place. Gambling on stones offered a way to turn small bets into big wins. With sharp eyesight, making money would be easy. He approached the display of raw stones and immediately activated his clairvoyance ability. Instantly, the insides of the stones were laid bare before him. Note, Tao Shi literally means penetrate view, but is better translated as clairvoyance in this context to convey the supernatural ability more naturally in English. It really works. Ha ha ha, this time I'll definitely get rich. To others, gambling on stones is risky, but for me, it's risk-free. It's like picking up money off the ground, Brendan exclaimed with joy. This wasn't just stone gambling. It was finding gold bars lying on the ground. All he needed to do was bend down and pick them up. His eyes roamed and soon landed on a raw stone containing decent jade. Although he didn't understand much about jade, choosing a visually appealing one seemed safe enough. Carrying the raw stone, Brendan paid for it. Sir, this raw stone costs 5,000 yuan, said the staff member. No problem, swipe the card. Brendan waved his hand and took out his bank card. At this moment, a familiar voice interrupted. Brendan? Benson's voice darkened Brendan's face instantly. He clenched his teeth and turned around. You scum, how dare you show your face to me? Brendan's gaze was filled with anger. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to quarrel with Benson. Once he had money, he could freely humiliate him. Just wait, his revenge would come soon. Ha ha ha. Benson burst into laughter. Brendan, it's your own fault for being so stupid. Did you really think Minnie was a pure and good girl? He mocked Brendan openly, noticing the raw stone in Brendan's arms. Are you here to gamble on stones? Gambling on stones isn't something you, a poor guy like you, can afford. People like you will forever be fit only for carrying bricks at construction sites. Benson sneered. Brendan suppressed his anger. He didn't want to argue verbally with Benson. He'd let his actions speak louder. With that thought, Brendan carried the raw stone to the cutting machine. Sir, please help me cut this stone in half. The stonemason paused. Benjamin, cutting stones isn't that simple. Cutting it in half easily damages the internal jade. Benson scoffed. Brendan, looks like you don't know anything. Trying to get rich through stone gambling? What a delusion. Brendan shot him a glance. Can you stop barking in my ear? Who needs your advice on how to do things? Benson flew into a rage. Brendan, how dare you insult me? Do you believe I can fire you? Brendan laughed aloud. How could he fear Benson's threats now? Sir, please proceed with the cut. Brendan insisted. Their argument drew attention from many in the shop, gathering a crowd. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the stonemason started the machine, slowly slicing the raw stone with a sand wheel. As muddy water streamed down, the true nature of the stone's interior began to reveal itself. This young man actually cut it in half directly. Such bravery. Usually, people strip off bit by bit to avoid damaging the jade within, someone commented. Others nodded. Indeed, this youngster must be a novice, daydreaming about getting rich overnight through stone gambling. The buzz of comments continued, and Benson's mocking persisted. Faced with all the remarks, Brendan exuded confidence. Keep laughing. You'll see me slap your face in a minute. Suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted. It's green. What? These words instantly grabbed everyone's attention. The raw stone was completely sliced open. Upon closer inspection, while half of the stone was plain rock, the other half contained a fist-sized chunk of bright green jade embedded within. Impossible. Actually, it produced jade, and right in the center of the split. The quality, the color, this piece is worth at least 50,000 yuan. Benson gasped in disbelief. The crowd was abuzz with astonishment, all staring at Brendan in awe. This young man got incredibly lucky, clearly a complete novice, yet he hit the jackpot with a valuable piece of jade. Others couldn't help but marvel and envy him. Ha ha ha. Now it was Brendan's turn to laugh loudly, feeling an immense sense of relief. My destiny to change for the better has finally arrived. Chapter 4. A wager of 3 slaps. Someone quickly stepped out from the crowd. Benjamin, would you be willing to part with this jade? I'd offer 50,000 for it. All right, transfer the money now. Brendan was thrilled. 50,000. He had worked 3 jobs daily before, and his monthly salary barely reached 6,000. Now, in less than half an hour, he had made 50,000. It was sheer profit. No problem. The Jose nodded with a smile and swiftly transferred the money into Brendan's bank account. Unable to hide his joy, Brendan turned around and left immediately, intending to continue trying his luck at other shops without drawing too much attention. He soon arrived at a second rough stone shop, which was 3 times larger than the previous one. Scanning the rough stones only briefly, Brendan spotted several that contained valuable jade inside. Why are you following me? Brendan glared darkly at Benson behind him. Benson's expression was unpleasant. Who's following you? This is the largest shop on the street. I was planning to come here anyway. Looking at your little face, are you planning to keep gambling with stones? You only got lucky once. Do you really think you're some kind of god of gambling? Facing Benson's sneer, Brendan had an idea. With my luck today, I'll definitely continue. You seem doubtful of my good fortune. How about we make a bet? Brendan smiled mockingly. Hearing the word bet, Benson became interested. What do you want to bet on? I'll randomly pick 3 pieces of rough stone, and we'll see if I make or lose money. If I make money, I get to slap you 3 times, and if I lose, you can slap me 3 times, Brendan said with a grin. Benson's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Brendan, you're overconfident. I'll take your bet and see how you win this. People around them exchanged odd looks. Benjamin, gambling on stones isn't easy. You're too confident. Even seasoned masters don't dare say they can always win, someone remarked. Yeah, truly like a young bull not fearing the tiger. Many shook their heads. Internally laughing, Brendan ignored the comments. He casually picked 3 rough stones in front of Benson. These 3 will do. Store clerk, I'll buy these. Brendan paid via card, spending all 50,000 he had just earned. You sure have guts, paying 50,000 without hesitation. Benson was taken aback. 50,000 wasn't a small sum even for him. Brendan chuckled softly. It was merely 50,000. He could easily earn tenfold back soon. Carrying the 3 pieces, he went to the stone cutting machine. Master, could you help me cut these? Sure. The cutting master nodded and started the machine. The familiar whirring sound began as the stone was gradually sliced open. People watched curiously while Brendan remained calm. It's green, it's green. A flash of green light appeared inside the stone. Soon, it was fully opened, revealing exquisite jade within. An icy type jade, this size and color mean it's worth around 30,000. An experienced hand quickly assessed. Amazing, this kid actually got jade. What incredible luck. Someone stepped forward. Benjamin, will you sell this jade? I'll offer 30,000. Not yet. I'll wait till all 3 stones are opened. Brendan declined, preparing to sell after opening all 3. Benson, this jade is already worth 30,000, and I still need 20,000 more. Do you think the next 2 stones will give you 20,000 worth of jade? Brendan teased Benson. Benson looked uncomfortable. Brendan, it's not open yet. Why are you so smug? Do you really think you can get more jade? Don't be ridiculous. Some people agreed. Getting 1 piece of jade is already lucky. How could it continue? Brendan smiled lightly. Let's see then. Master, help me cut the other 2 stones. The master nodded and took the second stone. The familiar sound echoed again as everyone watched intently. Another green flash appeared as the second stone was opened, causing astonishment among the crowd. This jade is better than the first, worth at least 50,000, someone estimated. At 80,000 now, the young man has won his bet, someone else commented. Brendan laughed. Benson, looks like I won. These 2 jades total 80,000, exceeding the cost of purchase. What do you have to say? Benson's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. Brendan, don't be smug. It's just your luck. And you say 80,000, but is it really worth that? I think your 2 jades are flawed and not worth 80,000. Seeing Benson try to renege, Brendan sneered. Since you won't admit defeat, let me finish you off. Master, please cut the 3rd stone. The familiar sound continued. The entire shop was dead silent. Would the 3rd stone also yield high value? Spectators were intensely curious. Benson clenched his fists, eyes fixed on the cutting machine, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Finally, the 3rd stone was opened, revealing another exquisite jade. A top-quality icy type jade, incredibly rare. Cries of amazement filled the shop. This jade is worth at least 1 million. Boom. The scene erupted in chaos. No way. How did you possibly find such high-grade jade? The odds are impossible. Brendan, you must have cheated. Benson struggled to accept it, his fat, ugly face filled with rage and jealousy. This jade alone was worth 1/10 of his wealth, making him envious, especially since Brendan, whom he despised, found it. Brendan responded calmly, smiling sardonically. Benson, watch your words. I chose this stone right in front of you. How could I cheat? Are you saying the store helped me cheat? Chapter 5. Slapping Wilson. Just as Brendan finished speaking, a clear and melodious voice rang out. He did not cheat. These 3 pieces of raw jade were all purchased from my store. They have no issues at all. The crowd parted to make way for a tall and mature beauty who walked out from the depths of the jade store. The Elaine was around 27 or 28 years old, standing over 5 feet 7 inches tall. Her legs, clad in black stockings under her black professional attire, were sensuously attractive, instantly drawing the attention of all the men present. I am the owner of this store, Zaylee, she said, approaching Brendan directly. Sir, I really like this exquisite ice-type jade. I've just opened a new jade store, and it would be perfect to have a premium piece as its centerpiece. Would you consider selling it? For all 3 pieces of jade, I'm willing to offer 1.2 million yuan. Sigh. This price made most people present gasp, and they looked at Brendan with intense envy. Wow, 1.2 million. This young man must be so lucky. Yes, he only spent 50,000 on these 3 pieces of raw jade and made 25 times that amount. The atmosphere in the store shifted dramatically, and everyone turned to look at Brendan with envy and jealousy. Brendan was also stunned by the number. 1.2 million yuan. This was more than he could earn in his entire life working odd jobs. All right, I agree. Brendan replied without hesitation, overwhelmed with excitement. He provided his bank account number, and Zaylee smiled as she immediately transferred 1.2 million yuan to Brendan's account. It took some time for the large transaction to process, but within half an hour, the bank confirmed the transfer to Brendan via phone. Seeing the message confirming 1.2 million yuan in his account, Brendan struggled to contain his joy. Next to him, Benson watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. His envy had turned to rage, feeling almost more hurt watching Brendan make a fortune in just 30 minutes than if he had lost money himself. Why is this kid so lucky? Why couldn't it be me? Benson gritted his teeth. To him, Brendan was just a poor nobody whom he never respected. Seeing this nobody rise up and embarrass him publicly was unbearable for Benson. Recalling their bet, he realized things weren't looking good and turned to leave without a word. Benson tried to retreat stealthily, knowing he would lose face if caught before fulfilling the agreement. But suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Wilson, where are you going? Aren't you forgetting our deal? Brendan's voice sounded like a devil's whisper in Benson's ears. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes in the store turned to Benson. Oh no. Everyone watched eagerly, anticipating the drama. Benson forced a smile uglier than a cry. Brendan, what are you talking about? I just needed to use the restroom urgently. Don't worry. You can go after you fulfill your part of the deal. My 3 pieces of jade sold for 1.2 million. Clearly, I won the bet. Are you ready to accept your punishment? As he spoke, Brendan rolled up his sleeves. Wait. Benson's face paled drastically. He knew how much Brendan despised him and feared the slaps would hurt more than death itself. Brendan, you're overdoing it. That was just a joke. If you dare hit me, I will not let you off easily. Benson backed away hurriedly. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed heartily, finding immense satisfaction in Benson's pathetic state. You used to bully me, and even toyed with my girlfriend. Today, let's see how I handle you. With excitement in his eyes, Brendan ignored Benson's threats and slapped him. Slap. A strong slap landed on Benson's face, the force causing pain even to Brendan's hand. Ah. How painful. Benson clutched his face, wailing loudly, and fell to the ground. Half of his face was already swollen, with blood trickling from his mouth. Brendan, you actually hit me. Benson couldn't believe it. The once submissive Brendan, who always complied with him, dared to strike back. Brendan sneered, his eyes cold. So what if I hit you? You've bullied me enough, and you should have seen this coming. Be patient. We still have many unsettled scores. These 3 slaps are just interest. Soon, you'll be on your knees in front of me. Brendan's voice was icy. Raising his hand again, Benson tried to flee, but Brendan pinned him down. Not so fast. Slap. Another slap landed on Benson's face. Struggling in agony but unable to resist, Benson was helpless as Brendan struck him repeatedly. Ah. Benson's chubby face was now red and swollen, looking grotesque. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, enjoying the spectacle unfolding before them. Brendan. Benson snarled, utterly humiliated. His features twisted in fury, showcasing his inner rage. Brendan, we are sworn enemies. Today was just a slip-up. I'll make you pay in blood. Benson roared furiously, wishing he could disappear from the mocking and scornful gazes. Fine, I'll wait for your revenge. We'll see who kills whom first. Brendan retorted coldly. Benson clenched his teeth, too embarrassed to stay, and fled like a dog chased from its home, disappearing from sight. Watching Benson's defeated escape, Brendan felt immense relief and catharsis. Long suppressed emotions finally released, he felt transformed. Satisfied. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly inside. Mr. Zhang, would you like to talk privately? Zayli's voice interrupted. Please feel free to ask for further translation or any other assistance. ##### Chapter 6, Moving to a New Home. He was extremely interested. How could he possibly refuse such an invitation from a beautiful Elaine? Brendan felt excited inside. No problem. He followed Zayli to the manager's office on the 2nd floor of the jade shop. Zayli casually closed the door and sat down across from Brendan, crossing her legs. Mr. Zhang, your discernment is truly remarkable. All 3 raw stones you chose yielded outstanding jade, especially the last one, which was astonishing. Such sharp insight is incredibly rare. Even among the jade appraisal masters I know, your skills would rank top. Zayli smiled warmly. Ha ha ha. Receiving such praise from a beautiful Elaine made Brendan feel rather pleased with himself. However, he didn't let it get to his head. He knew very well that his ability to do this was entirely due to his extraordinary vision. Note, Li is translated as extraordinary vision to better fit the context and ensure it reads naturally in English. He couldn't even name the different types of jade, but he had simply cheated using his perspective power. Miss Sun, you're too kind. I'm just a newcomer in the jade industry, Brendan modestly replied. Please be straightforward. I dislike beating around the bush. Zayli chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Mr. Zhang is indeed direct. Tomorrow, Shangjiang City will host a raw stone appraisal conference, where many professionals will attend. Given Mr. Zhang's extraordinary talent in raw stone appraisal, I'd like to invite you to join my team. The service fee is 100,000 yuan. At the conference, there will be numerous high-quality raw stones available for purchase as well. Hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to make money? I accept. Brendan nodded without hesitation. They exchanged contact information, and Brendan then left the jade shop. He hailed a taxi and returned home. Once inside, he couldn't contain his excitement any longer. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. 1.2 million yuan. 1.2 million yuan in total. I've struck it rich. His previous monthly income was only around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. So this sudden wealth changed everything in his life. He no longer needed to live in a cramped 20 square meter rental apartment. This is just the beginning. In the future, I can earn more and live a luxurious life. Brendan's face was filled with joy. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted him. Reese's voice called out. Brendan, what are you yelling about in there? He went to open the door and saw Reese's displeased expression. Sorry, something good happened, and I got a bit carried away. Oh, by the way, Clara, do you have any better apartments available? I want to move into a new place, Brendan asked. Reese rolled her eyes. You can barely afford this worst one, and you still want a better one? Brendan smiled. I now have the money. As he spoke, he showed her the bank SMS. 1.2 million yuan? Reese's voice rose an octave. What trick is this? Do you think a fake message can fool me? Brendan shrugged and transferred the overdue rent to Reese without further explanation. I want to rent the 3-bedroom apartment next door. How much per month? Reese hesitated, looking suspicious. Did you really strike it rich? If you want to rent it, I'll charge you 4,000 yuan a month. Brendan smiled and immediately paid her 48,000 yuan for a year's rent. This is a year's rent. Now Reese was genuinely surprised. You actually got rich. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? She asked skeptically. After all, Brendan had been renting from her for 3 years, and she knew his financial situation well. It wasn't surprising that she doubted him. Brendan didn't provide many details. He just found a simple excuse and began moving. Reese, sensing that Brendan didn't want to explain, wisely didn't press further. Brendan quickly moved into the apartment opposite his old one. This new place was 100 square meters, 3 times larger than his previous residence. It was fully renovated with complete furniture and appliances. Compared to this suite, his previous rental felt like a refugee camp. Check if you're satisfied. Let me know if you need anything added. Reese led Brendan into the new apartment. Brendan inspected the entire apartment and felt overwhelmingly satisfied. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Clara, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Reese immediately looked wary. Why are you treating me to dinner out of the blue? Don't tell me you're thinking about me now that you've got money. She flicked Brendan's forehead. Brendan feigned innocence. Clara, don't misjudge me. Over these 3 years, you've taken care of me a lot, even allowing me to delay rent payments. I just wanted to thank you properly. Honestly, he had no ulterior motives. No, thank you. We'll talk about it later. Reese refused and left the apartment. Brendan didn't push the issue. He spent 2 hours thoroughly cleaning and organizing his new home, then rode his bicycle to a nearby market to celebrate his newfound wealth. With money in his pocket, it was time to indulge a little. After browsing through the market, he returned with a large haul of groceries. He wore a broad smile that couldn't be wiped off his face. In the past, he used to count every penny while shopping, but now, having achieved financial freedom, Brendan indulged himself. He spent several hundred yuan in total, including 400 yuan on a single hairy crab, money that would have covered a week's expenses before. Humming a tune, he returned home and prepared a lavish dinner. Soon enough, a sumptuous meal was ready. The steamed hairy crab smelled irresistible, making Brendan's mouth water. Savoring the delicious meal, he nearly swallowed his tongue from how good it tasted. By the time dinner was over, it was already evening. Brendan sat at his computer and started learning about raw stones and jade. I'm going to the raw stone appraisal conference tomorrow. Although I can cheat with my clairvoyance, I should still learn some related knowledge. Chapter 6. Moving to a new home. He was more than interested, truly. How could he refuse an invitation from such a beauty? Brendan felt excited inside. No problem. He followed Zaylee to the manager's office on the second floor of the jade shop. Zaylee casually closed the door and sat down across from Brendan, crossing her legs. Mr. Zhang's discernment is indeed formidable. You managed to crack 3 pieces of raw jade into excellent quality jade, especially the last one, which was astounding. Such insight is extremely rare. Even among the gemstone appraisal masters I know, Mr. Zhang's I would rank top-notch. There was a smile on Zaylee's face. Ha ha ha. Getting such praise from a beauty, Brendan couldn't help but feel somewhat smug. However, he didn't lose his head. He knew very well that he was only able to achieve this due to his powerful clairvoyance ability. He couldn't even describe what types of jade existed. He had just cheated using his clairvoyance. Miss Sun is too kind. I'm merely a newcomer in the jade industry, Brendan said humbly. If you have something to say, please go ahead. I don't like beating around the bush. Zaylee smiled faintly. Indeed, Mr. Zhang is straightforward. Tomorrow, the city of Shangjiang will host a raw jade appraisal conference, and many professionals will be attending. Given Mr. Zhang's extraordinary talent in raw jade appraisal, I want you to join my team. The fee for your services will be 100,000. There will be many high-quality raw jades at the conference, and Mr. Zhang can also buy freely. Upon hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. Isn't this a golden opportunity? I'm willing to join. Brendan nodded without hesitation. They exchanged contact information afterward, and Brendan then left the jade shop. He hailed a taxi back home. When he closed the door, Brendan couldn't hold back his excitement any longer. Ha ha ha. 1.2 million, 1.2 million in total. I've made it big. Brendan was almost unable to contain his excitement. Previously, he earned only 6 or 7,000 per month working. Now, with $1 million plus, his life had completely changed. He wouldn't have to live in the tiny, cramped rental apartment of less than 30 square meters anymore. 1.2 million is just the beginning. In the future, I can earn even more and live like royalty. Brendan's face was filled with a triumphant smile. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came from outside the door, followed by Reese's voice. Brendan, why are you making all that noise? He went over and opened the door, seeing Reese's annoyed expression. Sorry, something good happened, so I got a bit excited. By the way, Clara, do you have better apartments available? I want to move to a new place. Brendan asked. Reese rolled her eyes. You can't even afford the worst one, and now you want something better? Brendan chuckled lightly. I've got money now. As he spoke, he showed her the bank message. 1.2 million? Reese's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. What trick are you playing? Do you think a fake message can fool me? She didn't believe him at all. Brendan shrugged without explaining further, then transferred the overdue rent to Reese. I want to rent the 3-bedroom suite next to yours. How much per month? Reese hesitated for a moment, looking suspicious. Did you really make it big? If you want to rent that suite, it'll be 4,000 per month. Brendan smiled slightly and immediately transferred 48,000 to Reese. This is a year's rent. Now Reese was genuinely surprised. You actually struck it rich. Did you do something illegal? Reese asked uncertainly. Brendan had rented from her for 3 years, and she was familiar with his financial situation. It wasn't surprising that she questioned it when he suddenly paid a large sum. Brendan didn't explain much, finding a casual excuse to deflect the question, and began moving. Reese saw that Brendan didn't want to explain and wisely stopped asking. Brendan soon moved into the apartment across the hall, which was a full 100 square meters, triple the size of his previous place. The new apartment was fully furnished with luxury furniture and appliances. Compared to his previous rental, this felt like a paradise. Check if you're satisfied. If there's anything you need, let me know. Reese guided Brendan through the new place. Brendan toured the entire apartment and felt overwhelmingly pleased. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Clara, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Reese instantly looked wary. Why are you treating me out of nowhere? Don't you dare get cocky just because you've got some money. You're not even thinking straight to consider hitting on me. Reese flicked his forehead. Brendan feigned a wronged expression. Clara, you've misunderstood me. In these 3 years, you've been kind enough to allow me to pay rent late. This is just my way of thanking you properly. Heaven be his witness, he really had no ulterior motives. No need, maybe next time. Reese refused and left the room. Brendan didn't push. He spent 2 hours cleaning and organizing his new place, then rode his bike to the nearby market. With money in hand, naturally, he wanted to celebrate. After browsing the market, he returned with a cartload of groceries. His face was brimming with smiles, hardly able to contain his joy. In the past, he counted pennies when shopping. Now that he'd achieved financial freedom, Brendan splurged extravagantly. He spent several hundred yuan, including 400 for a single crab. This amount would have covered a week's expenses previously. Whistling merrily as he rode home, Brendan prepared a lavish dinner. A steamed crab was emitting a mouth-watering aroma, making Brendan's mouth water. He savored the delicious meal thoroughly, enjoying the crab so much he almost swallowed his tongue. After finishing his meal, it was already evening. Brendan sat down at his computer to study raw jade and related knowledge. Tomorrow, I'll attend the raw jade appraisal conference. Though I have clairvoyance to cheat, I must still understand the basics. ####Chapter 7, Jade Appreciation Convention. Nothing noteworthy happened overnight. The next day, early in the morning, Brendan was already on his way in a car, heading directly to Jade Street. When he got off the vehicle, he just happened to see Zaylee walking out of the street. Miss Sunday, Mr. Zhang. Brendan approached her, and as he clearly saw Zaylee, his eyes lit up. Today, Zaylee was dressed in casual business attire, perfectly embodying the look of an urban professional. Her lower half consisted of a black miniskirt paired with stockings, accentuating her sharp and efficient demeanor. Mr. Zhang came just at the right time. The convention is about to start, so let's head over immediately, Zaylee said with a smile. Sure. Brendan quickly snapped back to reality, resisting the urge to activate his heavenly eye for inspection. No matter what, he must remain a gentleman. Using the heavenly eye to spy on people simply wasn't acceptable. He followed Zaylee to the parking lot and noticed a strikingly red Lamborghini parked there, glowing like a raging flame. Zaylee opened the door and gestured to Brendan. TSK. Indeed, she was a wealthy Elaine. Brendan felt envious. This Lamborghini clearly cost a fortune, likely several million. With his current assets, he couldn't afford such a luxury car yet. It looks like I still have a long way to go in terms of earning more money, Brendan thought to himself. Vroom. He got into the car, and as Zaylee pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine erupted like a wild beast, shooting the red sports car forward like an arrow released from a bow. It soon disappeared into the distance. The crimson sports car sped through the streets and eventually stopped in front of a bustling market entrance. The two got out of the car, and under Zaylee's guidance, Brendan entered the market. Looking around, it was clear that the place was teeming with people. Although the Jade Appreciation Convention hadn't officially started yet, the market was already packed, filled with a sea of heads swarming everywhere. Numerous stalls were already set up, displaying various sizes of raw jade stones. In addition to uncut and undetermined raw jade, there were also numerous jade artifacts available. Mr. Zhang, you can explore the market on your own for now. I'll notify you when the convention begins, Zaylee said. No problem. Brendan nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. With so many raw jade stones present at the convention, his heavenly eye was itching to be used. If he had good luck today, he might end up with a net worth reaching the multimillion mark by the end of the day. Calm down. I need to ensure my actions aren't too shocking. One lucky strike is skill, two might be coincidence, but doing it every time would be too much. Brendan squinted his eyes. Last night, he reviewed his actions from the previous day and realized he had been overly bold in Zaylee's jade shop. Winning 3 times consecutively, and even hitting a premium-grade ice jade stone worth 1,000,000 yuan, was indeed too much luck. Therefore, he decided to be low-key today and carefully control his abilities. He soon arrived at a stall displaying dozens of raw jade stones. The smaller ones were merely the size of an adult's fist, while the larger ones reached basketball dimensions. Brendan quietly activated his heavenly eye and meticulously examined the internal structures of the stones. Young brother, feel free to pick any stone. All the raw jade on my stall is top-notch. Any piece will surely yield a significant profit, the vendor boasted. Brendan rolled his eyes helplessly. If every stone could yield a big profit, why wouldn't the vendor cut them himself and sell the processed jade? After cramming some knowledge about jade classification and appraisal last night, Brendan was no longer completely ignorant. From his perspective, these raw jade stones held little value. If he bought them, he'd be lucky not to lose money. Turning away, Brendan was about to leave when a familiar voice reached his ears. Brendan, you're really here. It was Benson's voice. He turned around and saw the overweight Benson approaching him. It's you again. Are you like a sticker that won't let go? Brendan didn't hide his displeasure. Or did the 3 slaps I gave you yesterday not teach you a lesson? On closer inspection, Benson's face still showed some redness and swelling. Upon hearing about the 3 slaps, Benson's expression darkened. Brendan, don't get too cocky. This is the annual Jade Appreciation Convention in Shangjiang City. Is it strange for me to attend? As for you, you're probably here looking for bargains, aren't you? Do you really think you're a master appraiser? Being lucky enough to find bargains 3 times yesterday is already unbelievable. You should know when to stop. Benson's tone dripped with mockery and sarcasm. Brendan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the lesson he gave Benson yesterday wasn't severe enough, allowing this clown to still act arrogantly in front of him. Since he was in a good mood today, he decided to play along for a bit. I don't need you to manage my affairs. Take care of yourself. Leaving that behind, Brendan turned and walked away. He caught sight of Benson following him out of the corner of his eye. Pretending not to notice, he headed straight for a nearby raw jade stall. Activating his heavenly eye, he carefully examined the stones before selecting a basketball-sized square raw jade. Boss, how much is this raw jade? Vendor, 15,000 yuan. I'll take it. Brendan smiled. He paid via card and left with the stone in one smooth motion. Benson hid in the crowd, secretly observing Brendan's actions. Ignoring him, Brendan carried the heavy stone to a cutting machine. Sir, please cut this raw jade immediately, Brendan drew 2 lines on the stone with chalk nearby. Just follow the lines I drew. The stone cutter nodded. Got it. Seeing someone about to cut a stone, many spectators gathered around. Another person wants to cut a stone. Let's see if this person has any luck. It's just a young man. His clothes don't suggest he's rich. Probably another poor guy hoping to strike it rich through gambling on jade. Ha ha ha, I've seen too many like him. In the end, they all lose everything. Chapter 8, The Trap. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gazes filled with mockery as they looked at Brendan. Many people crossed their arms, ready to watch the show unfold. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Brendan caught sight of Benson out of the corner of his eye. The chubby man was still staring intently at him from within the crowd. It seemed this guy had truly set his sights on him. Humph! Brendan sneered inwardly. The stone-cutting machine roared to life, its grinding wheel slicing through the rough stone with a series of screeching sounds. Slowly, the original stone was being cut apart. Jamison dust splattered and was washed away by water, turning into slurry that trickled down the cracks of the stone. All eyes were fixed on the cutting process without blinking. Soon, a flash of green appeared before everyone's eyes. It's showing green. This young man really has good luck. It actually showed green. Amazement broke out among the crowd. People's gazes shifted from derision to envy and jealousy as they looked at Brendan. Before long, the entire stone was sliced open, revealing its true contents. Inside the core of the stone lay a piece of jade about the size of an infant's fist, shimmering with a green luster under the sunlight, beautiful and striking. This is high-quality jade. Given its appearance, color, and size, this piece of jade is worth at least 50,000 yuan, someone remarked. A murmur ran through the crowd, and their tone changed completely. 50,000. This young man must have unbelievable luck. I would have bought this stone for no more than 20,000, but now it can sell for 50,000, double the value. Their voices dripped with envy. Benson watched everything unfold from within the crowd, his eyes burning with intense jealousy. How could Brendan get so lucky again? Buying a stone for 15,000 and selling it for 50,000, that's more than 2 months' salary for me. Benson breathed heavily, his face a mask of envy. Watching Brendan make money felt worse than losing money himself. This kid must have some special skill in identifying stones. Benson firmly believed. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Brother, are you selling this piece of jade? I'll offer you 50,000. Brendan chuckled softly. Just transfer the payment. Ding. The bank confirmation message rang promptly, and Brendan's smile widened. 5 months' salary in hand. Pushing through the crowd, he walked away. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to identify another stone, but wandered around the event leisurely. He noticed Benson following him closely. It seemed this fatso was determined to play tricks on him today. Since you're asking for it, I'll oblige you. A gleam flashed in Brendan's eyes as a bold plan began to form in his mind. Suddenly, as if he'd spotted something, he rushed over to a nearby stall and embraced a roughly 100-pound stone, his eyes gleaming as if he'd discovered a rare treasure. Not far away, Benson saw this and his heart raced. Why is Brendan so excited? Could that stone be a top-grade piece? Benson felt equally agitated. Brendan hadn't shown such excitement before, which meant this stone must be valuable. If he could snatch it from Brendan, wouldn't he make a huge profit? Without hesitation, he sprinted over and grabbed the stone, getting ahead of Brendan. Boss, I want this stone. Benson shouted. Brendan fumed. Fatso Wong, what are you doing? I had my eyes on this stone, and you just took it. Seeing Brendan so agitated, Benson became even more convinced that the stone must be valuable. Ha ha ha. Your treasure? You didn't buy it yet. How can you call it yours? Boss, how much for this stone? I'll take it. Benson urged the stall owner. The stall owner, seeing the two men bicker, immediately sensed a big sale coming. You both have good taste. This stone comes from an original mine pit, with a high chance of yielding quality material. I'll give you a discount and let it go for 200,000, the stall owner said. What? Benson was taken aback. 200,000? Are you robbing me? Why should this stone be worth 200,000? The stall owner was slightly offended. Hey, the price of rough stones isn't just based on size. Origin matters too. My stone comes from an original mine pit, making it more valuable. Benson hesitated. 200,000 was no small sum. If this stone didn't yield anything valuable, it would be a huge loss. Brendan watched Benson's reaction and quickly chimed in. The boss is right. A good stone is indeed worth this much. 200,000, you say? Aye. He paused slightly, then reached for his bank card as if intending to buy the stone. Seeing this, Benson gritted his teeth and blurted out, I'll take this stone. I'll pay the 200,000 right now. Benson swiftly pulled out his bank card and paid the amount, purchasing the stone. Brendan fumed. Fatso Wong, you always steal what I've chosen. Don't blame me when you end up losing money. Ha ha ha. Benson laughed triumphantly. You should have been quicker. This stone is mine now. His voice dripped with satisfaction, as if he could already see premium jade inside. Such a large stone, combined with Brendan's excitement, surely meant there was valuable content inside, promising great wealth. Excited, Benson called over someone and had the stone moved to the cutting machine. Master, cut this stone open right away. Benson instructed. Brendan followed, arms crossed, all signs of anger and dissatisfaction replaced by anticipation and mockery. The stone cutter approached. How do you want it cut? Well, Benson's expression stiffened as he turned to Brendan. Don't look at me. Figure it out yourself, Brendan shot back. Benson scoffed. Now that it's mine, why shouldn't I be able to cut it? Master, just split it down the middle. All right, the cutter nodded. The machine roared to life, and soon the grinding wheel was slicing through the stone. The spectacle of cutting a 100-pound stone attracted a crowd. Everyone watched with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Only Brendan wore a smirk of schadenfreude, as if he could foresee the outcome. The show is about to begin. Chapter 9. Benson, the man who lost 200,000. Brendan crossed his arms, ready to witness an interesting spectacle. At this moment, Benson was oblivious that he had been tricked by Brendan. To him, the 100-pound piece of raw stone must definitely contain a fine jade. Otherwise, Brendan wouldn't have been so agitated earlier. He was already daydreaming about the substantial profit he would make after extracting the high-quality jade. Buzz. The cutting machine was still operating, the sand wheel rotating at high speed, slowly slicing through the raw stone. Many people were watching curiously. Benson stared intently, not blinking for fear of missing any detail. Gradually, the raw stone was split open, revealing its interior to everyone. Snap. Finally, after 10 minutes, the stone was cut in half, and the inside was exposed. Upon closer inspection, Benson's expression changed drastically. Inside the raw stone, there was nothing. No jade, just ordinary rock. No way. Benson's eyes widened in disbelief. He rushed over to examine it closely, but found nothing within the stone's core. This was unacceptable. It cost him 200,000 yuan. Yet there was nothing inside. Russell. A wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. He lost big. That large piece of raw stone must be worth no less than 100,000. Indeed, with nothing inside after being cut in half, it means he's lost all his investment. This man is ruined, losing over 100,000 for sure. Hearing the comments, Benson felt even worse. It can't be. It absolutely can't be. The cutting position must be wrong. There must be jade in the other halves. Benson consoled himself. Master, please cut the remaining pieces immediately. I want to see what's inside. The jade must be in these pieces, Benson insisted. The master stonemason shook his head. Your stone isn't large enough for that. If there's nothing inside this cut, you're out of luck. No, cut it. Benson refused to back down. Fine. The stonemason shrugged. He'd seen too many people like Benson who went berserk after losing money, some even more hysterical. Buzz. The machine restarted as the stonemason carefully cut another half of the stone. Benson stared intensely at the fragments, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In the crowd, Brendan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Watching Benson's distressed look gave him immense satisfaction. Cut it. There's nothing inside anyway. No matter how you slice it, you won't find anything. Sure enough, after the stone was cut again, Benson saw only grayish-white rock inside. No trace of jade. Boom. This revelation felt like a thunderclap in Benson's mind, almost causing him to faint. Ha ha ha. Brendan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Benson, how does it feel to lose 200,000? Even for you, that's no small sum. Do you know how long it will take you to earn that back? Ha ha ha. Brendan emerged from the crowd, taunting Benson mercilessly. Benson initially froze before quickly realizing he had been deceived. Brendan had deliberately led him into this trap. Brendan, you tricked me. Benson raged, pointing and berating Brendan. How dare you repay my kindness this way? I gave you a job and food, and now you betray me like this. Huh. Facing Benson's accusations, Brendan sneered. What do you have the nerve to say such things? It's laughable. Yes, I did set this trap for you on purpose. What are you going to do about it? Brendan's tone dripped with sarcasm. Benson's eyes blazed red with anger. Losing 200,000 was no trivial matter for him. It was 6 months' salary. His fury boiled like a volcanic eruption. He wanted to pummel Brendan, but backed off seeing Zhang's stronger build. Fine, fine, fine. Saying 3 fines consecutively showed just how furious Benson was. Brendan, don't get too cocky. Do you think you can intimidate me? We'll see. Benson glared hatefully at Brendan before leaving. Unable to bear the humiliation, the mocking gazes of the onlookers made him wish he could disappear. Staying longer would only increase his embarrassment. Benson left hastily, vanishing from Brendan's sight. Free from Benson's harassment, Brendan breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing through the crowd, he quickly left as well. People soon lost interest in the incident. Brendan headed to the other side of the market. Finally got rid of that fatso. He would have been such a nuisance if he followed me. Brendan grumbled. Today, he planned to make a significant profit, and Benson's interference would have hindered his efforts. At that moment, Zayli's voice called out. Mr. Zhang, how did it go? Zayli smiled as she approached from a distance. Brendan paused, checking the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. All thanks to Benson, he had wasted much time. Has the appraisal event started? Hashtag chapter 10, Jade Appraisal Convention. The official start is at 10 o'clock. Let's go and prepare, said Zayli. No problem. Brendan nodded. He didn't forget the main reason for his visit today. Since he had promised Zayli, he wouldn't break his word. Matters of earning money could wait until after the appraisal convention concluded. After all, this Jade convention would last 3 days, giving him plenty of time to make money later. Brendan followed Zayli and was led deep into the venue of the Jade convention. What greeted him was an entirely different scene. Neatly arranged stalls were already set up, and at the center of the area lay a massive pile of raw stones, numbering in the thousands. Wow, there are so many raw stones. These raw stones are the true core of this appraisal convention. They have all been carefully selected. The ones outside are merely leftovers. All raw stones in the entire jade industry in Shangjiang come from Southeast Asia. A batch of raw stones arrives annually. Part of the selection will be used as materials for this appraisal convention. Whoever has the better eye can gain more significant profits. Zayli patiently explained. Understanding suddenly dawned on Brendan, and he naturally activated his heavenly eye. The moment he did, Brendan couldn't help but feel delighted. Just as Zayli said, the quality of the raw stone material before him was far superior to those outside, with almost every piece containing jade. Even with a cursory glance, Brendan had already spotted several pieces of high-quality jade within the stones. The jade, shining with a crystalline light, was temptingly inviting, like a beautifully unclothed Elaine. Prying hard to resist the urge to choose immediately, Brendan followed Zayli to her designated spot. 2 elderly men with graying hair were already waiting there. Let me introduce you all, she began. Mr. Zhang, these 2 gentlemen are Elder Freddy and Elder Emilio. Both have been employees of my company for over 20 years. These 2 elders are master appraisers. My company has been able to operate this long thanks to their contributions. Zaylee smiled. Jamison sinning to Zaylee, Freddie and Emilio both turned their gazes toward Brendan, revealing curious expressions. Too young. Brendan looked to be only in his early 20s, yet this young man was invited by Zaylee to attend today's Jade Appraisal Convention. Seniors, I am Brendan. I've just entered the Jade industry recently. Please give me guidance whenever necessary. Brendan bowed politely, maintaining a very respectful demeanor. As someone who had navigated social situations for years, Brendan felt quite comfortable in this setting. Although he possessed the nearly cheating ability of Heavenly Eye, in terms of Jade Appraisal, he was indeed a beginner. Seeking advice from the seniors made perfect sense. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang, it's too kind of you. We can exchange insights and learn from each other. Emilio chuckled warmly. Freddie also nodded, treating Brendan with great kindness. After exchanging glances, they saw something peculiar in each other's eyes. This young man isn't simple. To be personally brought here by boss Zaylee indicated much about him. Both were seasoned veterans and knew better than to underestimate anyone. Zaylee watched their interactions approvingly, nodding when she saw the harmonious atmosphere among the three. Brendan focused on the large pile of raw stones nearby, feeling an itch to get started. Miss Sun, what should we do next? Zaylee explained. We just go ahead and select stones. This appraisal convention involves multiple companies, and our goal is the same, to get the best jade. The outcome relies entirely on our skills. The sharper your eye, the more excellent jade you'll find. At this, Zaylee turned to Brendan. Mr. Zhang, don't feel pressured. Today is your first time attending the convention. Do your best. I will buy all the jade you select at full price. Great. Brendan felt highly satisfied. For him, this jade appraisal convention was like heaven. Thousands of top-notch raw stones available for picking, and a buyer, Zaylee, ready to pay full price for his selections. His task was simply to pick out the jade and sell it back to her. It was easy and effortless. How not to make money? Ha ha ha. Brendan suppressed his excitement, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. Glancing around, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and most participants of the Jade Appraisal Convention had arrived. There were over 20 companies present, each with 3 appraisers. On the other side of the convention area stood a line of cutting machines with 20 expert cutters, ready to work anytime. I need to keep a low profile. Though I have Heavenly Eye, I can't open every stone perfectly. That would be too conspicuous. I must control the success rate and avoid standing out. Excellence invites envy, and I need to stay under the radar. Brendan narrowed his eyes, having made up his mind. He waited patiently. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a dentist walked over from a nearby position. Sybil, how are your preparations today? Hey, there's a new face in your team? The young man smiled, looking at Brendan with a slight hint of surprise. A flash of insight passed through his eyes as he sized up Brendan, wondering what relation this youth had with Zaylee. Zaylee remained composed and stepped forward to shield Brendan. Mr. Zhang is the appraiser I invited, Zaylee said. Ha ha ha. The young man paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Their conversation drew attention from the crowd around them. Everyone heard Zaylee's words and wore out expressions. Sybil, you actually invited a young man to be an appraiser for such an important event. Today's Jade Appraisal is crucial for the upcoming year's competitiveness. If we can't get enough excellent jade, your company's business for the whole year will be significantly affected. To entrust such a critical matter to a newcomer, I think you're truly losing it. The young man laughed heartily, his tone dripping with mockery. Chapter 11. The Spirit Chi and Jade. As he finished speaking, the people from other companies around them burst into laughter. Many eyes turned toward Brendan, murmuring in amazement as if they were looking at a rare animal. Brendan scanned the room and noticed that among the 20-odd companies present, each company's stone appraiser was generally over 50 years old, with the youngest being in their 40s. Only he stood out as the youngest one by far, explaining why he garnered so much attention. In this field, experience and longevity were highly valued. After all, age brought wisdom and keen insight. Facing the young man's remarks, Zaylee's expression turned slightly cold. Zachariah, I don't need your advice on how to choose my appraisers, she retorted. Mr. Zhang is an excellent appraiser, and I trust he won't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. This made Zachariah laugh even louder, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Do you really think so? I heard that one of your appraisers quit just a few days ago. Perhaps you're in such a rush that you're grasping at straws, Zachariah sneered, his eyes narrowing mockingly. Zaylee's face paled at these words. Clearly, he had hit a nerve. Meanwhile, Brendan finally understood the situation. He had been wondering why Zaylee invited him, a newcomer, to this prestigious appraisal event. I believe in Mr. Zhang's abilities. With their efforts, this year's harvest will surely be satisfactory, Zaylee said confidently. Heh. Zachariah laughed sarcastically. I hope their skills live up to your confidence. We'll see after the event. With that, Zachariah waved dismissively and turned to leave, giving Brendan one last glance filled with mockery and ridicule. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense, and Emilio and Larry looked notably awkward. Zaylee encouraged her team. The 3 of you, don't feel any pressure. Just do your best today. My only expectation is for you to try your hardest. Brendan nodded, noting Zaylee's somewhat resigned attitude. Clearly, she had little confidence in the event's outcome, almost as if she had given up. Miss Sun, since you invited me today, I won't let you down. Brendan smiled confidently. Zaylee gave a neutral nod, her expression showing that she didn't place much weight on his words. Emilio and Larry exchanged puzzled glances. Is this young man really that capable? How dare he speak so boldly? Brendan chuckled inwardly, fully aware of their doubts. But it didn't matter. He would let his actions speak for him. With his heavenly eye at his disposal, what did he have to fear? Bang! Suddenly, a bell rang, capturing everyone's attention. Footsteps echoed as a Jose in a suit approached, smiling warmly. Welcome to this year's Stone Appraisal Conference. The rules remain unchanged from previous years, so I won't go into detail. Let's begin. At his signal, various company appraisers emerged, pushing carts toward the pile of raw stones, moving quickly to secure their choices before others could claim them. Emilio and Larry also hurried forward with their carts. Brendan, let's go. We can't let others snatch the good stones first, they urged. Brendan nodded and swiftly followed them. Soon, they arrived at the massive pile of stones, and each began selecting their preferred pieces. Brendan quietly activated his heavenly eye, scanning the raw stones effortlessly. A piece of jade with supreme quality instantly caught his eye, and he swiftly snatched it up. In hand. This is heaven. Brendan couldn't help but lick his lips, excitement radiating from his face. He lifted the stone, intending to place it on his cart, when something unusual happened. Inside the stone, there seemed to be a strange energy pulsing, catching his attention and making his eyes sting. What's going on? Brendan was taken aback. This was unprecedented, leaving him momentarily flustered. On closer inspection, he saw a unique form of energy swirling within the jade. Hiss. What is this? Could it be the legendary spirit chi? Brendan was stunned, a wave of astonishment crashing over him. He cautiously probed the suspected spirit chi with his mind. Instantly, the energy surged, flowing up his arm and into his body. The energy traveled upwards, bringing a refreshing and comfortable sensation wherever it went. Brendan forced himself to remain calm and composed, trying not to draw any attention. The energy soon reached his face and then entered the point between his eyebrows, the alleged location of the Xuanhuan palace. Great heavens! Brendan felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. Shockingly, he saw a space in his mind's eye, where the absorbed spirit chi now resided. This was incredible. However, now wasn't the time to explore this further. He took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. Checking the stone, he found no visible changes to the jade or its appearance. This relieved him immensely. Altering the jade because of absorbing the spirit chi would have been disastrous. He swiftly placed the stone on his cart and returned to select another. Soon, he found another exceptional raw stone containing the unique energy. He picked it up subtly, a look of contentment flashing across his face as he absorbed the stone's spirit chi, which then merged into the energy cluster in his Xuanhuan palace. Fantastic! Brendan felt elated. Though unsure of the spirit chi's exact purpose, he knew having more of this good thing could only be beneficial. Chapter 12. The stone cutting begins. After a brief moment of excitement, Brendan did not forget the main task for the day. He placed the rough stones on a small cart and continued selecting more. At this jade appraisal event, each appraiser could choose up to 30 pieces of raw jade stone. Brendan estimated that to avoid attracting too much attention, he should maintain a success rate of about 1/3. He smiled to himself, subtly observing the progress of other appraisers while searching for special jade stones that contained spiritual energy. Through his observations, he realized not every piece of jade had internal spiritual energy. Such energy typically appeared only in top-grade jade stones. It seems only top-grade jade can nurture spiritual energy, Brendan mused with narrowed eyes. Various appraisers were busily picking their chosen stones from the pile. Occasionally, two appraisers would both fancy the same piece, leading to minor disputes. This piece is mine. How can it be yours? I was the first to pick it up, it's obviously mine. Two appraisers from different companies began arguing. If not for the presence of others, they might have even come to blows. Eventually, the organizers intervened to settle the dispute, though such incidents were rare. Most appraisers focused intently on sifting through the stones, frowning as they concentrated. Brendan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With his heavenly eye, he could accurately see the contents of each stone and strike with precision, ensuring no misjudgment. To avoid standing out too much, he maintained a facade similar to the others. The selection process lasted for an entire hour. Finally, another chime sounded, and the voice of the Jose followed. Ladies and gentlemen, the stone selection time has ended. Please stop selecting and prepare for the stone cutting phase. Jamison listening to the announcement, everyone reluctantly put down their stones and pushed their carts back to their designated positions, each loaded with selected stones. They all seemed to have made substantial selections. Amidst the crowd, Brendan returned with Emilio and Larry to Zaylee's side. Everyone, how did it go? Zaylee asked, concerned. Emilio smiled on his aged face. Don't worry, Boss Sunday. This year's harvest should be excellent. That's right. I've picked several high-quality stones which should yield good jade, Larry added with a nod. Confident looks graced their faces, and then they turned to Brendan. As the newcomer, neither Larry nor Emilio seemed to trust his abilities. Facing their gazes, Brendan smiled confidently. Don't worry, Miss Sunday. I won't let anyone down. Brendan replied, already having used his heavenly eye to confirm his picks were unmatched. Seeing Brendan so confident, Larry and Emilio frowned. It's good for young people to be confident, but overconfidence becomes arrogance, Larry couldn't help but comment. Brendan didn't argue. Their disbelief was understandable, and he would let the results speak for themselves. Zaylee nodded. Let's start the stone cutting then. They wheeled their carts to the cutting area where experienced stone cutters, each accompanied by two apprentices, awaited them. Arriving at one cutter's station, Zaylee greeted, Grover, please take care of these stones. No problem. Grover nodded. I'll start, Larry said, pushing his cart forward. His cart was loaded with various sized stones, the largest weighing at least 300 pounds. Two apprentices helped place the stones on the machine. Grover started the saw, and the whirring sound filled the air as the blade sliced into the stone. Water from a small hose dampened the blade, creating muddy streams from the stone. As they began, other companies also started cutting. Soon, the hall echoed with continuous sounds of sawing, with staff recording the outcomes for later ranking. The companies with the best rankings would gain higher prestige. Abruptly, an excited cry broke the noise. Green appears. A huge win. It's jadeite, with such color and quality, definitely top grade. All eyes turned to Zachariah's position where a meter-long stone had been cut open, revealing a lustrous, clear jadeite gem glowing under the lights. What a fantastic top-grade jadeite. Camding boss, you've hit gold. Yeah, just this piece is worth a fortune, easily over $1 million. Zachariah smiled smugly at the praises, looking towards Zaylee with a challenging glance. Sybil, I found a top-grade jade. How about your results? Meanwhile, Larry's stone had also been cut open, revealing ordinary mixed jade. His expression changed abruptly, shock crossing his features. Impossible. I chose this carefully. It should have yielded good jade. Ha ha ha. Zachariah laughed loudly. Sybil, your subordinates don't seem to have keen eyesight. Just the first stone and already lagging. You'll probably lose today. Zaylee remained unperturbed. That's just the first stone. What does it prove? I believe in Master Zhou and the others, she responded calmly. Hashtag chapter 13, cocky confidence. I hope you can still be so confident after all the stones are revealed, Zachariah said with a mocking smile. Larry's face showed a hint of apology. Boss, I'm truly sorry. I've let you down. It's all right. Continue revealing the stones. Zaylee nodded, not blaming him at all. After all, even expert appraisal isn't always accurate. Mistakes happen. SSHH. The stone revealing continued. Other companies also began unveiling their raw stones one by one. The venue was soon filled with alternating gasps and sighs. Some people were elated after uncovering high-quality jade, while others sighed heavily due to disappointing results. Larry's second raw stone was quickly cut open, and he hurriedly examined it. It's glass jade. Larry's eyes lit up. Though not the best quality, it's still top-grade glass jade, worth at least 200,000 yuan. A smile finally appeared on his face. Zaylee breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. If the first few stones hadn't yielded anything good, there would be little hope for the rest. Continue revealing the stones, Zaylee said. One after another, raw stones were carried by 2 apprentices to the cutting machine. Third stone, mixed type. Fourth stone, emerald jade. Fifth stone, mixed type. 10th stone, mixed type. 11th stone, mixed type. 12th stone, mixed type. 18th stone, ice jade. 19th stone, glass jade. 20th stone, mixed type. Soon, Larry's 20 raw stones were all unveiled, and he relaxed significantly. 30 pieces of jade, already revealed, were neatly arranged on one side. The staff immediately started appraising them. 18 mixed type, 3 ice jades, 4 glass jades, 5 emerald jades. Estimated total value, 5.3 million yuan. The staff announced the estimated figure. Upon hearing this, Larry's expression turned grim. Even reaching 10 million was a challenge, clearly not a great result. Zaylee felt the same way. Larry had done decently in appraisal, but couldn't even surpass the 10 million mark. Today's stone revealing competition was shaping up to be a disaster. Now it's my turn. Emilio stepped forward, his face heavy with seriousness. If Larry had already failed, Emilio couldn't afford another poor outcome. Otherwise, this year's competition would be a complete failure. Kendrick Old, now it's up to you. Zaylee's face also showed some tension. 2 apprentices walked over and placed Emilio's chosen raw stones onto the cutting machine. SSHH. The familiar sound rang out again as the first stone was swiftly cut open. The moment the stone was opened, a translucent glow emerged inside. A striking piece of icy blue jade shone brilliantly, like a dazzling gem. Excellent. It's premium ice jade. Both Zaylee and Emilio smiled. Zaylee was relieved. Emilio's opening success gave her renewed confidence. Continue revealing the stones, Zaylee ordered. The cutting resumed, with stones being unveiled one by one. Second stone, glass jade. Third stone, ice jade. Fourth stone, emerald jade. 18th stone, mixed type. 19th stone, mixed type. 20th stone, mixed type. 30 raw stones were quickly all revealed, neatly placed on the table. The staff began assessing their value. 16 mixed types, 6 glass jades, 4 emerald jades, 4 ice jades. Total estimated value, 9.5 million yuan. The staff announced the number. Hearing this, Zaylee felt slightly relieved. Just a bit short of the 10 million mark, Emilio said, somewhat unwillingly. At this moment, Zachariah approached once more, looking even more cocky. He glanced at the jade pieces on the table, and his expression became mocking. Sybil, it seems your 2 masters didn't do very well. There are hardly any stones worthy of praise. Your 2 masters have finished revealing their stones, and this is the result? It looks like you won't be in the top 5 this year. Ensuring you're not last would be an achievement. Ha ha ha. Zachariah laughed loudly, his mockery clear. Let's see my results. My 2 masters' jade has already surpassed the 10 million mark. My current total value is 21 million, ranking me first. As he spoke, Zachariah pointed to a large screen nearby, which displayed the day's stone revealing results for all companies. Indeed, as Zachariah claimed, he led the rankings with 21 million yuan. Zaylee, on the other hand, ranked 12th with only 14.8 million yuan. Her face fell. This performance was far from what she wanted, especially compared to previous years. Although she still had one more stone revealer, she looked at Brendan with doubt. Despite his promising past performances, she doubted he could surpass others given his young age. This year is going to be tough. At this moment, Brendan, who had remained silent, stepped forward. It's my turn next. Please move my stones to the machine, Brendan said. 2 apprentices came forward to transfer the stones from Brendan's cart to the machine. Looking at Zaylee, whose spirits seemed low, Brendan reassured her. Miss Sun, it's my turn now. I promise I won't let you down. Ha ha ha. Before Zaylee could respond, Zachariah burst into laughter. Larry and Emilio also shook their heads. Zachariah sneered, as if he had heard something extremely amusing. Youngsters are confident, but you're too arrogant. How long have you been in the business? Have you ever appraised over 1,000 stones? Zachariah mocked. Brendan glared at him, displeased. This guy had mocked him countless times before. Even clay statues have a temper, let alone a person. In the past, he might have endured such ridicule silently, but now that he had skills, why should he suffer it? Do you look down on me? How about we make a bet? Zachariah perked up at Brendan's words, sneering. You want to bet against me? Do you dare bet on the value of the jade I reveal today? That's right, let's bet whether the jade I reveal today can surpass the 10 million mark. If it does, whatever its total value is, you have to pay me that amount. If not, I'll let you decide my fate. Brendan boldly proposed. Chapter 14. The Brave Young Bull. What? Many people were taken aback by this remark. Zaylee hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Mr. Zhang, don't play this kind of bet. There's no way you can win. Larry and Emilio also quickly advised him. Yeah, how could you possibly pass the 10 million mark? Even Zhou and I couldn't do it, let alone you. Master Zhang, you're being too arrogant. How could you engage in such a bet with others? Both earnestly tried to persuade him. Ha ha ha. Zachariah's laughter grew louder, his eyes looking at Brendan as if he were a fool. You actually want to play this kind of bet with me? You think your jade can pass the 10 million mark? What arrogance. Zachariah laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Turning to Zaylee, he said, Sybil, where did you find such an arrogant idiot? This is too funny. Zaylee frowned, her gaze filled with dissatisfaction and confusion towards Brendan. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Brendan remained calm, smiling amidst everyone's doubts. Miss Sun, please rest assured, I won't lose. If I win, it will be beneficial for you, won't it? These words made Zaylee roll her eyes, suppressing the urge to scold him. This guy actually thinks he can win? How can he be so confident? Ignoring Zaylee, Brendan turned to Zachariah. Boss Camdang, are you willing to bet or not? Fine, I'll bet with you. Since you have the audacity of a young bull, I'll give you a lesson. I don't ask for much if you lose. Just get down on your knees and bark like a dog 3 times. Zachariah smirked mockingly. Zaylee frowned deeply. Zachariah, how can you humiliate him like that? Ha, Sybil. He's the one who overestimated himself and wanted to bet with me. How can there be no price to pay? Zachariah folded his arms. Before Zaylee could say more, Brendan stopped her. I agree, Brendan declared. Zaylee was speechless, regretting having brought Brendan here today. If she had known Brendan was so arrogant, she wouldn't have done this. The bet was officially established. People from other companies, hearing the amusing event, gathered around to watch the show. That young man is really overestimating himself. He clearly just started and dares to make such a bet. True, passing the 10 million mark isn't easy. Out of the dozens of expert stone carvers present, how many can achieve it? Just as they say, the brave young bull fears no tiger. Young people these days are too arrogant. Hearing about the content of the bet, people shook their heads, looking at Brendan with disdain and mockery. Ignoring everyone's words and gazes, Brendan turned to Grover. Grover, let's start. Grover looked helpless, but then started the machine. Buzz. The machine whirred to life, the grinding wheel rapidly spinning, slowly cutting through the raw stone. Everyone's attention was riveted on this scene, not blinking an eye for fear of missing any details. Zachariah crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. This arrogant kid actually thinks he can win? What a pipe dream. Let me see how I'll humble you. Your expression will surely be priceless when you kneel and bark like a dog in front of Sybil. Zachariah laughed inwardly. Clearly, Brendan wasn't even worth mentioning. He wanted to see Zaylee's embarrassment. The stone cutting continued as everyone waited patiently. The first piece of raw stone Brendan selected wasn't large. It was cut open in no time, revealing its true appearance. Everyone focused their gaze. There appeared a translucent jade within the stone. Glass jade, worth around 200,000. Emilio estimated after rubbing his chin. Zaylee sighed in relief. At least he didn't embarrass himself right off the bat. If the first piece was mixed quality, it would have been a huge joke. Ha ha ha. Brendan, it seems your luck is good. But that piece of glass jade is only worth 200,000. Still far from the 10 million mark. Zachariah chuckled dismissively, not taking him seriously. Just a piece of glass jade. This kid just got lucky. Relying solely on luck to pass the 10 million mark? Ridiculous. Brendan smiled. Don't rush. The first one was just a warm-up. The best is yet to come. Snicker. Someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Just a naive kid, and he talks big like that. He doesn't cry until he sees the coffin. Brendan ignored them, pushing out the second piece of raw stone from the cart. He drew a line on the stone with chalk. Grover, cut along this line. All right, Grover nodded. Buzz. The machine resumed its operation, the stone fragments mixed with water streaming down as the raw stone was gradually sliced. Soon, half of the second piece was cut open. It's green inside, seems like ice jade, and the color looks pretty good. Some discerning eyes noticed the jade inside the stone's split seam. His words piqued everyone's interest. All eyes were fixed on the slowly dividing raw stone. Minutes later, the entire piece of raw stone was cut open, revealing the jade inside. Top-grade ice jade. A closer look revealed a crystal-clear icy blue jade, sparkling brilliantly like a gem, its flowing hue delightful to behold. Sigh. Suddenly, a buzz of excitement swept through the crowd. Everyone was surprised by the unexpected discovery of top-grade ice jade. Great. Zaylee clapped involuntarily, her previously tense face now smiling. What an excellent piece of ice jade. Given its size, it can produce at least a dozen pieces of jewelry. This piece of top-grade ice jade is worth around 1.5 million, Emilio said excitedly. Amazement filled the air. Zachariah's expression turned stiff. Didn't expect a top-grade ice jade. Brendan, it looks like your luck is indeed quite good. Zachariah's face was grim. Brendan maintained his smile. We've already passed 1/10 of the 10 million mark, and I still have 28 pieces left. Let's continue. Next, he pulled out the third piece of raw stone. It was quickly cut open, revealing another jade. Jadeite, estimated at 200,000. Then came the fourth, fifth, sixth pieces. Mixed type, estimated at 50,000. Jadeite type, estimated at 200,000. Glass jade, estimated at 300,000. Hashtag chapter 15. Lucky? Block after block of raw jade stone was being processed, and soon the ninth stone was lifted onto the cutting machine. Zzz. The The sound of the grinding wheel filled the air, as everyone watched with great interest at the cutting process of this particular raw jade stone. Soon, a hint of green appeared within everyone's sight. It's an emerald type. One keen-eyed observer identified the type of jade. Just as he finished speaking, he realized something was amiss. The jade inside the raw stone seemed unusually bright. Impossible. He couldn't help but be shocked, taking a few quick steps forward. Others also noticed this peculiarity. Someone remarked, "The jade inside this raw stone seems quite exceptional. It might very well be a high-quality emerald worth hundreds of thousands." This comment surprised those around him. That young man actually has some insight. He's already found 2 good pieces by the 9th stone, one person said. Haha. Another person laughed. So what? To surpass 10 million, this performance won't cut it? The crowd continued to discuss, and Zaylee and her companions couldn't help but feel anxious. Zaylee glanced at Brendan, but his face betrayed no tension, only calmness and composure. Is he that confident? Zaylee was taken aback. At this moment, the raw stone was finally fully cut open. The stone was split into 2 halves, revealing the quality of the jade inside for all to see. Everyone focused intently, immediately bursting into exclamations of surprise. Top-grade emerald. It's a top-grade emerald. This piece could be worth around 1 million yuan. Someone gasped in astonishment, almost disbelieving their own eyes. Top-grade jade is always rare. While today's raw stones were generally of good quality, finding 2 top-grade jades was not easy. Even seasoned experts might not achieve this, yet it had happened to a newcomer who just started in the industry. Great. This is the 2nd top-grade jade. Just these 2 add up to over 2.5 million yuan. If the quality of the subsequent stones is even better, there's a real chance we'll break the 10 million mark. Larry exclaimed, clearly moved. Emilio was equally amazed. Originally, he hadn't held any hope for Brendan. Jamasank others, Emilio thought Brendan was overly arrogant, but now it seemed Brendan might indeed surpass the 10 million mark. Zaylee's expression changed as well, looking at Brendan with newfound admiration. In the crowd, Zachariah's face darkened. It's just luck. Even combined, your 9 pieces are barely around 3 million yuan, far from 10 million. Can you guarantee that the remaining 21 raw stones will produce jade worth 7 million? Zachariah sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Brendan smiled faintly. Let's see the results, shall we? Grover, continue cutting the stones. Sure thing. Grover nodded. Grover was also eager. If Brendan could break the 10 million mark, it would undoubtedly bring great honor. As the machine resumed operation, the once noisy scene fell silent again. Shortly after, another hint of green appeared. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the process. After 10 minutes, the 10th raw stone was fully cut open, revealing the jade inside. Top-grade glass type. Someone shouted in disbelief. Boom. When they saw the interior of the 10th raw stone, the crowd erupted in excitement. How could he find another top-grade jade? This young man's luck is unreal, someone muttered. The atmosphere was electric. No, the first time was an accident, the second a coincidence, but the third time isn't. We misjudged him. This young man isn't just a new entrant. The 3rd top-grade jade, also valued around 1 million yuan. Comments and exclamations spread through the crowd like wildfire, waves of astonishment following one after another. Everyone now looked at Brendan differently. 3 top-grade jades unequivocally proved Brendan's skill. Being a newcomer? Pure nonsense. Which newcomer could unearth 3 top-grade jades from just 10 raw stones? Even experienced veterans might struggle to do so, let alone a newbie. Great. Zaylee's face lit up with joy as she approached Brendan, giving his shoulder a pat of encouragement. Mr. Zhang, you did an excellent job. I never expected such a pleasant surprise from you. Zaylee beamed. At that moment, Brendan was using his heavenly eye to select the 11th raw stone. Zaylee's pat caused him to instinctively turn his head. Through his clairvoyance, Brendan saw Zaylee suddenly appear before him as if she was undressed, her nearly perfect body exposed without any obstruction. Edited for accuracy and fluency. Using his clairvoyance, Brendan saw Zaylee's figure as if she was undressed right before him, her nearly flawless body revealed with no obstruction. Her full, rounded curves and flawless figure left him momentarily breathless, struggling to look away. Good grief. Zaylee has such a great figure. Brendan quickly deactivated his heavenly eye to avoid losing composure. What's wrong? Zaylee noticed his peculiar gaze. She was familiar with this kind of stare, often receiving similar looks from men. Lowering her gaze, she felt puzzled. I didn't expose myself, did I? Cough cough. Brendan cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Nothing. Let's continue cutting stones. He averted his eyes, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Speaking of which, he quickly handed the 11th raw stone to the apprentice. The 11th raw stone was processed next, turning out to be a common mixed type. 12th, mixed type. 13th, mixed type. 14th, ordinary glass type. 18th, emerald type. 19th, mixed type. 20th, mixed type. 10 more raw stones were processed, none producing top-grade jade, mostly just average pieces. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried another top-grade jade would appear, which would have been too shocking. Now, Brendan took out the 21st raw stone. The stone was placed on the cutting machine, and Brendan had already marked the lines on it. Grover carefully followed the lines and cut the entire stone open. Inside the stone, a crystal-clear ice-blue luster emerged, visible to all. Top-grade ice type. Chapter 16. The final piece. Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement once again. 4th piece, this is already the 4th premium jade piece. This premium icy type jade alone is worth at least 1.5 million. The atmosphere was electrified, with many people widening their eyes in astonishment. Initially, people from other companies were attracted by the commotion here, and put aside what they were doing to gather around. It became a sea of people surrounding the area. Everyone in the hall had gathered over. 21st jade piece, premium icy type jade, estimated value 1.5 million, total current value 6.5 million. Sigh. Hearing this figure, many of the jade appraisal masters couldn't help but suck in cold breaths, their expressions turning awkward. I only made 6 million this time. I also just barely reached 6.5 million. I didn't expect that after so many years of appraising jade, I would now lose to a young man in his 20s. The youth really does surpass the old. This young man's discernment is terrifying. The atmosphere in the venue surged as numerous masters couldn't resist discussing among themselves. Surprise, admiration, jealousy, sighs, and shock. A myriad of emotions played across these jade appraisal masters' faces, creating a true human drama. Larry was one of them. His score was only 5.3 million, whereas Brendan's score had now completely surpassed him. Zaylee was beaming with joy on her face. The dissatisfaction she initially felt because Brendan rashly proposed a bet had completely vanished. A bold thought surfaced in her heart. Brendan might truly break through the 10 million mark this time. Not far away, Zachariah's expression darkened visibly within the crowd. He clenched his fists at some point, his face gradually turning gloomy. Brendan looked confident and cheerful, smiling as he glanced at Zachariah. Boss Camding, I'm already at 6.5 million. I still have 9 raw jade stones left, needing only another 3.5 million to reach 10 million. Do you think I can cross the 10 million threshold? Brendan asked teasingly. Zachariah, provoked by Brendan, became even more sullen. Maintaining composure, he responded in a low voice. Don't be too smug. Let's wait and see the facts speak for themselves. You still have 9 pieces of raw stone. I'd like to see how you'll make up for the remaining 3.5 million. Brendan chuckled. Since Boss Camding said it, I won't disappoint you. Let's continue. Brendan, now in high spirits, waved his hand, and the 22nd raw stone was brought out. At this moment, the atmosphere had drastically changed. Previously, everyone believed Brendan was overestimating himself, but now they were thoroughly proven wrong. This young man truly had the skill. 22nd piece, mixed variety. 23rd piece, ice variety. 24th piece, glass variety. One by one, the raw stones were brought to the cutting machine, revealing pieces of jade inside. The staff of the Jade Appraisal Convention tallied the value of each jade piece. The total value of Brendan's jades continued to rise. 6.5 million, 6.6 million, 6.8 million, 7 million. When the 29th piece of raw stone was processed, the total value hit 8.2 million. Only one final piece remained. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes landed on the small cart next to Brendan, where a roughly 200-kilogram raw stone lay quietly. Ha ha ha. Zachariah's laughter suddenly rang out. Brendan, you're down to your last piece of raw stone, yet your total value is just 8.2 million. If you want to reach 10 million, you need to cut a jade worth 1.8 million from this last stone. That's impossible. Admit defeat. Zachariah laughed excitedly, his previous gloom disappearing. Following Zachariah's laughter, everyone turned their gaze to Brendan's face. Larry and Emilio couldn't help but sigh. To get a 200,000 yuan jade from an unprocessed stone, unless it's enormous, it's virtually impossible. Emilio nodded in agreement. Yeah, looks like he's bound to lose. Zaylee's expression turned somewhat grim as well. She took a deep breath, suppressing her unease, and approached Brendan to comfort him. Mr. Zhang, failure is not the end. You've achieved great results despite being in the industry for such a short time. No one will blame you. You can always redeem yourself at next year's convention. Those around murmured various opinions, some sarcastic, others pitying. Too bad, so close. If this young man had crossed the 10 million mark, it would have been legendary. Jamison to everyone, Brendan maintained a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict on the last piece isn't out yet. It's premature to conclude I've lost. Larry and Emilio shook their heads involuntarily. Mr. Zhang, there's no way this stone can yield a 1.8 million jade. Brendan smiled. Really? We'll see. Someone, lend a hand. Let's get this stone onto the machine. 2 apprentices quickly stepped forward, and together, they hoisted the 200-kilogram stone onto the cutting machine. Brendan drew a careful line on the stone with chalk. Grover, let's begin. Buzz. The machine whirred to life, the sanding wheel spinning and starting to slice through the stone. The crowd fell into an involuntary silence. Brendan, give up. You can't reach 10 million. Zachariah jeered. Brendan shot him a glance. If I were you, I'd keep quiet to avoid eating my words later. Zachariah sneered. What a big mouth you have. Seems like you don't know when to quit. Well, let's wait and see how you break the 10 million barrier. As the cutting continued, a sudden exclamation interrupted. Jade revealed, and it appears to be premium quality. What? These words were like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, causing ripples of excitement. All eyes turned towards the stone, where a shimmer of translucent emerald green could be seen through the cut seam. That vivid green color, reminiscent of new buds in spring, carried a freshness and vitality that immediately caught everyone's attention. Chapter 17. Humiliating Backlash. Boom. The scene erupted into chaos. Zachariah's face turned drastically pale. This can't be possible. He shouted in disbelief, finding it hard to believe his eyes. Larry and Emilio were both startled, their eyes revealing incredulous expressions. Soon enough, the entire piece of raw stone was completely cut open, fully exposing the jade inside. Suck in. Upon seeing the true form of the jade clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. What a huge chunk of premium jadeite. Almost all of this raw stone is jade. The weight of this premium jadeite must be over 100 pounds. At least 200 pieces of jade artifacts could be made from it. Emilio said, his body trembling with excitement. The staff members of the Gemstone Identification Conference were also taken aback. Having seen many jades during their years of experience, such an enormous piece of premium jadeite was rarely seen. It was literally priceless. Great. Zaylee let out a surprised shout, her emotions running high. She couldn't help hugging Brendan next to her, her face filled with excitement and joy. This massive piece of premium jadeite is absolutely invaluable. Everyone, Who would like to appraise this piece of premium jadeite? Zaylee said with a high tone. She was too excited to notice that her actions were inappropriate. Good grief. Facing the sudden gift delivered, Brendan was caught by surprise. Feeling the softness transmitted from his arm, he marveled inwardly. Although Zaylee looked small on the outside, it was because of the loose clothing she wore. Only now, when tightly pressed against her, did he realize that she had hidden assets. Surrounded by the faint fragrance emanating from the beautiful Elaine, Brendan could even feel her body temperature. The comfortable feeling made him sigh inwardly, praising his generous boss for giving out benefits, which was indeed hard to resist. 5 million yuan. Someone excitedly shouted out the figure. Whisper. His words shocked the crowd, yet no one contradicted. Such a large piece of premium jadeite is truly rare. The most critical point is maintaining perfection in every inch under such a large volume, making it incredibly valuable. Yes, such a huge piece of premium jadeite can produce over 200 exquisite jade artifacts. Foolish, such a perfect piece of premium jadeite should not be used for cutting. If it can be carved into a jade sculpture, it will undoubtedly be a world-renowned treasure. The entire gemstone identification conference site was in uproar, with numerous people passionately discussing. Being able to witness the emergence of such a rare gemstone was a joyful occasion for everyone. Among the crowd, only one person remained grim-faced. Zachariah's expression was unbearably ugly at this moment. He obviously couldn't accept it. Cheating. Brendan must have cheated. A newcomer like him couldn't possibly achieve such results. In over 1,000 pieces of raw stone, he just happens to pick the right material. He must have cheated, Zachariah exclaimed with excitement. After his statement, the previously chattering crowd fell silent, their expressions becoming somewhat strange. Brendan scoffed and stepped forward. Mr. Camding, what do you mean? Can't I have just been lucky or skilled enough? Zachariah snorted derisively. Nonsense. How could a newcomer possess such ability? Luck is also fake. Why didn't others get lucky while you did? Moreover, you made a bet with me before identifying the stone. You already knew you would pass the 10 million threshold. Clearly, you cheated. Brendan smiled. So you think I communicated with the conference officials beforehand to arrange this cheat for me? Exactly, besides this explanation. Zachariah's voice stopped abruptly as he realized he had spoken out of turn. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed, followed by the voice of a Jose. Mr. Camding, you can't make such claims recklessly. Our gemstone identification conference has always adhered to fairness and justice principles. No one can know the internal conditions of the raw stones in advance. Mr. Zhang's achievements are entirely based on his personal ability. I won't allow anyone to spread rumors and slander. With these words, the crowd parted way. President Zhao. President Zhao. Everyone made way. Emilio walked up to Brendan and whispered, Mr. Zhang, this is President Conroy of the Shangjiang Gemstone Association. Cold sweat dripped down Zachariah's forehead. President Zhao, I didn't mean to question the fairness of the conference. I acted rashly just now. I retract my previous statement. Conroy remained calm. The Gemstone Identification Conference has always been fair and unbiased towards any individual or company. Yes, I misunderstood earlier, Zachariah quickly explained, his face quite unpleasant. Smiling, Brendan approached as the conference staff finished tallying his score. Brendan, your raw stone has been fully identified. The total value is 13.2 million yuan, placing you first in the current ranking. On the screen, the rankings changed accordingly. The original top-ranked individual was replaced by Brendan's name. Meanwhile, Zaylee's company moved up from nearly 20th place to 10th. 13.2 million. This figure caused amazement. The crowd's gaze toward Brendan shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and envy. Any prior skepticism and ridicule vanished, replaced by admiration and envy. No number spoke louder than the truth. No faults could be found. The youth today truly surpasses the past. Everyone sighed. With a smile, Brendan walked directly towards Zachariah. Mr. Camding, does our previous agreement still hold? At these words, Zachariah's expression stiffened instantly. Being humiliated publicly by Brendan angered him deeply. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, Zachariah wished for a hole to crawl into. Being humiliated by an unknown outsider in front of so many was utterly humiliating. Brendan, I never expected you to have such capability. You've deliberately concealed your strength. Zachariah gritted his teeth. Chuckles. Brendan chuckled lightly. I never claimed I wasn't capable. I've always been confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made the bet with you. It's you who doubted me. These words left Zachariah speechless, realizing he had no comeback. Fine. Saying 3 fines consecutively, it was evident Zachariah was fuming internally. I truly underestimated you. But don't celebrate too soon. I'll settle this score later. Zachariah gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Hold it. You seem to have forgotten something. According to our bet, you owe me 13.2 million. Aren't you planning to default? Brendan called after Zachariah. Hashtag chapter 18, grudge. Zaylee stood up in support. Mr. Zhang is right. Since the bet has been made, it should be honored. Zachariah, are you going to welsh on your bet in front of everyone today? Zachariah's eyes showed a hint of panic. You're all talking nonsense. I just forgot, that's all. 13.2 million was not a small amount. Even with his wealth of over 100 million, coughing up this much at once would still hurt him. Thinking about having to pay out so much money, Zachariah felt as if his heart was bleeding. Good job, Brendan. You actually schemed against me. Zachariah's sorrow reached its peak, and his inner fury raged like a volcano erupting. Brendan crossed his arms and looked at Zachariah. With so many people watching, unless Zachariah completely lost his dignity, he couldn't possibly welsh on his bet. All eyes were on Zachariah. Seeing this, Zachariah realized he had no choice but to honor the bet. Clenching his teeth, he transferred 13.2 million to Brendan's bank account. The money is transferred. Remember today, when I get the chance, I'll challenge you again. With these harsh words, Zachariah cast an icy glance. He didn't linger any longer and turned around, leading his subordinates back to their positions, looking utterly disheveled. Everyone else soon left as well, seemingly bringing the farce to a temporary end. At this moment, Zayli walked over and bowed deeply before Brendan. Mr. Zhang, I'm truly sorry for doubting you earlier. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang's skills to reach such heights. My judgment failed me. Please forgive me. Zayli expressed her apology earnestly. Having just earned 13.2 million, Brendan was in high spirits and wasn't holding a grudge against Zayli for her earlier mistrust. Miss Sun, there's no need for an apology. I would have doubted too under those circumstances. Oh, do you still want these jade stones? Brendan asked. Zayli nodded without hesitation. Of course. I'll transfer the 13.2 million immediately. Great. Brendan was elated internally, almost unable to contain his excitement. One stone judging competition directly netted him 26.4 million. It was practically an overnight windfall. 2 days ago, he was just a downtrodden employee. Now, he had risen from the bottom. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. Brendan could hardly contain his excitement, and his smile grew wider. Soon after, today's stone judging competition officially concluded. Zayli's company secured 10th place, although Brendan personally ranked first. Unfortunately, Larry's poor performance dragged down the overall ranking. Seeing this, Larry felt awkward and decided to remain inconspicuous. 3 of you have worked hard today at the stone judging competition. I've booked a private room at a 5-star hotel to celebrate your achievements shortly, Zayli said with a smile. Though her eyes were fixed on Brendan, filled with admiration, neither Larry nor Emilio showed any displeasure. Brendan had demonstrated exceptional skill and had indeed saved the day. No problem. Brendan agreed with a smile. When someone offered a celebratory meal at a 5-star hotel, he wasn't about to refuse. Half an hour later, they exited the stone judging venue. They arrived at the parking lot and discovered Zachariah waiting there, clearly expecting something. As soon as he saw them, his gaze immediately focused on Brendan. Zayli frowned and quickly blocked Brendan. Zachariah, what do you want? Zachariah sneered. Sybil, you really gave me a surprise. I didn't expect you to quietly invite such a master. Zayli warned him sternly. How I run my business doesn't need your approval. Mind your own business. Haha. Zachariah laughed coldly and then turned to Brendan. Brendan, are you always going to hide behind women? Brendan rolled his eyes and stepped out from behind Zayli. Boss Camding, you're not planning to renege on the bet and ask for your money back, are you? Brendan said sarcastically. Zachariah's face darkened. I'm not that kind of person. Brendan, I've been waiting here for only one thing. Brendan became cautious. What is it? Today was just luck on your part, and I don't accept that. So I want to have another bet. This time, we'll gamble on what you excel at, stone judging. Tomorrow at this time, we'll return to the competition site and each choose 10 pieces of raw stone. We'll see who ends up with the higher total value. If you win, I'll give you another 10 million. If you lose, bark 3 times like a dog. Zachariah crossed his arms. Zayli was furious. Zachariah, this bet is unfair. Zachariah smiled. Sybil, I'm not betting with you. I'm challenging Brendan. Brendan, if you think your stone judging skills are so strong, accept my challenge. Larry and Emilio rushed over. Mr. Zhang, don't agree. This is obviously Zachariah's plot. They both advised unanimously. Brendan squinted slightly, smiled, and said decisively, I refuse. Hearing this, Zachariah's expression stiffened. Brendan, are you afraid? Aren't you confident in your abilities? Zachariah tried provocation. Bah. Brendan mentally scoffed. Having lived on the streets for several years, he had long since let go of petty pride. Provocation had no effect on him. While he had absolute confidence in his heavenly eye, and the promised 10 million was very tempting, the limelight today had already been overwhelming enough. He knew all too well the saying a tree that stands out is the first to be felled. Being too conspicuous might not be a good thing, so he planned to switch industries next. Considering this, Brendan said, I'm not foolish enough to play into your trap knowingly. You can play by yourself. Miss Sun, let's go. Zayli smiled. Brendan's response suited her perfectly. All right. Even Larry and Emilio couldn't help but laugh. The 4 of them quickly left, leaving Zachariah standing alone in the parking lot, his face darkening. Bang. Unable to hold back, Zachariah slammed his fist into the hood of a nearby car, producing a loud thud. Brendan, don't get too smug. I will find a way you can't refuse. No one has humiliated me like this before. Sooner or later, I will settle this score. Zachariah clenched his teeth, his voice brimming with rage and resentment. Chapter 19. Gracefully declining Zayli. Half an hour later, at Shangjiang Hotel, Brendan and his group arrived at the private dining room and took their seats. Soon, a lavish spread of dishes was served on the table. The 5-star hotel chefs truly lived up to their reputation. Each dish was a feast for the senses, and just the aroma was enough to make one's mouth water. The 4 people chatted amicably as they ate, creating a harmonious atmosphere at the table. Mr. Zhang, I would like to toast to you. Today, Mr. Zhang, your performance has been truly eye-opening. It seems the newer generation is surpassing the old. Larry chuckled, raising his glass. Brendan smiled lightly and clinked his glass with Joe's before taking a sip. Aston, please don't be so polite. I'm just a novice in this field, still lacking in many aspects of jade appraisal. I hope both senior masters can continue to guide me. Ha ha ha. His words made both Larry and Emilio laugh out loud, clearly not believing that Brendan was just a newcomer. Brendan didn't bother to explain further, knowing no one would believe him. If these two knew he had been searching online for basic knowledge about jade appraisal just last night, they might have different thoughts. Zayli interjected with a light smile. Mr. Zhang's appraising skills are top-notch, even in all of Shangjiang. My jade company is in dire need of someone like you. I wonder if Mr. Zhang is interested in joining us? Zayli extended an invitation, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Brendan. Brendan thought for a moment, but then shook his head. Miss Sun, I'm sorry, but I personally have little interest in making jade appraisal my main career. Upon hearing this, not only Zaylee but also Larry and Emilio were taken aback. Mr. Zhang, why? Your skills in appraisal are outstanding, Emilio said, puzzled. Brendan merely smiled without elaborating. He continued, I appreciate Miss Sun's help over the past 2 days. I can promise to appraise a few pieces of jade for you annually, but joining full-time is not something I'm interested in. In the future, I plan to explore other industries. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Miss Sun. When Brendan finished speaking, the atmosphere around the table became somewhat tense. Zaylee looked deeply into Brendan's eyes, seeing his genuine lack of interest. She could only sigh inwardly in frustration. All right, since Mr. Zhang has made up his mind, I won't insist. With Mr. Zhang's promise, I feel relieved. I look forward to your participation in every annual appraisal conference. Brendan nodded without hesitation. No problem. Such a lucrative opportunity once a year. How could he possibly turn it down? The atmosphere at the table quickly returned to normal. After several rounds of drinks and various courses, Larry and Emilio took turns toasting to Brendan. With their warm hospitality, he found it hard to refuse, unknowingly drinking several cups. No more, I can't handle it. Brendan's face was flushed red, and he exuded alcohol fumes from every pore. Burp. He couldn't help but let out a burp, already showing signs of intoxication. Seeing Brendan struggle with his liquor, Zaylee couldn't help but giggle. It seems Mr. Zhang's drinking capacity doesn't match his impressive appraisal skills. Ha ha ha. Both Larry and Emilio laughed lightly. Brendan felt a bit helpless. He actually had a decent tolerance, but it was hard to withstand being constantly pressured by 3 people. Soon, Zaylee got up to settle the bill while Larry and Emilio supported Brendan out of the restaurant. Under the influence of alcohol, Brendan felt unsteady on his feet. If not for their support, he probably would have fallen flat on the ground. Once Zaylee had paid the bill, she walked out and saw Brendan struggling to walk steadily. Let me take Mr. Zhang home, shall I? Asked Mr. Kendrick, you two can go back now. Sure. Both exchanged glances, sharing amused smiles. They handed the drunk Brendan over to Zaylee. Feeling unsteady, Brendan was surprised when Zaylee came to support him. Miss Sun, this may not be appropriate, Brendan hesitated, stepping back slightly. That step almost caused him to stumble, and Zaylee quickly stepped forward to steady him. Why are you being so formal, Mr. Zhang? I'm not some delicate harlequin. There's nothing inappropriate here. With those words, she helped him stand up. Their bodies came into close contact. It was mid-September, and both were dressed lightly due to the summer heat. In this intimate position, Brendan could feel the warmth radiating from Zaylee. So soft. For the first time in such close proximity to such a beauty, Brendan's face turned red. Fortunately, his intoxicated state concealed any abnormality. The warmth and faint scent from Zaylee made Brendan lose focus, especially with Zaylee's ample bosom pressing against his arm. The incredible softness left him lingering in sensation. He quickly reined in his thoughts to avoid embarrassing himself, but the closer he was to her, the stronger her allure seemed. Damn, this is testing my weakness. Brendan wanted to cry silently. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zaylee, noticing her cheeks were flushed. Mr. Zhang, can you walk? Zaylee's tone was less natural than usual. Initially, she had intended to thank him by helping him get home, but the unexpected intimacy made her feel awkward. Her first close contact with a man made Zaylee tense up. Seeing her slightly bashful demeanor, Brendan couldn't help but notice her blushing face. He steadied himself. Let's go back now. Okay, Zaylee nodded with a reddened face. They wobbled towards the underground parking lot. Zaylee helped Brendan into the car, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Roar. The engine roared to life as Zaylee stepped on the gas, driving away until the car vanished at the end of the street. She escorted Brendan back to his apartment complex and slowly helped him into his home. Placing him on the sofa, she noticed she was drenched in sweat. Brendan was heavy, and carrying him home had almost exhausted Zaylee. Miss Sun, rest a bit before going back, Brendan suggested. Zaylee felt a bit awkward, looking at her disheveled state. Can I take a shower at your place before I leave? ####Chapter 20. A visit with a purpose. At this moment, Zaylee was drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, outlining her nearly perfect figure. No problem, the bathroom is over there. You can use anything inside, Brendan said, his eyes gleaming with warmth. Thank you. Zaylee nodded and quickly turned to walk towards the bathroom. Brendan's fiery gaze made her uncomfortable. In the living room, Brendan sprawled lazily on the sofa. Soon after, he heard the faint sound of running water from the bathroom. The sound was like the devil's whisper, stirring his imagination as he thought of Zaylee showering just a few meters away. This is pure temptation. I'm not the type to peep on women. Brendan resisted the urge to activate his heavenly eye for a peek. He had sobered up a bit from the drinking session earlier. Listening to the sounds coming from the bathroom, his heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Brendan forced himself to suppress the desire to use his powers. Time passed slowly. It felt like an eternity. If another man were in his position, they might not have resisted the temptation. Shortly after, a freshly showered Zaylee emerged from the bathroom. Mr. Zhang, I need to go back to my company for some business, she said, returning to her polished urban professional demeanor. We'll catch up for tea next time. All right, Brendan nodded, watching her leave. Once she was gone, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Exhaustion soon overcame him, and he drifted off to sleep. The next day, when Brendan woke up the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto his face. He stretched and yawned, feeling completely refreshed. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. It was a call from the bank. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Your personal deposit in our bank has reached 26,400,000 yuan. We have automatically upgraded your account to a silver VIP level, the customer service representative said cheerfully. Remembering his newfound wealth, Brendan checked his text messages to confirm the amount. 264 million yuan was now in his account. Haha. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, Brendan laughed. 26,400,000 yuan. More than I could earn in a lifetime before. This is only the beginning. In the future, I will make more money, 200 million, 2 billion, or even more. Smiling, he hummed a tune, attributing everything to his heavenly eye. In just 2 days, it transformed him from a lowly worker to a multimillionaire. Cheating in life feels great. No wonder so many people love cheating in games, he chuckled. He whistled a tune as he went downstairs to the noodle shop and ordered beef noodles. Boss, add 2 eggs. Brendan shouted. With money, he couldn't resist adding 2 extra eggs to his meal. After breakfast, Brendan left the neighborhood. Now that I have money, it's time to buy a car. A car is a man's second wife. I must get one, he thought eagerly. His net worth had surpassed 26,500,000 yuan, making ordinary cheap cars unworthy of his attention. He needed a luxury car costing over $1 million. Wait a minute. I remember Minnie works at a 5S dealership. Maybe. Brendan smiled mischievously. Being rich without showing off is like wearing fine clothes at night. Now that he truly had wealth, it was time to show Minnie, that despicable Elaine, her place. What expression will she have when she sees me wealthy now? She left me for money before. How ironic. Brendan felt a mix of curiosity and satisfaction. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to Minnie's 5S dealership. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped outside a BMW 5S dealership. Brendan got out and strode confidently into the showroom, which was luxurious and grand. Even the least expensive car here cost around 20,000 yuan. Previously, he wouldn't have dared step foot in such a place. But now, he entered without hesitation. Upon entering, he spotted Minnie almost immediately. She also saw him, and her expression changed. Brendan, what are you doing here? She asked warily. I warn you not to cause trouble here. We're done. Don't disturb my life anymore, she added sharply. Her warning drew the attention of other sales staff who had overheard her words. It was early in the morning, and the dealership had just opened with no customers, leaving everyone idle. That's Minnie's ex-boyfriend, isn't it? He used to pick her up from work frequently, one of the salesmen remarked, recognizing Brendan. Others chimed in with mixed reactions. From Minnie's tone, they seemed to have broken up. Tisk, tiske. Looks like he hasn't given up yet, chasing her all the way here. I thought they were quite close. What happened? Another salesman shrugged. Speculations buzzed among the sales staff as they watched the unfolding drama. Minnie, displeased by Brendan's presence, grew increasingly agitated. Brendan, let's talk outside if you have something to say. Don't cause any trouble. Minnie tried to calm him down, worried about her job. Hearing her dismissive tone, Brendan's gaze turned cold. Minnie, you seem to misunderstand. I didn't come here for you. I'm here to buy a car, he said mockingly. Chapter 21. Minnie's sarcasm. Buy a car? Upon hearing this, Minnie couldn't help but burst out laughing as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Buy a car? You, Brendan, can buy a car? You only make a few thousand yuan a month. Is this place for someone like you? Minnie didn't hide her ridicule and contempt. Brendan couldn't help but smile. The more she mocked him, the happier he felt. Because only in this way would Minnie's expression be even more spectacular when he later proved her wrong. Whether I can afford it or not doesn't need your evaluation. As a guest, I should be treated properly. Is your 5S store so ignorant of customer service? Where is your manager? I want to file a complaint against you. Brendan showed no sign of courtesy. Seeing Brendan acting superior, Minnie couldn't help getting furious. Brendan, I warn you not to cause trouble here. We've already broken up peacefully. Don't bother me anymore. Minnie reprimanded. Brendan was almost amused to anger. Minnie was utterly shameless, having the audacity to say they broke up amicably. It was truly like being a courtesan, yet pretending to be virtuous. Other salespeople watching this scene crossed their arms, ready for a show. However, just as Brendan was about to retaliate, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Arnold, what are you doing here? The voice was very familiar. Brendan turned around and saw Reese standing there. Bing! Brendan was taken aback. He was about to call out when Reese quickly walked over. She approached him in a few steps, hugging Brendan's arm affectionately, pressing close to him intimately. It was scorching hot, and Reese was dressed quite lightly. Her hug caused Brendan to feel 2 soft masses pressing against his hand. So big, so soft. Involuntarily, the scene from the bathroom flashed in Brendan's mind. The round and full peaks left a deep impression on him. Arnold, don't stand there dazed. We had plans today, didn't we? Let's go. Reese smiled sweetly, tugging Brendan away. At this moment, Brendan hadn't recovered his senses, stunned by Reese's sudden actions. Minnie also froze, then became enraged. Reese? Weren't you Brendan's landlord? When did the two of you get together? Minnie asked, dumbfounded and seething with anger at the sight of their intimacy. Reese smiled. After you two broke up. I've liked Arnold for a long time, but since he always had a girlfriend, all I could do was silently wish you both well. I didn't expect that you would break up with Arnold just days ago. Since you can't give Arnold happiness, I naturally took the initiative. Reese said this with a gentle smile on her face. Buzz. The nearby salespeople were buzzing with excitement, unable to believe their ears. This is some major gossip, an epic drama. I remember this man was just an ordinary office worker, yet he managed to catch such a beautiful Elaine's eye. Yeah, how could such a pretty Elaine end up with him? It's like a fresh flower on cow dung. What good does he have? Or does he have hidden strengths we don't know about? The salespeople couldn't stop talking amongst themselves. Minnie was also incredibly shocked. She never expected that after she dumped Brendan, such a stunningly beautiful Elaine like Reese would immediately come onto him. Though she had confidence in her appearance and figure, she was only outstanding among ordinary people. Compared to Reese, who was genuinely beautiful, the two were on different levels entirely. Reese, are you blind? How can you fancy someone like Brendan, a good-for-nothing? Don't think you can fool me. I don't believe it. Minnie was both surprised and furious. Reese smiled slightly, then in front of everyone, she tiptoed and kissed Brendan on the cheek. Do you still have doubts? Reese said with a teasing expression. Minnie was dumbfounded, staring blankly. Brendan was also startled, not expecting Reese to act so boldly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch on his waist. Looking down, he realized Reese was pinching him. Leaning into his ear, she whispered softly, "Idiot. I'm doing this to save face for you. Cooperate with me." Hearing Reese's words, Brendan finally reacted. He was amazed that Reese would go this far. Brendan quickly adjusted. Although the current situation deviated slightly from his planned revenge, since Reese had already acted, he couldn't betray his ally now. "Honey, I came here to buy a car. Didn't you complain last time about the car being too bad? I plan to buy a new one today." Brendan smiled, casually wrapping his arm around Reese's slim waist. Women's waists were very sensitive, and Brendan's action made Reese's body stiffen involuntarily. She was somewhat annoyed. She had meant to help Brendan save face, but never expected him to take advantage of the situation. "Well done, Brendan. Your boldness has its limits. Wait till I get you back. Buy a car? Good. I've heard BMW X6 is great. Let's get that one." Reese smiled cunningly. She intended this remark to warn Brendan not to mess around, but unexpectedly, he readily agreed. "BMW X6? No problem." Speaking of which, Brendan held Reese and walked deeper into the 5S store. Minnie gritted her teeth, watching the two flirt and banter, her fury escalating like a volcanic eruption. "Brendan, you're pushing things too far. What's your purpose here today?" Minnie spat through clenched teeth. "Haha." Brendan laughed mockingly. "Didn't I say? To buy a car. Quickly introduce me to the vehicle specs. As a salesperson, why are you just standing there? Be careful, or I'll file a complaint." Minnie's eyes glowed fiercely, filled with extreme anger. If looks could kill, she would have wished 1,000 cuts on Brendan right now. "Fine, let's see if you can actually afford it." This chapter maintains the original tone and style while ensuring the English translation is natural and fluent. The paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text faithfully. Chapter 22. The Joy of Revenge. Minnie walked over with a gloomy expression, leading Brendan all the way to the deepest part of the 5S store. There, a BMW X6 was parked in full view. "What are you waiting for? Introduce this car to me." Brendan teased. Minnie barely contained her fury. "Brendan, don't push your luck. Do you know how much this BMW X6 costs? With your salary, even if you worked for a lifetime, you couldn't afford this car." "Huh?" Brendan scoffed. "Whether I can afford it is up to me to decide, right? Is this how your 5S store conducts business? Where's the manager? Get your manager out here." Brendan started making a scene. Minnie watched his actions, feeling her anger rise. She realized that this good-for-nothing Brendan had come just to cause trouble. The commotion soon caught the attention of the 5S store's manager, and soon enough, a Jose came walking out briskly. "Sir, I'm Curtis, the manager of this 5S store. May I help you with something?" Curtis approached courteously with a smile on his face. Brendan narrowed his eyes. "Your salesperson has a terrible attitude. I asked her to introduce this BMW X6 to me, but instead of doing so, she spoke rudely to me." Curtis frowned as he looked at Minnie. "Minnie, what happened? This is how you treat customers." Minnie panicked and quickly explained, "Manager, it's not like that. This guy is my ex-boyfriend, who only earns 6,000 yuan a month. He can't afford any car. He came here today just to make things difficult for me." Curtis's frown deepened as he looked at Brendan and Reese. Brendan laughed lightly. "Minnie, we broke up long ago. I didn't come here today just to find trouble with you. As a salesperson, you should have introduced it to me. Even if I really couldn't afford it, does that justify speaking rudely to me? Is this how your 5S store treats customers? I merely asked for normal service. Is there anything wrong with that?" Curtis nodded slightly. "If it's a reasonable request, then there's no problem. Minnie, don't keep the customer waiting." Minnie's expression darkened. She clenched her teeth, feeling a rage welling up inside her like a volcano about to erupt. "What are you waiting for? Introduce it now," Brendan demanded without hesitation. Minnie spoke stiffly as she began introducing the BMW X6 features to Brendan. But before she could finish, Brendan interrupted her again. "Your expression is too rigid. As a salesperson, shouldn't you be smiling while serving customers? With that angry and hateful look on your face, are you planning to kill me?" Brendan insisted. Minnie felt like her lungs were about to explode from frustration. Facing Brendan's provocation and humiliation, she wished she could attack him right then and there. But thinking about how hard she had worked to get this high-paying job at the 5S store, she knew it would be very difficult to find another one with the same benefits if she lost this one now. "I'll endure." Minnie forced herself to suppress her anger, managing a twisted smile that looked more painful than crying. "Mr. Zhang, this BMW uses." Minnie smiled as she detailed the BMW X6 performance parameters for Brendan. The other salespeople watching the scene couldn't help but snicker. It seems this arrogant Minnie is finally getting what she deserves from her ex-boyfriend. She's always acted superior. It's hilarious to see her get humiliated like this. They pointed and whispered, their tone filled with schadenfreude. Hearing the remarks from the other salespeople, Minnie's expression became even more grim. She felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Brendan relished her distress. Witnessing Minnie squirm was more refreshing than drinking an ice-cold cola on a scorching day. Nothing was more satisfying than watching one's enemy suffer, especially when he could do this while holding Reese in his arms. It felt like reaching the pinnacle of life, a joy matching the elation he felt when he earned his first million 2 days ago. After finishing the introduction of the BMW specifications, Minnie clenched her teeth. "Brendan, are you satisfied now? I will remember this humiliation you've inflicted on me today. Don't think I will let you off easily." Minnie growled. "Huh?" Brendan sneered inwardly at Minnie's threat. In the past, he might have cared, but now the gap between them was vast. A dragon soaring in the sky wouldn't care about the threats of ants on the ground. "Your reliance is Benson, isn't it? Don't worry. Neither of you will escape me." "So, he didn't tell you about me? Looks like your relationship isn't as close as you claim." Brendan mocked. "What?" Minnie was taken aback, unsure of what Brendan meant by this. At this moment, Manager Curtis smiled and approached them. Sir, what do you think of our BMW X6? Today, our store is celebrating its 1-year anniversary promotion. If you purchase now, we offer free car cleaning and maintenance for a year, Curtis explained. Brendan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to respond, Minnie scoffed. Manager, don't expect too much from him. He's just a nobody. Not to mention this BMW X6, he can't even afford a single tire. Minnie couldn't hide the ridicule in her voice. Curtis remained silent, observing Brendan intently. His instincts told him that the young man in front of him wasn't as insignificant as Minnie described. Facing Minnie's mockery, Brendan laughed sarcastically. Minnie, the tables have turned over the years. I'm not the same person anymore. A BMW X6? I can certainly afford to buy it today, Brendan declared. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Minnie burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Beside her, Reese was also startled. She quickly lowered her voice. Brendan, don't act rashly. This high-end BMW X6 costs $1,000,000 on delivery, and the down payment alone would be $300,000. You can't afford it. Reese hadn't expected such impulsiveness from Brendan and tried to persuade him. However, Brendan continued to smile, taking out his bank card without arguing. ####Chapter 23, slap in the face. Manager Jameson, please help me process the paperwork. I'll take this high-end BMW X6. Brendan waved his hand grandly. Full payment. Curtis smiled lightly. No problem. I'll process it immediately for Mr. Zhang. Please follow me. Under Curtis's enthusiastic invitation, Brendan and Reese made their way to a nearby rest area and sat down. Moments later, Curtis brought over a stack of purchase documents. Russell, the salespeople watching from not far away were stunned, unable to hide their astonished expressions. Seriously? This man is actually buying it and paying in full. This high-end BMW X6 costs $1 million. Can he really afford it? Even the down payment would be difficult, let alone full payment. Tisk, could this man be pretending to be poor while secretly being wealthy? Otherwise, how could he casually spend $1 million on a car? The salespeople couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Minnie was visibly startled, then she sneered coldly. Brendan, I didn't expect you to pull such a trick, pretending to be wealthy while clearly broke. I'll see how you explain yourself when the payment fails. Minnie laughed sarcastically. Brendan smiled calmly. You don't need to worry about that. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group of salespeople not far away and finally landed on a petite female sales intern. She looked like she was just around 17 or 18, probably fresh out of high school and here for an internship. Hey, please come over and guide me through signing these documents. Brendan gestured toward her. The young intern hesitated for a moment, but eventually ran over. Sir, what assistance do you need? How should these documents be signed? Could you help me check? Brendan asked. The intern paused. Weren't these documents quite straightforward? She refrained from voicing her thoughts and dutifully explained the terms of the documents to Brendan step by step. Kristen, explaining all this is pointless. It's just a waste of time. He can't afford this car at all. He's just messing with you. Minnie chortled derisively. Brendan shot back directly. If you can't speak sensibly, then shut up. No one thinks you're mute. Fine. I want to see how you manage to put on an act when it comes to swiping your card for payment. Minnie gritted her teeth. Reese had witnessed everything and felt speechless, thinking that Brendan might be acting impulsively. Brendan, what exactly are you doing? Don't count on me to clean up your mess if things don't go well. Reese leaned close to his ear and whispered. They were standing very close, and Brendan could detect a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from Reese. Was this her body scent? He recalled Zaylee's scent, which was subtly different. Body scent is indeed a must-have for beauties. He turned his head and said, Clara, rest assured. I'll handle today's matter. How will you handle it? Do you have the capability? Reese seemed somewhat anxious. Brendan chuckled inwardly. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly noticed that their positions were a bit awkward. Reese was too close, exposing a glimpse of cleavage from under her collar. From his angle, the view was completely unobstructed, drawing his eyes irresistibly to the towering peaks. The view beneath the beautiful Elaine's clothing was captivating, even more stirring than using a toe-sure ability to observe in such a natural situation. Edit. The view beneath the beautiful Elaine's clothing was captivating and more thrilling than using a clairvoyance ability to observe in such a natural situation. Note, toe-sure literally means see-through or clairvoyance in English. I replaced it with clairvoyance for better fluency. Unfortunately, the female in turn returned, breaking his concentration. The car purchase documents were soon prepared, and Brendan signed all the forms. The crucial moment arrived, card payment. The intern quickly brought over a POS machine, her voice trembling slightly. Sir, please swipe your card. Brendan remained composed, took out his bank card, and swiped it smoothly. This scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Just as Minnie was preparing to mock him loudly, beep. The clear and melodious beep indicated a successful payment. What? Minnie's face instantly showed shock, hardly believing her eyes. This can't be. How could your bank card pay successfully? I know exactly how much money is in that account. There's no way $1 million can be withdrawn. Minnie blanched in surprise. The intern was also taken aback, never expecting the payment to go through. Brendan burst into laughter. Minnie, you still think of me as I was in the past. But I'm sorry to inform you that I, Brendan, am entirely different now. A mere $1 million is nothing much to me. Why wouldn't it go through? Minnie stumbled back several steps, her expression one of incredulity. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. Manager Curtis watched in astonishment, his smile bright. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for choosing to buy from our 5S store. If you have any other car purchases in the future, feel free to contact me. Here's my business card. Curtis handed over the card with a smile. Brendan accepted it with a smile, half smiling. Manager Jameson, everything else about your 5S store is excellent, except the quality of your sales staff needs improvement. I hope you address this issue so that next time I come to buy a car, we won't encounter similar incidents. Curtis apologized humbly. I apologize deeply. It's due to inadequate training. We will certainly rectify this. At this point, Curtis turned to Minnie, his gaze sharp. Minnie's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising within her. Manager Jameson, I. Before she could finish, Curtis interrupted. Minnie, I regret to inform you that due to your work errors, which tarnish the reputation of our store, you are hereby terminated. Pack your things and leave. What? Minnie's face turned pale. Manager Jameson, please listen to me. She felt both shocked and furious, glaring at Brendan. Brendan, you've done this to me. You dog of a man, you're despicable. You will not end well. Brendan laughed loudly, finding it hard to stifle his laughter at Minnie's frantic demeanor. Minnie, you're not qualified to insult me. Who the true scumbag is, you know deep down. I have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself. Oh, by the way, Kristen handled me initially, so give her the commission for this car. Ha ha ha. Leaving those words behind, Brendan walked off, laughing. He and Reese got into the car. With a push on the gas pedal, the engine roared, and Brendan's figure vanished from Minnie's sight almost instantly. Minnie stood there, driven to madness. Brendan, I will never let you off. Chapter 24, The Power of Spiritual Qi. Brendan drove Reese back to the residential complex. As they got out of the car, Reese kept eyeing Brendan up and down, making him feel uneasy. What's wrong? Brendan couldn't help but take a step back, wondering if he had taken too many liberties earlier, and Reese was about to settle accounts with him. Brendan, you've really changed. Where did you get your 1 million? Reese frowned, her face filled with confusion. In her memory, Brendan was an ordinary hardworking person struggling at the bottom rungs of society, earning around 6,000 or 7,000 yuan a month. People like him were a dime a dozen in this city. Yet now he was spending lavishly, buying luxury cars worth millions, and paying in full. Where did he get all that money? You didn't do anything illegal, right? Reese's eyes were filled with doubt. Faced with Reese's gaze, Brendan couldn't help but laugh wryly. What are you thinking? Why would I do something like that? I just changed jobs recently and made a lot of money, Brendan said confidently. Is that so? Reese was still suspicious, but didn't press further on the specifics of his new job, considering their not-so-close relationship. Just be careful and don't get involved in anything, she warned before turning to leave. Watching her svelte and voluptuous figure as she walked away, Brendan felt a momentary stir in his heart. Truly a troublemaker, Brendan muttered. He took the elevator home, stripped off his clothes, and enjoyed a long, hot shower. Feeling refreshed, he strolled out of the bathroom with a satisfied expression. Great. Today, I got my revenge on that bitch Minnie. If things go as expected, she'll probably confront Benson. I wonder if they'll end up fighting. Brendan couldn't suppress a smile. He quickly put aside thoughts of Minnie and Benson. He didn't intend to ruin them in one fell swoop. After all, revenge was meant to be savored. Besides, he lacked the power to destroy them instantly. Brendan closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness on the center of his brows. Soon, a peculiar space appeared in his perception. Within this strange space floated a ball of spiritual qi, roughly the size of an egg. This energy really does resemble the legendary spiritual qi. So what exactly can it do? Brendan narrowed his eyes. Yesterday, after the gemstone appraisal convention, he went for dinner with Zaylee and the others, and by the time he returned, he was drunk and had no time to study the spiritual qi. Now, finally, he could focus on it. Carefully, he extended his consciousness into the Naiwan Palace, soon touching the spiritual qi. As his consciousness made contact, a peculiar sensation flooded his mind. This feeling was quite extraordinary, and the spiritual qi flowed according to his will. Brendan cautiously guided a strand of the spiritual qi, allowing it to leave the Naiwan Palace and enter his physical body. As this sliver of qi moved through his flesh, he distinctly felt a cool and comfortable sensation. So refreshing. Legends say that spiritual qi has boundless wonders, capable of strengthening the body, extending life, and even granting extraordinary powers. I wonder if it's truly this miraculous. Brendan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If the spiritual qi was indeed this powerful, he would undoubtedly possess extraordinary abilities and might even achieve immortality. He carefully maneuvered the spiritual qi, guiding it slowly through his body until it circled back to the Naiwan Palace. The spiritual qi hasn't diminished at all after circulating within my body. It means it didn't integrate with my flesh. How can it strengthen me? Is this fake spiritual qi? Brendan was speechless. This was his first encounter with spiritual qi, and he had no idea how to use it. He could only experiment. Since the spiritual qi didn't seem to enhance his body, he tried another approach. A flash of determination crossed Brendan's eyes as he again manipulated the spiritual qi, this time directing it directly to his eyes. As the spiritual qi neared his eyes, he immediately felt a stirring sensation. Soon, the strand of qi was absorbed entirely by his eyes. Brendan felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. There's a change. Brendan rejoiced. However, the warmth faded as quickly as it came. He opened his heavenly eye and looked around but saw no difference. Perhaps I need more spiritual qi for the effect to manifest? Brendan speculated. Without hesitation, he fed more strands of spiritual qi into his heavenly eye. 1, 2, 3. The egg-sized ball of qi rapidly shrank until all of it was consumed by his eyes. Finally, an unprecedented warmth surged through his eyes. Brendan endured the sensation for a minute before he managed to open his eyes again. His gaze landed on a chair in front of him. Ordinary chair. Birch wood. Unknown craftsman. 2 years. Seeing these details, Brendan's eyes widened. I actually saw the information about this chair. Is this a new ability after upgrading my heavenly eye? He tested this new ability on the table in front of him, and sure enough, information popped up again. Ordinary table. Birch wood. Unknown craftsman. 2 years. Whoa. Brendan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, then laughed aloud with excitement. Amazing. The heavenly eye is unbeatable. Not only can it see through objects, but now it can reveal detailed information about items, including name, material, craftsman, and age. This ability, it's perfect for antique appraisal. Brendan's eyes lit up as ideas raced through his mind on how to make money using this new power. With such a heavenly eye, no antique could escape his notice. Fake antiques? Huh. Even the forger's identity would be revealed under his heavenly eye. No forgery could deceive him. Finding undervalued treasures. I must start looking for hidden gems. Brendan's excitement was palpable. Chapter 25, Antiques. Brendan took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. He stroked his chin, thinking aloud, if I remember correctly, Sister Clara seems to be in the antique business. What a coincidence. It's just the right time to let Sister Clara introduce me to this field. The spiritual energy is indeed powerful, directly upgrading my heavenly eye. Such an ability after just one upgrade, what could multiple upgrades do? Looks like I need more spiritual energy. Brendan made up his mind to find a way to obtain spiritual energy in the future. Initially, he had planned to avoid the jade industry to keep a low profile. But now it seemed impossible to stay away from it since the only source of spiritual energy was within some high-grade jade. This meant he would have to deal with jade. Brendan changed into fresh clothes and knocked on Reese's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Reese's voice came from inside quickly. Sister Clara, it's me. Creak. The door opened as soon as he finished speaking. Reese looked puzzled. What do you need? Sister Clara, aren't you in the antiques business? Brendan asked with a smile. While talking, he secretly activated his heavenly eye to see what information it would reveal about Reese. As the heavenly eye activated, Reese's clothes vanished instantly, exposing her well-proportioned body. Under the power of the heavenly eye, she appeared completely naked before him. The beautiful scene captivated Brendan, and his eyes involuntarily drifted downward. You naughty boy, stop looking. Reese noticed his wandering gaze and gently tapped his head. She tightened her clothes and frowned, wondering why she felt like she wasn't wearing anything under his gaze. This guy was getting bolder. Previously, he had been respectful and occasionally sneaked glances, but never so openly. Sure enough, money corrupts men. Cough cough. Caught by the beautiful Elaine, Brendan felt awkward and confused. When he used the heavenly eye to observe Reese, no information appeared. However, when he looked at other things, information did show up. It seemed the heavenly eye's ability wasn't advanced enough to perceive living beings. I'm planning to enter the antique business and want Sister Clara to guide me, Brendan explained his purpose. Reese furrowed her brows. Entering the antique business? That's a very complex field, not suitable for someone like you. Your money isn't easy to come by. You should spend it wisely on yourself rather than risk it in the antique business. Do you know how many people lose everything in this industry every year? Reese's sincere advice made Brendan smile. With Sister Clara's guidance, I'll save myself a lot of detours. Just give me a little guidance. I'll dip my toe in, and if I lose money, I'll withdraw immediately, Brendan promised, thumping his chest. Seeing his determined expression, Reese reluctantly nodded. Fine. If it weren't for your saving me last time, I wouldn't even bother advising you, Reese grumbled. As she said this, she couldn't help recalling the embarrassing incident when this man saw her entire body. Despite that, he had indeed saved her life, and gratitude overpowered her irritation. Hee hee. Brendan chuckled nervously. If Reese knew he had not only seen every inch of her body but also touched it, she would likely beat him up. He knew too well that his beautiful landlord wasn't some gentle lady. He had once witnessed her hospitalizing a thug who dared to harass her. Follow me. I need to go to the store anyway. In the coming days, I'll introduce you to this world. But remember, observe more and act less. Reese warned. Got it, Brendan nodded. After changing clothes, Reese led them to Shangjiang City's only antique street. Even before they reached the antique street, the bustling crowd noise was already heard. The street was lined with various antique stalls and shops, teeming with people. Antique Street was incredibly lively, with shops on both sides and individual stalls scattered along the road. Brendan looked around curiously without activating the heavenly eye. He found that using it drained his energy, and with the sheer number of items here, it would deplete his strength in no time. Stalls displayed a variety of antiques, including jade, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, rusty swords, armor, and miscellaneous items. The assortment of antiques was dazzling, and almost anything could be found. These stalls are mostly fake. Don't waste your time looking. As a newbie like you, if you think you can score a bargain, you'll end up losing your shirt, Reese reminded Brendan, noticing his curious gaze. Brendan nodded, but didn't take her warning seriously. Without the heavenly eye, he might stay away from these stalls, but with its power, finding a bargain would be effortless. Others might get deceived, but not him. Following Reese deeper into Antique Street, they walked for several hundred meters, where stores extended endlessly on both sides. Reese stopped in front of an antique shop and entered. Brendan glanced at the signboard which read, Clara Antique Shop. He followed her inside, where a salesperson greeted them. Sister Clara. Reese nodded calmly. Inside, besides the salesperson, there was an elderly man with white hair wearing reading glasses but exuding sharpness. Boss. Old Yin. How's business today? Reese asked as she approached. Jackson chuckled and sipped his tea. It's alright, just a few customers buying some trinkets. Who's the young man? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 26, The Fake Ancient Sword. Jackson, a seasoned expert, noticed the unusual relationship between Brendan and Reese. In her memory, her boss had never brought any young men here before. He's my friend. Brendan, come over and let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jackson, an elder with decades of experience in our store. He has been working in this field for more than 50 years. An old man is like a treasure, an elder Yin is that treasure. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask him. Reese introduced. Ha ha ha. Jackson smiled warmly. Boss, you're too kind. I'm just an old man near his end, with nothing but a bit of keen insight. Brendan respectfully bowed to Jackson, I'm Brendan. Please guide me in the future. He held himself humbly, knowing well that despite having the heavenly eye to cheat, it wasn't omnipotent. To truly excel, he needed to learn from all aspects, and Elder Yin was an excellent mentor. They got acquainted just as footsteps outside drew their attention. A middle-aged, somewhat plump man walked in with a wooden box, placing it on the table. Elder Yin, take a look at this new find of mine. The man spoke excitedly, yet the box remained a mystery. Oh? Jackson's interest piqued. He walked over as the man opened the box, revealing a rusted ancient sword inside. The sword measured about 1 meter and 20 centimeters long, 2 fingers wide, covered in iron rust, with intricate patterns barely visible upon closer inspection. The hilt was relatively well preserved, adorned with carved dragon designs. Ancient sword? Hartley, we don't accept such items here. Reese frowned. Hartley chuckled. Boss Jameson, don't be so quick to dismiss it. Let Elder Yin take a proper look first. I spent considerable effort acquiring this sword. You should know, I just bought it from some people. Those people? Brendan understood immediately. These people were likely Tomb Raiders. His interest was aroused as he focused on the sword. Reese frowned but didn't reject it outright, instead turning to Jackson for an opinion. Jackson replaced his glasses with another pair from a nearby box, examining the sword closely. He gently chipped off a piece of rust. Hey, Elder Yin, be gentle. My treasure can't withstand your rough handling. If it gets damaged, it'll be a disaster. Hartley lamented, as if someone hurt his beloved child. Jackson gave him an exasperated look. Sword appraisal isn't like other tasks. How else can I see what's inside without removing some rust? Leaning in closely, he inspected inch by inch, eventually expressing surprise. This appears to be a ceremonial artifact, marked by the intricate carvings on both the blade and hilt. The patterns suggest a Tang dynasty origin. The dragon design on the hilt is not something typical. This ceremonial sword might originate from the Imperial Palace, Jackson explained. He asked Hartley, what did those people say? What could they say? They're tight-lipped. You know how strict these people are. They only show the goods. You can't trace where they came from, Hartley shrugged. Jackson nodded. Meanwhile, Reese and Brendan watched silently. Reese waited patiently, while Brendan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. How does it look? Can you tell anything? Reese leaned close to Brendan's ear, teasing him due to his serious face. This sword is fake, Brendan replied. This statement stunned Reese momentarily before she laughed. You've just joined today, what do you really know? How dare you be so sure it's a fake? Reese couldn't help but laugh. Brendan shrugged. I can't provide proof, but it's definitely a fake. He couldn't argue, but his heavenly eye revealed that the sword was indeed a fake. Fake ancient sword. Iron. Zhang Tiaming. 1 year. Well, the heavenly eye clearly labeled it as a fake, and its age was merely a year, undoubtedly a modern forgery. Moreover, he suspected Hartley knew it was a fake, given his smirk earlier. Under the influence of heavenly eye, his observation skills were heightened, and he saw it clearly. This guy probably brought this fake intentionally to trick them. Reese clearly didn't believe him. You're inexperienced. For now, observe and listen more, speak less. In a few years, you'll naturally become more discerning, Reese smiled gently. Brendan knew she was right for most people, but he wasn't ordinary. He wasn't here to learn slowly. Sis Clara, how about a bet? Brendan grinned. Reese turned around. What kind of bet? Let's bet if this ancient sword is real. I bet it's no older than 3 years. It's a modern forgery, Brendan declared. Reese blinked, then laughed. Brendan, you really have guts, saying such outlandish things. Elder Yin has 5 decades of appraising experience, vetting thousands of artifacts. Even he didn't identify it as a modern forgery, and you can with just a glance. All right, I'll bet you. Brendan smiled. If I lose, I'll wash your feet for a month. If you lose, just kiss me once. Bang. With those words, Reese playfully tapped Brendan on the head. You're getting bolder, trying to take advantage of me so openly. But fine, I'll take the bet. This will teach you just how deep the water runs in the antiques trade. Reese said. Chapter 27. It's fake. Seeing Reese agree to the bet, Brendan couldn't help but smile. A guaranteed win with a 100% chance. Why wouldn't anyone want to take part in such a bet? The two walked over to Jackson, who had almost finished appraising the ancient sword. Mr. Yin, how does it look? Reese asked. Jackson stroked his beard and replied. This is an ancient sword from the Tang dynasty. Most likely it was a court ritual object, with considerable value. Reese nodded, clearly trusting Jackson's expertise. Hearing this, Egon on the opposite side laughed out loud. Mr. Yin truly has a keen eye, as expected of a seasoned veteran with decades of experience. Ms. Jameson, I'm prepared to sell this ancient sword to you. What price can you offer? Egon rubbed his hands together. Reese thought for a moment before quickly naming a figure. 500,000. Egon's face immediately fell. Ms. Jameson, aren't you being too harsh? This is a court ritual object from the Tang dynasty, and it's still in excellent condition. 500,000 isn't enough, at least this much. Egon held up one finger. Reese frowned immediately. 1 million? That wasn't a small sum. Taking out 1 million cash would certainly affect the store's operations to some extent. She discreetly glanced at Jackson, who subtly nodded at her. All right, I'll take this ancient sword. Reese was about to agree to the purchase. At that moment, Brendan's voice interrupted. Wait. Brendan stepped forward irritably. Sister Clara, didn't I tell you this ancient sword is fake? You're really planning to spend 1 million on it. As soon as he said this, Egon exploded. Jamicental brother, what are you babbling about? You're saying my treasure is fake? What proof do you have? Even Mr. Yin identified it as a court ritual object from the Tang dynasty. What right do you have to deny it? Egon's tone was filled with dissatisfaction as he reprimanded Brendan. Jackson's aged face showed a slight frown. Arnold, why do you think this ancient sword is fake? Jackson was a bit displeased with Brendan's outright negation, but, seeing as he came with Reese, he patiently inquired. Reese also turned to look at him. The looks in their eyes were clear. If Brendan said the sword was fake, he should provide evidence. Brendan shrugged. He genuinely couldn't provide any concrete proof. Although Tianyin gave him simple information about the sword, pinpointing its issues precisely wasn't within his skill set as a newcomer. However, a smile crept onto Brendan's face. This ancient sword is indeed fake. It was made using modern forgery techniques, and it hasn't been more than 3 years since its creation. To verify, just smash the sword. The broken blade will reveal everything inside. It'll be crystal clear. Brendan explained. Ha ha ha. His words prompted Egon into laughter. Jamisental brother, I thought you'd say something profound, but this is hilarious. This sword is worth $1 million. You want to break it based on mere speculation? What if it's real? Would I not lose $1 million for nothing? Egon sneered. Jackson frowned deeply, while Reese looked disappointed. Brendan, stop making a fool of yourself, Reese said sternly. Confidently, Brendan looked directly at Egon. If this ancient sword is real, I'll compensate you for the $1 million. But if it's fake, then take the broken pieces and leave. What do you say? What? His words startled the three of them. Egon's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered unconsciously. Despite the briefness, Brendan noticed it. Sure enough, this guy knew the sword was fake. Reese was exasperated. Brendan, this is sheer nonsense. Who authenticates antiques by smashing them? Jackson was equally displeased. Both thought Brendan was acting foolishly. Smashing valuable antiques to verify authenticity? That was absurd. Egon laughed mockingly. Jamisental brother, you seem new here. You're just a newbie. This place isn't where you get to talk. Just watch quietly from the side. Besides, judging by your appearance, you can't come up with $1 million. You're disrupting. With that, he prepared to sell the sword to Reese. Brendan stepped forward, blocking him. Only $1 million. I don't even blink at it. You can't sell this fake to Sister Clara. Egon was infuriated by Brendan's repeated claims of forgery. He roared, Benjamin, don't go too far. Fine, let you smash it, but I warn you. If my sword is real, you must fully compensate me for all losses. Brendan smiled immediately. That was exactly what he wanted Egon to say. All right. Before others could react, Brendan picked up the ancient sword and smashed it onto the ground with force. Bang! The sword hit the ground with a sharp sound, shattering into countless fragments. My ancient sword! Egon screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Jackson and Reese were stunned, shocked that Brendan acted so decisively, ready to destroy an item potentially worth $1 million. Boy, you broke my ancient sword. Crazy lunatic, today you must compensate me $1 million. Egon was both furious and terrified. At this moment, Brendan squatted down, picking up the fragments. After inspecting them closely, he burst into laughter. He handed the fragments to Jackson. Mr. Yin, take a closer look at these fragments. Is there anything genuinely from the Tang dynasty? Where would a Tang-era sword fragment be so brand new? What? Jackson was taken aback. Examining the fragments carefully, his expression changed drastically. It's a counterfeit. Reese examined closely as well, and soon realized something was amiss. Her expression soured as she turned to Egon. Egon, your ancient sword is fake. Cold sweat dripped from Egon's forehead. How can it be fake? I never thought I'd make a mistake too. I spent 200,000 on this ancient sword, now I've lost big time. He looked heartbroken, and Reese couldn't determine if it was genuine or a ploy. The antique industry worked like that. If you got cheated, you could only blame yourself for poor judgment. Fortunately, Brendan was here today. Otherwise, she would have lost $1 million. Sister Clara, it seems I'm right. When will you fulfill our agreement? Brendan eagerly approached. Chapter 28. Holding a beauty. Brush. Hearing Brendan's words, Reese's face instantly flushed red. She couldn't help but pull on Brendan's ear. What are you in such a rush for? I never said I wouldn't pay up. How did you know this ancient sword was fake? She was genuinely curious. Brendan smiled slightly. Maybe it's just my intuition. Ah. You're willing to gamble $1 million just on your intuition? What if you lose? Reese looked astonished. Brendan shrugged. My intuition has always been right. Moreover, Sister Clara, you've helped me a lot these past few years. I can't just let you lose $1 million either. These words caused the redness on Reese's face to reappear. She was somewhat annoyed. You're getting really bold now, always thinking of teasing me. Where am I? I'm just speaking the truth. Brendan would never admit it. Jackson watched the two flirting and scolding each other from the side. He acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Matthew had already left. Embarrassed, he didn't take the shards of the antique sword and hurriedly fled the antique shop after being exposed. Follow me. Reese beckoned. Brendan's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed Reese upstairs into an antique store, then pushed open a door leading to a rest room. The lighting in the room was dim. As soon as he entered, Brendan naturally extended his arms and hugged Reese. What are you doing? I never agreed to let you hug me. Reese said irritably. How can I kiss without holding you? Brendan said matter-of-factly. Reese rolled her eyes. It's just a cheek kiss. Do you want a full kiss instead? Isn't it supposed to be a full kiss? Brendan was disappointed. Reese inwardly sighed. She found that Brendan had changed a lot. This guy wouldn't have dared play such tricks before. Of course, it's a cheek kiss. But since you performed well today, I'll allow you to hug me briefly. No further liberties. Reese instructed. Brendan was delighted. Since the beauty had agreed, he wouldn't hesitate. He walked up directly, reached out, and hugged Reese's slender waist. With just a slight force, Reese fell into his arms. Be gentle. Reese's cheeks were red. She regretted agreeing to let Brendan hug her. A strong, manly smell hit her, and she felt weak in the arms of Brendan. Hurry up and kiss. Let's go down quickly, or Old Yin will definitely notice. Reese lightly pounded on Brendan's chest. Hee hee. Brendan's face showed pure enjoyment. He had long admired Reese. After all, what a beautiful Elaine. Just like the saying goes, a graceful lady, a gentleman's delight. Before, he hadn't dared to have any hopes with Reese because he lacked the means. Who would have thought he'd eventually hold the beauty in his arms? Their clothes were quite thin. Now, embracing in the dimly lit room, They were almost completely pressed against each other. From Reese, Brendan clearly felt the soft mountains pressing against his chest, bringing an amazing sensation. A faint fragrance wafted from Reese, unique and delightful, making Brendan almost drunk in the moment. He held Reese's waist, savoring the feeling of holding a beauty. Are you done yet? Why haven't you kissed yet? Reese urged, a bit nervous. Don't rush. You said to hug, but didn't specify how long. Brendan laughed. Reese was somewhat embarrassed and angry. No cheating. If you don't kiss soon, I'll assume you've given up. Not. Brendan hurriedly replied. Such opportunities to kiss the beauty didn't come often. Missing this would mean eternal regret. Brendan lowered his head, only to find Reese turned her face. In this position, there was no other choice but to kiss her cheek. All right, I've fulfilled the agreement. Now let me go. Reese struggled. She angrily got up from Brendan's arms, hastily straightening her slightly disheveled clothes. Just leave first. Old Yin will teach you about appraisal next. Reese shooed him off. Sure. Brendan knew better than to overstay his welcome and turned to leave the room naturally. Returning downstairs, he saw Jackson's knowing half-smile. Young love is indeed beautiful. Jackson seemed to reminisce. Pretending not to hear, Brendan smiled and approached. Old Yin, I know nothing about appraising. Please guide me. No problem, but I'm not perfect either. Jamma sunk that sword earlier. Fortunately, you pointed out the flaw. Jackson sighed. Losing millions wasn't small change. Even if Reese didn't say it, he'd feel uncomfortable, especially regarding his reputation. Jackson began teaching Brendan about antiques. The knowledge was vast and diverse, impossible to master quickly. Brendan prepared for long-term learning. After a while, Reese descended, now composed again. You chat here. I have some business to attend to, Reese said, disappearing from sight. After teaching for over half an hour, seeing Brendan overwhelmed by information, Jackson stopped. That's enough for today. Study and observe more on your own, and gradually you'll grasp it, Jackson said. Thanks, Old Yin, Brendan sighed in relief. Antique appraisal truly was a scholarly pursuit. Mastering even one aspect was incredibly challenging. Luckily, I have the heavenly eye to greatly assist me in this field, ensuring constant victory. All I need is a convincing reason, Brendan smiled. His gaze fell on the antiques in the shop, ready to practice. Activating his heavenly eye, his eyes landed on a set of prayer beads. This is from the Ming Dynasty. Although made by a folk artist, the craftsmanship is decent, so it holds value, Jackson explained. Brendan nodded, his eyes sweeping over the items. Suddenly, one item caught his attention. Chapter 29. Spirit Chi within Antiquities. This antique actually contains spirit chi? Brendan rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen it wrong. He hadn't expected that besides in some premium jades, antiques also harbored the presence of spirit chi. Brendan immediately walked over and closely examined the antique, gently touching it with his hand. A strand of spirit chi, as thin as a hair, flowed out from within the antique, entering his body through his fingertips and finally being stored in his Naiwan palace. It's truly spirit chi. Brendan was both shocked and delighted, but at the same time, puzzled. Why does this antique contain spirit chi? He carefully read the information about the antique. Antique jade pendant. Ice gray jade. Christie. 520 years old. Jackson walked over. This jade pendant is from the Ming Dynasty. Judging by its craftsmanship, it was made by a royal jade carver. The patterns on it are very intricate. It was absolutely a rare masterpiece during the Ming era. Although the quality of the jade itself isn't top tier, it still belongs to the upper class, making this antique pendant very valuable. It's one of the store's prized treasures, worth at least $2.5 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brendan was amazed. These antiques are indeed incredibly valuable. He pondered what made this jade pendant special. Why do other antiques not have spirit chi, while this one does? Wait, could other antiques also contain spirit chi? With this thought, Brendan began examining each antique in the store using his heavenly eye. Jade hairpin. Emerald jade. Unnamed craftsman. 150 years old. This one doesn't. Floral porcelain vase. Ceramic. Unnamed craftsman. 230 years old. Neither does this one. Old earthen bowl. Earthenware. Unnamed craftsman. 200 years old. Still nothing. Brendan examined piece after piece, going through nearly 20 items before finally finding another antique with spirit chi inside. Tiger-shaped jade carving. Glass gray jade. Domenico. 600 years old. Brendan's eyes lit up as he reached out to gently touch it, absorbing the spirit chi within the tiger-shaped jade carving. Why? What do this tiger-shaped jade carving and the jade pendant have in common? Why do they both have spirit chi inside? Brendan narrowed his eyes. He meticulously compared the information of the two antiques and quickly identified a common factor. These two antiques are both over 500 years old, and they were both exquisitely crafted by skilled artisans. The carving techniques of the tiger-shaped jade and the jade pendant are outstanding. Could this be why they possess spirit chi? Brendan stroked his chin. Continuing his search, he spent an hour thoroughly examining all the antiques in the store. Among more than 300 items, he found spirit chi in only 22, a probability of less than 1 in 10. By comparing these antiques, Brendan identified their common characteristics. So, my guess was correct. To possess spirit chi, an antique needs to meet two conditions. First, it must be of a certain age. Otherwise, it cannot accumulate enough spirit chi. Secondly, all antiques containing spirit chi have been intricately crafted by artisans. So, I can hypothesize that only antiques meticulously created by skilled craftsmen can gradually acquire spirit chi over time. They might be able to absorb spirit chi because the craftsmen invested a great deal of effort and heart into their creation, allowing for the wish force to adhere to them. Over time, they slowly absorb surrounding spirit chi. The older and more exquisite the antique, the more abundant the spirit chi inside, clearly fitting my hypothesis. Brendan felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't believe that these antiques harbored such a significant secret. After absorbing spirit chi from 22 antiques, the spirit chi mass in his Naiwan palace had grown to the size of an adult's fist. I can never have too much spirit chi. The more, the better. Brendan's gaze was excited. Without hesitation, he set out to harvest more spirit chi. Wandering along the antique street, he visited shop after shop, absorbing the spirit chi contained within the antiques. He ignored ordinary antiques and focused only on those finely crafted and over 500 years old. There were quite a few such antiques in dozens of shops along the antique street. By the time Brendan had toured half of the antique street, it had already turned completely dark. Exhausted, Brendan emerged from an antique shop but felt a deep sense of exhilaration. Inside his Naiwan palace, a basketball-sized ball of spirit chi rested quietly. Wealth beyond imagination. Brendan rejoiced. Feeling his almost drained mental energy, Brendan quickly returned home and promptly fell asleep as soon as he arrived. When he woke up again, he realized he had slept for a day and a night, and it was now evening of the second day. I actually slept for so long. In the future, I shouldn't push myself to the extreme, or I might not wake up at all, Brendan mused, feeling slightly fearful. He checked his phone and saw that Reese had called him several times, evidently while he was sound asleep. Dialing her number directly, he heard Reese's slightly weary voice when she answered. Hello. You finally woke up. You've been sleeping for a day and a night. Since you're awake, could you come pick me up? I'm at a banquet outside. Reese gave her address. Brendan nodded without hesitation. No problem. I'll be right there. After showering and changing, he drove his BMW X6 to Shangjiang Hotel. Soon, he arrived at the hotel entrance and saw Reese standing there in a business suit. In her black silk business attire, her tall figure exuded the charm of a mature urban Elaine, her stunning curves drawing attention. Beside her stood a Jose, seemingly trying to persuade her of something. Reese wore a forced smile, politely rejecting the man's advances. Brendan drove up immediately, stopping right in front of Reese. Clara. Brendan got out of the car and hurried over. Arnold, you're finally here. Hutch, my brother Arnold has come to pick me up, so no need for you to take me back. Let's catch up some other time. Reese smiled and leaned against Brendan. ####Chapter 30. Reese's drunkenness. Brendan instinctively hugged Reese's slim waist, immediately catching a strong whiff of alcohol from her. He couldn't help but frown at the overwhelming scent. How much had she drunk? Reese seemed barely able to stand now, leaning heavily on Brendan. The Jose known as Brogan appeared somewhat displeased by the sight. President Jameson, is he your younger brother? Why have I never heard you mention having a brother? Gage asked with a furrowed brow. Reese strained to stay coherent. Arnold is my cousin. He only came to visit me from the countryside recently. Ah, so he's your cousin. No wonder he doesn't look like you at all. Gage cast an unfriendly glance at Brendan. He then approached with a smile. Your cousin probably isn't familiar with taking care of someone. Allow me to take you home. After all, it was because of me that you drank so much tonight. It would be irresponsible of me not to help. Before Reese could respond, Gage moved forward, reaching out to support her waist. But Brendan stepped in front of him and swiftly scooped Reese into his arms, shielding her from Gage. Brogan, thank you for your kindness. I'll take care of Sister Clara. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Sister Clara seems unwell. I'll take her back now. We can talk later. Without waiting for a response, Brendan bent down and lifted Reese in a bridal carry, placing her in the passenger seat before turning to leave. Gage's face darkened at this decisive action. Clearly wanting to say something, Gage was ignored as Brendan secured Reese's seatbelt and got into the car, slamming the door shut. With a firm press on the gas pedal, the BMW X6 shot off like an arrow, quickly disappearing from Gage's view. Watching them drive away, Gage's expression grew grim. This was not part of his plan. That boy. Gage fumed but was powerless to do anything. Half an hour later, Brendan returned to the neighborhood with Reese. She had passed out completely in the passenger seat, likely unaware she'd fallen asleep. If not for the seatbelt, she would have slumped over long ago. Clara? Brendan shook her gently, but she didn't respond. How did she drink so much? Brendan couldn't help but criticize under his breath. Does Sister Clara not know how beautiful she is? This is dangerous. Brendan thought about what just happened. As a man, he knew what Gage was after. If he hadn't woken up and called Reese, who knows what might have happened if that old man had taken her away. Reluctantly, Brendan released the seatbelt and picked her up. In her unconscious state, Reese offered no resistance. For most men, holding such a beautiful Elaine in their arms while she was helpless would be a tempting situation. Control yourself. I'm not some brute, Brendan gritted his teeth. Taking a deep breath, he carried Reese up to her apartment using the elevator. He found her keys and unlocked the door, gently placing her on the bed. Reese stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. Don't touch me. Her voice was wary, though her body was weak. Her words still held a warning tone. Sister Clara, you're home now. Don't be alarmed. Brendan entered with a basin of warm water. As Reese regained more awareness, she noticed her surroundings and realized Brendan had brought her home. She felt a wave of relief and relaxed slightly. Thank you for bringing me back, she said appreciatively. Managing to sit up against the headboard, she continued, don't make so many movements while you're drunk, Sister Clara. Just clean yourself up and get some rest. Brendan handed her a hot towel. Who is that Brogan, and why were you drinking so much with him? Brendan wasn't naive. He understood business etiquette involving drinks. What surprised him was that with Reese's financial power, she still needed to socialize with people over drinks. Reese remained silent for a moment, unusually tight-lipped. It's none of your concern. Don't ask anymore, she said firmly. Brendan frowned, but respected her wishes and dropped the subject. Suddenly, Reese began vomiting uncontrollably. Taken by surprise, she vomited onto herself. Here, take this bucket. Brendan quickly passed it to her. After vomiting for quite some time, Reese finally calmed down a bit. The room reeked of alcohol and vomit. Brendan opened the windows to let fresh air in. Let's turn you over. Lying prone will make you feel better, he said as he helped her into position. Reese's face was flushed red from the alcohol, utterly defenseless. Soon, she started vomiting again. Seeing her so incapacitated, Brendan sighed and stayed by her side. Go ahead and throw up. You'll feel better once it's out. He patted her back gently. Reese felt incredibly weak and embarrassed. Thank you. I need you to stay with me for a while, she murmured. No problem. You've taken care of me countless times before. It's only fair that I return the favor tonight, Brendan comforted her. He knew Reese was a proud Elaine. Her current vulnerable state must have been mortifying for her. Though he couldn't see her face, he imagined she was incredibly uncomfortable. Seeing her so distressed, Brendan couldn't help but think of Jamisanki. ####. Chapter 31. Spiritual Chi Massage. Could my spiritual chi help with Clara's current condition? He decided to give it a try. He had plenty of spiritual chi now, and this attempt might uncover new applications for it. Wasting no time, Brendan immediately took action. As he continued patting Reese's back to soothe her breathing, he used his consciousness to control the flow of spiritual chi, slowly guiding a thin strand as fine as a hair into Reese's body. Did you put a towel on my back? Reese mumbled. Yeah, your body was too hot, so I'm helping you cool down. Brendan replied casually. How do you feel? Reese's cheeks were flushed. It feels a bit cool. Quickly remove that towel. It's uncomfortable. Is that so? Brendan immediately stopped. Since Reese said she felt uncomfortable, he didn't continue. He shifted his focus. Let me massage your head. It might make you feel better. As he spoke, Brendan gently began massaging Reese's head. This time, Reese didn't protest. A slender thread of spiritual chi entered her body through Brendan's fingers, and Reese's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. It feels so refreshing. I feel much better. Don't stop, keep massaging. Reese's tone brightened. Brendan's eyes lit up. It's working. He chose not to increase the amount of spiritual chi, but kept it steady. He knew nothing about acupressure points, but focused on gathering the chi in his fingertips, gradually infusing it into Reese through his gentle massage. To his surprise, this method seemed highly effective. In just a few minutes, Reese's dizziness from intoxication had significantly eased. Spiritual chi truly has healing properties for the body. Brendan rejoiced internally. At least for treating hangovers, it was proving quite effective. Reese lay quietly on the bed, her expression now one of pure enjoyment. A faint, seductive moan escaped her lips. The alluring sound made Brendan shudder involuntarily. He hadn't expected Reese to produce such an enticingly sweet sound. Clara, how do you feel? Brendan asked. Very good, keep going. So comfortable. Reese looked thoroughly pleased, her mouth curving into an involuntary smile. Why don't you turn over so I can massage more easily? Brendan suggested. Reese nodded obediently, allowing Brendan to gently turn her over and lie her down again. Brendan sat above her, massaging the areas around her temples. So comfortable. Who would have thought you have such skillful hands? Reese's face showed pure enjoyment, occasionally emitting soft moans. Gradually, she became fully engrossed in the soothing effects of the spiritual chi, her sounds growing louder and sweeter. The mix of coyness and tenderness in her voice tested Brendan's self-control. Having never been intimate with Elaine before, he nearly lost his composure listening to these beautiful, entrancing sounds. How could it be this pleasurable? Brendan was taken aback by the intensity of the moment. His mouth went dry, and he felt an inner turmoil rising. His gaze wandered involuntarily, landing on Reese's prominent peaks. Do you need me to massage anywhere else, Clara? Brendan asked hesitantly. Completely absorbed in her bliss, Reese readily agreed to his question. Brendan swallowed hard. This is devilish temptation. How can anyone resist? Brendan closed his eyes, fearing he might lose control if he kept watching. He didn't want to make a serious mistake. After a while, Brendan noticed Reese had fallen asleep. He stopped massaging and sighed in relief, carefully adjusting her position. He then faced the mess of vomit-stained bedding. If Clara wakes up tomorrow and finds herself sleeping on such a dirty bed, she'll probably go berserk. He picked her up and carried her to his room, cleaning up the vomit on her as well. By the time he finished, Reese was sleeping peacefully, while Brendan was nearly exhausted. Removing his soiled clothes, he took a long, refreshing shower. When he emerged, the wall clock read midnight. I should get some sleep too. We'll deal with anything else tomorrow. After controlling the spiritual chi all night, he felt drained and weary. He quickly tidied up the sofa and fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on Reese's face. She slowly opened her eyes, startled to see an unfamiliar ceiling above her and realize she was lying on an unfamiliar bed. Where am I? She exclaimed, her heart racing. Panic subsided when she checked and found all her clothes intact. Calming down, she realized she was in Brendan's room. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Brendan's voice called out, Clara, are you awake? Come in, Reese responded. Brendan entered and smiled at Reese, who appeared rested and refreshed. You seem to have recovered well. I've already prepared breakfast. Why don't you get up and eat something? Reese's expression grew complex as memories of the previous night flooded back. Brendan had brought her home, and she had thrown up everywhere. Blushing fiercely, Reese felt mortified at the embarrassing scene she had made in front of Brendan. She wished she could disappear. Seeing her discomfort, Brendan chuckled. I stayed up late last night cleaning up after you. I drove over to save you and spent hours taking care of you. How do you plan to repay me? Reese rolled her eyes. What repayment do you want? Just like last time. Brendan replied without hesitation. Reese, both embarrassed and angry, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him forcefully. Chapter 32. Beauty's Sweet Kiss. She looked at Brendan with suspicion all over her face. You probably took a lot of liberties with me while I was unconscious last night, didn't you? Are you still not satisfied? Now you even want more. Brendan cried out in protest. Slander. I didn't do anything to you. I'm not some kind of beast. How could I take advantage of someone like that? Is that so? Reese wasn't quite convinced. She knew very well how beautiful she was. Lying in front of this man while she was asleep, could he really resist touching her? Of course, Brendan said confidently. Looking at Brendan's expression, Reese nodded, unsure if she believed him. They quickly arrived at the living room, where Brendan had already cooked 2 bowls of noodles. The noodles emitted an inviting aroma, making Reese's appetite soar. Strange, I was so drunk last night, yet I woke up today feeling perfectly fine, Reese said thoughtfully. Brendan smiled faintly, knowing it must be due to the spiritual energy. However, he did not say it aloud as this feat involved his secret. Reese had vomited everywhere last night, and her stomach was empty. She soon devoured the noodles hungrily. What seemed like ordinary noodles felt like a gourmet feast to her. After eating her fill, a satisfied look appeared on Reese's face. I'll go back now. Reese stood up, preparing to leave. Just as Reese reached the door, she stopped, seemingly remembering something. She turned around, quickly approached Brendan, then tiptoed up and kissed him lightly on the lips. This is your reward. Reese smiled coyly and prepared to leave after saying this. But at this moment, Brendan reached out and directly pulled her slim waist into his embrace. Ah! Reese couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Clara, one light kiss like that isn't enough as a thank you. Brendan smiled. To Reese's astonished gaze, he leaned down and kissed her red lips directly. Reese's eyes widened in shock, and she struggled instinctively, but her strength was no match for Brendan. Seeing that struggling was futile, Reese stopped resisting, slowly becoming limp in Brendan's arms. They embraced and kissed for several minutes. Brendan tightly held the beauty in his arms, tasting her freely. Reese's body completely softened, ultimately melting like mud against Brendan's chest. After a long time, Brendan reluctantly released Reese from his embrace. Reese was furious, her cheeks flushed with redness, uncertain if it was from embarrassment or anger. She pinched the soft flesh on Brendan's waist and spun around 360 degrees. Ouch! The sharp pain made Brendan gasp involuntarily. Ow! Reese was both embarrassed and furious. Brendan, you're truly bold. Did you ask for my permission before kissing me? You didn't even ask me. Brendan had no grounds to refute and could only raise his hands and surrender, allowing Reese to punish him. Reese rolled her eyes and let go after pinching for a brief moment. Consider yourself lucky this time. In the future, don't kiss me without my consent, or I will be angry. Brendan nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was my fault this time. I promise it won't happen again. If I ever want to kiss you again, I'll definitely ask first. Reese rolled her eyes again, her cheeks still flushed. She hadn't fully recovered from the intense kiss. To avoid being bullied further, Reese turned and left. I'll deal with you next time. Leaving this sentence behind, Reese hurriedly left. Watching Reese walk away, Brendan smacked his lips and chuckled softly. The taste of the beauty was indeed delightful. No wonder so many couples kiss openly on the street. It must feel like this. xuanhuan, I truly have to thank you. If you hadn't put me through this, I wouldn't have been able to turn this adversity into an opportunity to soar high. An hour later, Brendan drove to the antique street. He had yet to finish absorbing the spiritual energy from the antique street yesterday and planned to continue today. The ball of spiritual energy in his Naiwan palace was still basketball-sized. By the end of today's absorption, it would surely reach a new level. He quickly entered an antique shop. This antique shop was enormous, spanning 4 floors. Just the first floor alone rivaled Reese's entire store. The interior decoration exuded an ancient ambience, perfectly complementing the antiques on display. Upon entering, Brendan spotted a familiar figure inside. It's you. The Jose was Gage, who immediately recognized Brendan and squinted his eyes. So it's Troyan's nephew. Nothing happened after you sent her home last night, right? It wasn't easy taking care of her when she was that drunk. Gage's tone was somewhat dark. His gaze towards Brendan carried a cold edge. Brendan sneered inwardly, realizing from Gage's unusual tone that he had indeed intended to take advantage of Reese last night. Luckily, he had intervened unexpectedly. Otherwise, things might have gone far differently. Yes, Clara was quite noisy when drunk. It took considerable effort to take care of her. We shouldn't let Clara drink so much outside. What if she encounters someone with ill intentions? Brendan's tone was sarcastic, hinting at something. Gage was obviously perceptive and understood Brendan's implied meaning. He smiled insincerely. Sorry, I didn't realize Troyant's alcohol tolerance was so low. That's why she ended up drinking too much. What brings you to my store? Since you're Troyant's nephew, I should offer something as a gesture. You can choose any item from the first floor showroom for free. Oh? Brendan squinted his eyes, surprised that this shop belonged to Gage. So Gage was also in the antique business. Therefore, Reese's dinner engagement last night was likely due to business disputes. Since Brogan puts it that way, I won't refuse. Brendan nodded with a smile. When someone offers gifts, he naturally wouldn't refuse. His gaze quickly scanned the first floor of the antique shop, but was unimpressed. The antiques on the first floor were quite common. He surveyed them briefly. Even the most expensive ones hardly exceeded 30,000 yuan. Just as Brendan thought about this, suddenly, an antique in a corner of the first floor showroom caught his attention. Chapter 33. The treasure hidden inside the jar. On closer inspection, the ancient artifact turned out to be a clay jar. This jar appeared plain and ordinary, belonging to a type commonly seen everywhere. Hidden secret clay jar. Earthenware. Unnamed craftsman. 120 years old. If it were just an ordinary clay jar, there would indeed be nothing remarkable about it. But this jar was different. Its label read hidden secret clay jar. What did that mean? Brendan's eyes widened with surprise. He had never seen such a situation before and could not help but feel curious. Upon closer examination, Brendan saw through the jar. Finally, he understood what that statement meant. It turned out that at the bottom of the jar, there was a hidden compartment. Inside this compartment was a painting. Frosty Winter Landscape. Ancient landscape painting. Hawk, Darien. 500 years old. Seeing this information, Brendan's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't believe his luck. Within this jar lay a genuine work by Hawk. As a renowned painter from the Ming Dynasty, Hawk was world famous. Although Brendan had not heard of this particular frosty winter landscape, given that it was an authentic piece by Hawk, it was undoubtedly valuable. Brendan couldn't hide his smile. From this frosty winter landscape, he perceived a dense aura of spiritual energy, even more so than many other ancient artifacts he had encountered. Can I have this jar? Brendan pointed to the jar. Gage glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. He immediately recognized it as a common clay jar. Although it had some age to it, it could only manchang be considered an antique item. Edits made. 1. Added be considered to complete the phrase and make it read more naturally in English. 2. Remove the space before manchang to maintain proper punctuation. Further improvement for fluency. He immediately recognized it as a common clay jar. Though it showed some age, it was barely considered an antique. The items displayed on the first floor were not particularly valuable. As the owner of this antique shop, Gage knew this all too well. No problem. It's just an ordinary clay jar. If you want it, you can take it. Gage nodded directly. Brendan smiled. Really? What if this jar contains some secret, or something else? Would you care? Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Gage burst into laughter. How could he not understand what Brendan meant? You're trying to get a bargain? That's not easy. While antiques are often where one might find a bargain, you need sharp eyes to achieve it in this field, Gage said sarcastically. He didn't take Brendan seriously at all. Regardless of whether Brendan had found anything valuable, everything in his shop had been thoroughly appraised. Items on the first floor were of such low value that even if Brendan took a few more, it wouldn't matter. He chuckled inwardly at Brendan's naivety for imagining he could score a bargain here. Relax. In the antiques business, there are rules. If you manage to find a bargain, it's your skill. Once I give you this jar, any secrets it holds will no longer concern me, Gage said. Ha ha. This time, it was Brendan's turn to laugh. To prevent Gage from reneging, Brendan recorded the conversation on his phone. Thank you, Hutch. With your words, I'm reassured. Brendan smiled and approached, picking up the jar. His face remained beaming. Seeing his expression, Gage snorted. Benjamin, it's good to aim for bargains, but with your level, don't delude yourself. I've seen many newcomers like you dreaming of striking it rich in the antiques world, but they usually end up losing everything, sometimes even their lives, Gage sneered. Everyone else in the shop laughed as well, looking at Brendan with mocking glances. Is that so? That might disappoint you, but my luck is really good today. Brendan smiled. Clatter. With the sound of the jar hitting the ground, Brendan smashed the jar right in front of everyone. His action startled many present. Gage frowned. What are you doing? Ignoring the reaction of others, Brendan bent down to search among the shards. After a moment, he found a small, completely sealed box among the fragments. What's that? This immediately drew attention from many in the shop. They turned around, intrigued. Did he find something hidden inside the jar? Someone speculated aloud. A hidden compartment within a container wasn't unusual, which sparked everyone's interest. Even Gage was drawn in. Holding the box, Brendan's face beamed with joy. He approached the counter. It seems my luck isn't too bad. I managed to find a real bargain today. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with glasses, who shook his head after observing Brendan's actions. This box doesn't look valuable. The jar was probably used by its owner 100 years ago to hide some money. A common occurrence, the elder speculated. Ignoring him, Brendan opened the wooden box carefully, revealing not hidden cash but a scroll. He took out 2 tissues from his pocket and carefully unrolled the scroll bit by bit. It's actually a painting, people exclaimed in surprise. Everyone on the first floor gathered around, eager to see. Gage's frown deepened. He involuntarily stepped closer to see what was happening. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Brendan fully unfurled the scroll, revealing a winter landscape painting. At the lower right corner of the painting, a seal was clearly visible. Darian. Darian? This painting is actually by Darian? This has to be a joke. Impossible, someone exclaimed upon seeing the signature. Darian? Hearing this name, everyone buzzed with excitement. Be quiet. Everyone, stay back. No one should come close. Brendan shouted, pushing away those surrounding him. The shop erupted into chaos. People looked both amazed and deeply skeptical, their faces a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Hashtag chapter 34, skepticism and mockery. Darian, of course, was a celebrated figure, but how could his artwork end up here, and coincidentally be discovered by this young man before us? Could this be some sort of scam? At this moment, Gage stepped out from the crowd. Brendan, what tricks are you playing now? This is my antique shop, not a place for you to perform your monkey shows. Gage came forward and scolded harshly. I allowed you to pick an antique as a gift from me because you're Troyant's nephew. I didn't expect you to do such things in my shop. Gage sneered, his gaze looking at Brendan as if he were an idiot. This trick of yours has been outdated for several years. Pretending to find a rare gem and then presenting a supposedly authentic masterpiece just to grab attention and mix fish eyes with pearls. Do you think you can deceive me with such antics? The spectacled elder beside him couldn't help but shake his head. Benjamin, you're showing off in front of the wrong crowd. I've spent decades on Antique Street. I've seen all sorts of tricks. Trying to fool us like this is laughable. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and the spectators' gazes towards Brendan changed. So it's a scam after all? I thought this young man had amazing luck, actually finding a genuine Hawk painting, one person said. Someone nearby scoffed. How can it be a genuine piece? Darian's works have long been collected. Where would a real one still be found outside now? What's that painting called again? Winter Frost? Did Darian ever paint that? Voices of discussion echoed continuously inside the shop. Facing everyone's comments, Brendan's expression remained calm, his smile even widening slightly. A scam? To determine whether it's a scam, wouldn't it be simple to just authenticate it? Sir, since you're the appraiser here, could you please check this for me? Brendan placed the Winter Frost painting in front of the spectacled elder. Without hesitation, the elder shook his head. Benjamin, your trick has been exposed. You can leave gracefully now. Why continue to embarrass yourself? Gage sneered. Giles, if he wants an appraisal, go ahead and appraise it. Oh right, get someone to notify the owner of Clara Antiques shop to come and watch the show. A store employee rushed out immediately. Brendan, stop this performance. Otherwise, your cousin will lose face too when she comes over. Gage added. Brendan shrugged, confident in the Heavenly Eye's ability. Since Heavenly Eye told him this painting was a genuine work by Hawk, he absolutely believed it. People might make mistakes, but an ability as miraculous as Heavenly Eye definitely wouldn't. In no time, Reese hurried into the shop. The moment she entered, she rushed forward and hugged Brendan, causing a stir among the bystanders and darkening Gage's expression. Brendan instantly felt two soft peaks pressed against him, making his heart race. But before he could savor the moment, he heard Reese's annoyed voice. Brendan, what are you doing? You're making me very uncomfortable. Across from them, Gage smirked. Boss Jameson, let's stop whispering. Brendan is your nephew. Coming to my shop to pull off such a scam. Did you instruct him to do this? We all run businesses on this street. Such behavior is unethical. If word gets out, it will severely damage your shop's reputation. Reese was momentarily speechless in response to Gage's words. She gritted her teeth and pinched Brendan's waist hard. She couldn't understand why Brendan was pulling off such a typical scam. Facing Reese's urgent expression, Brendan's smile remained unchanged. Big sister Clara, I'm not playing any tricks. Just watch closely. Brendan's tone was filled with confidence. This made Reese even angrier. She was about to retort when Gage burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Gage laughed openly, as if hearing a great joke. Brendan, you truly won't admit defeat until you see a coffin. Even Boss Jameson is here, and you're still being stubborn. Brendan interrupted. I told you, I'm not playing tricks. If you insist on mocking me, wait until the appraisal is done. It might hurt your pride later. Humph. Gage snorted. Fine, if you're stubborn, let's proceed with the appraisal. Wait for Giles's verdict, and see what you'll say then. He turned to the spectacled elder. Giles, please appraise that painting. All right. Though somewhat impatient, the elder nodded. He walked up to examine the winter frost, painting closely, and the shop fell silent. Everyone waited quietly. The silence was so profound that a pin dropping could be clearly heard. Seeing this, Reese became anxious. She leaned close to Brendan's ear. As they stood in close proximity, Reese's fragrance wafted into Brendan's nostrils. Her soft body made him feel very comfortable, but she started questioning him. Now that there's no one around, tell me your plan. I'll help you escape afterward. Reese whispered urgently. Brendan felt speechless. Reese really didn't trust him at all. Was he that unreliable? I'm not lying. That winter frost painting is a genuine work by Hawk. Brendan insisted. Reese was infuriated. When did you become so deceptive? Sigh. Feeling helpless, Brendan decided not to argue further, letting facts speak for themselves. Time ticked by as everyone waited patiently. Gage glanced at the spectacled elder. Giles, isn't the appraisal done yet? Such a fake should be easily identifiable, right? To Gage's surprise, the elder's demeanor had changed dramatically. His aged face now carried a serious expression. Hold on. I need to examine it more closely. This painting doesn't seem fake. What? His words sent shockwaves through the room. Chapter 35. Authentic Masterpiece. The old man with glasses' words were like a deep water bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring up massive waves. Gage frowned deeply. Elder Terrence, what are you saying? Is there any room for doubt about such a painting? A genuine piece by Hawk isn't that easily found, let alone hidden inside a jar. The old man with glasses carefully examined it again and again, even using a magnifying glass to observe the lines on the painting. His expression was one of shock. It looks so incredibly similar. The lines, the style, the ambience. It's just like Darien's usual technique. Each painter has unique methods stemming from their habits, making them hard to imitate. And the details on this winter frost painting match Darien perfectly. I can find no issues at all. What? The shop was in an uproar. Everyone suspected their ears were deceiving them. Gage's face changed drastically as he quickly stepped forward. Elder Terrence, you can't joke about this. The old man with glasses slightly frowned, looking up and sighing. I'm not entirely sure. Based on my expertise, this painting is undoubtedly a genuine work by Darien. Perhaps we should ask others to authenticate it as well. At this point, Gage was genuinely astonished. He had always trusted the old man's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified as an appraiser. He didn't expect this response. Why don't we invite Elder Jesse? He has authenticated many genuine works by Darien and is extremely familiar with his style, someone suggested. Gage's eyes lit up. Great. He immediately sent someone to fetch him. The atmosphere in the store had completely changed. Reese wore an expression of uncertainty, whispering, Brendan, where did you get this fake painting? It's unbelievable that it could fool even Elder Terrence. Elder Terrence is a renowned appraiser in our Shangjiang antique community, yet your painting deceived him. Hearing Reese's words, Brendan felt speechless. This Elaine didn't believe him at all. He reached out and hugged her slender waist. She stiffened, struggling immediately. Don't move around. I'm talking to you. Aren't you curious about the truth? Brendan smiled lightly. Reese rolled her eyes. She realized Brendan was getting bolder, now daring to take liberties with her in front of everyone. What's the truth? Reese whispered. Brendan leaned close to Reese's ear and murmured, my painting is authentic. Reese. Moments later, the clerk returned with an elderly man dressed in a xuanhuan suit. Elder Chui has arrived. The crowd parted, allowing Jesse to enter. Gage warmly greeted him. Elder Chui? Before he could finish speaking, Jesse said, where is the winter frost painting by Darien? His eyes spotted the winter frost painting on the counter, and he hurried over. When he saw the winter frost painting, Jesse's eyes lit up. He didn't speak but bent down to examine it closely. Gage laughed lightly. Brendan, Elder Chui is a distinguished landscape painting appraiser. In our Shangjiang area, Elder Chui's skills are top-notch. He loves Darian's works and no fake Darian painting can deceive his eyes. We'll see how you'll defend yourself after Elder Chui finishes his authentication. Gage's tone was filled with amusement. Faced with such ridicule, Brendan remained unperturbed, smiling back. Really? I hope you can still be this happy later. Haha, Gage inwardly sneered, refusing to believe that the Winter Frost painting was genuine. At that moment, Jesse continued to examine the Winter Frost painting, his facial expression changing with each observation. From initial uncertainty to surprise, and finally excitement. Everyone waited patiently for Jesse's assessment. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Suddenly, Jesse's excited voice rang out. Then he stood up, saying 3 excellent S in a row, his face brimming with joy and excitement. I didn't expect to finally find Darian's Winter Frost painting. I've been searching for 10 years, and today I finally see it. Jesse said, delighted. He asked, who owns this Winter Frost painting? Whispers spread throughout the store. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere was electric. Jesse's announcement was truly shocking. This Winter Frost painting is actually a genuine Darian masterpiece? Impossible. Wong boss, are you saying this Winter Frost painting is an authentic Darian work? How is this possible? Gage looked stunned, his expression colorful. Jesse nodded repeatedly. I am intimately familiar with Darian's paintings. I guarantee with my reputation that this painting is a genuine Darian work. Winter Frost painting is from Darian's later period. Compared to other works, it's less known because it wasn't widely circulated. This Winter Frost painting is undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece, and its value. Jesse paused for a moment before continuing, 20 million yuan. Boom. The atmosphere in the store erupted. The amount of 20 million yuan was indeed staggering. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gage's expression changed drastically as he took several steps back involuntarily. He found it hard to accept, glancing toward the broken clay jar nearby. A genuine Darian masterpiece was hidden inside an ordinary-looking clay jar? I gave 20 million yuan to Brendan? Ha ha ha. Brendan's laughter echoed. This time, it was his turn to laugh. Thank you, Elder Chui, for confirming the authenticity. I found this Winter Frost painting. To think I also owe Wong boss a thank you for letting me choose any artifact in the store for free. I thought the clay jar looked interesting, so I picked it. Who knew it would contain Darian's genuine Winter Frost painting? After speaking, Brendan smiled at Gage, waving his hand. Wong boss, thank you for gifting me the Winter Frost painting. I won't hesitate to keep it. Sure. All eyes turned towards Gage, everyone's expression strange. Gage's expression was frozen, Brendan's words piercing his heart like a sword. He managed a smile uglier than a frown. The clay jar was a gift from me. What you found inside is your skill, not my concern. Gage said through gritted teeth. His heart bled. 20 million yuan, 20 million yuan. Chapter 36, Trapping Reese. Seeing the pained expression on Gage's face, Brendan nearly burst out laughing. He was not blind. He could clearly see that Gage's carefree demeanor was just an act. Chuckling broke out from someone in the store, and many people wore smug expressions. These were bystanders who reveled in the drama, not caring at all about decorum. Boss Wong has lost a fortune this time. 2 million is no small sum. Yeah, if I lost 2 million, I'd be spitting blood. Hee, that's how the antique market works. It's all about keen eyesight. If you can't recognize a treasure in a jar, whose fault is it but your own? Every year there are people who find bargains, but a $2 million bargain isn't something common. That young man's luck is incredible. As Gage heard the discussions around him, his face was struggling to maintain its composure. Especially feeling everyone's mocking gazes, he wished for a hole to swallow him up. Ha. Opposite him, Brendan was inwardly laughing heartily, his face blooming with amusement. To acquire something worth 20 million. What could be more delightful? Xuanhuan, let's go. Brendan smiled slightly, extending his hand to embrace Reese's waist. But as soon as he reached out, she skillfully dodged him. Reese rolled her eyes and slapped his shoulder. The crowd parted, creating a path. Under envious and jealous glances, Brendan and Reese left the antique shop with the frost scroll. Back at their place, Reese immediately pulled Brendan upstairs. Bang! She closed the door, her eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. Brendan, how did you do it? How did you know the frost scroll was inside that jar? Reese couldn't help but ask, voicing her bewilderment. Everything in Gage's shop had been thoroughly inspected, yet no one found the hidden layer in the jar. Under such circumstances, how did Brendan discover it just by looking? Reese eyed him with scrutinizing curiosity. Brendan smiled lightly. Want to know the answer? Yes. Reese nodded without hesitation. Brendan grinned proudly and opened his arms. Give me a hug, and I'll tell you. This made Reese roll her eyes again. She couldn't help tapping his forehead. Are you addicted to taking advantage of me? I shouldn't have indulged you from the start. Reese scolded. Brendan shrugged. If you don't give me a hug, I won't say anything. Reese felt furious but was too curious to refuse. After a mental struggle, she finally agreed reluctantly. Just once. Reese grumbled. Overjoyed by her consent, Brendan didn't hesitate to wrap his arms around her. As he embraced her, Reese's fragrance invaded his senses. Feeling the softness of her body, Brendan felt thrilled. Holding such a beautiful Elaine in his arms was beyond his wildest dreams. Xuanhuan, your figure is amazing. Brendan praised, his hands starting to wander. Slap. Reese slapped his wandering hand away. Don't touch, or I'll never hug you again. Brendan became obedient instantly. All right, you've had your way. Now tell me how you did it. Reese looked up at him, full of curiosity. Brendan chuckled. Let me tell you a secret, Xuanhuan. I have X-ray vision. I can see through the jar. Reese was speechless. This answer nearly drove her to lose her temper. Do I look like a fool to you? If you don't want to tell me, fine, but come up with a plausible reason. Reese struggled in his embrace, furious. Don't. All right, I'll tell the truth. I read about that jar in a book. The frost scroll was intentionally placed inside by its owner. When I first read that, I thought it was fake, but surprisingly, It really contained the scroll. Brendan explained. Reese still looked skeptical. Is that true? What else? Do you think I have real X-ray vision? Brendan laughed. Reese rolled her eyes. She didn't believe such an implausible explanation. Yet she didn't know that this far-fetched reason was indeed the truth. Well, I can't believe your luck. This frost scroll is worth 20 million. Reese said enviously. If you're interested, I can sell it to you, Brendan offered. Reese hesitated, but then shook her head. I'm short on funds lately. I can't come up with 20 million right now. No problem. You can owe me and pay me back whenever you can. Brendan smiled. Reese was astonished. Are you joking? This frost scroll is worth 20 million. Do you realize what 20 million means? Brendan kept smiling. Just a measly 20 million. I don't mind. Having this frost scroll displayed in your shop would greatly enhance its reputation. Since it can help you, I'm happy to assist. Reese felt conflicted. She pinched Brendan hard on the waist. You're getting bolder, always teasing me. Are you trying to pursue me? I clearly stated, I'm not marrying anyone. Reese turned away as she spoke. Brendan smiled inwardly. In fact, he truly didn't care about the 20 million for the frost scroll. With Heavenly Eye, would money ever be an issue? Gaining the beauty's favor with 2 million was well worth it. Besides, once he won over Reese, wouldn't the frost scroll naturally belong to him? At that moment, Reese suddenly shared some news. Hashtag chapter 37, Heavenly Eye upgrade. Tomorrow night, there's an antique fair in Shangjiang. Perhaps you can bring the frost winter scroll there for a transaction. If we find a suitable buyer, this frost winter scroll could fetch a high price. Reese said, antique fair? What kind of event is this? Brendan became interested. Reese explained, this fair is invitation only, and only those who receive an invitation can attend. Most attendees are influential figures in Shangjiang. Many officials and wealthy individuals have a keen interest in antiques. They like to buy these items to embellish their status, so a decade ago, someone organized this special fair, which has continued ever since. Those invited can bring their antiques, and if they're lucky, they might find a sucker. Hearing the word sucker, Brendan immediately understood. This fair would likely have many fakes. Interesting. Brendan became intrigued. The fair fit his goal perfectly. He could sell the frost winter scroll while also looking for potential deals. If he got lucky, he might strike it rich again. All right, I'll go tomorrow, Brendan said. Reese nodded. Good, you can come with me. Those with invitations can bring one additional person. After saying this, Reese patted Brendan's hand. That's enough hugging. Let me go. Brendan was reluctant to let go, finding it incredibly comfortable to hold her. But to avoid making Reese uncomfortable, he naturally released her hand. Let's keep the frost winter scroll with you, Clara. We'll go to the fair together tomorrow. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Brendan turned and left. He returned home directly, excited and rubbing his hands together. Brendan closed his eyes and sensed the spiritual energy within his xuanhuan palace. The originally basketball-sized energy had doubled in size after today's efforts. Today, I've gathered a lot of spiritual energy. With so much, it should be enough to upgrade my heavenly eye again. Brendan's eyes were filled with anticipation. The last upgrade allowed him to discern the authenticity of antiques. He wondered what new abilities it might grant this time. Without hesitation, Brendan guided the spiritual energy from his xuanhuan palace into his eyes. An abundance of spiritual energy flowed into his eyes, quickly being absorbed by the heavenly eye. Brendan waited patiently, eagerly anticipating any changes in the heavenly eye. However, soon, the heavenly eye showed no changes, but his expression changed. What's going on? Does it need so much spiritual energy this time? Brendan was surprised. Last time, the amount of energy needed wasn't much. To avoid failure due to insufficient energy, he had specifically swept through the antique street today to gather enough before attempting the upgrade. Unexpectedly, the heavenly eye seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the spiritual energy without showing any significant change. Can it be that even all my spiritual energy can't upgrade my heavenly eye once? Brendan felt a growing sense of anxiety. He was unsure if the upgrade could be interrupted. If it failed, it would be a huge loss. The spiritual energy from his xuanhuan palace kept flowing into the heavenly eye under his guidance. It consumed the energy rapidly, shrinking from the size of a basketball down to the size of a baseball, then finally a ping-pong ball. Won't do. It looks like it will really fail this time. Brendan couldn't help but worry. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the heavenly eye, which had been voraciously consuming the energy, suddenly stopped. Then came a wave of warm heat. Brendan felt his eyes become intensely hot, which startled him. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and slowly sensed the changes in the heavenly eye. The intense heat lasted for several minutes. Brendan waited patiently until the unusual sensation gradually faded. When everything settled down, Brendan reopened his eyes. The world appeared instantly sharper. Brendan was astonished to find that his myopia had completely disappeared. Moreover, his vision was exceptionally sharp. He looked out the window and could clearly see the license plate of a car several hundred meters away. At that moment, a mosquito flew past him. Instinctively, he focused on it, and it appeared clearly in his vision, including the barely visible flapping frequency of its wings. Wow! Brendan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Did this heavenly eye upgrade also enhance my physical eyes? My eyesight is abnormal now. Who has such superhuman vision? Brendan was both shocked and overjoyed. Just the physical change made him very satisfied. The world before him had suddenly become HD. It was like upgrading from 720p to 1080p. The difference was immense. Great. Now let's see how the heavenly eye has changed. Brendan was eager to find out. Given the significant enhancement to his physical vision, the heavenly eye must have changed significantly as well. Activating the heavenly eye, the wall in front of him instantly became transparent. In the blink of an eye, Brendan could see through the entire building, all the way to the opposite side. Well, the X-ray vision has been greatly enhanced. Previously, I could see through 3 walls at most, now 10 walls, which is more than tripled. Brendan was elated. Currently, the heavenly eye has 2 abilities, X-ray vision and authentication. If I could turn off one of them individually, that would be perfect. As this thought flashed in his mind, something surprising happened. The X-ray vision shut down while the heavenly eye remained active. Really? I can now selectively turn off the X-ray vision. Brendan was thrilled and overjoyed. Wonderful. Heavenly eye, well done. He was ecstatic. Chapter 38. Powerful ability. The ability to see through objects is indeed powerful, but it also brings inconvenience. If he can't turn off this ability, his gaze will simply pass right through whatever item he tries to inspect. Most crucially, the X-ray vision is not under his control, so every time he activates the heavenly eye, all he sees is a blur of naked bodies. While admiring a beauty's body might be pleasant, most people are just ordinary. Especially men's bodies, he has no interest in those at all. This upgrade to the heavenly eye was really worth it. Brendan glanced at the teacup on the nearby table, and instantly, a string of information appeared. Teacup, ceramic, unnamed craftsman, 4 years, 5 blocks, 1 extra piece of information. What does 5 blocks mean? Is it the value of the teacup? Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He looked around the room, and sure enough, this time when he activated the appraisal ability, each item not only had its name, material, maker, and production year but also included a value section. Not bad. With value evaluations, I won't get cheated by unscrupulous merchants anymore. Brendan smacked his lips. At that moment, his gaze swept over the mirror in the room. The mirror clearly reflected his face, and as usual, a series of information popped up. Brendan, heavenly eye, 21/85. Subhealth, mild lumbar muscle wear, mild malnutrition, mild anemia. A series of information flashed before Brendan's eyes, making him jump in surprise. Is this my own information? Can the upgraded heavenly eye now identify human information? Brendan felt incredibly excited. These details include my name. What does heavenly eye mean? Could it be my innate talent? And what about 21/85? Is 21 my age and 85 my maximum lifespan? Besides that, there's my health status. I'm in subhealth. Well, that's understandable given how tough these years have been. Brendan's eyes sparkled. He hadn't expected such a big surprise from the heavenly eye. With this ability, I could even make a fortune as a fortune teller easily. He immediately went to the balcony and cast his gaze down to the neighborhood below. Just then, a young girl was walking in the community garden, and Brendan's gaze landed on her. Cheryl, none. 18/90. Subhealth. Sure enough, she's only 18, but her lifespan is longer than mine, reaching 90 years. Does this lifespan limit change? If not, living until 85 seems too short. Brendan frowned. He looked at other people around, and one by one, their information appeared before him. Brendan played with his new ability, never ceasing to smile. Awesome, too awesome. The new power of the heavenly eye is just amazing. And this is after just 2 enhancements. In the future, the heavenly eye can still be strengthened. Who knows how powerful it could become? Brendan eagerly anticipated the future. Maybe one day, I can achieve the level of seeing through all the secrets of the world with just one glance. Brendan chuckled to himself. He wasn't sure if his heavenly eye could reach such an extraordinary level, but even if it could, he doubted he would have enough spirit energy to enhance it further. Just for the second enhancement, the amount of spirit energy required was substantial. The more powerful the heavenly eye gets, the more exponentially higher the amount of spirit energy required will be. It might soon become astronomical. Brendan shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. However, this helplessness quickly dissipated. The current ability of the heavenly eye was already impressive, and he shouldn't be too greedy. Rumble. Suddenly, hunger pangs struck him. Brendan rubbed his stomach and decided to go out for a meal. On such a wonderful day, I should definitely celebrate. How about Japanese cuisine? Brendan smacked his lips. After changing into a different set of clothes, he left the apartment. Ding. The elevator door opened, and Brendan stepped inside. A young girl was already in the elevator. She was strikingly beautiful, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old, her youthful appearance innocent. Despite her youthful look, her figure was exceptionally well developed, evident even under loose t-shirts. Instead of relaxing, she became even more vigilant. Looking at him with suspicion, Brendan felt helpless. It looks like you have cancer. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup, Brendan finally said what he saw. Upon hearing this, Aisling flew into a rage. She lunged at Brendan, aiming a punch straight for his abdomen. Her movements were agile, and Brendan saw everything happen in slow motion. She's going to hit me. Trying to retreat, Brendan found his body moving slower than a snail despite seeing her attack clearly. Bang! Aisling's punch landed squarely on Brendan's abdomen with a heavy thud. He bent over in pain, involuntarily shouting out, "Damn!" In the revised version, the tone and style of the original text have been maintained, ensuring fluency and coherence while translating it accurately into English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have also been preserved to match the original. Chapter 39. Rescue. Brendan's forehead was beaded with cold sweat from the pain, while Aisling on the opposite side stared at him angrily. "Do you have a problem? Why are you cursing me for no reason?" Aisling scolded. Brendan drew in a sharp breath and struggled to stand up straight again. He was somewhat annoyed. He had just kindly reminded her about her health issue, but he didn't expect her to react without even a thank you. Even if she didn't like his words, did she have to attack him? "You're the one with the problem. I was trying to help you, and you actually hit me," Brendan said grimly. Aisling replied with equal resentment. "You told me I had cancer out of nowhere. How could I not hit you?" "Why you?" Before Aisling could finish speaking, she suddenly felt an intense pain in her abdomen, instantly swallowing her remaining words. "Ah!" The pain made Aisling cry out involuntarily, her delicate and cute face contorted with agony. Seeing Aisling suddenly in severe pain, Brendan was also taken aback, quickly stepping back. He activated his heavenly eye once more, and Aisling's information appeared before him. In the health section, under mid-stage cancer, a few small characters now read, "Active episode. She's having an episode?" Brendan was surprised but couldn't help feeling a bit smug. Looks like I was right. What do you have to say now? Take my advice and get to the hospital immediately. It's not too late yet. There might still be hope. With that, Brendan turned to leave. He wasn't some pushover who would let insults go unchecked. His only intention was to warn Aisling, but her direct attack left him feeling nothing but disdain towards her. Ding. At this moment, the elevator doors opened, and Brendan prepared to leave. But just as he stepped out, he heard a thud behind him. Turning around, Brendan was startled to see Aisling lying on the ground in obvious distress, clutching her abdomen and sweating profusely, her face twisted in pain. Are you okay? Brendan's expression changed slightly. He hurried over to help her up. It hurts so much. Save me. Aisling managed to say, her attitude completely different from before. Brendan quickly pulled out his phone and called emergency services. Despite their recent disagreement, he wasn't cruel enough to leave her to suffer. I've called for an ambulance. Jamison still. They'll be here soon. Brendan tried to calm her down. Aisling's condition worsened, her face pale and body beginning to convulse. Save me. Aisling pleaded, turning to the only person nearby for help. Seeing her in such a state, Brendan grew anxious and started sweating, but he didn't know what to do. I'm not a doctor. I don't know any first aid techniques. I can't do anything for your esophageal cancer. Brendan thought helplessly. Suddenly, he remembered spiritual energy. Could it solve the problem? Even just easing Aisling's pain would be good. Brendan decided to try. He placed his hands on her abdomen and channeled a thin stream of spiritual energy into her. To avoid any accidents, he only sent in a tiny amount. He wasn't sure if the spiritual energy would work on Aisling. Does spiritual energy have pain-relieving properties? He didn't know, but something miraculous happened. As the spiritual energy entered Aisling's abdomen, her writhing body gradually calmed down. Looking at her face, Brendan saw that the pain had noticeably diminished. It actually worked. Brendan was astonished. Aisling still looked pained, but much better than before. How are you feeling? Brendan asked. Slightly better. Aisling forced out through the pain. Although still in agony, she could at least speak. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the paramedics rushed to where they were. Zach, the patient is here. She's having an esophageal cancer episode. Please hurry and save her. Brendan said. Esophageal cancer? The paramedic was taken aback. Quickly, get her to the ER. Administer a pain reliever. The nurse quickly picked up Aisling and placed her on a stretcher before rushing her to the ambulance. Are you her boyfriend? Come with us, a nurse said. Brendan hesitated, shaking his head. I'm not her boyfriend, just a passerby. After a moment's thought, Brendan followed them, deciding to see things through. He quickly got into the ambulance and followed them to Xiuxian Hospital. In the vehicle, after receiving a painkiller injection, Aisling's condition improved slightly. What's your parents' contact number? I'll call them, Brendan said. Aisling, still in pain, managed to hand over her phone to Brendan, who dialed the number. Ring ring. Soon, the call was answered by a gentle, mature voice. Leela, why are you calling Mom? Hello, is this Aisling's mother? Your daughter just had an esophageal cancer episode and is being taken to Xiuxian Hospital. Please come to the hospital as soon as possible. Brendan explained. What? The Elaine's voice became urgent. Something happened to my daughter? Yes, I'm coming to Xiuxian Hospital right away. Shortly, the ambulance arrived at Xiuxian Hospital. Aisling was wheeled into the ER, and a nurse approached. Please pay the fee for the patient. Your girlfriend's condition might be serious. Pay 10,000 yuan first, the nurse instructed. Okay. Brendan nodded and paid the fee using his bank card. The light in the ER turned on, and Brendan waited anxiously in the corridor. His phone rang again. This time it was Aisling's mother. Hello, I've arrived at Xiuxian Hospital. Which ER is my daughter in? I'm coming out to meet you, Brendan said. He walked outside and soon saw a beautiful Elaine waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Brendan couldn't help but notice her beauty. Aisling was lovely and charming, and her mother certainly lived up to her reputation. The Elaine looked to be in her early 30s, with fair skin and dressed in a professional outfit. Her black stockings accentuated her long legs, making her alluring figure stand out even more. Her full, mature figure was like a ripe peach, enhanced by her attire, radiating a captivating charm. Chapter 40, Beautiful Woman Trina. Brendan's gaze landed on the beautiful Elaine, and he immediately saw her information. Trina, none, 3785. Subhealth, over here. Brendan waved with Aisling's phone. Seeing the phone, Trina hurried over anxiously. How is my daughter? She asked in a hurried tone, her exquisite and beautiful face full of worry. Your daughter is in the emergency room. Follow me. Brendan turned to lead the way. They waited outside the emergency room. Trina's expression was filled with anxiety as she paced back and forth by the door. Brendan opened his mouth to offer comfort but remained silent. Esophageal cancer was indeed terrifying, as he had heard. Though it was in the middle stage, he wasn't confident Aisling would be cured. At that moment, Trina's eyes fell on him. Excuse me, what's your relationship with my daughter? There was confusion in her gaze. Brendan seemed completely unfamiliar, with no memory of meeting him. My name is Brendan, and I live in the same neighborhood as you. Today, I ran into your daughter in the elevator on my way out. She suddenly fell ill and collapsed inside. I brought her here, Brendan explained. I don't actually know her. Trina nodded, understanding. She approached and grasped Brendan's hand excitedly. Thank you for saving Leela. I truly appreciate it. It's no big deal, just helping out, Brendan smiled gently. He hesitated slightly before saying, Mrs. Tian, your daughter's condition may be serious. You should mentally prepare yourself. Hearing this, Trina's face changed. What did the doctor say? It might be cancer, said Brendan. What? These words left Trina visibly pale. As a modern person, how could she not know the horrors of cancer? She swayed, about to collapse. Brendan quickly caught her. Be careful. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Trina steadied herself, still pale-faced. Did the doctor really say that? Is it possible it's a misdiagnosis? Her voice trembled. Brendan shrugged. I'm not sure. Let's wait until the doctor finishes the detailed examination and ask them then. Trina took a deep breath and sat down on a nearby chair, her face full of worry. How can this be? How can this be? Clearly unable to accept it, Brendan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A mother hearing her daughter has cancer would naturally react like this. Mrs. Tion, where's your husband? Call him to come over, suggested Brendan. Trina shook her head. He passed away 10 years ago. So she was a widow. That was even more difficult. Brendan didn't say anything more. As an outsider, it was best not to pry too much, lest she misunderstand something. They waited for half an hour before the emergency room doors finally opened, and a doctor in a white coat walked out. Trina rushed over. Zach, how is my daughter? Not looking good. The doctor's face was heavy. Your daughter's intestines show some abnormalities, possibly cancerous, though we need further tests for specifics. But the likelihood of it being cancerous is high. Be prepared, the doctor warned, turning her complexion ghostly pale. Go ahead and pay the fees and get her hospitalized for further checks, the doctor instructed. Yes, Trina nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Aisling was wheeled out from the emergency room, her face returning to normal. Although somewhat weary, she no longer sweated profusely. Trina quickly handled the hospitalization formalities, and Aisling underwent detailed examinations. Afterward, Aisling was sent to a ward. She was now in a patient gown lying on the bed. Trina had chosen a 4-person ward with better facilities. Mom, am I okay? What did the doctor say? Aisling clutched Trina's hand nervously. Trina managed a forced smile. Don't worry, everything will be all right. The sound of footsteps echoed. Brendan entered carrying fruits, catching their attention. Trina offered a gentle smile. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your kindness. Please have a seat. Aisling's safety today was all thanks to Mr. Zhang. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure to thank you properly, Trina smiled. No problem, it was a small matter, Brendan waved off. Trina looked at Aisling. Leela, quickly thank Mr. Zhang. If not for him bringing you here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Aisling felt awkward remembering she had punched Brendan due to a misunderstanding in the elevator. Now she wished there was a hole to hide in. Mr. Zhang, thank you. And I apologize for attacking you in the elevator earlier, Aisling said apologetically. Trina was taken aback. Why did you hit Mr. Zhang, Leela? Aisling mumbled. It's fine, it was just a misunderstanding in the elevator, Brendan reassured. Trina chided. Leela, you were too impulsive. Quickly apologize properly. I'm sorry, Aisling lowered her head apologetically. Just then, the doctor came in. Mrs. Tion, the test results are ready. Trina rose eagerly. Zach, about my daughter. Regrettably, she has esophageal cancer, mid-stage. While not late stage yet, the spread is concerning. Fortunately, she was brought in during an acute episode. If delayed a few days, the cancer cells would have fully spread, the doctor explained. Upon hearing it was esophageal cancer, Trina and Aisling's faces drastically changed. How could it be cancer? Zach, is there a diagnostic error? Trina asked urgently. The doctor shook his head. No mistake. It's esophageal cancer. Chapter 41. The Allure of a Beautiful Juliet. In the hospital bed, Aisling's face was filled with terror when she suddenly remembered what Brendan had told her in the elevator. Her gaze immediately turned to Brendan. How did you know I have esophageal cancer? Brendan blinked but didn't reply. He couldn't say he used his heavenly eye to see it, after all. Fortunately, Aisling's attention was soon diverted by the doctor, so she didn't dwell on this question. The doctor quickly outlined the treatment options. Mid-stage esophageal cancer could still be treated, but suffering was inevitable. Trina listened attentively to the doctor's treatment plan and soon nodded in agreement. Beside them, Brendan saw this and decided to leave. There was nothing left for him here. He had initially planned to eat but got delayed due to Aisling's condition. Now he was starving. Ms. Tion, I need to go have dinner, so I'll take my leave. Brendan said. Trina nodded. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. You haven't eaten yet? Let me treat you. Since you've been busy with Leela's matters, it's only right that I invite you to a meal. All right. Brendan agreed. It wasn't that he harbored any thoughts toward the beautiful Elaine. He just wouldn't refuse an invitation to eat. Aisling would be staying in the ward for a month while Brendan and Trina left the hospital. Trina took out her phone and quickly made a call. They arrived at the parking lot where Trina prepared to unlock her car. However, just as she was about to open the door, Trina's body suddenly went limp and she began to collapse. Tion near sir should be changed to Ms. Tion for consistency and natural fluency in English. Here is the edited version of that part. Ms. Tion, I still need to have dinner, so I'll leave first. Brendan said. Ms. Tion nodded. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. You haven't had dinner yet? Let me treat you. Because of ZU's matter, you've been busy for so long. I owe you at least one meal. Okay. Brendan nodded. He wasn't particularly interested in anything else, and since someone was offering to treat him, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Please let me know if you want me to proofread and edit more parts of the text. Brendan quickly moved forward, catching Trina before she hit the ground. Tion, you're sure, are you alright? For better fluency and naturalness in English, it's better to say, are you alright? Or, are you okay? Instead of just, are you okay? Given the context and formality, are you alright? Might be a tad more appropriate. He looked down and noticed that Trina's face was pale, and her limbs were ice cold. Sugar, it's in my coat pocket. Trina trembled as she spoke. Brendan instantly activated his heavenly eye and saw a status change for Trina. Low blood sugar episode. It was low blood sugar. He let out a sigh of relief. This was not a serious problem. Eating some sugar would help. Why did both mother and daughter have health issues? Following Trina's instructions, he tried to find the sugar in her pocket, only to realize there were no pockets on her trousers. Where's your pocket? Brendan frowned slightly. In my shirt pocket, Trina responded with difficulty. Only then did Brendan notice the pocket inside Trina's tight blouse. However, its location, near her chest, made it somewhat awkward, given how form-fitting her clothes were. Reaching in meant touching Trina's full breasts. Brendan felt embarrassed. If he reached in now, would Trina hit him once she recovered? Mrs. Tion, your clothes? Brendan hesitated. He noticed that Trina had already fainted due to hypoglycemia. Given the context, it seems more appropriate to use Mrs. Tion for formal address in English and ensure the sentence flows naturally. Just then, he noticed Trina had fainted due to low blood sugar. Fine. Since she was already unconscious, his actions wouldn't be discovered. He quickly reached into her blouse, feeling the astounding softness. Surprisingly large. Even more astonishingly, Trina wasn't wearing a bra. Finding the sugar pack in the pocket, the softness lingered under his fingertips. Swallowing hard, Brendan forced himself to pull back. Feeding Trina the sugar, she soon regained consciousness. Tion, you're sure, how are you feeling? This revision maintains the formality of address and reads more naturally in English. It accurately conveys the concern and inquiry about her well-being expressed in the original text. Trina shakily stood up, breathing heavily. Her expression mingled with embarrassment and gratitude. Sorry to have caused you trouble. My low blood sugar is a recurring issue, often flaring up unexpectedly. I usually carry sugar, but I was too worried about Leela and forgot, Trina explained. Brendan nodded, understanding her concern. After putting the sugar back, Trina paused, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as if remembering something. The atmosphere became awkward. Brendan remained silent. Let's get in the car. Trina quickly composed herself, smiling again. Noticing Trina pretending not to remember, Brendan tactfully avoided bringing it up. They both acted as if nothing had happened. Trina drove Brendan to a restaurant nearby. Arriving at a 5-star restaurant surprised Brendan. Mr. Zhang, please follow me, Trina smiled. Inside the restaurant, a waiter approached them. Ms. Tion. Trina nodded. I'm receiving guests. Is the private room ready? Yes, private room 5 is available, the waiter replied. Very well, let's head there. Their conversation surprised Brendan. Is this restaurant hers? Does this restaurant belong to you, Ms. Tion? Brendan asked. Trina smiled. Yes, I opened it 5 years ago and have been running it ever since. The chef here is excellent, so please don't hesitate to order anything you like. Impressive. Brendan was impressed. From her appearance, he had guessed she was wealthy and likely ran a company. But owning a 5-star restaurant in downtown Shangjiang indicated immense wealth. Though not a top-tier city, opening a 5-star restaurant here required substantial capital. Trina must be worth tens of millions. Leading the way, Trina's graceful figure caught Brendan's attention. Her curves were accentuated, exuding a mature and sensual allure. Brendan quickly averted his gaze, avoiding the appearance of a lecher. Reaching private room 5, they were presented with menus. Brendan ordered 4 dishes and a soup without much hesitation. Soon, the dishes arrived, filling the room with their inviting aromas, each dish perfectly prepared and visually appealing, stimulating their appetites. Note: names have been translated to their pinyin equivalents to maintain authenticity. ##### Chapter 42. Auction. The chef at Ms. Tion's restaurant truly excels in his craft. No wonder the place is always packed. Brendan praised with a smile. Trina gave a delicate laugh, her full bosom trembling slightly, which made it hard for Brendan to look away for a moment. Mr. Zhang flatters me. These are just ordinary home-cooked dishes. I hope they meet your taste. Brendan chuckled, quickly shifting his gaze back. Smelling the delicious aroma of the dishes, he was already famished. Even with the beauty before him, Brendan didn't bother to maintain any pretense of elegance and immediately started eating. The meal, cooked by a 5-star chef, was indeed extraordinary. It was the best food Brendan had ever tasted in his life, almost making him want to swallow his tongue. Of the 4 dishes and 1 soup, Trina barely ate anything, leaving most of it for Brendan. After having their fill, the two left the restaurant. Mr. Zhang, let me take you back first, Trina offered proactively. All right. Brendan nodded. Trina drove Brendan back to his neighborhood and then returned home. Watching Trina leave, Brendan couldn't help but smack his lips. Now I understand why so many people are captivated by mature women's charm. It's indeed extraordinary, Brendan remarked reflectively. Compared to young girls like Aisling, Trina exuded an entirely different allure. He finally understood the allure of Elaine 3 years older is like hugging gold. Time flew by, and soon it was the next evening. Reese knocked on Brendan's door, and the two set off together to attend the ancient artifact auction. Reese wore a simple long dress that evening, with her black hair flowing down her back, quite different from her usual professional attire. She looked poised and elegant, as if she were about to enter an upscale social gathering. The fitted waist of her dress accentuated her perfect figure, nearly mesmerizing Brendan. Don't stare. Let's get going. The auction is starting soon. Seeing Brendan momentarily lost in admiration, a faint smile crept onto Reese's lips. She tapped his head gently. Clara, you look beautiful tonight. When we arrive at the auction, you'll be the most beautiful Elaine there, even surpassing those aristocratic ladies, Brendan sincerely complimented. My beauty doesn't need your praise, let's go. Reese smiled lightly and replied. The two left, driving towards the villa where the auction was held. Brendan naturally brought the Dongshuang scroll, eagerly anticipating the evening's events. If he got lucky, he might find another treasure at the auction. They stopped in front of a villa. Opening the car door, they walked inside. Reese showed her invitation, and the security personnel let them in. Guided by a waiter, they reached the main hall deep within the villa, which was the auction venue. The auction had clearly already begun, and the large hall was bustling with activity. Many people were present, all dressed in luxurious attire. Various tables were set up throughout the venue, each displaying an array of antiques, jade, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, and more. These items were dazzling to behold. Many antique enthusiasts had been invited, now admiring or discussing the items displayed. Brendan, filled with anticipation, moved toward the displayed antiques and activated his heavenly eye. To his surprise, nearly half of the antiques contained spiritual energy, a remarkably high proportion. Despite each item containing only a small amount of spiritual energy, collectively, it would add up significantly. Approaching a display with others around, Brendan, unnoticed, touched the Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, absorbing its spiritual energy. Feeling the increase in spiritual energy within his Naiwan palace, he couldn't help but smile. Having done this, he turned his attention to other antiques in the room, repeating the process until he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the items. Do you think just looking at them once is enough? Reese asked, finding Brendan's actions odd. Just enough. I'm here to sell the Dongshuang scroll anyway. As for these antiques, I'm not really interested, Brendan shrugged. Reese rolled her eyes, unable to fully comprehend his behavior. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Brendan? Hearing the voice, Brendan squinted and turned around, only to see Benson and Minnie, the infamous couple, standing right behind him. You again, Brendan said coldly. Benson and Minnie, with Minnie clinging intimately to Benson, looked quite nauseating to Brendan. To think I'd run into you here. You've ruined my mood completely. Brendan sneered unapologetically. His words visibly displeased Benson and Minnie, who glared at him with hostility. Benson retorted, Brendan, those words should come from us. Chapter 43, 20 million. How did you end up here? This ancient relic trade fair isn't a place for someone like you. Benson didn't hide his sarcasm. Minnie chimed in, that's right, Brendan. You don't have the qualifications to be here. I suspect you snuck in. Huh. Faced with their accusations, Brendan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Looks like I didn't embarrass you enough before. Are you still judging me based on who I used to be? His words made Benson and Minnie's expression shift. At this moment, Reese walked over. She smiled lightly, then approached and linked her arm through Brendan's. Reese pressed herself closely to him, her beautiful face adorned with an exquisite smile. Arnold came in with me. And who are you two? I'm the store manager of Clara Antique Shop on Antique Street. Here's my invitation. Any more questions? Reese showed her invitation card, waving it in front of them. Benson was meeting Reese for the first time. Upon seeing her breathtaking beauty as she clung so intimately to Brendan, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Brendan, whom he considered just a nobody, now had such a stunning girlfriend. Benson stared wide-eyed at the couple's obvious affectionate manner, his expression turning sour. Brendan, are you playing the part of a gold digger? Benson said with obvious spite. Jealousy burned in his eyes. Compared to Reese, Minnie fell far short in appearance, figure, and grace. Minnie was thoroughly overshadowed by Reese. How did this guy manage it? Is Reese blind? Brendan detected the envy in Benson's tone and couldn't help laughing. Benson, you aren't fit to lecture me. I think you two should mind your own business. I have things to do today and no interest in arguing with you. Clara, let's go. With that, Brendan turned and left. Today, he needed to sell the Frost of Winter painting, a deal involving 20 million, and he certainly didn't have time to waste on Benson and Minnie. What if they caused trouble and got him thrown out? That would be a significant loss. The two walked off, leaving Benson and Minnie standing there with sour expressions. Brendan and Reese approached the table and took out the Frost of Winter painting. Just as Brendan placed the painting on the table, a Jose wearing wire-rimmed glasses came over. Huh. Jamison brother, what is this landscape painting? The Jose's eyes landed on the Frost of Winter. Brendan smiled. This is Darian's Frost of Winter. Frost of Winter? The Jose paused, then frowned slightly. I didn't know Darian had painted a Frost of Winter. His tone clearly showed doubt. Brendan didn't bother explaining much further. He had seen many people bring out old paintings on his way in. With so many people at the fair, surely some could appreciate its value. Not to mention, he had already spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Speak of the devil. Jesse saw Brendan from not too far away. His eyes lit up as he quickly strode over. Mr. Zhang, Boss Jameson. I was just looking for you too. You really brought the Frost of Winter. Jesse sounded excited. Jesse's voice drew the attention of several others, including aficionados of landscape paintings who gathered around. Is this the genuine Darian masterpiece, Frost of Winter, that appeared a few days ago? One person asked, clearly astonished. Hearing the name, Frost of Winter, the crowd gathered closer. Indeed. Look at the composition and brushwork. It's quintessentially Darian. I only heard that Darian painted a landscape called Frost of Winter late in life, but I never thought I'd actually see the original. Not surprising it's Darian's work. Such landscapes truly capture his skill. Everyone watched with awe, their eyes glued to the Frost of Winter. The man in the wire-rimmed glasses asked, Jamison brother, are you willing to part with the Frost of Winter? Brendan laughed. Of course. 20 million. The price made the man instantly pause, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. 20 million was no small amount. Even though the attendees were wealthy, paying 20 million up front was a significant challenge. Benson and Minnie, watching from nearby, widened their eyes when they heard the price. Brendan, are you crazy? Selling this painting for 20 million? You've lost your mind, Minnie couldn't help saying. Brendan scoffed. Minnie, if you don't understand, keep quiet. This Frost of Winter is a genuine Darian masterpiece. 20 million isn't excessive. Minnie looked around and noticed no one disputed the price. They seemed to agree it was worth 20 million. Minnie felt a shockwave inside her. Could this painting really be worth 20 million? If sold, Brendan would make a fortune, transforming into a millionaire overnight. Pity I don't have enough funds. Otherwise, I would definitely buy it. Jesse sighed regretfully. At that moment, a voice broke through. I'll take the Frost of Winter for 20 million. The crowd was stunned and parted to reveal a well-dressed, elegant Jose. Mr. Camden, everyone recognized him immediately. Camden Fong approached with a smile. Benjamin, I want to collect the Frost of Winter. I can transfer the money anytime. No problem. If Mr. Camden wants it, I am willing to part with it. Brendan felt a surge of joy. 20 million wasn't a small sum, and he hadn't expected someone to pay so promptly. Brendan provided his bank account details, and Camden Feng's Fanny transferred the 20 million instantly. The transaction was completed, and the atmosphere at the trade fair surged with excitement. Chapter 44, Greed. Many people present cast envious glances at Brendan. After receiving the 20 million, Brendan handed over the Winter Frost painting to Camden Fong. Having obtained the Winter Frost painting he wanted, Camden Fong left contentedly. This transaction electrified the atmosphere of the trade fair, making the already vibrant ambience even more intense. People quickly dispersed, while Brendan wandered around the venue with Reese. Earlier, they had only taken a cursory look and hadn't thoroughly appraised the antiques in the hall. Now that the Winter Frost painting was sold, it was time for him to explore the trade fair venue properly. Congratulations. With 20 million in your account now, you're truly wealthy, Reese said, marveling at the change. Brendan had lived in her place for several years, and she knew all too well how poor he had been during those years. With the sale of the Winter Frost painting and the influx of 20 million, the Brendan before her had finally turned his life around. Hee hee. Brendan laughed softly, his expression smug. Money emboldened a man, and now with 20 million in his pocket, Brendan walked with newfound confidence. Spending some time exploring, Brendan thoroughly toured the entire trade fair but felt somewhat disappointed with the results. The antiques here had been repeatedly appraised by experts, leaving no hidden gems for him to find. It was impossible for him to score another bargain like the Winter Frost painting. Of course, these people had brought their antiques after scrutinizing them countless times. If there were any hidden secrets, these sharp-eyed experts would have unearthed them long ago. There was nothing left for him to discover. Forget it. Seeing no opportunity to gain an advantage, Brendan lost interest in the trade fair. Since the Winter Frost painting had already been sold, his main objective for attending the trade fair was accomplished. Thinking this, Brendan asked Reese, "Sister Clara, do you want to keep browsing? I'm ready to go back." "Sure, I don't need to buy anything else either. Let's go together." Reese nodded. The two left the trade fair venue and returned to the residential area by car. Just as they arrived home and Brendan was about to enter, Reese suddenly stopped him. "Brendan, wait." Brendan's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. "Sister Clara, is there a reward for me?" Seeing Brendan's eager expression, Reese rolled her eyes. "Is that all you think about?" Reese remarked irritably. "Oh." Realizing it wasn't a reward, Brendan instantly lost interest. Reese sighed, saying, "In a few days, there will be a large antique market in High and Ancient City. Do you want to accompany me there?" "Antique market? What is that? Some kind of grand trade fair?" Brendan became intrigued. Although he had gained some spirit energy today, it still seemed far from enough to meet the requirements for upgrading the heavenly eye. Over the past few days, he had gradually discovered the benefits of spirit energy. Spirit energy had endless applications, and he had a hunch that he hadn't fully tapped into its potential yet. For him, having more spirit energy was always better. Absorbing the spirit energy from finely crafted antiques was currently the best method. Thus, hearing the word antiques, Brendan perked up. High-End City has the largest antique market in our Jiangnan region. Every year, a large antique fair is held, where many antique merchants bring their collections, Reese explained. This annual antique fair is also an important source of stock for our antique shops. However, whether one can acquire high-quality antiques depends on individual discernment. In the past, old Terrence always accompanied me, but I noticed that you have good judgment and luck. This year, I thought you might join me. Interested? Reese asked. Brendan's eyes gleamed. Such a fair exists? When exactly? Brendan immediately followed up. An antique fair with a multitude of antiques naturally piqued his interest. If lucky, he could strike it rich overnight and potentially upgrade the Heavenly Eye again. With the current level 2 Heavenly Eye already incredibly powerful, he could barely imagine how potent it would be after another upgrade. 3 days from now. If you're going, prepare yourself, Reese said. Brendan nodded without hesitation. No problem. He rubbed his hands together. Sister Clara, if I help you find a lot of high-quality antiques at the fair, what reward will I get? Reese gave him a disapproving glance. You only know how to take advantage of me. If you really manage to find many high-quality antiques for me, I'll allow you to kiss me once more. Reese smiled faintly. Brendan's eyes sparkled, feeling more motivated than ever. With both spirit energy and a kiss from a beauty as rewards, he felt invigorated. Reese swayed her slender waist and returned to her room, while Brendan went inside. He took off his clothes and enjoyed a hot bath, soaking almost entirely in the bathtub, looking completely relaxed. Closing his eyes, he sensed the spirit energy in his Naiwan palace. After tonight's efforts, the originally depleted spirit energy had recovered to about the size of an adult's fist. What other uses does spirit energy have? So far, I've found that it can relieve pain, sober up alcohol, and enhance the heavenly eye, but such powerful energy must have more uses. So many cultivation and martial arts novels depict using spirit energy for practice, but my own attempts yielded no results. Spirit energy cannot strengthen my body or influence things like meridians or dantian. Brendan frowned slightly. Either spirit energy can't be used for cultivation, or I haven't found the right method. Maybe tomorrow I should visit some martial arts schools to see if I can find something useful, Brendan mused, squinting his eyes. Which man could resist possessing immense power? With millions of dollars now, Brendan naturally wanted the strength to protect this wealth. Moreover, living longer meant enjoying life better. After soaking for about 15 minutes, Brendan got out of the bathroom and sat at his computer to search for martial arts schools in Shangjiang City. Chapter 45, Learning Martial Arts. Tap, tap, tap. Brendan's hands were busy on the keyboard, searching for information about martial arts schools within Shangjiang City. Soon enough, a multitude of search results popped up online. There were taekwondo studios, Muay Thai gyms, wrestling centers, sanda, Chinese kickboxing, schools, and many more, dozens upon dozens just at a glance. In addition to these martial arts schools, there were countless fitness centers. In fact, there were over 100, perhaps even more. Shangjiang City actually has so many places for practicing martial arts. Brendan was somewhat surprised. But thinking about it, Shangjiang City, with its population of several million, being a large city made this not too shocking. While Shangjiang couldn't match the super first-tier cities like Modu or Jingdu, it was still one of the best second-tier cities. Rich people abound here, and once they have money, naturally, they would desire a good physique. Engaging in fitness and martial arts is commonplace. He wasn't any different either. Brendan browsed through the information on these martial arts schools, but found nothing that truly interested him after going around. He wasn't looking for flashy but ineffective techniques. He wanted something genuinely substantial. However, aside from modern combat techniques and fitness information, he couldn't find what he sought. Certainly not. Could it be that the legendary Chinese martial arts do not exist? Or are they hidden? Brendan squinted his eyes. Since spiritual energy was real, he couldn't believe that in the vast land of China with its thousands of years of history, no one else possessed it. And considering the global population of billions, it was absurd to think he was the only one with spiritual energy. It was simply impossible. Perhaps they are hidden. Searching online won't yield much. I should go and see for myself. Brendan murmured as he closed his laptop and went to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Brendan got into his BMW X6 and set off. He arrived at a large Sanda school with 300 members after a 30-minute drive. The gym called Ultimate Martial Arts appeared before him. Parking his car, he walked inside. Perhaps due to the early hour, there weren't many students in the Sanda school. However, the interior decoration and size were quite impressive, with a huge Wu, martial arts, character prominently displayed on the front wall. Note: I've maintained the pinyin Wu for Wu to keep a touch of the original cultural element, while ensuring the text reads naturally in English. There were various training tools inside the gym, sandbags, and even several competition platforms used for sparring between students. As soon as Brendan entered, a receptionist approached him. Sir, would you like to learn Sanda at our martial arts school? Our Sanda school is the best in all of Shangjiang City. We have over 300 members and 20 Sanda instructors, 8 of whom have achieved remarkable success in provincial competitions. The receptionist introduced the details of the Sanda school. Brendan nodded nonchalantly. The place did look good on the outside, but what he sought was traditional Chinese martial arts, not Sanda. Do you have a coach for traditional Chinese martial arts here? Brendan asked. Huh. The receptionist hesitated, then looked at Brendan oddly. Sir, that's just fiction, she replied, as if looking at an idiot. Cough, cough. Brendan felt slightly embarrassed but quickly recovered. If he could possess spiritual energy, why couldn't traditional Chinese martial arts exist? Maybe the receptionist just didn't know. Who's your strongest coach here? I want to see their skills before deciding whether to join as a member, Brendan said. The receptionist seemed speechless and showed a bit of difficulty. Sir, Danny usually doesn't come during regular hours. If you want to see Danny's skills, we have recordings of his provincial competitions. Brendan nodded, suddenly intrigued. Let me take a look then. The receptionist quickly retrieved the recording. Brendan watched intently, but quickly became disappointed. The fighting in the video was clearly within the realm of normal human ability. While the techniques were indeed formidable, that wasn't what he wanted. That's it. Brendan frowned. The receptionist said helplessly, Sir, this is a provincial level competition. If you want a stronger instructor, you might have to go to big cities like Modu or Jingdu, she added. Brendan. Shortly after, he left the Sanda school feeling utterly disappointed. It's just very ordinary. Nothing like what I'm looking for. I'll check out the next one. For the rest of the morning, Brendan visited multiple martial arts schools, taekwondo studios, Sanda schools, Muay Thai gyms, wrestling centers. No matter where he went, the coaches were clearly within the range of normal human ability, only proficient in combat techniques. None of them practiced the traditional Chinese martial arts he was looking for. Whenever he mentioned his interest, the receptionists gave him strange looks as if he were an idiot. By mid-morning, Brendan was thoroughly frustrated. Is Shangjiang City too small? If I can't find what I'm looking for here, do I need to go to Modu or Jingdu? Brendan frowned. He didn't want to go to international big cities yet. Shangjiang was plenty for now. Besides, he hadn't won Reese's heart yet. Leaving now wouldn't make sense. Driving to the last martial arts school, he planned to leave afterward. When he arrived, the old and dilapidated entrance of the school made him feel disheartened again. The location was in the suburbs, and it was obvious that the place had seen better days. Still, since he had come this far, Brendan decided to check it out. Inside, the school was much smaller than expected, barely over 100 square meters. As predicted, everything was old and worn out, but one thing caught his attention. There were over 20 students training inside. Interesting. Suddenly intrigued, Brendan heard a series of heavy punches from a corner. A tall man, well over 1.9 meters, was practicing his punches, exuding an imposing presence. His muscular build alone created a formidable aura, the kind that would scare children. Chapter 46, a 500 yuan private lesson. The muscular man was wearing half-finger gloves, striking the punching bag with powerful punches. His strikes were heavy and fast, each one making the sandbag shudder violently. Brendan's attention was instantly captured by the imposing figure of the muscular man inside the dojo. The tall stature and well-defined muscles gave off an intense visual impact that drew him in involuntarily. Senior brother, a guest has arrived. Noticing Brendan, one of the students called out. Only then did the muscular man stop and walk over to Brendan. Brother, sorry about that. I was so absorbed in my practice that I didn't notice you. Are you here to join our dojo for combat training? The muscular man approached with a hearty smile. Brendan examined the man before him, admiration evident in his eyes. The physique of this muscular man was exactly what he aspired to have. It was hard for any man to resist such a formidable and sculpted body. I want to learn boxing. How good are your instructors here? Though intrigued by the man's abilities, Brendan wasn't naive enough to immediately sign up and pay just based on one person. The condition of this dojo seemed too poor to be genuinely attractive for serious training. Jamison sinning to Brendan. The muscular man grinned widely. To judge our skills, just look at our students. If I didn't have genuine talent, how could I recruit so many students? The muscular man said confidently. There was some logic to that. Brendan nodded inwardly. Despite appearing plain, this dojo had more than 20 students working up a sweat during the morning session. But when Brendan glanced at the students, something seemed amiss. Their expressions were odd, almost as if they had something unsaid. Something's not right. Brendan narrowed his eyes. He had spent years navigating society. It wasn't easy to fool him. Although there were over 20 students, their expressions felt off. More importantly, they lacked vigor and enthusiasm. Can I try a lesson first to observe? Brendan asked cautiously. Of course, no problem, the muscular man replied with a smile. This dojo has 2 coaches. One costs 51 yuan per lesson, and the other is 501 yuan per lesson, each lasting 1 hour. Which one would you like? What? Brendan was taken aback. 5100? You're serious? Brendan asked, bewildered. Even the top instructors at the extreme martial arts dojo he previously visited only charged around this much. But the environment here was vastly different from those places. What kind of instructor could be worth 500 yuan per lesson? Did he hear correctly? The muscular man's expression, however, suggested no joke. What does the 500 yuan per lesson mean? Is the instructor a national-level combat expert? Brendan asked, puzzled. The muscular man smiled broadly. Trust me, you won't be disappointed with the 500 yuan lesson. Brendan. Alright, let me try. Previously, Brendan wouldn't have agreed even for 51 yuan. However, as someone now with over 30 million yuan in assets, spending 500 yuan felt like a mere drop in the bucket. Great. Ha ha ha, come on brother, scan the code to make the payment. The muscular man eagerly pulled out a QR code. After Brendan scanned and paid, the muscular man turned to leave. Wait, aren't you going to teach me? Brendan asked, surprised. I'm the 51 yuan instructor, the muscular man revealed. This made Brendan even more astonished. If this muscular man was only 51 yuan per lesson, he was curious who the 500 yuan instructor could be. Could it be a Vanmar alien? Just as Brendan thought this, footsteps echoed, and someone emerged from a room deep within the dojo. Seeing this person, Brendan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, suddenly understanding the value of the 500 yuan lesson. Walking out was a tall and sensually built beauty. She had a beautiful olive skin tone, standing at 1.70 m with an ethereal and cold demeanor. Her jet black long hair was tied into a single ponytail. She wore a sports crop top which barely contained her ample chest. Her legs were incredibly long, her figure as hot as a model from a Victoria's Secret runway, and her defined abs added to her allure. As the female coach stepped out, all eyes in the dojo shifted to her. The students stared intensely, practically trying to melt their gazes onto her. Brendan was also captivated, finally understanding why this lesson cost so much. Indeed, quite worth it. Such a beautiful female coach made it hard for Brendan to tear his eyes away. This female coach had a completely different vibe compared to career women like Reese. Her rugged, wild beauty radiated with raw strength. Coupled with her icy and proud demeanor, she exuded a fatal attraction to men. With such a stunning and aloof female coach, it made sense why this seemingly ordinary dojo attracted over 20 students. My name is Suzette. You can call me Coach Tan. For the next hour, I will be teaching you combat techniques. Do you have any previous experience? Suzette asked, her tone cool and indifferent. Her voice was as cold as December snow, sending a chill down anyone's spine. Brendan quickly regained composure and shook his head. No. Then we'll start with the basics. Let's test your stamina first. Suzette swiftly entered coaching mode. Brendan nodded, finding it hard to keep his eyes off her sultry figure. Ice Queen indeed. Suzette was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Brendan momentarily transfixed. However, he soon realized what icy truly meant. Whether speaking or acting, she was always cool and collected, her gaze devoid of any fluctuation. First, run to test your endurance. Before Brendan knew it, he was on the treadmill, soon too focused on the exercise to admire the icy beauty further. #### Chapter 47. Inborn Godly Strength. An hour later, Brendan, utterly exhausted, lay on the ground gasping for breath. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his body felt like jelly, devoid of any strength to move. I can't go on anymore. I can't move. Brendan waved his hand weakly. Suzette walked over with a cold expression. Your physical fitness is quite decent. It seems you've done a lot of manual labor before. If you want to continue learning boxing, you can start practicing the forms right away. But today's private lesson is over. If you want me to continue teaching you, you'll need to pay more. Brendan was speechless. He waved his hand feebly. Not for now. I need a good rest. Hearing this, Suzette turned around without another word and walked away. Brendan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This Ice Queen was too cold. At that moment, the muscular man from earlier approached, grinning. Mr. Zhang, aren't our martial arts instructors excellent? Was the 500 yuan worth it? Brendan felt too tired to comment. All he could say was that this ice-cold beauty had a perfect physique, but her teaching skills, he couldn't judge. Who knew what hellish routine she put him through in that hour? He suspected she intentionally wore him out. Endless sprints, endurance runs, long jumps, high jumps. It felt like he had just competed in the Olympics. Now, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Deciding not to speak further, Brendan simply closed his eyes to rest. Would spirit energy help recover from physical exhaustion? This thought crossed his mind. He immediately focused on the Naiwan Palace, guiding a thread of spirit energy into his body. To his surprise, it worked. The thin thread of spirit energy entered his flesh and was absorbed at an astonishing rate. It succeeded? Brendan was both shocked and delighted. He realized he had discovered the third use of spirit energy, recovering stamina. The effect was impressive. With just a thread-thin amount of spirit energy, his breathing returned to normal almost instantly. Energized, Brendan guided 3 more thread-like strands of spirit energy into his body. Under his control, the spirit energy circulated through his muscles, visibly restoring his depleted strength and alleviating muscle soreness. The effectiveness of spirit energy was astonishing. Brendan marveled at this discovery. If spirit energy could restore stamina, then as long as he had enough of it, he would have infinite endurance. Under the nourishment of spirit energy, Brendan's breathing quickly stabilized, and the signs of fatigue vanished from his face. He felt completely rejuvenated. Not far away, the muscular man noticed Brendan's sudden recovery and was slightly surprised. How did he recover so fast? He was clearly exhausted a moment ago. The man wondered curiously. Just then, Brendan stood up from the ground. Coach, I don't know your name yet. My name is Blake, the man replied. Brendan realized something. Are you siblings?
Yes.
Blake nodded. Without saying much, Brendan noted that while Blake was skilled, he might not be the person Brendan was looking for. Although the martial arts studio had Suzette, Brendan wasn't one to be swayed by beauty alone, especially when he already had Reese, who rivaled Suzette in appearance and figure. He wouldn't stay just to learn boxing from Suzette. How about it, Brother Zhang? A year's membership at my martial arts studio only costs 5,000 yuan. Plus, you get 10 free lessons each month under my personal guidance. Any additional lessons beyond that require private instructor fees. My sister is also available whenever you need her. As long as you pay for the private lessons, she can give you one-on-one training. Blake smiled. Brendan was speechless. This sounded eerily like pimping services. Sorry, Coach Tan, but this isn't the place I'm looking for. I'll check elsewhere. Brendan shook his head and turned to leave. Wait, Brother Zhang, while my martial arts studio may seem ordinary, my sister and I are among the best in all of Shangjiang. Blake tried to persuade him. Brendan narrowed his eyes. I'm not interested in ordinary combat techniques. Oh, what do you want to learn then? Blake's expression became somewhat curious as he scrutinized Brendan carefully. Brendan noticed the change in Blake's demeanor and recalled the scene where Blake hit the punching bag. It seemed Blake wasn't lying about his skills. Brendan activated his heavenly eye and focused on Blake. Blake, inborn godly strength. 28/75. Enhancements. What? Seeing Blake's attributes, Brendan was taken aback. Inborn godly strength? This was the first time Brendan saw someone else with a unique ability other than himself, and it was inborn godly strength. Coach Tan, you have immense strength, right? Brendan asked. Blake smiled and extended his hand. If you can overpower this hand, I'll waive your membership fee for a year. Deal. Brendan wanted to verify if Blake truly had inborn godly strength. He grasped Blake's right hand with both hands and exerted all his strength. But surprisingly, no matter how hard Brendan tried, Blake's hand remained immobile. What immense strength. Now convinced, Brendan knew Blake indeed possessed inborn godly strength. All right, I'll join the Xiuxian martial arts studio. Brendan nodded decisively and paid for a year's membership. Blake grinned wider. Brother Zhang, aren't you buying some private lessons as well? If you want to learn true skills, private lessons are essential. Brendan agreed. Sure, let's go for 100 private lessons. And I want to take lessons from Coach Suzette. Brendan pulled out his bank card. Blake was taken aback. That's 50,000? Just pocket change. Learning genuine skills is worth it, Brendan said casually. Hashtag chapter 48, the antique market. Given his current financial status, Brendan really didn't care about a mere 50,000 yuan. However, he did not continue with the training today. After all, he had just exhausted himself during the physical test, and if he were to engage in high-intensity training immediately after, anyone with common sense would realize something was off. He left Xiuxian Boxing Gym soon after, intending to resume his training only after returning from Haiyanqi's antique market. 3 days passed quickly. Brendan and Reese drove to Haiyanqi. The two cities were almost adjacent, and it took less than half an hour to reach their destination. As the driver, Reese seemed very familiar with the route, and before long, they arrived at the ancient city area. Once inside the city, as soon as they entered the market, they were greeted by a bustling scene. The antique market was packed with people, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Brendan was genuinely taken aback by the sheer number of people present. The vast marketplace stretched over several city blocks, and Brendan saw multiple artifacts emitting chi energy with just a casual glance. This is going to be lucrative. Seeing such a large-scale antique market filled with chi-emitting artifacts, Brendan felt incredibly excited. It was practically a paradise for chi energy. If he absorbed all the chi from these artifacts, he might even gather enough for the third evolution of his heavenly eye. So, you didn't come here in vain. Reese couldn't help but smile, seeing Brendan's eyes gleaming with excitement. Brendan nodded vigorously. This place is heaven. How long does this market usually last? 3 days. Reese replied. All right, let's split up for now. We'll be more efficient that way. Brendan found an excuse to separate from her. He needed to avoid being discovered absorbing chi. Though Reese couldn't see chi, she might notice any unusual behavior from him. He wanted to eliminate any possibility of her discovering his secret. The heavenly eye was his biggest secret, and he had no intention of telling anyone. Okay. If you find suitable antiques, buy them. I'll pay a satisfactory price, Reese agreed. They parted ways temporarily, each wandering through the bustling antique market. Brendan turned into a street lined with numerous stalls. Each stall displayed various antiques, some of which looked quite peculiar. He approached the first stall and activated his heavenly eye's identification ability. His gaze was immediately drawn to an old porcelain bowl on display. Porcelain bowl. Ceramics. Unnamed craftsman. 500 years old. Price, 50,000 yuan. The stall owner, recognizing Brendan's interest, said enthusiastically, Benjamin, you have excellent taste. This is a porcelain bowl from the Ming dynasty. Given its craftsmanship and beauty, it's yours for just 100,000. Brendan rolled his eyes internally. According to his heavenly eye, the bowl was worth only 50,000. Yet, the stall owner dared to ask for double. 10,000. Brendan countered. The stall owner waved his hands frantically. 10,000? Impossible. This is a Ming dynasty porcelain bowl. How could it be only 10,000? Seeing that the price wouldn't be negotiated down, Brendan decided not to waste time. Bargaining wasn't easy, especially with experienced vendors. Just as he turned to leave, something caught his eye. A jade hairpin in the corner of the stall. Jade hairpin. Emerald jade. Unnamed craftsman. 1,200 years old. Price, 5 million yuan. A 5 million yuan jade hairpin made Brendan's eyes light up. He hadn't expected to find such a valuable item so soon. Noticing the vendor was busy with another customer, Brendan smiled inwardly. Looks like he could snag a bargain. He nonchalantly picked up the hairpin. Boss, how much for this jade hairpin? The stall owner glanced over and, spotting the hairpin in the corner, replied, 30,000. 30,000? You're robbing me. This jade pin isn't of great quality or design. It can't be worth that much. I'll give you 10,000 at most, Brendan offered. The stall owner laughed. Deal. Grinning inwardly, Brendan thought. A jade hairpin worth 5 million sold for just 10,000. What a steal. He paid and was about to leave when Elaine stopped him. Sir, please wait. Brendan focused and his eyes lit up again. Blocking his path was a mature Elaine in her 30s, stunningly beautiful with captivating phoenix eyes. Her appearance rivaled Reese's, her graceful figure equally striking. She wore expensive jewelry, drawing Brendan's attention to her earrings. Golden jade earrings. Glass type. Unnamed craftsman. 1-year-old. Price. 240,000 yuan. Well. A pair of earrings worth 240,000 meant she was certainly wealthy. Is there something wrong? Brendan asked, slightly narrowing his eyes, curious about what this rich and beautiful Elaine wanted. Sorry to interrupt, sir. May I take a look at the jade hairpin in your hand? She gazed at the item in his hand. So, she was interested in the jade hairpin. No, I've already bought it. It belongs to me now, Brendan replied without hesitation. Chapter 49. Exquisite rich Erica. Despite Brendan's rejection, the beautiful matron did not appear to be upset. She continued smiling. She gently brushed her hair behind her ear, inadvertently displaying an allure that left the surrounding men transfixed. I would like to buy this jade hairpin from you. What's your price? The matron asked with a smile. Brendan smacked his lips. Fixed price. 5 million. What? Upon hearing this, the stall owner was instantly taken aback. Even the matron paused slightly, clearly surprised, and couldn't help but size up Brendan. I didn't expect you to know your value. Since it's so important to you, I won't compete for it. Goodbye. The matron looked regretful and turned to leave. Brendan couldn't take his eyes off her graceful silhouette as she walked away. What a bewitching creature. He sighed, finally tearing his gaze away. The stall owner couldn't resist chiming in. Hey brother, isn't your asking price a bit steep? I bought this jade hairpin for only 10,000 from you, and you want to sell it for 5 million? Have you gone mad? Chuckles. Brendan smiled faintly, not bothered to explain further, and walked away with the jade hairpin. Securing a 5 million yuan jade hairpin made Brendan exceptionally pleased. To find such a treasure at the first stall, this trip to the antique market is well worth it. He thought with anticipation. Continuing through the market, he soon spotted the matron again. Her beauty stood out like a firefly in the night, drawing attention effortlessly. Many men at the market gazed at the matron, some of whom looked particularly captivated. Facing these stares, she appeared unperturbed, walking calmly into an antique jade shop. Brendan glanced up and followed her inside. Antiques and jade were precisely his targets. Welcome, sir. What type of jade jewelry are you interested in? We offer both modern crafts and antique jade pieces. A server approached with a smile. Brendan scanned the shop, noting the numerous jade items displayed on counters, totaling several hundred pieces. Just browsing, he replied casually. With the heavenly eye, Brendan quickly identified several antiques exuding chi among the jade jewelry. Server, could you bring me that piece of antique jade to examine? The matron spoke up nearby. A server immediately approached her, retrieving a box containing a blood-red jade bracelet. The bracelet had a striking crimson hue with delicate veins running through it, a blend of elegance and allure. Lady, you have excellent taste. This blood jade bracelet is one of our store treasures, worn by a Ming dynasty noble Elaine over 500 years ago, the server explained. After her death, it was preserved by her descendants, retaining its brilliance for half a millennium. The matron examined the bracelet closely, her exquisite face lighting up in satisfaction. Brendan, intrigued by their conversation, also focused on the blood jade bracelet. Such a beautiful red bracelet. Using his heavenly eye, he saw something unexpected. Ordinary bracelet. Artificial blood jade. Unnamed artisan. 1-year-old. 15,000 yuan. Surprised, Brendan realized this exquisite bracelet was merely artificial. How much for this blood jade bracelet? The matron asked. The server smiled. Please wait. I'll ask the manager. Moments later, the manager quoted the price. 6 million yuan. The matron pondered, shaking her head. Blood jade is rare, but it isn't worth that much. Ma'am, this bracelet isn't just fine blood jade. It's also a centuries-old antique. Its combined value naturally justifies the price, the manager said with a smile. The matron nodded. Very well, 6 million, I'll buy it. The manager beamed and called over a server. Lady, your choice is admirable. The blood jade bracelet has immense value, whether for collection or personal use, the manager gushed. The server quickly prepared to wrap the bracelet. Noticing the impending transaction, Brendan stepped forward. Wait, miss, this blood jade bracelet is fake. It's only artificial stone, Brendan interjected. Startled, the matron's expression changed, while the manager's face darkened. Sir, please don't make false claims. This bracelet has a professional certification, ensuring its authenticity. Recognizing Brendan, the matron said, You're the one who bought the jade hairpin at the stall earlier. Her gaze toward the bracelet now turned skeptical. Is it really fake, sir? The matron asked. Brendan nodded. Correct. This bracelet is less than a year old and worth no more than 2 million. The manager grew irritated. Sir, without proof, please don't make unfounded claims. Brendan smiled. Since you insist it's genuine, would you dare a challenge? If I break this bracelet, and it turns out to be authentic, I'll pay you 6 million. The manager hesitated, confirming the bracelet might indeed be problematic. Understanding the implication, the matron quickly said, Sorry, I don't want this bracelet. Thank you for the warning. Are you in the jade business? She asked curiously. Brendan smiled modestly. I've dabbled in it. When it comes to jade, few can escape my notice. Eyes sparkling, the matron said, I have a favor to ask. My elder will soon celebrate a birthday, and I plan to gift them an antique jade item. Would you assist me in selecting something suitable? Her captivating gaze seemed almost enticing. Oh wow, who could resist that? Chapter 50. Taking advantage of a young woman. The beautiful Elaine's request slightly surprised Brendan, but it would be hard for any man to refuse such a stunning beauty speaking in a pleading tone. No problem. However, I'll need to charge 200,000 yuan as a fee once the job is done. Brendan replied without hesitation. Beauty was one thing, but money was another. Every bit owed had to be paid. Fine. As long as you can help me find suitable antique jade artifacts, the beautiful Elaine nodded immediately without much thought. My name is Leanne. Leanne extended her hand. Brendan shook hands with Leanne. Her hand was incredibly soft and smooth, like touching a piece of tender white jade, making him almost reluctant to let go. Brendan. After introducing themselves, they walked out of the antique jade store together. Sister Ching, does your senior relative have any specific preferences for antique jade artifacts? Brendan asked, unable to resist glancing at Leanne. Leanne was indeed beautiful and alluring, radiating an enchanting charm that was practically irresistible to men. Leanne gently pursed her lips. He can accept most types of antique jade artifacts. If it's a large piece, that would be even better. There's a large jade market on the other side of the market. Let's go there. Brendan nodded. All right, Sister Ching, you lead the way. Good luck, may just get us what we need soon. Leanne smiled and nodded. Leanne then led Brendan to the jade market section of the bazaar. They quickly entered the core area of the market. This was where the antique market truly buzzed with activity, bustling crowds everywhere, creating a scene of dense human traffic. The crowded streets made it feel somewhat congested, and they needed to traverse through this area next. Facing this situation, Leanne seemed slightly uncomfortable. She frowned slightly, feeling uneasy with the tightly packed crowd approaching her. Many men around her were casting heated glances at her body, which made Leanne feel unsettled. The crowd was too tight, and someone inadvertently bumped into Leanne, causing her to lose her balance and collide into Brendan. Leanne couldn't help but emit a small cry of surprise. Brendan felt a pair of soft bodies pressed tightly against him. Leanne was wearing only a long dress, while he wore a t-shirt, both their clothing quite thin, allowing him to feel the warmth emanating from her body. Leanne's cheeks flushed slightly. Sorry, it's really crowded. Leanne looked somewhat embarrassed. Brendan waved his hand. It's okay. The street is very crowded. If you don't mind, stay close to me so you won't get pushed away by the crowd. Leanne reluctantly nodded, shaking her head. Approaching a stranger she had just met wasn't something she liked. But after walking a few steps, Leanne realized how crowded the antique market was. She almost got pushed away several times. Most importantly, due to the dense crowd, someone had tried to take advantage of her. Leanne felt annoyed inside, wanting to catch the person who had taken advantage of her, but the crowd was too large, and the culprit was nowhere to be found. What's wrong? Did someone grope you? Brendan turned to her. It's fine, maybe just someone bumping into me accidentally, Leanne replied, sounding somewhat helpless. Though she didn't want to, she realized that staying closer to Brendan might be her best option to avoid being groped again. At least this young man looked more respectable. Thinking about it, Leanne edged closer to Brendan. The surging crowd soon pressed her against him. Their bodies pressed together closely, looking almost like a couple. Leanne felt both awkward and bashful, wanting to pull away but finding it difficult. Brendan almost laughed aloud, savoring the soft touch he felt. Leanne exuded a faint, exotic fragrance different from Reese, but equally pleasant, captivating him. As they moved through the crowd, Leanne kept bumping into Brendan to avoid unwanted touches. Brendan secretly enjoyed the experience, almost unable to hide his smile. He relished the heavenly moments with a sensual, mature beauty pressing against him, her face blushing and filled with awkwardness. Feeling Leanne's softness, Brendan barely held back. They took several minutes to cross the densely crowded stretch, during which Leanne ended up almost hanging off Brendan. She quickly disengaged from him, her face now flushed with redness. Sorry, it was really crowded. Leanne apologized. She felt frustrated inwardly. She was the one being taken advantage of, but had to apologize to the young man in front of her. Brendan grinned. It's fine. Beautiful women like you inevitably attract unwelcome attention when walking among crowds. It's understandable. Leanne couldn't help rolling her eyes. While others hadn't managed to touch her much, he seemed to benefit from all of it. She did not voice this thought but glanced sideways at Brendan, causing her face to redden even more. Cough, cough. Brendan also noticed his lapse and gave an awkward light cough before changing the subject. Let's go. They had reached the other side of the market, where the street was lined with stalls full of various antique jade items, bracelets, cups, rings, pendants, necklaces, and more, dazzling in variety and almost overwhelming to look at. There were also numerous large jade artifacts, like jade horses, pillows, and even statues several centimeters tall. Brendan quickly activated his heavenly eye, scanning over each jade artifact one by one. Jade cup, glass seed, unnamed craftsman, 180 years, 12000. Jade horse, mixed seed, unnamed craftsman, 200 years, 30000. There were many jade artifacts, momentarily dazzling Brendan's eyes. Mr. Zhang, do you see anything suitable? Leanne asked, looking at him. Chapter 51. Jade Buddha Statue. Faced with Leanne's inquiry, Brendan slightly shook his head. Don't rush. Finding a suitable jade item isn't that easy, Brendan explained. Leanne realized she had been too impatient and stopped pressing the issue. She followed Brendan as they strolled along the antique jade street. The entire street was filled with various jade items, the quantity of which was overwhelmingly abundant. It left one feeling dazzled just glancing at them. Many people were searching for items of interest from stall to stall. When Brendan used his heavenly eye to scan over, the result left him speechless. A significant portion of the jade items on these stalls turned out to be fake. Not only were they not antiques, but some weren't even jade. This forgery is way over the top, Brendan muttered under his breath. Mr. Zhang, please don't worry. I have plenty of time, as long as we can find it today. Leanne said gently, noticing Brendan's furrowed brows. Brendan nodded. At this moment, the corner of his eye caught a nearby jade-carved Buddha statue. Upon closer inspection, his eyes immediately lit up. Disguised Buddha statue. Mixed type. Unnamed craftsman. 200 years. 300,000 renminbi. A disguised Buddha statue? Seeing these words, Brendan instantly realized this statue had something hidden inside. He activated the X-ray vision of his heavenly eye and saw the internal structure of the statue. Ice Heart Buddha statue. Glass type. Unnamed craftsman. 500 years. 10 million renminbi? Holy cow. A 10 million RMB jade-carved Buddha statue. It was a rare treasure. The genuine Ice Heart Buddha statue hidden inside wouldn't be easily seen through by ordinary people without someone like Brendan who possessed X-ray vision. Mr. Zhang, is that Buddha statue particularly impressive? It looks rather ordinary to me. Lian asked, seeing Brendan staring at the disguised Buddha statue. As soon as Lian spoke, Brendan instinctively looked in her direction. With the heavenly eye still active, he was suddenly confronted with an unexpected view, causing his heart to race almost to the point of nosebleed. He quickly covered his nose and shut off the heavenly eye. What happened? Lian asked, puzzled by Brendan's abrupt action. Why did you react like that? Checking herself, Lian didn't see anything amiss. Coughing to regain composure, Brendan knew he had lost his cool and quickly changed the subject. Nothing. Let's go check out that Buddha statue. If I'm not mistaken, that should be what you're looking for. Hearing this, Lian's attention was immediately diverted. Brendan acted nonchalant and led Lian towards the statue. At the stall, there were many good items, which attracted a large crowd. When they reached the stall, they found it impossible to squeeze through due to the sheer number of people. Let me handle this. Brendan lifted Lian into his arms. Blushing slightly, Lian quickly understood his intention and let him protect her in his embrace as she also wanted to get closer to see the statue. Holding Lian, Brendan forced his way through the crowd, eliciting complaints from others. Due to the crowding, Lian ended up pressed against Brendan. Feeling the curves of her body, Brendan couldn't help but think back to the beautiful scene he'd inadvertently seen earlier, making him lose control momentarily. Holding such a seductive beauty in his arms, it wasn't easy for Brendan, a vigorous young man, to maintain his composure. He managed to suppress his emotions and finally squeezed into the crowd with Lian, revealing the true appearance of the Buddha statue to her. However, upon closer inspection, Lian frowned. While the statue was decent, it clearly didn't meet her requirements. Mr. Zhang, this Buddha statue seems quite ordinary. She looked at Brendan skeptically, suspecting he was using the Buddha statue as an excuse to take advantage of her earlier. This thought wiped away any goodwill she had felt toward Brendan. Seeing Lian's cold expression, Brendan quickly explained. Lowering his voice, he said, "Don't worry, there's more to this Buddha statue. I swear on my honor that this statue is worth at least 1 million RMB. If not, you can do whatever you want with me." Is that so? Lian was taken aback. Despite her skepticism, she gave Brendan another look but still couldn't see anything unusual. After a moment's contemplation, Lian decided to give Brendan a chance. Around the Jade Buddha statue, many people were gathered, admiring it. This Jade Buddha statue stood at 1 meter tall, exquisitely carved. Though age had dulled its original beauty, remnants of its past elegance could still be seen. Mostly crafted from jade, it was embellished with gold and silver, creating a dignified piece. A truly majestic Jade Buddha statue. Too bad the jade quality is poor, and the damage from time has been severe. Otherwise, it would be very valuable, remarked a spectator. Many agreed with this assessment. Someone asked the price. Boss, how much for this Jade Buddha statue? 500,000 renminbi, replied the stall owner. Upon hearing this, most people shook their heads. While the craftsmanship is commendable, it's clearly from the Qing dynasty. Such a statue is hardly worth 500,000 renminbi, commented another. Just then, Brendan chimed in. I'll buy it for 500,000 renminbi. His words drew everyone's attention. Benjamin, this Buddha statue isn't worth 500,000 renminbi. I'd say no more than 300,000 renminbi tops, advised one person. Brendan smiled. No worries, I love this type of Buddha statue. It's just 500,000 renminbi after all. Well, his statement startled everyone. They looked at Brendan as if he were a fool. Ignoring their odd gazes, Brendan patted Lian. Pay up, 500,000 renminbi is a great deal. Hashtag chapter 52. Inner Wonders. Lian frowned slightly. She was still skeptical, especially as she listened to the crowd's discussion. After hesitating for a moment, Lian finally took out her bank card. Transfer the money, Lian said. The stall owner beamed and immediately initiated the transfer. Ding. The 500,000 soon arrived in the stall owner's account. After completing such a big deal, the stall owner was clearly in high spirits. Young sir, you really have an excellent eye. My jade-carved Buddha statue is indeed extraordinary. However, it's quite large. How about I arrange for someone to deliver it for you? This thing weighs several dozen pounds. The stall owner was extremely enthusiastic. Anyone who made a few 100,000 would be just as enthusiastic as the stall owner. Unexpectedly, Brendan shook his head. No need. Boss, do you have a hammer? Brendan asked. The stall owner pulled out a small hammer, roughly the size of a baby's palm. What do you need the hammer for? Brendan took the small hammer from the owner and walked straight to the Buddha statue. Everyone watched his actions with astonishment. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Lian exclaimed in surprise. Of course, to reveal the true face of this treasure. Brendan smiled slightly. With these words, he began tapping the Buddha statue lightly with the small hammer. Everyone was flabbergasted, wondering if Brendan had lost his mind. True face? Could there be something inside this Buddha statue? Brendan ignored everyone. He had already activated his heavenly eye's penetrative vision and quickly spotted the glued seams on the Buddha statue. In fact, this statue had been skillfully glued together. The traces were minimal and barely noticeable after years of erosion. But in front of Brendan's heavenly eye, these hidden seams were completely exposed. Thud, thud, Thud. He tapped gently on the Buddha statue, and everyone looked on in amazement, but no one intervened. Impossible, right? Could it be that this Buddha statue is fake, and the real treasure is inside? Someone remarked. Someone nearby immediately contradicted. How could that be? How can anything be hidden inside a jade Buddha statue? Would it not leave some trace? Yes, I didn't see any trace either, and with such transparency, what could possibly be inside? People around shook their heads. Leanne frowned tightly, but she did not interrupt Brendan. After all, it wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. Soon, they would know whether Brendan was a lecherous fraud or a skilled expert. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone who had been chatting immediately shut up and turned their eyes towards the statue. Even Leanne focused intently, along with the stall owner. Under everyone's watchful eyes, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade Buddha statue. As Brendan continued to tap, the cracks multiplied and became more intricate. This is sheer waste. Such an exquisite jade Buddha statue being destroyed by this guy. Someone muttered. Snap. A piece of the jade Buddha statue broke off. Then another, and another. Due to Brendan's continuous tapping, the outer layer of the statue, used as a disguise, shattered into fragments that kept falling. Finally, the inner treasure of the jade Buddha statue gradually revealed itself. Whoosh. As the last supporting fragment was knocked off, the remaining pieces collapsed like dominoes. All the outer fragments fell away, fully revealing the ice heart Buddha statue within. This was a pale blue Buddha statue, approximately 30 centimeters tall, entirely carved from top-grade glass-like jadeite. The exquisite craftsmanship brought the Buddha statue to life. Even the details of the robes over its torso seemed perfectly clear. Under the sunlight, the pale blue ice heart Buddha statue gleamed like precious gemstones, exquisitely translucent. Boom. The scene erupted in a flurry of reactions. Everyone who had previously mocked Brendan was now stunned. What a beautiful jade Buddha statue, carved from top-grade glass-like jadeite. With such superb craftsmanship and quality, this is truly a priceless treasure. Someone exclaimed involuntarily. The crowd buzzed excitedly, rushing toward the spectacle. Stop. Everyone, back off. At this moment, Brendan, holding Leanne in his arms to prevent her from being pushed over, shouted loudly. His voice thundered through the crowd, instantly quietening everyone. Don't move. This is a multi-million-dollar ice heart jade Buddha statue. Anyone who damages it will have to pay compensation. Everyone step back. Do you not understand the rules in the antique world? Brendan shouted. Everyone came to their senses. Despite being reprimanded by Brendan, they realized the fragility of the artifact. Soon, an open space formed around the stall, and Brendan breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many people here. If anyone had rushed forward just now, the ice heart Buddha statue might not have survived. He quickly stepped forward. Boss, get me a box. The stall owner's expression was incredibly complex, filled with regret and frustration. Why didn't I notice the hidden wonders inside this Buddha statue? The stall owner regretted bitterly. This was a multi-million-dollar treasure, and he had sold it for only $500,000 due to his lack of discernment. Benjamin, the stall owner tried to speak. Brendan interrupted him. The transaction was completed in front of everyone. I've already transferred the money. Now you want to go back on it? Don't you care about the rules of the antique world? Brendan's words left the stall owner speechless. Damn. It's my own fault for not recognizing its value. Consider it bad luck. The stall owner had to accept his loss. The stall owner quickly fetched a box with foam padding, specifically designed for fragile antiques. Brendan swiftly placed the ice heart Buddha statue inside and left with Leanne. ####Chapter 53, Goodwill +1. Brendan held Leanne's hand, and the two hurriedly walked away from the antique market area. As expected of a beautiful Elaine, her palm was incredibly smooth, and her skin maintained the youthful charm of an 18-year-old girl with no trace of roughness. Holding the hand of this beautiful Elaine, Brendan almost didn't want to let go when they finally left the antique market. Let's stop here. This should be far enough, Leanne said, slightly out of breath. Brendan had pulled her forcefully all the way, nearly leaving her breathless. With Leanne's rapid breathing, her full chest rose and fell continuously, the stunning curves making it hard for Brendan to look away. Indeed, she is a mature beauty. Brendan stared straight at her. Leanne quickly noticed his intense gaze and promptly slapped him. Let's find a place to discuss the ice heart Buddha statue, Leanne suggested. Sure. Brendan nodded. Leanne tilted her head slightly and led Brendan to a nearby restaurant she frequented. Soon, a classically styled restaurant appeared before Brendan. The decor was extremely vintage, evoking the Tang Dynasty era, with even the waitstaff dressed in ancient attire. Ms. Wu. Clearly a regular customer, the waiter greeted Leanne with a smile. Do you have any available private rooms? Leanne asked. The waiter smiled and nodded. It's still some time before meal hours, so there are 2 private rooms available. Just take me to one, Leanne replied. Under the guidance of the waiter, Brendan and Leanne entered the restaurant. After walking through a long corridor, they entered a private room where a faint sandalwood scent lingered in the air. They sat facing each other, and the waiter quickly served them tea. Brendan placed the box containing the ice heart Buddha statue on the table. Leanne took the initiative to speak. Mr. Zhang, does our previous agreement still stand? Of course. The ice heart Buddha statue belongs to you. Saying this, Brendan pushed the box directly toward Leanne without hesitation, surprising her. Mr. Zhang, you're just giving it to me like this? Even though I paid for it, it was you who chose it, Leanne couldn't help but remark. Brendan smiled slightly. We had an agreement. I helped you choose it, and you agreed to pay me 30 million yuan upon success. Since the agreement was made, it can't be broken. I, Brendan, wouldn't compromise my principles for mere 10 million yuan. Leanne smiled demurely, looking at Brendan with newfound admiration and growing goodwill. This ice heart Buddha statue was worth tens of millions. Even for her, such a sum wasn't trivial. She couldn't help but think that if she were in Brendan's position, she might not have been able to give it away so readily. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhang. I'm willing to pay you 1 million yuan as a consulting fee. Please don't refuse, considering how precious this statue is. If I only paid 30 million, my conscience wouldn't be at peace, Lian stated seriously. Brendan chuckled. Fine. He gave her his bank account number, and Lian immediately transferred the 1 million yuan consultation fee via her phone. While it seemed like Brendan lost out by exchanging 1 million for 10 million, he was clear that Lian was not an ordinary person. It wasn't worth breaking an agreement and leaving a bad impression over money. Moreover, he didn't lack for money, with 40 million yuan in his bank account. Since he didn't need the money, he could afford to be generous. Mr. Zhang, you aren't from Haiyan City, are you? Lian asked curiously. I've never heard of you before. Brendan nodded. I'm from Shangjiang next door. If you're interested, Ms. Wu, feel free to visit me. Certainly, a capable person like you is someone I need to cultivate a good relationship with. I might need your help in the future. Lian giggled, her laughter carrying a hint of flirtation. Brendan took a deep breath to suppress his rising emotions. Dealing with a beautiful Elaine always brought this complication, constantly having to control oneself to avoid losing composure. Before long, the waiter brought out various dishes. The colorful and fragrant food whetted Brendan's appetite. They enjoyed a light drink together. After several rounds of drinks and courses, the lunch concluded amicably, and the 1 million yuan had already been transferred. After lunch, Brendan and Lian exited the restaurant. Mr. Zhang, let's part ways here. Thank you for your assistance today. If you ever need help in Haiyan City, please call me anytime. Lian smiled gently. She extended her hand. Brendan shook hands with her, appreciating the feel of her delicate fingers. They parted ways, but just as Brendan turned to leave, Lian suddenly rushed back. Mr. Zhang, someone is chasing me. Lian's voice carried a note of panic as she quickly approached Brendan. She practically threw herself into his arms. Brendan felt the fragrance wafting toward him, but immediately changed expression upon hearing Lian's words. Following her gaze, he saw two tall men walking directly toward them, their eyes fixed on Lian, radiating a chilling intent. These were clearly not casual passersby. Damn, Brendan's expression darkened. Was this about Lian, or about the Ice Heart Buddha statue? In a split second, Brendan considered many possibilities. These two men were of unknown origin. If he intervened rashly, it could bring trouble, but doing nothing felt equally unacceptable. Looking down, he saw the beautiful Elaine in his arms looking up at him pitifully, her frail appearance genuinely endearing. All right, Brendan gritted his teeth and decided to help. He wasn't from Haiyan City, so even if something happened here, he could easily leave town. He doubted anyone would dare chase after him across city lines. Besides, this was a society governed by law. Who would dare act recklessly in broad daylight? Follow me. We'll pretend to be a couple. Brendan wrapped his arm around Lian's waist and led her into a nearby mall. Women's waists are quite sensitive. Lian almost went limp from the sudden embrace. Mr. Zhang, there's no need for this. Lian blushed deeply. Chapter 54, Pursuit and Escape. Facing Lian's questioning, Brendan remained unperturbed. Of course it's necessary. Do you want to be exposed by those two people? Brendan said with conviction. He had taken a great risk to save Lian, so why shouldn't he take some advantage now? It was only reasonable. With this thought in mind, any guilt that Brendan might have felt vanished instantly. He directly hugged Lian's slender waist and led her into the nearby mall. Inside the mall were all kinds of antique toys for sale, and there were many customers, making it bustling and lively. Brendan glanced back with his peripheral vision and saw the two men indeed following them. How persistent they are. Brendan felt slightly grave and couldn't help but ask, Miss Wu, are these two here for you or for the Bingshin Buddha statue? Lian shook her head. I don't know. I haven't seen them before. This is quite troublesome. Without understanding these two men's intentions, Brendan couldn't gauge the extent of the trouble he was in. However, since the mall was filled with people, he didn't believe these men would dare attack them in broad daylight in such a public place. Nonetheless, to avoid trouble, Brendan continued to lead Lian away from these two men. At the mall entrance, the two muscular men soon spotted Brendan and Lian inside the antique toy store. With cold expressions, they walked over without hesitation. Seeing this, Lian couldn't help but show a look of worry. They're coming over. Let's go. Brendan immediately took Lian away and, noticing an emergency exit not far off, his eyes lit up as he carried her out through the evacuation route. The two muscular men kept their eyes on Brendan and Lian. Seeing them escape, the two did not hesitate to give chase. The duo quickly sped up and returned to the antique market. Here, with even more people around, escaping would be easier. Mixing in with the crowd, finding them would be no easy task. Call the police, Brendan said. Lian nodded, pulled out her phone, and quickly dialed the police. In her haste earlier, she had forgotten until Brendan reminded her. Though Lian called the police promptly, it would still take time for them to arrive. Brendan hid among the crowd with Lian, carefully observing the two men. These two seem to be after you. From their demeanor, they're clearly specially trained professionals, Brendan commented. Caught in the act, Lian looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I lied to you. These two were sent by my bitter rival. I've been having some troubles lately. If they catch me, they might kill me outright. Lian's statement came as a shock. What? Brendan was startled, and his expression darkened. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Getting involved in something so dangerous like this is practically digging a hole for myself. Brendan hissed under his breath. Just now, killing in broad daylight. These men must be killers. He regretted being caught up in this incident just for his attraction to her. Lian's expression was filled with deep regret. I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you afterward. Let's figure out a way to get out of here quickly. Brendan rolled his eyes, hiding in the crowd while the two killers continued searching for them. Looking at their cold expressions, if they encountered them, it would likely result in serious danger as Lian had suggested. He originally thought they were after the Bingshin Buddha statue, but the situation turned out to be much more perilous. Let's go down that alleyway. Brendan pointed to a narrow alley nearby. Okay. Lian nodded vigorously. They cautiously moved towards it and slowly entered the alley. Despite being cautious, they couldn't escape the killer's notice. The killers immediately saw their backs and started chasing them without hesitation, rushing into the alley. Upon closer inspection, the alley was empty. Brendan and Leanne were nowhere to be seen. Search, they must be in this alley, one killer said coldly. They began searching meticulously. The alley was piled with various boxes and junk, providing ample cover for hiding two people. While the killers conducted a thorough search, Brendan and Leanne's face visibly reddened. Chapter 55. Perks in a Narrow Space. Mr. Zhang, please don't move around. Leanne was furious and embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and stared at Brendan helplessly. Brendan chuckled. Sorry, my hands are a bit stiff, so I'm just stretching them a little. This made Leanne roll her eyes. If Brendan were to remove his hand from where it shouldn't be now, his words might have been more convincing. Hee. Brendan laughed inwardly. He boldly took advantage of Leanne's position, despite knowing she was already in her 30s. However, due to good care, her skin was no less youthful than a young girl's. In this cramped space, he could clearly smell the fragrance radiating from Leanne. Holding such a sexy and mature beauty, any man would struggle to control himself. Because it was summer, their clothes were very thin. Brendan could clearly feel the softness of Leanne's body, making it incredibly hard to hold back. The atmosphere in the air became increasingly ambiguous. Suddenly, Leanne seemed to sense something, and her face turned bright red instantly. Leanne felt like crying but couldn't. She wriggled to try and get away from Brendan. But in this confined space, there was nowhere for her to escape. Even her movements were cautious, afraid that any sound might attract the killer's attention. Don't move around, or we'll be discovered, Brendan whispered into Leanne's ear. Looking down, he saw Leanne's beautiful face flushed red like a ripe apple, irresistible. Seeing her in such a state, Brendan almost kissed her impulsively. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself at the last moment. It could be explained under duress, but deliberately taking advantage was another matter entirely. The warmth and softness emanating from Leanne made Brendan lose all sense of restraint. The anger from being chased by killers earlier had vanished completely. With such a gorgeous Elaine to enjoy, what danger was there? As the saying goes, dying under the peony is still an elegant way to die. He truly understood this phrase now. Leanne's cheeks were flushed red. Though she had lived for over 30 years, she had never had such intimate contact with a man. The masculine scent from Brendan made her body gradually weaken. Leanne bit her lip, glancing outside. At that moment, the killers were right before them. This situation made Leanne's heart race, and she instinctively snuggled deeper into Brendan's arms, even hugging him tightly. Brendan felt a great warmth pressing against him, the temperature radiating off her. Startled by Leanne's sudden action, he turned and saw the killers already at the entrance. Pacifying Leanne by patting her back, Brendan himself was also anxious, holding his breath. Time seemed to freeze. Then, footsteps sounded outside. Someone entered the alley. Hey, what are you two doing here? Stealing? A stall owner glared at the two killers unfriendly. The killers frowned slightly. One of them replied, just curious. This is a storage room, not for your curiosity. No outsiders can wander around here. Leave immediately. The stall owner waved them away. Leave now, or I'll call someone. Facing the threat, the two killers exchanged glances. They glanced around the alley, finding no sign of Leanne. They began to doubt if they had seen wrong. If so, then leave it be. Thinking this, they turned and left. With a series of footsteps, the two killers soon disappeared. The alley finally returned to calm. Rustling sounds echoed as Brendan and Leanne pushed aside the clutter and stepped out from their hiding spot. They seemed to have left. Let's go next. Brendan looked at the empty alley and sighed in relief. Turning his head, he saw Leanne sitting beside him, blushing profusely. Wait, I feel weak. I need to rest a bit. Leanne blushed. Brendan didn't think much, assuming Leanne was shaken. All right, take a rest, said Brendan. Leanne gave him a glare. After a few minutes of rest, and confirming the killers had left, Brendan and Leanne emerged from the alley. They quickly left the antiques market and headed to the parking lot on the other side. Led by Leanne, they arrived at a shiny red Lamborghini. The flashy sports car caught Brendan's eye. Its streamlined body gleamed in the sunlight, drawing his attention. Leanne opened the car door and placed the box containing the Bingshin Buddha statue inside. She turned to look at Brendan. Mr. Zhang, please keep today's events confidential. Thank you for saving me today. What reward do you want? As long as it's something I can offer, I will not refuse. Leanne was serious, clearly not joking. Brendan chuckled. How about another hug? Leanne rolled her eyes, her face flushing again. She spat lightly. You haven't had enough in the alley? Caught out by Leanne's remark, even Brendan, who prided himself on having thick skin, felt a bit awkward. Cough, cough. Reward isn't necessary. Perhaps I'll visit Haiyan City again someday. You can treat me to a meal then, said Brendan. With that, he turned and left. Wait. Leanne called out to Brendan, then walked up and hugged him. The unexpected embrace didn't give Brendan time to savor it before Leanne let go. We're even now, Leanne declared. Brendan was speechless, but somewhat surprised that Leanne actually hugged him willingly. Goodbye. Satisfied, he turned and left swiftly, disappearing from Leanne's view. After parting ways with Leanne, Brendan returned to the antiques market. His phone rang, showing a call from Reese. Chapter 56, A Small Reward. Arnold, where are you? How's your side going? Reese asked with a tone of anticipation. I'm still wandering around. I'll get to the real business later. Brendan explained. Reese did not object. No problem. The market will last 3 days, so even picking out suitable antiques on the next 2 days won't be too late. By the way, I heard there will be a high-end antique trading fair tomorrow morning, featuring many precious antiques. I've managed to get 2 tickets. Do you want to join? Antique trading fair? Brendan hesitated for a moment before nodding. The previous high-end antique trading fair in Shangjiang did not yield much value for him, since participants were all connoisseurs, making it incredibly difficult to find hidden treasures. Compared to directly buying antiques, he preferred hunting for bargains. But since it was Reese's invitation, he agreed, deciding it would be nice to join in the excitement. They quickly ended the call and agreed to have dinner together later that evening. Over the next few hours, Brendan wandered around the antique market. With his heavenly eye ability, he found several hidden treasures, but they weren't nearly enough to satisfy him. Mostly, these were small deals worth a few tens of thousands each. When he returned to the hotel in the evening, Brendan showed Reese the antiques he had found. In total, 8 antiques, but mostly just in the range of hundreds of thousands. Even at an antique market, finding hidden gems isn't easy. I spent a whole day and didn't find anything worth over $1 million, Brendan said somewhat dejectedly. Hearing this, Reese rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Don't set your sights too high. Antiques worth hundreds of thousands are already quite rare. Do you really think antiques worth millions or tens of millions are as common as cabbages on the roadside? Reese retorted irritably. Fair enough. Brendan smacked his lips, realizing his standards were too high. He calmed down, and soon the disappointment vanished without a trace. Oh, by the way, Sister Clara, are we sharing the bed tonight? Brendan pointed to the 2 beds in the room, his face lighting up with excitement. Reese sighed helplessly. Because of the antique market, nearby hotels and hostels are fully booked. I spent over an hour finally securing this empty room, and it's a double occupancy. As she spoke, Reese glanced at Brendan warily. I warn you, don't sneak into my bed at night. Brendan chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not some beast. Reese gave him another glare but didn't say more. After dinner, it was already 11 o'clock. Brendan went into the bathroom early to shower, and Reese also picked up her pajamas to enter the bathroom. Splash. Shortly after, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The noise immediately caught Brendan's attention. He looked at the semi-transparent glass door, and Reese's well-proportioned figure appeared clearly in his line of sight. The hotel's bathroom had entirely semi-transparent glass, so while it wasn't clear what was inside, the silhouette was visible. Reese's seductive posture was completely showcased through the glass wall, making Brendan feel an irresistible itch. He suppressed the urge to activate his heavenly eye. Sharing a room with such a beautiful Elaine, how could anyone resist? Reese didn't take too long in the bathroom and soon emerged. Brendan's eyes widened when he saw her. Reese, fresh out of the shower, still exuded warmth. Her thin nightgown barely concealed her graceful and curvaceous body. The black silk nightgown outlined her figure perfectly, its translucent material revealing hints of her smooth skin underneath. Sigh. Brendan was astonished. He hadn't expected Reese to wear such a translucent black silk nightgown. Feeling Brendan's intense gaze, Reese blushed. Stop staring. I didn't expect us to end up in a double occupancy, so I only brought this kind of nightgown. Reese's tone was helpless and bashful. Wearing such a sheer nightgown in front of Brendan made her feel uneasy. She covered her chest and scolded him. Had enough? Let's turn off the lights and go to sleep. Brendan smiled wryly. Sister Clara, you're so beautiful. I can never look enough. Didn't expect you to give me this kind of treat. Is this a reward? Reese rolled her eyes again and swiftly turned off the lights. Without the light, the room plunged into darkness. Brendan felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't seen enough yet. Unable to enjoy the view any longer, he obediently lay back in his own bed. A quiet night passed. The next day, by the time Brendan woke up, Reese had already dressed. Get up and freshen up. After breakfast, we'll head to the trading fair. If we're lucky, we might find some suitable antiques, Reese said hopefully. Brendan wasn't particularly excited. He wasn't much interested in antiques except for the small fraction containing spiritual energy. After washing up and changing clothes, they had breakfast at the hotel restaurant and headed to the trading fair. The trading fair was located at the very center of the market, a garden with an ancient and elegant design. Security guards stood at the entrance. After Reese showed the invitation, they were allowed entry. Upon entering, they saw many people already present. Unlike outside, the antiques displayed here were clearly of higher quality. Brendan noticed several antiques containing spiritual energy among the dozens on display. Sure enough, a high-end trading fair lives up to its name, Brendan remarked with admiration. While the number of antiques outside was large, most didn't catch his eye. But here, the antiques were truly exceptional. Arnold, help me look for something suitable later, Reese smiled. Sure, but I need a reward. Brendan chuckled. Reese gave him another glare and naturally wrapped her arms around Brendan's hand, gently leaning against him. ####Chapter 57, Mysterious Ancient Jade. Feeling the softness and warmth of the beautiful Elaine beside him, Brendan couldn't help but smile. Reese gently pinched his waist with one hand, slightly annoyed. Don't just stand there. Let's get going. I gave you an advance reward, so today you must find me a few suitable ancient artifacts, Reese said in a slightly irritable tone. Brendan's face was full of confidence as he led Reese into the antique trading fair. The garden was bustling with activity, filled with people everywhere. Those who attended this trading fair were mostly wealthy or influential individuals, and the quality of antiques here far exceeded those found outside. Brendan had quietly activated his heavenly eye, scanning each artifact with his gaze. He and Reese spent some time walking around the garden, glancing at various stalls without any intention to stop. Nothing suitable? Reese asked, somewhat puzzled. With so many fine antiques present, most were quite impressive. Was there really none that could satisfy Brendan? No rush. Let's see if we can snag a bargain, Brendan replied. Reese couldn't help but laugh and frown at the same time. Finding a bargain isn't that easy. The stall owners here are all experienced veterans with keen eyes. It's not easy to find a good deal from them. Brendan agreed with her but was unwilling to give up easily, so he decided to try his luck. His gaze swept over another stall, but once again, nothing seemed suitable. Could it be that he wouldn't find anything to bargain for? This thought crept into Brendan's mind. But then, something caught his attention. A porcelain vase nearby. Brendan focused on the vase, and immediately, its information appeared in his line of sight. 100 flowers porcelain vase. Ceramics. Unknown craftsman. 450 years. 550,000 renminbi. He glanced at the seller's marked price, 150,000 renminbi. This meant the 100 flowers porcelain vase could be resold for a profit of 400,000 renminbi. Not bad. He immediately led Reese over. Jamisental brother, what can I get for you? Seeing Brendan approach, the stall owner greeted warmly. I want this vase. Brendan said directly. You take it for 150,000. Everything is clearly priced. The stall owner responded generously. Brendan gave Reese a nod, and she immediately understood, paying for the vase without hesitation. The stall owner packed the vase in a box and handed it over. With the item in hand, Brendan left with Reese. How much is this vase worth? Reese couldn't contain her curiosity after leaving the stall. About 550,000 renminbi. Brendan replied. Reese's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. A profit of 400,000 renminbi. Looks like rewarding you wasn't in vain. She laughed lightly, hugging Brendan's arm a bit tighter. Brendan felt the warmth of her body pressing against him, enjoying the surprising softness. But before he could savor the moment, Reese let go. Big sister Clara, you're too stingy. I just helped make 400,000 renminbi for you. Brendan teased. Reese rolled her eyes. Don't push your luck. Fine. Brendan shrugged, and they continued browsing the fair, hoping to find more bargains. Occasionally, he would pause to touch an artifact, pretending to inspect it while actually absorbing the spirit energy within. Though each artifact contained only a small amount of spirit energy, the sheer number added up. By the time they had circled the entire market, the spirit energy inside Brendan had increased by a substantial amount. Satisfied, he kept using his heavenly eye to look for suitable antiques. Suddenly, a piece of jewelry caught his eye. Despite the brief glance, the information about this piece nearly blinded him. What's going on? Brendan was taken aback as he turned his gaze back. Mysterious jade pendant. Mixed jade. Crafted by Jameson Ching. 800 years. Brendan almost doubted his own eyes. An 800-year-old jade pendant wasn't unusual, but the value marked with 3 question marks was truly astonishing. Why the question marks? What's going on? Brendan was baffled. This was his first encounter with such a case. He wondered if his heavenly eye was malfunctioning, but checking other items confirmed it was working normally. Only this particular artifact's value was obscured. Could this jade pendant's value be so great that even the heavenly eye couldn't determine it? No, Brendan didn't think so. He walked over with Reese and picked up the jade. How much for this jade pendant? The stall owner glanced at it. 5,000 RMB. I'll take it. Brendan nodded without hesitation. The stall owner was momentarily regretful at Brendan's quick decision. Brendan paid and left immediately, not giving the owner a chance to reconsider. Why did you buy this jade? What's special about it? Reese asked, confused. This jade is only mixed quality, the craftsmanship isn't exceptional, and it has historical value, but it shouldn't be worth more than a few thousand RMB. Why did you buy it? Brendan naturally couldn't reveal the mysterious aspect of the jade. He smiled. Just for collecting. Since we're here, we should buy something, right? A few thousand RMB isn't much to me. Reese was speechless. She sensed that Brendan was hiding something, but being smart, she didn't press further. They spent the next few hours thoroughly exploring the fair. After appraising every artifact, Brendan was mentally exhausted. Let's go back and rest. You seem tired from appraising too many artifacts, Reese said, supporting the weary Brendan. Brendan nodded. Using his heavenly eye frequently drained his mental strength significantly. They left the fair and returned to their hotel room. Brendan fell onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 58. Massaging Reese. An undetermined amount of time had passed when he finally came to his senses again, and the outside world was completely shrouded in darkness. You're awake. You slept the entire afternoon. Reese's voice rang out. Brendan yawned and got up from the bed, rubbing his now empty stomach. Clara, let's go eat. Sure, I'm hungry too. Reese nodded. The restaurant next to this hotel has quite skilled chefs. After changing into fresh clothes, the two went out for dinner. By the time they returned, fully fed and watered, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Just woken up, Brendan appeared spirited, while in contrast, Reese looked somewhat tired. She walked into the bathroom with her nightwear, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. Taking advantage of Reese's bath time, Brendan took out the ancient jade he had purchased from the trade fair during the day. He activated his heavenly eye to appraise it once more, but the value field still displayed 3 question marks. What's going on with this piece of ancient jade? Even the heavenly eye can't determine its value, which means either the jade is extremely valuable, beyond the scope of the heavenly eye's appraisal range, or this jade is very unique, making it hard to gauge its value. Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly. Comparing the two hypotheses, he found the second one more plausible. After all, even if this ancient jade were extraordinarily valuable, it wouldn't exceed a few hundred million. While that number is astonishing, it's not enough to surpass the heavenly eye's limits. Difficult to determine the value. Could there be a secret about this jade? Brendan's eyes lit up. He carefully examined the jade's patterns, as Reese had mentioned earlier. Indeed, the material was just mixed variety, the carving technique ordinary, and there was no spiritual energy within. It appeared quite common. Judging by its surface, the ultimate value of this ancient jade would probably only reach a few tens of thousands. This jade must have a secret, Brendan said with certainty. Just as he was examining the jade, Reese emerged from the bathroom wearing the same sheer black silk nightgown she wore the previous night. The tight, clingy nightgown accentuated her curvaceous and seductive figure. The translucent fabric made her body beneath visible through the material, adding an air of mysterious allure to Reese. Brendan quickly put the jade back into his pocket. He could study the jade anytime, but the allure of a beautiful Elaine emerging from the bath wasn't something you could experience every day. Stop staring. Turn off the lights quickly. Seeing Brendan's intense gaze, Reese's cheeks flushed slightly. Hee. Brendan stood up and approached Reese. Reese instantly showed a wary look. What do you want? Don't touch me improperly. Clara, you misunderstand me. I just want to give you a massage. After walking all day, I can massage your legs, Brendan said. Reese rolled her eyes. With her intelligence, She easily saw through Brendan's intentions to take advantage of her. However, this time she did not refuse. Instead, she lay down on the bed and presented her long legs to Brendan. "Come on then," Reese said with a smile. Brendan felt a pleasant surprise and immediately complied without hesitation. With the beauty's legs right before him, how could he resist? Placing Reese's leg on his lap, he began to caress it gently. Reese's legs were incredibly slender, a perfect length that some men found irresistibly alluring. Though Brendan wasn't a foot fetishist, he found these legs hard to resist. His hands explored Reese's silky skin, finding it hard to stop. "Just don't keep touching. Weren't you going to massage me?" Reese said rather grumpily. Cough. Brendan regained his composure and started massaging Reese seriously. Suddenly, Brendan remembered how he used his spiritual energy to alleviate Reese's headache last time. Could he enhance the massage effect now with his spiritual energy? Brendan tried it out immediately, slowly guiding threads of spiritual energy into Reese's body. Surprisingly, you do have some skills. This massage feels pretty good, very comfortable. Reese's eyes half closed with pleasure. How does it feel? Brendan asked. Good. My legs feel warm and comfortable, very relaxing. Reese revealed a blissful expression. To Brendan, it felt as though his hands had magical power wherever they touched, bringing warmth and comfort. Brendan was inwardly surprised at the remarkable massage effect of the spiritual energy, which exceeded his expectations. Stealthily looking at Reese, seeing her enjoy the moment, Brendan's hands gradually became less restrained. Initially massaging her feet and lower legs, his hands slowly moved upwards, eventually reaching her thighs. Don't touch where you shouldn't. Reese felt Brendan's wandering hands, giving him a light scolding but not moving to stop him. Feeling excited, Brendan took Reese's silence as consent. Emboldened by her apparent approval, Brendan grew bolder. His hands ventured further up, slipping under the hem of her nightgown to fondle her thigh. A faint moan escaped Reese's lips, sounding like a purring cat, stirring his heartstrings. Brendan freely explored her legs, eventually reaching her upper body. His hands slipped inside her nightgown, feeling the smoothness of her skin, causing Brendan to grow agitated. Somewhere along the way, Reese's nightgown had become half revealing, presenting a scene so enticing that Brendan couldn't look away. Gulp. Brendan couldn't help but swallow. He tried to control his actions, afraid of seeming too eager and annoying Reese. The spiritual energy acted like a strange warm current, flowing through Reese's body wherever Brendan's fingers roamed. Reese closed her eyes, completely immersed in the enjoyment brought by the spiritual energy. Her body gently twisted, her slim waist bending with surprising grace. Damn, this was too tempting. Brendan's breathing quickened. He started regretting giving Reese a massage. While the physical sensations were enjoyable, the inability to act on them was genuinely tormenting. Note: the translated text includes mature content. Please ensure this is suitable for the intended audience. Chapter 59. Leanne's invitation. Brendan gritted his teeth and withdrew his hand abruptly. Deprived of the pleasant sensation, Reese quickly opened her eyes. Why did you stop? Her cheeks still flushed with residual warmth. She looked at Brendan with a gaze that was almost bewitching. Big Sister Clara, you might be enjoying yourself, but I'm suffering. What if? Brendan suggested. Before he could finish, Reese immediately rejected the idea. No way. You naughty boy, haven't I given you enough? Don't push your luck. Reese said angrily. She reached out to pinch him lightly, then pushed him off the bed. Brendan looked utterly dejected. What a loss. It was a complete loss. Apart from satisfying his urge momentarily, he ended up feeling extremely uncomfortable, and even lost some spiritual energy in the process. What a huge loss. Brendan returned to his own bed with a sullen expression. Snap. The lights in the room went out, plunging it into darkness and silence. Reese soon fell into a peaceful sleep after her enjoyment, while Brendan tossed and turned on the neighboring bed, unable to sleep. He eventually drifted off well past midnight. Next day, a sharp ring of the telephone jolted Brendan awake from his slumber. Arnold, your phone is ringing. Reese's voice came from beside him. Hello? In a daze, Brendan picked up the phone. It was Leanne on the other end. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for disturbing you so early. I wonder if you're available today. Leanne asked. Hearing it was Leanne, Brendan gradually woke up. Miss Wu, what can I do for you? Well, the Ice Heart Buddha statue you chose for me 2 days ago was truly wonderful. It was all thanks to you. I've already given the Ice Heart Buddha statue to my grandfather, and he loves it very much. Therefore, he wishes to meet you. Are you free today? Leanne explained. Oh, Brendan hesitated a bit. I just helped you choose an antique as a gift. It doesn't seem like I have any connection with your grandfather. The Ice Heart Buddha statue was selected by you, Mr. Zhang. You are the real hero. My grandfather is also curious about how you recognize the Ice Heart within the Buddha statue. Leanne replied with a smile. Brendan pursed his lips. Faced with Leanne's repeated invitations, he finally nodded in agreement. All right, come pick me up. Brendan agreed. No problem, Leanne promptly confirmed. After hanging up, Brendan yawned and got out of bed. As soon as he stood up, he noticed Reese looking at him with an odd expression. What's wrong? 2 days ago, you were helping women select antiques? Reese crossed her arms, her tone clearly off. Oh. Brendan realized Reese was questioning him sternly. That Elaine paid 1 million for me to help her select an antique. Brendan held up his hands in explanation. 1 million? Reese was taken aback. What kind of antique requires such a high handling fee? A 10 million yuan Ice Heart Buddha statue. Brendan didn't hide anything. Whistle. Reese drew in a sharp breath, eyes wide with surprise. No wonder the handling fee is 1 million. Such a Buddha statue indeed deserves that value. Her expression relaxed. Anyone willing to pay 1 million wasn't ordinary, so she decided not to ask further. Brendan quickly freshened up. Just as he finished, Leanne had already arrived by car. I'm going out. No need to wait for me for meals later. Brendan said. Reese nodded. Go ahead. I can handle the antique market on my own. We gathered quite a few items yesterday. This time is enough. After changing clothes, Brendan descended the hotel stairs and saw a bright red sports car waiting at the entrance. Leanne stood beside the car, wearing a striking red outfit that enhanced her beauty, making her look more vibrant and captivating. Her curvaceous figure caught many men's gazes. The combination of a beautiful Elaine and a luxurious car instantly attracted the attention of all passing men, with many staring open-mouthed. Brendan couldn't help but admire Leanne, his eyes slightly brighter. What a stunning temptress. Brendan marveled internally. Both Leanne and Reese exuded their own charm, equally beautiful in appearance but different in demeanor. If Leanne was a noble and graceful lily, Reese would be a solitary and independent plum blossom. Compared to Reese, Leanne appeared more mature, exuding an allure that made her resemble a ripe apple, irresistible to bite into. Seeing Brendan approach, Leanne smiled brightly. Mr. Zhang, please get in. She opened the passenger door for him. Thank you. Brendan entered the car and sat in the front seat. Leanne closed the door, pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared like a beast. The bright red sports car shot forward like an arrow, disappearing from view quickly. In the car, Brendan thought of something and said, Miss Wu, I don't know what your grandfather likes. Since I'm visiting, shouldn't I bring a gift? Leanne laughed softly. Mr. Zhang is too formal. Today is my grandfather's invitation, not your visit, so there's no need for a gift. My grandfather retired several years ago. He doesn't have many hobbies, but he has a keen interest in various antiques and collectibles. I learned a lot about antiques growing up under his influence. Brendan nodded thoughtfully, imagining an elderly man with glasses. Leanne's driving was smooth and steady, causing Brendan no discomfort along the way. The red sports car traveled through most of Black Rock City before reaching the outskirts, where a small villa came into view. The villa was nestled beside a bamboo forest, surrounded by serene and picturesque scenery. Screech. With a braking sound, the car stopped. Opening the door, Brendan followed Leanne into the villa compound. Observing the villa, Brendan inwardly marveled at the wealth of Leanne's family. Real estate prices in Black Rock City were not cheap, yet her family could afford to build such a magnificent villa, showcasing their immense wealth and influence. Led by Leanne, Brendan ventured deeper into the villa. In the garden, they saw an elderly man, along with a young person accompanying him. Chapter 60. Arno. The young man looked to be around 30 years old. He had a handsome face, and his attire clearly indicated substantial wealth. On his right wrist, he wore a Rolex watch, signaling his distinguished background. The youth smiled as he took out a box and opened it, revealing an intricately designed ancient jade. Mr. Wu, I recently acquired another piece of ancient jade. I came today to seek your expert opinion on its quality, the young man said with a smile. As he spoke, he placed the box containing the ancient jade in front of the elderly man. At the mention of ancient jade, the elder's attention was instantly captured. He picked up a pair of glasses from nearby and leaned forward to examine it closely. This ancient jade appears to be of glass variety. From the quality itself, it's quite impressive, and the craftsmanship is evidently from the Tang Dynasty period, he remarked. It seems to have been carved by a folk artisan, but has been exceptionally well preserved. How much did you pay for this piece, Xiao Tang? The elder asked with a chuckle. Brin replied modestly, not too much. I bought it from a vendor at the antique market yesterday for 310,000. A great deal. This piece of ancient jade is worth around 200,000. Arno smiled. Xiao Tang, your eye is getting better every day. Brin laughed humbly. Far from it, Mr. Wu. Compared to you, I'm just a novice. Ha ha ha. Arno laughed heartily. Seeing Arno's beaming face, Brin felt a surge of satisfaction. Just then, footsteps interrupted them. Grandpa! Leanne called out. Arno turned with a smile, and his eyes immediately lit up when they fell upon Brendan. Is this young man Mr. Zhang who identified the Bingxin Buddha statue? Arno approached quickly, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Brendan maintained a humble demeanor. Mr. Wu, please don't be so formal. Finding the Bingxin Buddha statue yesterday was just pure luck. Arno chuckled lightly. Being able to see through the disguise of the Bingxin Buddha statue and daring to spend several 100,000 on it is not just a matter of luck. Such discernment requires not only a keen eye but also courage. Young people these days are indeed formidable, far surpassing their predecessors. Old fellows like me are truly past our prime. Leanne interjected with a smirk. Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? You're still as vigorous as ever, even if you live for a few more decades. Ha ha ha, if I lived for a few more decades at my age, I'd be a centuries-old monster. Arno joked. Jamicental brother Zhang, come, sit down. Let's talk about the Bingxin Buddha statue. Arno's face was filled with excitement. He enthusiastically invited Brendan over with warm words. At this moment, Brin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Brendan with a hint of suspicion. Mr. Wu, who is this? Brin narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Brendan. Leanne explained, this is Mr. Zhang. Arno chimed in with a smile. That's right. Jamicental brother Zhang's insight is razor sharp. If I were there yesterday, I might not have spotted that statue's secret. Brin looked impressed. Mr. Zhang is truly remarkable. I've seen the Bingxin Buddha statue myself. It's definitely a rare treasure, hidden within a Buddha statue, yet you managed to uncover its true nature. Such insight is indeed formidable. May I ask where Mr. Zhang is currently working? Facing Brin's inquiry, Brendan narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt this person's attitude wasn't entirely friendly. There was a hint of hostility in his eyes, and the current smile seemed forced. I wouldn't dare say, highly accomplished. I only have a basic understanding of antiques, Brendan replied nonchalantly. Brin gave him a deep look. Mr. Zhang looks quite young. Are you still in school? No, I've already graduated, Brendan answered. Brin feigned surprise. Really? With Mr. Zhang's ability to identify the Bingxin Buddha statue, how could you not get into university? Perhaps Mr. Zhang should consider archaeology. I happen to know a professor in the archaeology department who could introduce you if you're interested. Upon hearing this, Brendan's eyes narrowed again. He had lived in society for a few years and could recognize veiled insults. Did he have any grudge against this person? Why the hostility? Or maybe, Brendan glanced sideways at Leanne and formed a guess. He responded with a fake smile. Thank you for your offer, but I have no interest in further education. My involvement in antiques is merely a personal interest. Before Bryn could respond, Leanne cut in, frowning. Bryn, you're talking too much. Mr. Zhang can choose his path as he wishes. Leanne's gaze toward Bryn was icy. Bryn smiled. Xiuxian, you misunderstand me. I have no ill intentions towards Mr. Zhang. I was just making conversation. He smoothly brushed off her comment. Arno warmly entertained everyone, leading them to sit at a stone table in the garden. Leanne sat next to Brendan, while Bryn took the opposite seat. Soon, a servant arrived with tea, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Arno eagerly asked Brendan about his discovery of the Bingxin Buddha statue. Jamisental brother Zhang, how did you discover the hidden Bingxin Buddha inside that statue? Arno's face glowed with enthusiasm. Faced with such eagerness, Brendan felt overwhelmed. Earlier, Leanne had mentioned that her grandfather loved antiques, but he hadn't fully grasped the extent of his passion until now. With Arno pressing for details, Brendan struggled to explain using his limited knowledge of antiques. His ability to spot the issue in the statue was entirely due to the celestial eye's penetrative ability. A detailed explanation would certainly raise suspicions. Showing off in front of this seasoned collector would be like brandishing a saber before Guanyu. Brendan reached under the table and gave Leanne a gentle tap, hoping she could help divert the conversation. Startled by the sudden touch, Leanne instinctively looked at Brendan. Thinking this, Brendan reached under the table and tapped Leanne. Startled by the sudden action, Leanne instinctively looked at Brendan. Chapter 61. The Riverside Pavilion Painting. Leanne saw Brendan winking and making faces at her. Her heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled. She felt someone touch her and initially thought Brendan was trying to take advantage of her. She quickly caught on and immediately interrupted Arno's relentless questioning. Grandfather, Mr. Zhang is just here as a guest today. How can you interrogate your guests like this? Leanne interjected. Cough, cough. Arno cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. I was only curious. Jamisental brother Zhang, my apologies for my rudeness. Let's have some tea. Arno picked up his teacup. Seeing that Arno was no longer pressing, Brendan breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, your enthusiasm for antiques is truly commendable. I've heard you have an impressive collection of antiques and collectibles. Might I visit them later? Brendan asked, eyes twinkling. No problem, let's go now. Arno chuckled warmly. Arno was very enthusiastic and immediately led Brendan to his antique and collectible room. He was like a proud old child showing off his treasures, leading Brendan into the room. As soon as they opened the door, various antiques came into view. My goodness, the entire room was filled with hundreds of glass display cases, all containing different types of antiques and collectibles. There were paintings, jade artifacts, porcelain, ancient weapons, and even armor. Your collection is truly extensive, Brendan exclaimed in amazement. Arno stroked his beard, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. These antiques were clearly his proudest possessions. Brendan activated his heavenly eye and couldn't help but drool at what he saw. All these items were high-quality pieces, most of them imbued with spiritual energy. Several items were so potent that they almost blinded him with their brilliance. Treasures. Brendan's eyes gleamed as he admired these valuable antiques. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the antiques themselves, the spiritual energy within them captivated him. Absorbing the spiritual energy from these antiques could easily triple his current reserves. There's never too much of a good thing. Unfortunately, all the antiques were sealed in glass cases. To absorb the spiritual energy, he needed direct physical contact, which was impossible given their enclosure. Pity. Brendan sighed inwardly. Arno enthusiastically introduced each item to Brendan, whose eyes lit up with excitement. Arno interpreted this as admiration for the antiques, unaware that Brendan was actually coveting the spiritual energy within them. Bryn, standing nearby, watched Arno warmly entertain Brendan, his expression turning sour. Today, he had come with precious items, hoping to enhance his rapport with Arno. But unexpectedly, an outsider had swooped in and stolen the spotlight. Who was this guy? Bryn frowned, feeling a sense of impending threat as Arno lavished attention on Brendan. He decided he needed to unveil his ace sooner than planned. He turned and left, returning shortly with a long box in hand. Mr. Wu, I found something interesting recently and wanted you to appraise it, Bryn said with a smile. Oh. This immediately drew Arno's attention. Turning around, Arno watched as Bryn placed the long box on the table and opened it, revealing a scroll painting. Slowly unfurling the scroll, Bryn displayed its contents before the three of them. Upon closer inspection, Arno was instantly mesmerized. He walked over, donning his glasses to examine the intricate details of the artwork. It was a magnificent ink landscape painting, superb in every detail. Even a layperson could appreciate its quality. The exquisite scene was breathtaking, drawing one deeply into its world. Arno grew increasingly excited, his elderly face glowing with delight. Is this Jameson Xiuxian's Riverside Pavilion from the Tang Dynasty? Arno's voice rose sharply. His tone was tinged with exhilaration. Indeed, Mr. Wu's keen eye never fails. This is none other than the Riverside Pavilion, Bryn replied proudly. I've had quite a stroke of luck lately to acquire such a rare piece. Arno looked at the Riverside Pavilion as if it were a priceless treasure, his affection unhidden. For a collector like him, this painting was an unparalleled gem. An outstanding Riverside Pavilion indeed, truly befitting Sun Scien's mastery. The composition and lines are quintessential Sun Science, Arno praised profusely. Leanne also approached, intrigued by the painting despite being unfamiliar with landscape art. An impeccable masterpiece, but is it genuine? Leanne couldn't help but ask. Throughout history, countless fakes have been made, especially for renowned artworks. No, this isn't a forgery. This Riverside Pavilion is undoubtedly authentic. Jameson Xiuxian's skill in landscape surpasses ordinary artists, Arno affirmed firmly. Ha ha ha. Bryn laughed heartily. With your endorsement, Mr. Wu, I can rest easy. Then, he surprised everyone with his next words. Since you like it so much, I intend to gift it to you. What? Arno was taken aback and shook his head. No, it's far too precious. Without merit, I cannot accept such a valuable gift. Bryn chuckled lightly. Please, you're too kind. You've always taken care of me, and besides, this riverside pavilion is just an object in my hands. Only under your discerning appreciation can it truly shine. Chapter 62. This painting of yours is fake. Faced with Bryn's enthusiasm, Arno found it hard to refuse, especially since he truly liked the painting of river sails and pavilion that lay before him. Seeing Arno's obvious interest, Bryn couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Brendan, giving him a mocking look. Brendan was speechless. This guy was treating him as a competitor. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what Bryn was thinking. It was clear that Bryn had designs on Leanne, and his arrival today made Bryn feel threatened. However, it must be admitted that Leanne was incredibly beautiful, and few men would willingly let go of such a beauty. But tangling with him was absolutely the worst decision Bryn could have made. Huh. Brendan laughed coldly in his heart. Just as Arno was about to agree, Brendan stepped forward. Wait. All three turned their gaze towards him. Jamicintal brother Zhang. What's wrong? Arno asked, puzzled. Bryn sneered. Mr. Zhang, this painting of river sails and pavilion is a gift I want to give to Grandpa Wu. You probably have no right to stop me. Brendan crossed his arms. Don't misunderstand me. I don't intend to interfere. I just want to remind you that this painting of river sails and pavilion is a forgery. What? Upon hearing these words, all three were taken aback. Leanne gasped. How can that be? Arno was surprised too. Jamicintal brother Zhang, you must have made a mistake. This painting of river sails and pavilion is clearly a work by Jameson Xiuxian. How can it possibly be a forgery? Bryn burst into laughter on the spot, his laugh filled with mockery and ridicule. Mr. Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting? I spent $1 million on this painting of river sails and pavilion, and even Grandpa Wu believes it's authentic. Do you know Grandpa Wu loves landscape paintings the most? His expertise in appraising them ranks among the top in all of Black Rock City's antique community. Even Grandpa Wu deems it genuine, and yet you claim it's a forgery. Are you saying he lacks skill and made a misjudgment? Bryn's tone dripped with sarcasm. Seizing the opportunity, he ridiculed Brendan fiercely. In the face of Bryn's attack, Brendan's expression remained unchanged. Leanne was anxious and hurriedly came to Brendan's side. She whispered, Mr. Zhang, this painting of river sails and pavilion is almost certainly not a fake. It's very likely you made an error. As Bryn said, my grandfather would never make a mistake in appraising landscape paintings, Leanne whispered to Brendan. Arno wasn't upset or angry. His elderly face still bore a smile, but there was also curiosity. Jamicintal brother Zhang, if you say this painting is fake, I wonder what your basis is? This painting is clearly an authentic piece by Jameson Xiuxian. The brushwork is identical, Arno pointed out. Bryn scoffed. Grandpa Wu, I think Mr. Zhang is talking nonsense. My painting of river sails and pavilion can't be a forgery. If he dares to say it is, isn't he just making things up? The situation rapidly turned against Brendan, but he remained unperturbed. If I speak so boldly, it's because I have my reasons. Brendan's tone was confident. His heavenly eye focused on the painting of river sails and pavilion, revealing detailed information about it instantly. Forged river sails and pavilion. Landscape painting. Eddie. 150 years old. Price. 300,000. After reconfirming the details, Brendan's smile widened. Himph. Bullshit. Since you claim my painting of river sails and pavilion is fake, show some evidence. Bryn scoffed again. Arno and Leanne watched Brendan intently. Leanne was visibly anxious, unable to understand why Brendan would say such a thing. Arno, however, seemed calmer, waiting for Brendan's explanation. Do you know of a person named Eddie? Brendan asked. Eddie? Hearing this, Bryn looked confused. Leanne shook her head, and only Arno appeared slightly surprised. Of course I know Eddie. He was a famous copyist painter over 100 years ago, who replicated many masterpieces throughout his life. Moreover, his copying skills were extraordinary, producing numerous works that almost pass as originals. Hold on, Jamicintal brother Zhang. Do you mean this painting of river sails and pavilion was copied by Eddie? Arno was shocked. Brendan nodded. That's right. This painting of river sails and pavilion is a copy. Impossible. Bryn immediately objected, his expression changing. If the painting were indeed a fake, he would lose all face today, which he couldn't accept. Brendan, you're simply spouting nonsense. You need proof to back your claims. Do you expect us to believe it's a copy without evidence? Bryn rebuked. Leanne blinked. A copied work can never be entirely identical to the original. There should always be some differences. She looked at Arno. Among those present, Arno undoubtedly had the strongest appraisal skills. Arno pondered but shook his head. It's hard to say. Eddie was a genius, his replicating skills reaching a level where his works have been mistaken for originals several times before. Leanne was stunned. Then how do we prove whether this painting of river sails and pavilion is real or a forgery? Bryn looked displeased. Hold on. My painting of river sails and pavilion is genuine, not a copy. Arno hesitated. Xiaotang is right. Based on my assessment, this painting has no flaws. I also wish to believe it's authentic. These words relieved Bryn, who smiled again. Brendan, Grandpa Wu has already spoken. Are you still sticking to your absurd claim? You're making unfounded statements here without any investigation. I seriously doubt how you identified the Bingshin Buddha statue last time. Did you use some trick? Bryn sneered and retaliated without hesitation. Brendan chuckled. Who says I can't verify it? As far as I know, Eddie had a habit of leaving a small surprise in his copies. This is strong evidence to differentiate between a copy and an original, Brendan explained. Chapter 63. Slap in the face. What? Brendan's words made Arno slightly astonished. He looked puzzled. Is there such a thing? I have never heard of it. Bryn immediately scoffed. Brendan, did you hear that? Even old Wu hasn't heard of it. You're just making things up. Can't we check to find out? There is a mark left by Eddie inside the layered paper of this painting, Brendan said with certainty. Layered paper? All three couldn't help but look at the picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion on the table. If these words came from someone else, no one would probably believe it. But now, with Brendan's confident demeanor, it only added to their shock and uncertainty. Joke, absolute joke. Brendan, do you know how much my picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion is worth? You actually want to inspect the layered paper. If you damage my painting, can you afford the compensation? Bryn was furious. Brendan was unhurried, a smile playing on his lips. Your picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion is a fake. How much could a copy be worth? Why don't we make a bet? Bryn frowned. How? I will tear this painting apart. If there is no evidence of layered paper inside, then I will compensate for all your losses. Brendan spoke confidently. Leanne was shocked. She hurriedly advised, Mr. Zhang, this is too risky. Don't worry, I'm absolutely certain. Brendan smiled. Ha ha ha. Bryn burst out laughing opposite him. Brendan, you sure have guts, daring to make such a bet. Fine, I'll bet with you. I want to see if your judgment is as accurate as you claim. But if you lose, you not only have to compensate me but also apologize. Bryn sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Brendan. No problem if I win. Give me $1 million as an appraisal fee. Brendan casually replied. Fine. Bryn nodded without hesitation. In his heart, he mocked Brendan, not believing his Xuanhuan Pavilion was a fake. To him, Brendan was just putting on a show. The talk of layered evidence was nonsense. They agreed, while Leanne stood aside, somewhat helpless. Brendan walked forward, and in front of the three people present, he tore the picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion. Rip. The picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion was instantly torn into 2 pieces. This decisive action startled everyone. Bryn was both surprised and angry. At this moment, however, Arno quickly stepped forward, his face filled with astonishment. This picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion actually has layered paper. What? Arno's words made Bryn's expression drastically change. He hurriedly looked over. He saw the thin layer clearly inside the tear in Brendan's hand. Following the tear, Brendan separated the layers, revealing the inner truth. Upon closer inspection, clear markings appeared on the layered paper with Eddie written on it. This. Arno was greatly surprised, his aged face filled with shock. Having authenticated countless landscape paintings and Eddie's copies multiple times, this was his first time encountering this. Impossible. Bryn's face changed dramatically. He stared intently at the separated layer, his expression suddenly very complex. Actually, there is a layer. It can't be. My picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion is a fake. Bryn found it hard to accept. His complexion rapidly shifted between red and white like a kaleidoscope. The picture being fake meant he not only lost $1 million, but also lost face in front of Arno and his granddaughter. Most crucially, Brendan had thoroughly embarrassed him, which he couldn't accept. Brendan placed the layer on the table, smiling. Bryn, what do you have to say now? The proof is irrefutable. Your picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion is a fake. Damn. Bryn clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. At this point, Bryn felt extremely embarrassed, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Just as he had mocked Brendan earlier, now he felt equally humiliated. I didn't know. I was deceived too. That damn seller told me it was the original. Who knew I'd be fooled? Bryn made excuses. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Arno applauded. Well done. Well done. Young brother Zhang, your discernment is truly impressive. Can you tell us how you figured out the layer in the picture of Xuanhuan Pavilion? I've studied Eddie's works before but never noticed this. Arno's curiosity was intense. Brendan chuckled lightly and gave a flimsy excuse. He couldn't say he had X-ray vision to see through the layers. Just luck. I heard some talented painters mited layers, so I decided to try. Ha ha ha. Arno laughed loudly, sensing Brendan's reluctance to explain further. Brother Zhang's eye has opened my old man's eyes indeed. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. If it weren't for Brother Zhang today, all 3 of us would have been deceived. Arno praised enthusiastically, his admiration evident. Arno continued to praise Brendan while Bryn was utterly ignored. It's late. Why don't you stay for lunch, young brother Zhang? Arno invited. Sure. Brendan agreed. Beside them, Bryn's embarrassment was palpable. Old man, I have matters to attend to. Let's meet another time. Fine. Arno didn't try to keep him, his attitude toward Bryn becoming indifferent. Bryn's expression darkened further, giving Brendan a vicious glare before leaving. Wait. My $1 million appraisal fee. Brendan stopped the departing Bryn. Bryn gritted his teeth. Although $1 million wasn't a big deal, losing to Brendan like this was unbearable. What's your bank account number? Hashtag chapter 64. Beauty's lap pillow. Bryn ultimately slunk away in disgrace. The more he had strutted around earlier, the more pitiful his departure now appeared. Brendan, on the other hand, became a distinguished guest of Joel. Joel's attitude was warm and welcoming, his gaze filled with admiration for Brendan. Right. Young brother Zhang, your insight is truly remarkable. Could you help me authenticate the items in my collection? I want to know if they are genuine. Joel made this request. Brendan's eyes lit up. He had been pondering how to find an excuse to touch these items and absorb their spiritual energy. Unbelievably, before he could speak, Joel had already offered the opportunity. How could he refuse such a tempting offer? It's an honor for me to be able to appreciate such exquisite pieces, Brendan said flatteringly. Under Joel's guidance, Brendan began examining the artifacts. For an accurate appraisal, inspecting them through glass would not suffice. Joel quickly brought out the keys to open the display cases. During this process, Brendan subtly touched several items. The spiritual energy within the ancient artifacts was swiftly absorbed by him. While pretending to examine them carefully, he was actually absorbing their essence. As he absorbed copious amounts of spiritual energy, the orb of energy stored in his Naiwan palace visibly grew larger. There were a total of 84 artifacts, and it took Brendan 2 hours to examine them all. A look of fatigue crept onto his face, an indicator of excessive mental exertion. However, despite the physical exhaustion, Brendan felt inwardly elated. Checking the diameter of the energy ball in his Naiwan palace, it had surpassed 30 centimeters. Grandfather, Mr. Zhang must be exhausted from appraising so many artifacts. Let him rest for a while. Lian observed Brendan's fatigue and suggested. Joel showed a remorseful expression. I'm sorry, young brother Zhang. We'll end today's examination here. Wuqing, please escort young brother Zhang to rest. Sure, Lian nodded and said, Mr. Zhang, follow me. Brendan agreed and followed Lian out of the collection room. Guided by Lian, Brendan arrived at a resting guest room. Mr. Zhang, I apologize. Grandfather got a little carried away. I'm grateful for your help earlier with the Zhangfan pavilion painting. Otherwise, with grandfather's personality, owning a fake painting would have broken his heart. Lian spoke with gratitude. Brendan waved her off. Miss Wu, you're too kind. It was no trouble at all. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and approached Lian. Lian instinctively stepped back as Brendan neared. Miss Wu, were the 2 assassins who pursued you yesterday sent by Brin? Brendan asked, looking directly at her. Lian's expression changed slightly, and she looked contemplative. I'm not sure. But your guess makes sense, although I lack evidence. Lian frowned. I dislike Brin. He has a narrow mind and doesn't hesitate to use underhanded methods. I also suspect those assassins were connected to him. At this point, Lian wore a deeply apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I've involved you in this trouble because of me. When you exposed Brin's forgery, he must have developed a grudge against you. Lian felt guilty. Brendan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this guy really that vindictive? Do you think he'll send assassins after me? Brendan sounded speechless. Lian couldn't give any guarantees, brushing her hair behind her ear with a helpless look. I don't know. But since you're not from Blackrock City, I assume you will leave after the antique market ends. At that time, Brin won't have a chance to retaliate. Brendan rolled his eyes. Being drawn into this trouble for no reason seems like a significant loss for me. This statement deepened Lian's sense of guilt. I'm very sorry. How about this? You stay at the villa for the next couple of days. Even if Brin were bold enough, he wouldn't dare send assassins here to harm you. Lian suggested. Brendan shrugged. Just that? You should offer some compensation, right? His gaze shifted to Lian, growing increasingly intense. Yesterday in the alley, Lian gently placed her hand on Brendan's head, softly kneading and massaging with her fingers. Brendan closed his eyes contentedly, enjoying the sensation. Miss Wu, I didn't expect your massage skills to be so good. Brendan praised. Lian's technique was gentle yet precise, and the strength just right. Having a mature beauty massage him, it was something Brendan never dared dream of before. Chapter 65, Zayli's Invitation. Brendan lay comfortably on Lian's lap, slightly squinting his eyes as he enjoyed the beautiful scene before him. Lian had a very voluptuous figure, even surpassing Reese in this aspect. The charm of a mature Elaine was vividly displayed on Lian, like a ripe peach inviting a fierce bite. With his head resting on Lian's thigh, Brendan breathed in the faint fragrance from her body while enjoying her gentle massage. This indulgence was simply wonderful. If Brin knew how luxuriously Brendan was being pampered, he would probably be envious to the point of eye-popping. Brendan closed his eyes, savoring every moment. Perhaps because Lian's massage was too comfortable, he gradually drifted off to sleep. His breathing steadied. Watching him fall into deep slumber, Lian didn't stop. She continued massaging for another half hour. After that, she carefully lifted Brendan's head and gently laid him down on the bed without waking him up. It wasn't until hours later, when the sun was about to set, that Brendan woke up. The sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on his face. The brightness prompted him to slowly open his eyes. Brendan rubbed his temples as he got up from the bed and checked his phone. It's already 5 in the afternoon? I slept for 5 hours. He saw 2 missed calls from Reese. Rising to straighten his clothes, Brendan walked out of the room just as a Harlow passed by. I want to see Grandpa Wu, he called out. The Harlow nodded and led Brendan to the garden where Arno was painting. Noticing him, Arno put down his brush. Young brother Zhang, did you sleep well? Thank you, Grandpa Wu. I'm here to say goodbye. I have some matters to attend to and need to leave now, Brendan replied. Arno was curious. Where are you from, young brother Zhang? Shangjiang. Shangjiang? That place isn't very big. A talent like you might find Black Rock City more suitable for your development, Arno genuinely suggested. Shangjiang was only a 2nd or 3rd tier city, incomparable to a 1st tier metropolis like Black Rock City. Brendan pondered for a moment. Developing in a bigger city indeed offered better prospects, both in quality and quantity of antiques. Thank you for the advice, Grandpa Wu. I'll consider it. If I ever come to Black Rock City, I will definitely seek your guidance, he replied with a light smile. Arno laughed heartily. After politely declining Arno's dinner invitation, Brendan left the villa. He was slightly disappointed not seeing Lian before leaving. Arno had arranged for a driver to send him back to the hotel. Back in his hotel room, Brendan was greeted by an exasperated Reese. You finally came back. Brendan shrugged. Couldn't help it. I was delayed. Let's go have dinner. The antique market should be over. We'll return to Shangjiang tomorrow. Okay, Reese agreed. The next day, upon returning to Shangjiang, Reese immediately went to manage the antiques at the store. Brendan returned home. Just as he arrived and hadn't even caught his breath, his phone rang. It was Zayli calling. Mr. Zhang, it's been a while. Recalling her cold beauty, Brendan answered directly. Miss Sun, do you need my help with jade matters? Zayli nodded. Yes, tomorrow evening, the Jade Association will host a charity auction for raw stones. There will be many high-quality stones available for bidding. I want to invite you to join me and assist me there. As compensation, I'll pay you 30,000 after the event. 30,000 was a trifling sum for Brendan now. However, considering Zaylee had previously helped him make his first million, he felt obliged to assist her. No problem. Pick me up tomorrow evening, Brendan agreed. Thank you. By the way, formal attire is required for the charity auction. Formal attire? Brendan felt somewhat embarrassed. Having once been a poor nobody, he had never attended such events nor understood what formal attire entailed. Initially, he considered asking Reese for help, but since she had just returned from the antique market and had a lot to handle at the store, he decided against it. I don't know what to wear. Could you help me choose? Brendan asked awkwardly. Sure. I'll meet you tomorrow afternoon, Zaylee agreed readily. They hung up, and Brendan looked forward to the event that evening. After a shower and changing clothes, Brendan headed out, driving his BMW X6 towards the Xiuxian Martial Arts Club. Thanks to my luck in that alley, otherwise, those two assassins might have killed me. But if I had combat skills, they wouldn't stand a chance, Brendan thought, deciding to improve his fighting abilities. At the club, as he walked in, he heard the rhythmic sound of punching bags being hit. Brendan, we thought you wouldn't come. Blake exclaimed. Why wouldn't I? I've already paid. Brendan responded, drawing laughter from Blake. Do you need my guidance today? Blake stretched, looking eager. Eyeing Blake's muscular build, Brendan declined. I prefer Coach Suzette's guidance, he insisted. Chapter 66. Back to Xiuxian Martial Arts School. Blake nodded and turned to walk into a room deep inside the martial arts school. Shortly after, Blake reappeared with Suzette by his side. As soon as Suzette appeared, all the students in the martial arts school turned their gazes to her. Gulp. Someone involuntarily swallowed, a sound that seemed unusually clear in the silent atmosphere. Today, Suzette was wearing a white sports bra and shorts, showcasing her tall and perfect figure almost completely. Her slender waist had visible abdominal muscles, and her full chest, even under the restraint of the sports bra, couldn't be concealed, outlining an impressive line. Brendan's eyes were immediately drawn to her. What a beauty! Few men could resist such a beauty. No wonder this martial arts school, despite its mediocre environment, always had over 20 students on both occasions he visited. They weren't really here to learn boxing. Mr. Zhang, let's start. Suzette approached with a cold expression. Her demeanor was like an ice mountain, exuding a chill similar to the biting wind. Sure. I want to start learning basic boxing techniques, Brendan stated his requirements. Since he paid $500 per class, it was only natural for him to voice his preferences. No problem. Suzette nodded slightly. Boxing can be broadly divided into two categories, standing or ground techniques. Since you're a beginner, we'll start with standing techniques. Let's begin with stance training. As she spoke, Suzette came closer, placing her hands on Brendan to guide him into a squatting position. A powerful force acted upon him, making him instantly crouch down. This is the standard horse stance. The horse stance trains your leg muscles and improves stability in your lower body, Suzette explained while guiding him. Sigh. The moment Brendan squatted, he felt intense pressure. Initially, it wasn't too bad, but as time passed, his legs began to ache and burn. Suzette corrected his posture gently, releasing a subtle fragrance from her body. With such a beautiful Elaine personally tutoring him, Brendan felt the $500 per class was well worth it. Suzette was stunning, no less attractive than Reese or Leanne. She had an unmatched charm that set her apart. Suzette was like a cold, pristine plum blossom, her icy demeanor making people feel distanced. Brendan thought her teaching would be cold, but surprisingly, she was gentle. This contrast made him look at her again with surprise. Suzette had a healthy wheat color skin tone, and due to constant training, her hands were slightly rough, especially her knuckles which bore calluses. Under her guidance, Brendan maintained the horse stance. Push out your chest, lift your head, and tighten your waist. The most important thing about the horse stance is the posture. Only when the posture is correct will it have the best effect. Suzette instructed coldly. Brendan followed her instructions meticulously. He could feel the envious and jealous gazes of more than 20 students in the martial arts school. Additionally, some of them showed a mocking smile. Come on, let's bet how long this guy can hold the stance, someone teased. Another student laughed. If he can hold it for 5 minutes, that's impressive. 5 minutes? I bet he won't last 3 minutes. Ha ha ha, I bet 2 minutes. The students chattered, knowing from experience the agony of holding the horse stance. They wanted to see Brendan fail. They had initially been taught by Blake. Though they also wanted Suzette to teach them personally, her private lesson fees were too high for most to afford. Now, seeing Brendan receive personal tutoring, they were envious and eager to see him struggle. These voices reached Brendan's ears. Don't listen to their comments, stay focused. Suzette reminded him. Squatting requires concentration to achieve better results. Brendan nodded lightly. Drip, drip, drip. Time ticked by, and soon 1 minute had passed. Sigh. Brendan couldn't help but gasp, surprised by the pain of the horse stance. His legs ached intensely, causing slight tremors. I can only manage 1 minute? No, I can't let them underestimate me. He clenched his teeth, channeling a thread of spirit energy from his Naiwan palace into his legs. Instantly, the aching sensation diminished significantly, and he looked visibly relaxed. Refreshing. With the excellent recovery effects of the spirit energy, Brendan felt his originally sore legs healing visibly. Huh. Suzette was puzzled, having observed Brendan closely to gauge his limits. Suddenly, he seemed to ease up. Why? Suzette was confused. Brendan closed his eyes, controlling his expression as the spirit energy nurtured his body. Under the influence of the spirit energy, he surpassed the 5-minute mark in the horse stance, leaving the betting students flabbergasted. How did he manage this long? Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Hearing their astonished remarks, Brendan couldn't help but smile. Calculating that enough time had passed, he sat down abruptly. I can't do it anymore. I've reached my limit. Brendan rubbed his legs, wincing from the pain and tingling sensation. Chapter 67. Suzette's training. Take a good 10-minute break, and then we will proceed to the next training session. Suzette's voice echoed. Okay. Brendan winced in pain. Squatting in horse stance was not a pleasant experience, But with so many people watching, he couldn't continue using spiritual energy to recover his muscles. The 10-minute break flew by quickly. Suzette came over to call Brendan up, then resumed the training. Next were specialized full-body exercises. After several hours of intense exertion, Brendan was completely drained of his last ounce of strength. At first, when Suzette gave him pointers, he could enjoy the service from this beauty. But later on, under her strict guidance, all his attention had to be focused on the training. Even with the beauty right before his eyes, he no longer had the heart to pay attention to anything else. I can't do it anymore. I really can't. Let's end today's training here. Brendan waved his hand hurriedly. The soreness all over his body made him wince. He felt like he had been thoroughly wrung out by Suzette, making even moving a finger a Herculean task. Your physical performance is quite impressive. Although your body is somewhat stiff, you show great potential, Suzette commented. With proper training over time, you can achieve something significant in the world of martial arts. Brendan was too exhausted to speak and could only lie on the ground, breathing heavily. Do you need a massage? After high-intensity training, it's best to have a massage to relax your muscles. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow, Suzette said. Massage? Hearing these two words, Brendan suddenly felt that his body didn't hurt as much. Are you going to give me the massage? Brendan's eyes sparkled. Suzette nodded. You can choose me or my brother. My fee is 200 per session, while my brother's is 100 per session. I choose you. 200 is just pocket change, but I don't have any strength left. Can you carry me there? Brendan blinked his eyes. Suzette bent down and picked him up in a princess hold. Suddenly lying in the arms of the beautiful Elaine, Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The fragrance emanating from Suzette was delightful, and her movements were gentle. Being held by such a beautiful Elaine, Brendan could clearly feel how voluptuous Suzette's figure was. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of other trainees, Suzette carried Brendan into the adjacent room. She placed Brendan on the bed and opened a cabinet nearby. Be prepared, relaxing your muscles will cause some pain. If you can't bear it, just shout, Suzette warned him. As she spoke, Suzette walked over with a bottle of medicinal wine. She took off Brendan's clothes until only his shorts remained. Wait, do I really need to be undressed like this? Lying naked in front of a beautiful Elaine made Brendan uncomfortable. Most embarrassing of all was his erect member, now very visible. Feeling so humiliated in front of a beauty, Brendan wished for a hole to hide in. However, Suzette's expression remained unchanged, as if she had seen it all before. She poured the medicinal wine onto her hands and began pressing on Brendan's legs. Ah! With just one press, Brendan let out a pig-like scream. Stop! Why does it hurt so much? Cold sweat trickled down Brendan's face. Suzette explained, this is necessary for muscle relaxation. Everyone goes through it. Bear with it. If you can't endure it, I can tie you down. Brendan was speechless. He suddenly regretted his decision. If he had known muscle relaxation would be this painful, he should have used spiritual energy to heal himself. For the next 15 minutes, Brendan's screams occasionally rang out from the room. Though Suzette's gentle hands massaged his body, it felt more like torture to Brendan. When it was finally over, Brendan lay panting on the bed. The massage is done. You can go back now. Wash up well after you return. Come back to train once your body fully recovers. It's best to wait a few days to avoid overexertion, Suzette instructed. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving Brendan alone in the room. It took him a while to gather himself and get up from the bed. Pure hell. I'll skip massages from now on. I'd rather use spiritual energy to recover. Brendan shuddered, still feeling lingering fear. He dressed and walked out of the room. Mr. Zhang, how did you find my sister's massage technique? Blake approached with a smile. From Blake's tone, Brendan detected a hint of schadenfreude. Looking around the martial arts school, Brendan noticed Suzette was not present. Does Coach Suzette usually not train here? Blake nodded. Indeed. She trains on the second floor where our private training area is, which is not open to the public. That made sense. Brendan understood and, after a moment's thought, asked the question that had been bothering him. Coach Tan, what level can combat skills reach at their pinnacle? If ordinary people train hard, they can easily take on 3 foes at once, Blake replied with a laugh. Just that? Brendan frowned slightly. Could it be that true chi or internal energy didn't exist in this world? Then what about his spiritual energy? Don't tell me you believe in true chi and internal energy? Blake chuckled. Brendan was silent. He felt a little disappointed. If true chi and internal energy didn't exist, wouldn't his dreams of being invincible and living forever be shattered? No. Since things like spiritual energy and heavenly eye existed, this world must be far from simple. Blake probably just hadn't encountered that level yet. Brendan wasn't entirely convinced. Without saying much, he left Xiuxian Martial Arts School. Back home, it was already afternoon. Brendan quickly cooked a meal to fill his stomach. Then, he took out the mysterious ancient jade he had bought at the antique market. What exactly is this mysterious ancient jade? Mysterious jade pendant. Mixed. Jameson Ching. 800 years. Using Heavenly Eye to appraise the jade again yielded no new information. This seems to be an ordinary mixed jade pendant with simple craftsmanship. Why can't Heavenly Eye determine its value? Brendan furrowed his brow. Hashtag chapter 68. An insatiable appetite. Brendan firmly believed that this mysterious jade pendant must have something extraordinary hidden within it, although he had yet to discover what it was. Wait, could this jade pendant be some kind of cultivation artifact that requires a blood recognition ritual? Brendan's mind raced with possibilities. He fetched a needle and pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of bright red blood to slowly trickle out and fall onto the surface of the jade pendant. However, the pendant showed no special reaction whatsoever, leaving Brendan at a loss. Dropping blood didn't work. How should I probe the secrets of this jade pendant? Brendan furrowed his brows in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to try using spiritual energy. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, he gathered a strand of spiritual energy and injected it into the pendant. Brendan's eyes were fixed intently on the pendant, and to his delight, it absorbed the tiny strand of spiritual energy. It worked. A look of surprise spread across Brendan's face. Despite the pendant not visibly changing after absorbing the spiritual energy, Brendan felt no disappointment. The important thing was that the pendant had responded positively to the spiritual energy. Since it can absorb my spiritual energy, it means the pendant can indeed react to it. Brendan's eyes gleamed with determination. He had recently accumulated a good amount of spiritual energy, and now he would use it to sate the pendant's needs. With this thought, Brendan immediately channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into the pendant. Wave after wave of spiritual energy flowed continuously into the jade pendant. Gradually, the pendant began to respond. A faint glow emanated from the surface of the pendant, enough to excite Brendan. As expected, this jade pendant is no ordinary object. Brendan felt a thrill inside him. He had always suspected that this world held more than meets the eye. Since he already possessed spiritual energy and heavenly eye, it wouldn't be strange if there were cultivators, martial artists, or even psychics. Even if someone were to fly by on a sword before him, he wouldn't be surprised. Controlled by Brendan, the flow of spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible as it poured into the jade pendant. The faint glow became more intense. However, Brendan's expression soon changed. The initial joy vanished, replaced by astonishment. How much spiritual energy does this thing need? Brendan couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. He had already infused most of the spiritual energy from his mud pill palace into the pendant, but it still showed no significant change. When he stopped infusing spiritual energy, the faint glow disappeared as well. Seeing the jade pendant return to its ordinary state, Brendan's lips twitched involuntarily. Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. So much spiritual energy and it still doesn't react? What could be inside this jade pendant? Brendan marveled in disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to use up the remaining spiritual energy. He needed to conserve some for emergencies since he didn't know how much more the pendant would require. Spiritual energy was invaluable, and keeping some on hand made him feel more secure. The spiritual energy just isn't enough. The heavenly eye already consumes a great deal of spiritual energy, and now we have this jade pendant as well. I need more spiritual energy. Brendan felt helpless. The next day, Brendan chose not to go to xiuxian martial arts gym to practice combat techniques. Although his body had fully recovered, he had other matters to attend to. Ring, ring, ring. In the afternoon, Zayli called. Mr. Zhang, I'm at the entrance of your residential complex. I'll come down right away. After hanging up, Brendan hurriedly left the house. At the entrance, he saw the white SUV parked by the roadside. Zayli stood beside the car door and waved when she saw him emerge from the complex. Brendan couldn't help but focus on Zayli. She wasn't wearing her usual professional attire today. Instead, she wore casual clothes, a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans paired with white canvas shoes. Despite her ordinary outfit, her stunning beauty still drew admiring glances from men passing by. Mr. Zhang. Ms. Sun. Brendan walked over to Zayli, and they both got into the car. Ms. Sun, where are we going to buy clothes? Brendan asked from the passenger seat. Zayli smiled. Please call me by my first name. You too, Brendan replied with a smile. Let's go to Mingjiang Mall. They have everything we need. Zayli said as she pressed the accelerator, and the SUV sped off into the distance. Mingjiang Mall. Zayli drove to the parking lot, and the two of them entered the mall together. Inside, they were greeted by numerous high-end clothing stores, jade jewelry shops, and gold jewelers. Mingjiang Mall was famous for luxury goods in Shangjiang City, and each store was a top-tier brand. Ordinary people might spend a month's salary on just one item here. If it were earlier, Brendan would never have shopped at such an upscale mall. His monthly salary was only around 6,000 renminbi, barely enough for a single piece of clothing, if even that. Following Zayli's lead, Brendan arrived at a men's clothing store. As soon as they entered, a sales assistant approached with a welcoming smile. Welcome. Zayli instructed, get him a formal suit for attending banquets. The assistant nodded and turned her gaze toward Brendan. Sir, please follow me. Brendan followed the assistant, scanning the price tags on the nearby racks. Good heavens. Each item cost at least 5,000 renminbi, which would have sent his heart racing if he saw those prices back then. The assistant had excellent taste, and before long, she had selected a complete formal outfit for Brendan. After trying on the suit, Brendan stepped out of the fitting room. As the saying goes, a man's appearance is enhanced by proper attire. The expensive suit dramatically elevated his presence. Sir, this suit truly suits you perfectly, the assistant praised. Translation continues based on the provided Chinese text. Chapter 69. Buying clothes. Brendan walked up to the mirror and gazed at himself, marveling at the dramatic change in his demeanor. Even he was somewhat surprised. Zayli nodded gently. It really suits you. Brendan felt satisfied. Then I'll take this set. Also, pick 2 more styles according to these measurements. The sales assistant promptly went to work. Before long, the two of them emerged from the men's clothing store, with Brendan carrying 3 shopping bags. Should we go to the charity auction now? Brendan asked, looking at Zayli. Zayli replied, no, I need to buy a gown as well. Naturally, Brendan had no objections and followed Zayli to a second-floor boutique that specialized in women's evening gowns. Welcome. As soon as they stepped into the boutique, a sales assistant approached them. However, upon recognizing her appearance, a mocking expression spread across Brendan's face. Brendan, what are you doing here? This sales assistant turned out to be Minnie. The moment she saw Brendan, her expression darkened. Why have you come here, Brendan? You already cost me my job last time. I haven't even gotten around to settling scores with you yet. Minnie spoke through gritted teeth. Minnie had worked hard to secure her job at the 5S dealership. Selling one luxury car could bring her a substantial commission. But due to Brendan, she ended up getting fired from the dealership. She hadn't forgotten this grudge, and seeing him again only fueled her anger and hatred. Jamison listening to Minnie, Brendan sneered. Minnie, don't flatter yourself. I didn't come here for you specifically. It's just a coincidence. Brendan said sarcastically. Zaylee overheard their conversation and looked at Brendan. Do we need to go somewhere else? No, let's stay here. Their styles seem quite nice. There's no need to change. Brendan smiled. Zaylee nodded approvingly and had no objections. They entered directly, and Minnie finally noticed Zaylee standing beside Brendan. How did he end up with another beautiful Elaine? Minnie couldn't help but feel jealous as she stared at Zaylee. Zaylee's poise, beauty, and figure were all far superior to hers. Next to Zaylee, she felt like an ugly duckling, a thought that Minnie found hard to accept. She realized that since breaking up with Brendan, he seemed to have become prosperous overnight. Not only did he have money now, but he also had better-looking women surrounding him. Whether it was Reese before or Zaylee now, both women were more outstanding than her, which made Minnie seethe with jealousy inside. At that moment, Brendan's reprimanding voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? As a sales assistant, is this how you treat customers? Brendan asked coldly. Doesn't seem like last time's lesson taught you anything. Do you want to get fired? Minnie's face darkened. She managed a forced smile, uglier than a cry. Clenching her teeth inwardly, she had to force a smile on her face. Madam, what style of gown would you like to look at? Minnie asked, forcing herself to smile. Zaylee ignored her, her eyes scanning the gowns displayed in the cabinets. Soon, her gaze landed on a black evening gown. I'd like to try this one, she said. Of course, please wait a moment. Minnie replied, gritting her teeth. She fetched the dress as per Zaylee's request. Zaylee took the dress and headed to the fitting room. Brendan waited patiently outside, anticipating Zaylee's appearance in the gown. It wasn't long before Zaylee emerged from the fitting room in the dress. How does it look? She asked Brendan with a faint smile. Brendan almost lost his breath as he looked at her. Zaylee wore a black off-the-shoulder, backless evening gown that clung tightly to her exquisite figure. Her curves were accentuated perfectly, showing off her full bust and smooth, creamy skin. The black dress complemented her elegant and classical charm, making her appear as beautiful and striking as a queen stepping out of a fairy tale. Amazing! Brendan's eyes locked onto Zaylee admiringly. This dress fits you perfectly. The elegance and allure radiating from Zaylee wearing the gown left Brendan spellbound. Zaylee covered her mouth with a light laugh. Seeing Brendan so entranced pleased her immensely. In the boutique, others present were also almost mesmerized by her. Minnie, especially, could hardly believe her eyes. Having always been confident about her own appearance, the stark contrast with Zaylee brought an intense sense of failure to Minnie. I'll take this gown, Zaylee declared. Zaylee took out a bank card. Paying, packing, and leaving. All done seamlessly. Brendan and Zaylee walked away, leaving Minnie still in shock over the impact of Zaylee's presence. Night fell swiftly, and they arrived at Xiuxian Hotel. A white BMW pulled up to the hotel entrance and stopped. Opening the driver's door, Brendan stepped out, now dressed in a black formal suit, his hair neatly groomed, a stark contrast to his usual self. From the passenger side, Zaylee stepped out, clad in a stunning black evening gown. The doorman quickly came over, and Brendan handed him the car keys before walking into the hotel with Zaylee. They showed their invitations and entered the grand hall where a charity auction was about to begin. Dressed elegantly, many high society figures awaited the event. Zaylee gracefully linked her arm with Brendan, leaning slightly against him. A delicate fragrance filled Brendan's nostrils. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Brendan secretly delighted and glanced at Zaylee. Let's go, Zaylee said. For such intimate behavior from Zaylee, Brendan felt pleasantly surprised but gladly accepted it without hesitation. Hand in hand, they walked into the charity auction as if they were a couple. Chapter 70. Shield. They walked into the auction together, immediately drawing the attention of Minnie. A wave of gazes shifted towards Zaylee, each male's eyes sparkling with admiration. President's son? A Jose approached them with a wine glass in hand, smiling as he gazed at the coldly beautiful Zaylee, astonishment evident in his eyes. I didn't expect President's son to dress up like this today. It's truly stunning. You must be the most radiant pearl tonight at this charity auction. The man couldn't tear his eyes away from Zaylee. Zaylee smiled politely. Thank you, President's son. May I introduce this gentleman? The man turned to look at Brendan. He's called Brendan, my date for tonight, Zaylee said with a smile. Upon hearing this, numerous men present cast their eyes on Brendan with envy, resentment, and hostility. In that instant, Brendan felt like he stood in stark opposition to all the men around him. As expected, the perks of being with a beauty aren't always easy to enjoy. It was now clear to Brendan that he had unwittingly become Zaylee's shield. Apparently, Zaylee's purpose in bringing him along wasn't only to help appraise the raw stones, but also to have someone ward off unwanted advances from other men. At that moment, Zaylee leaned closer to Brendan's ear. Sorry, I don't really like these kinds of events. Those men can be so annoying. Asking you to help me handle them is really the only solution, Zaylee explained apologetically. Brendan rolled his eyes, feeling slightly irked. Zaylee was clearly using him. If she had just told him beforehand, that would have been fine. But to tell him now made him feel like he'd been tricked. You go, Zaylee, playing tricks on me. Though irritated, Brendan kept his cool, even managing a smile. He reached out and, bypassing Zaylee's body, wrapped his arms around her slim waist. With gentle force, Brendan held Zaylee close in front of everyone, meeting the gazes of all the men without flinching. Zaylee was taken aback by Brendan's boldness. Her face flushed, unexpectedly placed in his embrace before so many people. The strong scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing a blush to rise in her cheeks. She struggled slightly but couldn't escape Brendan's powerful grip. Don't struggle, otherwise, others might suspect something, Brendan whispered in her ear. Biting her lip in annoyance, Zaylee stopped struggling. Brendan smiled, then guided Zaylee to sit in a corner. Sitting on the chair, Brendan's hand started to wander over Zaylee's waist. Don't move around. Zaylee scolded lightly, helpless. I'm sorry for making you do this without your consent. Huh. There's no problem. Since I'm your date tonight, holding and touching you isn't an issue, Brendan feigned ignorance, grinning. Zaylee, smart as ever, Knew Brendan was deliberately acting foolish to punish her for earlier. Aware that people were still watching them, Zaylee chose not to argue further. To argue openly now would be tantamount to embarrassing herself, which was unacceptable for someone who valued her reputation. Thus, she reluctantly allowed Brendan's actions but gave a warning. Don't go too far, or I'll leave regardless of how embarrassed I'll be, Zaylee sternly stated. Brendan laughed, his smile brighter than ever. Don't worry, I know my limits. In public, I wouldn't cross the line, Brendan added with a light laugh. Rolling her eyes, Zaylee ceased resisting his affectionate gestures. Seated together closely, outsiders saw them as a couple with no issues at all. Brendan relished the situation, enjoying Zaylee's slender waist despite the earlier scheming. However, he realized it might earn him enemies among Zaylee's admirers. His right hand wandered shamelessly over Zaylee's waist, the skin smooth and delicate. Fascinated, Brendan's hand gradually moved downwards. Slap. Just as his hand was about to touch her bottom, Zaylee slapped his hand angrily. Don't push your luck, she warned. Brendan chuckled, retracting his hand obediently. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. President's son, you're here too. A familiar voice rang out, and Brendan turned to see Zachariah approaching. Many influential figures from the jade industry were invited to today's charity auction, so I naturally came as well, Zaylee replied calmly. Zachariah's gaze lingered on Zaylee, revealing a hint of greed. But then he noticed Brendan sitting intimately next to her, and his expression stiffened. Who are you? Zachariah asked, eyeing Brendan. You seem to forget things easily, Camdang general manager. Didn't I win 10 million from you just a few days ago? Brendan retorted. Upon hearing 10 million, Zachariah's memory returned. It's you. Why are you here? This event is for the top jade company owners in Xinjiang. You're merely a gemologist. What right do you have to attend? Zachariah frowned, his gaze turning cold toward Brendan. Seeing Brendan's hand still wrapped around Zaylee's waist, Zachariah's eyes grew colder. Chapter 71. Confrontation. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. If looks could kill, Zachariah would have wished to slice Brendan into pieces at that moment. Their exchange drew the attention of others in the hall. Many people saw Brendan and Zachariah facing off, and several couldn't help but smile with interest. Looks like we're in for a fierce showdown. Yeah, everyone in the jade industry knows that Mr. Camdang has designs on President's son, but I didn't expect President's son to bring a man along today. That's clearly a signal. Who is that young man? He seems completely unfamiliar. When did such a person appear in our Xinjiang Jade Circle? The crowd began to buzz with speculation. Many crossed their arms, eager to witness what would unfold. Facing Zachariah's questioning, Brendan remained unperturbed, while Zaylee explained calmly. Brendan is my date. He came here with me today. Each invitation allows one guest. Didn't you know this, Mr. Camdang? Zaylee said evenly. Hearing this, Zachariah's face darkened. His cold gaze fixed on Brendan as he sneered. Some people really don't know their place. Not just anyone can attend an event like this. In response to Zachariah's provocation, Brendan inwardly scoffed and shot back without hesitation. I was invited by Sybil. Whether or not I'm qualified isn't up to you to decide. Besides, you're just my underling from last time. It seems losing 10 million didn't teach you anything. If you want to taste failure again, I won't mind accommodating you. Brendan faced Zachariah head on. These words stung Zachariah deeply. His eyes flashed with intense coldness. What a bitter defeat. Brendan, you only got lucky last time. Do you really think you're that strong? You're just an appraiser. What makes you think you can challenge me? Zachariah jeered coldly. With both men standing firm, the atmosphere became tense. Zaylee frowned and intervened. That's enough. Zachariah, Brendan is my date, and I won't tolerate you insulting him. The auction is about to start. Go prepare yourself. Zachariah's gaze remained icy, ignoring Zaylee and turning to Brendan. Brendan, as a man, shouldn't you stand on your own instead of hiding behind Elaine? Brendan sneered. What's wrong with hiding behind Sybil? You wish you could even get close. If you have issues with me being here, take it up with the organizers. They're the ones who let me in. All your blabbering just makes you look like a rabid dog. Zachariah flew into a rage. Brendan, don't be too arrogant. You. Before Zachariah could continue, a bell rang, signaling the entire auction hall. The auction is about to begin, someone announced. The bell drew everyone's attention to the stage in the center. The previously noisy venue fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes turned to the auction podium as they waited patiently. Zaylee whispered to Brendan, be careful. Zachariah is ruthless. After you've offended him today, he'll likely find ways to settle the score. Brendan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I don't believe he can do much. Brendan sounded confident. With over 40 million in his bank account, money could solve most problems easily. As he thought this, his gaze inadvertently dropped to Zaylee's figure. From his angle, her elegant dress revealed a breathtaking view, drawing his eyes to the deep valley between her breasts. It almost made him lose control. Reluctantly, Brendan looked away, not out of self-restraint, but fear of losing control if he continued looking. She was irresistible. This Elaine was truly a nemesis to men. Time ticked by, and the charity auction for rough jade stones finally commenced. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps echoed as a Jose appeared before the audience. Welcome to tonight's charity auction for rough jade stones. The Jade Association provided these stones, and all proceeds will go to impoverished mountainous regions. Now, the auction begins, the auctioneer declared. The curtains on the stage lifted, revealing 10 rough jade stones covered in black cloth. Everyone's attention immediately focused on them as the auctioneer unveiled the first stone. It was already partially cut open, exposing a piece of jade inside. Everyone scrutinized the half-exposed stone. This is the first item up for auction, a partially exposed rough jade stone. The starting bid is 50,000, with a minimum increment of 5,000. Though no one rushed to bid, they were all major players in the Xinjiang jade industry. While it was a charity auction, the stones from the Jade Association were far from ordinary. Even this first partially exposed stone revealed glass-like quality jade. Its translucent beauty captured everyone's attention. The jade inside is glass-like, clearly top-grade material, but only part of it is visible, leaving much hidden within. Bidding under these circumstances is a gamble. If the hidden portion lacks quality jade, it'll be a significant loss, someone remarked. Translation note. I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested, ensuring the translation flows naturally and coherently. ##### Chapter 72. Bidding for the jade stone. The crowd gathered around, discussing the semi-processed jade stone on the auction stage with great interest. Zaylee turned to Brendan. What do you think of this jade stone? At that moment, Brendan had already activated his heavenly eye, allowing him a clear view of the stone's interior. No good. He gave a brief and rough evaluation without going into much detail. Zaylee nodded, immediately abandoning any thought of bidding on it. Prices were soon being called out in the auditorium. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. The bids rapidly increased from 60,000 to 150,000 within a short time. At this price point, the crowd's enthusiasm began to wane. Compared to ordinary jade stones, semi-processed ones posed less risk as a part of their interiors could be observed. However, they also commanded higher prices. This particular semi-processed stone was eventually sold for 180,000. The black cloth covering the second jade stone was quickly removed, revealing another stone to the audience. This one was larger, but unlike the previous one, it was entirely raw. The starting bid for this raw jade stone is 30,000, with each subsequent bid not less than 3,000, the auctioneer announced. Brendan immediately activated his heavenly eye, examining the stone closely. His eyes brightened slightly after a careful inspection. About 300,000, he whispered to Zaylee. Zaylee nodded and shouted out, 100,000. A murmur ran through the crowd as Zaylee's sudden bid drew attention. Zachariah, standing nearby, sneered and raised his bid. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 150,000. They kept bidding back and forth until the price reached 250,000, at which point Zaylee began to hesitate. Don't bid any higher. This is roughly the worth of the jade stone. It wouldn't be wise to push it further, Brendan stopped her. He could clearly see the quality of the jade inside. According to his estimate, this was its maximum value. Zaylee bit her lip and didn't raise her bid again. 250,000 once, 250,000 twice, 250,000 three times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer came down. Zachariah turned and shot a challenging glance at Brendan and Zaylee. Brendan ignored him, not interested in engaging Zachariah. He instead held Zaylee's slender waist with one hand, gently caressing it. Feeling the delicate touch, Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Engaging with a beautiful Elaine like her was far more enjoyable than arguing with Zachariah. Zaylee swatted his hand playfully. Have you had enough? Not yet, Brendan said with a grin. Even if I touched your waist for a lifetime, I would never get bored. Zaylee rolled her eyes but knew better than to argue further. She silently let him indulge, knowing he wouldn't cross any boundaries. The second, third, fourth, and fifth jade stones were similarly auctioned off. Each time, the black cloth was lifted, and the bidding prices climbed steadily. Brendan provided Zaylee with an estimated value for each stone, leaving the decision to bid or not up to her. Soon they arrived at the eighth jade stone, and Brendan became notably more serious. This stone contains high-quality jade. I estimate it's worth at least 3 million. 3 million? Zaylee was shocked. How can you tell? And how precise is this estimate? That's not a small sum. Are you sure there's valuable jade inside? Brendan nodded confidently. I'm 90% certain. You can safely bid on this stone. As long as it doesn't exceed 3 million, it will still be profitable. All right, I trust you, Zaylee agreed. The auctioneer then spoke. Starting bid for this stone is 100,000, with each increment not less than 10,000. Zaylee immediately bid 110,000. Her bid stood for a while as the crowd scrutinized the stone, trying to gauge its potential yield. Without Brendan's ability to see through the stone, they needed time to make judgments. Several minutes later, someone finally bid 120,000. Zaylee quickly raised her bid 150,000, 160,000, 200,000, said Zaylee. She consistently bid in increments of 5, pushing the price to 300,000 in no time. Her competitor hesitated and finally withdrew. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 three times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell. Zaylee breathed a sigh of relief, glad she hadn't faced stiff competition. She couldn't help but feel curious about the stone Brendan claimed was worth 3 million. Could the jade inside really be worth that much? The auction continued with varying bids. Unknowingly, they reached the last stone. When the black cloth was lifted, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Top-grade ice jade. It's actually top-grade ice jade, someone exclaimed. Several people couldn't contain their excitement and stood up. On the auction stage, the final stone was partially processed, exposing its inner contents. The exposed part revealed top-grade ice jade, creating a flurry of excitement among the attendees. Many people's eyes gleamed with anticipation, though the smarter ones realized the intense competition this stone would attract. Zaylee's eyes shone with interest, and she was clearly captivated. Chapter 73, Fake Jade. I didn't expect it to be a semi-revealed top-grade stone material. Just the exposed part is premium ice jade. If the hidden part of the stone inside is also ice jade, then the price of this material can easily reach over 2 million. Zaylee exclaimed with surprise in her tone. She hadn't been delighted for more than a few seconds when Brendan poured cold water on her right away. No. This semi-revealed stone material has a trap. Although it appears to be top-grade ice jade on the surface, in reality, only the exposed part is premium ice jade. Deeper inside, the stone material is entirely mixed jade. I estimate that the entire jade's value won't exceed 300,000. Brendan explained. This made Zaylee stunned. Fake jade. Zaylee was astounded. If these words had come from anyone else other than Brendan, she would not have believed it. Yes, exactly, fake jade. The people from the Jade Association are quite sinister, using a fake jade to trick people. Brendan shook his head. Zaylee was surprised. She looked back at the stone material on the auction stand. With her expertise, no matter how she looked at this raw stone, it didn't seem like fake jade. She couldn't help but be curious about how Brendan could tell it was fake jade at first glance. If it's fake jade, then this competition could get very interesting. Zaylee couldn't help but laugh lightly. Clearly, the crowd didn't consider the possibility of fake jade. Soon, they would surely fight each other fiercely over the auction. Once they bought this semi-revealed stone and found out it was fake jade inside, they might even be so angry as to vomit blood. At this moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out appropriately. Semi-revealed stone material, starting bid of 300,000. Each bid must not be less than 10,000. As soon as his words faded, someone immediately placed a bid. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. The audience's bidding enthusiasm was very high. In just a few breaths, the bid for this semi-revealed stone reached 1 million. Reaching 1 million did not stop it. The bid numbers continued to climb crazily. 1.2 million. Zachariah's voice sounded. 1.3 million, someone promptly countered. Haha. Zachariah chuckled softly. 2 million. Sigh. From 1.3 million to 2 million at once, many present couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Is President Kamdang demonstrating his resolve to secure this semi-revealed stone material? Someone couldn't help but say. Zachariah smiled slightly. It's an auction. Showing off strength is enough. Anyone who wants this semi-revealed stone just needs to bid higher than me. These words made many people shake their heads. 2 million was no small amount. Buying at this price already posed significant risk. If something unexpected happened, it could result in a loss of millions. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Zachariah turned his gaze to Brendan and Zaylee. President's son, aren't you bidding? I see you were very quiet during this round. Zachariah said. Zaylee spoke calmly. Everyone can see that the jade inside this semi-revealed raw stone is extraordinary, so the bidding price will undoubtedly be terrifying. My company is facing some cash flow issues recently, so I will not place any bids. Ha ha ha. Zachariah laughed heartily. Since President's son isn't bidding, I'll take this semi-revealed raw stone. The auctioneer's gaze swept around the room. Seeing no further bids, he began counting down. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million thrice. Sold. The auctioneer gently tapped his wooden hammer down. Ladies and gentlemen, today's charity auction of the raw stones officially concludes. Thank you all for your patronage. Now, please proceed to pay the corresponding charitable fees and take your purchased raw stones. Zaylee stood up to swipe her card, preparing to take away the 2 pieces of raw stone she bought. At the same time, Zachariah came over to collect the raw stone he bought. Just then, Brendan suddenly suggested, President Kamdang, why don't you cut open this semi-revealed stone material here? It would be a great learning opportunity for us to see what's inside. Brendan smiled. His words sparked interest among many people, and they all looked over. There was curiosity surrounding this final piece of semi-revealed stone. Zachariah showed a smile and scanned the crowd. It seems everyone wants me to fully unveil this semi-revealed raw stone. Since such, I'll satisfy everyone's curiosity. Zachariah nodded arrogantly. He looked at the Jade Association staff. Do you have a handheld cutter? That person nodded. Yes, I'll fetch one immediately. The staff acted quickly, returning within moments with a handheld cutting machine. A man beside Zachariah stepped forward and took the handheld cutting machine. Let me do the cutting. He started the cutter, and the grinding wheel sliced into the raw stone, producing a series of buzzing sounds. Zzz. People gathered around in a circle, most eyes filled with curiosity. Among them, only Brendan and Zaylee wore smiles. Brendan curled his lips in a mocking smile. President Kamdang, I wonder if you have any heart disease or high blood pressure? Zachariah frowned. Of course not. My health is very good. That puts my mind at ease. Since you're healthy, I guess you can handle a blow. Brendan chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Zachariah became furious instantly. Brendan, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing this raw stone material? Zachariah said coldly. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed aloud. I'm not cursing you. I'm just stating the facts. If I'm not mistaken, this semi-revealed raw stone is fake jade. The hidden large part of the stone inside doesn't contain anything valuable. Whisper. When these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in shock. Everyone stared at Brendan in disbelief. Fake jade? This seems unlikely. I think this semi-revealed jade looks very good in color and quality, so it probably isn't fake jade. Others nodded in agreement, right? I also think it's unlikely to be fake jade. People chattered excitedly, voicing their opinions and thoughts. Zachariah glared at Brendan. Brendan, did you hear that? No one here thinks this semi-revealed raw stone is fake jade. You're the only one thinking otherwise. Do you think everyone else is wrong? Zachariah's tone was full of sarcasm. Brendan sneered, since you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Hashtag chapter 74, Smackdown and Doubts. Brendan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. The crowd watched as the two men confronted each other, holding entirely different opinions. But with only one partially cut jade stone available, it was clear that one person would be right and the other wrong. How interesting. Many people crossed their arms, eager to witness the impending drama. At this moment, the process of cutting the partially exposed jade stone was nearing its end. Snap. A faint sound echoed as the entire stone was split in half, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The crowd leaned in to observe, and the instant they saw the interior of the stone, their faces turned pale. Zachariah fixed his gaze, and his expression changed drastically as well. Impossible. He shouted out loud in disbelief, causing a wave of commotion at the scene. Boom. The venue erupted in chaos as everyone started talking animatedly. Fake jade. It's actually fake jade. That young man was right. How could this be? How did he see through it when none of us could? I never expected. Zachariah has lost big on this one. He must have lost at least 1.5 million on this piece of stone. Heaven forbid. It's actually fake jade. Who would believe this without seeing it for themselves? The atmosphere was electric as people continued to buzz with chatter. The way everyone looked at Brendan had completely changed. Initially thought to be the clown due to his differing opinion. Now it seemed the real clown was someone else. This partially cut stone was actually fake jade. Among the crowd, Zaylee was also astonished. Her eyes couldn't help but linger on Brendan, filled with curiosity and admiration. How did he see through this? Does he have X-ray vision? Zaylee couldn't help but think. Impossible. Zachariah lost his composure and rushed forward. He picked up the already bisected stone and scrutinized it repeatedly, yet no matter how closely he examined it, all he found inside were some low-quality mixed jade stones, and their quality was extremely poor. Fake jade. It's actually fake jade. Zachariah's face contorted grotesquely as if slapped by an invisible hand. Zachariah immediately turned to question Brendan and Zaylee. Were you two already aware this was fake jade, which is why you didn't compete? Zachariah couldn't help but ask. Zaylee smiled slightly and walked to Brendan's side, gently gripping his arm. This is all his doing. Brendan identified this partially cut stone as fake jade early on, so I refrained from bidding. Zaylee praised him warmly. Many people were awestruck, looking at Brendan with newfound curiosity. How did he do it? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Brendan smiled. He wrapped one arm around Zaylee's slender waist while basking in the astonishment of those present. Zaylee, since we have the tools on site, why don't we go ahead and open that piece of raw jade? Brendan suggested. Zaylee immediately understood Brendan's intention. She instructed the staff to bring up the 8th piece of raw jade. I'll cut it. Brendan took the cutting machine. Sizzling. He operated the machine himself, slicing through the raw jade stone as the familiar grinding sound filled the air again. Everyone turned their attention towards him, their gazes markedly different this time. Could this piece of raw jade yield high-quality jade? Someone wondered aloud. Zachariah's face darkened. He looked as if he had swallowed something foul. Spending 2 million on what turned out to be fake jade meant he had lost at least 1.5 million. A significant loss despite his wealth. Worse, it would damage his reputation immensely. Brendan, you're too confident. You're going to cut the jade on the spot? Do you really think your piece will yield good jade? Zachariah sneered. Brendan ignored Zachariah's ridicule and focused on cutting the stone. Gradually, the stone on the table was sliced apart by the cutting machine. It's green. It seems to be green inside. Someone with keen eyes noticed the color of the jade inside and exclaimed in surprise. Snap. Finally, Brendan successfully cut the entire piece of raw jade, revealing the true contents inside. A shimmering expanse of emerald green greeted the audience, the jade luminous and transparent, sparkling like a gem in the sunlight. Imperial green jade. This is top-grade imperial green. Such a large piece of imperial green jade. This jade alone is worth at least 2 million. The crowd erupted in excitement, all expressing awe and shock. Amazing! Zaylee's beautiful face was filled with joy. She couldn't help but approach, her expression radiant with delight. The venue was in uproar, the atmosphere electrifying. Top-grade imperial green jade. This young man must have an incredibly sharp eye. This is just too precise. Indeed, he not only identified the fake jade correctly but also managed to uncover top-grade imperial green jade. His eye for detail is simply extraordinary. Voices of amazement reverberated throughout the crowd. The way everyone looked at Brendan had transformed. In the crowd, there was only one person with an extremely sullen expression. Zachariah had clenched his fists tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes, filled with anger and resentment. Why? While his piece was fake, Brendan managed to unearth top-grade imperial green jade, a stark contrast that made him look like a fool. Although no one spoke, Zachariah felt mocked by their eyes. He cheated. Brendan, you must have cheated. How can anyone have such precise insight? He must have known the internal conditions of these stones beforehand. Zachariah shouted loudly. His words caused a ripple in the crowd. Zaylee's face turned cold instantly. Zachariah, what nonsense are you spouting? You lost because you weren't skilled enough, and now you accuse Brendan of cheating? You are utterly foolish. Zaylee scolded sharply. Humph. Zachariah sneered coldly. Wasn't it cheating? How can anyone have such extraordinary judgment, identifying both fake jade and spotting top-grade imperial green within the stone? Getting it right twice in a row. What else could explain it except cheating? Could it be that Brendan has X-ray vision? Zachariah glared coldly, demanding answers. Chapter 75. Zachariah's Grudge. Zachariah's eyes brimmed with thick sarcasm. In his opinion, Brendan achieving this level must have cheated. There was no other possible explanation. Everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on Brendan, their eyes carrying a strange glint. It had to be admitted that Zachariah was very adept at stirring up trouble. Initially, no one thought much of it, but after listening to Zachariah, people began to look at Brendan with some suspicion. Faced with the questioning looks, Brendan remained unperturbed and smiled. Zachariah, you accuse me of cheating because you can't accept being outperformed. That's quite foolish of you. Then why don't you explain how I cheated? This charity auction is hosted by the Jade Association. Are you implying that I bribed a senior member of the Jade Association to get prior knowledge of these stones? Brendan fired back immediately. People looked at each other hesitantly. At this moment, footsteps rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see none other than Conroy, the president of the Jade Association, walking in. President Zhao. President Zhao. All were startled and made way for Conroy. Conroy carried an authoritative presence as he asked gravely, "What's going on?" President Zhao, we? Zachariah tried to speak, but was interrupted by Brendan. Brendan preempted him. President Zhao, because I guessed correctly about the Jade Stone. Zachariah is now accusing someone inside the Jade Association of leaking information. I believe this matter should be investigated to clear both my name and the Jade Association's integrity. Hearing this, Zachariah became agitated. Brendan, don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anyone inside the Jade Association acted improperly. You're just slandering. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed aloud, shrugging his shoulders. Then what do you mean by suspecting me of cheating? Other than getting information from within the Jade Association, what else could I do to cheat? Could you possibly think I have X-ray vision? Ha ha ha, turns out you're right. Yes, I do have X-ray vision. I can see through the jade stones, which is why I got them all right. Brendan laughed heartily, admitting he had X-ray vision. But everyone took it as a joke and dismissed it as sarcasm. Zachariah's face darkened. He glared at Brendan with fury and murderous intent. Conroy listened to their exchange and glanced at the crowd before stating, Mr. Zhang did not cheat. And there's no one in the Jade Association who would leak today's auction information. Zachariah hastily explained, President Zhao, I did not doubt the Jade Association. Don't listen to Brendan's nonsense, Zachariah added. Seeing Zachariah's flustered state, Brendan nearly burst into laughter. Zachariah was only aggressive when he felt confident, but crumbled under the authority of the Jade Association. A true coward. Zachariah, if you didn't doubt the Jade Association, why would you stupidly accuse me of cheating? You admit your inferiority and yet defame me. How pathetic. Brendan's tone dripped with sarcasm. That's enough. Brendan, don't push me too far. Zachariah roared furiously, his eyes burning with intense hatred. If looks could kill, Brendan would have been dead multiple times over. Yet, Brendan stood composed under Zachariah's glare, knowing the room was filled with witnesses. Who was afraid of whom here? All right, let's calm down. We are all respected individuals. It's unbecoming to create such a scene, Conroy interjected. Give me the courtesy to end this matter here. Brendan nodded with a smile. Fine, since President Zhao has spoken, I won't hold Zachariah's slander against him. But if he does it again, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Zachariah gritted his teeth in anger. Fine. Brendan, no one has ever embarrassed me like this. You will pay for this. Zachariah seethed internally, the 3 fines, showing the depth of his rage. With Conroy smoothing things over, the commotion came to an end. The Jade Charity auction concluded, and everyone left with their auction items. Zachariah was the first to exit, giving Brendan a chilling glance as he left, like a hungry wolf. Unbothered, Brendan quickly left with Zaylee wrapped around her waist. In the parking lot, Zaylee, noticing Brendan still holding her, grumpily said, You've hugged enough. There's no one else around now. Zaylee was upset with Brendan for taking advantage of the situation. Miss Sun, you really put me in a bind today, Brendan retorted. I thought I was just here to help you identify stones, but you threw me under the bus. You never told me I had to be your shield, Brendan pointed out. Zaylee was momentarily speechless, her beautiful face tinged with embarrassment. Brendan continued, Didn't you see those men glaring at me? They all seemed eager to tear me apart, especially Zachariah. I'm just an ordinary person. If Zachariah retaliates because of this, what am I supposed to do? Zaylee was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Brendan crossed his arms. Miss Sun, how do you plan to compensate me for this? I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to escalate this far. I just wanted to avoid all the unwanted attention, Zaylee replied with a hint of regret in her voice. Hashtag Chapter 76, The Secrets of the Mysterious Ancient Jade. Don't worry, I'll take care of Zachariah. Afterward, I'll warn him to never lay a hand on you again, Zaylee said, patting her chest in assurance. Brendan rolled his eyes. As a man himself, he knew all too well how men could be. I bet if you really go and warn Zachariah, it will backfire. I risked a lot today to help you dodge trouble from Zachariah, and there's a high chance I'll face retaliation afterward. Whatever happens, you owe me compensation for this. Brendan stated firmly. Zaylee realized she was in the wrong and, usually decisive, now felt somewhat inadequate. What compensation do you want? As soon as she asked, Brendan's face lit up with a mischievous grin. His gaze instinctively fell upon Zaylee, who was still wearing a black off-shoulder evening gown that accentuated her sensual and curvaceous figure. Standing approximately 1.65 meters tall, from Brendan's perspective, all he had to do was lower his gaze slightly to catch sight of her snow-white cleavage. Her full, rounded curves held an irresistible allure, making it hard for him to look away. What a beauty! Brendan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Perhaps because Brendan's gaze was too intense, Zaylee crossed her arms over her chest to shield herself, a blush quickly spreading across her cheeks. Have you had enough staring? Who stares like that at someone? Zaylee scowled angrily. If you think I'll become your Elaine as compensation, forget it. I won't use myself as collateral. Zaylee firmly refused. Seeing her determination, a hint of disappointment flashed across Brendan's mind. Such an exquisite beauty, it would be impossible for him not to have any feelings towards her. But since Zaylee clearly refused, he wouldn't push her into anything unwillingly, as that would be unbecoming. After some contemplation, Brendan came up with an idea. The compensation I want is simple. Since you're the owner of the Jade Company, I want you to show me the top-grade jades in your collection. Zaylee looked taken aback for a moment. Why do you want to see the jades in my company? For the chi energy contained within them. Brendan kept that thought to himself, not willing to reveal his secret regarding heavenly eye and chi energy. I love jades and want to see more premium ones, he improvised. Zaylee nodded. No problem. I'll pick you up tomorrow and take you to my shop. Deal. Brendan smiled and nodded. They got into the car, and Zaylee sped off, dropping Brendan off at his apartment complex. They agreed to meet early the next morning, and Brendan got out of the car. Watching Zaylee drive away, Brendan licked his lips. A beauty like her is every man's dream. I wonder whose lucky she'll end up being. Brendan thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Composing himself, he turned and headed home. He took a comfortable shower and then picked up the mysterious ancient jade again. He pondered aloud. What can this jade really do? Frustration clouded his face as he injected a large amount of chi energy into the jade, but nothing happened. The substantial loss of chi energy made him quite upset. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. With a flash of inspiration, he pressed the ancient jade against his forehead. Closing his eyes, he tried to connect with the jade using his consciousness. Though he only intended to give it a try, unexpectedly, the moment his consciousness touched the jade, strange things began to happen. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into the ancient jade, bombarded by a flood of information. Ah! Brendan couldn't help but cry out in pain. The influx of unfamiliar information made his head throb painfully, as if something were forcefully stuffed into his brain. The intense agony made Brendan gasp for breath, which intensified by the second. Within a few short breaths, he couldn't hold on any longer, losing consciousness and falling into a dark void. After an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a minute or an hour, Brendan slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively sat up in bed, a dazed expression crossing his face. What happened? After a brief moment of confusion, Brendan remembered what transpired before he lost consciousness. Recalling the events, a series of unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. Carefully reviewing these memories, Brendan's expression rapidly shifted: delight, excitement, disbelief. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain himself, Brendan burst into laughter, his face radiating joy and exhilaration. Wu Dao Gongfa, martial cultivation technique. I finally obtained it. Brendan was beside himself with excitement. Who would have thought this ancient jade truly contains extraordinary power? Inside it is recorded a cultivation technique called Xuanhuan Gong. Brendan's eyes gleamed brightly. Despite searching numerous martial arts schools without finding anything related to internal martial arts or true qi, he'd nearly given up hope. Now, it had finally appeared. Besides Xuanhuan Gong, the ancient jade also imparted me with extensive foundational knowledge for cultivation, including meridians, dantian, lower abdomen energy center, and true qi. These pieces of information were invaluable to him, providing him with the necessary knowledge to start cultivating independently. Xuanhuan Gong consists of two major realms, acquired, xutuyan, and innate, xiantian. The acquired realm is within the bounds of ordinary humans, while reaching the innate realm marks true transcendence. It grants a lifespan of 150 years and immense power. According to the ancient jade's information, once one becomes an innate level expert, even a leaf can kill effortlessly. Brendan felt a wave of emotions. This reminded him of the great heroes in novels who could soar through the air and use their skills like celestial beings descending to earth. Calm down. The ancient jade makes it clear that reaching the innate realm is no easy feat. Most people can spend a lifetime practicing and still not enter its domain. I wonder about my own aptitude, Brendan muttered, glancing at the wall clock. He had been unconscious for 3 hours, and it was now past midnight. Might as well give cultivation a try. What if I turn out to be a martial genius? Brendan's heart was filled with anticipation. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and attempted to assume the posture of wuxia xiuxian, 5 hearts pointing to heaven. Chapter 77, Pure Sinclair Technique. Yet, this first step proved more challenging than he anticipated. Cross-legged sitting was far more difficult than he had imagined. For an untrained person, it was nearly impossible, let alone the highly complex full lotus position. It seems I really need to start from the basics, Brendan muttered, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He tried slowly crossing his legs, but his stiff limbs made it a daunting task. After much effort, Brendan barely managed to assume a proper cross-legged posture, though the pain in his legs made him grimace. Damn! It hurts so much. The intense pain forced Brendan to suck in a breath sharply. He immediately channeled spiritual energy, directing it towards his legs. With the nurturing effects of spiritual energy, Brendan felt the pain in his legs diminish significantly. Truly, spiritual energy is powerful. Brendan smiled. Time ticked by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Brendan cautiously withdrew the spiritual energy and was surprised to find that his legs had started adapting to the cross-legged position. Spiritual energy is indeed remarkable. If not for the spiritual energy, my body would have taken at least half a month, or even longer, to adapt to the cross-legged posture. Now, after just 2 hours, I've already adapted to it. Brendan marveled. He closed his eyes and began attempting to practice the Pure Sinclair technique. The first step in cultivating martial arts techniques is breathing, using special breathing methods to generate internal qi within one's body. Once internal qi is generated, one officially enters the realm of postnatal stage. Huff, huff, huff. Following the instructions in the Pure Sinclair technique, Brendan continually adjusted his breathing rhythm. However, practicing martial arts techniques wasn't so easy. Although spiritual energy had helped him with the cross-legged posture, now the breathing method presented another hurdle. The breathing technique of the Pure Sinclair technique was complex and unique, entirely different from the common breathing exercises found online. Earlier, he could cheat with spiritual energy for the cross-legged posture, but changing his breathing pattern required patience and time. Another 2 hours flew by with no progress on his breathing technique, and drowsiness started creeping in. 2 hours of effort with nothing to show for it. Cultivation truly isn't achieved overnight. It takes years, even decades, to see significant results. Well, I'll sleep today and continue tomorrow. Sleep overcame him like a wave. Brendan had to stop his practice. He stretched his legs briefly and soon fell asleep on the bed. The next day, bright sunlight shone through the window, casting shimmering spots on the floor. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent sound of the phone woke Brendan from his sleep. Who is it? Checking the caller ID, it was Zaylee calling. Hello. I'm downstairs. When are you coming down? Zaylee asked. Brendan sprang up from bed, realizing it was already 10 o'clock. 15 minutes, I'll be right down. Quickly showering, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed, Brendan completed his routine swiftly and rushed downstairs to meet Zaylee. Beside the road in the residential area stood a fiery red sports car, gleaming under the sun. A beautiful Elaine leaned against the car door. Her exquisite face was partially covered by black stockings that accentuated her stunning legs. A black blouse and short skirt enhanced her elegant figure, drawing everyone's attention to her long, silky legs. Her prominent bust pushed up the blouse, almost bursting out, creating an impressive silhouette. A pair of black sunglasses covered most of her face, yet what remained visible still left people captivated. What a beauty in black stockings. Brendan's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but stare at Zaylee a bit longer. Pedestrians passing by the residential entrance also turned their heads to look at her, their gazes fixated on her. The combination of the luxury car and the gorgeous Elaine was simply a man's dream come true. Sorry, I overslept a bit. Brendan quickly approached. Zaylee smiled lightly without further comment. Get in the car. Brendan got into the car, drawing envious glances from the bystanders. Damn, who's that guy? How did he get into that beauty's car? What qualifications does he have? One young man grumbled jealously. Nearby, another man said, yeah, he doesn't even look handsome. He's not even qualified to be a gold digger. Doesn't she look like a wealthy lady? Are rich women's standards really that low now? Their comments stung like sour lemons, but Brendan heard them all and smirked inwardly. Previously, he had always envied others. Never had he thought he'd become the object of envy himself. Roar. The engine roared like a beast, and the red sports car shot forward like an arrow, quickly vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, they arrived at the parking lot of a shopping mall. They got out of the car, and under Zaylee's lead, Brendan entered the second floor of the mall, stopping in front of a jade jewelry store. Boss. Boss. The store employees greeted Zaylee warmly. She nodded slightly, and then turned to Brendan. This is one of our company's 8 jade stores. Most of the jade I've acquired will be processed into various jade accessories to supply our stores, Zaylee explained. Brendan was astonished. He had known Zaylee had a successful business, but he hadn't expected it to be this impressive. 8 jade stores were no small feat. His attention quickly shifted to the various jade accessories in the store. The shop spanned over 100 square meters, which in a prime location like a mall, must cost a fortune in rent. Inside were numerous jade accessories, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and bead strands. A dazzling array that left Brendan overwhelmed. The employees looked at Brendan curiously, and some couldn't help but gossip. Who's that man? He seems close to Boss Son. Others nodded in agreement, but while this was happening, Brendan noticed something amiss among the jade accessories. Chapter 78. Major Trouble. Zaylee, who was backstage, also heard the commotion. Soon after, she walked out along with her companion and saw an elegantly dressed beauty loudly reprimanding someone outside. The Elaine was dressed in expensive attire adorned with exquisite jewelry, giving off an ostentatious air typical of a nouveau riche. Her face could be considered beautiful by ordinary standards, not quite reaching Zaylee's level of exceptional beauty but matching Minnie's closely. At this moment, fury marred the beauty's usually attractive face as she berated the shop assistants in the jewelry store. Where's your boss? Call him over immediately, the beauty shouted. The assistants, seeing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to pacify her. Madam, please tell us what happened. If you need any help, we will do our best to resolve it for you. Humph. The beauty took out a box and placed it on the table. Opening the box, it revealed a series of bracelets. These are the jade bracelets I bought from your store yesterday for a total of 300,000 yuan. In total, 10 pieces of jade jewelry. You told me they were all made from high-quality jade. But when I had them tested, they turned out to be fake jade. As she spoke, the beauty's expression turned icily cold. What? The store employees were stunned upon hearing this. It was early morning, a peak time for shoppers, and the beauty's loud voice had attracted many passers-by. A crowd began to gather. Seeing the spectacle, people became intrigued. Upon hearing the word, fake jade, the expressions of the onlookers shifted noticeably. The employees, shocked, looked at each other, clearly unsure how to handle the situation. They evidently did not know about this matter. Seeing this, the beauty didn't want to waste more words. Call your boss immediately and have him deal with this. Just then, Zaylee's voice rang out. I am the owner of this jade jewelry store. May I examine the jade jewelry in your box? Zaylee approached calmly. Her composed demeanor exuded an intense aura that instantly silenced everyone present. Boss. Several employees moved aside to let Zaylee through, visibly relieved by her presence. Brendan also emerged at this moment. Seeing the Elaine holding jade bracelets, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He glanced at the contents of the box. Jade bracelet. Artificial jade. Unnamed craftsman. 1 month. 300 yuan. Jade necklace. Artificial jade. Unnamed craftsman. 1 month. 500 yuan. 3 jade bracelets, 3 jade necklaces, 3 jade rings, and 1 jade earring. Good grief. All of them were made from artificial jade, and the most expensive didn't exceed 500 yuan. Seeing this, Brendan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Zaylee's in deep trouble now. At this point, Zaylee had already reached the box. Upon closer inspection, she immediately recognized these pieces as coming from her store. Her store's jade jewelry carried unique markings that were hard to counterfeit. She inspected the items again, then glanced towards Brendan nearby. Mr. Zhang. Zaylee signaled subtly to Brendan with her eyes. Brendan remained silent, shaking his head slightly. Seeing this, Zaylee's heart sank. The beauty scolded. You're the owner of this jade jewelry store? Don't you have a conscience selling these fake jewels? I spent 300,000 yuan on these pieces, only to find out none of them are real jade. Is this the quality of your business? A murmur ran through the crowd. Is this true? All 10 pieces of jade jewelry were fake. That's an outrage. Damn. The owner of this jade jewelry store must be ruthless. She looks so beautiful, yet her business practices are so unethical. Indeed, never judge a book by its cover. Such a pretty exterior, such a dirty mind. People pointed and whispered about Zaylee. Zaylee's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she bowed deeply to the beauty. Madam, I sincerely apologize. These pieces of jewelry are indeed from my store. I was also deceived by the supplier, which led to the sale of these counterfeit goods. I am willing to compensate you 10 times your loss. The 10 pieces are valued at 300,000 yuan, so I offer you 1 million yuan in compensation. Zaylee's tone was sincere. Hearing the offer of 1 million yuan, the beauty was momentarily surprised but quickly resumed her furious expression. 1 million? You think that will suffice? I wore these to a banquet last night, and someone identified them as fakes right there. My reputation was ruined. A mere 1 million cannot make up for it. I intend to take this matter further. With that, the beauty dialed the mall manager. Before long, the manager arrived. After listening to the situation, the manager frowned. Owner-son, did these jade bracelets come from your store? The manager asked. Sighing, Zaylee nodded. Yes. Owner-son, selling counterfeit products violates our policies. Your store must be shut down and undergo thorough rectification starting immediately. The shutdown period is 1 month. Regarding the damage to our mall's reputation, we will contact you later. The manager stated decisively. Clapping erupted from the crowd. Onlookers cheered the closure of Zaylee's store. At this point, the beauty stepped forward again. This matter isn't over. I'm going to sue you. You better prepare for legal action. After saying this, the beauty turned to leave. Zaylee quickly stopped her. Wait. Madam, we can settle this privately. I am willing to offer 1 million yuan as compensation. Zaylee sounded urgent. The beauty sneered, pulling her hand away from Zaylee's grasp. Let go. Don't hold me. Do I look like I need your money? That sum is nothing but a pittance. Zaylee's expression grew grim. Then what do you want? 10 million yuan, the beauty demanded boldly. Out of the question. Zaylee refused without hesitation. 10 million was no small amount. The beauty smirked. Then brace yourself for legal trouble. Oh, and I've already called the police and alerted the City Regulatory Bureau. They'll be here soon. Hashtag Chapter 79, drinking at the bar. Not long after the middle-aged Elaine spoke, people from the Market Supervision Bureau indeed arrived. We are from the Market Supervision Bureau. We received a report that this store sells counterfeit products. Who is your boss? Asked the bureau's staff as they approached. The middle-aged Elaine quickly stepped forward. I'm the one who reported it. This unscrupulous shop sold me 10 pieces of jade jewelry, totaling 300,000 yuan, but all these pieces are fake. I suspect that many more pieces of jade jewelry in this store are also fake. Please conduct a thorough investigation. The bureau's staff nodded, and then entered the store to begin inspecting. They soon brought in professionals to appraise the jade jewelry in the store, and the results were shocking. Out of hundreds of pieces of jade jewelry, over 30 were found to be fake. The astonishing percentage of fake goods left onlookers amazed. When the inspection results came out, there was an uproar on the scene. Everyone started talking about Zaylee, criticizing her harshly. How can this happen? Zaylee was also incredulous. She had never used synthetic jade to produce jewelry. All the jade in her store could be traced back to legitimate sources. But how did so many pieces of synthetic jade appear in her store? This was simply impossible. Are you the owner of this store? The bureau staff asked as they approached. Zaylee's face was pale. Yes. Due to the large number of counterfeit products in your store, we're sealing it shut. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, your store cannot operate. Additionally, you will need to cooperate with our investigation, the staff said. Zaylee nodded weakly. All right. The bureau officials waved their hands, and the store was immediately closed. A large seal was placed on the door, and Zaylee was taken away for questioning. Brendan witnessed everything. His brows furrowed tightly. Did Zaylee actually use fake jade to pass off as real? No, although I haven't known her long, she doesn't seem like that kind of person. She must have been set up. Brendan thought deeply. Even though he wasn't familiar with business matters, he knew Zaylee was in big trouble. Counterfeit goods would cause significant damage to her company. After some hesitation, Brendan decided to help. No matter what, my relationship with Zaylee is good, and I might be able to assist her in some way. He returned home and called Reese to explain the situation. Clara, do you think my friend will face serious problems? On the other end of the phone, Reese replied gravely, if your friend didn't intentionally pass off fakes as genuine products, she must have been set up. The mastermind behind this won't let her off easily. Expect more moves against her. In all likelihood, she's in deep trouble. If she's lucky, she'll go bankrupt. If not, she might end up in jail. Brendan was taken aback. He pondered what he could do to help, but realized his current capabilities weren't enough to aid Zaylee much. Who's behind this setup against Zaylee? Could it be Zachariah? Brendan guessed, but it was just a guess. He had no evidence. Time quickly passed into the evening when Brendan received a call from Zaylee. Brendan, can you come out for a drink? Zaylee's voice sounded gloomy. Brendan was surprised. Zaylee seemed very low. No problem. Where are you now? Outside your building, replied Zaylee. 10 minutes later, Brendan changed into some clothes and went downstairs. He quickly spotted Zaylee's fiery red sports car parked by the roadside. He walked over and got in. Where are we going? Bar. Zaylee's tone was calm. She pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared like a wild beast. The fiery red sports car shot forward like an arrow and quickly disappeared down the street. Upon hearing bar, Brendan was slightly startled. He glanced at Zaylee and noticed her poor complexion. Previously radiant, Zaylee now looked haggard, losing her usual luster. Seeing her like this made Brendan feel somewhat heartbroken. How is the store situation? Let's not talk about business right now. Just drink with me tonight. If you can get me drunk, you'll have your chance tonight. Zaylee said directly. What the heck? Zaylee's words caught Brendan off guard, making his heart race wildly. He swallowed the comforting words he had been about to offer. For any man, such a statement from a beautiful Elaine like Zaylee would be hard to resist. They soon arrived at a bar. Getting out of the car, Brendan followed Zaylee inside. As they entered the bar, deafening music blasted towards them. The scene was chaotic, with men and women swaying to the loud beats on the dance floor. Brendan frowned slightly. The environment was not quite to his liking. Following Zaylee, they sat at a corner booth. A waiter soon approached with a smile. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? The waiter handed over the menu, and Brendan nearly choked seeing the prices. A bottle of whiskey, ordered Zaylee. Just plain water for me. Brendan muttered. The waiter gave him a strange look. Who comes to a bar to drink water? Zaylee was slightly annoyed. How can you drink water when you're supposed to drink with me? I generally don't drink. Brendan shrugged. Zaylee didn't push further. Soon, The waiter returned with the whiskey and plain water. Without hesitation, Zaylee poured herself a glass and took a large gulp. Cough, cough. Drinking too quickly, Zaylee choked on the whiskey and began coughing violently. Brendan patted her back gently. Don't drink if you can't handle it. Ignoring him, Zaylee kept pouring drinks for herself. Seeing her determination, Brendan stopped trying to dissuade her. After all, it wouldn't hurt him if she got drunk. Zaylee's tolerance for alcohol was quite good. After drinking most of the bottle, she finally showed some signs of intoxication. Chapter 80. Holding a beauty. A rosy flush of intoxication appeared on Zaylee's cheeks, and her eyes gradually became hazy as her body seemed to soften. Are you all right? Brendan asked. Zaylee took another drink and then leaned directly against Brendan's shoulder. Wow, Brendan couldn't help but think. If he hadn't known Zaylee for some time, he might have thought this was a honey trap. With the beauty so drunk and clinging to him like this, Brendan's heart pounded in excitement. Who could resist such temptation? He swallowed hard. The faint scent of perfume from Zaylee wafted into his nostrils, stirring him even more. They sat in a secluded corner booth of the bar, with Zaylee pressed tightly against Brendan. A mere tilt of his head brought the intoxicating fragrance closer. Gulp. Who could resist this? Brendan could no longer hold back. If Zaylee didn't mind, neither would he pretend to be a gentleman. Thinking this, Brendan boldly reached out, his left hand encircling Zaylee's slender waist. Don't move around. Zaylee mumbled, half-closed eyes indicating her increasing intoxication. Brendan coughed lightly, offering an excuse. I'm not moving. I'm just holding you so you don't fall. His heart raced wildly as his hand rested on her waist. Zaylee, though telling him not to move, offered no resistance. Seeing that Zaylee did not oppose his actions, Brendan grew bolder, gently caressing her waist and eventually slipping his hand inside her blouse. Zaylee's skin was incredibly smooth, perhaps due to good care, feeling as tender as that of a girl in her early 20s. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Brendan couldn't get enough. He was thrilled. This moment differed from the public auction, where now they were in a dimly lit corner of the bar. With Zaylee leaning on him, an intimate atmosphere began to fill the air. Zaylee? Brendan gently patted her shoulder. I'm not drunk yet, she said, pouring herself another whiskey. The effects of the whiskey slowly set in, and now her cheeks were flushed red. A light alcoholic breath mixed with her alluring fragrance filled the air. Brendan's hand grew bolder, but mere caresses along the waist began to feel insufficient. Such a defenseless beauty in his arms. Any man would succumb, let alone Brendan in his youthful vigor. Brendan's left hand moved up, but at that moment, Zaylee slapped his hand. Don't overstep your bounds. On account of you inviting me out for drinks, I'll let you have this much, but no further. Zaylee raised her head, glaring at him. Brendan was momentarily speechless. Didn't you say it's okay for me to touch you however I want? Brendan felt cheated. Zaylee rolled her eyes. I only said that casually. You really thought you could touch me however you wanted? Well, that's what I thought. Brendan couldn't help but retort inwardly. What a liar. You only let me touch your waist. All right, I won't touch anymore, Brendan relented. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He chuckled, picked up Zaylee, and placed her directly on his lap. What are you doing? Startled by Brendan's action, Zaylee instinctively tried to rise but couldn't move, being held tight by him. Don't move. I'm just holding you. Brendan smiled thick-skinnedly. Zaylee rolled her eyes again. Who holds someone like that? Put me down. No way. You invited me out for drinks. You have to give me something in return, Brendan argued confidently. Zaylee, speechless, struggled a few more times before giving up. After all, it was just a hug. She simply lay on Brendan's chest. Wow. Brendan was elated. Holding a beauty like this was something he had never experienced. He could distinctly feel the softness of her body against his chest. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable for him in the past. Being so close to a stunning beauty like Zaylee was enviable. After another sip of whiskey, Zaylee adjusted her position to find a more comfortable spot on Brendan's chest. But this movement led her to notice something hard pressing against her. Zaylee quickly realized what that hard thing was and pinched Brendan. Don't think about things improperly. Cough. Brendan looked somewhat embarrassed but protested innocently. I can't help it. Any normal man would react when holding such a beautiful Elaine. Zaylee rolled her eyes again. Just as Zaylee was about to speak, footsteps approached, and a familiar voice echoed. Zaylee, why are you here? This kind of place isn't suitable for you. Recognizing Zachariah, Zaylee's face turned cold instantly. Zachariah, what are you doing here? Were you following me? Zachariah, smiling unaffected by Zaylee's icy demeanor, saw her flushed cheeks and felt stirred. He was about to step forward when he noticed Brendan sitting on the sofa beside her. Brendan? Why are you here? And you're holding Zaylee? Let her go immediately. Zachariah demanded angrily. Seeing Zaylee in Brendan's arms, anger flared in Zachariah's eyes. Surprised to see Zachariah, Brendan sneered at the rebuke. Mr. Camdang, aren't you meddling too much? What gives you the right to tell me to let go of Xiaya? Brendan retorted. Xiaya? Hearing Brendan use such an intimate nickname, Zachariah's fury intensified. Brendan, people will laugh at the impropriety of you two together here. Zachariah gritted his teeth. Chapter 81. Enraged Zachariah. Zachariah's words almost made Brendan burst out laughing. Mr. Camdang, I don't think you have any right to interfere with Tatum and me, do you? We're both adults, and besides, we were just hugging. What gives you the right to criticize us? Brendan sneered mockingly. He looked at Zachariah as if he were an idiot. Mr. Camdang, why are you here? I don't believe it was a coincidence that you happened to be in this bar tonight and just walked over. You were actually following us. Brendan gazed at Zachariah teasingly. Zachariah couldn't help but panic inside. He hurried to find an excuse. No, I wasn't following you. I just have an acquaintance in the bar who saw Zaylee in the arms of a stranger, so he asked me to come over and check on her, Zachariah explained anxiously. But his explanation was utterly weak and only further exposed his ulterior motives. Zaylee glared coldly at Zachariah. Zachariah, do do you really expect me to believe such an excuse? Believe it or not, but that's what happened. Zaylee, I came over because I was worried about you. I didn't expect you to treat me like this, Zachariah whined. Huh. Both Brendan and Zaylee scoffed inwardly. They were all intelligent people. No one could miss Zachariah's little schemes. Brendan continued to look at him mockingly as he held Zaylee close, his hands boldly caressing her slender waist. Without any attempt to hide it, Brendan did all of this right in front of Zachariah. Seeing this, Zachariah's face immediately turned furious, and he stared angrily at Brendan. Zaylee had long been the Elaine Zachariah had set his sights on. This beautiful Elaine had always been someone he wanted for himself. However, due to Zaylee's proud nature, all his previous pursuits had failed. He never expected that the Elaine he had pursued relentlessly would now be in another man's arms. Mr. Camding, my girlfriend and I are drinking here. Shouldn't you, as an outsider, leave now? Brendan said directly. Zachariah forced a smile uglier than a frown. Don't be so distant. I heard your jewelry store encountered some trouble today. It seems you sold counterfeit merchandise. Not only has your store been sealed by the city's regulatory bureau, but someone is also planning to sue you. Upon hearing this, Zaylee's expression instantly turned icy. Zachariah, this matter has nothing to do with you. Ha ha ha. Zachariah laughed aloud. Zaylee, don't push me away like that. My connections are quite extensive. I know a big shot in the regulatory bureau who can help you. And I've heard that all 8 of your J jewelry stores are facing similar issues. This isn't just a minor problem. What? Brendan was taken aback. He looked at Zaylee with astonishment. Is this true? How serious is it? He finally understood why Zaylee had called him out for drinks tonight. She was facing such significant troubles. If all 8 J jewelry stores were found to be selling fake goods, it was no small matter. There was a high possibility that Zaylee might end up in jail. Seeing her silence, Brendan knew Zachariah hadn't lied. Zaylee remained cold. Zachariah, I won't repeat myself. This is none of your business. Please leave immediately. Zachariah still smiled. Tatum, you're facing huge problems. How can I just stand by and watch? We've known each other for years. Just ask, and I will do everything I can to help you. Otherwise, you might go bankrupt and even end up in jail. You worked hard to build your company to where it is today. Can you bear to see it destroyed? Threat. This was a blatant threat. Though it sounded like advice, coming from Zachariah, who could be behind the scenes, it was filled with sarcasm. Zaylee had unknowingly clenched her fists, her face full of anger. Brendan's expression darkened. He glanced at Zaylee, then gently patted her back, whispering, leave it to me. He placed Zaylee back on the sofa and stood up to face Zachariah. What do you want, Brendan? Zachariah sneered. Brendan walked forward with a cold expression and icy eyes, saying only one word. Get out. Zachariah roared in anger. Brendan, don't get too cocky. What gives you the right to tell me to leave? I'm talking to Tatum. This has nothing to do with you. Brendan folded his arms and replied coldly, I'm Tatum's boyfriend. Does that concern me or not? For the last time, leave now, or I'll call security to throw you out. You're dating Zaylee? Zachariah was both shocked and furious. Yes, we're even hugging now. What more do you need? Brendan chuckled lightly. He mocked Zachariah. Zachariah, I warn you to stay away from my girlfriend, or else you'll regret it. Who do you think you are, Brendan? You dare threaten me? Zachariah exploded in anger. He seethed with rage. The Elaine he coveted had been snatched away by someone else. How could Zachariah bear it? So what if I threaten you? Get lost. Brendan didn't mince words. Fine, fine, fine. Saying 3 fines in succession revealed the extent of Zachariah's rage. He glared at Brendan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brendan, don't get too smug. I'll make you cry soon enough. Leaving this ominous threat, Zachariah stormed off. Watching Zachariah leave, Brendan's sneer vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. He turned back to Zaylee, who was drinking again, looking even more intoxicated. Thank you, Zaylee said quietly, her tone subdued. It's all right. That guy irks me too. Regarding your jade issue, I suspect Zachariah might be behind it, Brendan said gravely. Zaylee nodded slightly. I know that, but I have no proof. He likely bribed my employees to replace the genuine jade items in my stores with fakes. I never expected him to use such despicable tactics against me. Hashtag chapter 82, sending Zaylee home. Brendan frowned when he heard this. What should we do now? Can this matter be resolved with money? If you need help, just say the word. Zaylee thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll handle this issue. The problem isn't big enough to crush me yet, she added. She glanced at her watch and realized it was already midnight. It's getting late. Let's head back. Zaylee suggested. Sure. Brendan nodded in agreement. They stood up, settled the bill, and left the bar together. As soon as they stepped outside, a cool evening breeze hit them, and Zaylee's intoxication quickly took over. Her body swayed slightly. With swift reflexes, Brendan caught her. Let me drive you home. Zaylee nodded helplessly. Thank you. I'm troubling you. She handed the car keys to Brendan. He supported Zaylee as they made their way to the car. The entire drive to Zaylee's place, which turned out to be an upscale neighborhood, was uneventful. By the time they arrived, Zaylee's intoxication had fully set in. She was staggering and reeked of alcohol. Her face flushed from the effects of the drink. Her body felt limp, and she leaned heavily on Brendan. Seeing how drunk she was, Brendan decided to carry her. He took her up to the 8th floor via elevator, used her key to open the door, and laid her gently on her bed. How are you feeling? Brendan asked, patting her shoulder. Zaylee's eyes were hazy and unfocused. I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me home. You can leave now, she mumbled before suddenly vomiting. Brendan quickly turned her onto her side and patted her back gently. I can't leave you like this. I'll stay here and take care of you tonight, Brendan said, somewhat exasperated. This scene reminded him of when he had cared for Reese in a similar situation. After Zaylee had calmed down from vomiting, Brendan gently massaged her temples with his spiritual energy, which flowed into her body soothingly. Zaylee's discomfort gradually faded. That feels so good. Zaylee's expression changed to one of bliss. Brendan smiled, pleased with himself. His spiritual energy was versatile and easily handled a case of simple intoxication. As he massaged her head, Brendan found himself growing increasingly affected by the beautiful Elaine in his arms. He tried to control his emotions, but was visibly tempted. He noticed that Zaylee was lost in the sensation of the massage, unaware of her surroundings. Drunken beauty was incredibly alluring to any man. Brendan swallowed hard. After a while, Zaylee opened her eyes. Don't stop. Keep massaging. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her body. Damn, this is too intense. Brendan's calmness vanished instantly, replaced by waves of emotion. He gulped, telling himself repeatedly not to act like an animal, but his hands moved involuntarily. The spiritual energy flowed through his fingers into Zaylee's body, making her cheeks flush again with pleasure. With his hands on her body, Brendan felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity to enjoy such a beautiful, half-drunk Elaine was something many men could only dream of. I'll just touch for a bit, Brendan murmured to himself, his gaze drawn to her prominent chest. Feeling limited by her clothes, Brendan carefully asked, Tatum, massaging through your clothes won't work well. Can I go under them? Okay, Zaylee whispered, nodding softly. Brendan took a deep breath, his face flushing with anticipation and excitement. He slowly undid her blouse, revealing a graceful, pale figure before him. Especially her firm, voluptuous curves captured his attention immediately. Checking her expression, he saw no signs of resistance, only contentment and relaxation. Emboldened by this, Brendan placed his hands directly on her skin. The smooth, soft texture felt incredible, and his hands moved freely. Spiritual energy penetrated her skin, causing a faint moan to escape her lips. Although the sound was barely audible, it sent shivers down Brendan's spine. Hearing the enchanting moans of the beautiful Elaine in his arms, Brendan almost couldn't hold back. I'm not an animal, he repeated in his mind, struggling to suppress his desires. Given Zaylee's vulnerable state, another man might have given in to temptation, but Brendan prided himself on having some moral principles. He would merely take advantage without crossing boundaries. Thus, he continued massaging Zaylee more confidently. Eventually, she fell asleep peacefully. He gently placed her under the covers and left the room quietly. Back at his apartment, Brendan took a cold shower to quell the burning desire inside him. Cold showers always work, he thought to himself. I won't take advantage of anyone, or else I'd become nothing more than an animal. After showering, he sat on the bed and resumed practicing the pure Sinclair technique. Despite yesterday's fruitless efforts, he was determined to continue. Cultivating inner strength was not something that happened overnight, and he knew this from the start. But wait, can I use my spiritual energy to accelerate my practice? Brendan pondered. He began experimenting. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused on breathing, then directed the spiritual energy into his body along the prescribed route of the pure Sinclair technique. Under his control, the spiritual energy circulated within him, following a specific path. Gradually, Brendan sensed the transformation. Success, he wondered excitedly, continuing to guide the energy. After 3 full cycles around his body, the original spiritual energy had completely changed, becoming a powerful new force. Brendan felt a surge of joy and determination. Chapter 83, Heavenly Effects of True Qi. Ha ha ha. I have true Qi now. Feeling the swirling true Qi in his dantian, Brendan could hardly contain his excitement. He originally thought it would take a long time to master the basics of the pure Sinclair skill. However, with the assistance of spiritual energy, he succeeded on his very first try. He controlled the true Qi flowing into his arms, and in an instant, Brendan felt an enormous surge of strength. So powerful. Experiencing this unprecedented vigor, Brendan was filled with surprise. He got out of bed and grabbed the armbar in the corner. He had bought it 6 months ago. It weighed 60 kilograms, a professional-grade armbar that he could barely use before. Brendan grabbed both ends of the armbar and applied force immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 60-kilogram bar was bent. Amazingly easy. The effect of true Qi on my physical strength is really that significant? Brendan was astonished. Without delay, he began testing, continuously bending and straightening the armbar, which seemed like a toy in his hands. In one go, he managed 100 reps before his arms started feeling slightly sore. Seeing such success, Brendan himself was amazed. Holy crap, unbelievable. I've only just entered the pure Sinclair skills introductory stage, yet I can achieve this with true Qi. If I reach the innate stage in the future, won't I directly turn into the Hulk? Brendan was in awe. The effects of true Qi were even stronger than he imagined. Completing 100 reps with a 60-kilogram bar was something even ordinary strongmen couldn't do. Too strong. Putting down the armbar, Brendan retracted the true Qi. Instantly, the powerful sensation in his hands disappeared. The huge difference left him somewhat unaccustomed. Upon sensing again, some of his true Qi had been consumed. True Qi is indeed magnificent. At this beginner stage, I can already achieve this level. Who knows how strong I'll be when I reach the innate stage? Brendan felt intensely excited. No man can resist great power, and he was no exception. Returning to his bed and sitting down, Brendan continued cultivating true Qi. Perceiving the spirit energy cluster inside his Naiwan palace, which was about the size of an apple, he decided. Extract 2/3 of it to convert into true Qi, leaving the rest for emergency purposes. He immediately began guiding the spirit energy. 2/3 of it was quickly converted into true Qi. After the cultivation ended, the true Qi cluster in his dantian, initially as small as a sesame seed, had swelled to the size of a candy bean. Brendan slowly opened his eyes and noticed it was already daylight outside. Indeed, cultivation doesn't count time. I didn't realize I've been practicing for several hours. Brendan remarked in amazement. Ding. A text message notification sounded. Brendan picked up his phone. It was a message from Zaylee. Thank you for helping me last night. I won't hold you accountable for taking advantage of me. I have work to attend to these days. We'll talk later. Sweat. A look of embarrassment appeared on Brendan's face. He touched his nose awkwardly and said, seems like she found out about the massage last night. He could justify massaging her head, but undressing her upper body was clearly taking advantage. Relieved that Zaylee wasn't angry, Brendan sighed inwardly. But Zaylee's troubles are far from resolved. I wonder if she can handle them. I don't know any influential people, so even if I wanted to help, I can't. Brendan frowned. Initially thinking his millions made him a life winner, now he realized they were insignificant. With Zaylee facing such problems, he could offer no substantial help. Feeling gloomy, Brendan decided to visit Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall to box and unwind. On his way downstairs, he called out at a bun shop near the residential gate. Boss, a steamer basket of buns, a bowl of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs. Sure thing, replied the owner. Soon after grabbing breakfast, he went to the underground parking lot, finished eating, and headed to Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall. Back at Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall, everything remained unchanged. Though it was an old, modest hall, there were plenty of students. Upon entering, he heard shouts and cheers. Inside, students were training harder than usual, sweating profusely. Noticing Suzette on the first floor directing practice, Brendan understood instantly. No wonder they're all putting in effort today. Brendan mumbled to himself. Brother Zhang, you're here early today. Just wait a bit. My sister is currently guiding the students. Once done, I'll give you private instruction. Blake laughed heartily as he approached. Brendan waved a hand. It's fine. I can wait. My recent training has been effective. I want to test my strength. Pointing at nearby equipment, he added. With true cheese enhancement, I'm curious how strong I can get. Blake smiled. Equipment's available anytime for VIP members. Do you need assistance? No need. I'm just playing around. Brendan shook his head. With Blake watching, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash his potential. Walking over to the weight training area, despite its aged appearance, the martial arts hall was well equipped. Fitness benchmarks can reveal one's strength. Let me try, Brendan muttered. Having trained under Suzette's guidance, Brendan was familiar with the equipment. Starting with a deadlift, the simplest exercise, he loaded 4 plates, totaling 100 kilograms. Instantly channeling true chi from his dantian, it spread throughout his body, giving him an explosive surge of strength. Bending down to grip the bar, he effortlessly lifted the 100-kilogram weight. Amazingly easy. Pleased, Brendan kept adding more plates. 140, 180, 220. Repeatedly lifting heavier weights until reaching 300 kilograms. Even at 300 kilograms, Brendan still felt energized, sensing he had more strength to spare. Hashtag chapter 84, the Tan siblings invitation. Bang. The 600-pound barbell clattered heavily to the ground, reverberating despite the cushioned mats beneath it. Brendan was immensely satisfied, but suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up and saw Blake standing there. Brother Zhang, how much weight were you deadlifting? Blake asked, his face filled with astonishment. Blake's expression was one of pure shock. Looking at the thick plates stacked on the barbell beside Brendan's feet, he almost thought his eyes were deceiving him. What? How did he get here so quickly? Brendan hadn't expected Blake to catch him testing his strength. Not too much, maybe around 220 pounds. Brendan tried to downplay it. Blake rolled his eyes as he walked over. I'm not blind. How could your barbell possibly weigh only 220 pounds? He stepped in front of Brendan and counted the weights on the floor, calculating the total. 600 pounds. How is this possible? Blake couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Doubting himself, Blake picked up the barbell, feeling its immense weight. Whoa. Blake couldn't help but inhale sharply. Brother Zhang, you've really been hiding your skills. How can you lift 600 pounds? Blake's expression was one of awe. Brendan shrugged. I don't know. I've always been strong since childhood. Blake's pupils narrowed. Could it be that you, like me, have innate superhuman strength? It's impossible. When you came for training before, your strength seemed perfectly normal. Brendan quickly interjected. That was just me holding back. Is that so? Blake's gaze was skeptical. Brendan hastily changed the subject. Coach Tan, I'm planning to practice squats and bench presses next. Can you assist me? Blake immediately shifted his attention and nodded without hesitation. Sure. Brendan started testing his squat and bench press capabilities right away. The results were soon clear. Squats at 600 pounds, bench press at 550 pounds, totaling 1,700 pounds across the 3 lifts. Whoa. Blake was initially astonished, but then he turned joyful. I didn't expect you also have innate superhuman strength. Your body isn't muscular, yet you possess such incredible power. If you train properly and build your physique, your strength won't be inferior to mine at all. Blake's eyes sparkled as he looked at Brendan. All right. In the past, due to family reasons, I never ate enough, so my body didn't develop well. Now that I'm training at the martial arts gym, I want to become stronger. Brendan smiled. A combined total of 1,700 pounds across the 3 lifts. This result was astonishing. Most people wouldn't achieve this level, especially considering Brendan's height of 5'9" and weight of merely 130 pounds. His lean frame belied an explosive strength. Internal energy truly is incredible. Brendan couldn't help but marvel internally. Suddenly, Blake suggested, Brother Zhang, shall we talk somewhere more private? Huh? Coach Tan, is there something personal? Brendan asked with a puzzled look. They moved to the private area upstairs, and Blake poured Brendan a cup of tea. Brendan didn't drink it, eyeing Blake warily, suspecting some ulterior motive. Brother Zhang, I mean you no harm. I just need your help with something, Blake explained. Have you heard of the xuanhuan fighting championship? Blake asked. Brendan shook his head. Never heard of it. It seems Brother Zhang has indeed just entered the fighting world. The xuanhuan fighting championship is a grand event held in our region, attracting many martial arts experts. If you perform well, you'll earn substantial prizes and fame. A win-win situation, Blake elaborated. Besides individual battles, there are team competitions, usually in groups of 3 from each martial arts school. Our xiuxian martial arts gym participated last year, for example. So? Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly. I want Brother Zhang to join xiuxian martial arts gym and participate in the Jamisongnan fighting championship with us. Blake revealed his true intentions. Brendan hesitated. I'm just a novice who hasn't even mastered basic fighting techniques. Blake smiled reassuringly. It's fine. With your innate superhuman strength, you can compensate for the lack of technique with sheer power. The championship happens every 3 years, and this session starts in 3 months. That's enough time for you to learn the basics. Blake looked at Brendan earnestly. Brother Zhang, please consider it carefully. Brendan frowned. Participating would undoubtedly consume much of his time in the next 3 months. That didn't align with his plans. Tianyan, spiritual qi, internal energy, those were his priorities. Spending too much time on martial arts competitions wasn't in his interest. Fame and prizes had little allure for him. Sorry, Wait. Blake stopped him immediately. Just hold on, I'll have someone else talk to you. Blake left briefly and returned with Suzette. Hee. Brother Zhang, you discuss with my sister. I'm terrible with words. My sister is eloquent and persuasive. I'm sure she'll convince you. Blake's sly smile lingered. Brendan was speechless. Before he could respond, Suzette approached. A faint, heart-stirring fragrance accompanied her. She wore a tight sports outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Even though little skin was exposed, the tight black garment outlined her voluptuous shape, making her even more attractive. Her impressive bust barely contained by the tight clothing made Brendan's breath catch. Gosh, Blake was indeed cunning, resorting to such tactics. Despite being unimpressed inwardly, Brendan had to admit the strategy worked. Mr. Zhang, my brother has explained everything. Let's skip the small talk. I hope you will help us. In return, I'll personally instruct you in martial arts every day for the next 3 months, Suzette said. Her offer was extremely tempting. If she told this to the other students, they'd likely agree instantly. Clenching his teeth, Brendan still refused. Sorry, I have a lot on my plate recently. I can't spare time for daily training. Chapter 85. Pain and Joy Together. Though training with a beauty like Suzette was indeed enjoyable, he had a lot on his plate recently. Acquiring more spiritual energy was what he needed most. Compared to spending substantial time on combat training, it seemed counterproductive. The amount of true qi in his dantian wasn't much, but it significantly boosted his strength. The gains from practicing the pure Sinclair technique far exceeded mere improvements in fighting skills. Brendan, thinking this through, refused Suzette's invitation without hesitation. Suzette frowned slightly, not wanting to give up so easily. Mr. Zhang, aren't you going to reconsider? It won't take too much of your time. Just a few hours every day for the next 3 months will suffice, she added. You possess extraordinary natural strength. If you were to venture into the combat world, wealth and fame would be easily within reach. Why not go for it? Suzette tried persuading him further. Brendan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Spending several hours each day on training was simply out of the question. Her attempts only solidified his resolve. No, I decline. Brendan shook his head firmly. Suzette sighed, looking helpless. Her disappointed expression tugged at one's heartstrings. Brendan thought of a compromise. I have a better idea. After all, you only need me for the team competition. I believe my strength can improve dramatically within 3 months. I don't need to train frequently, having some skill should suffice. He smiled. Suzette frowned again. To achieve great strength, extensive training is unavoidable. Brendan chuckled inwardly. That was only true for ordinary people. With the pure Sinclair technique, basic combat skills, plus his immense power would crush most fighters. I trust my talent. This is my limit. I'll come for training twice a week at most. If you can't accept that, then I'll have to refuse. His tone was resolute. Seeing Brendan's unyielding stance, after discussing with Blake, Suzette eventually agreed. Mr. Zhang, let's start training today, she said warmly. All right. One-on-one training with such a beautiful instructor was something those students downstairs could only dream about. How could Brendan say no? He quickly changed into a light training short. Suzette focused entirely on guiding him, teaching him combat techniques hands-on. Her training was extremely strict, leaving no room for slack. Inevitably, there were physical contacts between them. With a sexy, fiery beauty providing close guidance, Brendan almost lost control several times. Fortunately, he held back to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Suzette. By the end of the day, the training session was both painful and joyful, leaving him completely exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Even with secretly using spiritual energy to restore his stamina multiple times, Suzette's intense training drained Brendan thoroughly. He lay gasping for breath like a dried-up fish, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. Mr. Zhang, today's training ends here. Your endurance is remarkable. I didn't expect you to last this long. Suzette sounded surprised. Having personally trained Brendan closely, she witnessed his astonishing stamina firsthand. No new recruit could endure such intense training. Mr. Zhang, your physical potential is exceptional. Not pursuing combat is truly a waste, she said regretfully. Brendan felt a bit awkward. Others might not know, but he was fully aware that without cheating with spiritual energy, he'd have collapsed under Suzette's training. I have other work to do. Combat is merely a means to stay fit. I have no intention of entering this field, Brendan replied. Suzette sighed, seeing his determination, and stopped urging him further. Well, training is over for today. Let me give you a massage to relax your body, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. Suzette helped him up, and they entered the massage room. After a quick rinse, she took out medicinal wine and applied it on his body. Hiss! Brendan sucked in a breath, instantly enjoying the sensation. So good. So incredibly good. A gorgeous beauty massaging him earnestly was not something everyone could experience. Despite Suzette's roughened hands from years of training, her touch still made Brendan lose control momentarily. Damn it! Brendan's face turned beet red with embarrassment. To his surprise, Suzette showed no change in expression despite noticing his reaction. She soon covered his entire body with medicinal wine and brought out a fascia knife, pressing it against his muscles. Ah! Brendan's bliss vanished, replaced by intense pain. Stop, it hurts. Suzette didn't pause, explaining patiently, you need muscle relaxation with a fascia knife after intense training, or it'll hinder your recovery. Hiss! Brendan gasped in pain, feeling utterly dumbfounded. Ah! The room echoed with his cries of pain for nearly 15 minutes. Chapter 86, Dinner Invitation. The process of muscle relaxation using the fascia knife was sheer torture. In comparison, he would have preferred to use his spiritual energy to heal his body. However, the dutiful Suzette would not let Brendan leave, forcing him to lie down on the bed and complete the entire set of relaxation massages. By the time the massage ended, Brendan was in such pain that his face turned pale. He limped out of the martial arts gym as dusk approached. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a series of sharp ringtone came from his phone. It was Zaylee calling. Mr. Zhang, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to join me for a dinner party. Zaylee said. A dinner party? Brendan was slightly surprised but nodded. No problem. I'll come right away. Good. I'm at the entrance of Shangjiang Restaurant. Zaylee informed him of her location. Brendan immediately drove towards Shangjiang Restaurant. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance and spotted Zaylee's figure. Parking the car, he walked over. Tonight, Zaylee's attire was extremely simple, even somewhat conservative. Compared to the sexy evening gown she wore that night, today she wore only a plain blouse and jeans. Despite her ordinary attire, it was impossible to hide her natural beauty. Her exquisite features and well-proportioned figure still made her stand out prominently, attracting many passers-by. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to have you come out to accompany me tonight, Zaylee said apologetically as she saw Brendan approach. Brendan waved his hand and asked, is this dinner organized by you? Who did you invite? The president of the Municipal Supervision Committee, Atlee, Zaylee replied. The Municipal Supervision Committee is responsible for my current issue, and I hope to alleviate the problem through him. Brendan instantly understood the purpose of Zaylee's invitation, solving the synthetic jade incident. Just stay beside me, and don't speak unless spoken to. Leave everything to me. Zaylee instructed. Understood, Brendan nodded lightly. It wasn't long before a black sedan pulled up. A chubby Jose stepped out of the car. Zaylee greeted him immediately. President Hu? Haha, boss son, Atlee smiled, his eyes involuntarily lingering on Zaylee's body. His smile widened after giving her a quick glance up and down. Thank you, President Hu, for gracing us with your presence tonight. Dinner has been prepared. Let's go inside and talk. Zaylee smiled back. She had seen Atlee's lecherous gaze countless times and was already used to it. Invited by Zaylee, Atlee entered the restaurant, followed silently by Brendan. Entering a private room on the second floor of the restaurant, they saw an elaborate spread of dishes laid out, beautifully arranged and aromatic, making everyone's mouth water. President Hu, please take your seat. Zaylee welcomed warmly. Atlee took the main seat. Just as he sat down, he noticed Brendan who had entered with them. Hey, boss son, who is this? Atlee asked, puzzled. He's my driver and assistant, Zaylee explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Atlee's attention shifted back to Zaylee, and his smile returned. They all sat down, and Zaylee quickly opened a bottle of Fei Yin Maodai. She filled 2 glasses and offered one to Atlee. President Hu, let me toast to you first. This matter will surely trouble you, so I hope you can bear with me. Zaylee raised her glass. Atlee looked at Zaylee, smiling faintly. Boss son, your troubles are quite significant. 8 jewelry stores under your company have been found selling counterfeit goods, replacing genuine jade with synthetic ones. This involves fraud. This makes it hard for me too. Atlee feigned difficulty. I apologize for causing such trouble, but I was also betrayed regarding the company issues, Zaylee apologized. Atlee remained silent, sipping his wine. So what do you want to ask me today? Let me be frank, your situation is serious. If you expect leniency, it's simply impossible. Zaylee nodded. I understand the severity. I only hope President Hu could show some mercy. I've deeply realized my mistake. Please be lenient considering it's my first offense. Atlee showed reluctance. True, it's your first offense, but it's complicated. We need to discuss this properly. It's not appropriate here. How about we talk somewhere else afterward? What do you think? Atlee suggested, his eyes unabashedly admiring Zaylee, revealing greedy and perverted intentions. Despite her attempt to look ordinary tonight, her beauty couldn't be hidden by simple clothing. Hearing this, Zaylee's smile stiffened. Having been in business for years, she understood Atlee's hidden meaning perfectly. At the table, Brendan quietly ate without speaking. Hearing Atlee's words, he glanced up at Zaylee. Zaylee is in trouble. Brendan frowned, concerned about her. Zaylee bit her lip and replied, sorry, President Hu. I have other matters to attend to after the dinner. Perhaps we can discuss further tomorrow. Hearing this, Atlee's smile vanished. He stared deeply at Zaylee. Boss son, your case is severe. With this attitude, it'll be hard for me to help you. Even if you hire the best lawyer, while avoiding prison, financial compensation is unavoidable. The amount assessed by the committee is 300 million, not a small sum. This was an outright threat. Atlee's predatory gaze roamed over Zaylee's body, smiling confidently, as if he had already taken her measure. Chapter 87, Threat from Zachariah. Zaylee bit her lip. In a short time, many thoughts flashed through her mind. It's all right. I'm already mentally prepared. I asked President Hu to handle the matter impartially from now on, Zaylee said. Hearing this, Atlee's expression darkened. Since boss son has made your decision, I won't say more. Prepare yourself well when you return. The verdict will be announced soon. After saying this, Atlee stood up and turned to leave immediately. He slammed the door and disappeared quickly from Brendan's sight. Only Brendan and Zaylee were left in the private room. Zaylee sighed heavily, sitting down with a helpless and dispirited look. Seeing her dejected state, Brendan consoled her. Boss son, is there really no other way out for the synthetic jade issue? Someone could pass off synthetic jade as genuine under your nose at 8 of your company's jewelry stores. There must have been some traces left behind, right? Zaylee shook her head. Not at all. This time it was my negligence. I didn't think there would be a traitor in the company, which led to this incident. I was too careless, and that's how I lost to my competitor. As they say, business is like warfare, and there's nothing to argue about. Brendan felt helpless. He knew nothing about business and couldn't help much with Zaylee's troubles. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for accompanying me to this dinner today. Let's go back now, Zaylee said. Brendan nodded. He was also full. Let's go back. Zaylee paid the bill and left. The two walked out of the Shangjiang Hotel. However, at that moment, a sports car sped towards them and stopped right in front of them. The car door opened, and the person who stepped out was none other than Zachariah. Sybil, what a surprise. We meet outside the restaurant. Zachariah had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing Zachariah here so coincidentally, Zaylee frowned slightly. She did not believe it was just a coincidence. Zachariah had people monitoring her. Zaylee's expression turned cold. Zachariah, why are you here? Zachariah still smiled. Sybil, don't be so hostile. I want to help you. I heard the Market Supervision Committee ruled against you, demanding compensation of 3 billion yuan. Can you pay such a sum? His voice dripped with malicious joy as he spoke. Zaylee's expression turned even colder, her eyes flashing with anger. She had long suspected that Zachariah was behind the synthetic jade incident. Now, seeing him taunt her face to face, it was intolerable. I can still manage the 3 billion. I'll find a way myself. No need for your help, Zaylee retorted coldly. Haha. Zachariah burst into laughter. Really? Your company's total market value is only around 2 billion yuan. Even if you sell the company, it wouldn't cover this amount. Selling off all your assets might still fall short by tens of millions. Are you sure you can afford it? Zachariah approached with a mocking tone. Sybil, we're old friends. Knowing you for so long, how can I stand by when you're in trouble? If you become my girlfriend, I can help you resolve this issue. You don't have to sell the company and lose years of effort, Zachariah said smiling. Zaylee looked at Zachariah with utter disdain. If she previously only guessed that he was behind the synthetic jade scheme, this remark confirmed her suspicion. Even though he likely couldn't pay the 3 billion, he could easily suppress the matter if he orchestrated it. I won't agree to your terms. Please leave now, Zaylee said angrily. Zachariah's smile widened, seeming confident that Zaylee would succumb. Sybil, anger won't solve your problems. You can't come up with 3 billion. Become my girlfriend, and all your issues will be solved. It's a good deal. Why hate me so much? Zachariah tried to persuade her earnestly. Before he could continue, Brendan, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward to block Zachariah. Seeing Brendan, Zachariah's face turned cold instantly. Brendan, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Zachariah barked. Brendan replied icily. Sybil is my girlfriend. Do you think this doesn't concern me? My girlfriend? What a joke. Don't think I can't see through your act, Zachariah sneered, finding their pretense hilarious. This left Brendan speechless. It seemed Zachariah wasn't so dumb after all. At this moment, Zaylee stepped forward. She hugged Brendan's arm. Zachariah, Brendan is indeed my boyfriend, and we've been dating. What? Zachariah's face twisted in shock and rage. Zaylee, what nonsense are you spouting? I've pursued you for years, and you choose to date Brendan? I don't believe it. Don't think your little trick will fool me. Zaylee gave no further explanation. Turning, she wrapped her arms around Brendan's neck and, tiptoeing, closed her eyes and kissed him on the lips. Brendan was momentarily stunned, as was Zachariah, who couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing the Elaine he'd long pursued kissing another man willingly, Zachariah felt a severe blow. Brendan was also surprised that Zaylee had kissed him voluntarily. He soon realized it was intentional, aimed at discouraging Zachariah. Good job, Zaylee, you mischievous Elaine, using me again as a tool. With that thought, Brendan extended his arms and pulled Zaylee into a hug. Before Zaylee, who was just ending the light kiss, could react, Brendan kissed her again. Zaylee's eyes flew open, a blush spreading across her cheeks. With Zachariah watching, she dared not struggle. Brendan embraced her freely, holding Zaylee tightly in his arms. Chapter 88. The Beauty's Fragrant Kiss. Savoring the scent and softness of the Elaine in his arms, Brendan couldn't get enough of Zaylee's lips. After a long while, Zaylee finally managed to push him away with several slaps. Zaylee weakly freed herself from Brendan's embrace, her exquisite face flushed red. She glared at him, slightly angry that he had taken advantage of her like that. Brendan grinned unabashedly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her back into his embrace. Zachariah, do you have any more doubts now? He taunted. I warn you, Sybil is my girlfriend. If you ever try anything with her again, don't blame me for being unfriendly. At this moment, Zachariah's expression turned dark and stormy. He glared at the couple with anger, his hands clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Fine, fine, fine. Repeating the word 3 times emphasized how enraged Zachariah was. Zaylee, since you've made this choice, don't blame me if I don't help you anymore. You chose Brendan, who's just a gemstone appraiser, barely worth a few million. That amount of money can't possibly be enough to pay off your debts. I'll see how you get out of this predicament. We'll see about that. With those words, Zachariah turned and left, his demeanor dark. Once in his car, he slammed on the accelerator, the roar of the engine sounding like a beast before speeding away. Before leaving, he shot Brendan a glance filled with murderous intent, as if flames were burning within his eyes. His figure quickly disappeared from their sight. Let go of me. Zaylee blushed, struggling against Brendan's hold. It wasn't clear whether her cheeks were red from anger or embarrassment. Heh. Seeing Zaylee in such an embarrassed state, Brendan couldn't help but reminisce about the sweetness of their kiss. Sybil, I want to kiss you again, he said, thick-skinned as ever. Zaylee rolled her eyes. Do you really think I'm your girlfriend? That was only because we had no other choice, she added. Brendan shrugged. Sybil, isn't it unfair for you to use me as a tool again? This is the second time now. Zaylee was speechless for a moment, feeling guilty. Sorry, the situation was urgent. No need to apologize. I didn't lose anything, Brendan smiled. Her annoyance towards his thick-skinned behavior vanished instantly. I have some things to do. I need to go. Zaylee replied coldly, turning to leave. Hold on. Brendan called after her. What are you going to do about the $3 billion? Zaylee fell silent. I plan to sell the company and all my properties. That should give me around $2 billion and $300 million. But what about the remaining $700 million? Brendan asked. Zaylee hesitated. Maybe I can borrow some. Over the years, I've met a few friends who might lend me a few million. Not likely. When you were wealthy, friends surrounded you. But now that you're in trouble, would they still lend you millions? Brendan shook his head. He knew too well how fickle human nature could be. Borrowing $70 million would be nearly impossible for Zaylee. Zaylee fell silent again, and the atmosphere between them grew heavy. I have $40 million. I'll transfer it to your account shortly. I'll find a way to cover the remaining $300 million for you. Brendan assured her. Zaylee was momentarily stunned, both touched and surprised. You actually have that much money? With my abilities, getting a few tens of millions isn't difficult, Brendan said confidently, reminding Zaylee of his almost superhuman gemstone appraisal skills. Do you really intend to lend it to me? This is several millions we're talking about. My future may never recover, and this money might end up wasted, Zaylee warned. Brendan laughed lightly and pulled her into another embrace, his hands roaming freely over her slim waist. Don't worry. If you can't repay me, then you can always pay me back, physically. Zaylee rolled her eyes and gave him a light punch. Don't even think about it. I'm going home. Zaylee replied coldly, turning to leave. Brendan stopped her to ask for her bank details, and then they parted ways. Upon returning home, Brendan transferred the $40 million to Zaylee's account. Ding. Soon, Zaylee sent a message back. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness forever and do everything I can to repay you. The message made Brendan smile. Although I'm starting from scratch again, spending this money will certainly earn me a lot of goodwill from Zaylee. It's worth it. Brendan thought, smiling. His entire fortune was just over $40 million, and now most of it was gone. But Brendan felt no regret or hesitation. With my heavenly eye ability, making money is simply too easy. If spending money can get me a beautiful Elaine, why not do it? Brendan licked his lips, reminiscing about the wonderful taste of their kiss. When he embraced Zaylee again, she didn't resist, clearly showing an increase in her feelings for him. Now, helping her in her hour of need might win him Zaylee's heart. Zaylee still needs $300 million, but to be safe, I'd better aim for $500 million. She can't wait too long, so I need to make $500 million quickly. Brendan pursed his lips. With his abilities, the only quick ways to earn $500 million were through jade stones or antiques, and this wouldn't be possible in Shangjiang due to its limited market. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to Heian City, Brendan thought, narrowing his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed Leanne. Ring ring. The call connected quickly, and Leanne's warm voice came through. Mr. Zhang. Miss Wu, I'm planning to come to Heian City tomorrow to handle some matters. Could you pick me up? Leanne agreed without hesitation. Of course. Mr. Zhang helped me so much last time. It's only right that I assist you when you come to Heian City for business. Hashtag chapter 89. Back to Black Rock City. Leanne's enthusiastic agreement made Brendan nod in satisfaction. He had not regretted helping Leanne the last time. After they settled on the details, Brendan hung up the phone. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Brendan got up early in the morning, bought a ticket to Black Rock City, and boarded the bus directly to Black Rock City. Several hours later, Brendan, carrying a travel backpack, emerged from the east station of Black Rock City. As soon as he stepped out of the station, he saw a sports car parked by the roadside. Many people walking nearby couldn't help but slow down and glance repeatedly. It wasn't just the sports car that drew attention. Standing next to it was an opulently mature and seductive beauty. The Elaine was none other than Leanne. She wore a long white dress that did little to hide her alluring, mature figure. The charm of a mature Elaine exuded from her, making her seem like a perfectly ripe peach, tempting one to take a bite. The combination of the sports car and the beauty naturally attracted attention. Passers-by couldn't help but slow down, with women envying her and men looking at her with lustful eyes, wishing their gaze could stick to Leanne. Seeing Brendan, Leanne immediately waved, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. Her actions drew many people's attention, especially the envious looks from the men who then focused on Brendan. Under the admiring and jealous gazes of the crowd, Brendan, carrying his black travel backpack, walked straight up to Leanne. Mr. Zhang, please get in. I've already booked a table at the Black Rock Hotel. Let's go there for lunch, Leanne greeted warmly. Thank you. Brendan didn't hesitate. They both got into the car, and with the roar of the engine, the sports car quickly disappeared from view. Damn, do rich widows now choose toy boys so indiscriminately? That guy doesn't even look handsome or charming. I bet I could do better. The men on the roadside jealously watched Brendan's retreating back. Half an hour later, the sports car arrived at the Black Rock Hotel. They got out of the car and were escorted into a private room by a waiter. Soon, a server brought in the menu. Today is my treat, so Mr. Zhang, you can order whatever you like. The Black Rock Hotel has some signature dishes, and the chefs here are quite skilled. Mr. Zhang, you should definitely try them, Leanne recommended. Brendan chuckled. He wasn't particularly picky about food, but since Leanne suggested it, he didn't object. He ordered 5 dishes and a soup, which were soon served. Each dish was beautifully presented and aromatic, opening one's appetite just from the smell. Brendan took a bite and his eyes lit up. Indeed, the chef of a 5-star hotel is no ordinary cook. Leanne laughed softly. What brings you to Black Rock City this time, Mr. Zhang? Perhaps I can lend a hand. Brendan pursed his lips. He had intended to ask for Leanne's help anyway. Now that she offered, he wouldn't be polite. After all, Leanne still owed him 2 favors. Asking for her help now was only fair. I came to Black Rock City to play with raw jade. I'm short on cash recently, so I want to try my luck in the gemstone gambling business to make some money, Brendan said frankly. Gemstone gambling? Leanne was slightly taken aback. She had expected him to mention antiques, not gemstone gambling. Hold on, isn't Mr. Zhang more involved in the antique world? How did you cross over to gemstone gambling? While both antiques and gemstone gambling require keen eyesight, they are entirely different industries. Gemstone gambling is often described as one cut means life, another means death. Many people lose all their capital each year in this business, Leanne warned. If you're short on cash, I can help. There's no need to risk it in gemstone gambling. Brendan smiled gently. Thank you for your offer, Miss Wu, but I have some confidence in my own judgment. In fact, we do have gemstone gambling in Shangjiang, but I've seen most of the raw stones there and can't find any good materials anymore. As the capital city of Jiangnan, Black Rock City must have a more developed gemstone gambling industry, so I decided to come here. Hearing this, Leanne was visibly surprised. She had witnessed Brendan's keen eye in the antique world. His previous actions had proven his ability, leaving her no choice but to admire it. After Brendan left last time, her grandfather Arno praised his remarkable insight for days. She hadn't expected Brendan to claim such prowess in gemstone gambling too. Leanne hesitated briefly before saying, fine, if that's what you want, let's go to Jade Street after lunch. The gemstone gambling industry in Black Rock City is indeed well developed and will surely meet your needs. Brendan nodded in agreement. His goal in coming to Black Rock City was to earn 50 million yuan, with excellent jade stones that some could be achieved quickly. After enjoying a delicious lunch, Brendan and Leanne headed to Jade Street. Driving there, they soon arrived at a bustling street. They got out of the car and entered Jade Street together. Black Rock City's jade industry was indeed more developed, evident from the thriving Jade Street. This place was more like a district than a street, lined with various jade shops. Apart from official stores selling jade and raw stones, there were also numerous small stalls filled with all kinds of jade items. The street was lively and crowded, much like the antique market previously. People thronged everywhere. Seeing the crowded street, Leanne's expression changed slightly. With so many people, they might get pushed around, and she knew how attractive her body could be to men. Biting her lip, she thought, as the host, she should still lead Brendan through Jade Street. With that in mind, Leanne took the lead. Let's go in, she said. Very soon, Leanne regretted it. The street was too crowded, and before long, she found herself pressed against Brendan. ##### Chapter 90. Crazy stone material. Facing this situation, Leanne felt utterly helpless. The street was packed with pedestrians, and she was wearing a skirt today. In such crowded conditions, unwanted touching was very likely to occur. To avoid being taken advantage of, Leanne moved closer to Brendan. Feeling the soft body of the beauty next to him, Brendan secretly enjoyed the moment. Observing Leanne's awkward predicament, he reached out and placed his arm around her shoulders. Miss Wu, come closer to me, Brendan said. Leanne could only nod helplessly. They soon entered a rough stone material shop. The store was quite large, filled with countless stones of various sizes. Many people were picking out stones they liked, and the stone cutting machines were busy with frequent bursts of excitement from successful finds. Brendan's attention was quickly drawn to the rough stones inside the store, not forgetting his purpose for coming here today. He quietly activated his heavenly eye to gain X-ray vision, instantly revealing the internal structure of the stones in front of him. One by one, he inspected the stones. However, most of the rough stones contained only ordinary jade, with no high-quality jade at all, let alone the exceptional quality he desired. Seeing this, Brendan wasn't anxious. He knew that exceptional jade was rare, even in a big city like Haiyan City, where finding such jade wouldn't be easy. He quickly searched the entire store. Though he didn't find exceptional jade, he noticed several rough stones containing spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he walked over and pretended to examine the stones while covertly absorbing the spiritual energy within them. Watching the orb of spiritual energy in his mind palace grow slightly, Brendan nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't find the exceptional jade, absorbing some pure spiritual energy was still worthwhile. Spiritual energy was always beneficial, and he needed it for various purposes. No matter how much he had, he wouldn't have too much. Mr. Zhang, haven't you found any stones you like? Leanne asked, noticing Brendan patting different stones without making a selection. These stones don't meet my requirements, Brendan replied. Let's check another store. Leanne was somewhat surprised but didn't question further since she didn't understand gemstone gambling. They proceeded to the next stone material shop, where Brendan used his heavenly eye to inspect each stone again. After searching the whole store, a particular stone caught his attention. It was a basketball-sized rough stone lying in the corner. To ordinary people, it looked unremarkable, and Brendan saw several people pass by it without interest. However, under his heavenly eye, the stone contained an exquisite glass-type jade the size of an adult's fist, worth at least 1 million yuan. Excellent. Brendan's eyes lit up. Excuse me, I want this stone, he told the clerk, pointing to the stone. A Jose nearby turned and laughed upon seeing Brendan choose an unremarkable stone. Benjamin, this stone is mostly waste rock. You probably don't know much about gemstone gambling, otherwise why would you buy this waste rock? It's just for fun, Brendan smiled. The clerk came over. Sir, this stone costs 30,000 yuan. Brendan paid with his card and prepared to leave with the stone. Hey, Mr. Zhang, aren't you going to cut the stone here? Leanne was puzzled by his decision to take the stone away directly. No, I'll cut it myself at home. By the way, can you arrange a warehouse for me? Brendan asked Leanne. She nodded, curious but didn't ask further. Leanne made a phone call and quickly arranged a small warehouse for Brendan, along with movers for the stone. Soon, the movers arrived. Brendan handed the stone to the mover. Be careful. This stone is valuable. Don't drop it. The mover, confused, thought wealthy people's hobbies were hard to understand. Without further explanation, Brendan continued looking for suitable rough stones. After an afternoon spent visiting over 10 stores and using his heavenly eye, Brendan found 4 stones with exceptional jade and 23 stones with high-quality jade. He also absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy, restoring the energy ball in his mind palace to nearly full size. Using the heavenly eye so frequently drained Brendan significantly, leaving him pale and exhausted. Mr. Zhang, you look tired. Let's call it a day, Leanne suggested. Brendan agreed, feeling almost at his limit. Okay, let's go back. They left the stone street, and Leanne drove Brendan to the hotel, which he had booked for him, an upscale suite at a 5-star hotel. After dropping him off, she left. Once Leanne was gone, Brendan couldn't resist anymore and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. He slept through the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting specks of light on the floor. Brendan woke up groggily, stretching and getting out of bed. Faced with this situation, Leanne felt utterly helpless. The street was crowded with pedestrians, and she was wearing a skirt today. In such a congested environment, it was all too easy for groping to occur. To avoid being taken advantage of, Leanne had no choice but to stay closer to Brendan. Brendan felt the softness of the beautiful Elaine beside him and inwardly savored the moment. Seeing Leanne's somewhat awkward predicament, he reached out and put his arm around her shoulders. Miss Wu, come closer to me, Brendan suggested. Leanne could only nod in resignation. The two soon entered an original stone material shop. The shop was quite large, filled with numerous stones of various sizes. Many people were inside, carefully selecting their preferred stones, while the stone-cutting machine was busy, occasionally emitting exclamations of surprise. Brendan's attention was quickly drawn to the original stones. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit today. Quietly opening his heavenly eye, Brendan activated his Tousur ability, revealing the insides of the stones without any obstruction. Note, Tousur means seeing through, or X-ray vision in this context. To maintain consistency and fluency in English, it can be translated as X-ray vision, or simply left as if it has been previously defined in the narrative. Revised for fluency. Brendan's attention was quickly drawn to the raw stones. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit today. Quietly opening his heavenly eye, Brendan activated his X-ray vision, revealing the insides of the stones without any obstruction. Using his heavenly eye, he meticulously examined each stone one by one. However, most of these stones contained mixed jade types, not even a single high-quality jade, let alone the supreme-grade jade he sought. Despite this, Brendan remained calm. He knew that finding supreme-grade jade was incredibly rare, even in a big city like Haiyan City. He quickly searched through the entire store. Although he didn't find the supreme-grade jade, he noticed a few stones containing spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he walked over, pretending to inspect the stones while subtly absorbing the spiritual energy within them. To others, his actions seemed normal, but in reality, Brendan was covertly absorbing the pure spiritual energy inside the jade. Satisfied as he watched the ball of spiritual energy in his mud pill palace grow slightly, he felt content. Even if he hadn't found the supreme-grade jade, at least he had absorbed some pure spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was always beneficial. He needed it for many purposes. No matter how much he absorbed, he would never have enough. Mr. Zhang, haven't you found any stones you like? Leanne asked, noticing Brendan tapping on different stones without seeming satisfied. These stones don't meet my requirements. Let's try the next shop, Brendan replied. Hearing this, Leanne was slightly surprised but, knowing nothing about gambling stones, did not question further. At the next stone store, Brendan repeated his method, using the heavenly eye to examine every stone. Finally, after searching through the store, a particular stone caught his attention. In a corner lay a basketball-sized stone that looked ordinary to the naked eye. Brendan saw several people pass by it without interest, but with the power of his heavenly eye, he could see inside. A supreme-grade glass-like jade, the size of an adult's fist, worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Excited, Brendan's eyes lit up. Shop assistant, I want this stone. The Jose nearby turned and chuckled when he saw Brendan choose such an ordinary-looking stone. Benjamin, this is probably just a waste rock. From your look, you seem unfamiliar with stone gambling. Why else would you buy such a waste rock? With a smile, Brendan replied, no problem, I'm just playing around. The shop assistant approached quickly. Sir, this stone costs 30,000 yuan. Brendan paid immediately and prepared to leave with the stone. Huh, Mr. Zhang, aren't you going to open it here? Leanne was puzzled by his behavior. No. I plan to take it home and open it myself. By the way, Miss Wu, can you arrange a warehouse for me? Brendan asked Leanne. Leanne nodded. Though curious, she didn't ask further questions. She made a call and promptly arranged a small warehouse and workers to move the stones. Soon, the movers arrived. Brendan handed over the stone carefully, instructing them to be gentle due to its value. The mover couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Just a plain rock, how valuable could it be? Rich people's hobbies were indeed puzzling. Brendan didn't explain further. After handing over the stone, he continued looking for suitable stones. By late afternoon, Brendan had spent nearly the entire day in the jade market, visiting over 10 shops and examining all the stones. In total, he found 4 stones with supreme-grade jade and 23 with high-grade jade. Additionally, he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, causing the ball in his mud pill palace to grow back to the size of a face basin. The frequent use of the heavenly eye had exhausted Brendan greatly, leaving him pale and visibly tired. Mr. Zhang, you look very tired. Let's stop for today. We can come back tomorrow. Your health is important, Leanne said, seeing his weary expression. Brendan agreed, feeling he was nearing his limit. All right, let's go back. Leaving the jade market, Leanne drove Brendan to the hotel. She had already booked a room for him, the top suite of a 5-star hotel. After delivering him to the room, she left. Once Leanne departed, Brendan could no longer hold back. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted through the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting specks of light on the floor. Dazed, Brendan got up, stretching as he climbed out of bed. Chapter 91. Leanne's shock. Ring, ring, ring. He had just woken up when the phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Leanne. Mr. Zhang, are you awake yet? I've arranged a professional stonecutter for you, who can help you open those stones from yesterday, Leanne said with enthusiasm. Good one. Brendan smiled. He hadn't expected Leanne to be so reliable, but after some thought, Brendan politely declined. The The stones he had chosen yesterday were carefully selected, and having an outsider cut them would likely cause too much attention. After all, a 100% success rate was too astonishing and might raise suspicions. Therefore, it was better if fewer people knew about this. The stone cutter won't be necessary. I'll cut the stones myself later, Brendan smiled. Miss Wu, if you're interested, you can come and watch. All right, I'll come pick you up. Leanne agreed on the other end. After hanging up, Brendan quickly went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the room. Half an hour later, Leanne drove up to the hotel entrance. Brendan got into the car, his eyes lighting up as they fell upon Leanne. Today, she wore a short skirt and black stockings instead of her usual long dress. This new look made her appear more mature and added a touch of sensuality, especially her strikingly long legs and black stockings that caught Brendan's attention. Get in, Leanne smiled. Brendan got into the car, and Leanne hit the gas, speeding off in the sports car. They arrived at the warehouse, where they both stepped out. Opening the warehouse door, they found the raw stones Brendan had bought yesterday all neatly arranged inside. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you don't need a stone cutter? You'll need quite a bit of effort to do this alone, Leanne commented, puzzled. Don't worry, it won't take too long, Brendan reassured her with a smile. Do you have any interest in high-quality jade? Leanne nodded. Of course. High-quality jade is always of interest to me. Our family business also deals in jade, she added. High-quality jade can be crafted into various ornaments, which sell very well. Realizing Brendan's intention, Leanne grinned. If Mr. Zhang opens any high-quality jade from these stones, I will buy them all regardless of the quantity. Deal. With your promise, I can save some time, Brendan smiled. If Leanne was willing to buy the jade, he would gladly accept. It would save him the trouble, while Leanne could make a profit by processing and selling the high-quality jade. It was a win-win situation. Brendan approached the stones and began cutting. Leanne had already set up the cutting machine, and Brendan picked up a piece of raw stone. Activating his heavenly eye, he used his X-ray vision to study the distribution of jade within the stone, then marked the lines accordingly. SSSSSSH. The grinding wheel began slicing through the stone, slowly splitting it open. Standing nearby, Leanne watched with curiosity. She wondered how many pieces of high-quality jade could be found among the 30-odd stones. The first stone was soon split open, revealing its contents. With the aid of the heavenly eye, Brendan precisely determined the location of the jade, ensuring no wrong cuts. When the stone was fully opened, the jade inside was revealed. High-grade emerald variety? Leanne leaned closer, quickly recognizing the type of jade. She was visibly astonished, nearly shouting it out loud. The translucent green jade sparkled under the light, radiating a beautiful emerald glow. Not bad. In just a few moves, Brendan finished cutting the first stone, producing a chunk of jade about the size of an adult fist. Leanne was amazed. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang's expertise in jade appraisal to be this impressive. You managed to get high-grade emerald jade from the very first stone. Initially, she hadn't expected much from Brendan's skills in jade appraisal. After all, he was already exceptionally talented in antique appraisal. Given his young age, most of his focus would likely be on antiques, rather than extending to a completely different field like jade appraisal. Yet here he was, opening high-grade emerald jade from the first stone. Just luck? Leanne couldn't help but think. Brendan quickly moved to the second stone, the grinding wheel's SSSSSH sound filling the air again. Before long, the second stone was opened, revealing its true contents. Glass-type variety? A translucent white jade appeared, crystal clear. Leanne was taken aback, her mouth dropping open in surprise. Her expression was one of shock, almost disbelieving what she saw. Mr. Zhang, your luck is simply unbelievable, Leanne exclaimed. Luck? Brendan only smiled enigmatically. This is just the beginning. He moved swiftly to the third, fourth, fifth, sixth stones. One after another, each stone was expertly cut open, revealing the jade inside. Emerald variety, glass variety, ice variety, glass variety, top ice variety, top imperial variety, top emerald variety. Each piece of jade came into view. By noon, Brendan had finished cutting open all 30-odd raw stones. What remained were numerous pieces of jade in various colors, spread across the table. Inside the warehouse, Leanne's expression was numb. Her face was a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This can't be possible. 30-odd raw stones, all opened successfully, and the lowest grade is still high-quality jade, including 4 top-grade pieces. Mr. Zhang, this is simply outrageous. Leanne was utterly shocked. The level of astonishment made her lose her composure. Brendan smiled understandingly. Had he been in her position, he would have reacted the same way. Miss Wu, you should have someone appraise these jade pieces now. You did say you'd buy all the jade I open, correct? Translation note. Names like Brendan and Leanne are transliterated into Pinyin as requested. The narrative tone and style have been preserved as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 92. Securing 50 million. Half an hour later, Leanne's jade appraiser arrived. Miss Wu. The moment the appraiser entered the warehouse, he was immediately captivated by the large pile of jade on the table. Upon closer inspection, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. How can there be so many high-quality jades? Glass grade, ice grade, imperial grade, jadeite grade. All varieties are present. The appraiser's face showed astonishment. Leanne stepped forward. Mr. Camden, could you please appraise these jades and provide an acquisition price? Mr. Camden nodded with a stunned expression, starting to appraise each piece one by one. Soon, the appraisal results were ready, and Mr. Camden handed over the report to Leanne. Miss Wu, all these jades are high-quality specimens, and 4 of them are even top-tier quality. I've estimated the price. Acquiring all these should amount to around 20 million, Mr. Camden said. Leanne nodded, then looked at Brendan. Mr. Zhang, I am willing to offer 20 million for these jades. No problem, let's transfer the payment. Brendan agreed, nodding. 20 million was not a small sum, but he had no objections. Mr. Camden glanced at Brendan in surprise, envy evident in his eyes. 20 million. This was already more than what an average person could earn in a lifetime. Leanne promptly transferred the funds to Brendan, and soon, the 20 million had arrived in his account. Leanne looked at Brendan with admiration. I never expected Mr. Zhang's stone appraising skills to be this impressive. You've truly opened my eyes today. Her gaze seemed to scrutinize him like a rare creature. Though she knew little about gemstone gambling, she recognized just how extraordinary Brendan's ability was. Among over 30 pieces of raw stones, not only did none turn out to be waste, but they all yielded high-quality jade. This was almost too astonishing. Mr. Zhang, do you have X-ray vision? Leanne couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed heartily. Sure, I do have X-ray vision. I can see right through these stones. These words made Leanne smile knowingly. She obviously didn't believe him, unaware that it was precisely true. After a brief rest following the jade cutting, Brendan went back to the Jade Street. 20 million was not enough. His goal was 50 million. 2 days passed swiftly. During these 2 days, Brendan, along with Leanne, visited every single raw stone shop on the Jade Street. All the stones capable of producing high-quality jade were selected by Brendan, amounting to over 100 pieces. Every high-quality jade he cut was sold to Leanne. Leanne accepted them all without hesitation, offering generous prices for the high-quality jades. Finally, on the 3rd day, Brendan reached his goal of 50 million. With his target achieved, Brendan bid Leanne farewell. That afternoon, he took a bus back to Shangjiang City. Exiting the bus station, Brendan immediately called Zayli, who came to pick him up shortly after. Seeing Zayli, Brendan was startled. In 3 days, she had noticeably lost weight. Originally confident and beautiful, she had resembled a proud swan. Now, in just 3 days, her vitality had diminished significantly, and dark circles appeared under her eyes. Brendan got into the car, looking at Zayli worriedly. After just 3 days apart, how have you changed so much? Brendan asked, feeling sympathetic. Zayli managed a weak smile. Nothing much, just busy these past few days. Haven't rested well? Have you sold your company and properties? How much is still needed? Brendan frowned slightly. Zayli sighed. Everything has been sold, but we're still short by 20 million. Brendan smiled, then took out a bank card. This card contains 50 million. Take it and use it. Brendan said with a grin. What? Zayli couldn't help but be shocked, doubting if her ears were playing tricks on her. In just 3 days, where did you get 50 million? Zayli asked, astonished. Brendan kept smiling. I have my ways. Rest assured, it's all legal and legitimate money. 50 million should be enough to pay off your debts, and the remainder can help you rise again. Consider this an early investment. Zayli froze, then bit her lip. Are you really not afraid I might run away with such a large sum? Brendan chuckled nonchalantly. It's just a few million. With my abilities, earning this much isn't difficult. Zayli was taken aback, knowing she wouldn't dare say such things herself. Thank you. Zayli bit her lip, her voice tinged with complexity. Holding the card containing 50 million, Zayli felt an immense relief washing over her. Sybil, I saved you in one go. People say heroes save beauties. Don't you think you should express some gratitude? Brendan teased her with a smile. Zayli rolled her eyes irritably. Is taking advantage of me not enough for you? She seemed somewhat exasperated. Just as Brendan thought he wouldn't get any advantage, Zayli leaned over from the driver's seat and kissed him on the lips. Overwhelmed with joy, Brendan quickly pulled Zayli into his arms. He embraced her, bringing her from the driver's seat onto his lap. As they kissed passionately, Brendan eagerly savored the taste of the beauty in his arms, while his hands roamed across Zayli's body. Feeling Brendan's mischievous hands, Zayli struggled against him. However, Brendan held her tightly, rendering her efforts futile. Gradually, Zayli's body softened, eventually surrendering fully into Brendan's embrace. Brendan kissed Zayli deeply, savoring her completely. His fervent kisses made it hard for Zayli to breathe at times. Zayli's cheeks were flushed, her mind a haze as she closed her eyes, letting Brendan explore her freely. One hand held Zayli's slender waist, while the other caressed her ample peaks. The full, perfect texture was irresistible to Brendan. They kissed ardently inside the car for nearly 15 minutes until someone knocked on the window. Chapter 93, Beauty and Embrace. Hey, you two lovebirds, what are you doing? If you want to get intimate, drive somewhere else. Don't block the spot here. The person outside the car pounded on the window, sounding quite irritable. That reprimand jolted Zayli awake, and Brendan also let her go. The two of them looked somewhat embarrassed. They had almost forgotten they were still at the entrance of the station during their passionate kiss. Sorry, we'll leave right away. Brendan hurriedly apologized. Zayli's face blushed red as she quickly returned to the driver's seat. She started the engine and drove away from the station swiftly. Zayli drove to the residential area where Brendan lived. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed. It's all your fault. You got me scolded just now. Zayli lightly tapped Brendan, clearly not very happy. Hee. Brendan grinned sheepishly. He reached out again, pulling Zayli into his arms. No, it's already late today. You've been sitting in the car all day. You must be tired. Go back and rest properly. Zayli struggled, her beautiful face turning crimson. How could Brendan agree? Just tasting the intoxicating flavor of that beauty, he was now lost in desire. Asking him to sleep obediently at this moment was simply impossible. Brendan forcibly embraced Zayli and kissed her luscious red lips once more. No. Zayli didn't finish her protest before her lips were sealed by Brendan. After a few feeble struggles, she gave up and let him indulge in her. They kissed for a while until Zayli was nearly breathless. Only then did Brendan reluctantly let her go. Are you trying to suffocate me? Zayli poked Brendan's waist angrily, though she wasn't really mad. How could I possibly do that? Doesn't this make us officially a couple? Brendan smiled. Zayli rolled her eyes. You touched and kissed me. Do you expect not to take responsibility? Hee. Brendan's face lit up with excitement. To have such a stunning beauty like Zayli become his girlfriend, this was something he wouldn't have dared dream about in his previous life. After putting in so much effort, he finally succeeded in winning her over. Indeed, Rescuing a beauty proved to be the best way to win her heart. No wonder so many people throughout history loved heroic rescues. Brendan held Zaylee in his arms, caressing her gently. They enjoyed each other's company for a bit longer before Zaylee finally bid him goodbye. Watching Zaylee walk away until she disappeared completely, Brendan finally turned his gaze back. Who would have thought that one day I, Brendan, could have such a beautiful Elaine? Minnie, I should really thank you. Brendan mused. The turning point in his life began when Minnie betrayed him. Since awakening the heavenly eye, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. He went home, took a quick shower, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to practice his pure Sinclair gong daily as usual. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Zaylee called Brendan early. Arnold, I need to attend a meeting at the Municipal Supervisory Committee today. Can you come with me? Zaylee asked. Sure, come pick me up, replied Brendan. After hanging up, Brendan quickly got ready and went downstairs, having a quick breakfast at a nearby bun shop. Just as he finished his breakfast, Zaylee arrived in her car. She rolled down the window and waved at him. Brendan immediately got into the passenger seat. Is today the verdict on the synthetic jade case? Yes, the Municipal Supervisory Committee has notified me to finalize the result today, Zaylee said, her expression not very pleasant. After resting overnight, Zaylee's complexion was much better. Still, seeing her somewhat weary appearance made Brendan concerned. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Let's go directly. Zaylee smiled reassuringly, feeling comforted. They drove to the Municipal Supervisory Committee. As they approached the entrance, they saw a familiar figure standing there. Zachariah, why are you here? The synthetic jade case shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Zaylee frowned, looking at Zachariah with clear disdain and coldness. Zachariah smiled, but his expression instantly turned icy upon noticing Brendan, who was holding hands with Zaylee. This scene was a heavy blow to Zachariah, making his face pale. Tatum, I'm just here to watch the show. I wonder if you have prepared the 300 million yuan. I know you've been selling cars, houses, and even your company these past 3 days. But getting 300 million together is quite challenging, isn't it? Zachariah sneered. Zaylee glared at him. It's none of your business. Ha ha ha. Zachariah laughed loudly, crossing his arms. Tatum, today is the official trial for the synthetic jade case. If you can't produce the 300 million in compensation, you'll face more than just civil liability. You might end up in jail. At your young age, if you spend a few years in prison, you probably won't have any chance to make a comeback afterward. Zachariah spoke mockingly, his true intentions clear to everyone. Zaylee no longer wanted to waste time on him and walked into the committee building with Brendan. Watching them leave, Zachariah sneered. Let you have this brief moment of arrogance. Wait until you can't pay the 300 million later and see what you do then. He felt victorious, imagining Zaylee's helpless state. Inside the venue, Zaylee and Brendan waited for the meeting to begin. Arnold, please wait here. I'll go inside. Zaylee stood up. Okay, be careful, Brendan nodded. Zaylee nodded back and walked forward to her seat. Miss Sun, please sit. The meeting will start soon, a staff member said. Hashtag chapter 94, shock and retaliation. Zaylee nodded. A short while later, Zachariah also arrived at the meeting. He walked over and sat down next to Brendan without hesitation. Seeing Zachariah beside him, Brendan couldn't help but frown slightly. What are you doing here? There are plenty of seats, yet you choose to sit here. Brendan gave no friendly response. Although he didn't have concrete evidence that Zachariah was behind the synthetic jade incident, suspicion was enough for him. After all, he wasn't a judge. Just suspecting Zachariah was reason enough to despise him. Facing Brendan's hostile attitude, Zachariah remained calm. I just came over to sit. Why be so harsh? The meeting about the synthetic jade case will start soon. I don't think Sybil can come up with 3 billion, Zachariah said sarcastically. As Sybil's boyfriend, you can't help her in this crucial moment. That's quite irresponsible of you. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Brendan. Huh. Brendan almost laughed out loud. This fool didn't know they already had the money. How I handle things is none of your business. Can you please leave? Brendan was blunt. Zachariah chuckled. Brendan, can you really bear to see Sybil go to prison? If she doesn't pay the 3 billion today, imprisonment is inevitable. Brendan squinted his eyes. What do you want to say? My point is simple. Hand Sybil over to me, and I'll provide the money to help her. With my assistance, Sybil can get through this crisis smoothly, and I'll give you 10 million on top of that. Zachariah explained. Hearing this, Brendan almost burst into laughter again. He knew Zachariah still had ulterior motives. This guy was truly despicable. If not for his own capability, Sybil might have ended up in prison. Zachariah's methods were indeed ruthless. Thinking of this, Brendan's gaze turned cold. No need. I'm not interested in any deals with you. Sybil won't go to prison today, just watch. Without further ado, Brendan stood up and moved to another seat. Huh. Zachariah was taken aback for a moment. Could they have already gathered 3 billion? Impossible. Zachariah quickly dismissed the idea. He had thoroughly investigated Zaylee's assets. There was no way she could produce 3 billion today. While Brendan was capable, he certainly didn't have enough funds to bail Zaylee out. Humph. You're trying to act composed. Let's see how you look when the verdict comes out. Zachariah sneered, his eyes mocking Brendan, as if he could already picture Zaylee and Brendan's despair. The clock struck 10, and the meeting officially began. At the head of the table, a judge from the Municipal Supervision Committee stepped forward with relevant documents. I now declare the official start of this adjudication meeting. 6 days ago, it was reported that the company owned by the accused, Zaylee, committed commercial fraud by substituting artificial jade for natural jade across 8 jewelry stores. According to our investigation, the judge recounted the events thoroughly, and everyone in the large conference room listened quietly. Zachariah's smile grew broader, his eyes filled with anticipation. After the Municipal Supervision Committee's deliberation, defendant Zaylee is guilty of commercial fraud and must pay a total of 3 billion in fines and compensation. Do you have any questions, Zaylee? The judge asked. Zaylee, seated in her chair, remained calm. I have no objections and agree to pay the 3 billion in fines and compensation, she responded. The judge nodded. Very well. Defendant Zaylee must pay the fines and compensation on site. If she cannot, we will report this to the court, and she will face criminal charges. Zaylee nodded again. No objections. The Municipal Supervision Committee staff brought over a laptop. Zaylee logged into her bank account, entered the account number and password. From the spectator seats, Zachariah watched with a smug smile. Zaylee, you definitely can't come up with 3 billion. You don't have that much money and will face severe penalties. I've given you a chance, but you chose Brendan. Don't blame me for being unfriendly. Zachariah smirked, arms crossed, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Everyone waited patiently as bank transfers required some time. As time passed, Zachariah's smile only widened. Suddenly, the committee staff looked at the computer screen and stood up. Judge, the defendant Zaylee has successfully paid the 3 billion in fines. Good. Since the fines and compensation have been paid, I hereby announce the closure of this case, the judge declared. The meeting ended abruptly. In the spectator seats, Zachariah, who had anticipated drama, was stunned. Startled, he finally reacted. Wait, I have questions. Is it true that Zaylee paid the 3 billion in fines? According to my knowledge, it's impossible for her to have that much money. Zachariah exclaimed loudly. Silence. Please remain quiet in the spectator seats. Zaylee has paid the fines, and the case is closed, the judge sternly replied. Boom. To Zachariah, this news felt like a thunderclap. Shocked, he immediately turned his gaze toward Zaylee and Brendan. It can't be. That shouldn't happen. Meanwhile, Brendan and Zaylee had already left the conference room. Zachariah hurried after them, finally intercepting them at the Municipal Supervision Committee entrance. Brendan, Zaylee, stop right there, Zachariah shouted. Approaching quickly, he blocked their path. Don't block the way, get lost. Brendan was harsh. Zachariah's expression darkened after being scolded by Brendan. His anger surged as he stared intently at them. How did you manage it? There's no way you could have paid 3 billion in fines. What did you do? Zachariah demanded, unable to accept what was happening. ####Chapter 95, the opportunity for revenge. Zaylee glared at him icily. Zachariah, how I managed to come up with the 300 million has nothing to do with you, does it? What gives you the right to question me? I've already paid the amount. The synthetic jade issue is completely over. Zachariah was furious. His previous mockery only made his humiliation that much worse now. It's impossible. There's no way you two could have come up with 300 million. You must have used some underhanded methods. Zachariah's expression turned extremely grim. His eyes were fixed on Brendan and Zaylee as if he could devour them alive. His scheme had failed miserably. After all the effort he had put into setting this trap, he had successfully brought Zaylee down to this point. According to his plan, Zaylee would have had no choice but to submit to him. The reason for the dramatic change in his plans was entirely due to Brendan's unexpected appearance. Because of Brendan, his entire scheme had fallen apart. He had invested a great deal of time and money into this plan, and now all of that effort was wasted. The thought made Zachariah's heart ache with pain. A burning rage welled up inside him like an erupting volcano. He stared viciously at Brendan. If looks could kill, Brendan would be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Humph. Brendan saw the shift in Zachariah's expression and sneered derisively. Zachariah, aren't you a bit too confident? Underhanded methods? Without any evidence, you're just spouting nonsense. And why would we need to justify ourselves to you? Brendan shot back without any hesitation. Fine, fine, fine. Zachariah spat out 3 fines in a row, indicating just how enraged he was. Brendan, don't get too cocky. We'll see who wins in the end. Zachariah ground out through clenched teeth before turning and leaving. As Brendan watched Zachariah walk away, he too felt a chill run through him. Zachariah probably won't let this go so easily. Having such an enemy constantly watching us is dangerous. Brendan furrowed his brows deeply. He pondered whether there was a way to eliminate Zachariah once and for all. It was often said that one could rob for a day but not guard against robbery every day. If Zachariah kept targeting him, Brendan doubted he would ever sleep soundly. Should he find a chance to assassinate Zachariah? The thought crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. His current abilities weren't advanced enough to carry out a flawless murder without being detected. If his actions were exposed, he would face irreversible consequences. With his heavenly eye ability, his future potential was boundless. It wasn't worth risking everything for Zachariah. Arnold, let's leave here. This isn't the place to talk, Zaylee reminded him. Agreed. Brendan nodded. They left together. Zaylee drove to a house, and they got out of the car. Brendan was puzzled by their destination. Once inside, he noticed the place was quite empty and disorganized, with scattered boxes and garbage everywhere. What is this place? Brendan asked curiously. Zaylee explained, this used to be my company's warehouse for storing jade. She approached the corner and opened a few boxes. When Brendan went to look inside, he saw high-quality jade. Hold on. These are... Brendan picked up a piece of jade and activated his heavenly eye. Synthetic jade. Unnamed artisan. 1 month. 500. Good heavens. After inspecting the entire box, Brendan discovered that all the jade pieces, hundreds of them, were fake. These are all synthetic jade. Brendan exclaimed. Zaylee nodded. Yes, they haven't been processed yet. After investigating, I found out about the synthetic jade trap. Zachariah arranged it. He bought a batch of synthetic jade and bribed my warehouse manager to switch my real jade with the fake ones. At this point, Zaylee was visibly angry. Her jade company was her life's work. Due to Zachariah's machinations, years of effort had been destroyed. Controlling herself from ripping Zachariah apart was already a sign of her restraint. Brendan gently embraced Zaylee, soothing her by softly patting her back. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge on him. I will make sure Zachariah pays the price, Brendan promised. Zaylee smiled faintly. Revenge can wait. There will be many opportunities ahead. The 300 million you gave me still leaves us 30 million. We can use this to start over. What do you think? This money is yours, so I should consult you. Brendan chuckled. If you want to rebuild, then go ahead. If more money is needed, I'll give you some more. No, 30 million is more than enough. Seeing Brendan's unwavering support, Zaylee felt touched. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a kiss. Brendan held her close, savoring the moment. After some time, they broke apart. Brendan turned his attention back to the synthetic jade. The craftsmanship on these synthetic jade pieces is remarkable. Unless someone knows jade well, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to tell the difference, Brendan marveled. With today's technology, these are top-notch synthetic jade pieces. Ordinary people can hardly distinguish between synthetic and natural jade, Zaylee agreed. Brendan nodded in agreement. Curious about the difference between synthetic and natural jade, he infused a thread of spirit energy into one of the synthetic jade pieces. Chapter 96, Brendan's Scheme. It was originally just a spontaneous idea, but an astonishing scene unfolded unexpectedly. The artificial jade underwent subtle changes after being infused with spiritual energy. Brendan scrutinized it carefully and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This? He was taken aback. The artificial jade that had been infused with a trace of spiritual energy now looked indistinguishable from natural jade. He immediately activated his heavenly eye to examine it again. Highly replica artificial jade. Unnamed artisan. One day. 1,000. Hiss. Brendan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He almost couldn't trust what he was seeing. After infusing a trace of spiritual energy into the artificial jade, it had transformed in such a way. He turned around and handed the jade to Zaylee. Tatum, take a look at this jade. Zaylee took the highly replicated artificial jade and examined it carefully. After a while, she gave her assessment. Good jade, suitable for making jade bracelets. Based on its quality and color, this already falls into the category of mid-grade jade. Listening to Zaylee's evaluation, Brendan was surprised that Zaylee, who dealt with jade regularly, didn't notice that it was highly replicated jade. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Brendan's mind. He quickly conducted an experiment to verify his plan. He picked up the second piece of artificial jade from the box and infused it with another trace of spiritual energy. Sure enough, this time the artificial jade underwent the same transformation. The already highly realistic artificial jade, under the nourishment of spiritual energy, became indistinguishable from natural jade. Good. Brendan felt joy in his heart. Tatum, you're fully responsible for setting up the new company. I don't understand business matters well, and I have some things to attend to over the next couple of days, Brendan said with a smile. He didn't reveal his plan, intending to surprise Zaylee once it succeeded. Okay. Zaylee nodded. Brendan quickly left with the 3 boxes of artificial jade, returned home, and used spiritual energy to transform all the artificial jade pieces. There were a total of 300 artificial jade pieces, each transformed to be nearly identical to natural jade, even surpassing average natural jade in some aspects. He took the transformed artificial jade to a professional institution for appraisal. Soon, the appraisal results were out. Sir, your jade is highly replicated artificial jade, but the similarity is extremely high. Without using high-precision instruments, it's almost impossible to distinguish it from natural jade by just looking, the appraiser said in amazement. He showed curiosity. Sir, may I ask where you purchased this jade? Brendan only smiled without answering, then took the jade back. Incredible. Who would have thought spiritual energy could do this? With these 300 highly replicated jades, I can completely use their strategy against them. A glint flashed in Brendan's eyes. But 300 highly replicated jades are still not enough. To ensure Zachariah can never recover, I need more artificial jade? A smile curved Brendan's lips as he called Zaylee to inquire where he could buy artificial jade. After obtaining the source, Brendan immediately contacted the supplier and bought another 700 pieces of artificial jade. The next day, the 700 pieces arrived in front of Brendan. He opened the boxes for inspection, confirming they were very similar to the previous artificial jade. He promptly spent some spiritual energy to transform these 700 pieces. Ultimately, 1,000 highly replicated jade pieces lay quietly before him. Each piece had excellent quality. Whether for direct sale or processing, they were sure to catch attention. Brendan then contacted the purchasing department of Zachariah's Jade Company and brought the highly replicated jade to offer. Afternoon, Brendan brought sample jade to Zachariah's company. After notifying the receptionist, Brendan went directly to the purchasing department office. Mr. Zhang, right? Please take a seat, said the purchasing manager. Brendan sat down with a smile and took out a black wooden box. Ahmed, today, I'm here to discuss a business deal with your company. As he spoke, Brendan opened the wooden box, revealing 10 emerald green jade pieces inside. The purchasing manager glanced at the jade pieces, maintaining his calm. Mr. Zhang, if you're here to establish a jade supply channel with our company, I'm afraid I must decline. We have stable suppliers and won't change them arbitrarily. No. Brendan shook his head. I'm not a jade supplier. To be honest, I come from Haiyanshi City. Initially, I ran a jade company there, but due to poor management, it went bankrupt. Currently, I have a stockpile of jade and wish to sell it. A total of 1,000 pieces of jade. These 10 pieces are samples, Brendan explained. The purchasing manager chuckled slightly. So, this is a one-off transaction. As he spoke, the purchasing manager picked up the jade pieces from the box. Examining them closely, his eyes gradually brightened. From his perspective, the quality of these 10 jade pieces was quite good. With the quality of these jades, selling them shouldn't be difficult. Why did you bring these jades from Haiyanshi City here? The purchasing manager asked, puzzled. Because I offended someone in Haiyanshi City, making it impossible to sell these jades there, Brendan said with a helpless expression. Hearing this, the purchasing manager's smile grew broader. He showed a hesitant look. Mr. Zhang, although the quality of your jade is indeed good, our company has stable suppliers and doesn't currently lack jade. Brendan appeared urgent. Ahmed, I can sell these jade pieces at a low price. As long as the price isn't too unreasonable, I'm willing to negotiate. Hearing this, the purchasing manager chuckled again. He didn't speak this time, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a long while, the purchasing manager finally said, all right, considering the good quality of the jade, our company can purchase it, but the price will need some negotiation. The purchasing manager smiled slightly. 3 hours later, standing in front of the warehouse gate, watching the tin boxes of jade being carted away, Brendan's face beamed with satisfaction. Finally done. Everything went smoother than planned. Indeed, greed is human nature. Given enough profit, many people are willing to bend the rules. Brendan smiled happily. Chapter 97. The show begins. He successfully sold this batch of high-quality imitation jade to the company where Zachariah works at a very low price. He had long seen through the intentions of the purchasing manager. That guy bought his batch of jade at a low price and then reported the regular price back to the company, making a hefty profit from the difference. What greed! But it was precisely because of his greed that I got this opportunity. These jades can only be detected by high-precision instruments. All I need now is to wait patiently for some time, and soon I will have results. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed wildly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period, Brendan often paid attention to changes in Zachariah's company. One day, he came as usual to a jade jewelry store under Zachariah's company. A shop assistant walked up with a smile. Sir, what kind of jade jewelry would you like? All the jade jewelry in our store is top-notch, and we guarantee they are all genuine jade. Brendan smiled slightly as his gaze fell on the jade jewelry in the store. At the same time, he activated his heavenly eye. False jade bracelet. High-quality imitation jade. Brendan. 1 month. 2,000 renminbi? Great. Seeing this information, Brendan couldn't help but smile widely. After waiting for a whole half-month, it was finally time to reap the rewards. However, to ensure everything was secure, he examined the other jade jewelry in the store and quickly spotted over 10 pieces of high-quality imitation jade jewelry. I'll take this jade bracelet and also this one. This one too. Put them all together. I'll take all these jade jewelry pieces. Brendan bought 8 jade jewelry items in one go. The shop assistant's eyes lit up as she swiftly packed the items for Brendan. Sir, that will be 84,000 renminbi. The shop assistant smiled. Brendan took out his bank card and paid, then left with his purchases. After leaving the mall, Brendan first went back home, putting the jade jewelry there before heading to check other jade shops under Zachariah's company. Sure enough, the batch of jade he sold to the purchasing department had already been made into various jewelry items and successfully listed in the stores. There were 10 jade shops in total, each with his high-quality imitation jade jewelry on display. Seeing this situation, Brendan finally grinned smugly. Everything is ready. Now it's time to reap the harvest. Brendan took out his phone and immediately called Zaylee. Meeting up, Brendan told Zaylee about what he had done over this period. They then headed to one of Zachariah's company's jade shops. Brendan still held the 8 jade jewelry pieces he had bought earlier. The shop assistant immediately recognized Brendan. After all, it was rare for someone to buy 8 jade jewelry items at once, leaving a deep impression on her. Sir, welcome back. Do you want to buy more? The shop assistant greeted warmly. This time, Brendan didn't smile but instead looked menacing. I'm here to return these goods. Where is your boss? There's a problem with your store. I bought 8 jade jewelry pieces from here, worth over 80,000 renminbi, and they turned out to be all fake, Brendan shouted loudly. What? His loud voice attracted everyone nearby in the mall. The previously smiling shop assistant froze. Sir, that's impossible. Our jade jewelry is absolutely top-notch. The shop assistant replied hastily. Humph. Brendan sneered. It doesn't depend on what you say if it's real or not. I've had it professionally appraised, and all 8 jade jewelry pieces I bought are high-quality imitation synthetic jade. Tell your boss to come out now. You must give me an explanation today. Rumors spread fast among the crowd as many people gathered around to watch the commotion. Realizing Brendan wasn't joking, the shop assistant understood the severity of the situation. She immediately reported it up the chain, while Brendan simultaneously dialed the Consumer Protection Bureau's number. Elsewhere, Zachariah was enjoying a massage at an entertainment club, surrounded by women on both sides, when his phone rang. It was a call from the manager of one of his jade stores. Hello. Zachariah answered. The manager's voice came urgently. Boss, something bad has happened. A customer just came to return jade jewelry, claiming it's high-quality imitation synthetic jade. They've already notified the Consumer Protection Bureau. Things are heating up, the manager continued. What? Upon hearing this, Zachariah's face darkened, and he burst out angrily. Nonsense. How could there be synthetic jade in my store? This is sheer defamation. I'll be right there. Zachariah hung up and rushed to the scene, driving rapidly. He arrived at the mall shortly and entered the second floor. As he approached, he saw a crowd surrounding his store. Move aside. I'm the owner of this store. Let me in, Zachariah shouted. The crowd parted for him. Stepping inside, Zachariah immediately saw 2 familiar faces. Brendan? Zaylee? It's actually you two. Zachariah was first surprised, then began laughing scornfully. I thought who would dare cause trouble. It's you two. You really have guts coming to my store and accusing me of selling synthetic jade. I can sue you for libel. Zachariah laughed, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Looking at Brendan and Zaylee with mocking eyes, Zachariah's original concern vanished upon seeing them. What game are you playing? Zaylee, you caused problems with your use of synthetic jade, and now want to pin it on me? Chapter 98. Your jade is fake. Brendan stepped forward with a smile on his face, and then took out the 8 pieces of jade jewelry he had purchased from this store previously. Zachariah, don't be so sure of yourself. These 8 pieces of jade jewelry were bought from your store. They still have your company's exclusive emblem. I also have corresponding invoices as proof. These items are enough to prove that these 8 pieces of jade jewelry come from your jade jewelry store, Brendan said. Zachariah couldn't hide his derision. He glanced at the jade jewelry in the box. Yes, these are indeed products from my jewelry store. So what does that prove? You think they're fake jade? My shop never sells counterfeit goods. Are you blind or can't you see that these 8 pieces of jade jewelry are genuine? Zachariah sneered. However, the next moment, Brendan laughed softly. Really? but I've had these 8 pieces of jade jewelry appraised by professional institutions. The appraisal results indicate that all 8 pieces are high-quality imitations. What? These words both startled and enraged Zachariah. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Brendan, don't try to smear me. My jade jewelry store would never sell such things, Zachariah said furiously. He glared coldly at Brendan. You actually tried to play this trick on me? Do you think it will work? Feel free to get anyone to inspect. Nothing sold from my store could possibly be fake. As Zachariah spoke, another voice came from outside. We are from the Market Supervision Committee. Please step aside immediately. The crowd parted to make way for several people in Market Supervision Committee uniforms who entered from outside. Brendan, you even called the Market Supervision Committee. Do you really think this will scare me? Zachariah dismissed the thought. He had nothing to hide and was eager to see what tricks Brendan would pull today. The committee staff quickly approached. Who reported this store? The team leader asked. Brendan raised his hand high. It's me. I bought 8 pieces of jade jewelry from this store, but upon testing, I found them all to be high-quality imitations. I am reporting this jade store for passing off inferior goods as authentic, selling counterfeits for profit. Zachariah countered instantly. Nonsense. You're slandering me. There's nothing wrong with my jade jewelry store. This is just hearsay. The team leader nodded. Sir, are you certain of your claims? We need to test these jewelry items. If they turn out to be genuine, you will be punished for slander. Brendan smiled slightly. Of course, these 8 pieces of jade jewelry can be tested anytime. The team leader nodded and quickly arranged for professional jade appraisers and their equipment. Seeing this, Zachariah showed no sign of panic, maintaining a confident expression. Test away. I'm not afraid at all. Brendan, when the results come out, let's see what face you'll show, Zachariah said sarcastically. Brendan laughed. I'll return that line to you. The professionals soon began the detailed examination of the 8 pieces of jade jewelry. Everyone present turned their attention to the ongoing tests, waiting patiently. Zachariah crossed his arms, still smiling. Suddenly, the testing equipment emitted an alarm. Beep beep beep. The machine lit up red, its alert sounding loudly. No way. Zachariah's face changed drastically, his eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. This can't be fake. All items in my store are genuine. There's no way there could be any high-quality imitations. Zachariah shouted in fury. He turned angrily towards Brendan. Brendan, you must have swapped the items, intentionally creating false evidence to harm me. This time, it was Brendan's turn to laugh heartily. I have all purchase receipts for these 8 pieces of jade jewelry, and the staff can testify. Moreover, I'm sure there are still counterfeit high-quality imitations in this store. Just inspect the store's inventory, and the truth will come out. After some thought, the team leader nodded and gestured to his team. Proceed with the inspection. Several staff members moved immediately. At this moment, Brendan walked over and pointed to a few pieces of jade jewelry in the showcase. These few pieces likely have issues. I won't miss them. The committee staff approached, took out those pieces of jewelry, and performed on-site testing. Zachariah's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Brendan. Brendan, don't think this despicable trick can frame me. You won't fool anyone with your tricks, Zachariah said coldly. Huh. Brendan chuckled mockingly. Zachariah, the pieces we're about to test were just taken from your store's showcase. The results will be ready soon. Hmph, these pieces can't possibly be fake, Zachariah said confidently. Beep beep beep. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the testing machine sounded another alarm. Team leader, all these pieces are fake, the tester reported. A murmur ran through the crowd, the atmosphere growing tense. Zachariah's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way, absolutely impossible. How could my store have such high-quality imitations? Zachariah was completely shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. People started discussing, pointing fingers at Zachariah. Brendan, did you tamper with the store? How did you manage this? Did you swap the jade jewelry in the store? Zachariah turned around, eyes icy, seemingly wanting to tear Brendan apart. Brendan smiled. Zachariah, everyone saw these pieces being taken from your store's display. I never touched them. How could I swap them without touching them? You've been selling counterfeits. What else can you say? Brendan shot back. Shwa. Zachariah was both shocked and furious, his face turning pale as he involuntarily stepped back a few steps. Chapter 99. Vengeance Achieved. At this moment, the Municipal Supervision Committee personnel stepped forward. Mr. Kamdang, we regret to inform you that your shop is suspected of fraudulent operations, and we must now seal your store. All items within your shop cannot be moved. We need to inspect all goods inside. Your shop cannot reopen until this matter is thoroughly investigated, said the head of the Municipal Supervision Committee. Zachariah gritted his teeth, emitting a series of grinding sounds that made one's teeth ache. He was furious, his eyes fixed on Brendan with uncontrollable anger. Although he didn't know the exact details, he was certain this was a conspiracy by Brendan and Zaylee. Good. Uttering 3 goods in succession highlighted the extent of Zachariah's inner rage. Brendan, don't think this can defeat me. I have 10 jade jewelry stores. Even if one is sealed, I can still operate. You won't bring me down. Zachariah growled through clenched teeth. Is that so? Brendan couldn't help but smile. Zaylee walked over and took 9 boxes out of her pocket. I'm reporting these 9 jade jewelry stores under this person's name for selling counterfeit, high-quality fake stones. I hope the Municipal Supervision Committee will investigate these 9 shops. They are sure to uncover their illegal activities, Brendan added. Boom. For Zachariah, these words felt like thunder striking clear skies. He finally realized the severity of the situation. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zachariah's expression changed drastically. Brendan, what have you done? Zachariah roared in anger. Brendan crossed his arms, smiling leisurely. I don't know what you're talking about. I just bought items from your 10 shops normally and happened to discover you were passing off inferior products for huge profits. Zachariah, you'd better think about how to deal with the upcoming trouble. Your tin shops will soon be sealed entirely. Let's see if you can still laugh. Brendan laughed heartily. Zachariah. His face turned deathly pale, unable to believe what was happening. The Municipal Supervision Committee promptly sent teams to inspect the conditions of the tin jade jewelry stores under Zachariah's name. As Brendan had reported, every store indeed contained counterfeit, high-quality fake stones. The Municipal Supervision Committee immediately sealed all tin shops, confiscating all jade jewelry for inspection. Over 500 pieces of fake jade jewelry were identified almost instantly. Upon hearing this news, Zachariah felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. All 10 stores were sealed. Over 500 pieces of jade jewelry were counterfeit, worth more than $1,000,000. Such serious commercial fraud would result in hefty fines alone, not to mention reaching the threshold for criminal charges. It's over. This is it. I'm finished. Hearing this news, Zachariah's face lost all color as he slumped to the ground. At this moment, footsteps sounded as Brendan and Zaylee approached. It's you two. You orchestrated this. There was no commercial fraud. Brendan, this is all you're doing. Zachariah lunged forward, glaring at Brendan as if he wished to kill him with his eyes. Facing Zachariah's accusations, Brendan only smiled. Zachariah appeared utterly miserable, his complexion pale and features distorted with anger, nothing like his previously smug self. The tables had turned. Just half a month ago, it was Brendan and Zaylee who were in trouble. Now, retribution fell on Zachariah. Zachariah, I have no idea what you're talking about. What does your trickery have to do with us? Your 10 stores are sealed, and you'll face enormous fines or even jail time. Brendan laughed again. Zaylee also wore a broad smile. Seeing Zachariah's current pitiful state brought her immense satisfaction. Zachariah, filled with shock and fury, glared at Brendan like an enraged ghost. Just then, police officers entered and approached Zachariah. Zachariah, you're suspected of severe commercial fraud. We've received a report from the Municipal Supervision Committee. Please come with us. The officer held up an arrest warrant. Whoosh. Zachariah's face went completely white. A burning anger surged within him. He couldn't believe he had been outsmarted by Brendan and Zaylee using such tactics. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The more Zachariah thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated he became. Finally, he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood right there. Aya! With a scream of anguish, Zachariah collapsed unconscious on the floor. Watching Zachariah collapse from rage and despair, Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Tatum, let's go. Zachariah has no chance of recovery. By the time he gets out of prison, it will be several years at least. Brendan chuckled. Yeah. Zaylee nodded, thoroughly impressed by Brendan's abilities. Seeing Zachariah's miserable state erased her previous frustrations, leaving only the pleasure of successful revenge. They quickly left the mall, got into their car, and drove away. 3 days later, Xiuxian Martial Arts Gym. Punches landed solidly, accompanied by enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Inside the gym, Brendan, wearing training pants and gloves, stood on the stage, facing Blake, who was similarly gloved. Brendan had his arms up in a standard defensive stance, enduring Blake's relentless barrage of punches. Hit him hard, Coach Tan. Pound him. Cheering erupted from the male students below. Watching Brendan take a beating on the stage gave them immense satisfaction. Gritting his teeth, Brendan endured blow after blow from Blake. Blake's attacks were rapid and unyielding, leaving Brendan no room for counterattacks. Each punch was powerful, and if not for his true chi enhancing his body, he would likely have been defeated long ago. Even with true chi, Brendan could barely hold his own. Chapter 100. Reese's Invitation. Stop, that's enough for today. I can't take it anymore. Brendan raised his hands in surrender, panting heavily from exhaustion. Coach Tan, your fighting skills are too terrifying. I'm not even a match for you. Blake laughed heartily. I started learning martial arts when I was 5, so that's over 20 years of practice now. Well, Brendan had no choice but to acknowledge Blake's superiority. The difference in skill was overwhelming. Even if he used his true chi, he doubted he could go head-to-head with Blake. His opponent not only had formidable combat techniques, but also possessed superhuman strength, far surpassing an ordinary person. Brendan didn't doubt that Blake was among the very top in hand-to-hand combat among civilians. Taking off his gloves, Brendan flipped off the sparring platform. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. It was a call from Reese. Brendan, are you free these couple of days? There's something I need your help with. Oh? Brendan was slightly curious, but agreed nonetheless. No problem, we can talk about it once I get back home. Okay. Reese hung up on the other end. Brendan changed out of his training clothes and left the martial arts gym. He drove back home, and as soon as he arrived, Reese knocked on his door. Opening the door, he invited her in. Seeing Brendan drenched in sweat, Reese commented, "You seem quite busy lately." "Not really, I just came back from the gym," Brendan replied casually. "What did you need me for?" Brendan asked nonchalantly. Reese explained, "Tomorrow, a significant figure in the city will be celebrating his 80th birthday. I'd like you to accompany me there." Brendan was surprised. "Why should I attend? That important person isn't related to me. The senior actually comes from the antiques world and has great influence in the antique circles here in Shangjiang. Tomorrow is his 80th birthday, and many people will be gifting him various antiques and collectibles. The old master also has extensive collections at home. I thought you could come along and maybe lend a hand," Reese elaborated. Now Brendan understood. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. He was very interested in what Reese mentioned. Perhaps he could absorb some spiritual energy from those artifacts. Lately, his spiritual energy consumption had been substantial. Manufacturing high-quality replica jade stones for revenge against Zachariah had drained a lot. He desperately needed to replenish it to maintain his pure Sinclair cultivation. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. Reese came over, and they set off together to attend the celebration. Brendan got into Reese's car, which sped through Shangjiang City before stopping in a suburban area by a lake. They entered a villa surrounded by picturesque scenery. The parking lot was filled with numerous luxury cars, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand auto show. "Let's go." Reese smiled and naturally linked arms with Brendan. Her body pressed close, making him feel the fullness against his arm. The softness felt enjoyable, and his eyes couldn't help but linger. Quite impressive, Brendan thought to himself. Slap. Noticing his gaze, Reese playfully slapped him. Don't stare. You're my date today, and this is a special privilege I'm giving you, she said with a smile. Heh. A grin spread across Brendan's face. With such privileges, he certainly had no complaints. They walked into the villa and were guided to a garden situated by the lake. The vast water provided a breathtaking view, enhancing the ambience of the place. Though the birthday celebration hadn't started yet, the garden was already buzzing with guests. Groups gathered, chatting and laughing, their faces lit with joy. Scanning the crowd, Brendan recognized a few familiar faces. We can sit over there, Reese pointed to a corner of the garden. Brendan agreed, having no intention of drawing attention. His main goal was to explore the owner's collection. As they reached the designated spot, someone approached them. Ms. Jameson. Hearing the familiar voice, Brendan knew who it was without turning around. Sure enough, it was Gage. His initial friendly smile froze upon seeing Reese's arm intertwined with Brendan's. So, Mr. Zhang, long time no see. It's been over half a month since we last met. I thought you might have retired from the antiques business. Facing Wang Camdingan's hostility, Brendan remained calm. He boldly held Reese's slender waist in front of Gage. Hutch, you jest. I've merely been busy recently. Retirement is not on my mind. Thank you for generously selling the frost painting last time. I wonder if I can visit your store again? Brendan taunted. Mentioning the frost painting made Gage's expression darken. That incident was a profound humiliation. The small Xiuxian antique circle quickly learned how Gage failed to recognize its value, letting a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. In contrast, Brendan gained fame from that lucky find. Gage forced a smile. Mr. Zhang, you're always welcome in my store. It's just a question of whether you can pick another bargain. Chapter 101. The birthday feast begins. Ha ha ha. Why don't we wait until after Roy's birthday feast this time? I'll definitely come to visit then, Brendan said with a full smile. Some people found their conversation less engaging, and the tone was laced with heavy tension. Gage glanced deeply at Brendan, but didn't say anything more. He turned and left. After Gage left, Reese spoke up. You're really showing off. Now Gage will definitely hold a grudge against you. Brendan shrugged, completely unconcerned. Would he not hold a grudge if I didn't confront him? He came here just to pick a fight. If they come looking for trouble, of course, I have to counterattack. Brendan replied matter-of-factly. Reese smiled slightly, and as they continued chatting, time passed slowly in such a pleasant atmosphere. More and more people came to the garden, and before they knew it, it was already noon. Bang! The sound of the noon bell rang out, followed by steady and powerful footsteps, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The previously noisy garden fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the garden, where an elderly man in a traditional xuanhuan suit with a white beard walked in. Roy! Everyone in the garden stood up, making way for the elderly man. Ha ha ha. The elderly man strode into the garden with the grace of a dragon, laughing heartily. Despite his aged appearance, his cheeks were rosy, his eyes bright, and his spirit lively, showing no signs of old age. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for attending my 80th birthday celebration. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves today, and if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please bear with us. Josue bowed gracefully, his demeanor warm and approachable. Gage stepped forward with a smile. Roy is too modest. It's an honor for us to attend your 80th birthday celebration. As Gage praised him, others around nodded in agreement. Yes, Roy is like the pillar of our Shangjiang antiques community. We younger generations still need your guidance. How remarkable it is that Roy remains so vibrant despite being over 80. Today is Roy's 80th birthday, of course. We should come to celebrate and offer our congratulations. Everyone smiled warmly, praising Josue, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the garden. Jamison listening to the words of praise, Josue's weathered face grew even more radiant. He waved his hand, and the attendants began to set up the tables and bring in dishes. One by one, beautifully prepared dishes were brought in, the inviting aromas filling the air, making everyone's appetites open wide. Ladies and gentlemen, these are simple home-cooked dishes. Please forgive any shortcomings in our service. To your health. Josue raised his glass. Everyone joined in a toast. After a few rounds of drinks and several courses, the lunch banquet concluded successfully, with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the meal, the attendants cleared the tables, and guests began to present their gifts. One by one, gifts were presented to Josue, most of which were various antiques. Clearly, everyone who attended knew what Josue cherished. The only difference among the gifts was their value. Seated at the head table, Josue accepted all the gifts with a warm smile, treating each one equally whether valuable or ordinary. Soon, it was Reese's turn. She stood up from her chair and approached with a pre-prepared gift. I, Reese, wish Roy boundless blessings and longevity, as vast as the sea and towering as the mountains. This is a birthday gift I've prepared for Roy, hoping you'll like it. With a smile, Reese opened the wooden box, revealing an ancient bronze sword. Oh, a bronze sword? By its design, it seems to be from the Qin dynasty era. Josue's gaze focused on the sword. Reese smiled slightly. Indeed, Roy has keen eyes. This is an early Qin bronze sword. Ha ha ha. Very thoughtful indeed. Josue laughed kindly as an attendant took the sword away. Seeing Reese's gift of a bronze sword, many in the garden looked surprised. A bronze sword with thousands of years of history was certainly rare and precious. The more vibrant smile on Josue's face confirmed this. Many people cast envious glances at Reese. Being remembered by Josue today would undoubtedly smooth her path in the antiques world. At least everyone present had taken note of Reese's name. Feeling the gazes, Reese felt a slight joy. She had worked hard to obtain this bronze sword, and it was worth it. Returning to her seat, she sighed in relief, having felt considerable pressure during the gift presentation. Brendan watched quietly from the side. An early Qin bronze sword was indeed rare, but unfortunately, this one was a standardized weapon, not crafted by skilled artisans, and thus lacked any spiritual energy. Otherwise, a sword with millennia of history would possess an astounding amount of spiritual energy. After Reese, gift presentations continued. Soon it was Gage's turn. Gage stood up, immediately drawing the attention of most attendees. Finally, it's Hutch's turn. I wonder what kind of gift he will present. Gage holds a high position in the Xiangjiang antiques community. With his capabilities, he wouldn't bring something ordinary. Right, whatever Gage brings must be a rare treasure. We'll get to see something truly special today. As Gage stood up, whispers spread among the crowd. In a corner, Brendan was slightly surprised. Is Gage so famous in the Xiangjiang antiques community? He had little knowledge of Gage and couldn't help but look surprised at the reactions of those in the garden. Chapter 102, Gift Offering. Reese nodded. Gage comes from an antique family. His grandfather was already immersed in the antiques world. The antique shop that Gage now runs was passed down from his grandfather. So that's how it is. Brendan nodded slightly. No wonder Gage was so confident. He became curious and wondered what Gage would bring today. Under everyone's gaze, Gage presented his gift. It was a wooden box over a meter tall, which instantly captured everyone's attention. When the box opened, the item inside was revealed to all. The gift in the box turned out to be an elegant and beautifully crafted plain vase with a simple design. Despite its age, the vase was in pristine condition, and even the exquisite patterns on its surface could be seen clearly. Blue and white porcelain? No, this shouldn't just be ordinary blue and white porcelain. Exclamations of surprise filled the garden. Under everyone's gaze, Gage held up the blue and white porcelain with a smile as he stepped forward. This humble person, Gage, wishes Grandpa Su longevity, like the sea and life as enduring as the mountains. This gift is prepared by your junior for your birthday. Please accept it and give it your esteemed appraisal. Gage placed the blue and white porcelain in front of Josue. Josue's eyes lit up with interest. What a beautiful blue and white porcelain vase. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably Tang Dynasty court blue and white porcelain. The surface patterns are completely in the style of that period's imperial designs. Although they bear some resemblance to those from the Song Dynasty, upon closer inspection, the differences are clear. Josue examined it closely. Gage smiled respectfully. Indeed, you live up to your reputation, Grandpa Su. Your eye is truly sharp. Yes, this is indeed Tang Dynasty court blue and white porcelain. This piece has a history of nearly 1,000 years. Today, I present this treasure to you, wishing you endless health and longevity. Hiss. Upon hearing this, gasps were heard throughout the garden. Everyone wore looks of shock, unable to believe their eyes. Is it really Tang Dynasty court blue and white porcelain? That's a priceless treasure. Yes, such a treasure should be worth millions. Gage sure isn't holding back, bringing out something so precious. Giving away $1 million treasure like that, wouldn't you feel the pinch? Voices of amazement and exclamations rang out one after another, all looking at Gage with shock. They couldn't believe he would present such a valuable gift. At the head table, Josue shook his head. This gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Gage smiled. Grandpa Su, you're too kind. Just as fine vehicles match beautiful women, and treasured swords suit heroes. As a pillar of the antique world, only treasures like these can match your status. This blue and white porcelain has been in my family for 30 years, but I have no expertise in ceramics. Wouldn't it be a waste for such a treasure to remain hidden in my home? Only someone like you, who appreciates it, can truly make this vase shine. Gage's flattery was impeccable. Even Josue, who had lived many years and was used to various praises, couldn't help but laugh heartily. But after pondering for a moment, he still shook his head. This blue and white porcelain is too precious for me to accept. But, if you're willing to sell it, I will offer 10 million for it. Josue said. Gage smiled and immediately agreed. No problem. My blue and white porcelain actually has a hidden secret. Since everyone is here, let's see if anyone can find it. Suddenly, Gage changed the subject. Hidden secret? Everyone was intrigued by Gage's words, including Josue. What kind of secret? Josue asked, surprised. Gage smiled mysteriously without giving a direct answer. Haha. Interesting. Why don't we all try to figure out the hidden secret of this blue and white porcelain? Josue laughed, already engrossed. With that, everyone gathered around the vase. Reese couldn't help feeling curious and turned to Brendan. Arnold, shall we go take a look? She asked. Brendan shook his head. At this moment, his expression was peculiar. This blue and white porcelain is actually a forgery. When Gage brought out the vase, Brendan used his heavenly eye to inspect it. What he saw shocked him. Blue and white porcelain, forgery. Ceramics, unknown artisan. 1 year. 20,000. Goodness. Seeing this information, Brendan was taken aback. While Josue and others believed it to be from the Tang Dynasty, the heavenly eye indicated it was only a year old. Modern forgery techniques had reached such a high level? On one hand, there was the authoritative judgment of Josue, and on the other, the identification of the heavenly eye. Without hesitation, Brendan trusted the heavenly eye, which had never erred before. Compared to human judgment, the extraordinary capability of the heavenly eye was far more reliable. If they knew this blue and white porcelain was just a modern forgery made less than a year ago, I wonder what expressions they'd have. Brendan muttered to himself. He activated the penetration ability of the heavenly eye, and his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing directly on the vase. Soon, he confirmed the internal details of the vase, his expression growing odd as he fully trusted the heavenly eye's judgment. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Reese noticed Brendan's odd expression and felt puzzled. Nothing. Brendan didn't reveal the truth about the vase. In this celebratory setting, it wouldn't be appropriate to dampen the mood. Besides, the forgery was of such high quality that no one present could detect it. ##### Chapter 103. Gage stirs up trouble. At the center of the garden, everyone was still gathered around the blue and white porcelain, engaged in animated discussions. Each person offered their own conjectures, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst this exchange, Gage suddenly spoke up, "At today's banquet, we have someone with exceptionally keen eyesight. He was the one who, in my shop previously, identified the winter frost painting hidden inside a pottery jar with just one glance. I believe everyone has heard his name." Huh. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All eyes turned toward Brendan, drawing the entire garden's focus to him in an instant. Reese's face instantly turned cold, her eyes flashing with anger. She hadn't expected Gage to play such a trick. By deliberately mentioning Brendan at this moment, he clearly didn't have good intentions. His only goal could be to embarrass Brendan in public. Is this Brendan? The young man who found the winter frost painting inside the pottery jar? He's so young. He can't be more than 20. Can someone his age really have such discernment? Finding the winter frost painting was probably just pure luck. Even if he studied antiques from the womb, it would be hard for him to achieve much at this age. The crowd began murmuring among themselves. In the garden, people watched Brendan with sneers, disdain, skepticism, and envy, reflecting all facets of human nature. Reese immediately stood in front of Brendan to shield him. Boss Wong is too kind to Arnold. He's merely a newcomer in the field. Finding the winter frost painting was purely by chance. Such luck happens only once and can't be counted on. Reese explained for Brendan. Ha ha ha. Gage laughed heartily. Boss Jameson, you're too modest. To me, Mr. Zhang seems more capable than just lucky. Why don't we invite Mr. Zhang over to take a look? Maybe his keen eye will reveal something interesting. Gage smiled, unwilling to let go. Some people echoed Gage. Yeah, Boss Wong makes a good point. Since this young brother seemed lucky last time, maybe his luck will hold again. Who knows what he might discover? Ha ha ha, sometimes luck is part of skill. Maybe this young brother is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Their comments put Brendan on the spot. Seeing this, Reese's expression darkened. She regretted bringing Brendan along today. Had she known Gage would target him out of spite, she wouldn't have let Brendan come. Reese wanted to say more, but Brendan placed a hand on her shoulder. Clara, there's no need to speak further. Since Boss Wong wants me to take a look, I'll do just that. After all, I'm only a newcomer. If I see nothing, no one will blame me, Brendan said with a smile. Reese felt anxious and gestured to Brendan not to go. Otherwise, he might fall into Gage's trap. Everyone could see Gage had ulterior motives, and once ensnared, it would be difficult to extricate himself. Understanding Reese's concern, Brendan gave her a reassuring look and walked forward. Concerned, Reese followed closely behind. As they approached, the crowd parted to allow Brendan and Reese to stand before the blue and white porcelain. Mr. Zhang, please take a close look. I wonder if you have any insights. Gage's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with derision. The garden fell silent, everyone holding their breath to avoid disturbing Brendan. Brendan scrutinized the porcelain, pretending to examine it thoroughly. Soon, he raised his head. Gage asked immediately, well, did you see anything, Mr. Zhang? Reese discreetly nudged Brendan, signaling him not to speak rashly. One misstep in such a public setting could turn him into a laughingstock. Under everyone's gaze, Brendan smiled slightly and then made a startling statement. This blue and white porcelain is fake. What? His words caused a sensation. It was like dropping a bomb in a calm lake, stirring up immense waves. The garden erupted in a frenzy. Everyone stared at Brendan in disbelief, wondering if their ears were deceiving them. Ha ha ha. Gage burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. The scene exploded into chaos, with everyone discussing Brendan's claim. Insane. Utterly insane. He actually said this blue and white porcelain is fake. What nonsense is this young man spouting? How can this blue and white porcelain possibly be fake? It's impossible. Yes, none of us here, not even Roy, could tell it was fake. He dares to say it's counterfeit? Pure nonsense. The atmosphere became feverish, with everyone looking at Brendan as though he were mad. Reese couldn't help but feel alarmed. Hearing the ridicule and whispers around her, she quickly defended Brendan. Everyone, you've misunderstood Arnold. But Gage cut her off. Boss Jameson, please stop defending Brendan. We all heard clearly. He said the blue and white porcelain bottle is fake. Ha ha ha, what a bold statement. Young people these days are indeed unique. Who would have thought he'd say something like this? Gage's mocking laughter echoed through the garden. The atmosphere drastically changed, with everyone now regarding Brendan with derision. Chapter 104. Reversing the desperate situation. Reese's face showed a look of despair, and she couldn't help but cover her face. This time Brendan was completely finished. Henceforth, he would become a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone in the entire antique community of Shangjiang. Alright everyone, please calm down. At this moment, Josue's voice rang out. Only after Josue spoke did the people stop ridiculing Brendan, but their gazes still held a mocking expression. At that moment, facing everyone's gaze, Brendan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Josue noticed this smile. Josue was curious. Mr. Zhang, you still seem to be holding on to your viewpoint. Can you tell us why you think this blue and white porcelain vase is fake? Gage laughed and said, Grandpa Sue, I believe everyone can already see that Brendan is just a clown who tries to attract attention. Judging by how things are now, it seems he was merely lucky last time when he found the winter frost painting. Many agreed with Gage's words. Brendan laughed out loud and glanced at Gage. Is that so? The true clown hasn't been revealed yet. Making such conclusions right now seems too premature. Brendan countered directly. Gage paused for a moment and then sneered aloud. Brendan, do you really think your discernment is that outstanding? This blue and white porcelain vase has been a family heirloom for 30 years. It was discovered during my grandfather's time and underwent multiple appraisals over the years. How dare you say this blue and white porcelain vase is fake? To say such things, what else would you be if not an attention-seeking clown? Gage was no longer polite, almost pointing at Brendan's nose in anger. Many present nodded in agreement, sharing Gage's view. Facing such a situation, Brendan remained unhurried. No matter how eloquent you speak, this blue and white porcelain vase is indeed fake. Since Mr. Gage is so confident, let's make a bet, Brendan said with a smile. At these words, many present were momentarily stunned. Has Brendan gone mad? Does he still feel he isn't embarrassed enough? He actually wants to make a bet with Boss Wong now. People around him were dumbfounded, thinking Brendan had lost his mind. Reese could hardly contain her anxiety and hurriedly grabbed Brendan. Arnold, what are you doing? Stop talking. Reese lowered her voice, extremely worried. Brendan gently patted Reese's well-shaped bottom, causing her to gasp softly. What are you doing? At a time like this, you're taking advantage of me? Reese said angrily. Brendan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm fully confident. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. If I win, I get to kiss you tonight. If I lose, I'll listen to you from now on. Reese's expression was astonished. She gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Reese was livid, regretting having brought Brendan along. The two's whispered conversation wasn't heard by others. Gage laughed out loud. Brendan, I didn't expect you to be so confident. All right, I'll take the bet. I want to see what evidence you have to prove my blue and white porcelain vase is fake. Gage laughed loudly. His face was full of confidence. Silence. At this moment, everyone in the garden fell silent, all looking at Brendan to see what this seemingly insane man could do. Under everyone's gaze, Brendan walked up to the blue and white porcelain vase. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Brendan suddenly lunged forward, instantly picked up the blue and white porcelain vase, and then smashed it onto the ground. Clang. As a ceramic object, the blue and white porcelain vase couldn't withstand such a fall, immediately shattering into countless pieces. Boom. The scene erupted into chaos. Brendan, are you crazy? You actually smashed my blue and white porcelain vase. Gage exclaimed in disbelief. The atmosphere in the garden exploded. Everyone was stunned by Brendan's actions, unable to react for a moment. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Who would have thought Brendan was truly a madman? Exclamations rose, and people scattered hastily, distancing themselves from Brendan, as if afraid he might suddenly turn violent. Get him. Quickly seize this madman, Brendan. He has gone mad. Gage roared. He was filled with anger, but also a hint of satisfaction. He hadn't expected Brendan to act this way, but it served its purpose. Daring to smash the blue and white porcelain vase, Brendan would have no place in the entire antique community of Xiuxian from now on. The scene was chaotic. Reese was dumbstruck, also surprised by Brendan's actions and momentarily unable to react. Quiet. Brendan's stern voice instantly silenced everyone. Don't panic. I know you're all shocked. Didn't you want me to provide evidence? Here's your evidence, Brendan said. Everyone was bewildered. What kind of evidence required smashing the blue and white porcelain vase? Gage scoffed. Brendan, you're nothing but a joke. How daring you are to do something like this at Grandpa Sue's 80th birthday celebration. Brendan remained composed, bending down to pick up several fragments of the shattered blue and white porcelain vase. Why are you all in such a rush? At least try to keep some dignity. Can't you wait a little bit? Don't you want the evidence? Here it is. After speaking, Brendan placed the fragments on the table. Swish, swish, swish. His action immediately captured everyone's attention. All eyes fell on the fragments of the blue and white porcelain vase. Upon closer inspection, everyone quickly noticed something unusual. Look, how come there are black threads inside the fragments? What is that? People who had initially moved away rushed back, their expressions showing surprise. Careful observation revealed black threads inside the fragments of the vase. These black threads were entirely within the vase, and no one could identify the material. Suddenly, someone suggested, could these be ink threads? What? The mention of ink threads caused everyone's faces to change dramatically. Gage reacted even more intensely, his pupils contracting, revealing shock. Not possible. It cannot possibly be ink threads. But at this moment, Josue, who had been quiet all along, stood up and approached to carefully examine the black threads in the porcelain fragments. Yes, they are ink threads. Who would have thought, after all these years in the antique community, having appraised tens of thousands of antiques, I would make such a mistake? Josue said with a sigh. Boom. The atmosphere in the garden instantly became electrified. Chapter 105. Exposure. Shock appeared on everyone's faces. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Ink lines? There are actually ink lines inside this blue and white porcelain. Doesn't this mean? Horror was etched on everyone's face. Someone in the crowd who didn't know what ink lines were asked the person beside them. The other person explained, ink lines are a new technology developed by fake sellers in recent years. I don't understand the principle behind it, but I do know that these counterfeiters can use this technology to forge ancient artifacts more effectively. The person beside nodded. That's right. Because of the development of ink line technology, I've heard many people in the antique world have already fallen for it. I never expected to see such things here today. Fake. This Tang Dynasty Palace blue and white porcelain is actually fake. This is just... The crowd was buzzing with discussion, each person's expression vivid and varied. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Gage's face turned unbearably grim, his expression as if he had eaten something foul. He hurriedly looked at Josue. Roy, please listen to my explanation. I don't know why this blue and white porcelain vase is fake. I was completely unaware. If I knew this blue and white porcelain vase was fake, I would never have brought it over as a gift. Josue wore a kind smile. Don't be nervous. I believe you didn't do it on purpose. The craftsmanship used to forge this blue and white porcelain vase is very skillful. Even someone like me has been fooled. It's normal that you couldn't identify it. Phew. Gage let out a huge sigh of relief, his face regaining its smile. Thank you for your magnanimity, Roy. I will replace the gift given today. I hope you won't mind. Ha ha ha. There's no need for another gift. Regardless, this blue and white porcelain vase still has value. At least it has taught us how advanced modern forgery technology has become. Even old fellows like me could be deceived, so everyone should be more careful in the future, Josue added. His words caused everyone to nod in agreement, many revealing expressions of afterthought. That's truly astonishing. Who would have thought this blue and white porcelain vase is fake? I can hardly believe it. Yeah, even Roy was deceived. I wonder who managed to create a replica so lifelike. Everyone marveled. At this point, all eyes turned toward Brendan. A forgery so convincing that even an appraisal master like Josue didn't detect it. How did Brendan manage to identify it? Not only the outsiders, but Reese also felt astonished. When she saw Brendan smash the vase earlier, she almost thought he was finished. But now, Brendan had once again proven himself correct. The vase was indeed a fake. Facing everyone's gaze, Brendan smiled. He was undoubtedly the center of attention. Doubt? Mockery? Ridicule? None of that remained. With his actions, he had confirmed his judgment, and everyone's perception of Brendan had changed drastically. Mr. Zhang, how did you figure it out? Could you please explain it to us? Josue couldn't help but ask, speaking in a remarkably polite tone, almost like a student seeking knowledge. Brendan smiled slightly. If I said it was luck, would anyone believe me? The crowd fell silent. With such a disingenuous answer, how could anyone possibly believe him? Brendan was a bit helpless too. Without the assistance of the heavenly eye, he couldn't really tell. Facing everyone's questions, Brendan could only come up with some excuses. After all, the fake blue and white porcelain vase was already shattered. As long as his reasons weren't too outlandish, no one would find fault. Upon hearing Brendan's words, the crowd indeed showed thoughtful expressions, even Josue included. Indeed, the young generation surpasses the old. Your discernment is truly admirable, Mr. Zhang. None of us noticed that this blue and white porcelain vase was fake, but you did. Josue spoke with admiration. His praise was effective. Those who had doubted Brendan now closed their mouths. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed heartily. He felt elated inside, but tried not to show it on the surface to avoid seeming too boastful. You're too kind, Roy. I'm just a newcomer in the antiques world. Being able to identify the forgery today was just sheer luck. Josue shook his head smiling. That's not luck. I heard you previously found the frosty winter painting from a pottery jar, and now you've identified a fake blue and white porcelain vase. One time might be luck, but twice, it's genuine skill. I wonder if Mr. Zhang has the time. After the banquet, I would like to have a good chat with you, Josue suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious and jealous glances at Brendan. This young man was about to make it big. In the Jiang City antiques world, gaining Josue's recognition meant a bright future ahead. Brendan's eyes lit up. He had long desired Josue's private collection. How could he refuse such an invitation? It's an honor to receive your invitation, Roy. I'd be happy to comply. Brendan smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious, with the wind shifting a full 180 degrees within the garden. Moments ago, everyone questioned and mocked Brendan, but now not a single person did. Among the crowd, only one person looked extremely gloomy, Gage. His expression darkened as he saw Brendan become the center of attention and Josue's guest of honor. Gage clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deeply into his palms, causing sharp pain. On the other side, Reese's eyes shone brightly. Looking at Brendan standing amidst the crowd, radiant and luminous, she was filled with amazement. How did he do it? He was just an ordinary person before. Why has he changed so much? Reese wondered, puzzled yet curious. She was very curious about what Brendan had experienced to transform so dramatically. Just then, Brendan suddenly glanced over, directly meeting Gage's gaze. Chapter 106, The Pitiful Gage. Gage, don't you have anything to say about this blue and white porcelain vase? Brendan's lips curled into a faint smile. Hearing this, Gage's face turned extremely gloomy, and he forced out an uglier-than-tears smile. Brendan, what do you mean by that? Do you want to blame me for something? I'm also a victim here. I had no idea that the blue and white porcelain vase was fake. At the time, my grandfather spent over $1 million on this vase. I never imagined it would turn out to be fake. At this point, Gage gritted his teeth and cursed the antique dealers who had forged it. A bystander nodded in agreement. Gage is right. This isn't his fault. Yes, this is all due to those counterfeiters. Boss Wong is just another victim. Someone else chimed in. But Brendan's expression didn't change in response to these comments. No. You misunderstand me. I just want to ask you one question, Boss Wong. A mocking expression appeared on Brendan's lips. Everyone present felt puzzled by his words. Gage, however, was furious. Brendan, I'm only a victim. I didn't intentionally give a fake vase as a birthday gift to Elder Sue. Why are you making such a fuss over me? Not intentional? Perhaps not. Brendan made another startling remark. What? His words sent shockwaves through the garden. Reese looked stunned. Arnold, what do you mean? Do you really think Gage deliberately gave this fake vase as a birthday gift to Elder Sue? Gage instantly flew into a rage. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. Brendan, you're pushing it too far. I'm not lying. Boss Wong, I remember you said that this blue and white vase was bought by your grandfather 30 years ago, right? Brendan asked. Gage nodded. That's correct. It cost him a full $1 million back then. But that's strange. The ink line forging technique has only been used by counterfeiters in recent years. How could a vase bought 30 years ago have ink lines? Brendan pointed out. Boom. His words hit like a bombshell. Jamison throwing a stone into still water. Ripples spread rapidly throughout the garden. Everyone was shocked, their gazes shifting involuntarily toward Gage. Gage's face changed dramatically, and he took several steps back. I, he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence, his expression growing more and more bizarre. Boss Wong, since you insist you didn't intentionally bring a fake blue and white vase, how did it get here? Brendan pressed relentlessly. Gage breathed heavily, his face flushed with anger and sweat pouring down his forehead. I don't know. Someone must have switched it. A few days ago, a friend came over, and I remember showing him the vase. It must have been switched then, Gage tried to explain. Everyone looked at him skeptically. The excuse seemed too ridiculous to be true. How could a large blue and white vase be so easily swapped? The explanation sounded laughable. Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Gage wished there was a hole to crawl into. Breathing heavily, his expression was grim beyond measure. He hadn't expected things to escalate this way. According to his plan, everything should have been perfect. He had indeed purchased a fake based on his genuine vase, intending to give it to Josue as a gift. It would enhance his reputation while protecting his treasure. He had seen the forgery and found it flawless, indistinguishable from the original. But he hadn't anticipated Brendan's interference, exposing him directly. At that moment, Gage's anger boiled over like a volcanic eruption. The atmosphere in the garden grew bizarre. No one present was foolish. After Brendan's revelation and seeing Gage's suspicious demeanor and lies, everyone understood what had transpired. All right, let's call it a day. Boss Wang seems to have been deceived. Let's not be too harsh on him. Josue stepped in to defuse the situation. With a smile, he added, "It's getting late. Let's conclude the party." With these words, the gathering ended, and the guests dispersed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gage fled the villa like a man escaping punishment. As they watched him leave, everyone's expressions were filled with intrigue. "Gage, he's finished," someone couldn't help but comment. After today's incident, Gage would find no place to stand in the entire Xiuxian city. Rushing out of the villa, Gage returned to his car, where his pent-up anger finally exploded. "Ah!" He screamed in rage, smashing everything inside the car in a fit of frenzy. Having trashed the car's interior, Gage panted heavily, his face darkening even further. "Brendan, you dared to ruin my plans, and now I've lost all my respect." If looks could kill, Gage would have shredded Brendan into pieces. "Ruined. From now on, the entire Xiuxian antique community will ostracize me because of Brendan. Unless I leave Xiuxian City, I have no other option. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Gage cursed furiously, his usual elegance and composure gone, replaced by sheer fury. "Brendan, you've destroyed my life. You won't get away with this. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me." With that, he dialed a number on his phone. Dial tones rang out, and soon the call was connected. "I want you to kill someone for me," Gage instructed. Back at the villa, the remaining guests had left, leaving only Brendan and Reese behind. Josue smiled warmly, leading them to his collection room. The door opened, revealing numerous antiques to Brendan. "Mr. Zhang, please appraise these treasures. These antiques have been collected by me over several decades. I wonder if they meet your standards." Josue's old face beamed with pride. Chapter 107, Bumper Harvest. His words were humble, but Gage's expression was filled with pride. He had every right to be proud. Josue believed that in Xiuxian City, no one could rival his collection of antiques. As Reese walked into the treasure room, she soon revealed an amazed expression. Brendan also activated his heavenly eye. With a single glance, Brendan's eyes lit up. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." 3 consecutive exclamations clearly demonstrated Brendan's inner joy. "Truly worthy of you, Old Master Su. These collections are indeed all masterpieces. To have such taste and discernment, Old Master is truly a titan in Xiuxian's antique world." Brendan praised. "Ha ha ha." Josue laughed heartily. "These collections are the result of half my life's efforts. I have no other hobbies except for collecting various antiques." Brendan approached and stood before an antique cup with a simple yet elegant design. Floral carved teacup. Ceramic. Unnamed craftsman. 840 years old. Estimated value, 1.2 million yuan. Wow. Brendan's eyes sparkled. Just this teacup was worth 1.2 million yuan. It was simply outrageous. The 840-year-old floral carved teacup had a rustic appearance, but the patterns on its surface were exquisitely crafted. The intricacy of the carvings showed how much effort the craftsman must have put into it. Because of this, the teacup contained significant qi. Brendan lightly touched it as if he were appraising it, and instantly, the qi within the teacup was absorbed by him. Satisfying. Brendan felt immensely pleased. After absorbing the qi from the floral carved teacup, Brendan turned his attention to other antiques. For the next half hour, Brendan stayed in the treasure room. Josue, like a doting parent showing off his child, kept bragging about his treasures to Brendan. Smiling, Brendan nodded and agreed from time to time. With his heavenly eye, he could see through quite a bit. With Brendan's positive responses, Josue became even more enthusiastic. Together, they appraised all the antiques in the treasure room. Brendan's smile widened to the utmost as he absorbed large amounts of qi, continuously entering his body. While Josue's collection might not match Arno's quality, these antiques were undoubtedly exquisite. Once he absorbed the qi from these artifacts, he would not only replenish what he had lost, but possibly even gain more. After an hour, everything concluded, and Brendan bid farewell and left Josue's home. Josue escorted him to the door and said, "Thank you for your help today with the Qinghua porcelain vase. If not for your sharp eye, I would have suffered greatly. Losing 10 million yuan is minor compared to buying a fake." Josue continued. "You helped me a great deal, and should you ever encounter trouble, feel free to find me. In Xiuxian City, this old man still has some influence." Josue chuckled. Brendan nodded in agreement. With Josue's promise, it might come in handy someday. Leaving Josue, Brendan and Reese drove away. In the car, Brendan closed his eyes and perceived the chi ball in his mud pill palace. His face lit up with an unprecedented smile. The once grape-sized chi ball had restored itself to nearly the size of a millstone. Although it was far from enough for his third heavenly eye upgrade, it was sufficient for now. Back at their doorstep, as Reese was about to open the door, Brendan stopped her. "Clara, wait a moment. Did you forget something?" Brendan grinned. Reese initially puzzled, but then quickly understood. She remembered the bet and rolled her eyes at him. "You're too lecherous. You did this on purpose," Reese said, slightly annoyed. Without further ado, Brendan carried Reese inside, and they fell onto the sofa in her living room. "Ah!" Reese let out a small cry, her face flushing red. "Don't misbehave." Reese was slightly panicked by Brendan's intense gaze. Seeing the beauty in his arms look like a startled deer, Brendan wasted no time and kissed her deeply. Reese struggled a little, but found herself pinned down tightly by Brendan, barely able to move. Brendan embraced her tightly, tasting the sweetness of the Elaine beneath him. Gradually, Reese softened under his touch. The strong masculine aura enveloped her, making her lose control. Eventually, she melted into a pile of clay in his arms. They indulged in each other passionately. Brendan's hands began to explore her body, eventually slipping under her blouse. Feeling the smooth skin, Brendan couldn't help but continue. Lost in the kiss, Reese only let out a soft moan. Seeing that Reese didn't resist, Brendan grew bolder. His hand moved higher, growing more unrestrained. Ah! Reese cried out in surprise, snapping back to reality. Her face flushed red. What are you doing? I only promised to kiss you, not to be so bold and touch me. Reese scolded, though without real anger. Hee. Brendan grinned sheepishly. It's almost the same thing. After all, I made you shine today. Isn't a reward appropriate? Rolling her eyes, Reese commanded. Don't move, take your hand out. No. Brendan refused, kissing her again. Reese struggled lightly, but seeing she couldn't break free, she finally stopped resisting. They ended up rolling onto the bed, staying there for a long while before finally getting up. Reese's clothes were disheveled, her face flushed and lips slightly swollen. You really make it impossible for me. You've kissed me until my lips are swollen. Today, you got a lot of attention. What do you plan to do next? Reese asked seriously. Note, given the nature of the latter part of the passage, certain details have been toned down or altered to maintain appropriateness and coherence with the overall narrative flow. ####Chapter 108. Give and take. When Reese asked her question, Brendan almost blurted out, spirit energy and the heavenly eye. Fortunately, he managed to hold back those words. The heavenly eye and spirit energy were his secrets, and he couldn't reveal them to anyone. What are you thinking? Brendan asked. Reese rolled her eyes at him. Your reputation is already pretty solid, especially after you stole the show at Roy's birthday party today. From now on, your name will be known by everyone in the entire Shangjiang antiques community. I think you should leverage this. Since your appraisal skills are so strong, you could open an antique shop or even a chain of shops. Hearing this, Brendan nodded slightly. Entering the antiques business would benefit him greatly, considering he needed a significant amount of spirit energy for various reasons, whether it was to evolve the heavenly eye, enhance his strength, or for other purposes. Spirit energy was essential. Most importantly, the evolution of the heavenly eye allowed him to change his fate and likely granted him the ability to see and absorb spirit energy. Evolution of the heavenly eye would only bring benefits without any downsides. So far, he had only seen spirit energy in antiques and jade, making it crucial for him to enter these industries. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Brendan, reminding him of his partnership with Zaylee. He invested money, while she contributed her expertise, leading to the formation of a jade company together. He could apply this same model now. Both Zaylee and Reese possessed exceptional abilities. With Zaylee handling the jade industry and Reese managing the antiques business, he could easily become a passive investor, only needing to provide funds and occasionally appraise items. What a relief. A glimmer of excitement shone in Brendan's eyes. Without hesitation, he said, I have an idea. Reese looked at him. What is it? Why don't we partner up and open an antiques company? I'll provide the capital, and you'll handle the operations. We can grow the company together. Brendan smiled as he laid out his plan. Reese was taken aback, her face showing contemplation. If we're going to start a company, it will require a lot of money and involve many other aspects. Reese frowned. Brendan shrugged. I don't know much about that. You can handle it. All I need to do is provide the funds. Reese gave him another eye roll but didn't object. Fine, let's partner and open an antiques company. We can use my store as the foundation. But if you plan on being a hands-off investor, you must ensure there's enough money for the company to operate smoothly. How much money do you have now? Brendan's expression stiffened as he remembered that most of his money had been given to Zaylee. He only had less than 1 million yuan left. This amount seemed substantial for ordinary people, but it was far from enough to start a company, especially an antiques company. How much do you need? Brendan asked hesitantly. Reese understood immediately that he might be short on cash. She replied flatly, the more, the better. At least 10 million. Cough. Brendan's face turned awkward. Give me a month, and I can get 30 million, Brendan confidently declared. Last time, he had acquired 50 million within days. Getting 30 million in a month wouldn't be a problem. All right, Reese nodded, not prying into how he planned to acquire the funds. As a smart Elaine, she sensed that Brendan had many secrets and chose not to press further. After finalizing the details, Reese promptly escorted Brendan out. Watching the door slam shut, Brendan sighed inwardly as he returned to his room. Night passed uneventfully, and soon it was morning. Early the next day, Brendan visited the antique shop, casually touring around before entering Reese's store. Mr. Zhang. The clerk greeted him warmly as soon as he entered. Reese also descended from the second floor shortly after. Boss Zhang, here to inspect things today? Reese teased. Brendan felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting Reese to rib him. Just as he was about to retort, footsteps approached from outside, followed by a group of uniformed men entering. Who's the owner of this store? They asked immediately. I'm from the fire department. Someone reported that your fire safety standards are inadequate, and we're here to inspect. Reese frowned. Why would the fire department come here out of the blue? Something felt off to Brendan. Exchanging glances with Reese, both instantly thought of the same person. Gage, that old man actually resorted to such underhanded tactics. Brendan exclaimed in disbelief. Reese handled the interaction with the fire department staff. It took a while, but they conducted a thorough inspection of the entire store, finding several issues. You fail to meet fire safety standards. You'll need to close down for rectification until you pass inspection, the inspector announced. Reese's expression soured, but she couldn't refute the identified problems. Closing down was difficult to accept, though. Can we stay open? I'll find someone to address the fire safety issues right away and fix them today, Reese pleaded. The inspector shook his head. No can do. Fix the issues first, then we'll reconsider. The group left after delivering their message. Having witnessed everything, Brendan suggested, let's close temporarily to avoid bigger trouble. Since Gage has resorted to such despicable means, we can retaliate in kind, Brendan added. Reese shook her head. That won't work. If Gage dared to play dirty, he's probably prepared for it. You're right, Brendan agreed. If he were to take such a step, he would leave no room for his opponent. Seeing Reese's troubled look, Brendan comforted her with a hug. She struggled slightly. What are you doing? We're still in the store. Brendan chuckled, hugging Reese's slender waist and savoring the exquisite feel of her delicate figure. He couldn't help but marvel at the adage that Elaine's waist could be lethal indeed. We should create some trouble at Gage's place. One good turn deserves another. Brendan proposed. Chapter 109. The Beautiful Madame Camden. What do you plan to do? Reese asked with some curiosity. Brendan smiled slightly. I have my own methods. He did not elaborate further. The store was then closed, and Reese sent the employees home for a break before contacting the fire engineering service. Once everything was taken care of, the two of them headed to Gage's antique shop. They soon arrived at Camden Antique Shop, and as they entered, the staff immediately recognized Brendan. The last time he had picked up a genuine Hawk masterpiece, Winter Frost, which left a deep impression on the staff of Camden Antique Shop. It's you. Giles, that man is back again. One of the staff members reported nervously, hurrying to inform the bespectacled elder sitting at the front desk. The elder's face turned wary the moment he saw Brendan. Mr. Zhang, why are you here again? He asked. While speaking, the elder discreetly signaled to an assistant to call Gage right away. Brendan noticed their actions, but wasn't concerned. There were still several customers in the store, who looked over curiously when they heard the commotion. Giles, I'm just here as a customer to buy something today. You're welcome here as a customer. It would be inappropriate to ask you to leave, Brendan said, shrugging his shoulders. The elder's face darkened at this. Just then, Gage's voice rang out. He came down from upstairs with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, Boss Jameson, welcome to my antique shop. I heard your shop was inspected today due to fire safety issues. What a pity. Gage's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, and anyone could tell he was mocking her. Reese's expression turned cold instantly. With those words, Gage practically admitted that he was behind the fire safety incident. Jamisonkly, he was the one who made the phone call. Brendan gently patted Reese's buttocks, enjoying the soft and elastic sensation it gave him. He lowered his voice. Leave it to me. Reese gave him a glare but took a step back. Seeing Brendan step forward, Gage's face turned guarded. Brendan, what do you want? Gage asked warily. Nothing much, just here to buy something. Just browsing, who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky and find another bargain like last time, Brendan said with a smile. Humph. Gage scoffed inwardly. We'll see about that, shall we? Your luck can only go so far, he added sarcastically. Last time was merely an accident, and there was no way Brendan could pull that off twice. As Brendan spoke, he strolled past, glancing at various items until his gaze landed on a teapot held by a middle-aged Elaine heading toward the counter to pay. Excuse me, ma'am, how much is this teapot? Brendan asked. An assistant nearby responded. This is a Qing Dynasty teapot, priced at 3,400 yuan. Brendan glanced at it through his heavenly eye. Forged teapot. Ceramic pottery. Anonymous craftsman. 8 months. 100 yuan. Ma'am, you've been deceived. This teapot is fake and probably made just a few months ago. 3,400 yuan? It's only worth around 100 yuan. Brendan declared without hesitation. The middle-aged Elaine hesitated. Is this a fake? That's correct. My name is Brendan, and you can ask anyone here in the street who knows antiques. My appraisal skills are unparalleled in the entire Shangjiang antique world. Everyone with any reputation in the Shangjiang antique world knows my name. I can guarantee with my reputation that this teapot is fake, Brendan said, patting his chest. If you don't believe me, asked the appraiser. Brendan pointed at the bespectacled elder. The Elaine paused, glancing towards the elder, who now looked awkward. Cough, cough. Mr. Zhang is indeed one of the foremost experts in antique appraisal in Shangjiang, the elder finally admitted. The Elaine exploded with anger. Your store isn't honest, selling me fakes. She put the teapot back and walked out. At this moment, Gage's face darkened. Brendan, what are you doing? You're ruining my business. Gage roared. Brendan smiled. Boss Wong, that's not quite right. As a merchant, you sold a fake item to a customer. I'm just pointing out your mistake. We should uphold honesty and credibility in our business. How can you sell fakes? Gage's face grew darker, clearly understanding Brendan's intent. Don't think this tactic will trouble me much. Your disruption method is laughable. This is legitimate business. There aren't many fakes here. See how many you can find. Gage sneered. Unperturbed, Brendan continued his disruptions. At that moment, a well-dressed lady entered the shop, drawing everyone's attention. She appeared to be in her 40s but had excellent skin, looking exceptionally beautiful despite her age. Her mature beauty was intoxicating, much like a ripe peach ready to be savored. Her makeup was perfect, and she wore exquisite clothing and jewelry, easily marking her as someone wealthy. Brendan's eyes lit up. Such a stunning mature beauty was rare. While Reese might be younger and prettier, she lacked the unique charm of mature women. Her jewelry was equally captivating. Brendan used his heavenly eye to assess. Wow, this lady's outfit alone exceeded 50,000 yuan. She also wore a pair of top-grade jade bracelets valued at 50,000 each, a sapphire necklace worth 60,000, and a pair of sapphire earrings valued at 50,000 each. Brendan couldn't help but be amazed. Hashtag Chapter 110. True or false 100 flowers painting. Upon seeing the arrival of the distinguished lady, Gage's eyes lit up as he eagerly stepped forward to greet her. Jane. Ha ha ha. Welcome to my humble shop. What antiquities are you looking for today, Jane? Gage greeted her with fiery enthusiasm as she ascended to the 5th floor. Reese walked over, clearly recognizing the noble Elaine. She said, This is Jane, a mysterious figure whose origins no one knows, but everyone acknowledges her immense wealth. Jane spends very generously. She owns over 100 properties in our Shangjiang city. The largest mansion in our city belongs to her, and some say that her assets might exceed 10 billion. It's not just about wealth. She also has a powerful background. They say even the top official in the city would give her face. Zzz. Hearing this, Brendan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. She has such significant influence. Brendan was taken aback. No wonder Gage was so courteous and respectful. It was because of her substantial standing. Why don't you head back for now? I'll go up and see if there's an opportunity to do something, Brendan said with a slight smile. Reese immediately understood his intent and reminded him hastily, be careful. Jane is not someone easy to fool. Don't act rashly. Brendan nodded. He then followed them up to the 5th floor. The environment on the 5th floor was drastically different from the 1st floor. The place was luxuriously decorated, and every antique was displayed in specialized glass cabinets. Items placed here were all premium pieces, none priced below 200,000 yuan. At that moment, Gage was enthusiastically welcoming Jane in front of a glass cabinet containing an ancient painting. Brendan's gaze fell on the ancient painting, and his expression instantly turned odd. Because he had seen this painting before, in Josue's collection room. Now, seeing an identical painting here was intriguing indeed. Brendan activated his heavenly eye. Forged 100 flowers painting. Ancient painting. Unnamed artisan. 120 years old. 1,000 yuan. Well, it was indeed a forgery. Brendan nearly burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Gage was enthusiastically introducing the forged 100 flowers painting to Jane. Jane, you truly have excellent taste. This 100 flowers painting was created by the Song Dynasty artist Zhou Ming, who excelled in depicting flowers, birds, fish, and insects. This 100 flowers painting is his masterpiece, over several hundred years old, and crafted by a renowned master. Whether for its collection value or artistic merit, the 100 flowers painting is exceptional. Gage wore a bright smile. Jane examined the painting, her face reflecting admiration and fondness. Indeed, it's remarkable. Each flower in the painting has its unique characteristics. Clearly, the artist knew these flowers intimately, capturing each bloom in various stages and locations, vivid and lively, she said, smiling appreciatively. Ha ha ha. Gage's smile widened. Jane, you truly have discerning eyes. Nowadays, most people buy antiques merely for the sake of collecting. They don't understand the intrinsic value of these items. But you, madam, possess an exquisite eye for art. If this 100 flowers painting falls into your hands, it will not be wasted. Gage lavished praises on Jane. She chuckled, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes forming crescents. Tapping her chin lightly, she said, the 100 flowers painting is indeed excellent. Let's talk about the price. 5 million yuan. This is a special discount for our regular customer. Gage added. Jane paused, apparently thinking of something, then looked at Gage. You're sure this is genuine, right? I wouldn't want to spend 5 million yuan on a fake. My sisters would laugh at me. Madam, you can rest assured. This 100 flowers painting is absolutely authentic. If it turns out to be a fake, I'll compensate you tenfold. Gage promised, though his expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment, clearly understanding why she asked. Satisfied, Jane nodded without hesitation. Opening her designer handbag, she pulled out a bank card. Let's proceed with the transaction. Gage was overjoyed. With 5 million yuan secured, Gage became even more attentive, almost treating Jane like royalty. The 100 flowers painting was quickly wrapped and handed to her. Jane prepared to leave, but a voice called out. Wait. Brendan walked over, blocking her path. Seeing Brendan, Gage's expression darkened. Brendan, what do you want now? Are you trying to cause trouble in front of Madam? Madam, this person has a personal grudge against me. He's here just to create problems. Please ignore him. Gage said. Before Brendan could speak, Jane's eyes widened in surprise. So you are Brendan? I've heard that yesterday, at Master Su's 80th birthday celebration, you identified a forged blue and white porcelain bottle. This incident has spread throughout Shangjiang's antique community, and even I have heard of your name. She sized him up as she spoke. Brendan smiled faintly. Madam, you're too kind. Yesterday was just a stroke of luck, nothing more. Jane chuckled softly. Even Master Su was deceived by that bottle, yet you could see through it. That's not just luck. You came just in time. You have a keen eye for antiques. Why don't you take a look at my 100 flowers painting and tell me if it's genuine, she suggested. Brendan nodded without hesitation. He hadn't expected her to be so cooperative. But Gage, noticing this, became agitated. Madam, this 100 flowers painting is absolutely genuine. Brendan bears a personal grudge against me. He'll surely lie, Gage rushed to say. Jane glanced at him. What harm can a second opinion do? If it's genuine, how can anyone say otherwise? Gage was speechless. Jane unfolded the painting. Brendan approached and feigned surprise. It's actually the 100 flowers painting. Brendan's performance was convincingly dramatic. Jane smiled. Yes, is my 100 flowers painting genuine or not? Without answering her directly, Brendan turned to look at Gage. Hutch, when did you purchase the 100 flowers painting from Elder Su's treasure hall? What? These words hit the tranquil scene like a bomb dropped into still water. Gage's expression changed drastically, and Jane frowned slightly, her smile fading instantly. Chapter 111. Exposing the truth. Gage hastily interjected, Brendan, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Gage's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly explained to the beautiful Elaine. Madam, please don't believe what Brendan is saying. He's just... Before Gage could finish his sentence, the beautiful Elaine interrupted him. Hutch, you speak later. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by your earlier words? Did you see this 100 flowers painting at Master Su's place? The beautiful Elaine asked. Brendan nodded. Of course. Yesterday was old Master Su's 80th birthday. After the banquet, he invited me to... Why are you asking, Jane? Nothing much, just that I'm currently at Mr. Gage's place, and he sold me a 100 flowers painting for 5 million yuan, the beautiful Elaine stated. What? Josue on the other end was shocked and immediately understood the situation. He instantly said, "The 100 flowers painting I have is the genuine one. Jane, I suggest you bring your 100 flowers painting over for comparison. We can easily determine which one is real," Josue suggested. "That won't be necessary. I already know which one is genuine," the beautiful Elaine responded and hung up the call immediately. At this moment, Gage was drenched in cold sweat, looking as if he had just emerged from water. The beautiful Elaine's expression turned icy as she stared at Gage coldly. "Hutch, I think you need to give me an explanation. Didn't you say this 100 flowers painting was authentic? You dared to deceive me with a forgery? Do I look like someone who can be easily swindled?" she reprimanded. Gage hurriedly explained, "Madam, listen to me. I didn't know about this. I was also deceived." "That's enough. You're full of lies. How could you not know there was a 100 flowers painting in Master Su's treasure room when you've been there? Moreover, your expression has betrayed you. What else do you have to deny?" The beautiful Elaine rebuked angrily. Fuming, she threw the 100 flowers painting at Gage. "Refund the money." Yes, I'll refund you immediately. I'll refund double," Gage stammered, sweating profusely. "No need, just refund the 5 million yuan, the beautiful Elaine coldly remarked. Gage promptly refunded the 5 million yuan to the beautiful Elaine. Taking the money, the beautiful Elaine turned around and left without another word, calling Brendan with her as she went. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help regarding the 100 flowers painting. If you don't mind, I would like to express my gratitude and invite you to appraise the antiques and paintings at my home." The beautiful Elaine smiled. How could Brendan refuse such an invitation from such a beauty? He agreed immediately. They left Gage's antique shop together. Madam, please listen to me." Gage chased after them, shouting loudly, but the beautiful Elaine ignored him completely. Their figures soon disappeared from his sight. Watching the beautiful Elaine vanish, Gage's face darkened immensely. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Brendan's figure, his anger surging like a volcanic eruption. "Brendan, you've gone too far." A 5 million yuan deal had fallen through, and worse, the beautiful Elaine had considerable influence. Her exposure of his deceit by Brendan could bring significant trouble if she chose to retaliate. "Brendan, you've done enough harm. I won't let you off," Gage vowed between clenched teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails pierced into his palms, causing intense pain. On the other side, Brendan followed the beautiful Elaine to an upscale restaurant. This restaurant was lavishly decorated and of extremely high standard. As they entered, the manager greeted them warmly. "Boss," the manager smiled. Brendan was surprised because this restaurant was the most upscale in the entire Shangjiang city, and he had always dreamed of dining here. It turned out to be owned by the beautiful Elaine. "Shauna, do you have any available private rooms?" "Yes," the manager nodded immediately. Leading them to a VIP room, the menu was soon brought over. "Mr. Zhang, feel free to order anything. Our chefs here are quite skilled and should meet your satisfaction," Shauna smiled lightly. Brendan politely responded, "Madam, you are too kind. Your restaurant is the best in Shangjiang City. How could I possibly be dissatisfied?" He casually ordered 4 dishes and a soup. The dishes were beautifully presented and aromatic, making anyone's appetite grow just from smelling them. Brendan enjoyed a sumptuous meal, while the beautiful Elaine opposite barely ate, leaving most of the table's food to Brendan. After eating his fill, Brendan got into the beautiful Elaine's car and headed to her home. Soon, a villa in the mountains appeared before Brendan. The villa was built beside the river of Shangjiang City, surrounded by lush green forests. The tranquil and secluded environment was excellent. The massive mountain villa resembled a small resort. As Brendan stepped inside, he was immediately awestruck by its scale. Good heavens! Brendan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Hashtag Chapter 112, The Wealthy Widow and the Mansion. The scale of the mountain villa was astonishingly grand, with every kind of luxury imaginable. It featured an outdoor swimming pool, indoor pool, gymnasium, spa, home cinema, game room, reception room, garden, and more. The villa was equipped with a plethora of facilities, making this small yet opulent mountain retreat seem almost intimidating. Compared to this villa, Brendan felt that his current residence was nothing more than a hovel. No wonder she's a wealthy widow. She must be incredibly rich. Brendan marveled internally. This villa must be worth at least 100 million yuan. He had thought he was quite wealthy, but now he realized how far off he still was. Compared to someone like Shauna, he felt like just a beggar on the street. As they entered the villa, a Harlow promptly approached to change Brendan's shoes. "Mr. Zhang, please follow me," Shauna said with a smile. Brendan nodded and followed her, his gaze involuntarily falling on the graceful figure of the beautiful Elaine in front of him. Despite being nearly 40, Shauna was exceptionally well preserved. Her graceful, alluring figure could easily surpass most women. Her skin was smooth, and her figure exuded the allure of a young Elaine in her 30s. The richness of a mature Elaine was evident in her every movement, like a ripe peach that one couldn't help but want to bite into. Soon, they arrived at a treasure room, and Shauna pushed the door open. "Mr. Zhang, please. I personally enjoy antiques, but I lack expertise in their appraisal. Could you kindly inspect these pieces for me and tell me which ones are fakes?" Shauna asked. Brendan chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, madam. Leave it to me." He surveyed the various antique artifacts and paintings inside the treasure room. He had noticed during their walk that the villa was also decorated with numerous antiques. Activating his heavenly eye, he pretended to carefully examine each item for authenticity. With the heavenly eye, he wasn't worried about making any mistakes. As he circled around, Brendan quickly identified several fake items. Out of 24 pieces in the entire collection, 5 were counterfeit, a surprisingly high ratio. Without hesitation, Brendan pointed out the 5 fake items. Shauna nodded and instructed the Harlow beside her, "Dispose of these 5 antiques." "Yes, madam," the Harlow responded. Shauna then led Brendan around the villa for another half hour, examining all the antiques within. While there were indeed many fakes, there were also plenty of high-quality pieces. During this process, Brendan secretly absorbed the spiritual energy from these genuine antiques, causing the energy inside him to swell significantly. This made him smile. Madam, all the antiques have been inspected. I've identified all the fakes, and the rest are authentic, Brendan reported. A satisfied smile graced Shauna's beautiful face. Excellent, thank you for your help. The appraisal fee is 200,000 yuan. Does Mr. Zhang find this agreeable? Shauna generously offered. Agreed, Brendan nodded. Shauna signaled to the Harlow, who handed her a phone. She was about to call her Fanny to transfer the money when suddenly her expression changed. Clutching her heart, she grimaced in pain and seemed about to collapse. Quickly, Brendan caught her. Madam, what's wrong? Brendan exclaimed in surprise. Madam. The Harlow was equally alarmed and pulled out a bottle of medicine from her pocket. Madam has congenital heart disease, which has been worsening. She frequently needs medication now, the Harlow explained. I see. Brendan nodded. The Harlow administered the medication to Shauna, but after a minute, her pain did not subside. In fact, it intensified. Her complexion turned pale, and her body started to grow cold. Noticing something was seriously wrong, Brendan immediately looked at the Harlow. This medicine isn't working. Is there a doctor here? No. How could it not work? There have never been such issues before. I'll call for an ambulance right away. The Harlow hurriedly dialed 120 on her phone. In his arms, Shauna was in unbearable pain, her face colorless and her limbs icy cold. Seeing this, Brendan grew worried. Without delay, he lifted Shauna into his arms. Hurry, let's take her to the hospital by car. Notify the driver immediately, Brendan said urgently. The Harlow nodded and quickly informed the driver. A car soon arrived, and Brendan swiftly placed Shauna inside. The driver understood the urgency and sped off towards the hospital like a shot. Inside the car, Shauna's condition worsened. She couldn't speak and curled up in pain, clutching her chest. Watching her suffer like this, Brendan became increasingly concerned. Could she be dying? Such sudden heart attacks were no joke. It could end badly very quickly. How long until we reach the hospital? Brendan asked the driver. We're in the outskirts, so the nearest hospital is 15 minutes away, the driver replied. Brendan was speechless. Jamesanding in the suburbs clearly had its downsides. Using his heavenly eye, he checked Shauna's status, which left him utterly shocked. Shauna, none. 36/70ths. Critical condition. Acute heart attack. Approaching death. Estimated time to death. 5 minutes. Damn. Brendan panicked. If Shauna had only 5 minutes left, and they still needed over 10 minutes to reach the hospital, it was too late. Save me. With great effort, Shauna opened her eyes and looked at Brendan pleadingly. Chapter 113. Emergency Rescue. Brendan wore an expression of helplessness. Madam, it's no use seeking help from me. I don't know any medical skills. But it seemed Shauna didn't hear this. She soon bent her head again in agony. The intense pain caused Shauna's body to tremble. Brendan was frantic with worry. He had just established a relationship with Shauna, and now she was about to die. Was all his effort in vain? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Brendan's mind. Could he save Shauna using his spiritual energy? Brendan prepared to try immediately. He said, Madam, I know a special emergency rescue method, but I can't be sure if it will work on you. It's just an attempt. And this rescue will intrude on your personal space. You have at most 1 minute left. Do you accept? Not knowing whether Shauna heard him, seeing that she gave no response, Brendan decided to take the risk. He glanced at the driver in front who was concentrating on driving and completely unaware of what was happening in the back seat. Seeing this, Brendan quickly acted, boldly placing his hand inside Shauna's clothes. The softness he felt almost made him lose control. Indeed, the mature charm of Elaine like Shauna wasn't comparable to Reese or Zaylee. Is this the allure of a seductive, beautiful Elaine? No wonder men love their older women. Indeed, they are irresistible. Brendan couldn't help but swallow hard, pinching himself to regain focus. Spiritual energy surged from his Naiwan palace, then flowed into Shauna's body through his palm. Simultaneously, Brendan activated the X-ray vision of his heavenly eye. The scene before him was captivating, almost making him unable to look away. Hiss. Brendan couldn't help but draw in a breath, forcing himself to break free from the enchantment and deepen his X-ray vision further. His gaze penetrated through the clothes and then through the flesh, directly observing Zaylee's heart. Zaylee's heart was almost stopped. Brendan immediately injected spiritual energy into it. Spiritual energy can restore strength and heal wounds. I can only try it on Shauna. If I can't save her, there's nothing more I can do. Brendan took a desperate chance as if treating a dead horse as a live one. As the spiritual energy entered Shauna's heart, something astonishing happened. The heart, which was nearly at a standstill, started to recover rapidly before Brendan's eyes. It worked. Brendan was both shocked and delighted, amazed by the power of his spiritual energy. Shauna's heart gradually resumed beating, and the pain on her face began to subside. Perhaps due to the long pause in heartbeat, Shauna fainted right after recovery. Madam? Madam? Brendan called out a few times, but there was no response. Upon closer inspection, her heart had restarted beating, and her previously icy temperature was gradually returning. Shauna. No data. 36/70ths. Subhealth. Congenital acute heart disease. Currently stable. Great. Relieved, Brendan exhaled deeply, finally putting his worries to rest. He intended to retract his hand but hesitated, indulging in the moment. After saving her life, it shouldn't matter much if I enjoy a little advantage, right? This bold thought crossed Brendan's mind. Shauna was completely leaning against him, her subtle fragrance intoxicatingly different from Reese and Zaylee, making Brendan somewhat mesmerized. Her fatal allure was too tempting for him to resist. Devil. Absolutely a devil. Brendan felt parched, understanding why many men were entranced by older women. An unconscious beauty nestled in his arms. How could many men hold back such temptation? At this moment, the dazed Shauna groaned slightly, startling Brendan. He quickly withdrew his hand, and Shauna slowly regained consciousness. Madam, are you all right? Brendan gently shook Shauna. Shauna's complexion was still pale. She tried to sit up from Brendan's embrace, but found herself utterly weak. I passed out. You saved me? I remember you performed some kind of first aid on me, Shauna murmured confusedly. Cough. Brendan was slightly embarrassed. I'm not sure. I just learned it casually online. At that moment, seeing you barely holding on with a pale face and cold limbs, I tried it in desperation, Brendan shrugged. He gave a casual explanation, leaving out certain details. Chapter 114. Brendan's thoughts. Brendan's words caused a peculiar expression to flash across the doctor's face. She then shook her head and turned to Shauna, saying, regardless, it's a huge relief that you've come through this crisis, madam. I think you should regularly check up on your health after this to avoid such accidents in the future, she added. Shauna nodded. I will be more careful. The doctor quickly turned and left, while Shauna also completed the discharge procedures. Mr. Zhang, I never expected you to save my life this time. If not for your help, I would surely have died in the car. The debt of saving a life is immense. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to find me, Shauna said seriously. Hearing these words, a smile instantly appeared on Brendan's face. All the spiritual energy he spent to save Shauna was worth it. Suddenly, Brendan seemed to have a thought. His spiritual energy could potentially rejuvenate the body and its organs. Maybe it could cure Shauna? This idea was bold, but Brendan didn't say it out loud. He barely understood basic medical knowledge. Talking about it now would be too risky. Why don't you consider getting a heart transplant? With your capabilities, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Brendan asked curiously. Shauna shook her head. A heart transplant requires a match, which is already very rare. Plus, I have a rare blood type, making it even less likely. I've spent a lot of effort searching for a matching heart, but all attempts were fruitless. So that's how it is. Brendan finally understood. They soon parted ways, with Brendan seeing Shauna off and watching as she left. Returning home, he began researching various medical topics online, especially those related to the heart. If I really can cure Shauna, given her influence in Shangjiang, I can pretty much do whatever I want hereafter, Brendan thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even without the benefits, just imagining a beautiful Elaine like Shauna suddenly dying would be a pity. The next day, Brendan arrived at the antique street as usual. As soon as he reached Camding, an antique shop, he saw Gage shutting down. His expression was terrible, as if someone owed him several million. Seeing this, Brendan laughed immediately. What he had anticipated indeed happened. Yesterday, Gage offended Shauna, and with her power and status in Shangjiang, Gage was bound to suffer the consequences. Well, isn't this Hutch? Why are you looking so beaten today? Brendan approached with a mocking smile. Upon hearing Brendan's voice, Gage's face darkened even further. He gritted his teeth and glared at Brendan with intense hatred. It's all your fault, Brendan. You've ruined me and still dare to show your face here? Gage was fuming with rage. If looks could kill, Brendan would be dead 1,000 times over. Ha ha ha. Brendan burst into laughter, feeling as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Hutch, you're wrong. It was you who deceived others, not my fault. 5 million is no small amount. Your deceit has earned you this fate, Brendan laughed. He glanced at Gage's antique shop, surprised to see that it was sealed. Public officials were inside inspecting, and by the looks of it, Gage wouldn't be able to reopen anytime soon. Brendan couldn't help but smirk at Gage's misfortune. Gage clenched his teeth. Don't get too cocky, Brendan. Don't think Mrs. Camden controls everything. Once the storm passes, I'll rise again. Brendan shrugged. Let's see about that when you do. With that, Brendan turned and left. Gage watched him go, the anger and hatred in his eyes reaching a boiling point. If not for Brendan, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Many people around were gawking and whispering about Gage. Some mocked him, some jeered, and others looked confused. After leaving the antique street, Brendan called Shauna. The call connected quickly. Mr. Zhang. Madam, I'd like to discuss your congenital heart disease. Brendan got straight to the point. After catching up on heart disease information yesterday, he had a basic understanding. Coupled with his experience from yesterday's rescue, he decided to try treating her. With the heavenly eye, he could directly observe the condition of Shauna's heart. Using spiritual energy and pure Sinclair Chi, he felt confident he had an 80% chance of helping her, if not curing her completely, at least improving her condition. Hearing Brendan wanted to discuss her heart disease, Shauna was puzzled but considered his request seriously. Sure, I'll send someone to pick you up, Shauna replied. Not long after, Shauna's driver arrived. Half an hour later, Brendan found himself back at her luxurious villa. Guided by a Harlow, he met Shauna in the garden behind the villa. Today, Shauna wore an elegant qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, drawing Brendan's attention instantly. Mr. Zhang, what did you want to say? Shauna asked. Brendan gathered his thoughts. Madam, do you remember the first aid I gave you in the car yesterday? Yes, thanks to you, I survived. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now. Shauna smiled kindly but was curious about what Brendan was leading up to. I said it was something I learned randomly from the internet, but that's not true. I come from a family with a tradition of practicing Qigong. Yesterday, I used Qigong to provide energy to your heart, revitalizing it, Brendan explained. At this, Shauna's expression became peculiar. Qigong? Aren't those tricks of fraudsters? Shauna looked skeptical. Cough. Brendan nearly choked on his own saliva. I can't speak for other Qigong practitioners, but I practice pure Sinclair Gong, Brendan clarified. Hashtag chapter 115. Treating the beautiful woman. Brendan continued. If madam doesn't believe me, I can let you experience the effect of pure Sinclair True Qi. Shauna smiled lightly, her face carrying a hint of amusement. Alright, let's give it a try. Shauna's expression clearly showed disbelief, but Brendan was unperturbed. In his previous life, he wouldn't have believed in such things either. However, it didn't matter. Once she truly experienced the power of pure Sinclair True Qi, she would naturally come to believe it. Brendan walked over and sat opposite Shauna. How should we proceed? Shauna asked. Just give me your hand, Brendan replied. Shauna extended her hand toward Brendan. He gently took hold of it, and immediately a thread of pure Sinclair true chi emerged. The true chi flowed from his dantian and entered Shauna's skin directly. In the next moment, Shauna's face registered surprise. As the pure Sinclair true chi seeped into her palm, she instantly felt warmth spreading throughout her hand, as if a warm current was slowly circulating within. This warm current continued to surge, gradually moving up her arm until it finally settled near her forearm. Shauna's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the effect of pure Sinclair true chi, Brendan said, watching Shauna's reaction with satisfaction. I never thought Qigong really exists. I always assumed it was a hoax, Shauna said, feeling as though her entire worldview had been overturned. She couldn't believe that Qigong actually existed and had such miraculous effects. Brendan quickly explained, no. I can only confirm that my true chi is real, but whether others practice Qigong, I cannot guarantee. Shauna didn't quite understand what he meant. Could there be something special about Brendan? Brendan decided not to elaborate further and change the subject. Yesterday, I used my true chi to provide energy for Madam. My true chi can enhance bodily functions, not only restoring stamina, but also increasing organ activity, Brendan explained. When Madam suffered from acute heart failure yesterday, your heart was almost failing and about to stop beating. I used my true chi to re-energize your heart, which is why you were able to survive the crisis. Shauna nodded, understanding what Brendan meant. Her eyes lit up with excitement. If you use your true chi to continuously nourish my heart, can it make my heart stronger and ultimately cure my heart disease? Brendan nodded, adding cautiously, that's my plan. But I must clarify, I've never done this before, and I'm not a medical professional. However, since my Qigong has this effect, I came here to offer my help. Shauna's expression turned contemplative, mixed with anticipation. Who wouldn't want a healthy body if they could have it? Heart disease had significantly affected her health, and she longed to live a healthy life. Mr. Zhang, if I allow you to treat me, what are the chances you can cure me? Shauna asked. Brendan shrugged. I can't guarantee anything, as this is my first time doing this. Perhaps we can try it once to see the results. If it works, we can continue. Otherwise, we'll stop. Hearing this, Shauna nodded without hesitation. All right. I'm willing to try. Her gaze carried a hint of anticipation. If it was just a trial, she was indeed willing. They then moved to the bedroom. How do I assist you? Shauna asked. Jamison on the bed, bare from the waist up, so I can reach the area near your heart from your back. The process will take about half an hour, Brendan explained. Shauna nodded. Wait outside for a moment while I change. Sure. Brendan nodded and stepped out of the room. He waited patiently outside. Soon enough, he heard Shauna's voice from inside. Mr. Zhang, you can come in now. Brendan pushed open the door and froze. Shauna had prepared herself, lying completely on the bed, revealing her nearly perfect back with graceful curves that captured his attention. Mr. Zhang, please proceed, Shauna's voice echoed. Lying in front of a man like this made Shauna feel somewhat uncomfortable, and a blush spread across her face. However, for the sake of treatment, she accepted this small sacrifice. Brendan quickly regained his composure and approached Shauna. He placed both hands gently on her back. The smoothness of her skin and the warmth of her body were unmistakable. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Cough! Brendan cleared his throat and refocused. I'm starting now. He channeled the warm, pure Sinclair true chi from his dantian, simultaneously tapping into the spiritual energy stored in his Naiwan palace. Mixing true chi and spiritual energy, he allowed them to flow through his hands into Shauna's back. Using his heavenly eye, Brendan visualized Shauna's heart clearly. With the enhanced vision, he easily guided the energy into her heart. Shauna emitted a soft moan. Madam, how do you feel? Brendan inquired. Shauna closed her eyes slightly, a look of pleasure evident on her face. Wonderful. My heart feels warm and comfortable. It seems you were right. Your true chi can indeed nurture my heart. I've had congenital heart disease since childhood, unable to engage in any strenuous activities due to insufficient heart capacity. My body has always been weak. This is the first time I felt my heart beat so strongly. Her voice carried thick emotion and joy. Good. Brendan's eyes brightened as well. He hadn't expected such rapid results from the dual nurturing effect of spiritual energy and true chi. He didn't intend to increase the flow of energy too much, as the heart was vital and could not afford any mistakes. With his hands on Shauna's back, Brendan gently nurtured her body using spiritual energy and true chi. Shauna lay comfortably on the soft bed, her face displaying contentment as she immersed herself in the treatment. Fully focused, Brendan gradually became more adept at his task. His gaze unconsciously fell upon Shauna's form, causing him to inwardly marvel. Chapter 116. Astonishing results in the arrival of assassins. The thought of the beauty before him being completely unclothed from the waist up caused Brendan's blood to rush. 30 minutes quickly passed, and Brendan reluctantly released his hands. Madam, the treatment is complete. Let's get up now to check the results, Brendan said. Okay. Shauna, who was enjoying herself, instinctively sat up upon hearing this. In her movement, she failed to notice that why don't we try some simple exercises to see how it goes, he proposed. Shauna nodded, and they headed to the gym, where various fitness equipment lay unused but well maintained. Shauna stepped onto the treadmill and began jogging slowly, adjusting her breathing in sync with the machine. Soon, her expression turned even more excited. It really works. In the past, if I tried jogging like this, my heart would have raced uncontrollably, but now I accept. Every 3 days, for 10 consecutive sessions. After 10 sessions, I believe your heart will have recovered to a normal human level, Brendan explained. With the agreement reached, Shauna generously paid 10 million. Please stay at my villa tonight, Mr. Zhang. I'll cook dinner to thank you, Shauna said, her smile radiant. Clearly in high spirits, Brendan smiled and agreed. That evening, Shauna personally cooked dinner for Brendan. Expecting something disastrous, the result was surprisingly good. Though not as skilled as a master chef, it was certainly not bad. As the meal progressed, their relationship grew warmer. Afterward, Brendan bid farewell and left. I'll have my driver take you, Shauna said. The driver delivered Brendan to his apartment building around midnight. Slightly tipsy, he walked with a slight stagger and carried the scent of alcohol. Just as he was about to enter his building, a figure approached from a distance. Initially unaware, Brendan noticed the person coming directly towards him with an intense gaze. Not good. Is this guy after me? Hello, can I help you? Brendan greeted cautiously. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly charged forward, brandishing a dagger. Shit, it's an assassin. Brendan's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted. Instantly sobering, the intoxication vanished. He glanced back. The assassin was still chasing him relentlessly. The assailant's running skills were impressive, closing the gap between them rapidly. Damn it. Brendan summoned his true chi, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. His escape speed dramatically increased. The chase led Brendan into a nearby alleyway, using his familiarity with the terrain. By the time the assassin entered the alley, Brendan had vanished. Where did he go? The assassin frowned, searching the alley but finding no trace of Brendan. Frustrated, the assassin eventually left. From a hidden corner, Brendan watched the assassin depart. He stayed there for another 10 minutes before emerging, disheveled but unharmed. Chapter 117. Seeking help. Staring at the spot where the assassin had disappeared, Brendan's face turned quite ugly. The assassin held a dagger and was clearly not there to negotiate amicably. If he were to really encounter this killer, it would end in either his death or injury. F***K. Who is so ruthless as to spend money on an assassin to take my life? Brendan clenched his teeth. His mind raced, images of several individuals flashing through it rapidly. So far, I've offended only a few people. Firstly, that bastard Benson. After all, I severely dealt with him before. Given his nature, seeking revenge on me is reasonable, Brendan muttered under his breath. Besides Benson, there's Zachariah, and then Gage. The probability is highest among these three, and they have the means to hire assassins. Brendan frowned deeply. So, which one of these three is it? Shaking off the dust from his body, Brendan suppressed his emotions for now. He was about to head back, but paused after some thought. That killer might be waiting for him at home. Since someone hired an assassin to come after him, his home was no longer safe. I need to move. Fortunately, Shauna paid me 10 million yuan for medical expenses, enough to buy a decent apartment. The real estate prices in Shangjiang City are far lower than those in first-tier cities. 10 million can definitely get me a nice place, Brendan mumbled. He left the alley and booked a room at a hotel temporarily. The issue with the assassin had to be resolved, or he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. As the saying goes, a thief can rob 1,000 times, but who can guard against 1,000 attacks? With an assassin watching him, how could he live peacefully? Not solving this problem would make him feel uneasy even when sleeping. The next morning, Brendan called Shauna right after getting up. She answered quickly, her voice coming through the phone. Mr. Zhang. Jane, I'm in trouble and need your help, Brendan spoke straightforwardly. An assassin tried to kill me last night. He didn't hide anything, recounting what happened and mentioning the 3 people he had offended. Hearing this, Shauna's expression grew serious. Mr. Zhang, leave this matter to me. Her tone was stern. Thank you, madam. Receiving Shauna's affirmation, Brendan felt slightly relieved. With Shauna's influence in Shangjiang, having her involved should help uncover the mastermind behind this, Brendan thought. For safety's sake, I should avoid being alone until the culprit is caught and stay vigilant 24/7. His vigilance was heightened to the utmost level. This was his first time facing such a situation, leaving him momentarily flustered. Then Shauna called again. Mr. Zhang, since you're in danger, why don't you stay at my villa temporarily? My villa has round-the-clock security, ensuring your safety, Shauna said. Brendan's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. Thank you, madam. I'll come over right away. With imminent danger looming, Brendan couldn't care less about saving face. Jamison was more important than vanity. He then called Reese but didn't mention the assassin to avoid worrying her. He only said he'd be out for a few days. After arranging everything, Shauna's driver arrived soon. Brendan went straight to her villa, even skipping a stop at home. After buying some clothes and daily necessities, he moved into the villa. Meanwhile, in another room, the sharp ringing of a phone woke Gage from his sleep. Ring ring. Answering, he heard a hoarse yet steady voice. Boss, last night's assassination failed. I noticed Brendan early, but don't worry. Give me 3 days and I'll bring you his head, the man promised. Gage frowned, displeased by the failure. What kind of performance is this? I paid you 1 million, and this is your result. Brendan is on alert now. That kid won't make it easy for you to find him, let alone assassinate him, Gage snapped angrily. The man responded grimly. I have my methods. I'll give you an answer within 3 days. Hanging up, Gage's face turned grim. F***K. A useless waste, he growled, infuriated by the failure of the hired assassin. I can wait 3 days. This time, it mustn't fail again. Gage's expression was icy cold. On the wall of his room, Brendan's photo was plastered with knife marks. Looking at the ruined photo, intense rage surged within Gage. Brendan, you've ruined my life. Now I will ruin yours. His words were filled with intense hatred. At the villa, Brendan was temporarily settled in the guest room, which was luxuriously decorated despite being just a guest room. A Harlow meticulously cleaned the entire room and prepared his bed. Mr. Zhang, madam has instructed that you stay here temporarily. If you need anything, please let us know. The Harlow smiled. TSK. Impressed by the perfect service, Brendan marveled internally. This is what true wealth looks like. A chef, security, Harlows, drivers, secretaries, everything was in place, fitting for a wealthy widow. Thank you. I'll inform you if I need anything, Brendan replied politely. Nodding with a smile, the Harlow turned and left. Putting down his belongings, evening soon approached, and the Harlow came to inform him about dinner. Entering the dining hall, he found Shauna already waiting. Seeing him, she smiled. Mr. Zhang, please sit. Chapter 118. Massage. Thank you, madam. Brendan felt grateful. Shauna was really polite. They sat at the table, and soon the Harlow served dishes one by one, all colorful and mouth-wateringly fragrant. Just smelling them could open up one's appetite. Mr. Zhang, these are home-cooked dishes made by our family chef. Please try and see if they meet your taste, Shauna smiled. Brendan looked at the abundant dishes in front of him, quite surprised. There were as many as 8 dishes just for the two of them. Is this how the rich live? Too extravagant. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp and took a bite. The fish meat tasted deliciously tender and sweet, making him enjoy it very much. Great. The skills of your house chef are indeed outstanding. Not an iota less than a 5-star chef, Brendan sincerely praised. Shauna smiled slightly, and the two slowly enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. After having his fill, Brendan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Eating and drinking for free at Shauna's place made him feel somewhat awkward. Madam, let me give you a body massage. True Qi nurturing the body has remarkable effects and benefits your health, Brendan proposed. At this, Shauna's eyes lit up. She had personally experienced the magic of Brendan's True Qi before, so she immediately agreed. Fine, come to my room, said Shauna. Invited by Shauna, Brendan came to her room again. Wait here for a moment while I change clothes in the bathroom, Shauna said, taking out a nightgown from the wardrobe and walking into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. With a beautiful lady bathing right next door, one couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. Sitting patiently on the bed, Brendan even anticipated the upcoming massage session. He didn't have to wait long before Shauna came out of the bathroom. Upon a closer look, Brendan's eyes instantly brightened. Shauna, who had just finished her bath, still carried a hint of heat. She wore only a thin nightgown, revealing almost perfect curves through the black silk with subtle patterns that added a unique charm. Brendan stared in amazement for a moment, then quickly recovered and tried not to focus on the view before him. Madam, please lie down on the bed. Brendan forced his tone to sound normal. Shauna's cheeks were slightly flushed, perhaps because she was moving around in front of a young man or because she had just finished her bath. I'll massage your arms, shoulders, and legs today, Shauna said. No problem, Brendan nodded. Approaching Shauna from behind, he placed his hands on her shoulders. His true Qi and spirit Qi surged gently within his body as he began massaging her shoulders using techniques he learned online. His massage technique was certainly somewhat inexperienced, but the effects of spirit Qi and true Qi compensated perfectly, even making his clumsy massage exceptionally effective. Xuanhuan. Shauna couldn't help but emit a soft sound. The warm and comfortable sensation on her shoulders made her expression appear relaxed and indulgent. She closed her eyes, enjoying Brendan's massage thoroughly. The nourishment of spirit Qi and true Qi was not something ordinary people could experience. This soul-relaxing indulgence was hard to resist. The nourishing effect of spirit Qi was excellent, enhanced further by the pure Sinclair true Qi. Shauna felt as if her shoulders were submerged in warmth under Brendan's massage. Qigong is truly amazing. With such miraculous skills, I think Mr. Zhang can consider developing this further in the future, Shauna remarked. I do have that intention, but there's still a lot for me to learn, Brendan replied. Shauna's words reminded him that his spirit Qi and true Qi had magical effects. If he wanted to open a massage shop, it would undoubtedly be very popular. However, Brendan merely agreed verbally since each massage required consuming spirit Qi, which was not a small expenditure. This time, he offered to massage her as a way to thank Shauna for her help. Even if someone paid, he wouldn't agree to massage others. Earning money was easy, but acquiring spirit Qi was more challenging. Continuing the massage on Shauna, Brendan stood behind her, his eyes involuntarily lingering on her body. From his angle, everything in sight was a feast for the eyes. Cough. Brendan found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Sneaking a glance at Shauna, he realized she was unaware of her slight exposure. Shauna was lost in the comfort and pleasure of the massage, with a faint smile gracing her exquisite face. Brendan focused on massaging her carefully, starting from her hands to her feet. Initially awkward, his movements gradually became smoother. Despite being 37 years old, Shauna's skin was smooth like that of Elaine in her 20s due to excellent care. Her mature beauty radiated in a way that any girl in ancient times would cause national chaos. The room was quiet, with neither speaking. Half an hour later, the massage ended. Brendan exhaled deeply, straightened up, and wiped sweat off his forehead. On closer inspection, he found Shauna had already fallen asleep sometime during the massage. Madam? Brendan whispered softly, but got no response from Shauna. How trusting of her. Brendan couldn't help but comment inwardly. Didn't Shauna realize how beautiful she was? To sleep soundly in front of him like that. Any other man might take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, he considered himself an upright gentleman. He gently supported Shauna and laid her flat on the bed, covering her with a blanket. After completing these tasks, Brendan left the room and returned to his own, where he promptly showered with cold water to refresh himself. He felt better after rinsing off. I will never offer her a massage again. Otherwise, I'd surely lose control next time. Brendan thought helplessly. After a cold shower, he calmed down completely before leaving the bathroom. Just then, his phone rang. ####Chapter 119. Midnight Kidnapping. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent ringing of the phone startled Brendan. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello. Brendan answered. A cold, raspy voice came from the other end of the line. Brendan, your girlfriend is in my hands. If you want her to live, come here. What? This news struck Brendan like a bolt from the blue. His face turned ashen, anger and fear flickering across it. Who are you? Who sent you? Brendan's voice was filled with rage. Haha. The person on the other end laughed mockingly. You don't need to ask these questions, just come over. Do you think that by escaping yesterday, you can rest easy? That's a bit too naive. The location is the E-Star factory on the outskirts of the city. I'm giving you half an hour. If you don't show up, then say goodbye to your girlfriend. After saying this, the caller hung up abruptly. Inside the room, Brendan's expression darkened to an extreme. He gritted his teeth, the fury in his eyes erupting like a volcano. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Calm down. The more critical the situation, the less you should panic. Brendan immediately called Zaylee. The call was quickly answered. Arnold, why are you calling me? I'm still busy working. Not Zaylee? Damn. It must be Clara's sister. After a few reassuring words, Brendan hung up and called Reese next, only to find she couldn't be reached. His expression turned grim. If Reese got hurt because of this, he would feel guilty for life. What should I do? Going alone would be suicide. I need help. Brendan immediately woke up Shauna, who had just gone to sleep. Her face turned serious when she heard the news. I'll call Director Jamasonu at the police station right away. He will arrange for backup. Thank you, Brendan said gratefully. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Brendan's mind. He remembered someone. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Blake's voice soon came through. Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong? Blake sounded puzzled. Coach Tan, I need your help. Someone wants to kill me. They kidnapped my friend and demanded I come over. I've already informed the police, but I also need a skilled person to go with me. Brendan spoke urgently. Blake was surprised but agreed without hesitation. Where should we meet? I'll be there right away. Thanks. The location is? Brendan was somewhat amazed that Blake agreed so readily without hesitation. Time was tight. Brendan quickly headed towards the E-Star factory on the outskirts of the city. Soon, Blake arrived in a speeding car, accompanied by Suzette. Mr. Zhang, I brought Xuanhuan along. She's very strong, and extra help is always good, Blake explained. Brendan nodded gratefully. He knew Suzette's strength. Indeed, it was considerable. With the help of these two siblings, their chances were much better, especially with Blake, who was a human beast. The sound of sirens grew louder as several police cars sped over. A tall man stepped out from one of the cars. Are you Mr. Brendan? I'm Bertie, the captain in charge of this case. Let's get into the car and discuss. Time is of the essence, Bertie said. All right. They quickly got into the cars and set off for the E-Star factory. In no time, they reached the outskirts of the city. An abandoned factory loomed ahead. When they were within 200 meters of the E-Star factory, the police cars stopped, and everyone disembarked to proceed on foot. The factory was pitch black, almost completely dark. One of the policemen approached Bertie. Captain, this factory has been abandoned for years. The terrain is complex, and we don't know where the kidnappers are. Rescuing the hostage might be difficult. Bertie frowned, contemplating the rescue plan. At this moment, Blake stepped forward. Why not let us handle it? Give us night vision goggles, and we'll infiltrate to gather information. Mr. Zhang, you draw attention from the front, and we'll coordinate from inside. Blake suggested. Brendan thought for a moment. Agreed. He looked at Bertie. Captain Wu, please wait outside and be our last resort. If we fail, make sure you apprehend the killer. Bertie nodded. Agreed. Move out. After a brief discussion, they sprang into action. Brendan called the kidnapper back. Have you arrived? I'm at the factory entrance. Brendan replied. Come in then, the kidnapper ordered. Don't play games. I'm alone. Is my girlfriend okay? Brendan asked anxiously. Haha. The kidnapper laughed coldly. Don't worry. She'll be fine if you come over. Brendan frowned but had no choice but to trust them. He walked into the factory with a flashlight, but soon realized it wasn't necessary and discarded it. The moonlight was dim, and the factory was dark, almost pitch black. Brendan squinted and suddenly slapped his head. I have heavenly eyes. Realizing this, Brendan activated his heavenly eyes. Suddenly, everything changed. The complex environment of the factory became as clear as daylight. With heavenly eyes, he could see through anything. Mere night vision was nothing compared to this. He quickly located the assassin. A figure clad in black appeared in his view. Alfred. No attributes. 34/85. Enhanced. Well-trained and robust physique. Found him. Brendan's eyes gleamed with determination. He then searched for Reese's position. However, something strange happened. He searched around Alfred but found no sign of Reese. Chill ran down Brendan's spine. Could it be that the kidnapper had already? Chapter 120. A case of mistaken identity. Brendan's face turned pale, and he found it hard to believe. However, he quickly regained his composure. Clara wasn't with this person, which didn't necessarily mean she was dead. She could have been hidden by the assailant. He would know where she was once they caught this guy. He contacted Blake and his sister via radio. I've identified the killer's location. He is inside the second factory building. There's only one person inside the factory. He's 1.82 meters tall, muscular, with a dagger strapped to his leg and a small crossbow hidden under his clothes. Brendan relayed Alfred's situation to Blake and his sister. Mr. Zhang, how do you know all this? Have you already arrived? Blake asked in surprise. Brendan hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Did he have a supernatural ability that allowed him to see everything? This is a secret I'll explain later. Be careful, Brendan said evasively. Blake didn't press further. Leave it to me. Since we know his location, dealing with him won't be a problem. Blake spoke confidently, and Brendan, having known Blake for a while, believed he wasn't exaggerating. Brendan nodded in agreement. Closing his eyes, Brendan stood at the factory entrance, patiently waiting. Meanwhile, Blake, equipped with night vision goggles, sneaked into the factory. Following the location Brendan provided, Blake quickly reached the designated building. With the help of the night vision device, he indeed saw someone hiding there. Amazingly, he was actually there. Blake was astonished. How did Brendan know? Despite his puzzlement, Blake acted swiftly. He silently entered the building, then pulled out a compact mechanical crossbow from inside his coat. The crossbow wasn't large but fit perfectly under his clothes. Drawing the bow, loading the bolt, aiming, and firing. It all happened fluidly. The bolt shot out and struck the killer in the back. Caught off guard, the killer hadn't sensed the sudden attack. He felt an intense pain, making breathing difficult. Not good. Panicking, he tried to turn around and escape, moving quickly, but Blake was faster. As soon as the killer made a move, he felt a powerful gust of wind. He instantly drew his dagger and lunged backward, but it missed its target. Instead, a strong hand grabbed his wrist. Snap! Blake broke the killer's wrist, causing another scream of agony. Outside the factory, Birdie heard the screams, and his expression changed. He immediately issued orders. Assault! Everyone rushed toward the factory. Meanwhile, Brendan also charged in. When they reached the source of the screams, they saw Blake carrying the captured and visibly pained killer. Don't panic, it's me. The killer has been subdued, Blake shouted loudly. Birdie paused, surprised. Brendan approached quickly. Where is Sister Clara? Cough, cough. Alfred was trembling in pain. I didn't kidnap your girlfriend. It was just a trick. It was all a bluff, Alfred admitted. Everyone present was stunned by this revelation. Just then, Brendan's phone rang. It was Reese. Sister Clara, where are you now? Brendan asked urgently after answering. Reese sounded puzzled on the other end. I'm at home. My phone died earlier. What did you call for? Brendan was speechless. He felt relieved that Reese was unharmed, but couldn't help laughing and crying simultaneously. He couldn't believe how coincidental everything had been. Damn it. Bang. Without a word, Brendan punched Alfred in the kidneys. Ah. Alfred screamed in agony, his body convulsing due to the intense pain. Precious Mr. Zhang, are you all right now? Suzette approached. Brendan smiled. I'm fine. He explained the whole incident to everyone, who were left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Captain Wu, thank you for your trouble. Please handle this person. Birdie nodded. Don't worry, we will interrogate him thoroughly. The mastermind behind him won't get away either. Brendan agreed, knowing that with Alfred in custody, they would likely uncover the identity of the real culprit if he wasn't too stubborn. They soon left, with Birdie taking Alfred into custody and escorting Brendan and the others back. Tang Coach, thank you both for your help tonight. Brendan expressed his gratitude sincerely. Blake laughed heartily. It was nothing. If you really want to thank us, come practice more at the martial arts hall and aim for success at the upcoming martial arts competition. Brendan nodded seriously. He always repaid kindness, and he vowed to return the favor for their help tonight. They parted ways, and Brendan returned to Shauna's villa. She was still awake when he got back and inquired about the outcome. Thank you for your help, madam. Everything has been resolved. Brendan recounted the events. Hearing that it was all a case of mistaken identity, Shauna was taken aback. As long as your girlfriend is safe. It's late, let's talk tomorrow, Shauna said. Brendan nodded and retired to his room. The next day, Brendan had just woken up when Birdie came to the villa to update him on the situation. In the living room, Birdie greeted Shauna with a smile. Jane, thank you for hosting us. No need for formalities, Captain Wu. Please sit. Thank you for your assistance last night, Shauna smiled. Birdie responded with a nod. It was nothing. My team merely conducted a raid. The one who caught the killer was Mr. Zhang's friend. We interrogated the suspect last night. The man is named Alfred, a professional mercenary specializing in illicit activities. He was hired by a man named Gage to assassinate Mr. Zhang. #### Chapter 121. Retaliation arrives. Upon hearing the name Gage, Brendan's face darkened instantly, and Shauna beside him furrowed her brows slightly. Thank you, Captain Wu. Let's consider this matter closed. Shauna said. Birdie nodded slightly. He didn't ask any more questions and left the villa promptly. The living room was now left with only Brendan and Shauna. Shauna took the initiative to say, Mr. Zhang, it seems that I have caused you trouble this time. No. Madam, you misunderstand. I've had a conflict with Gage for a long time. Even without your involvement, he would have targeted me eventually. Brendan waved his hands hurriedly. Although Shauna said this, Brendan knew very well the true cause of Gage's actions against him. Shauna smiled faintly. Regardless, I do bear some responsibility. I will handle this matter. It will be resolved soon. Brendan felt somewhat embarrassed. It was clearly his problem, yet Shauna offered to resolve it. But after careful consideration, if he were to act, it might not be easy to retaliate against Gage. After all, he lacked significant resources. Unlike when he retaliated against Zachariah by using spirit energy to set a trap, he couldn't forge fake antiques using spirit energy. How could he effectively retaliate against Gage? He couldn't just show up at Gage's door and eliminate him. All right. Then thank you very much for your help. I owe you a favor, Brendan said gratefully. Shauna smirked lightly. No problem. Just come over to give me massages from time to time. What a deal. And such an offer. Brendan smacked his lips. Giving massages to a beauty like Shauna was something many men dreamt of. Was this a reward? No. Massaging Shauna would consume his spirit energy. This wasn't a reward at all. No problem. Brendan nodded. After breakfast, Brendan packed his things and left. With the hitman issue resolved, he had no reason to stay in the villa. After bidding farewell to Shauna, he returned home. 3 days passed in a flash. At home, Gage awaited Alfred's response. He hadn't stepped out much these past 3 days. However, Alfred seemed to have vanished, giving no word at all. Gage couldn't hold back his impatience and called Alfred. Beep beep beep. The busy signal sounded before the call connected. Hello. What happened? 3 days have passed. You promised to give me an answer. How did things go? The moment the call connected, Gage unleashed his anger. However, Brendan's voice came through the phone. Boss Wong, what exactly did you want? What? Hearing Brendan's voice, Gage nearly jumped off the sofa in shock. Brendan? Why are you answering? How could you possibly have this number? Gage's face was full of disbelief. Huh. Brendan chuckled coldly. Why can't it be me? Who did you think it was? Alfred? Unfortunately, Alfred was arrested by the police 3 days ago. He obviously can't respond to you now, Brendan replied mockingly. Boom. For Gage, this news was like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. His face was one of utter shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. How is this possible? Brendan sneered coldly. Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how do you think I got this number? I've been waiting for your call these past few days. Boss Wong, you really aren't honest. You even hired a hitman to assassinate me. Brendan's tone was icy. Sweating profusely, Gage stuttered, Brendan, don't lie. When did I hire a hitman to kill you? That's a defamation. Brendan laughed derisively. Gage, are you still pretending? Alfred has already confessed everything. Humph. That's just slander. What evidence do you have to prove that I hired Alfred? Just having a witness won't get you anywhere even if you report me, Gage said arrogantly. Jamison listening to this, Brendan wasn't surprised. Don't worry, I won't report you. The person dealing with you isn't me. In about 3 days, you'll know the result. Brendan said teasingly. Gage's pupils constricted as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Before he could say anything more, Brendan hung up. Immediately after, the phone rang again. It was his store manager. Boss, bad news. Officials have shut down our shop, accusing us of fraudulent business practices. They've sealed all antiques and indefinitely closed the store. What? Gage let out a shocked exclamation, his voice raising several octaves. How is this possible? At this moment, Gage understood Brendan's implication. He hurriedly drove to the antique street, only to find his recently reopened antique store shut down again. Officials were sealing his store, placing a large seal on the main door. People around the antique street watched and pointed, gossiping. Seeing his hard work being sealed away, Gage rushed forward emotionally. Wait, on what grounds are you sealing my antique shop? I'm operating legally. I haven't broken any laws. Gage shouted, his old face flushed red. An official approached. Are you the owner, Gage? Yes, I am Gage. The official said, we received reports that you sell fake antiques and engage in fraudulent business practices. Your shop will be sealed until all items are inspected. You also need to cooperate with our investigation. Please come with us. Hearing this, Gage panicked. You can't do this. I know your boss. I'll call him. The official nodded. Go ahead. Gage quickly dialed a number. The call connected, but before he could speak, the other end cut in. Boss Wong, don't call me anymore. I can't help you with this. The line went dead. Gage's face turned pale. He wasn't stupid. He knew who was behind this. Shauna. Chapter 122. Gage's downfall. Finished. This time it's completely over. Gage's face was deathly pale. He knew all too well how much power Shauna wielded. If she truly decided to make a move against him, he had no means of defending himself. The disparity between them was enormous, and his greatest fear had indeed come true. Brendan. It must be Brendan. It's him who asked Jane to act. Gage gritted his teeth, seething with intense hatred that surged from his eyes. At this moment, a policeman walked in from outside and approached Gage directly. Are you Gage? You are implicated in a case of hiring a killer and kidnapping. Please come with us for an investigation, the policeman said. Boom. Gage's face turned as white as paper. His body staggered, nearly collapsing on the spot. I didn't hire a killer. You have no evidence. You can't take me away. Gage shouted frantically. The policeman replied, our investigation has revealed that recently you transferred $1 million from an overseas account to another person's account. That person is Alfred. You must remember him. Did you think we wouldn't find out about your secret transactions? Come with us. Those words shattered Gage's last psychological defenses. He hadn't anticipated that his overseas accounts would already be under scrutiny. In an instant, Gage felt utterly drained of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Gage was quickly taken away, while onlookers couldn't help but gossip about the scene. Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall. Today, he visited as part of his routine. Ever since Blake's siblings helped 3 days ago, Brendan had been coming daily for training. Ring ring ring. His phone rang. It was Shauna. Mr. Zhang, the matter with Gage has been resolved. His antique shop has been sealed off, and considering his charges of hiring a killer, kidnapping, and commercial fraud, he faces at least 20 years in prison. Shauna said. Wow. Brendan was astonished. Though he knew Shauna was powerful, he hadn't expected her influence to be this strong. It had only been 3 days, and she had already dealt with Gage. Thank you, madam. I appreciate your assistance greatly, Brendan expressed his gratitude. On the other end, Shauna smiled lightly. It's nothing really. Do you have time tonight? Come give me another massage. I want a massage on my back and abdomen this time. Gulp. Brendan couldn't help but swallow. Her request carried endless allure in just a few words. Sure, I'll come by tonight. Brendan agreed through clenched teeth. Though it would cost some spiritual energy, indulging such beauty was temptation he couldn't resist. Hanging up the call, Brendan walked into the martial arts hall. Brother Zhang, good morning. As soon as he entered the hall, Blake's hearty laughter echoed. These past few days, their relationship had advanced rapidly, even their greetings changed. Brother Tan, let's continue our training today, Brendan said. Blake's face showed a hint of urgency. Brother Zhang, I need to inform you of something. The Martial Arts Association has suddenly announced that this year's exchange will be held 2 months earlier than planned, this month end. Huh. Brendan frowned slightly. Why 2 months earlier? I don't know either. That's what the association announcement says. Our schedule has gotten tighter. From now on, you should come every day. Otherwise, we won't have enough time. Blake looked expectantly at Brendan. Brendan felt a bit helpless. With Blake looking at him like that, he found it hard to refuse. After all, they had just helped him significantly, making refusal impossible. Fine. I'll come here every day for the next half month, Brendan nodded. He prepared himself for intensive training. Blake's face lit up. Good brother, you're truly loyal. Let's start training right away. Blake enthusiastically led Brendan upstairs. Suzette had already prepared. Today, she wore a tight-fitting black training suit, perfectly highlighting her near-flawless figure, which made one's heart flutter merely from the sight of her curves. Let's begin. Suzette approached with no expression, ignoring Brendan's burning gaze. She was clearly used to such attention, so she wasn't affected. All right. They approached the old training equipment, and soon Suzette subjected Brendan to her rigorous regimen. The Ice Queen's training demands were always meticulous, leaving Brendan exhausted before long. In half a month, the exchange begins. My requirements will become even stricter from now on, Suzette stated. Brendan gritted his teeth, nodding. No problem. I can endure. With his spirit energy, Brendan believed in his ability to recover. Unless he died on the spot, he could recover even if pushed to his limits under the nurturing effects of his spirit energy. A day of training flew by. As Suzette predicted, today's requirements were extremely strict, nearly double those of yesterday. If not for the spirit energy, Brendan would already be lying lifelessly on the ground. By the end of the training session, he collapsed too exhausted to move even a finger. At this point, Blake arrived carrying a wooden tub, filling it with hot water, and then added a bowl of Chinese medicine. The pungent medicinal smell made Brendan wrinkle his nose. Brother Tan, what is this? A herbal bath? Blake nodded with a smile. That's right. With the intensity of today's training, if you don't do a herbal bath to restore your body, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Curious, Brendan quickly undressed and got into the tub. The scalding hot water and the stinging medicinal smell contorted his face. After soaking for an hour, he was surprised to find that his condition had indeed improved significantly. While it wasn't as effective as using spirit energy, it was better than conventional recovery methods. Brother Tan, isn't this herbal bath expensive? Brendan inquired. Quality comes at a price. He naturally understood this simple principle. Blake waved dismissively. It's okay. The herbs aren't that expensive these days. Really? Brendan was doubtful. I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you. From now on, add some extra specifications to my baths. And I'll cover the baths for everyone else as well. Cough cough. This almost choked Blake on his own saliva. How much? 1 million? Blake was stunned. Suzette beside him also showed a look of surprise. That's right. Given how hard you've trained me, I feel I should show my appreciation. 1 million yuan isn't much. Please don't refuse. Brendan spoke boldly. Chapter 123. Investing in the martial arts gym. Brendan's words took the siblings by surprise. This was 1 million yuan, not just 100. Are all rich people nowadays this generous? Opening their mouths and throwing out millions like it's nothing. I need these medicinal baths to nourish my body. All the herbs must be of the highest quality. I'm not short on money, Brendan said frankly. Lucas looked bewildered. All right, since you say so, there's no problem then. Brendan subsequently transferred 1 million to Lucas. Making 1 million would be difficult for ordinary people, but for him, it was just a simple matter. Brother Tang, Sister Xuanhuan, have you thought about expanding the martial arts gym? I'll invest capital, and both of you can join with your expertise. Brendan shared his idea. Upon hearing this, the brother and sister exchanged glances filled with anticipation. How much do you plan to invest? Annika asked. 5 million for now. It's all I can afford temporarily, Brendan rubbed his chin and replied. Hiss. Lucas couldn't help but draw in a breath sharply, exclaiming in shock, Brother Zhang, what line of work are you in? You're making this much money. Jade and antiques. Brendan chuckled. You two discuss where to build the new gym. But before that, I hope you can replace the equipment in the gym first. Brendan pointed at the dilapidated equipment. He had been training there every day and had endured enough. After they agreed, Brendan left the gym and drove home to take a shower before heading to Shauna's villa to give her a massage. When Brendan arrived, Shauna had already finished bathing. Today she was still in her pajamas, exposing her sexy, perfect figure. A significant test for Brendan, a young man brimming with vitality. Without waiting for Brendan to speak, Shauna lay down on the bed eagerly. Mr. Zhang, let's begin. Shauna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having experienced several massages, Shauna clearly found them addictive. The comfort made her relish each session immensely, looking forward to the every 3-day massage ritual. Looking at the beautiful Elaine lying in front of him, Brendan's hands didn't hesitate as they began their ministrations. In them, Shauna's face soon displayed a look of pure enjoyment. Her flawless cheeks bore a smile as she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the pleasant experience. She enjoyed it, but Brendan struggled internally. Being so close to such a stunning beauty, able to see and touch but not act on it, was incredibly frustrating. After finishing the massage, he had to return home and take a cold shower to quell the internal turmoil. Shauna's physique was outstanding, her abdomen smooth and free of any excess fat. The sensation of touching her skin was unforgettable. As he massaged Shauna's body, Brendan couldn't help but feel a surge of agitation. The half-hour massage ended quickly, leaving Shauna refreshed and rising comfortably while Brendan was sweating profusely from the effort. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I have a business opportunity for you. Interested? Shauna suddenly mentioned. A business? Brendan was curious. What kind of business? I have a young niece who had a car accident years ago, leaving her unable to walk. Your Qigong practice nurtures the body, so perhaps it might aid in her recovery. If you could heal her, it would be of great benefit to your future career. Shauna smiled. Brendan was taken aback. Given Shauna's status, her niece must also be a prominent person. The offer was certainly tempting. However, nurturing the body required his qi energy, which he needed for many other things. Adding another patient might exhaust him. Noticing Brendan's hesitation, Shauna added, My niece is very beautiful, matching me in appearance and demeanor. I agree. Brendan nodded immediately. A beautiful Elaine. That sealed the deal. Shauna smiled lightly and nodded. Good. I'll have her come over tomorrow. But my niece has an unusual temperament. Since her accident, her personality has changed. If she offends you, please bear with her. Brendan felt a bit regretful. Was this niece a spoiled brat? I'll try my best to be patient, Brendan assured her. Shauna laughed gently. Thank you in advance on behalf of my niece. Your Qigong therapy works well. It will surely help. The evening is still early. Why not stay for some late-night snacks? I recently bought a good bottle of wine. Sure, Brendan agreed. They moved into the garden. Soon, a Harlow came with a tray holding a bottle of red wine. The Harlow uncorked the bottle, releasing a sweet aroma. Brendan's eyes lit up. Though he wasn't an expert, the scent was indeed excellent. The Harlow poured them each a glass. To our health. To our health. Taking a sip, Brendan tasted a hint of bitterness, a bit of sweetness, and mostly rich flavors. Though he wasn't an avid connoisseur, this bottle of wine had a unique charm. 2 glasses later, Brendan felt slightly tipsy. So did Shauna, whose beautiful face blushed more enticingly. Well, that's it for tonight. I'll call you after my niece comes over tomorrow. Shauna rose, her figure swaying slightly. Instinctively, Brendan reached out to steady her. Let me help you back. But he regretted speaking as soon as the words were out. There was a Harlow nearby. Why did he need to help her? Now it seemed he had ulterior motives. Expecting refusal, he was surprised when Shauna nodded. Sure. Her cheeks flushed, eyes hazy, and slightly intoxicated expression made her seem even more enchanting. Surprised by her agreement, Brendan felt dry-mouthed but naturally didn't refuse. Supporting Shauna, she leaned into him, falling into his arms. This chapter showcases Brendan's investment in the martial arts gym, his professional interactions with Lucas and Annika, and his personal engagement with Shauna. It captures his growing influence and reputation, along with the complex emotions surrounding his relationship with Shauna. ##### Chapter 124, The Test. Shauna, in his arms, emitted a faint, exotic fragrance. With the beauty in his embrace, Brendan couldn't help but be captivated momentarily. He reached out to support Shauna's shoulders and helped her return to her room. Shauna swayed slightly, her entire body leaning heavily on Brendan. It was early September, and even at night, the weather was still stiflingly hot. As a result, both of them were dressed very lightly. In this position, Shauna leaning against him, Brendan could distinctly feel her warmth. Brendan took a sharp breath. Shauna was so drunk, yet she had agreed to let him take her back. Would something happen tonight? A hint of anticipation stirred in Brendan's heart. He supported the beauty in his arms, guiding her from the garden back to the villa, and soon they reached her room. Madam, Brendan gently shook Shauna. Looking down, he noticed she was already in a semi-conscious state. He carefully placed her on the bed, alone with the drunken beauty, with no one else around. If he were to do anything, should he touch her? This daring thought crossed Brendan's mind, and his gaze fell on Shauna's body. Despite being in her 30s, she had an exceptionally well-preserved figure and youthful appearance, making her all the more beautiful with age. Her charm as a mature Elaine was evident. Lying there defenselessly, such temptation would be hard for anyone to resist. No, I can't act like an animal. Brendan gritted his teeth and decided to leave. Though tempted, he wasn't about to violate basic morals. He removed her shoes and covered her with a blanket before exiting the room. At that moment, Shauna, who had seemed completely drunk, suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. As expected, he didn't disappoint. I can trust him to treat Silu. The next day, after breakfast, Kelsey headed to Xiuxian Martial Arts School for a grueling training session under Suzette. She pushed him to his limits, leaving him too exhausted even to appreciate her alluring presence. By afternoon, a call from Shauna came through. Mr. Zhang, my niece has arrived. When are you available? Brendan glanced at the time and replied, in an hour. He hung up and turned to Suzette, Xuanhuan. I have something to attend to, so we'll end today's training here. All right. Suzette nodded. Brendan quickly showered and drove to Shauna's villa. Upon entering, he heard an adolescent girl's discontented voice. Auntie, why did you drag me here? These legs of mine are hopeless anyway. I'm just a cripple now. What's the point of wasting time? Her tone was filled with resentment, but her voice was melodic and charming. Wow. Despite Shauna's forewarning, Brendan was still taken aback by the girl's rebellious complaints. He pushed open the door to the living room, where two women immediately turned their heads. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you. This is my niece Gretchen. Shauna smiled. Silu, this is Mr. Zhang. He is highly skilled, and with his treatment, your legs will surely improve. Brendan didn't respond, focusing instead on the teenager. Upon first sight, he was stunned. The girl looked to be around 16 or 17. Her delicate features akin to a manga heroine. Oval face, willow-like eyebrows, cherry lips, nearly perfect in every way. Purely based on looks, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty who would likely rival Shauna when fully grown. Sadly, she sat in a wheelchair, her long legs appearing frail and withered from lack of use. While Brendan sized her up, Gretchen scrutinized him in return. Auntie, is this guy your boyfriend? Gretchen asked bluntly. Cough. This nearly made Brendan choke on his own spit. Shauna chuckled awkwardly. Silu, how did you get that idea? If he's not your boyfriend, why would you introduce him to treat me? He's barely older than me, and probably hasn't even graduated from medical school. So many professors and famous doctors have examined my legs without success. What can he possibly do? Gretchen said directly, her gaze full of doubt. Shauna laughed softly. Trust me, would I lie to you? After Mr. Zhang treats you once, you'll see the results. Gretchen rolled her eyes. Fine. I'll give him a chance for your sake. She turned to Brendan. Hey, come over here and start treating me. I want to see what you can do to earn Auntie's praise. Brendan was speechless. This girl was indeed a brat. All right, let's begin, he conceded, considering Shauna's favor. He approached her, but did not rush into the treatment. Madam, what exactly is wrong with Miss Camden's legs? He asked. What kind of condition does she have? Gretchen glared. You don't know what's wrong with me? Shauna apologized and handed him the medical records. Brendan reviewed them meticulously. Having studied quite a bit of medicine recently, he could understand the report. Nerve necrosis? Brendan frowned slightly. Though he lacked confidence, he was willing to try. Let's start, he decided. Chapter 125, Gretchen, the Jamacental Hellcat. Brendan's gaze fell on Gretchen's legs. The young girl was wearing a black pleated skirt today, and beneath it were her legs encased in white stockings. Upon closer inspection, there was even an expanse of exposed skin between the hem of the skirt and the top of the stockings. Take off the stockings, Brendan said. He reached out and began to pull the stockings off her legs. Underneath the white stockings were slim and long legs. Her delicate skin was like snow, giving off an anime-like charm. Seeing Brendan remove her stockings, Gretchen's face showed a look of disdain. I'm warning you not to touch me randomly. I know men love white stockings, but if you play with my legs, I'll beat you up. Gretchen threatened fiercely. Brendan was speechless. Beside them, Shauna looked helpless. Silu, don't be so harsh. Mr. Zhang is treating you. Gretchen frowned immediately. Am I being too harsh? I just have normal requirements. If you think I'm being harsh, then don't treat me. Get away. Don't touch me. Gretchen started screaming and pushed Brendan forcefully. Raising his hands in surrender, Brendan took a step back, looking innocent. Seeing the commotion, Shauna felt a headache coming on. She gave Brendan an apologetic look and said, Mr. Zhang, let's pause the treatment for now. I'll calm Scylla down. Please rest in the garden for a bit. All right, Brendan nodded. He turned and left, leaving Shauna trying to pacify Gretchen. It took nearly half an hour for Gretchen to calm down. Shauna then wheeled her into the garden. Brendan was sitting in a chair, sipping tea. Seeing the two approaching, he stood up. Can we start? Sorry, maybe another time, Shauna apologized. Brendan shrugged. In the short while, he had seen the girl's stubbornness firsthand. Despite her undeniable beauty and cuteness, he didn't feel much affection towards this little hellcat. Shauna had already taken off Gretchen's stockings. Brendan walked over and immediately began his work. Gretchen watched him vigilantly as if he were some perverted youth. Ignoring her, Brendan activated his heavenly eye. Gretchen, none. 1685. Disability, nerve death in both legs, muscle atrophy. Brendan mentally noted the information and then activated his X-ray vision. The girl's legs began to change under his perception. Placing his hands on her legs, he controlled a stream of spiritual energy that slowly entered her legs, nurturing her body. Brendan massaged gently, his expression serious. However, Gretchen saw it differently. Are you even qualified? I feel like you're taking advantage of me. Don't tell me you're massaging me. Your technique isn't professional at all. You're clearly just touching my legs, right? Gretchen's eyes were filled with doubt. Cough. This is indeed a massage, Brendan explained. Shauna added, Silu, Mr. Zhang's massage is very professional. It just feels different from what you're used to. Do you feel anything? Gretchen crossed her arms, her attitude defiant. What would I feel? I'm just a cripple. My legs are useless anyway. What can this massage do? Brendan replied, Miss Camden's leg nerves are dead. She won't feel anything until they are repaired. Can they be repaired? Shauna asked hopefully. I'm not sure. We'll have to try. Brendan didn't want to give any definite answers yet. He continued massaging while observing her legs through his heavenly eye. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Gretchen's legs did show some increased vitality. However, he couldn't see whether the nerves were healing at the cellular level. Continuing the massage, he couldn't help but notice how good the texture of her legs was, despite their slight thinness. But the quality still rivaled those of celebrities known for their legs. Annoyed by her attitude, Brendan indulged himself slightly, using the pretense of a massage to boldly caress her long, snow-white legs. The sensation was so delightful that he almost didn't want to stop. 30 minutes quickly passed. Brendan reluctantly pulled back his hands. That's it for today. Her condition is quite severe. It's uncertain if the treatment will be effective. Multiple sessions are needed for a clear result. If there's no improvement after 5 sessions, then it's ineffective, Brendan concluded. Shauna nodded. Fine, I appreciate your effort. No problem. Gretchen frowned in complaint. Why? I have to let him touch me 4 more times? Auntie, aren't you humiliating me? This guy doesn't seem capable at all. He's been playing with my legs for half an hour and wants to do it 4 more times? No way. Shauna felt a massive headache. Silu, be good. It's only 4 tries. If Mr. Zhang's treatment works, you might walk again. Gretchen rolled her eyes. Jamasanki could manage? Though young, Mr. Zhang is very capable, Shauna smiled. Gretchen pouted, eyeing Brendan with doubt. Just as she was about to argue further, Shauna clutched her chest. Oh no, my heart, are you trying to make me upset? Gretchen panicked. I didn't mean to. Fine, I agree to the treatment. Don't be angry. Shauna smiled. Watching this, Brendan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He declined Shauna's dinner invitation and left soon after. Eating with Gretchen would be unbearable with her sharp tongue. Back home, Brendan enjoyed a relaxing shower. Checking his Naiwan palace, he found most of the accumulated spiritual energy depleted. It looks like I need to find another opportunity to absorb more spiritual energy soon. My current reserves can't sustain this consumption, Brendan mused, frowning. He called Leanne on his phone. Miss Wu, are you free lately? I need to visit Heian City. Chapter 126, Leanne's Troubles. Leanne seemed surprised by Brendan's call. Mr. Zhang is coming to Black Rock City? Brendan scratched his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. After all, he had visited Black Rock City several times before, each time being hosted by Leanne. The increasing frequency made him feel a bit awkward. Yes, I want to come to Black Rock City to look for high-quality jade or antiques, Brendan explained. He was actually here for the spiritual energy. After days of intense consumption, his reserves were running low. Unexpectedly, Leanne on the other end sounded delighted. Great. In fact, I was about to call you, Mr. Zhang. Rongqing will be hosting a high-end antique trading fair over the next few days. People from all over Sichuan will bring their best antiques for trade. This fair only happens once every 5 years and is more upscale than the antique market in Black Rock City. Many top-notch antiques always surface during these events, Leanne explained. Hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up immediately. A high-end antique trading fair? This was tailor-made for him. He gleefully agreed on the spot. I will definitely attend. When exactly? Day after tomorrow, came Leanne's reply. Brendan nodded. Then I'll come over to find you tomorrow, and we'll head to Rongqing together, okay? No problem, Leanne said. They settled on this plan, and Brendan subsequently informed Reese, Zaylee, and Shauna about his trip to Rongqing. With everything arranged, Brendan set off for Black Rock City. At the Black Rock City bus station, Brendan stepped out of the station to find a sports car parked at the entrance, its sleek body gleaming under the sun. Even more eye-catching was the voluptuous beauty standing in front of the car, drawing countless admiring glances from passers-by. Men, captivated by the sight, even forgot where they were walking and bumped into garbage bins. Brendan approached with a black backpack slung over his shoulder. His eyes fell upon Leanne, who was dressed elegantly as usual. Her mature allure was irresistible despite her casual appearance, making Brendan feel a rush of attraction. Mr. Zhang. Miss Wu. They exchanged greetings with smiles. Suddenly, a young man appeared. Mr. Zhang, it's great to see you again. It was Bryn. Seeing him, Brendan frowned. This man left no good impression last time. Not to mention that Bryn was a suitor of Leanne, and Brendan had unknowingly disrupted things between them. So it's Mr. Tang. Why are you here? Brendan squinted. Bryn smiled as if nothing had happened, though his insincere smile was obvious and somewhat annoying. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be tense. I'm going to the high-end antique fair in Rongqing too, so I thought I'd join you. Brendan felt annoyed. He and Leanne getting along was perfect. Why add an unnecessary man into the mix? He turned to Leanne instead of replying. Leanne nodded helplessly. My grandfather already agreed. There's nothing I can do. All right, if you don't mind, let's go then, Brendan conceded. He was surprised that Arno would agree to Bryn joining them, but suspected there must be some reason behind it. As an outsider, he didn't pry further. The trio soon prepared to leave. For the long journey, they chose an SUV instead of the sports car. Bryn called for a driver, and as they were about to get in, he suggested, Mr. Zhang, the passenger seat is very comfortable. How about you sit up front? Brendan sneered inwardly, recognizing Bryn's intention to sit with Leanne in the back. He glanced at Leanne, who surprisingly did not object. Bryn looked smug, taunting Brendan. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? Sage doesn't seem to mind. By the way, forgot to tell you, we're now engaged. We're officially a couple, Bryn added arrogantly. Brendan was stunned, turning to Leanne, seeing only resignation in her expression. He realized something was amiss. Fine, I like the passenger seat anyway, Brendan conceded, taking the front seat while Leanne and Bryn sat in the back. Once inside, Bryn attempted to lean closer to Leanne, who promptly resisted. Don't get too close. I don't like sitting so near to anyone. Bryn laughed politely, retreating to his seat. Driver, let's go. The car started and headed straight for Rongqing. 2 hours later, the vast city of Rongqing came into view, towering skyscrapers lining the horizon. Entering Rongqing, the bustling cityscape became visible. As the capital of Sichuan, Rongqing boasted over 20 million inhabitants, a true metropolis. Not even Black Rock City could compare, let alone smaller cities like Shangjiang. Their driver brought them to a 5-star hotel. After settling into their rooms, they gathered. We'll put our luggage away and then go eat, Bryn proposed. Leanne shook her head. I'm not hungry yet. You two can go ahead. Sensing Leanne's hint, Brendan replied, neither am I. We can eat later tonight. Bryn eyed both of them, smirking inwardly. Suit yourselves. But Sage, remember your status. Don't do anything inappropriate. Otherwise, your family won't be pleased. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about others, he added mockingly. Chapter 127, Jamisonkning Emergency. His tone made it seem as if he had a handle on Leanne, which only reinforced Brendan's belief that Bryn had found some weakness of hers. Otherwise, given Leanne's personality, it would be unlikely for her to associate with someone like Bryn. Each of the three returned to their respective rooms. Brendan had just put down his luggage when there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he saw Leanne standing there. Come in and let's talk. Brendan ushered Leanne into the room. Leanne entered and sat on the bed, her demeanor unusually despondent. Miss Wu, what's going on between you and Bryn? I remember last time, Brendan asked. Leanne sighed. It's due to family discussions between our families. Won't this lead to an arranged marriage? Brendan mumbled. Leanne didn't respond, clearly acknowledging it. Brendan rubbed his temples. If it were a family-arranged marriage, he wouldn't be able to help much. At the end of the day, he was just a small-time millionaire. While he might be wealthy by ordinary standards, he had no leverage before families like the Wus and Tangs, basically putting him on par with an average Joe. What about your grandfather? What does he say? I remember he loved you dearly, Brendan added. Mentioning this, Leanne's expression darkened even more. Grandfather is hospitalized and currently unconscious. After you left last time, he accidentally fell at home the next day, leading to paralysis. He hasn't woken up yet. Leanne's voice choked slightly. Upon hearing this, Brendan's pupils constricted. Jamisonkh was indeed unpredictable. The once healthy and active old man had suddenly become paralyzed and unconscious. So, the reason for your arranged marriage with the Tang family is because your family believes the patriarch's coma has weakened your family's influence, and they want to solidify their position through this marriage? Brendan guessed. Leanne nodded. Yes. Well, he thought to himself, he really did hit the nail on the head. Brendan felt speechless. Being from a prominent family wasn't always advantageous. Sometimes it was worse than being an ordinary person. He didn't try to persuade Leanne about pursuing romantic freedom. Since she came from a powerful family and enjoyed its benefits, it was reasonable for her to pay her dues now. Wait, could his spiritual energy heal Arno? Even if not, waking him up should be doable, right? This thought popped into Brendan's mind. He didn't immediately share it, knowing that Qigong wasn't easily taken seriously. He decided to attempt it after the high-end antiques fair. Mr. Zhang, Bryn may target you these next few days. I suggest you don't come along with us this time. Otherwise, given Bryn's character, he will definitely find trouble for you. He lost face last time, and if he gets a chance, he won't let you off, Leanne said earnestly. Brendan smiled. I won't give him the chance. Besides, you need my help now. You helped me last time, and if you're in trouble now, how could I just leave you? He patted his chest. He was one to repay kindness. He hadn't forgotten Leanne spending 50 million on his jade. Thank you. Leanne looked grateful. Be careful then. With those words, Leanne left. Time flew by until evening. Brendan stayed in his hotel room and ordered a meal when he felt hungry. Just as he finished eating and was about to take a shower, his phone rang. It was Leanne. Mr. Zhang, I'm in trouble. Bryn invited me for drinks and is trying to get me drunk. Please come help me. Leanne's voice was hurried and somewhat slurred. Brendan instantly focused and agreed immediately. Where are you? New Moon Bar, private room number 4. Ending the call, Brendan rushed out, taking a taxi. Sir, to New Moon Bar, he instructed. Sure thing. Sit tight. The driver sped off like an arrow leaving the bow, disappearing into the night within seconds. Brendan hurriedly made his way to New Moon Bar, barging straight into private room 4 without any hesitation and kicking open the door. Inside, he saw Bryn forcing drinks down Leanne's throat. She was clearly resisting, her cheeks flushed and eyes half-lidded. The sudden intrusion startled both occupants. Brendan, what are you doing here? Did Xiuxian call you? Bryn deduced immediately. Seeing Brendan storm in, Bryn's expression soured. Ignoring Bryn, Brendan pulled Leanne up from the sofa, half drunk as she was, and prepared to leave. Miss Wu is drunk. I'll take her back. Hold it. Bryn's tone was icy. Brendan, aren't you meddling too much? Xiuxian is my Elaine. Do you really think you should be the one to take her back? Bryn sneered. Facing Bryn's hostility, Brendan remained unfazed. Bryn, I don't want to argue with you. Leanne called me. If you have something to say, tell her yourself. With that, he picked up Leanne to leave. Suddenly, a man blocked their way. Afei, stop them, Bryn ordered. Afei was the burly driver who'd chauffeured them earlier. Clearly trained, he towered over everyone else. Brendan frowned. Bryn, are you planning to fight us? The Elaine in your arms is my girlfriend. I suspect you have bad intentions. Put her down, or I won't be responsible for what happens next. Bryn smirked mockingly. Setting Leanne down gently, she clung to him pleadingly. Don't leave me here. Don't worry, I'll handle this, Brendan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Looks like you know better. Leave now, and I won't make things difficult for you. Bryn gloated upon seeing Brendan comply. Chapter 128. The Beauty's Reward. Brendan gently laid Leanne on the sofa, then tidied up his clothes. Suddenly, Brendan made a swift move with incredible force, like a famished tiger pouncing for prey, and in an instant, he was right before Jeffrey. The Sinclair True Chi flowing through his body gave Brendan tremendous strength, making this pounce as fearsome as that of a real fierce tiger. Jeffrey's pupils constricted. In this critical moment, he crossed his arms to shield himself. The next second, Brendan's body collided forcefully into his. There was a considerable size difference between the two. Brendan was just under 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 70 kilograms, while Jeffrey stood nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighed 100 kilograms. Despite the 30-kilogram weight difference, the impact sent Jeffrey flying. The burly man, weighing 100 kilograms, flew backward like a broken kite and crashed into the wall. Ah! A cry of agony escaped from Jeffrey's mouth. Pain was etched on his face as it took him quite a while to barely rise up again. Why are you so strong? Jeffrey's face was filled with shock. Just now, when Brendan collided with him, it felt like being hit by a wildly charging bull, leaving him completely helpless. How could someone who looked not particularly muscular possess such terrifying strength? Jeffrey! Bryn shouted out in disbelief from the side. Also stunned. Straightening up, Brendan dusted off his clothes and smirked at Bryn. Looks like your bodyguard isn't very capable. Next time, get a better one. Without waiting for Bryn's reaction, Brendan picked up Leanne and left. His figure quickly disappeared before Bryn. Bryn's expression turned extremely dark as he approached Jeffrey with a gloomy look. What were you doing? Didn't you tell me you had practiced martial arts for 10 years, and that hardly anyone in Black Rock City could match you? Now, a young man from a small county town has defeated you, making me lose all face, Bryn scolded mercilessly. Jeffrey looked extremely aggrieved but explained, Boss, this guy is very strong. He might have some special physical condition, and he must have been trained too. Otherwise, before Jeffrey could finish, Bryn interrupted coldly. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. You need to find a way to regain your honor. Otherwise, consider yourself unemployed. With that, Bryn left, leaving Jeffrey alone in the private room, feeling utterly frustrated. F***CK. Jeffrey cursed angrily. Half an hour later, Brendan returned to the room with Leanne, took out her room card, and entered the room. Leanne was half drunk, smelling of alcohol, lying weakly on Brendan's body. Leanne? Leanne? Brendan called out a few times, and Leanne opened her eyes dazedly. Have we arrived at the hotel? Yes. Why did you drink so much wine with Bryn in that bar? Brendan asked, puzzled. Leanne wasn't usually so irrational. If Bryn invited her to drink in a private room, shouldn't she have seen through his intentions? Sighing, Leanne replied, Bryn said he wanted to discuss marriage with me. I didn't notice anything wrong as I listened to him, and before I knew it, I drank too much. Brendan was speechless. Since it had already happened, he didn't know what more to say. Clearly, Bryn had often used such tactics to deceive women. All right, rest well. I'm going back. Brendan turned to leave. Wait, I feel weak. Can you help me wipe my body? I don't want to sleep with all this sweat. What? Brendan couldn't believe his ears. Help Leanne wipe her body? Wasn't that too stimulating? Swallowing hard, Brendan nodded, fetching a hot towel from the bathroom and returning. Seeing Leanne lying there helplessly on the bed, Brendan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. A stunning beauty lying defenseless before him, fully exposed, was irresistibly tempting. How many men could resist such a lure? Approaching with the hot towel, he caught Leanne's gaze. Chapter 129. Brendan with a thick skin. After wiping herself clean, Leanne quickly put her clothes back on. Seeing this, Brendan couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Was this treat over too soon? Noticing the disappointment on Brendan's face, Leanne rolled her eyes. You're just as lecherous as Bryn, she said irritably. Brendan defended himself with confidence. That's not true. I've never used despicable means. It's late now, you should get some rest. I'll leave first, Brendan said. Leanne felt a bit reluctant to part ways. Stay for a while longer and chat with me. All right, let me give you a massage instead. Brendan offered, smiling. My massage skills are quite good, he added with a grin. Leanne looked at him suspiciously. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Nonsense, that's slander. Brendan protested loudly, though his eyes shifted nervously. Leanne gave him another scornful look but didn't refuse. Delighted, Brendan began massaging Leanne immediately. With prior experience from massaging Shauna, he was now reasonably skilled in massage techniques. Though he wasn't as proficient as professional masseurs, none of them had his internal energy. His fingers delicately massaged Leanne's skin, which was impeccably maintained, feeling every bit as exquisite as that of a young girl. Internal pure yang energy flowed through his fingertips into Leanne's body, infused with a touch of spirit energy. Leanne let out a soft moan, her beautiful face soon reflecting an expression of sheer enjoyment. I didn't expect your massage technique to be so excellent. None of the previous masseurs have given me such a sensation, Leanne marveled curiously. Is this a special massage technique? She asked as she enjoyed it. Brendan beamed proudly. This is my unique massage technique. I call it pure Sinclair hands. Leanne couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, closing her eyes to indulge in the moment fully. As Brendan continued massaging her, he admired her graceful posture. The satisfaction he derived from seeing her enjoying the massage under his hands was indescribable. Starting from her head, his hands gradually moved down to her shoulders and finally reached her abdomen. He massaged carefully while closely observing Leanne's reactions, noting that she showed no signs of objection. Gradually, he grew bolder, edging closer to inappropriate boundaries. Her beautifully sculpted body felt incredibly pleasant in his hands, making Brendan loath to stop. A flush crept back onto Leanne's cheeks as Brendan's massage became increasingly intense. Don't go too far, Leanne warned. Brendan chuckled awkwardly, just normal massage techniques. From then on, his hands were more restrained, though still taking advantage where possible without being overly bold. The combination of pure yang energy and spirit energy produced remarkable nourishing effects, calming Leanne's breathing in no time. Seeing that Leanne had fallen asleep, Brendan gently placed her on the bed and quietly left the room. He turned off the lights and stepped out, only to bump into Bryn right outside the door. Brendan, why are you coming out of Sage's room now? What were you two doing inside? Bryn's expression was grim. Unperturbed by Bryn's interrogation, Brendan replied calmly, we were just chatting. Bryn, knowing better, found these words hard to believe. If he were in Brendan's shoes, he wouldn't have just chatted with a beautiful, drunk Elaine. Brendan, don't overstep your boundaries. Leanne is my Elaine, and that will never change. You'd better leave on your own accord tomorrow, or I'll make you leave, Bryn coldly threatened. Brendan snorted inwardly. If it were the old him, he would have left long ago upon hearing such threats. He was well aware of the gap between him and Bryn, a rich kid, while he remained a poor nobody. But now, armed with the heavenly eye, spirit energy, and pure Sinclair gong, Brendan had truly turned his life around. Bryn was not among the top echelons of society. His family's influence was limited to Black Rock City. He could avoid Black Rock City for life if necessary, and besides, what could happen even if he offended Bryn? Tang young master, aren't you being a bit too domineering? Why should you dictate how I conduct myself? Brendan retorted directly. Bryn laughed mockingly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Brendan, it seems you haven't realized the difference between us. You're just a nobody from a small city like Shangjiang, yet you think you can compete with me for Elaine? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see if you're fit for it? Bryn sneered, pointing at Brendan's nose contemptuously. Brendan's face darkened. Even the most patient man has limits. You're not the one to decide whether I'm fit. If you want to play games, I'll gladly join in. With that, Brendan turned and returned to his room. Watching him walk away, Bryn's expression turned icy cold. Damn, a mere nobody dares to contest with me for Elaine. How foolish. I'll see how much you've got to boast about with such confidence. Bryn's gaze was sharp as a blade. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the three of them got up separately and met for breakfast. After last night's incident, the atmosphere between them was clearly strained. Leanne sat next to Brendan, facing Bryn across the table. Bryn's expression tightened momentarily upon seeing this scene, but said nothing further. After breakfast, they headed out for the high-end antique trading fair held that day. Chris drove the SUV, and the trio set off shortly after boarding. Chris cast a glance at Brendan sitting in the passenger seat, catching Brendan's eye. Ignoring the stare, Brendan remained indifferent. Soon, they arrived at a serene resort villa. The SUV parked in the villa's lot. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and the parking area was filled with various vehicles, many bearing license plates from different parts of Chuan province, and even some from other provinces. After getting out of the car, the trio presented their invitations and entered the resort villa. Due to the exclusive nature of today's event, the entire resort had been booked, denying access to all outsiders without invitations. Translation completed, maintaining the paragraph structure, tone, and style as requested. Chapter 130, Making a Small Fortune. The three walked deep into the resort and soon arrived at the garden area. Numerous booths were already set up here, bustling with activity as many antique vendors showcased their invaluable treasures for sale. The buyers strolling around the garden were all dressed in expensive attire. Clearly none of them had money issues. The large garden was filled with various stalls, stretching to dozens upon dozens. Each stall displayed different antiques, calligraphy and paintings, porcelain vases, jade and copper artifacts. Unlike the last antique market he visited, today's offerings were mostly premium items. There were no remnants or miscellaneous trinkets from the last fair to be seen. Indeed worthy of being a high-end antique trade fair, these antiques' quality are truly impressive. Brendan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had a premonition that he could make a significant profit here today. At this moment, Bryn spoke beside him. You two wander around here casually. I have a friend who is also here today. I'll go find him. After saying this, Bryn left immediately. Brendan was slightly surprised. Yesterday, Bryn had guarded Leanne so closely, but today he had unexpectedly left Leanne in his company. Where there's an abnormality, there must be trickery. Brendan narrowed his eyes. His instinct told him that Bryn probably had some tricks up his sleeve. However, when troops come, generals resist. When water comes, earth blocks it. He wanted to see what kind of antics Bryn would play. Leanne, let's go. If we're lucky, we might find something really good today. Brendan's tone was filled with excitement. All right, Lian nodded. They started with the first stall, which mainly sold jade artifacts. These ancient jade pieces were exquisitely crafted. Although they weren't as perfect as they once were due to the passage of time, the exquisite carving and craftsmanship still revealed their past grandeur. Jade ring, glass seed jade, unnamed craftsman, 300 years, priced at 200,000. Wow, the first antique was valued at 200,000. Brendan blinked in surprise, muttering in awe while checking the sign on the stall. Each item here had a clear price tag. This particular jade ring was marked at 300,000. Brendan leaned in gently and touched it with his fingertips. Instantly, the spiritual energy inside the jade ring was absorbed into his xuanhuan palace. A smile spread across his face. Note, xuanhuan palace is often used in Taoist context to refer to a point between the eyebrows, but in this context, it seems to be used as a fictional reference for an energy storage place. I replaced mi wangong with xuanhuan palace to maintain the mystical tone and ensure it reads naturally in English. He had already activated his heavenly eye casually and noticed several antiques radiating the light of spiritual energy. Without a doubt, today would be highly rewarding. His gaze shifted to the second antique, a jade thumb ring. Jade thumb ring, emerald seed jade, unnamed craftsman, 500 years, priced at 500,000. According to the price tag, it was listed at 200,000. Boss, I'll take this jade thumb ring, Brendan said without hesitation. He paid via card, and soon the stall owner handed over the jade thumb ring packed in a box. Lian looked at it curiously. Can this jade thumb ring make money? It has a 500-year history of emerald seed jade. Its market value is roughly around 500,000. By reselling it, you can earn 300,000 more. Quite impressive. Brendan felt extremely pleased. Congratulations, Lian smiled. Starting off with such a win made Brendan even more upbeat. He continued browsing the stall and found 4 more antiques radiating spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he absorbed all their internal energy and then moved on with Lian. Still hold my hand, okay? It's too crowded here, and I don't want you to get lost, Brendan said. Lian gave him a glare. The crowd isn't that big yet. Just say you want to take advantage of me. Sure, I do want to take advantage of you, okay? Brendan bluntly replied. Lian blushed, not expecting Brendan to be so straightforward. She pinched his waist hard. Despite wincing in pain, Brendan didn't expect Lian to come closer voluntarily and embrace him. Wow, Brendan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Lian to be so proactive. Enjoying the moment, he brought her to the next stall. This stall had a total of 14 antiques, each a top-notch piece. Unlike the previous one, this booth offered a variety of types. Brendan even spotted a rusted iron sword. Rusted iron sword, tempered iron, crafted by Asif, 2400 years, priced at 3 million. Seeing this, Brendan's eyes nearly popped out. This sword was crafted by the legendary blacksmith Asif. Upon closer inspection, the sword's interior indeed shimmered with potent spiritual energy. The vast amount of energy within was the most astounding among all antiques he'd encountered. Whoa! True to its legend, this weapon forged by the legendary blacksmith carried over 2 millennia of history and immense effort. It perfectly embodied the conditions required for containing spiritual energy. Brendan reached out and lightly touched the blade, instantly feeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy flood into his body. Awesome! Brendan was elated. The amount of spiritual energy inside the iron sword was colossal, equivalent to more than a dozen ordinary antiques combined. After a few breaths, he finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from the ancient sword. With a broad smile, Brendan said, Boss, I'll take this ancient sword. 10,000, the stall owner smiled. Brendan pulled out his card and paid. Both parties were satisfied. The stall owner netted 10,000 for a rusty old sword, while Brendan could resell it for 1 million. Everyone was happy. The ancient sword was quickly wrapped up. Brendan examined the severely corroded blade and shook his head. Too deteriorated. No wonder the stall owner couldn't appreciate its uniqueness. Without proper care, it will oxidize completely in no time. Brendan respectfully stored the ancient sword. Just then, Bryn returned. Chapter 131. The Troublemaking Clown. Brendan, what did you buy that has you smiling so happily? Bryn's voice sounded out. The two turned their heads and saw Bryn, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair. Bryn's gaze fell on the two of them. When he saw Lian affectionately hugging Brendan, his expression immediately darkened. His face clearly showed anger, but perhaps considering they were in a public place, he forced himself to suppress it. He clearly didn't want anyone to know he was being made a fool of. That would be truly embarrassing. Bryn laughed nervously. Let me introduce you. This is Senior Dwayne. Senior Camden is a senior member of the Xuanfu Antique Association, and there are only 32 senior members in the entire association, with Senior Camden being one of them. Senior Camden's appraisal skills are among the best in the entire Xuanfu region. Dwayne chuckled slightly, his aged face showing a hint of pride. Oh, I merely understand a little about antiques. This young brother here is the antique prodigy you told me about? As he spoke, Dwayne looked at Brendan. Bryn laughed loudly. That's right. Mr. Brendan is a true prodigy. At our high-end city antique market last time, he instantly identified something valuable inside a jade figurine, which ultimately turned out to be worth over 1 million. Oh. He was slightly surprised and sized up Brendan with a suspicious gaze. To have such an eye at such a young age, who is your teacher? Dwayne asked. Brendan frowned slightly, and Lian beside him also looked uneasy. Neither of them was stupid. They could see that Bryn had brought Dwayne over deliberately to cause trouble. Bryn, what are you doing? Lian coldly reprimanded. Bryn sneered. And what are you doing? While I wasn't around, you were all cozy with Brendan. I just thought Brendan was a prodigy, so I asked Senior Camden to give him some pointers. With that, Bryn laughed again. Senior Camden is one of the 36 senior members of the Xuanfu Antique Association. It's Brendan's honor to receive guidance from him. Ordinary people wouldn't even get this chance for money. Brendan should be grateful. Bryn's tone was full of sarcasm, making it clear he had ill intentions. Sorry, I don't need any pointers. I don't have a teacher. I'm just self-taught and stumbled upon things, Brendan replied. As for the antique market incident, it was just luck. Facing this response, Bryn burst into laughter. Brendan, you're too modest. Getting guidance from Senior Camden is something others dream of. Don't refuse it. Brendan shrugged. Sorry, I declined. Dwayne looked at him appraisingly. Benjamin, humility is good, but you don't need to worry. Even if you make mistakes, I won't blame you. I'll take the place of your teacher and guide you properly today. This delighted Bryn, who seemed sure he had cornered Brendan. Faced with their coordinated efforts, Brendan once again shrugged. I already said no. I don't have a teacher, and I don't like taking advice from strangers, especially those with ill intentions. The atmosphere instantly turned icy as the words left his mouth. Dwayne frowned. Benjamin, what do you mean? I offered you guidance, yet you say I have ill intentions? Do you know how many people in the entire Xuanfu region want my guidance? Bryn chimed in eagerly. Yes, Brendan. You're being too ungrateful. Being guided by Senior Camden is your honor. If you don't feel grateful, that's fine. But now you're questioning Senior Camden's intentions? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Bryn shouted loudly, not holding back at all. Their argument had attracted the attention of several nearby people. Antique buyers around them began turning their heads. Soon, someone recognized Dwayne. That's Senior Camden, isn't it? So the old gentleman really came here. Senior Camden is here today, but given his status, he should be in the VIP area deeper within the complex. Our ordinary antiques outside probably don't interest him. People started whispering, and the atmosphere grew tense. Seeing the situation, Leanne felt worried and anxious. She leaned close to Brendan's ear and whispered, Don't argue with him. That person has high status. If you offend him, it will be difficult for you to work in the antique industry later on. As someone from a family with connections, Leanne knew the importance of networking. Once you offended an elder in an industry, you were essentially done. She didn't want Brendan to ruin his future for her sake. However, Brendan showed no signs of backing down. If he were still an ordinary person, he might bow and apologize. But he had the heavenly eye, a godlike ability. Why fear anything? Thanks for the offer, Senior Camden, but I'm just an antique enthusiast. I can't accept your guidance. I won't waste your time further, Leanne. Let's go. Saying that, Brendan took Leanne by the waist and turned to leave. Wait. Dwayne stopped them, while Bryn, like a lapdog, echoed supportively. Brendan, Senior Camden hasn't agreed yet. Are you leaving without permission? We as juniors ignoring a senior's face is disrespectful. Brendan's impatience reached its limit. Enough. You two are putting on a show, aren't you? You just want to play a trick on me. Stop pretending. I know exactly what you're trying to do, and I'm not interested in playing along. Brendan bluntly retorted, shocking everyone. Buzz. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted around them. Many people stared at Brendan in disbelief. Who was this young man? How dare he defy Senior Dwayne so openly? Chapter 132. Expelled from the premises. Perry's face darkened at Brendan's words. After all these years in the antiques world, no one had ever dared to defy him so openly in such a public setting. If it were someone of great importance, he might have let it slide. However, Brendan was merely a young man from a small city. For someone like this to defy him so brazenly was truly infuriating. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Bryn nearly burst out laughing at the situation. Excitement filled Bryn's heart. He wanted to laugh aloud on the spot. Leanne, on the other hand, felt anxious. She hadn't expected Brendan to be so impulsive as to confront Perry publicly. Given Perry's influence, Brendan would undoubtedly face significant obstacles in developing his career in the antiques industry. Benjamin, you are too arrogant. I merely intended to guide you, yet you insult me so. Such uncivilized behavior is utterly barbaric. Perry berated Brendan angrily. Silence enveloped the area, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Brendan sneered. He wasn't foolish. It was obvious that Perry and Bryn had come here with malicious intent. Would submitting to them avoid trouble? It was better to lash out than to suppress his anger. Respect? I don't know you at all. How can you talk about respect when you suddenly start lecturing me? I'm not interested in conversing with you. Leanne, let's go, Brendan said directly. He turned to leave with Leanne, but Perry immediately snapped. Hold it. Do you really think you can just walk away? Bryn fanned the flames. Old Master Camden is right. Brendan's actions are indeed excessive. Old Master Camden had good intentions, yet you repay kindness with insults. Truly ungrateful. Brendan seethed internally, cursing Bryn bitterly for playing such dirty tricks on him. Many people in the garden were watching, drawn by their commotion. The comments they made infuriated Brendan even further. What an entertaining spectacle. Where does this young man come from, daring to defy Old Master Camden? It's rather excessive, isn't it? Old Master Camden only wanted to help, and countless people in Camdingdu's antiques community would kill for his guidance. Yet he lashes out at Old Master Camden instead of showing gratitude. Today's youth don't know their place. Does he realize Old Master Camden's status in the antiques world? He'll find it difficult to survive in Camdingdu after insulting him. People buzzed around, many pointing fingers at Brendan. This infuriated Brendan. At this point, security personnel arrived on the scene. Please calm down. Could you explain what happened? The security captain asked. Brendan stepped forward to explain, but Bryn quickly interrupted. This person insulted Old Master Camden. He insulted Old Master Camden despite his kind advice, and everyone here heard it clearly. Damn. Brendan's face darkened. Bryn accused him first. The security captain looked around, and several people nodded. Seeing this, the captain approached Brendan. Sir, our trade fair promotes harmonious transactions. You've violated our rules, so we must ask you to leave. Please don't make it difficult for us. The captain spoke politely. Brendan was speechless. Leanne tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Mr. Zhang, don't continue. The people behind this trade fair have considerable power. Continuing will do us no good. Brendan understood this, but found it hard to swallow his pride. However, the situation was against him, and there was nothing else to do. Sorry, I was too impulsive. Let's go. Brendan left with a grim expression, clearly feeling humiliated. He didn't want to escalate matters and decided to take the loss. Please, the captain nodded. Under the captain's supervision, Brendan and Leanne had to leave the villa. They were essentially expelled, and Bryn laughed as they departed. Brendan glanced back at Bryn's smug face, gritting his teeth. Since acquiring the Heavenly Eye, he'd never suffered such a defeat. Despite his frustration, he had no choice but to leave. After returning to the car, Leanne expressed her guilt. Sorry, Mr. Zhang. Today's events are my fault. Bryn targeted you because of me. I take full responsibility, Leanne apologized sincerely. Brendan waved her concerns aside. It's fine. Just a minor issue. The wise say that misfortune brings fortune. A bit of adversity can be beneficial. Leanne chuckled. Mr. Zhang really knows how to jest. No matter what, today's issues are my fault, and I'll find a way to compensate you. We've probably been blacklisted from this trade fair now. Compensation? Hearing this word, Brendan perked up. What compensation? His eyes involuntarily lingered on Leanne's voluptuous figure, feeling a spark of excitement. Leanne rolled her eyes and blushed slightly, inwardly scoffing. Should we head back now? She changed the subject. Brendan regained his composure. A bit of lust was fine, but being overly indulged would be absurd. Not yet. Since we're in Kamdingdu, let's visit the antique street. With some luck, we might find a hidden treasure, Brendan said. Chapter 133, Leanne's compensation. The two of them immediately set off for the antique street in Rongqing. This was not Leanne's first visit, so she was already very familiar with its location. They hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the entrance of the antique street. Before their eyes lay a bustling thoroughfare that could more accurately be described as a district. The entire area was dedicated to the antique business, with crowds milling about, creating a lively scene. Row after row of antique shops lined the street, numbering in the dozens just within a single glance. The scale of Rongqing's antique street is unexpectedly this large, Brendan exclaimed in surprise. Compared to this, the antique street in Shangjiang felt like a small village. Leanne smiled and said, Rongqing is the capital city of Sichuan province. Naturally, its antique street would be quite extensive. Every day, transactions here exceed 10 million yuan. Goodness, Brendan gaped, his excitement growing as he took in the bustling street. He had nearly been furious after being expelled from the trading fair earlier. There were many exquisite antiques at the fair, several containing spiritual energy. If he had absorbed all of it, his own reserves would have increased significantly. But because of Bryn, that plan was dashed. It was often said that disrupting someone's wealth was akin to killing their parents. Spiritual energy was far more important to him than money. Bryn, you bastard, I've got a bone to pick with you. One day, I'll settle the score. Brendan clenched his teeth. He quickly composed himself, and they entered the antique street together. As soon as they stepped in, the bustling sounds of human voices greeted them. At that moment, Leanne suddenly came up beside him and hugged his arm. Her body pressed tightly against his, her full and supple form intimately close. The sudden soft touch left Brendan surprised. He hadn't expected Leanne to do this. Turning his head, he saw her cheeks flushed red. Because of me, you were targeted by Bryn, so this is my way of compensating you, Leanne explained with a blush. What bliss. Brendan was thrilled. The sudden intimate gesture almost made him lose control. It was September, and both were dressed lightly. As their bodies pressed together, Brendan could clearly feel Leanne's warm body heat. While savoring her softness and inhaling the fragrance wafting from her, Brendan couldn't help but enjoy the moment. Cough. He put on a facade of a proper gentleman. Let's get going. The two began strolling along the antique street. Brendan quietly activated the identification function of his heavenly eye. They approached a roadside stall filled with various rustic items. Jamisental brother, take a good look. Everything here is absolutely genuine, the vendor boasted. Brendan couldn't help but sneer. The vendor's words only fooled those who knew nothing about antiques. Under the power of his heavenly eye, most items on the stall were fakes. The few genuine pieces were rather ordinary and had no significant value. We should check out other places, Brendan suggested. Taking Leanne to another stall yielded similar results. After visiting several stalls, Brendan found nothing that caught his eye. These roadside stalls are unlikely to have anything valuable, Leanne advised. If you want to buy quality items, you need to go to larger stores. Brendan shrugged. No rush. We have plenty of time. We can take our time exploring. All right, Leanne agreed. The two continued wandering from stall to stall. Though Brendan knew the chances of finding rare treasures were slim, there was always hope. Continually using his heavenly eye for identification began to wear him out. I'm a bit tired today. Let's call it a day and rest, Brendan said, rubbing his temples. Sure, Leanne nodded considerately. They left the antique street and returned to the hotel. After a comfortable shower, Brendan was about to sleep when there was a knock on the door. Opening it, he saw Leanne standing there. His eyes lit up. Miss Wu, come in, he invited warmly. Leanne's face was tinged with a blush. I saw you were quite exhausted today. I used to massage my grandfather's head to help him relax. Perhaps. I can. Before she could finish, Brendan nodded eagerly. Sure. Thrilled at the prospect of a massage from a beautiful Elaine, Brendan readily agreed. Seeing his enthusiasm, Leanne couldn't help but smile wryly. Brendan lay down on the bed, and Leanne approached, her gentle hands beginning to massage his head. True expertise showed in her technique. Brendan soon wore an expression of enjoyment and surprise. Miss Wu, your skills are surprisingly professional. Thank you. I frequently massage my grandfather, which has honed my skills. But it's a pity he's now in a coma, and it's uncertain if he will ever wake up. Mentioning this, Leanne's mood turned somber. Seeing the pained and worried look on her face, Brendan felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps I can help. You? Leanne paused, confused. Do you know any highly skilled doctors? No, actually, I know some special massage techniques that can sometimes be effective in certain situations, Brendan explained. Just like last night when you were drunk. I used a special technique to massage you. Now, Leanne was genuinely surprised. Last night's massage had been extremely comforting, leaving a deep impression on her. Despite her surprise, Leanne smiled and shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but it's unnecessary. Seeing Leanne's refusal, Brendan knew she didn't fully believe him. He insisted, let me give it a try. It's just an attempt, after all. I have a bit of a connection with the old man. I'd like to help. Chapter 134, Confrontation. Seeing Brendan's insistence, Leanne did not refuse this time. All right, let's give it a try when we get back. Leanne did not hold any hope. Brendan noticed her expression. He himself had no confidence in whether he could awaken Arno and therefore did not make any promises that could lead to embarrassment if he failed. Leanne soon focused on massaging Brendan. Immersed in the gentle service of the beauty, the already exhausted Brendan quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already evening, and the sky outside had long since darkened. After getting up and washing up, he went to look for Leanne. As he stepped out, he encountered Bryn. Their eyes met with animosity. Brendan's face instantly darkened. Bryn, you really pulled off some tricks today. Their relationship had already deteriorated, so Brendan no longer showed him any courtesy. He called him by his name and sarcastically mocked him. Bryn wore a smile, feigning innocence. Mr. Zhang, I have no idea what you're talking about. I introduced you to Mr. Camden out of kindness, but who knew you would say those words? TSK, you are too impulsive, he said, putting on an act of sincerity. The sight of Bryn's pretense made Brendan feel sick. He almost vomited from the nausea. Ignoring Bryn, Brendan knocked on Leanne's door. Soon, she emerged from her room. Mr. Zhang, you're awake? Let's go eat then, Leanne said. Sure. Leanne returned to her room and came out shortly after changing clothes. The two of them set out for dinner together. This time, it was Bryn's turn to have a sour look. He blocked their way. Leanne, is this not going too far? You rejected my dinner invitation earlier but agreed immediately when Brendan asked. Do you still see me as your boyfriend? Bryn was furious, feeling like he was being made a fool of. Facing Bryn's accusations, Leanne showed no leniency. Bryn, it's my choice who I go to dinner with. You have no right to control me. Move aside, she coldly ordered. Bryn snapped. I am your boyfriend. Why can't I have a say? He reached out to grab Leanne, but just as he moved, Brendan stepped forward and blocked him. Bryn, do you want to fight? Remember the result of your actions yesterday. Now even Jeffrey isn't around you. Are you sure you want to provoke me? Brendan taunted, arms crossed and a mocking grin on his face. This nearly broke Bryn's resolve. He gritted his teeth and glared at Brendan. Brendan, Leanne is my Elaine. Don't overstep. Brendan scoffed at Bryn, enjoying the chance to ridicule him after the humiliation Bryn caused him that day. Fine. Saying these 3 words consecutively, Bryn's fury was palpable. Brendan, wait and see. If you dare take my Elaine, I'll make sure you regret it. A small town guy like you should know better than to cross me. Leaving behind this threat, Bryn realized he couldn't gain any advantage here and stormed back to his hotel room, slamming the door. Brendan and Leanne exchanged a glance, both finding relief in the situation. Yet, Leanne was also concerned. Bryn will definitely target you next. Be careful. Maybe we should avoid each other for a while, so he doesn't focus too much on you, Leanne suggested. Brendan smiled. It's good if he targets me. Otherwise, how will I strike back? After all the trouble he caused today, I need to settle scores with him, even if he doesn't make the first move. Leanne felt helpless. She had a certain fondness for Brendan, but they hadn't crossed the line yet. Involving him because of her guilt troubled her deeply. The two soon left and had dinner before returning to their respective rooms. Night quickly fell. Brendan, lying on the bed watching a movie, felt energized despite having slept earlier. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Confused, Brendan opened the door. Standing there was Elaine looking embarrassed. She wore only a bathrobe, her hair wet and a faint fragrance wafting towards him. Excuse me, sir, I've been locked out. Could I use your phone to call the front desk? She pleaded with a pitiful look that stirred one's sympathy. Brendan examined her briefly. Despite being wrapped in a towel, her voluptuous figure was partially revealed, making her appearance extremely alluring. Though not as stunning as Leanne, she was undeniably attractive. Sure, come in, he nodded, stepping aside. Just making a phone call wasn't too much to ask. Thank you, the Elaine thanked him gratefully. My name is Aaliyah. I live in the room next door. I'm on a trip here in Kamdingdu and didn't expect such an awkward situation. No problem, we should help each other when we're away from home. Brendan waved his hand dismissively. Aaliyah giggled softly. In this world, people have cold hearts. It's rare to find someone as kind-hearted as you, sir. Hee. Brendan chuckled, secretly pleased by the compliment from a beautiful Elaine. As Aaliyah approached the phone, she accidentally stepped on the hem of her bathrobe and tumbled onto the floor with a thud. Ah! Bang! She screamed as she fell, her bathrobe slipping off, revealing her naked body to Brendan. Oh! Brendan's eyes widened in surprise. Such a scene unexpectedly unfolded before him. Was his luck turning around today? Chapter 135, Honey Trap. The Elaine had an excellent figure, and there was nothing beneath her bath towel. With the towel now loosened, her body was completely exposed to Brendan. This sight made Brendan stare wide-eyed. Goodness! A midnight visit from a beautiful Elaine offering unexpected pleasures? Ah! Realizing she was naked, the Elaine on the floor gasped and hurriedly pulled up the bath towel to cover herself. Aaliyah's face turned beet red, filled with embarrassment and shyness. Cough. Brendan lightly coughed but couldn't take his eyes off Aaliyah, unabashed in his gaze, fully embodying chivalrous nature. Aaliyah realized her posture was inappropriate. The two of them alone in the room made her feel uneasy. She attempted to get up but winced in pain. Sorry, I twisted my ankle. Could you help me up? Aaliyah looked pained. Brendan couldn't help but find the situation somewhat ridiculous. What kind of clumsiness was this? An ordinary stumble like an anime? He went over and extended his hand, pulling Aaliyah up from the ground. As soon as she stood up, She let out another cry of pain and fell straight into Brendan's arms. With the beauty now in his embrace, a whiff of fragrance enveloped him. Though not as beautiful as Leanne, Aaliyah was undeniably alluring. Faced with such temptation, Brendan struggled to contain himself. Are you alright? Let me help you sit on the bed, said Brendan. Thank you, Aaliyah replied appreciatively. Supporting the injured Aaliyah to the bed, he noticed her wincing with every step. Is it that serious? Should I call an ambulance? Brendan asked worriedly. No need. It's not that bad, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me right now. Could you massage it for me? I think it would help, Aaliyah pleaded, her pitiful expression impossible to refuse. Without hesitation, Brendan nodded and squatted down. Gently holding her injured right foot, he activated his heavenly eye to assess the situation. Pamela. None. 25/73. Healthy. Brendan was stunned, even doubting his own eyes. After several checks, he confirmed that the Elaine before him wasn't Aaliyah but Pamela. She had deceived him, and judging by her physical state, there was no real injury, just a ruse. Damn. Realization hit Brendan like a bolt of lightning. A honey trap? He knew such schemes existed, but he never imagined experiencing one firsthand. The deceitful name and fabricated injury, it could only be a honey trap. Damn. Sure enough, there's no free lunch, just a trap waiting to ensnare him. Brendan's demeanor darkened. Why would Pamela target him? Was it for profit, or under someone's orders? Without a moment's hesitation, Brendan moved away from Pamela. Unaware her identity was discovered, she asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Brendan smiled insincerely. Miss Zhang, your condition seems severe. Since I'm not a professional, I won't do anything further. I'll call an ambulance. He reached for the phone. Surprised, Pamela said, wait, I'm not that badly hurt. A massage should suffice. Besides, if medical staff come, it would be embarrassing. Brendan chuckled. No problem. I'll call the front desk for a server. Ignoring Pamela's protests, he dialed the front desk from the hotel phone. Hold on. Pamela tried to stop him, but Brendan ignored her. The front desk answered promptly and arranged for a server to assist. Madam, I'll open the door for you. Pamela's smile froze. It's fine, she muttered, turning to Brendan. I can't walk well. Can you help me back to my room? Absolutely not. For propriety's sake, let the server assist you. Brendan refused without hesitation. His abrupt change in attitude almost made Pamela question herself. Just moments ago, everything seemed different. Why had he changed so drastically? Before she could say more, Brendan ushered her out. Realizing Brendan's resolve, Pamela gave up and allowed the server to escort her back. As soon as the door closed, Brendan exhaled in relief. So, honey traps now use such high-quality bait? What a waste. A beautiful Elaine wasting her talents on such tricks, Brendan thought, feeling rather bitter. Recalling Pamela mentioning her room was next door, Brendan activated his heavenly eye. Sure enough, she was staying next door. His vision penetrated her towel once again, revealing her nude form. Tsk, such a physique. Enough to make most women envious. Brendan marveled at the sight. For someone trying to harm him, he felt no need for restraint. Using his heavenly eye, he examined every detail of Pamela's body, even counting her moles. After indulging in the view, Brendan withdrew his gaze. Watching without touching truly was torment. Then, he saw Pamela dial a number on her phone. Through the power of the heavenly eye, he clearly read the contact note on the screen, Bryn. So, this Elaine was sent by Bryn. Brendan clenched his teeth. Chapter 136, The xiuxian Antique Shop. Brendan was seething with anger. He knew the other party had malicious intentions from the start, initially thinking they were after his money by setting up an elaborate trap, but it was clear now that these people were sent by Bryn to sabotage him. No wonder she looked so beautiful. He couldn't imagine such high-quality bait in a typical scam. Since there was no sound, Brendan had no idea what Pamela was saying next door. He pressed his ear against the wall, but could still hear nothing. The soundproofing in this five-star hotel room is too good, Brendan muttered in exasperation. Even though he couldn't hear clearly, he could guess that Pamela was probably reporting to Bryn. Bryn plays dirty. I've now made a formidable enemy. From now on, I need to be extremely cautious or I might fall for his tricks. But one can't always stay vigilant. I need to find a way to deal with Bryn. If not, I may have to return to Shangjiang. Even if Bryn's influence is vast, it can hardly reach Shangjiang. Brendan narrowed his eyes. Bryn's face flashed through his mind, and he felt deeply wary. The night passed without incident. Time quickly came to the next day. Brendan and Leanne left early in the morning and headed back to Antique Street. Leanne naturally hugged Brendan's arm as soon as they got out of the car, just like she did yesterday. Feeling the warmth and softness of the beauty beside him, Brendan's mood improved significantly. Mr. Zhang, are we going to look at roadside stalls again today? No, today we'll visit some large antique shops. Brendan shook his head. Bryn's actions last night had made him realize the danger, so he decided not to linger any longer in Rongqing. Now he didn't have time to wander leisurely around Antique Street, so he would go directly to the larger antique shops, where the quality was higher. He wasn't here to buy antiques, but to absorb the spiritual energy possibly contained within fine antiques, which was the true purpose of his trip to Rongqing. Brendan inquired about the largest antique shop in Antique Street, and soon got an answer from passers-by. They arrived at the very center of Antique Street, where a large antique shop appeared before them. xiuxian Antique Shop. Upon entering the shop, they were greeted by countless exquisite antiques, and the scale of the shop was enormous. Just the first floor alone covered several hundred square meters. A dazzling array of antiques filled the place, momentarily blinding them both. There were also numerous customers bustling about. Even the many staff members seemed too busy to attend to everyone. What a huge antique shop! Leanne exclaimed in surprise. Brendan nodded in agreement. Compared to this shop, Reese's antique store was like a roadside stall. The difference was immense. Let's go straight to the upper floors. Brendan pointed to the stairs. Based on his experience, the lower floors generally didn't have anything of value, so it wasn't worth wasting time there. Leanne nodded, and they ascended to the fourth floor. The number of guests here had significantly decreased. Just as they reached the 4th floor, a shop assistant approached them with a smile. Sir, madam, this is our VIP area, accessible only to our distinguished guests, the assistant explained. Brendan asked, how do I get a VIP membership? A deposit of 100,000 yuan is required, the assistant replied with a smile. Good heavens. Brendan was taken aback. A VIP membership needed a 100,000 yuan deposit. Indeed, it was a high-end antique shop, and this threshold alone kept most people out. I want a membership, Brendan said without hesitation. Given the scale of the shop, there must be many valuable items. Even if he spent 100,000 yuan for nothing, getting enough spiritual energy would make it entirely worthwhile. No problem, please follow me, the assistant said immediately. After depositing 100,000 yuan, Brendan smoothly obtained VIP status, and the staff became even more polite. What kind of antiques are you interested in? Our Kinderfeng antique shop boasts the best quality and variety in all of Rongqing, the assistant offered. Take your time. Let's browse first and see if anything catches our eye. Could you show us each floor? Brendan asked calmly. Of course, please follow me, the assistant nodded promptly. Led by the assistant, they entered the 4th floor, where the antique quality was noticeably superior to the 1st floor hall. Over time, Brendan had developed a keen eye for appraising antiques. The more exquisitely crafted an antique, the higher the likelihood of containing spiritual energy. The older the item, the greater its potential spiritual energy storage. Thus, he bypassed those antiques that only had historical significance but lacked craftsmanship. Soon, a jade hairpin caught his eye. Jade hairpin. Type, glassy jade. Craftsman. Unknown. Age, 500 years. Price, 300,000 yuan. On closer inspection, the jade hairpin was beautifully crafted, and despite its age, it remained well preserved. Sure enough, it contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Brendan pretended to examine it carefully, then lightly touched it, absorbing the internal spiritual energy. Satisfying. A bright smile spread across Brendan's face. This antique shop was truly a treasure trove of high-quality items. It was more like a gold mine than an antique shop. For the next hour, Brendan moved from one exquisite antique to another, lingering briefly at each. With his growing expertise in identifying spiritual energy, his judgment became sharper, and he hit roughly 7 out of 10 accurately. Within just an hour, the spiritual energy in his brain region was replenished. Finally, they reached the top floor, which was much smaller. Only 20 display cabinets were present, each housing a single antique. Seeing this, Brendan frowned slightly. With the glass separating them, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy. Chapter 137. 80 million credit. A voice rang out, and the two turned their heads to see a young man with handsome features and opulent attire walking over. Boss, the store clerk greeted. Boss? So young? Brendan and Leanne were both surprised. The young man in front of them looked no older than 25. I'm the owner of this antique shop. My name is Hyatt. Hyatt introduced himself. Are you satisfied with the antiques in my store? Brendan nodded. Very much so. Most of them are exquisite pieces. These antiques on this floor are the cream of the crop. As he spoke, Brendan's gaze swept over the 20 antiques on display here. Indeed, even a cursory glance made him gasp. Hyatt wasn't lying. Each piece was undoubtedly of superior quality, none worth less than 5 million. Wait. Suddenly, Brendan noticed something unusual. In one of the display cabinets nearby, a bronze tripod caught his attention. This was a 3-legged ancient bronze tripod. Its surface had developed a green patina, clearly indicating its age, but it was intricately carved with elaborate designs. These beautiful patterns were meticulously crafted, clearly the work of a master artist. 3-legged tripod fake. Bronze. Anonymous craftsperson. 5 years. 30,000. Brendan was slightly taken aback, not expecting the tripod to be a forgery. His expression grew peculiar. Beside him, Hyatt mistook Brendan's gaze for interest and explained with a smile. This is a 3-legged bronze tripod from the Warring States period. It was used as a ritual vessel during that era. This tripod came from a Warring States era tomb, and its surface is carved with intricate and complex patterns, making it highly collectible. Leanne nodded. It indeed looks impressive. How much does it cost? 8 million, Hyatt replied. Brendan's expression turned somewhat odd. He said, this 3-legged bronze tripod is indeed exquisite, but what if it turns out to be fake after I buy it? Ha ha ha. Hyatt laughed heartily. Impossible for it to be fake. All 20 antiques on this floor are genuine. If any are found to be fakes, we offer tenfold compensation. Hyatt was very confident as he spoke. Brendan smacked his lips. If it were truly a tenfold refund, he could get 80 million. That's not a small sum. I'll take this tripod, Brendan declared directly. Hyatt was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Brendan to actually buy it. No problem. This gentleman has a keen eye. This 3-legged bronze tripod still has potential to appreciate in value. It might even reach 10 million in the future, Hyatt added with a smile. Brendan immediately took out his bank card and paid 8 million. The clerk efficiently opened the display case and prepared to pack the tripod into a box. Wait. Brendan stopped him. The clerk was slightly puzzled. Sir, I'm preparing to pack it for you. No need to pack it yet. I want to examine the tripod more closely. As Brendan moved closer, he gently touched the tripod's surface. Seeing this, the corners of Hyatt's mouth twitched. Sir, such a rare and valuable tripod can easily be damaged by direct touch. He doubted if Brendan was really an antique enthusiast. Anyone knowledgeable would wear gloves. It doesn't matter. This 3-legged bronze tripod isn't real anyway, Brendan said. What? Everyone at the scene was taken aback by his statement. Leanne was startled. It's a fake? Hyatt frowned deeply. Sir, don't say that carelessly. I've already mentioned that all 20 antiques on this floor are genuine, without exception. If any are fake, we offer tenfold compensation. I demand you retract your statement. Hyatt's tone carried some displeasure. Brendan smiled. I refuse. Because this 3-legged bronze tripod is indeed a forgery. Can you give me a hammer? The clerk hesitated, but Hyatt instructed. Bring this gentleman a hammer. Soon, the clerk returned with a small hammer. Brendan weighed the hammer briefly, then, under everyone's gaze, swung it forcefully against the three-legged bronze tripod. Clank! The tripod, valued at 8 million, shattered into countless fragments right there. Mr. Zhang. Lian was shocked. Hyatt tightened his brow, watching Brendan's actions silently. The clerk beside him jumped in fright, exclaiming, "That's worth 8 million. Having smashed the tripod, Brendan sifted through the shards and quickly picked up a piece about the size of an adult's palm. Mr. Pang, have a close look, Brendan urged. Hyatt's face changed subtly as he approached and took the shard. Upon inspection, his expression darkened instantly. On the shard, a string of recessed characters formed a series of serial numbers. The numbers were tiny, barely visible unless examined closely. These were unmistakably Arabic numerals, anachronistic for a 1,000-year-old artifact. Mr. Pang, did they use Arabic numerals during the Warring States period? Brendan asked. Lian was astounded. Mr. Zhang, how did you know? Brendan smiled. Maybe I have X-ray vision. She obviously didn't believe this literal truth. Hyatt had recovered his composure and sighed deeply, looking at Brendan with amazement. May I ask how you saw this? We've conducted multiple tests on this tripod, yet you identified it as a fake just by sight. Even pinpointing the flaw, Hyatt couldn't help marveling. Do you work in a related field? It wasn't unfounded to suspect this. How else could someone not in the trade make such an observation? Let's keep it a secret. I have my ways. And will you honor the tenfold compensation you promised earlier? Brendan asked. Hyatt nodded immediately. Of course. My word is my bond. Since I've made the promise, I won't go back on it. I'll transfer 80 million to your account now. Without hesitation, Hyatt transferred the 80 million to Brendan's bank account. Now, it was Brendan and Lian's turn to be astonished. 80 million. And Hyatt didn't hesitate at all. Sir, you have a unique eye, but you seem unfamiliar. You must not be from Rongqing, right? Chapter 138. The Magnanimous Boss Pang. Hyatt looked at Brendan with curiosity, and this attitude of his surprised the latter. This was a full 80 million yuan, but now Hyatt showed no hesitation and readily handed it over. His generous demeanor made it seem as if it wasn't 80 million, but merely 8,000. Good grief. So wealthy. Indeed befitting the tycoon from Rongqing. He must truly be rich if 80 million means nothing to him. I indeed am not originally from Rongqing. My name is Brendan, and I come from Shangjiang City, said Brendan. Hearing this, a peculiar expression appeared on Hyatt's face. You're Brendan? I heard you caused a scene at the trade fair yesterday and were escorted out by security. Cough, cough. Brendan was speechless. Indeed, bad news travels fast. He had expected that what happened at the trade fair yesterday would spread around. Yes, someone gave me trouble at the trade fair, so naturally, I retaliated. They came to challenge me, and being passive isn't my style, said Brendan. Ha ha ha. Hyatt laughed heartily. Mr. Zhang is indeed a man of principle. I've heard about what happened yesterday, and it wasn't your fault. In fact, I appreciate your actions. Facing Dwayne's unreasonable behavior, you should have firmly rejected him. Some old folks do love to act superior, said Hyatt with a smile. Brendan felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, though he understood that Hyatt's words might just be polite gestures. At this moment, the bank sent a text message confirming that the 80 million had arrived. Brendan suddenly felt more confident. With this sum, the collaboration with Reese would be much smoother. Mr. Zhang has a unique eye for antiques. It would be a pity if such a figure were missing from the trade fair. I wonder if Mr. Zhang would be interested in attending again, asked Hyatt. Brendan was taken aback. But I'm already on their blacklist. No problem, I'll make a phone call, Hyatt smiled. TSK, TSK, TSK. How impressive. Brendan marveled internally. This statement revealed that Hyatt held an even more astounding status than he had imagined, truly befitting someone who could casually hand over 80 million. Very well, thank you for your trust, Boss Pang. I will attend again, said Brendan without hesitation. To be able to attend the trade fair again meant he could gain a significant amount of spiritual energy. In front of vast spiritual energy, a bit of pride was trivial. Hyatt nodded with a smile and bid farewell politely before leaving. Brendan and Lian also left the antique shop. As they walked out, Lian finally spoke up. This Boss Pang likely holds a high status in the antique circle of Rongqing. If I'm not mistaken, he is related to Vice Chairman Achilles of the Xuanfu Antique Association. They share the same surname, so they might be kin, Lian explained. So prestigious? Brendan was taken aback. Lian nodded. The Vice Chairman of the Xuanfu Antique Association is already a very high-ranking position. To my knowledge, there are only 2 Vice Chairmen, and the President's seat is currently vacant. That places him at the top of the entire Xuanfu Antique Circle, and the organizers behind this high-end trade fair are the Xuanfu Antique Association. Ah, that makes sense. Brendan realized, if Hyatt is really related to that Vice Chairman, then getting off the blacklist wouldn't be surprising. As they spoke, the trade fair indeed called, informing them they could attend again. Brendan couldn't wait, and immediately took Lian there. With vast spiritual energy ahead, how could he miss it? They drove back to the villa, identified themselves, and entered the trade fair. The high-end antique trade fair would last 3 days, and today was the second day, so there was ample time. Today's trade fair was as lively as ever, with people bustling in the garden, similar to the previous day. Brendan? Lian? Why are the 2 of you here? As they stepped into the garden, Brendan's astonished voice came from behind. He couldn't believe he saw them at the trade fair. After his astonishment turned to a sneer, Brendan, did you 2 sneak in? How dare you 2 show up here? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Already on the blacklist, and yet you dare to sneak in? What will happen when you're caught? Brendan's face revealed mockery. Brendan smiled and walked forward. Bren, you don't need to worry about that. We didn't sneak in. Our names have been removed from the blacklist, so we can participate openly. What? This shocked Bren. That's impossible. How could you 2 get cleared from the blacklist? Crossing his arms, Brendan replied smugly, that's none of your business. You'd better mind your own affairs. Lian, let's go. Brendan didn't want to waste time arguing with Bren and led Lian away. Watching their departing backs, Bryn's expression turned grim. How did Brendan manage that? Did he meet some influential person? Bryn speculated, his eyes narrowing. Thinking this, Bryn couldn't sit still and quickly followed Brendan. Brendan soon noticed Bryn following like a tail and frowned. Why is he following me? Is he looking for trouble? Brendan thought to himself. He strongly disliked Bryn. If not for his abilities, he would probably have returned home defeated long ago. What's wrong? Leanne noticed Brendan's discomfort. Brendan lowered his voice and whispered to Leanne. Bryn is following us. Let's do something intimate to provoke him a little. Leanne also frowned. She didn't like Bryn either, so she didn't refuse Brendan. Smiling, Brendan boldly reached out and gently grasped Leanne's slender waist. Leanne's waist was delicate, perfectly proportioned without appearing frail, a near-perfect touch. Behind them, Bryn saw Brendan's actions and almost lunged forward in fury. Chapter 139. Enraged Bryn. Brendan's actions almost made Bryn explode with anger. He had been pursuing Leanne for a long time, and even though he managed to make her his girlfriend through dubious means, Leanne never allowed him to touch her. Not to mention hugging her waist like this. She wouldn't even hold hands with him. But now, Brendan was so intimate with Leanne, who offered no resistance whatsoever, leaning obediently into his embrace. Damn! These despicable lovers. Bryn was furious, feeling the weight of betrayal on his shoulders as if wearing a heavy green hat. In front, Brendan could feel the angry gaze of Bryn boring into his back. He nearly burst out laughing. Yesterday, Bryn had plotted against him. Now it was time for revenge. Thinking about this, his actions grew bolder. Not only did he hug Leanne, but he also began gently caressing her. The exquisite figure of Leanne felt so good in Brendan's hands that he couldn't let go. The sensation was too amazing, and even after a year, he wouldn't get tired of it. Leanne blushed deeply, sensing Brendan's movements. Don't move around like that. There are many people here, Leanne chided. Hee. Brendan smiled shamelessly, his hand boldly moving lower until it reached Leanne's buttocks. Leanne nearly jumped up, glaring at him fiercely. Don't overdo it. Are you using the excuse to provoke Bryn just to take advantage of me? Leanne was somewhat annoyed. Brendan turned away guiltily, unable to meet Leanne's questioning gaze. Meanwhile, Bryn couldn't hold himself back any longer and charged forward. Brendan, release Leanne. She is my girlfriend, Bryn growled through gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to slice Brendan into pieces right there. Ha. Brendan laughed, continuing to hold Leanne and deliberately provoking Bryn. Bryn, what else can you say when you're so useless? Leanne likes me, not you. Go away. Brendan taunted. Seeing the intimate couple, Bryn gnashed his teeth in rage. His fists clenched tightly, the nails digging deep into his palms, causing a piercing pain. Seeing that Bryn was almost at his limit, Brendan added another blow. We are in public. Do you want everyone to know you're wearing a green hat? Bryn, you don't want everyone to know about your cuckoldry, do you? Brendan mocked. Bryn was speechless, his anger blazing like a volcano. Fine. 3 consecutive fines showed the extent of Bryn's fury. Brendan, since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. You won't be arrogant for long. Don't think you can revel in this, Bryn said through clenched teeth. He didn't want to stay and watch this couple anymore, so he left with a menacing look. With no more distractions, Brendan finally relaxed, glad no one would interfere while he focused on his main task. You really know how to infuriate people, Leanne sighed, finding it amusing yet exasperating. Dealing with such scum should be done this way. Let's get to work. Brendan couldn't wait. He walked around the garden with Leanne, visiting each stall and carefully selecting antique items likely to yield spiritual energy for appraisal. With his expert skills, Brendan hit the mark every time. By the end of the afternoon auction, he had appraised all valuable antiques in the garden, leaving him exhausted but exhilarated. The orb of spiritual energy in his Xuanhuan palace had grown to the size of a millstone, sufficient for a long time. Despite his fatigue, Brendan felt a surge of excitement. Leanne looked at his tired face, concerned. Are you okay? Does appraising antiques drain your spirit so much? Why is Brendan so tired when others aren't? Leanne asked in puzzlement. Maybe he's just too weak? It's nothing, just a bit tired. Let's go back, Brendan replied. Leanne nodded. As they prepared to leave, a group emerged from deep within the garden, catching everyone's attention. The inner garden's auction has ended. I heard the antiques there are far superior to ours, someone commented. Indeed, every year it's the same. The items in the inner garden are true masterpieces, but you need at least 100 million in liquid cash to enter. We have no hope, another person agreed. I heard each item inside is worth at least 1 million. Hard to believe if it's true. Millions? Need hundreds of millions to enter? Brendan was amazed. Then, he recognized a familiar voice in the crowd. Hyatt emerged, surrounded by a crowd, holding a box in his hand. Sure enough, Hyatt holds high status among these billionaires, Brendan marveled. Leanne shook her head. The entry requirement for the inner garden is too high. Only the truly wealthy can enter. We don't qualify. What a pity. Brendan felt helpless. Even with the 80 million he obtained from Hyatt today, his total wealth still didn't reach hundreds of millions unless including all his assets. Hyatt was surrounded by people, holding a box. Curious, Brendan activated his heavenly eye to see inside. Using both X-ray vision and appraisal abilities, the contents of the box became visible. It contained an exquisitely crafted jade Buddha statue. The craftsmanship was nearly perfect, outstanding even by modern standards. Despite some wear from age, the jade Buddha remained vivid and lifelike. Hashtag chapter 140, trouble arrives. This exquisitely crafted jade Buddha statue was clearly the work of a master, and given that the jade material itself was of top-grade quality, it was evident how valuable this statue must be. Jade Buddha statue fake, imperial green, unknown craftsman, 1 year, 400,000. When Brendan saw the information provided by Tianyan, Heaven's Eye, he wondered if he had misread it. Such an exquisite jade Buddha statue turned out to be fake, with its value merely at 400,000, and this amount was likely just for the jade material itself. He hesitated whether he should inform Hyatt. After all, Hyatt had helped him greatly. It would go against his principles to see Hyatt get taken advantage of. But since the jade Buddha statue was in a box, there was no way to explain how he knew about it. After a brief hesitation, Brendan decided to bring Leanne along. Let's go say hello to Boss Pang, Brendan suggested. Leanne frowned slightly. Boss Pang is quite busy now. We probably shouldn't disturb him. No problem, we can wait a bit, Brendan replied calmly. The two followed behind Hyatt as he left the villa and headed to the parking lot. Hyatt bade farewell to the others and was about to get into his car when Brendan and Leanne stepped forward immediately. Boss Pang, please wait a moment. Hyatt paused, seeing it was Brendan, and greeted with a kind smile. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? How did your shopping go today? With your discerning eye, I'm sure you picked up something nice. Brendan chuckled awkwardly. He had only come to the trading fair to gain free chi energy from transactions unless he spotted a major bargain. I haven't bought anything yet. Looks like you got yourself a very good antique, Boss Pang. May I have a look? Brendan asked boldly. His words seemed a bit presumptuous. Leanne quickly elbowed Brendan to remind him, then hurriedly added, Please don't mind Mr. Arnold. He speaks without thinking, causing some rudeness. Hyatt laughed lightly. No worries, it's just a look after all. He was generous and opened the box inside his car, revealing a beautiful emerald green jade Buddha statue to them both. What a beautifully crafted Buddha, Leanne exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Such a fine jade Buddha statue was rare. Even someone who knew nothing about antiques could tell its worth. It is indeed a rare treasure. This jade Buddha statue has over 500 years of history. Centuries ago, it was worshipped in a temple before being stolen and eventually turning up at this trading fair, Hyatt explained with a smile. I love it very much, so I bought it. Brendan examined the jade Buddha statue closely, wondering how to broach the subject to Hyatt. The statue appeared almost flawless, and with his expertise, he couldn't spot any flaws. Even though Tianyan identified it as a fake, if he couldn't point out any issues, how could it be distinguished from a genuine piece? Indeed, it is a very beautiful jade Buddha statue, quite an eye-opener for me. Thank you for your generosity, Boss Pang, Brendan flattered. Hyatt nodded slightly. His keen eyes detected Brendan's hesitation. Mr. Zhang, do you think there's something wrong with this jade Buddha statue? Hyatt asked directly. No, it's perfect, Brendan waved off. He wanted to say it was fake, but couldn't find any faults, and he couldn't prove why it was fake based on appearance alone. How could he convince anyone just by talking? Hyatt didn't press further. He put the jade Buddha statue away and soon departed. Brendan and Leanne returned to their hotel. As soon as they arrived, Leanne's phone rang, and her expression changed upon seeing the caller ID. Excuse me, I need to take this call, Leanne said and walked aside to answer it. She returned shortly, but her expression was troubled. Was it your family calling? Brendan guessed. Leanne sighed and nodded. Yes, Bryn complained, and my family ordered me to return tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I can't accompany you to the trading fair tomorrow. Brendan's eyes flickered. Is the main issue now that the patriarch is in a coma? Yes, most of our family's influence comes from the patriarch. With him unconscious, many people in the family are very uneasy. Many believe he may not survive, Leanne sighed, worry and pain evident in her eyes. Brendan immediately responded, then let me go with you. I can check on the patriarch too. Leanne hesitated. This? All right, but you need to stay hidden and avoid being noticed, Leanne agreed. Brendan readily agreed. That night passed quietly. The next day, they returned to Hyanchi City. Brendan had already evaluated the antiques at the outer stalls and absorbed all the chi energy available. Entering the inner area wasn't an option, so staying longer at the trading fair was pointless. Leanne had helped him significantly, and now that she faced trouble, how could he stand by idly? They returned to Hyanchi City and parted ways. Leanne went home first while Brendan stayed at a hotel, temporarily. Later that night, Brendan received a call from Leanne. You can come over now. Brendan headed straight to the hospital. Following Leanne's directions, he soon arrived at Arno's ward. Inside, Arno remained unconscious on the bed, with Leanne sitting beside him. Besides Leanne, no one else was present. Seeing Brendan arrive, Leanne stood up. Everyone else in the family has gone back. I'm responsible for tonight's care. Brendan approached and activated Tianyan, examining Arno's condition. Arno, none. 80/85, severe illness, stroke, hypertension, coronary heart disease. A series of negative health conditions flashed before Brendan's eyes, making him inhale sharply. Arno's condition was indeed dire. No wonder he remained comatose, with stroke being just one factor among many. Leanne, I know some massage techniques. Let me give your grandfather a massage. Brendan offered. Leanne sighed slightly. Thank you, but massage won't help. Just try it. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, Brendan insisted. Chapter 141. Caught in the act. Leanne could only nod upon hearing this. After all, Brendan had come with good intentions, and it would be inappropriate for her to refuse. However, just as Brendan was about to act, footsteps were heard from outside. Bang! In the next moment, the door to the VIP ward swung open, and a middle-aged Elaine with an imposing presence stormed in. Alongside her was another person. On closer inspection, it was none other than Bryn. Mom! Leanne was taken aback, not expecting the middle-aged Elaine's sudden appearance, but when she saw Bryn, everything became clear. Ariella burst into the room, her face contorted with anger, and her gaze fell on Brendan like a predator ready to pounce. Without hesitation, Ariella strode forward and slapped Brendan across the face. I'll beat some sense into you, you shameless scoundrel. My daughter already has a boyfriend, yet you dare to harass her late at night. Ariella yelled. The slap was swift, catching Brendan off guard. At the last possible second, his reflexes, sharpened by recent training, kicked in, and he instinctively took a step back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Mom, what are you doing? Brendan came to visit Grandpa, not to go on a date with me. Leanne's face flushed with anger at seeing her mother attack Brendan without provocation. Ariella grew even more furious. Shut up. How can you have the nerve to say such things? You dared to date this man in front of your own grandfather. How could I, Ariella, raise a daughter like you who has no sense of shame? If not for Hyun informing me, you'd still be fooling me. Just as I thought, why did you volunteer to stay overnight? It turns out you were planning to meet this wild man. Ariella's harsh words made Leanne's face turn red with humiliation. From a distance, Bryn watched the commotion with an amused expression. He feigned concern and approached, saying, Mom, calm down. Don't let this upset you so much. From my view, Sage wasn't trying to do anything intentionally. She must have been deceived by this dog, Brendan, which led to this irrational behavior. Ariella's eyes immediately shifted to Brendan, whose expression turned rigid. Heaven knows, he hadn't come to date Leanne but to treat Arno. Facing Ariella's furious gaze, Brendan remained composed. But to Ariella, it looked like defiance. Who are you? Who gave you permission to seduce my daughter? After raising her to adulthood, you bring shame upon us. Now you dare show up here tonight. I won't let you leave this ward alive today. Ariella shouted. She called out, and a large, muscular man entered the room. Ariella's cold and angry stare was fixed on Brendan. If looks could kill, Brendan would be dismembered right now. Ma'am, the bodyguard acknowledged. Ariella's voice was icy. Take action. Break this man's arms and legs and throw him out. The bodyguard nodded and advanced towards Brendan. His towering frame was intimidating, over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Brendan frowned. Auntie, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. An arrest or a misunderstanding? You think you're someone special to even try and match with my daughter? Look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're worthy. Today, I'll break your legs to teach you a lesson. Ariella glared icily. Adnan, take action. Brendan realized this was serious. Pure Sinclair energy welled up within him, spreading throughout his body, filling him with strength. Ariella's insults grated on his nerves. This first meeting with Leanne's mother left a sour taste in his mouth. As Adnan approached, Leanne quickly stepped in front of Brendan. Stop. I told you it's a misunderstanding. Brendan came to visit Grandpa tonight. Bryn scoffed. Sage, stop pretending. If Brendan really came to visit the old man, why didn't he come during the day? He obviously has something sinister planned, coming here in the middle of the night. Both Brendan and Leanne frowned, looking at Bryn with disdain. They had hoped to avoid trouble by coming at night, but now they found themselves in an even messier situation. Leanne whispered urgently, Brendan, go. I'll handle this. No way. Brendan refused resolutely. He couldn't leave Leanne to deal with this alone, especially since he bore some responsibility. Just then, Adnan had closed the distance between them. Seeing Leanne staunchly protect Brendan, Bryn mocked, Brendan, are you even a man? Do you hide behind women all the time? Have the guts to face me directly, Bryn taunted. Leanne snapped angrily, Bryn, shut up. Sage, you've lost your mind. What does this Brendan have that makes you so infatuated with him? He must have bewitched you. You'll see the truth once we deal with Brendan. Bryn smiled, directing all blame towards Brendan. Leanne clenched her teeth in frustration. The tension in the room escalated rapidly, the air thick with hostility, like a fuse ready to ignite at any moment. Brendan placed a hand on Leanne's shoulder and stepped forward. Looking at Ariella, who seemed ready to devour him, Brendan knew he had nothing to lose. I told you, I came to visit Grandpa tonight, with no other intentions. And Leanne and I aren't dating, Brendan insisted. Bryn sneered, Brendan, do you really think anyone will believe you now? You tried to seduce my girlfriend, and you still have the audacity to say these things? Chapter 142, Punching Apollo. Bryn incited the situation, saying, Mom, don't waste words with Brendan. Just have Apollo give him a good lesson. Someone like Brendan needs to be taught a harsh lesson. Ariella nodded and instructed Apollo. Apollo, get moving. The moment she spoke, the burly man named Apollo lunged forward with the force of a tiger descending from the mountains. Fast. Apollo's movements were incredibly swift, reaching Brendan in the blink of an eye. Brendan's pupils constricted slightly as he employed the techniques he had learned from Blake and Suzette, punching straight at Apollo. Seeing Brendan's beginner-level punch, Apollo's eyes flashed with disdain and mockery. He reached out to grab Brendan's wrist, seemingly about to catch him. However, at that moment, Brendan's punch speed suddenly increased, breaking free from Apollo's grip. What? Apollo's pupils widened in disbelief at Brendan's rapid punch. Caught off guard, he failed to react in time, allowing Brendan's punch to land squarely on his chest. Bang! Everyone in the ward heard a heavy thud as Brendan's punch hit with the force of a cannonball. Ah! Apollo let out a scream of pain, staggering backward, his face contorted in agony. The sudden intense pain shocked Apollo, while also throwing him off guard. With his initial strike successful, Brendan immediately followed up with more attacks. The pure Sinclair True Chi surged without restraint, significantly enhancing Brendan's physical abilities. With this extraordinary power amplifying his strength, Brendan could unleash power disproportionate to his physique. Despite having a lightweight build, he was delivering punches that felt like heavyweight strikes. Brendan's fists rained down like a storm, leaving no time for Apollo to retaliate. Damn! Apollo was enraged and disoriented, frantically dodging and blocking Brendan's punches, stepping back continuously. Impossible. This kid doesn't look strong. How can he have such powerful punches? Apollo was utterly stunned by the force coming from Brendan's punches. Taken by surprise, he was injured by Brendan and, now facing the relentless pursuit, found himself floundering, losing all rhythm and only able to take blows passively. Using his arms to block, Apollo bore the brunt of Brendan's punches. In just a few breaths, his arms were filled with pain and even became numb. Bang! A rear hook from Brendan landed on Apollo's arm, the force too much for him to bear. With a pained cry, Apollo's defensive arm fell limp. It's over. Apollo's face turned pale instantly. Brendan's eyes gleamed sharply. Without the protection of his arms, Apollo was wide open. Seizing this opportunity without hesitation, Brendan punched him in the jaw. Apollo saw stars and collapsed to the ground. Apollo! Ariella exclaimed in shock, her face full of astonishment. In the room, Leanne and Bryn were also taken aback, especially Leanne. She knew Apollo's capabilities well. He was a professional kickboxing expert with over 100 victories in his career. Yet, he had been defeated by Brendan. Bryn and Ariella both looked extremely upset, their expressions identical. Taking a deep breath, Brendan felt his heart pounding fiercely. This was his first true combat experience, and the brief tension almost caused his heart to leap out of his chest. Looking at the astonished Ariella, Brendan tried to calm himself, saying, "Aunt Jameson, Leanne and I are indeed innocent, and my purpose today was to visit Elder. This is my final warning. If you still don't believe me and cause trouble, I'm always ready." Leaving those words, Brendan didn't linger any longer, turning and leaving the room. Ariella and Bryn looked extremely distressed, wanting to call out to Brendan but thinking of Apollo lying unconscious beside them, they held back their words. The farce ended there for now. Brendan quickly returned to his hotel room. He relaxed in the bathtub, enjoying a long soak. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Predictably, it was Leanne. "Hello. How did things go after I left?" Brendan asked. Leanne sighed. "Let's not meet anymore. I don't want to bring you more trouble." Brendan also sighed. The only way out of this predicament was to have Arno awaken. If Arno woke up, the problem would naturally be solved, and he could become an honored guest of the Wu family for reviving Arno. Ending the call, Brendan closed his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy within his Mudwan Palace. This high-end auction has brought in a large amount of spiritual energy. While the number of antiques isn't significant, their quality is excellent. With the current amount of spiritual energy, it should be enough for the Heavenly Eye to evolve again. The Heavenly Eye was the foundation of his success. He hadn't forgotten who had changed his life. He referred to each enhancement of the Heavenly Eye as an upgrade. Initially, he had the first level Heavenly Eye. That level allowed him to see through raw stones, giving him incredible stone gambling skills and earning his first fortune. After upgrading once, I am now at second level Heavenly Eye. The second level Heavenly Eye added appraisal capabilities, enabling me to see the basic information of objects and holy creatures, dominating the antique market. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Eye changed my fate, and it's time to upgrade it to level 3. Brendan narrowed his eyes. Currently, his biggest issue was the Wu family problem, which required awakening Arno. But Arno's condition was very complex, and he doubted his current abilities could wake Arno. Ultimately, his hopes rested on the Heavenly Eye. After all, its power had already been proven. The second level Heavenly Eye was formidable, and a third level upgrade would likely be even more potent. At that stage, there might be a way to wake Arno. This upgrade would likely deplete all the spiritual energy from the auction, but it was worth it. Ultimately, the Heavenly Eye was his cornerstone. ##### Chapter 143, Heavenly Eye Upgrade. The stronger the Heavenly Eye became, the greater the benefits he could gain. With this thought in mind, Brendan hesitated no further and began the process. He immediately channeled the spiritual energy from within his Xuanhuan palace and directed it all into his eyes. As the abundant spiritual energy poured in, Brendan immediately felt the terrifying nature of the Heavenly Eye acting as a spiritual energy black hole. The vast amount of spiritual energy in his Xuanhuan palace surged into the Heavenly Eye, but the Heavenly Eye was like an endless void, greedily consuming without ever feeling satisfied. Thud, thud, thud. The Heavenly Eye devoured the spiritual energy relentlessly. The spiritual energy in his Xuanhuan palace was depleting at an alarming rate. What had been a disc-sized mass rapidly shrank to the size of a basin. 2/3 of the spiritual energy had vanished, all consumed by the Heavenly Eye, yet it still showed no signs of upgrading. Will this fail? Brendan gritted his teeth. But since the upgrade had already started, stopping now might mean all the effort would be wasted. Biting his lip, he continued funneling more spiritual energy into the abyssal void. In no time, the basin-sized mass of spiritual energy had shrunk to the size of a watermelon. The rate of depletion remained constant, with the mass of spiritual energy diminishing alarmingly fast. Watermelon, durian, melon, apple, mango. The spiritual energy mass kept shrinking, and Brendan watched helplessly as what had once been an abundant supply dwindled to less than 1/20th of its original size. Just as despair set in, the Heavenly Eye, which had been insatiable, finally reached its limit. A strange sensation surged from his eyes, instantly filling Brendan with elation. It worked. Before he could react further, a wave of intense pain shot through his eyes. Ah! Brendan couldn't hold back a scream. He closed his eyes, clutching them tightly, drawing in cold breaths as he tried to endure the agony. The pain. It was excruciating. It felt as if someone was forcibly gouging out his eyes. Lying in the bathtub, Brendan's body twitched involuntarily from the intense pain. Fortunately, the pain came on quickly and left just as fast. Within less than half a minute, the horrific pain began to subside. By around 1 minute, the pain in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by warmth and comfort. The look of anguish on Brendan's face melted away, replaced by one of relief and enjoyment. After an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a minute or even an hour, the transformation in his Heavenly Eye ceased, and the abnormalities in his eyes fully disappeared. Brendan slowly opened his eyes. The world appeared sharper, clearer. If initially the Heavenly Eye operated at 960p resolution and after one upgrade it reached 1080p, then now it was at 2K, making everything appear crystal clear. Fantastic! Overwhelmed with joy, Brendan couldn't wait to see the changes in his Heavenly Eye. He activated the X-ray vision first. The walls in front of him vanished, revealing several layers beyond, allowing him to see scenes over 100 meters away in the opposite building's apartment. It was also a bathroom, and immediately an image of an elderly man standing naked appeared in his vision. Holy crap! Too much to handle. Brendan hastily averted his gaze, but soon grew excited. He could see buildings across the neighborhood clearly, something previously unimaginable. Experimentally, he found he could see objects up to nearly 200 meters away, unobstructed by any structures. Incredible. The X-ray vision is almost perfect. Next, let's try the appraisal ability. Excited, Brendan turned off the X-ray vision and activated the appraisal function. Toothbrush. Rubber. Unnamed craftsman. 3 months. 1 unit. A used toothbrush, somewhat worn but still functional for brushing teeth. Huh. Brendan noticed new details. The second-level Heavenly Eye can appraise more items and provides commentary. With excitement, Brendan began appraising various objects around him. Fridge. Composite product. Unnamed craftsman. 1 year. 1,400 units. A modern technology product that cools efficiently. Though old, it remains fully functional. Television. Composite product. Unnamed craftsman. 2 years. 2,000 units. An outdated LCD TV with some internal wiring aged but usable. However, maintenance is advised. Amused, Brendan appraised everything in his home. Finally, he approached the bathroom mirror and examined himself. Brendan. Heavenly Eye. Level 2. Cultivation technique. Pure Sinclair technique. 21/85. Healthy. A special human with extraordinary abilities. Formerly an ordinary nobody, but now on the rise. Even biological appraisals have additional information and commentary. But these comments alone don't seem very useful. Brendan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a broken teacup he had accidentally smashed earlier. Damaged teacup. Ceramic. Unnamed craftsman. 1 year. No value. A broken cup that can be repaired. Method 1. Glue pieces together. Method 2. Stunned, Brendan's eyes widened. Is this the true power of the second-level Heavenly Eye? When appraising a damaged item, it provides repair methods? Brendan was astonished, but he soon realized how valuable this ability could be for him. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. With this ability, I can know how to revive Arno. However, I should verify this capability further. Suppressing his excitement, Brendan focused on a young man in the opposite building using his X-ray vision. Immediately, detailed information about the young man appeared, including health status and treatment options. Unbelievable. So powerful. Brendan marveled internally. Seems like when you need something, it comes. Wait, does the Heavenly Eye adapt based on my thoughts? A bold idea surfaced in his mind. Verifying this was not feasible right now, so he set the thought aside. Time passed swiftly, and the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Brendan headed to the hospital. He planned to use his new abilities to examine Arno. If the Heavenly Eye didn't fail him, there would definitely be a way to solve the problem. ##### Chapter 144. Reunion with the beautiful mother and daughter. He didn't ask for any special abilities to prolong life. Just being able to awaken Arno was already more than enough. Brendan quickly arrived at Yungui's First People's Hospital. He mingled with the crowd, searching for the ward where Arno was staying. However, a familiar figure soon appeared in Brendan's line of sight. It's her. Brendan immediately recognized who it was, the exquisite beauty Trina he had met before. Any man would have a lasting impression of such an exceptional Elaine. However, compared to their last meeting, Trina now looked rather haggard. Her face was filled with fatigue, lacking the radiant glow she had possessed during their previous encounter. The former successful career Elaine seemed to have been replaced by a middle-aged Elaine worn down by life. Trina approached from a distance, holding medicine in her hands, completely unaware of Brendan's presence. "Tion lady," Brendan greeted as he walked over to her. Hearing someone call her, Trina finally turned her gaze towards him. Seeing Brendan, she even looked somewhat puzzled. "Do we know each other?" Brendan was speechless. He was, after all, the one who saved Ashling's life. Yet the beautiful lady had forgotten him so quickly. "I remember now." Trina's face showed a hint of apology. She apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Zhang. I haven't been in my best state lately, so I didn't recognize you immediately." Brendan waved his hand with a smile. "No problem. How is your daughter doing?" Upon hearing this, Trina's face revealed a bitter smile. "It's not good. Leela has been in the hospital these days, and the doctors say they need to observe her further. They've already conducted chemotherapy once, but it wasn't effective." Brendan fell silent, recalling that Ashling seemed to have digestive cancer. Although the girl was somewhat headstrong, she was only in her teens, and the thought of such a young life ending prematurely was truly heart-wrenching. "Wait, could I help?" A bold idea flashed through Brendan's mind. He pondered for a moment, unsure if he had any means to cure cancer, but what if there was a chance? It wouldn't hurt to check. "I haven't seen that child in a long time. If you don't mind, Tion lady, I'd like to visit her," said Brendan. Trina nodded with a tired smile. "Of course, no problem. Mr. Zhang, you are Leela's savior. Please follow me." Brendan nodded and followed Trina to the ward on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. Upon entering, they found Ashling lying on the bed at the far end of the room. At the sound of footsteps, Ashling immediately turned her head and saw Brendan. "It's you." Ashling looked somewhat awkward upon seeing Brendan, clearly recalling the misunderstanding from before. "Why did you come?" Trina scolded gently. "Leela, be polite. Mr. Zhang came to see you." Pouting, Ashling's tone remained defiant. "See me for what? To mock me? I don't even know him well, so don't think saving me once gives him free rein. I'm not easy to provoke." Trina frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? Mr. Zhang is not a bad person." Brendan rolled his eyes. This girl was still as sharp-tongued as ever. Her mouth could rival Shauna's cousin in terms of sharpness. "Tion lady, please don't be upset. Such trivial matters don't bother me. In fact, I came today to visit an elder, but unexpectedly ran into you in the hallway." Brendan smiled, trying to ease the tension as he spoke with Trina, his eyes inadvertently falling on Ashling. Instantly, Brendan activated the appraisal ability of his Heavenly Eye, and Ashling's information appeared before him. Ashling. Status. None. Age. 1616. Critical condition. Cancer cells have spread. remaining lifespan 3 months. Treatment plan. Insight via heavenly eye, pierce cancer cells with pure Sinclair true chi, then nourish the body with spiritual energy. Brendan's eyes widened in shock. He was astonished that the heavenly eye actually provided a viable treatment plan, and one that he could potentially carry out. Does the heavenly eye tailor treatment plans based on my own abilities? The thought crossed his mind. Ah, Mom, look at him. That guy is staring at me as if he's about to devour me alive. Aisling pointed angrily at Brendan. Cough. Reacting belatedly, Brendan quickly returned his gaze to normal. Don't misunderstand. I was just thinking, Brendan explained helplessly. Aisling stared suspiciously at Brendan, her eyes scrutinizing him like a pervert. Trina sighed. Leela, stop making a fuss. But it's true. He was staring at me weirdly. That look of his was like he wanted to eat me whole. This guy must have ulterior motives. Mom, you need to be careful. You're so beautiful and a married Elaine. Many men love women like you. Aisling warned earnestly. Her words left Trina at a loss for words, while Brendan felt slightly guilty and turned away. He quickly changed the subject. Tion lady, what did the doctors say about her condition? Trina sighed. Their response wasn't hopeful. They only suggested hospital observation without providing a concrete plan. I'm considering transferring Leela to a better hospital for treatment. Brendan pursed his lips. He hesitated but eventually spoke up, knowing that Aisling only had 3 months left. Despite her snarky nature, she was still a young life, and he wasn't cold-hearted enough to watch her fade away. Tion lady, perhaps I can help? Brendan risked saying. Oh? Trina was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, how can you help? Well, Brendan struggled to explain. Could he really say he knew Qigong and could cure cancer? He knew for sure that Trina would treat him as a fraud if he said so. Claiming Qigong could cure cancer was the classic scam. Let's keep it under wraps for now. But Tion lady, you also seem troubled. How long has it been since you've had a proper rest? You look very unwell, Brendan pointed out. Looking at Trina, her status also appeared before him. Long-term sleep deprivation, insufficient spirit, hormonal imbalance. These were minor issues caused mainly by lack of rest, which could be remedied by spiritual energy. I know some massage techniques. If you don't mind, I can offer you a quick 10-minute head massage. Trina nodded hesitantly. All right, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 145. The Beautiful Woman's Surprise. Hearing this, Trina indeed showed a dubious expression and looked at him with strange eyes. Brendan felt helpless. It was because there were too many fraudsters that someone like him, who truly had abilities, suffered discrimination. I'm not joking. Just give me 10 minutes. Considering I saved your daughter, believe me this one time. Brendan directly brought up this favor. Trina frowned slightly and finally nodded. All right, but I'll only give you 10 minutes. Trina's tone suddenly became distant. Brendan felt helpless. It was obvious that Trina took his behavior as a means of repaying kindness as the spiritual energy mixed with true chi slowly entered Trina's body with Brendan's pressure. Trina soon showed a surprised expression. The current situation was different from what she had imagined. She thought that after getting into the car, Brendan would certainly try to take advantage of her. But unexpectedly, Brendan was really giving her a head massage. His technique seemed very professional. With the pressing of Brendan's fingers, a warm current gradually surged through her scalp, eventually converging at her. Ms. Tion? Trina slowly opened her eyes, gradually waking from the dreamlike state she was in. What happened just now? Trina was incredibly surprised. She got up from Brendan's embrace and was amazed at how exceptionally good she felt. The mental burden and fatigue vanished as if they had never existed, leaving her feeling light and delighted. Ms. Tion, how do you feel? Brendan smiled, knowing from her expression that he had succeeded. Indeed, Trina was extremely surprised at the change in herself. Mr. Zhang, is this the effect of your massage? This is too amazing. I've been to many professional massage parlors before, but their masseurs' skills and effects are far inferior to yours. Brendan chuckled. This is my unique technique, which has an outstanding effect in relieving fatigue and restoring spirit. So impressive. Mr. Zhang, you have really broadened my horizons. With such skills, you can definitely become wealthy. Trina was thrilled. Suddenly, she realized that she had misunderstood Brendan. She had initially thought he was seeking repayment for saving her daughter, using the massage as an excuse to take advantage of her. She hadn't expected to misjudge him with her petty thoughts. Trina's face flushed with embarrassment. She bowed her head sincerely. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I misunderstood you just now. I apologize for my behavior and hope you can forgive me. Trina's tone was full of apology and embarrassment. Brendan laughed lightly. No problem. I'm already satisfied with Ms. Tion apologizing so sincerely. Now, let's talk about your daughter's condition. Trina was puzzled. Leela? Yes, in fact, this massage technique might be effective for other diseases as well. It might provide some help for your daughter. Brendan said. He didn't directly say he could cure cancer, as that would sound too exaggerated. Even though Trina had experienced the miraculous effects of the massage just now, she probably wouldn't believe it. Can it really work? Trina's face showed anticipation. Brendan replied, just a trial. It might assist in the doctor's treatment. You felt the effects, and my massage technique won't harm the body. It can have quite good therapeutic relaxation effects. After a moment of pondering, Trina nodded. All right. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much. Whether it works or not, I will always remember your kindness. Trina was filled with gratitude. Brendan smiled and nodded. They then got out of the car and returned to the ward. Back in the ward, Aisling saw the two return and hurriedly asked curiously. However, upon seeing Trina, she was startled. Mom, where did you go? Why do I feel your mental state has improved so much? Aisling looked at the visibly changed Trina in surprise. Hashtag chapter 146, Heaven-defying treatment. Facing Aisling's inquiry, Trina truthfully recounted what had just happened. What? Aisling nearly jumped out of her bed. Are you crazy, Mom? Didn't I tell you not to trust this man? You're a beauty. Do you know how much allure you have over men? You're making me furious. He must have taken advantage of you. Ah, Aisling clutched her head in frustration, her face showing complete distress. Enraged, she leapt from the bed and lunged at Brendan with flailing limbs. You pervert. I'll fight you to the death. Brendan extended one hand and pinned down Aisling's head effortlessly. Despite her frenzied attempts, she couldn't get close to Brendan. Seeing her daughter making such a fuss, Trina felt a headache coming on. Leela, Mr. Zhang didn't take advantage of me. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's massage, I feel completely rejuvenated. Trina explained. Aisling looked suspicious. Am I stupid? How could a massage be so miraculous? Dealing with the stubborn Aisling was exhausting for Trina. After much persuasion, she finally managed to convince her somewhat. Aisling still eyed Brendan warily, as if he were a predator. When Trina suggested a massage for her, Aisling almost lost control again. No way. Mom, what has he done to you? You're trying to throw your own daughter into the fire. Aisling's voice was loud enough to cause chaos if they weren't in a private room. Trina patiently explained until Aisling finally calmed down. Fine, just once. If it doesn't work, I'll make sure he pays with his life. Aisling glared fiercely at Brendan. Brendan chuckled inwardly at the difficult girl before him, thinking she matched Shauna's niece in obstinacy. All right then, said Aisling as she lifted her shirt to expose her smooth, pale abdomen. The young girl's figure was slim, but already beginning to show its potential charm despite her young age. Mr. Zhang, Leela is convinced. Please proceed, Trina said apologetically. This child is spoiled, please bear with her. It's fine, Brendan replied, stepping forward. Looking at Aisling's slender waist, he had to admit, it was quite enticing. Compared to Trina, the mature beauty, the young girl had her own unique allure. Suppressing his agitation, Brendan activated his heavenly eye and gently placed his hands on Aisling's abdomen. Ah, that tickles. Aisling wriggled. Don't move around, Trina held her down. With Aisling restrained, Brendan began the treatment. Curing cancer, a terminal illness, was no small feat, and he couldn't help feeling tense. If successful, it would undoubtedly be a miracle. Modern medicine had been helpless against it, and Brendan wasn't certain of success either. Although the heavenly eye provided detailed methods, he had never done this before. Deciding to proceed cautiously, Brendan slowly guided the true chi into Aisling's body while keeping his heavenly eye active. The level 2 heavenly eye had astonishing insight. Brendan realized he could observe at a microscopic level. What the hell? I can actually see cells? The insight of the level 2 heavenly eye is this powerful? Startled, Brendan quickly regained composure. Under his control, the true chi began precise operations. Guided by the heavenly eye, the true chi reached the area of cell mutation. Using the destructive nature of pure Sinclair true chi, Brendan started eliminating cancer cells. To his surprise, it was easier than expected. The cancer cells barely resisted, easily being killed in large numbers. Is the true chi really this strong? Makes sense. After all, true chi can directly harm enemies. In novels, even a wooden stick in the hands of innate experts can cut through metal due to true chi, highlighting its power. If true chi can destroy rocks and steel, how much more human cells? Brendan felt elated, realizing he might actually cure cancer. Building on this success, he grew more confident, allowing the true chi to act more boldly. What did you do? Why does my belly feel warm? Did you put a heating pad there? Aisling asked curiously. Trina smiled. That's the uniqueness of Mr. Zhang's massage technique. I also felt warm and comfortable during his massage. Really that magical? Aisling marveled. She glanced up to see Brendan intently focused on her abdomen. His serious expression made her cheeks flush red. Pervert, she muttered, feeling embarrassed under his gaze in such an unusual position. Unable to resist, she wriggled, which immediately disrupted Brendan's treatment. Don't move around. Brendan scolded. Aisling pouted, but endured the discomfort. Half an hour passed quickly. After a long time, Brendan closed his heavenly eye, looking exhausted. He withdrew his hands, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Mr. Zhang, are you finished? Trina asked. Brendan smiled warmly. The first massage went very smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should provide significant benefits for her condition. Trina seemed uncertain. We can see the results after Leela's scheduled treatment later today. Tired as I am, let's check after the afternoon treatment. Call me then, Brendan suggested. All right. Noticing Brendan's exhaustion, Trina offered to support him. He stood up, swayed, and instinctively grabbed Trina. The soft, full touch was inviting, making him lose himself momentarily. What are you doing? Aisling yelled from the bed. Brendan looked pale. I'm too drained. Mrs. Tian, can you drive me back? Seeing Brendan's genuine fatigue, Trina nodded. He had exerted himself for her daughter, so it was only right she helped him. Hashtag chapter 147. Surprised mother and daughter. Trina nodded in agreement and then gently supported Brendan as they walked all the way to the underground parking lot. Being intimately supported by a plump, beautiful Elaine, Brendan could smell the faint fragrance coming from her, which seemed to rejuvenate him somewhat. It was scorching summer, so both of them were wearing very light clothing. Under this close contact, their demeanor appeared even more intimate. Cough, cough. Brendan felt his heart stir slightly. The appeal of such an exquisite mature beauty was unparalleled for him. No wonder so many men were irresistibly drawn to the charm of older women. They arrived at the underground parking lot, where Trina was exceptionally gentle, carefully helping Brendan into the car before sitting in the driver's seat herself. With a press on the accelerator, she drove Brendan to the hotel entrance. Mr. Zhang, do you need me to take you upstairs? Trina asked, turning around. Brendan felt a bit awkward but nodded without hesitation. Please trouble Miss Tian to take me upstairs, he said, glancing at the mature and graceful figure of the Elaine beside him. In fact, his spirits had already revived somewhat during the ride back. But since Trina had offered to help, how could he refuse? Trina didn't think much about it, and got out of the car to support Brendan up to his room. Looking at Trina's earnest expression, Brendan felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had done something wrong. Taking advantage of Trina's kindness felt a bit low. However, this thought quickly vanished. Why pass up an opportunity when it presented itself? After delivering Brendan to the hotel, Trina returned to the hospital, just in time for Ashling's new examination. The nurse took Ashling into the examination room while Trina waited outside nervously, uncertain of what the outcome would be after Brendan's treatment. Logic told her that such treatment should not have any significant effect, but she still hoped for a miracle. The test results came out quickly. Trina and Ashling went to the doctor's office. The doctor examined the new CT scan and frowned with confusion. This isn't right, he muttered. Trina instantly tensed up and quickly asked, Zach, what's wrong? Is Leela's condition getting worse? No, your daughter's condition hasn't worsened. On the contrary, it has improved significantly. The cancer cells in her body have decreased, which is strange because they weren't like this during my last checkup, the doctor said, puzzled. What? Both Trina and Ashling were initially startled, followed by waves of surprise and excitement. Ashling, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Zach, are the cancer cells in my body really reduced? Does this mean I have a chance of survival? The doctor nodded. Yes, based on this recovery, your condition can be fully controlled. With a few more treatments, you will recover smoothly. Great. To the mother and daughter, these words were pure music to their ears. They were ecstatic beyond belief, while the doctor remained bewildered. As Ashling's attending physician, he remembered that the previous treatment did not show such good results, but today's recheck results were incredibly positive, which was indeed strange. Back in the ward, Ashling's demeanor completely changed. The previously irritable girl now wore a sweet smile. Mom, I have hope now. I knew being so adorable wouldn't let me die easily, Ashling chuckled. Trina tapped her lightly. Leela, don't forget who the true hero is. Mr. Zhang's skills are truly amazing. Without his treatment, your condition wouldn't be as good now. Ashling pouted skeptically. Is it really thanks to him? But he didn't do anything. He only massaged my stomach. How could that help with my cancer? Trina was speechless. Having received advanced education, she naturally understood the difficulty of treating cancer. After Ashling's diagnosis, Trina had researched extensively on cancer. This massage alone couldn't possibly reduce cancer cells. Yet her daughter's cancer cells had indeed decreased, which was truly incredible after just one session. I'll call Mr. Zhang. Unsure of what to do, Trina dialed Brendan's number. The call connected quickly, and Brendan's voice came through. Ms. Tian, have the test results come out? If there were no unexpected issues, your daughter's condition must have improved significantly, Brendan replied with a lighthearted laugh. Trina was astonished. How can you be so sure, Mr. Zhang? Indeed, Leela's condition has improved a lot. Even the doctor finds it unbelievable. The doctor just said that with continued treatment, a full recovery can be achieved soon. Smiling inside his hotel room, Brendan knew his heavenly eye's diagnostic ability far surpassed modern medicine. Thus there was no error. Congratulations. It seems my treatment worked well, which reassures me, Brendan said. Trina was stunned. Your massage actually had an effect? How did you manage that? Facing the mature Elaine's question, Brendan smiled subtly and didn't give detailed explanations. It's just my unique massage technique. I cannot reveal the specifics because only I can perform this method. Please keep my involvement confidential, Ms. Tian. Otherwise, it might cause considerable trouble, Brendan added. Trina nodded without hesitation. Of course. His words left her in awe, filling her with relief. She felt lucky that her daughter met Brendan, or else they wouldn't have seen such results. Mr. Zhang's miraculous hands. If not for your treatment, Leela would still be suffering. This great favor is too significant. I don't know how to repay it. Chapter 148. Another visit. If she just promised herself to me, it would be enough. Brendan nearly blurted out these words, but thankfully held back at the last moment. This was absolutely not something he could say. Otherwise, he'd appear like a pervert exploiting kindness for personal gain, and all the goodwill built up in Trina's heart could vanish in an instant. It's only a small matter. If you wish to repay me, Mrs. Tian, you can treat me to a meal later, Brendan smiled. Trina immediately nodded. All right, once Leela recovers, I will definitely repay Mr. Zhang. After a few more sentences, they ended the call. In the room, Brendan couldn't help but smack his lips. Trina, this exquisite beauty, made him drool with desire. Such a mature and intellectual Elaine would probably be hard for any man on earth to resist. This upgrade of the heavenly eye undoubtedly boosted my capabilities immensely. I now have the genuine ability to heal diseases, even curing fatal illnesses like cancer, which would likely make people queue outside my door if news got out. But what needs immediate addressing is the trouble from Leanne. It's time to awaken Arno with my current abilities. A determined look appeared in Brendan's eyes. Before the heavenly eyes upgrade, he had some doubts about whether he could wake Arno, but now he was completely confident that unless Arno's condition was extremely complex, it would be no problem. Drowsiness hit him as treating Ashling had consumed a lot of his energy. Unable to hold on any longer, Brendan soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept for several hours until waking up when it was completely dark outside. His stomach growled, awakening him from sleep due to hunger. After getting up and washing up, he went downstairs in the hotel for a simple dinner and then called Leanne again. Beep, beep. His call was answered by silence as Leanne directly hung up. Seeing this, Brendan frowned slightly. Is Leanne not available right now? Since she is on night watch, I might as well go over there. Brendan set off for Heian City People's Hospital. He knew the way well and quickly entered the hospital's inpatient building. Brendan activated the heavenly eye and soon found Arno's special ward. Inside, Leanne was indeed there, along with Bryn. That guy. Brendan's face turned cold upon seeing Bryn. He wouldn't show any courtesy to someone who had repeatedly caused him trouble. But then a smile curved his lips as if he had an idea. Since you're here too, don't blame me for being impolite. He walked straight to the VIP ward's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Bryn's voice came from inside. Who is it? The door creaked open to reveal Bryn. The sight of Brendan made his face instantly turn cold. Who did I think it was? You again. Brendan, Didn't Xiuxian tell you never to show up again? Bryn reprimanded without hesitation, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Leanne heard the commotion and came out, her expression changing upon seeing Brendan. Why are you here? I'm here to treat Grandfather Arno, Brendan said. What? Both Bryn and Leanne were momentarily stunned. Leanne recalled Brendan's miraculous massage skills while Bryn burst into laughter. Brendan, you really are arrogant. What makes you think you can claim you're here to treat Grandfather? Even the doctors can't do anything. What can you possibly do? Bryn seemed to find this incredibly amusing, openly mocking Brendan. Leanne tried to defend him. Brendan just wants to see my grandfather. Xiuxian, you're too kind-hearted. Scum like Brendan shouldn't be given any good face. From my view, he still harbors ulterior motives and uses Grandfather as an excuse to get close to you, Bryn concluded as if reading everything. Facing Bryn's remarks, Brendan simply shrugged. Bryn, done complaining? Today, I'm here solely for Grandfather Wu. It has nothing to do with Leanne. I'm here to treat Grandfather Wu, Brendan stated firmly. Looking at Leanne, he added, I can treat Grandfather Wu and bring him back to consciousness. This statement startled Leanne. Her face flickered with uncertainty. Really? Trust me, Brendan confidently replied. Leanne hesitated, while Bryn snorted disdainfully. Xiuxian, don't let Brendan fool you. Grandfather's condition is severe. If Brendan messes around, it could worsen his condition. I've already contacted experts from abroad. They'll arrive in a couple of days to treat Grandfather. Leanne remained undecided. She wasn't doubting Brendan but found the whole situation too astonishing. Since Arno fell into a coma, the Wu family had consulted hospitals in Han City and even top doctors from Rongqing, but no one had any solution. Brendan's sudden confidence raised suspicions. If it weren't for our existing trust, she wouldn't even consider it, Brendan mused. Leanne, Grandfather's condition is serious. I have a method to wake him up. As for Bryn's talk, you aren't seriously considering him, are you? Brendan asked humorously, causing Bryn's face to darken. Brendan, what do you mean by that? Chapter 149, Treating Arno. Brendan smiled, crossing his arms with a mocking look on his face as he watched Bryn. Do you really not understand what I mean? Because Grandpa Wu is in a coma, you can now force Leanne into an engagement with you. If there's anyone who wouldn't want to see Grandpa Wu wake up, it's definitely you. I even suspect you might have secretly poisoned him, Brendan taunted. Bryn was furious. Brendan, that's just slander. Though seething with rage, a closer look revealed that this anger seemed more like resentment from being exposed. Leanne observed everything, gritted her teeth, and then said, Brendan, please come in first. Wait. Bryn quickly intervened. Leanne, you can't do this. This is too risky. What if Brendan has malicious intentions? Bryn warned. Leanne's expression turned resolute. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Bryn looked extremely upset. Leanne was clearly siding against him despite being his fiancée. This made Bryn grit his teeth in frustration. Brendan smiled slightly and entered the ward at Leanne's invitation. He approached Arno's bed where the elderly man still lay unconscious, his serene and gentle face remaining unchanged despite his condition. Brendan activated his heavenly eyes appraisal ability. Arno, none. 80/81. Severe illness. Current state is unconscious due to brain hemorrhage compressing the nerves, resulting in minor brain trauma. Treatment method. Use spiritual energy to unblock the brain and repair damaged nerves. Arno's information appeared before Brendan, along with detailed treatment methods from the heavenly eye. Seeing that he could indeed cure Arno, Brendan felt immensely relieved. Now that the treatment method was clear, all that was left was to carry it out. With the successful experience of treating Aisling previously, Brendan was now much bolder. How will you treat him? Leanne asked, approaching him. Brendan continued to smile. Don't worry. I guarantee that Grandpa Wu will wake up tonight. His words were filled with confidence, which momentarily infected Leanne. Leanne was taken aback, unsure why Brendan was so confident. Bryn sneered from the side. What arrogance! Brendan, do you really think you're some miraculous doctor? For you to make such grand claims. Bryn mocked relentlessly. He waved his phone. I've already called Leanne's mother. She'll be here soon, and then we'll see what you have to say. Leanne looked angrily at Bryn. What are you doing, Bryn? I'm just trying to protect you from being deceived by someone like Brendan, Bryn retorted matter-of-factly. Leanne couldn't help but feel enraged, yet she had no way to deal with Bryn. Brendan realized this wasn't going well. He needed to wake Arno up quickly. Otherwise, when Wu family members arrived, treating Arno would be impossible. All right. Both of you stop talking. I'm about to start the treatment, and no one should disturb me, Brendan said firmly. Bryn continued to ridicule. Putting on airs, we'll see what happens when the Wu family arrives. Brendan's expression darkened. Bryn's constant buzzing, like a fly, was extremely annoying. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Bryn, since you don't believe in me, do you dare bet with me? If I can wake up Grandpa Wu, you'll break off the engagement with Leanne. And if I fail, you can hit me 10 times today, and I won't appear before Leanne again, Brendan said. Are you serious? Bryn's eyes lit up. He didn't believe Brendan could save Arno, making this bet very appealing. Leanne interjected, worried. No, this bet is too harsh. Fine, I accept. If you lose, I hope you keep your word. Bryn exclaimed excitedly. Brendan also smiled slightly. Both parties believed they held the upper hand, but there could only be one true winner. After setting the terms, Bryn stopped his antics. Brendan stepped forward, placing both hands on Arno's head. He followed the massage techniques provided by the heavenly eye while activating its xiuxian ability. Revised. He followed the massage techniques provided by the heavenly eye while activating its xiuxian capability. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be. He followed the massage techniques provided by the heavenly eye while activating its X-ray vision capability. However, since X-ray vision is an interpretive translation of xiuxian, for consistency with the rest of the text which uses xiuxian, we should stick to. He followed the massage techniques provided by the heavenly eye while activating its xiuxian ability. To ensure the term is consistent throughout the document, you may want to choose one way to translate toaster and apply it consistently. If X-ray vision is preferred for better readability in English, then use that instead. If you have a glossary or style guide specifying how to handle terms like this, please follow that. Otherwise, here's the most fluent version assuming no specific guidance. He followed the massage techniques provided by the heavenly eye while activating its X-ray vision ability. Spiritual energy flowed from his Naiwan palace into Arno's brain. Through the heavenly eye's powerful vision, Brendan saw the situation inside Arno's brain. As expected, blood clots had formed within, causing the coma. Brendan carefully guided the spiritual energy to disperse these clots and heal the damaged brain nerves, gradually restoring activity. The spiritual energy was truly amazing, especially with the heavenly eye's incredible ability. Brendan watched Arno's condition slowly improve. Silence enveloped the room. All three people remained quiet, and the atmosphere became intensely silent. Leanne felt tense, watching Brendan intently with obvious worry on her face. She was concerned both about Brendan's failure and any potential complications for Arno. In contrast, Bryn kept smirking. Seeing Brendan massaging Arno, he couldn't help but sneer. Brendan, you don't expect to wake Grandpa Wu with just a massage, do you? Brendan glanced at him. Not speaking doesn't make you a mute. Just shut up and watch. Humph. Bryn scoffed. Fine, let's see how you wake up Grandpa Wu, Bryn jeered, believing Brendan couldn't possibly succeed in this bet. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Time ticked away, and soon an hour had passed. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. The Wu family had arrived. Chapter 150, Critical Moment. Leanne's face turned pale as she heard the footsteps getting closer. If other members of the Wu family entered and saw this scene, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. Realizing this, she immediately rushed out but was already too late. Before Leanne could open the door, the Wu family members outside had already angrily barged in. The first person to rush into the hospital room was none other than Ariella, who, upon entering, saw Brendan sitting on the bed. Her face instantly contorted with anger. Brendan, why are you here again? It seems the last lesson wasn't enough for you to learn. How dare you show up again? Ariella fumed. Not just her, other Wu family members also entered the hospital room. Ariella had clearly come prepared tonight, bringing several other Wu family members with her. A Jose stepped forward from the crowd, his expression cold and angry. Terrence wasted no words. Get this troublemaker out of here. At Terrence's order, 4 or 5 burly men walked into the room from outside. Bryn watched the scene unfold with amusement, his face full of mockery as he sat cross-armed, ready to watch a good show. Seeing the situation, Leanne quickly moved forward, standing in front of everyone. Stop. No one is allowed to move. Leanne shouted. Ariella, furious, demanded. Xiuxian, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to cut ties with this man? Why is he here tonight? Terrence frowned deeply. Xiuxian, don't forget your current position. You're now engaged to Bryn, yet you're still involved with this outsider. Do you know how much damage this will do to our family's reputation if this gets out? Facing their accusations, Leanne bit her lip lightly. Uncle, Mom, please listen to me. Brendan came here tonight to treat Grandfather. Give him some time. I believe it will be over soon. What? Treatment? Hearing Leanne's words, they turned to see Brendan massaging Arno. This sight instantly enraged them. This is utter nonsense. How can Grandfather let an outsider treat him? What if this person has ulterior motives and harms Grandfather? Xiuxian, you're simply foolish. Have you considered Grandfather's safety? Terrence roared furiously. Leanne quickly explained, Uncle, Brendan is not that kind of person. Grandfather highly respects him. Besides, he's only massaging Grandfather while he's unconscious. Why not give it a try? If Grandfather wakes up, it will be a huge benefit for our entire family. Ariella almost laughed in frustration. Xiuxian, I think you've gone mad. Grandfather needs rest. Moreover, we've brought in many famous doctors who couldn't wake him. What can this unknown person possibly do? Massages? Can that really wake Grandfather? Ariella's tone was filled with disdain. But hearing their words, Leanne remained resolute. 1 hour, at most 1 hour. If Brendan still can't wake Grandfather, I'll ask him to leave personally. Leanne said. Terrence's face darkened. Impossible. Who knows what intentions this person has? Security, immediately remove Brendan from the ward and call the police. Leanne grew anxious as she tried to stop the security guards, but her strength was no match for them. Ariella stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Xiuxian, don't be stubborn. I think Brendan has deceived you. What's so special about this man that has made you lose all sense? Leanne was frantic. Brendan had come with good intentions. If anything went wrong because of today's events, she would feel guilty forever. Meanwhile, by the bedside, Brendan noticed the commotion caused by the Wu family. This was a crucial moment for the treatment. If these people interrupted, it would be difficult for him to find another chance to treat Arno. If he lost this opportunity to prove himself, he might be labeled as a fraud by the Wu family forever. He was nearly done. Soon, Arno would wake up, clearing his name. All he needed was to stall for a little more time. An idea flashed through his mind. Stand back, no one is allowed to come closer. Brendan pulled out a small knife from his pocket and pressed it against Arno's neck. Everyone in the room froze at this action. The security guards backed off hastily, while Ariella and Terrence were both shocked and furious. How dare you? Let go of Grandfather immediately. Terrence bellowed. Bryn couldn't help but laugh aloud, adding fuel to the fire. You all see now, Brendan is a madman. Treating Grandfather was just an excuse. Now his true colors are showing. Terrence and Ariella were both furious and shocked, while Leanne's face showed disbelief. Brendan was speechless. Bryn certainly loved stirring things up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no intention of harming Grandfather Wu. I just need a little more time. At most half an hour, Brendan said calmly. Terrence, livid, ordered. Put down the knife. If you harm Grandfather, the Wu family will never forgive you. Brendan shrugged indifferently. Is half an hour too much? You're many people. I can't escape anyway. Why take the risk? His words held some truth. Terrence and Ariella exchanged glances. With the knife at Arno's throat, they didn't dare take the risk. Fine, I'll give you half an hour. If grandfather doesn't wake up after that, even at the risk of injuring him, we won't let you go. Terrence's face darkened even further. Brendan felt a wave of relief. Half an hour was enough. Bryn laughed heartily, his face filled with malicious glee at the unfolding drama. Chapter 151. Reversing the situation. Especially watching Brendan fail, he burst out laughing on the spot. Brendan, you might as well give up. You only have half an hour left. Given what you've done now, it looks like even without my intervention, the Wu family won't let you off. Bryn mocked coldly, the sarcasm and schadenfreude in his tone obvious to all. Brendan rolled his eyes and sneered. You'd better shut up. Be careful that you're the one who gets proven wrong later. Heske. The disbelief was evident on Bryn's face. He simply did not believe Brendan could turn the tables on him. Everyone waited, all eyes on Brendan. By now, Brendan had put down the knife and was fully focused on treating Arno. The air in the ward was heavy and oppressive. Leanne's face was filled with worry. She already regretted agreeing to let Brendan try to treat him, fearing this impasse wouldn't resolve itself favorably. Faces around the room showed varying emotions. Bryn mocking, Ariella and Terrence angry, Leanne worried, and the other bodyguards unsure of what to do. Time ticked by slowly under this tense atmosphere. The half hour soon passed. Bryn glanced at the time and couldn't hide his excitement, eagerly waiting to see Brendan's misfortune. Brendan, the half hour is up. Leanne was startled and immediately wanted to speak on Brendan's behalf. Terrence and Ariella looked utterly grim. Bring him. Terrence growled, suppressing his rage. Four bodyguards rushed forward like hungry tigers. Even with Brendan's current abilities, he wasn't a match for four well-trained, strong bodyguards. It's over. Leanne's face paled, envisioning the impending disaster awaiting Brendan. Ha ha ha. Tisk Brendan, I wonder how you will die, Bryn laughed maniacally. Just as it seemed all was lost, Arno, who had been unconscious on the bed, suddenly groaned and slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Where am I? What happened? Arno sounded bewildered, still not fully aware of his surroundings. Boom. Arno's awakening felt like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Grandpa! Leanne cried out in pleasant surprise, hardly believing her eyes. Old master! Old master! Terrence and Ariella exclaimed in equally mixed shock and joy. This can't be possible. Bryn gasped in utter shock, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Arno actually woke up? This was unbelievable. The bodyguards halted mid-action, looking puzzled. Now, should they proceed? Leanne rushed forward. Grandpa, how are you feeling? I feel dizzy. Why am I here? What's going on? Arno rubbed his head. Brendan spoke up. Old master, you were admitted to the hospital due to sudden cerebral hemorrhage and have been unconscious for some time. A lot has happened during your absence. Now that you've just woken up, please don't exert yourself and rest some more. Brendan wore a broad smile. He stood tall, exuding confidence. Arno's expression remained stunned. Clearly not fully lucid from his recent awakening, he nodded and drifted back to sleep. Brendan massaged Arno's body lightly until he fell asleep again. Withdrawing his hands, Brendan turned his gaze to the others. Shocked, astonished, incredulous. Everyone looked at him as if they'd seen a ghost, their expressions reflecting complete bewilderment. Haha. Gentlemen and ladies, old Master Wu has awakened. I think no one wants me gone now, right? Brendan smiled. Now it was his turn to hold the upper hand. Ariella's face froze in shock. Brendan, how did you do it? Old Master was actually saved by you? Ariella wondered if she was seeing things correctly. She glanced around and saw the same reaction from everyone else. It wasn't possible for everyone to hallucinate simultaneously. Brendan gave a modest smile. I know a special massage technique. I can't disclose the specifics, it's my secret. Old Master is cured and needs rest. Once he wakes up, he will be fine. Is there anyone who still has something to say? Ariella and Terrence's faces hardened. Leanne approached Brendan tearfully. Thank you. Leanne's voice trembled with gratitude. She hadn't expected Brendan to actually save Arno. Brendan smiled and patted Leanne's shoulder before turning back to Ariella and Terrence. So? I revived Old Master Wu, yet you have nothing to say? I'll tell Old Master Wu about this when he wakes up. Your attitude towards his savior. Is this really how you treat someone who saved his life? Brendan pressed further, adopting a commanding tone. Ariella and Terrence exchanged glances, their expressions revealing awkwardness. Terrence managed a weak smile. His furious demeanor vanished completely. Mr. Zhang, we must have misunderstood. We were unkind to you, but please understand and forgive us. We were just too worried about Old Master Wu as his children. Please bear with our behavior. Terrence forced a laugh, extremely embarrassed. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into, never having anticipated that Brendan would cure Arno. This outcome was a blessing for him, yet contrasting his previous attitude made Terrence both awkward and fearful. Had they really driven away the person who could save the old master, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ariella also mirrored his expression. Their attitudes did a complete 180-degree turn, making them look rather comical. Brendan didn't press further. After all, their reactions were understandable. Chapter 152, Complete Victory. If it were his own family member who was critically ill, and someone of unknown origin suddenly appeared offering treatment, he wouldn't have agreed either. Brendan turned his gaze to the real focus. Bryn. At this moment, Bryn's face had turned extremely grim. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, suspecting there might be something wrong with his eyes. How else could he possibly see Arno actually waking up? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Brendan, what kind of trick did you pull? Bryn's body trembled slightly. Shock and fury mingled on his face, making him look as if he had just swallowed something foul. Brendan smiled, a genuinely happy smile. Crossing his arms, he said, Bryn, I don't quite understand what you mean. Everyone saw that Elder Wu has awakened. What kind of trick could this be? And besides, seeing Elder Wu awake, you don't seem very happy. Are you unhappy to see Elder Wu recover consciousness? These words instantly changed Bryn's expression. Though this was exactly how he felt, he couldn't show it. How could it be? Brendan, don't slander me. Of course, I'm happy that Elder Wu can awaken. So why do you look so tense? Come on, give me a smile. Brendan laughed heartily, deliberately taunting Bryn. Bryn forced a smile, uglier than crying. Fury raged within him like a volcanic eruption. Damn it, Brendan actually managed to wake Arno. How did he do it? Now that Arno is awake, isn't my plan all ruined? Bryn glared at Brendan with eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. If looks could kill, Bryn would have wanted to carve Brendan into pieces. Noticing this, Brendan laughed inwardly, reveling in the satisfaction. Is there anything more delightful than watching one's enemy embarrass and rage? Bryn, I won our bet today. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Brendan suddenly asked. Bryn's pupils contracted. His expression rapidly shifted between various shades of emotions, now green, now white, as if racing through a series of changes. I will honor my promise. He had initially wanted to renege, but couldn't do so in front of Leanne. Satisfied with the response, Brendan felt completely vindicated. Alright, let's all wait patiently now. Elder Wu should wake up soon after a brief rest. Also, call the doctor to examine him and confirm that his condition has improved, Brendan added. This set Terrence and Ariella scrambling into action. Soon, the doctor responsible for Arno arrived and examined him. Zach Gemisonu, how is Elder Wu? The doctor smiled, though he seemed puzzled as well. Congratulations, Elder Wu's brain has recovered quite well. The original hematoma has dissipated by a significant amount, and even some of the nerve functions have started to restore. Elder Wu is now out of danger. With proper rest, he should make a full recovery. These words solidified Brendan's achievement. The Wu family was overjoyed. Terrence, Ariella, and Leanne all showed their happiness. That's wonderful, Elder Wu is finally safe. Ariella expressed her joy. However, amidst the happiness, Terrence and Ariella looked somewhat awkward. They knew who the true hero was, yet the misunderstanding only made them feel more embarrassed. Sorry, Sage, your mother misunderstood you. We didn't know Brendan really had genuine skills. Now that Elder Wu has awakened, our family's crisis is also resolved, Ariella said apologetically. Leanne replied, you should apologize to Brendan. Forget it. It's late. I'll see Brendan back home. We'll host a dinner tomorrow when Elder Wu wakes up, and we'll formally apologize then. With that, Leanne left. As she returned to the ward, Brendan came out. Did the checkup end? Leanne looked grateful. Elder Wu has recovered. The doctor said he can be discharged tomorrow. Thank you for tonight. I'll take you back. Sure, Brendan nodded. As they spoke, he noticed that Bryn had disappeared somewhere along the way. This guy slipped away pretty quickly, but Brendan didn't mind. Tonight, he had gotten revenge on Bryn, embarrassing him while foiling his plans. They left the hospital, and Leanne drove Brendan back to his hotel, stopping at the entrance. Why don't you come up for a while? Brendan suggested impulsively. Hearing this, Leanne blushed. She guessed Brendan's intentions correctly. All right, Leanne nodded gently. Seeing Leanne agree, Brendan couldn't help but feel thrilled and anticipatory. He had only made a casual suggestion, but Leanne actually agreed. It was already midnight. Elaine accepting an invitation to a man's room wasn't a trivial matter unless they were in a close relationship. Could something exciting happen next? A surge of anticipation flooded Brendan's mind. Leanne parked in the underground garage, and they took the elevator up. Brendan unlocked his door, and they entered the room together. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Do you want to take a shower first? Brendan asked bluntly. Leanne's cheeks flushed immediately. What are you saying? That's not what I meant. Leanne shot him a glare, her face red. This man is too eager. Brendan felt disappointed. So, you didn't mean that? But I risked a lot saving your grandfather today. If I weren't capable enough, I'd probably be minced meat by now. With such a big contribution, shouldn't I get some reward? VQ became conflicted. Brendan's words made her feel guilty. Thinking about the risks he took tonight to save Arno, Leanne's heart softened. Brendan noticed Leanne's expression and instantly felt excited. He moved closer and hugged her. Don't misbehave. Don't do anything inappropriate. I didn't say I'd repay you with my body. The strong masculine scent enveloped Leanne, causing her panic. She struggled but didn't use much force. Her struggle seemed more like teasing. Hee. Don't worry, I'm not the type to demand repayment. I won't misbehave, Brendan chuckled evilly. Chapter 153, Bryn's Reluctance. Leanne rolled her eyes at Brendan's words. She wasn't some naive, innocent little girl who didn't know the world. She was well aware of her beauty and knew not to believe everything a man said at moments like this. I'll only let you hug me. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, I'll leave immediately, Leanne said seriously. Brendan saw that Leanne wasn't joking and felt somewhat disappointed. However, being able to hug her wasn't bad either, especially as it represented a good start. He believed that if he continued his efforts, Leanne would eventually fall into his hands. All right, I promise I won't do anything improper, Brendan replied with a smile. Leanne gave him a light tap, her cheeks blushing red, hardly believing how bold she had been. For some reason, she had agreed to follow Brendan to the room. But then again, today Brendan had helped a lot. If not for him, her grandfather might have remained unconscious for an indefinite period. Since he had done so much, repaying him seemed appropriate. Satisfied by holding such a beautiful Elaine in his arms, Brendan felt pleased. If Bryn were to see this scene, he'd likely be furious. Now that your grandfather is awake, your engagement to Bryn should be cancelled, right? Brendan asked. Leanne nodded slightly. Grandfather loves me dearly. He wouldn't let me marry someone like Bryn. Reassured, they chatted for a while until Leanne realized how late it was and suggested leaving. After exiting the hotel, she returned to the hospital where her grandfather, Arno, had already awakened and regained full consciousness. Grandfather, how are you feeling? Leanne rushed over. Most of the Wu family members were already present in the hospital room, having heard the news of Arno's recovery. Seeing Arno conscious and in good condition, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Arno was the pillar of the Wu family, and without him, the family had fallen into disarray during his coma. I'm fine now, but But a lot must have happened during my unconsciousness, Arno remarked. Leanne nodded and recounted the recent events. Arno's expression turned grim, and he scolded the family members harshly. You're all useless. How did I raise you? Just because I was unconscious, you panicked to this extent and even considered marrying Sage to that boy from the Tang family. You've disgraced me. He berated Terrence and others mercilessly. The Wu family members bowed their heads guiltily, unable to retort. Old master, don't get angry. Please calm down for your health, Ariella interjected. Others nodded in agreement, trying to soothe Arno. Humph. Arno grumbled. Sage's engagement must be cancelled. Bryn isn't worthy of her. Of course, I'll visit the Tang family tomorrow, Ariella agreed. At this point, Arno recalled Brendan, whom he remembered had saved him while he was unconscious. Sage, who saved me? Arno asked. It was Brendan. Grandfather, you only woke up because of his help, Leanne explained in detail. Hearing this, Terrence and Ariella exchanged awkward glances. Old master, I mistook Brendan due to lack of insight. Fortunately, he saved you. I'll personally apologize to him tomorrow, Terrence said. Arno's mood improved slightly, astonished at Brendan's medical skills. From Leanne's account, he understood the severity of his condition, which no doctor in Haiyanshi could cure. Incredible, Brendan managed to save me. He must be quite skilled. Arno marveled. Leanne smiled. Grandfather, thanks to Brendan, you're awake. We must thank him properly. Absolutely. We'll host a banquet tomorrow and invite Mr. Zhang. Sage, you take care of the arrangements, Arno instructed. Leanne agreed readily. Meanwhile, in a villa, Bryn was seething with anger. He threw a valuable vase onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn it, that Brendan ruined my plans again. Bryn roared, his rage burning like a volcano. His fists clenched tightly, nails piercing into his palms, causing excruciating pain. His entire plan had failed, everything lost. He couldn't suppress his fury. Bryn destroyed items in the living room, smashing expensive furniture and objects. When he finally calmed down, the room was in chaos. Footsteps approached, and Bryn turned to greet. Father. A tall, authoritative Jose entered. His presence exuded power and dignity. What happened? I heard Arno has awakened. Trevor inquired. Bryn took a deep breath and recounted the evening's events. Hearing this, Trevor frowned. Brendan? A young man in his 20s has such abilities. What's his background? Trevor asked sternly. Chapter 154, Wu Family Feast. Bryn said, I've investigated Brendan's background. He's just an ordinary person, originally a corporate slave, but later rose for some unknown reason. Probably just a lucky kid. Because of him, our entire plan was ruined this time. Now that Arno has awakened, it's clear that our plan has failed. As he spoke, Bryn clenched his teeth in frustration. If looks could kill, he would have mutilated Brendan 1,000 times over at that moment. Trevor frowned deeply. You're underestimating Brendan. For him to achieve this level already proves that he's a capable individual. Never did I think our plan would be disrupted by someone like him. A cold glint flashed in Trevor's eyes as well. Yes, we worked hard to keep Arno unconscious. If everything had gone according to plan, I could have married Leanne and gradually take over the Wu family through that relationship. But now, all our efforts are wasted because of Brendan. Dad, we must seek revenge. I won't rest until Brendan is dead. Bryn gritted his teeth. The mere thought of Brendan's face filled Bryn with rage. If the plan had succeeded, he would not only have taken control of the Wu family but also secured Leanne as his bride. Now he had nothing, and it was all due to Brendan. How could he not hate the man who snatched his wife? Moreover, he felt humiliated after losing face in front of Brendan. Born with a golden spoon in his mouth, Bryn had always sailed smoothly through life without ever experiencing such a setback from anyone, especially not someone so insignificant as Brendan. Losing to such a commoner was humiliating. However, Trevor shook his head. No, now isn't the right time to make a move against Brendan. He just saved Arno and will undoubtedly be treated as a guest of honor by the Wu family. It won't be easy to target him. Bryn looked reluctant. Are you saying we should let Brendan get away with this? With his significant contribution, the Wu family might even invite him into the family. This is unacceptable. Perhaps. A spark of cunning appeared in Bryn's eyes as a bold idea emerged. Why don't we simply hire someone to eliminate him? Once he's dead, all problems will be solved, Bryn said with a sinister smile. Trevor pondered for a moment. That could work, but we mustn't leave any traces. Otherwise, the Wu family won't let this go easily. Leave it to me. I happen to know a skilled assassin. Bryn seemed excited, imagining Brendan begging for mercy at his feet. The next day, early in the morning, Brendan received a call from Leanne. Brendan, my grandfather has set up a feast today and wishes to invite you for lunch. Will you be available? Leanne's voice was gentle. Brendan smiled. Sure, come pick me up later. Okay. They hung up, and Brendan got ready. He whistled happily, clearly in a good mood. Having saved Arno, I'll definitely become a guest of honor in the Wu family. As long as Arno is a man of gratitude, I'll have a strong backing in Haiyanshi City. With the Wu family's power, they can provide me with plenty of assistance. Brendan smiled contentedly. He had rescued Arno not only because of his connection with Leanne, but also to expand his network of influential contacts. After years in society, he understood the importance of relationships and connections. The Wu family was powerful, with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan and considerable prestige in Haiyanshi City. With the Wu family as a network, if he wanted to develop in Haiyanshi City, his business would surely prosper. But Brendan suddenly thought of Bryn and began to feel uneasy. Although I saved Arno, my actions yesterday must have thoroughly infuriated Bryn. Bryn's influence might rival the Wu family. Since I spoiled his plans, he definitely won't let me off easily. He knew he had to be cautious. The last time, Bryn had played him, and Brendan remembered it clearly. Bryn was a treacherous person who required constant vigilance. By noon, Leanne arrived in her car. Brendan came out to see Leanne waiting at the hotel entrance. She looked exceptionally beautiful, and the combination of her and the fancy car drew much attention from passers-by. Get in. Leanne's smile was sweet and warm. Brendan got into the passenger seat, and Leanne accelerated. The sports car shot forward like an arrow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Wu family estate. After getting out of the car, Brendan followed Leanne to the dining hall. The Wu family members were already there. As soon as Brendan entered, many eyes turned toward him, and Arno's hearty laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang, please come in. Arno welcomed him warmly. Mr. Wu, you're too kind, Brendan said, surprised by the grand welcome. Goodness, the entire Wu family was present. Arno smiled. Mr. Zhang, don't be modest. Last night, you saved my life, and I'm here to express my gratitude. Please take the seat of honor, Mr. Zhang. Arno personally escorted Brendan to the main seat, which greatly pleased him. Everyone sat down, and servants quickly brought in a variety of dishes, each exquisitely prepared, making everyone's mouths water. At the table, Arno personally served Brendan, pouring wine and showing utmost respect. Other Wu family members also wore friendly smiles. Even Ariella, who had previously disdained Brendan, was now very courteous. After several rounds of drinks and courses, the banquet ended pleasantly. They moved to the garden for a break. Terence and Ariella approached and bowed deeply to Brendan, their faces filled with sincere apologies. Chapter 155, The Thug Arrives. Mr. Zhang, we offended you last night. Thanks to your miraculous healing skills that revived my father, please forgive our previous rudeness. Terence and Ariella apologized. Brendan smiled as he glanced at the two. Terence seemed genuinely apologetic, but Ariella appeared somewhat awkward and stiff. Clearly, she still harbored some resentment towards Brendan, but under Arno's request, she had no choice but to apologize. No worries, both of you were only concerned about the safety of the old man, he replied with a smile. Arno interjected diplomatically, Mr. Zhang has a broad mind, truly admirable. This time, thanks to you, I was able to wake up. I didn't realize that Mr. Zhang not only excels in antiques, but also possesses such medical expertise. I wonder which master taught Mr. Zhang? Arno's tone was filled with curiosity. To achieve what ordinary people couldn't, one must be extraordinary, especially considering Brendan's youth. His future potential was limitless. Brendan inwardly chuckled. He had no master, just some shortcuts. Sorry, my master instructed me not to reveal this information unless necessary. Brendan made an excuse. Arno nodded with a light laugh. Indeed, Mr. Zhang's master is a true master. It seems I won't get to meet him. As they talked, Arno placed a bank card on the table in front of Brendan. This card contains 30 million yuan, as compensation for your efforts last night. My goodness, 30 million. Wow. Brendan was quite pleased. 30 million wasn't a small sum, though he wasn't short of money now. Who wouldn't appreciate having more? In that case, I won't be polite. Brendan smiled and took the card. The elder and the younger chatted amiably in the garden, creating a harmonious atmosphere. By afternoon, Brendan left Wu family villa and returned to the hotel, where he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The threat from the Tang family can't be ignored. After ruining their plans, Brin will certainly try to retaliate. Maybe I should leave Black Rock City temporarily to avoid trouble, Brendan mused. A wise man doesn't stand under a wall that's about to collapse. Knowing Brin would come after him, staying in Black Rock City wasn't smart. He decided to return to Shangjiang tomorrow and come back when Brin forgot about him. Night fell, and the bored Brendan went out for late-night snacks. He hailed a taxi to the food street, where the aroma of barbecue hit him immediately upon exiting the car. His mouth watered, and he quickened his pace. Boss, give me a grilled fish, Brendan ordered at a stall. Sure thing. The boss was quick, and soon the grilled fish arrived, its fragrance making Brendan's appetite soar. He savored the delicious fish, thoroughly satisfied with its excellent taste. But while enjoying the fish, Brendan sensed someone watching him out of the corner of his eye. When he looked over, the person disappeared into the crowd. Am I imagining things? Could it be that Brin acted so quickly and already sent someone after me? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he had begun practicing the pure Sinclair Gong, he was far from invincible. He knew he could handle a couple of normal people, but encountering a skilled fighter or a group attack would likely end badly for him. Especially if they had weapons, he lacked the ability to fight empty-handed against armed opponents. Brendan wanted to call Arno but hesitated. If it turned out to be a false alarm, he'd look overly timid. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Though he said that, he kept observing discreetly while eating. Moments later, he noticed a man in a black shirt across the street. Though he appeared to be enjoying snacks, his gaze frequently drifted toward Brendan, scrutinizing him intently. Something was off with this man. Brendan was surprised by how fast Brin moved. It was only the next day, yet he had already sent someone. What should he do? Should he call the police or Arno? Without hesitation, Brendan dialed Arno. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Sounds lively there. Are you having late-night snacks? Arno's hearty laughter came through. Brendan replied seriously, Old Master Wu, I'm being watched. I suspect it's thugs sent by Brin. What? Where are you now? Arno's tone became serious. March Snack Street, Brendan answered. Stay put. They won't do anything in public. I'll send protection right away. After hanging up, Brendan remained seated. The thug noticed his call and frowned. Pretending not to see, Brendan continued eating. Boss, another 20 skewers of meat. Brendan ordered. He waited patiently, ordering a bottle of beer to pass the time. Soon, several burly men approached. The leader introduced himself, Mr. Zhang. I'm Gustav, sent by Old Master Wu. Brendan sized up Gustav, noting the menacing aura and towering height. A full half-head taller than him. His muscular build was evident even under loose clothing. The other three were equally imposing. Seeing these bodyguards, Brendan felt instantly reassured. Thank you all. Please join me for some skewers, my treat. Brendan smiled. Glancing at the thug across the street, Brendan shot him a defiant look. Hashtag chapter 156. Back to the hospital. Seeing the situation, any smart person would realize that they had been exposed. The thug's face turned grim as he coldly glared at Brendan. Understanding that he couldn't handle Brendan, the thug took out his phone and made a call. Because of the distance and the bustling snack street, Brendan couldn't hear what the thug was saying. That guy is probably calling Bryn. Brendan squinted his eyes. He felt extremely annoyed but was glad he had been cautious tonight. Otherwise, if he had been caught by the thug sent by Bryn, it was easy to imagine what his fate would have been. Bryn, you bastard. I'll remember this and one day, we will settle accounts. Brendan gritted his teeth. The thug quickly left after making the call. Brendan finished his skewers in a few bites and returned to the hotel under the protection of his bodyguards. Back in the hotel room, Arno soon called, Mr. Zhang, are you safe now? Yes, the thug has left. Brendan nodded. Arno sighed in relief, his tone apologetic. I'm very sorry for the trouble caused to you because of our family. If Mr. Zhang doesn't mind, why don't you stay at our Wu family villa next? They won't dare to reach us here, no matter how outrageous the Tangs are. Brendan hesitated upon receiving this invitation. Staying at the Wu family villa was indeed a good idea, but it was someone else's home, which might limit his freedom. Moreover, he still needed to treat Ashling's cancer, which would be more complicated if he stayed there. No need, thank you for your concern, Elder Wu. I'll be careful these next few days. After settling things, I'll return to Shangjiang. Brendan said. Arno didn't insist, reminding him to be cautious before hanging up. Brendan rubbed his chin. Bryn's behavior tonight undoubtedly made him feel a serious sense of danger. I'll go back to the hospital tomorrow and completely resolve Ashling's issue. Then I'll return to Shangjiang. Bryn's power is limited to Haiyanshi. I doubt he'd dare to play any tricks in Shangjiang, Brendan thought to himself. In Shangjiang City, he had Shauna's support. If Bryn dared to come to Shangjiang, it wasn't clear who would end up in trouble. With this thought, Brendan felt reassured. He then took a shower and went to bed. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning came quickly. Early in the morning, Brendan set off for the hospital, heading back to the ward where Aisling and Trina were staying. On the way, he bought a fruit basket. Mr. Zhang. Seeing Brendan, Trina immediately greeted him warmly. I didn't expect you to bring a gift. How could I possibly accept it? Trina smiled gently. It's nothing, just something I picked up along the way, Brendan smiled lightly. How did the doctor's examination go? Hearing this, Trina became excited. The doctor said that Leela's cancer cells have significantly reduced, and her condition is improving. Great. Then I'll give her another treatment today. After this, she should be completely safe. Brendan spoke confidently. Trina nodded without hesitation, slightly embarrassed. We're not related, yet you've helped us so many times. It feels really awkward. Brendan smiled. Don't mention it, just helping out. If you want to repay me, just invite me to dinner afterward. As he spoke, Brendan walked to the window. Aisling was looking at him curiously, her attitude a complete turnaround from yesterday. How did you do it? Your massage is truly magical. Just by massaging me, you solved my problem. It's incredible. Aisling exclaimed, eyeing him with amazement. Facing the girl's curiosity, Brendan repeated his standard response. It's my unique technique, can't explain it in detail. You two must keep this secret, or it will cause me some trouble, Brendan added. Trina nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we are not ungrateful people. With all your help, how could we betray you? Satisfied, Brendan reached out and lifted Aisling's shirt to expose her abdomen. With the heavenly eye open, the process felt smoother after yesterday's experience. Gradually, pure Sinclair energy entered Aisling's belly. Using the heavenly eye as guidance, Brendan precisely controlled the energy to target the troublesome cancer cells. The entire process lasted about an hour. By the time it ended, Brendan looked pale from exhaustion. Trina watched him worriedly. Mr. Zhang, why don't you rest a bit? Don't tire yourself too much, Trina suggested. Brendan stopped. Trina immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead. The treatment today went very smoothly. If everything goes well, this girl should be out of danger. She only needs regular medical care afterward and should be discharged soon, Brendan explained. That's wonderful. Trina and Aisling were overjoyed. Please send me back now. I need to rest, Brendan said, feeling mentally drained from the intense focus. Trina nodded without hesitation. Stay here, Leela. I'll take Mr. Zhang back to the hotel. She walked up naturally, supporting Brendan. With her help, he leaned on her, finding her fragrance invigorating. Note: names such as Brendan, Bryn, Aisling, Trina, Arno, Camden Yanning, and places like Haiyanshi and Shangjiang City are kept in pinyin form as per the guidelines provided. Chapter 157. Trina treats a guest. Trina drove Brendan back to his hotel, helping him settle into bed in his room. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for saving Leela despite the great toll it took on you. She's my only daughter. If Leela had succumbed to her illness, I don't know how I would have gone on living. Trina's exquisite face was filled with gratitude. Seeing the elegant lady so moved, Brendan felt deeply touched. Trina and Aisling clearly relied on each other for support. Although he had expended a lot of energy, he had saved a life, which could be considered a truly commendable deed. Mrs. Tian, you're too kind. It's heartbreaking to see such a young girl pass away, Brendan replied. Noticing how exhausted Brendan looked, Trina suddenly offered, Mr. Zhang, let me help you relax with a head massage. I've massaged Leela before, so I'm fairly skilled at it. Oh? Brendan's eyes lit up as he immediately agreed without hesitation. How could he refuse an offer from such a beautiful and graceful Elaine? Seeing her full-grown figure made him feel almost irresistibly excited. Sure, Brendan nodded. Trina sat on the bed, supporting Brendan as she gently rested his head on her lap, then began massaging his head tenderly. Brendan soon closed his eyes, savoring the comfort. Indeed, Trina's technique was excellent, rivaling that of professional masseuses. The tenderness of this beauty massaging him brought an involuntary smile to his lips that couldn't be suppressed. Breathing in the sweet fragrance emanating from Trina, Brendan enjoyed every moment. The two remained silent in the room as Trina diligently massaged Brendan. After a while, she finally stopped. How do you feel, Mr. Zhang? Great. Your skills are very professional, Brendan complimented. Trina smiled demurely. Thank you. She got up from the bed. I still need to take care of Leela, so I'll be going now. Do you have time for dinner tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal, Trina asked. Naturally, can we also have a bottle of red wine? Trina added. Of course, please wait a moment, the waiter replied. Shortly, the waiter returned with a bottle of red wine and poured some for both of them. Brendan enjoyed the food and wine. Across from him, Trina observed Brendan curiously. You seem quite young, not more than 25, right? I'm 23 this year, Brendan replied. Trina was amazed. I didn't expect someone your age to possess such remarkable abilities. Your future is boundless. Getting such praise from such a beautiful Elaine made Brendan feel secretly pleased. He chuckled. You're too kind, Mrs. Tion. I just get by. Don't call me Mr. Zhang. It feels too formal. Why don't you just call me Arnold, and I'll call you Sister Bryce? How does that sound? Brendan winked. Trina laughed. I'm an old Elaine now. Calling me sister is too much. Sister Bryce, with your beauty, calling you sister is absolutely fitting. If you walked with Aisling, anyone would think you were sisters. This made Trina giggle. Nobody disliked compliments, especially when they came from their benefactor. As they dined and chatted, their relationship grew closer. After several glasses of wine and courses of delicious food, most of the dishes ended up in Brendan's stomach, while Trina mostly drank wine. The alcohol had slightly flushed her cheeks. After dinner, Trina called the waiter to settle the bill, then they left the restaurant. Now it's late. Let me drive you back, Arnold, Trina said proactively. Brendan glanced at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. He nodded, and they headed for the underground parking lot. Her car was parked deep within. As they walked together, chatting happily, they approached the vehicle. Suddenly, 3 burly figures emerged from the shadows and rushed toward Brendan. Damn. Still feeling tipsy from the wine, Brendan instantly sobered up. His pupils narrowed as he realized these men were thugs sent by Bryn. Sister Bryce, get in the car and leave. These people are here for me. Brendan's face changed drastically as he pushed Trina into the car. With no time to waste, trying to get into the car himself would only endanger Trina further. Hashtag chapter 158. Losing money to avoid calamity. In a flash, Brendan had made his decision. Without any hesitation, he sprinted away as fast as his legs could carry him. Arnold. Trina in the car was startled and confused by the sudden turn of events, still unsure of what was happening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Trina quickly dialed the police. Meanwhile, Brendan dashed out of the underground parking lot. If he could make it outside, he would easily blend into the crowd. Unless these thugs knew the Jamisongbo microsteps, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Damn. Bryn, you damn son of a bitch, you really are persistent. Brendan's lungs nearly burst with rage. He couldn't believe that after Bryn's thugs failed to take him down yesterday, they dared to show up again today. That bastard truly wouldn't rest until he was dead. Brendan gritted his teeth at the thought of Bryn, but didn't have time to dwell on it. The sound of running footsteps from behind grew closer rapidly. He immediately activated his pure Sinclair True Chi. As the energy surged into his legs, his physical capabilities were greatly enhanced. His legs seemed to be fitted with springs, significantly boosting his speed. The thugs, who were about to catch up, were taken aback when Brendan suddenly sped ahead, pulling away from them. Oh no, this kid is trying to escape. Let's go back and grab the Elaine. I don't believe this kid will leave his own Elaine behind. One thug shouted as Brendan was almost out of the underground parking lot. The others agreed instantly. Another thug then yelled at Brendan. Kid, stop running. If you run, we'll hurt your Elaine. The thug threatened. What? Brendan's pupils contracted as he continued sprinting. His face turned grim, realizing they were using Trina to threaten him. This trouble wasn't related to Trina at all. If she got hurt because of him, he'd feel guilty for the rest of his life. You bastards. Go after me if you have the guts. Why involve innocent people? You sure live up to being dogs of Bryn, resorting to such despicable tactics. Brendan turned around and cursed at them. One thug sneered. As long as we achieve our goal, the method doesn't matter. Kid, you offended the wrong person. Someone offered $1 million to take you out. Don't blame us for being ruthless. We're just doing a job for money. $1 million? Bryn is really willing to pay big. Hold on. Just $1 million? That's nothing. If you kill me, not only is it illegal, but you 3 splitting $1 million only gets each of you a third. Brendan had an idea. How about this? I'll give each of you $1 million. Use the money to start over elsewhere. Wouldn't that be better? Huh. At this suggestion, the 3 thugs paused. They exchanged glances, revealing a flicker of interest. Seeing their reaction, Brendan seized the opportunity. Think about it. It makes sense. Just agree, and I'll transfer $1 million to each of you right now. Why take the risk of killing someone and only earn a third? Wouldn't getting $1 million without any risk be better? Brendan tried to persuade them. The 3 were clearly tempted. Will you really give us $1 million? We need the transfer now, one thug said. Brendan nodded without hesitation. Of course. I'll transfer the money now. I value integrity. I hope you do too. After exchanging looks, they agreed and provided their bank account details. Brendan didn't hesitate. Spending $3 million to get out of this mess was worth it. Back in Rongqing, he had earned $80 million from Perry. Yesterday, Arno gave him another $30 million. Now, he was a billionaire. $3 million was a small price to pay. Within minutes, the $3 million was transferred. Brendan watched the thugs cautiously. Would they renege on the deal? Soon, they checked their balances, smiling as they saw the extra $1 million. Brother, you're quite wealthy. One thug chuckled. Brendan felt a lump in his throat. One good turn deserves another. As men of honor, you won't break your word, will you? Brendan asked vigilantly. They laughed. Relax, we have principles. Since we took your money, we won't change our minds. Goodbye. One thug said before they disappeared from sight. Only after they were completely gone did Brendan relax, wiping the cold sweat from his drenched back. Arnold. Trina ran over, worry etched on her face. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Sis Bryce, I'm fine, just scared a bit. Sorry for putting you through this because of my troubles. Brendan apologized. Trina sighed with relief. As long as you're safe. Let's leave here quickly in case they change their minds. Okay. They hurriedly drove off, and Trina dropped Brendan back at his hotel room. Having narrowly escaped danger, Brendan felt incredibly relieved. Thankfully, he had been smart enough to buy them off with money. Otherwise, tonight could have ended much worse. Trina looked concerned. Arnold, when did you get into such deep trouble? I was so scared. Brendan smiled weakly, explaining the situation while omitting some details. Hearing this, Trina became furious. That guy went too far. This is clearly his fault, yet he resorted to such extreme measures. She frowned deeply. But since it seems like he's from Haiyanshi, you should head back to Shangjiang tomorrow. I know some people there who can help you. Trina suggested. Chapter 159. Misunderstanding in the morning. Faced with Trina's good intentions, Brendan politely declined her offer. With Shauna, a powerful figure, looking out for him in Shangjiang, he didn't need any additional help. Now it's quite late, Sister Bryce. You should go back? Brendan said. Trina hesitated, her expression somewhat awkward. Well, I'm a bit scared. Cough, cough. Brendan nearly choked on his own saliva. But then he thought about it. Trina had indeed been startled earlier and was probably still shaken. Thinking of this, he felt guilty. The trouble he caused almost led to harm for Trina. In that case, Sister Bryce, you can stay here tonight and head to the hospital tomorrow morning, Brendan suggested. As soon as he said this, he realized the issue. His room was a single, spacious, but with only one bed. Would they have to share? Trina didn't overthink it and nodded in agreement. Brendan got up, fetching clothes from his suitcase. He had broken out in a cold sweat from the scare and just wanted a quick shower. He entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the room. Trina, sitting inside, listening to the water, suddenly became aware of the situation. She agreed to spend the night in Brendan's room. Did he misunderstand? A blush crept onto her cheeks. Not long after, Brendan emerged from the bathroom, wearing shorts and a simple t-shirt. Sister Bryce, you can take a shower now. I'm going to sleep, Brendan said. He turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness except for the faint glow from the bathroom. Okay, Trina nodded. Entering the bathroom, she realized she had no change of clothes. Given her slight obsession with cleanliness, re-wearing today's clothes made her feel uncomfortable. But under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to make do. After her shower, Trina stepped out of the bathroom. She noticed Brendan was already asleep in bed. Seeing him asleep, Trina breathed a sigh of relief. Quietly, she climbed into bed on the other side. The night passed without incident. The next morning, morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on the floor, dotted with specks of light. Brendan groggily opened his eyes. Something fell off. There was something in his arms. Looking down, he nearly cried out. In his arms was Trina, her waist tightly embraced by his hands. Damn, Brendan was taken aback. They had slept at opposite ends of the bed last night. How did this happen? If Trina woke up like this, wouldn't there be a misunderstanding? Upon closer inspection, Brendan realized it wasn't him holding Trina, but rather she was hugging him tightly, like an octopus, making it hard for him to move. Held so intimately by the mature and alluring Trina, Brendan's heart pounded wildly. Just then, Trina stirred awake, her eyes meeting Brendan's. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly upon realizing the situation. Sister Bryce, don't misunderstand. You were the one hugging me. Brendan hurriedly explained. Trina glanced down, her face flushing red as she noticed she indeed had him in a tight embrace. Ah! She let out a gasp, quickly loosening her grip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Weren't we sleeping on opposite ends? How did we end up like this? Trina asked, a mix of confusion and hurt in her voice. She checked herself, relieved to confirm nothing more had happened between them. I don't know. I was a heavy sleeper, Brendan shrugged. Trina sighed, finding the whole situation absurd. Having such an intimate encounter with a man much younger than herself was quite stimulating for her. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. Brendan felt both embarrassed and slightly regretful. If only he hadn't reacted just now, he could have held Trina a bit longer. What a missed opportunity. Both trying to avoid the awkwardness, they decided not to mention what had happened. After getting dressed, Trina received a call from Aisling. Seizing this as an excuse, she said, Leela is looking for me. I'll head to the hospital. Okay, be careful on your way, Brendan nodded. Trina's face was still red, clearly not fully recovered from the morning scene. She left the room hastily, disappearing quickly from Brendan's sight. Brendan watched her leave, longing for the feeling of holding her again. He composed himself and focused on last night's events. Brenna's tried to get me twice now. Even a clay figurine would have some temper, let alone a human. If I hadn't bribed those 3 men, I would have been beaten badly. Recalling the incident, Brendan clenched his teeth in anger. He had come close to losing his life and was furious. But he had no idea how to retaliate against Bryn. Compared to someone like Bryn, I'm still far behind. It's not enough to just have money. Power and connections are crucial. Brendan gritted his teeth. The best course of action was to leave Haiyanshi. The Tang family's influence couldn't reach Shangjiang City. Returning there would resolve the immediate danger. But if I leave now, it's too humiliating. Brendan felt resentful. He had been targeted twice by Bryn and almost killed last night. It gnawed him not to retaliate. Thinking of this, he called Lian. Mr. Zhang, I was just about to call you regarding Bryn. Where are you? Lian asked. Come to my hotel room, Brendan replied. All right, I'll be there shortly, Lian responded and hung up. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the hotel room door. Chapter 160, Winning over Lian. Brendan went to open the door, and indeed, the person standing there was Lian. Come in, Brendan stepped aside. Lian entered the room and sat down on the bed. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on her face as if she had noticed something. There was a strand of long hair on the pillow, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that 2 people had slept there. Lian's expression turned slightly complicated. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Zhang, those women outside might not be clean. You should be more careful. Brendan was puzzled by Lian's words. What women outside? What do you mean by not clean? Brendan felt her words were rather nonsensical. Seeing his confused look, Leanne had no choice but to clarify. I'm talking about those women from that industry. There are obvious signs that Elaine has slept in this bed. Leanne pointed at the bed. Cough, cough. Brendan couldn't help but cough awkwardly. He hadn't expected Leanne to be so observant and noticed the issue immediately upon entering. This is a misunderstanding. My friend slept here last night, and nothing happened between us, Brendan explained. However, his explanation seemed weak and Leanne looked at him with obvious doubt. I understand your needs since you're young and strong, so you don't need to explain anything. But finding strangers like that can be very dangerous. What if they have some diseases? Leanne sounded somewhat reproachful. Brendan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Leanne clearly misunderstood what happened last night, and it was unfair to him. Ignoring further explanations, Brendan got serious. What did you say on the phone earlier? Hearing this, Leanne nodded, frowning deeply. It's about Bryn. Because my grandfather was unconscious, the family arranged my engagement to Bryn without my consent. Now that grandfather has woken up, he wants to cancel the engagement. But unexpectedly, the Tang family refuses to agree, no matter what we say. Saying this, Leanne looked very troubled. Brendan asked in confusion, can't you just break off the engagement unilaterally? That's the problem. Since we proposed the engagement first, breaking it now would make it seem like... Leanne's helpless expression made Brendan understand the dilemma. Proposing the engagement initially, and then unilaterally canceling it would tarnish the Wu family's reputation in Black Rock City. Didn't Bryn and I have an agreement before? Does he disagree? Brendan frowned. That's why I came to find you, Leanne explained. That bet was between you and Bryn. I hope you can help me. Leanne looked embarrassed, recalling that this wasn't the first time she had sought Brendan's help. Brendan rubbed his chin, contemplating. He had helped Leanne multiple times, even involving himself in trouble with the Tang family. He recounted what happened in the underground parking lot last night. What? Bryn sent thugs to attack you again? Leanne was shocked. Brendan nodded. Indeed. Fortunately, the 3 thugs were greedy, so I bribed them with 3 million. Or you'd be looking at my corpse right now. Under Brendan's gaze, Leanne felt guilty. Sorry. I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. I will find a way to repay you. Hearing this, Brendan smiled. Really? If you're going to repay me, then I have conditions, Brendan chuckled. Leanne wasn't stupid. She knew exactly what Brendan was thinking. No way. Why do you always try to take advantage of me? Her cheeks flushed red. Brendan walked forward boldly and embraced Leanne tightly. Don't. Leanne protested softly but didn't use much force, almost like she was teasing him. Brendan justified. To help your grandfather, I nearly died because of Bryn. You must properly repay me this time. Hearing this, Leanne lost all strength in her struggle. Feeling guilty, she stopped resisting. Brendan felt excited seeing Leanne fall into his embrace. Without any hesitation, he leaned down and kissed her. Leanne's eyes widened in surprise. She thought Brendan would only hug her, but he had been bolder than she imagined. The atmosphere became strange, and neither spoke a word. After a while, their lips parted. Brendan grinned and let go of Leanne. Her face was flushed red. Even her ears were crimson. What did you do? I never allowed you to kiss me. Leanne was both annoyed and embarrassed, playfully hitting Brendan. Hee. That's proper repayment. Just a hug can't compensate for what I've lost, Brendan argued confidently. Leanne gave him a glare but didn't struggle anymore, leaning against him instead. After some moments together, Brendan followed Leanne to the Wu family estate, straight to the garden where they met Arno. Seeing Brendan, Arno looked a bit embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for troubling you again. This time, I really need your help. Noticing the intertwined hands of Brendan and Leanne's flushed cheeks, Arno understood the situation. Ha ha ha. It looks like Mr. Zhang is part of the family now. My granddaughter sometimes has a temper. Please bear with her. Arno changed his way of addressing Brendan, making Leanne blush even more. Chapter 161. The Fire of Revenge. Brendan laughed. Sir, what are you saying? How can I be angry with Sage, who is so gentle? After they sat down, they began discussing the matter at hand. Arno's idea was simple. He wanted Brendan to step in and use the bet to get Bryn to cancel the engagement. Brendan had no objections to this request. Leanne was his Elaine now. How could he possibly give her to a scoundrel like Bryn? Without hesitation, he dialed Bryn's number. The call connected quickly, and Bryn's voice came through. Sage, have you thought it through? If you want to break off the engagement, I won't agree. Your family came to us first asking for an engagement. Now you want to back out. Do you even respect my family? Bryn's tone was filled with mockery. Brendan immediately responded, it's me. Upon hearing Brendan's voice, Bryn's tone turned cold. Brendan, why would it be you? Why are you calling me? Bryn's tone was quite unpleasant. Haha. Brendan sneered. Some people go back on their words. I'm here to hold you accountable. Bryn, do you still remember the bet we had the night before last? I won the bet, so you should dissolve the engagement with Sage. Are you planning to break your promise? Facing this question, Bryn's expression became extremely grim. He argued, Brendan, don't slander me. I did promise to cancel the engagement, but I never specified when. Why are you in such a hurry? This guy, Brendan wasn't foolish. He knew exactly what Bryn was trying to do. Bryn, don't you have any shame? How can you say such things? Brendan asked coldly. They couldn't agree on a single sentence. As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face become even angrier. There was no doubt that Brendan and Bryn were enemies. Both wanted to eliminate each other. Bryn sneered, Brendan, you're just a kid from a small city. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. If you recklessly get involved in this, aren't you afraid someone might beat you up? A threat? It was a naked threat. Brendan's expression instantly darkened. Bryn, was it you who sent people over last night? Bryn feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever trouble you're having has nothing to do with me. Brendan, I warn you not to slander me. Bryn laughed coldly, and anyone could clearly hear the ridicule and mockery in his tone. At that moment, Brendan gritted his teeth, wanting to say more, but Bryn had already hung up the phone. Arno and Leanne, having heard the conversation, frowned deeply. The Tang family is very troublesome. It looks like getting Bryn to agree to cancel the engagement is impossible. In that case, let's break the agreement unilaterally. Arno said firmly. It's just a matter of reputation. Compared to Sage's happiness, this loss is nothing. Arno expressed his stance. Leanne sighed inwardly. Brendan frowned, feeling frustrated. Being repeatedly troubled by Bryn made him feel utterly helpless. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Brendan's mind. Sage, what kind of businesses does the Tang family run? Brendan asked. Leanne was puzzled, not understanding why Brendan was asking. The Tang family runs similar businesses to our Wu family, mainly antiques and jade. Besides that, they also have some miscellaneous investments, Leanne replied. Hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. Jade and antiques. These were his forte. How is the Tang family doing with jade business? Brendan's mind conjured a bold plan. Leanne thought for a moment. Quite well. The Tang family's market share in Black Rock City's jade market even surpasses ours. Great. Brendan couldn't help but smile. He immediately laid out his plan, and both Arno and Leanne were taken aback. Will this work? Arno asked, somewhat surprised. Brendan smiled confidently. Don't worry. I've already succeeded once before. As long as everything is executed properly, we can replicate the same operation. Good. I'll get the synthetic jade prepared right away. Arno didn't hesitate. The three discussed the details of the plan to ensure there would be no unexpected issues. The Wu family's network of connections was quite extensive. By that afternoon, the synthetic jade Brendan needed had been delivered. Over 1,000 pieces of high-quality synthetic jade. Leanne led Brendan to the warehouse storing the synthetic jade, opened the boxes, and revealed the contents inside. Brendan walked forward, picked up a piece of synthetic jade casually, and infused a thread of spiritual energy into it. Soon, the synthetic jade showed subtle changes. Take a look. Brendan handed the transformed synthetic jade to Leanne. Leanne watched as Brendan played with the synthetic jade in his hands. She had her doubts initially, but when she received it, she was soon amazed. This synthetic jade is so realistic? Leanne was astounded. She knew quite a bit about jade, but no matter how she looked at it, the synthetic jade appeared identical to genuine jade. Arnold, how did you manage this? Brendan smiled. It's a secret. Leanne chuckled softly. As a smart Elaine, she didn't press further. If all the synthetic jade can be disguised to this level, this plan will definitely succeed. Leanne couldn't help but feel excited. Brendan also smiled. Though manufacturing synthetic jade required some spiritual energy, the thought of retaliating against Bryn left him undeterred. Bryn had caused him so much trouble, and even tried to kill him. It was time for him to pay back. Brendan immediately began transforming all the synthetic jade in the warehouse. Over 1,000 pieces was no small number. Though each piece only required a thread of spiritual energy to transform, the sheer quantity meant considerable consumption. It took nearly the entire afternoon, but Brendan finally completed the transformation of all the synthetic jade. He then called Arno to inspect the goods. When Arno arrived and examined the jade, he was quickly stunned by its quality. Translation notes. Names like Brendan, Arno, Leanne, and Bryn have been kept in pinyin as requested. Effort has been made to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency. The storyline and logic are consistent with the previous context provided. Chapter 162, Setting a Trap. With his discerning eye, he was unable to tell that these were synthetic jade stones. If it wasn't for repeated verification, he would have assumed they were real. Incredible. I never thought you'd possess such skills, Arnold. Great. With this batch of synthetic jade, we won't have to worry about the Tang family not taking the bait. Arno's aged face lit up with excitement. I'll take charge of this batch of synthetic jade. The trap can be set quickly. Arnold, stay at the manor from now on to prevent anything like last night from happening again. Just so happens there's an empty room next to Sage's. Arno chuckled. Leanne couldn't help but blush at this comment, while Brendan's eyes brightened as he nodded without hesitation. The decision was made. Arno acted swiftly, and the 1,000 synthetic jade stones were soon dispatched. Meanwhile, Bryn remained oblivious that a trap had been laid for him. He arrived at the company as usual, greeted by passing employees saying, Manager Tang. Manager Tang. Bryn ignored them and headed straight for his office. Soon, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a voluptuous female Fanny walking in. Bryn's face instantly lit up with a smile. Reaching out, he pulled the attractive Fanny into his arms. Baby, did you miss me these past few days? Bryn grinned mischievously, his hands naturally roaming over her body. The Fanny giggled and produced a document. Manager Tang, yesterday afternoon, a jade supplier contacted us, offering a batch of high-quality jade at a discount price. The supplier is offering the jade at 80% of the market value. The Fanny added. Bryn looked doubtful. 80%? It wouldn't be too surprising if there's something wrong with the jade. Otherwise, who would forego easy money? The Fanny smiled. I checked. The jade company's owner owes gambling debts and needs money urgently, hence the quick sale of this jade. A total of 1,000 pieces of jade, all claimed to be of good quality. Bryn smacked his lips. The 80% discount was tempting. Jade was expensive, and securing this batch would undeniably benefit him. Contact the company's owner. I want to see the jade myself, Bryn instructed. The Fanny nodded in agreement. They agreed to meet later that afternoon at 2 o'clock. Bryn left the office with his Fanny, heading towards the warehouse where the jade was stored. Alongside his Fanny, he brought a professional jade appraiser. Upon arrival, a Jose awaited them at the warehouse entrance. You must be Manager Tang. I'm Jameson Terenseg, the owner of these jade stones. Manager Tang, please come in. Jameson Terenseg greeted warmly. Entering the warehouse, Bryn glanced over the numerous boxes before him. These boxes contain the jade, Mr. Jameson? Yes, all unprocessed raw jade. You can inspect them. I assure you their quality is excellent. Jameson Terenseg pledged. Bryn chuckled and gestured to his appraisal team. They promptly opened the boxes and began examining the jade. Ah! Holding the jade, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the jade? Bryn asked. No, one replied. Manager Tang, the quality is excellent, better than expected. Check thoroughly. Don't make any mistakes, Bryn ordered. They diligently inspected each piece. The results astonished them. The majority were top-grade jade, the rest mid-grade, totaling 1,000 pieces. Manager Tang, all the jade has been appraised, someone reported. 1,000 pieces in total, 620 are top-grade, and the remaining 380 are mid-grade. Jamieson to the remarkable quality. Bryn felt both surprised and excited. Not bad. Mr. Jamieson, let's discuss the price. I'll take all the jade, but we need to negotiate the price. Bryn wore a cunning smile. Half an hour later, Bryn emerged from the warehouse with the entire batch of jade-loaded boxes. Let's go. Returning to the office, Bryn called for a meeting, eager to process and sell these valuable jade stones, which could net millions in profit, a significant sum even for the Tang family. News of the transaction quickly reached Arno, who informed Brendan. Arnold, good news. The fish has taken the bait, Arno exclaimed. Surprised, Brendan asked. So soon? Indeed. Bryn's greed took him in. He's already having the jade processed, likely to appear in Bryn's jewelry store soon. Arno's old face beamed. Perfect. Brendan pumped his fist in triumph. After enduring so much humiliation recently, the opportunity for retribution was finally here. I'll personally buy a batch of jade jewelry when the time comes. If I don't make Bryn bleed heavily, I'll change my surname. Brendan's eyes gleamed with anticipation, imagining Bryn's helpless rage. Chapter 163. The Fish Bites. Over the next 3 days, Brendan visited the jade shops under Bryn's company every day. His purpose was to observe when the batch of jade items made from artificial jade would appear. After not discovering anything in the first few days, on the 4th day, Brendan finally spotted what he had been looking for at one of the jade accessory stores. False jade bracelet. Artificial jade. Unnamed artisan. 3 months. 300. Upon seeing this information, Brendan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Thinking that he was interested in purchasing the jade bracelet, the store guy promptly approached him. Sir, this jade bracelet is our company's latest product and it's currently on promotion. If you are interested in purchasing, we can offer you a 95% discount, the guide introduced enthusiastically. Brendan smiled politely. Besides this jade bracelet, are there any other newly produced items? Yes. The guide was very enthusiastic and immediately led Brendan around the store. As expected, these so-called new products were all crafted from the artificial jade he had manufactured. Perfect. Brendan beamed even more widely. I want all of these jade items. Please have them packed for me, Brendan said confidently. The guide was surprised at first, but quickly turned elated. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a big customer? The guide became even more attentive and promptly helped Brendan process the purchase. I need appraisal certificates for these jade items and also purchase receipts to confirm that these jade accessories are genuine, Brendan added. The guide nodded. Rest assured, sir. All the jade accessories in our store are made from real jade. We do not sell items made from artificial jade. Brendan couldn't help but smile without a word. The guide swiftly processed the purchases, packing up all the jade items Brendan chose into 24 boxes. Someone buying 24 jade accessories at once caused quite a stir among the other customers in the store, who stared curiously. The guide returned, Sir, all your jade accessories have been packed. The total price comes to 2 million. No problem, I'll pay by card. Brendan took out his bank card. Ding. The payment of 2 million went through successfully. His extravagant behavior sparked much discussion among the other customers. Who is this young man? He spent 2 million on jade accessories. Each piece is worth several thousand. Yeah, paying 2 million without batting an eye. Who knew this young man was so wealthy? TSK. Rich people in Haiyanshi are indeed numerous, but why buy so many jade accessories at once? Can he even wear them all? Many customers speculated and looked at Brendan curiously. Brendan ignored their gazes, but just as he was about to leave with his purchases, a familiar figure walked in. It's you. Brendan couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be Bryn, seemingly inspecting his business. Upon seeing Brendan, he was taken aback. Brendan, why are you here? Are you causing trouble again? Bryn's tone turned cold instantly. Seeing Brendan, his first reaction was to assume the latter was creating problems. He soon sneered, Brendan, I didn't expect you to resort to such despicable means, but playing dirty won't help. If you try any tricks, I'll report you to the police. Haha. Brendan chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with mockery. Bryn, stop imagining things that don't exist. I came here just to make a purchase. If you don't believe me, ask the staff. Brendan retorted. Bryn found it hard to believe and looked at the staff, who nodded. Now Bryn was genuinely surprised. Ha ha ha. Bryn burst into laughter. Brendan, are you crazy? The Wu family also deals in jade accessories, and yet you come here to buy. Are you trying to give me money? Laughing aloud, Bryn asked the staff, how much did he spend? 124 pieces of jade accessories, totaling 2 million, the staff replied. Hearing this, Bryn's laughter turned into shock. Are you really crazy? Bryn sized up Brendan. He couldn't believe Brendan would come to give him 2 million. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Brendan, are you trying to win my favor this way? If you want to turn enemies into friends, I'm not opposed to it. Just leave Haiyanshi and never set foot here again, and I promise I won't bother you anymore. Bryn's words dripped with mockery. Brendan almost laughed out loud. Bryn, the fool, actually thought Brendan wanted to reconcile this way. Truly an unintelligent person, oblivious to impending doom. Brendan ignored Bryn. Now wasn't the time for verbal sparring. With that, Brendan picked up his purchases and left. Watching Brendan leave without a word, Bryn was puzzled. What's he up to? Is he planning something sinister? Bryn furrowed his brow. Considering this, he walked to the staff. What exactly did that person do? Bryn inquired. The guide recounted the events, leaving Bryn pensive but finding nothing suspicious. What does Brendan mean by this? Bryn was perplexed. Time passed another 3 days. Inside a warehouse, Brendan, Leanne, and Arno were present. Before them lay thousands of beautifully crafted jade accessories, neatly arranged. Terrence entered with a few more items. Dad, Arnold, all the jade accessories are here now. These purchases cost us 50 million. Chapter 164, the net closes. Arno beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. With this 50 million yuan worth of jade jewelry, we now have the capital to strike back, he said. Beside him, Brendan wore a matching smile. The trap he had set was finally ready to close. Let's get started then. I can hardly wait. Brendan exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Heavenly Cloud Jade Company. In the general manager's office, an indecent sound echoed within as a fierce battle between a man and Elaine unfolded inside the room. The man was Bryn, and the Elaine was none other than his seductive female Fanny. There was no attempt to conceal their actions. The entire office was their battleground, the commotion even leaking out into the hallway. Employees working in the company heard the noises, but showed no surprise. They had long become accustomed to Bryn's antics, clearly not his first time indulging in such stimulating activities. After about 10 minutes of intense activity, it finally subsided. Panting heavily, Bryn held the voluptuous body of his Fanny close, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Boss Tang, you're so amazing, almost wearing me out, the Fanny purred coquettishly. Bryn chuckled arrogantly. Of course, who made you so wild? You need to be taught a lesson. Sheepishly, the Fanny rolled her eyes inwardly. He was just a quick 10-minute lover. If not for the money, she wouldn't deign to stoop to Bryn, a good-for-nothing. They clung to each other briefly before heading to another room deep in the office to shower. Afterward, they emerged from the room. Suddenly, Bryn remembered something. By the way, how are the latest batch of jade jewelry sales going? The Fanny beamed with pride. They're selling like hotcakes. In just a few days, nearly 2/3 of the jewelry has already been sold. So well? Bryn seemed genuinely surprised. That would mean the company had raked in tens of millions of yuan in just a few days? Great. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of my treasure. Bryn was in high spirits as he kissed the Fanny fiercely on the cheek. Holding her curvaceous figure close, he soon felt desire stirring again. However, at that moment, there were urgent knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Boss Tang, something's wrong? The city regulators are here, came a voice from outside. City regulators? What were they doing here? Frowning slightly, Bryn gave his Fanny's bottom a pat, prompting her to immediately disentangle herself. Then, the office door opened, and several people entered. The leader presented his credentials. I'm Investigator Fagan from the City Regulatory Committee. Are you Bryn, the general manager of Heavenly Cloud Jade Company? Bryn nodded, rising to his feet. Yes, I am Bryn. Investigator Wong, what seems to be the problem? Our company always follows the law. We've never engaged in any illegal activities. What brings you here today? Before he could finish speaking, 3 familiar faces walked in. Brendan, Arno, and Leanne. Why are you here? Bryn's expression darkened instantly. Brendan stepped forward with a smile. Bryn, your troubles have begun. What nonsense are you spouting, Brendan? Bryn retorted, visibly irritated. This is my company, not your playground. At that point, Fagan interjected. Mr. Zhang is correct. You're in trouble. Based on Mr. Zhang's report, your company has been selling counterfeit products on a massive scale, passing off inferior goods as genuine and making huge profits. We need you to accompany us for investigation. What? Upon hearing these words, Bryn's face turned pale. He looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Investigator Wong, surely there's been a mistake? I, Bryn, have always operated honestly. How could I engage in such deceptive practices? It's impossible. Brendan must be slandering me. Don't let him mislead you. Bryn insisted. Fagan produced a box containing a jade bracelet. Is this one of your company's products? Bryn glanced at it. Recognizing the subtle anti-counterfeiting mark, he confirmed, yes, it's one of ours. What about it? Bryn asked, furrowing his brow. You admit it, Fagan affirmed. Our professional equipment revealed that this jade bracelet is made from artificial jade, crafted using advanced counterfeiting techniques. Your company passed off synthetic jade as natural jade, reaping substantial profits, severely disrupting the market. Now, we need you to cooperate with our investigation. Boom. These words struck Bryn like thunder on a clear day. His mind raced in disbelief. Not possible. This can't be true. I had all the jade inspected. They are natural jade, not synthetic. Bryn felt profoundly wronged. Fagan's next words dealt a heavy blow. Our sophisticated equipment detected it was indeed synthetic jade. Manager Tang, your counterfeiting skills are indeed impressive, almost indistinguishable from real jade without high-precision instruments. This cannot be. Bryn's shock was palpable. He couldn't believe that the jade bracelet was fake. Taking a deep breath, he tried to regain his composure. Investigator Wong, this might be a misunderstanding. It's just one counterfeit jade bracelet. Surely this doesn't warrant such a large-scale operation? Bryn managed a weak smile. Fagan glanced at him. If it were only one counterfeit bracelet, we wouldn't be here in force. But your company has sold over 1,000 pieces of synthetic jade jewelry, totaling more than 50 million yuan. Bryn's expression changed drastically. Chapter 165, Bryn's Rage. Boom. 50 million? This figure hit Bryn like a bomb, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The Fanny beside him was also struck with extreme shock. Impossible. How could it be 50 million? How, where would we? The Fanny began to protest, but she soon recalled the batch of jade purchased recently and instantly paled. Bryn wasn't a fool either. He immediately understood that the cheap batch of jade he had bought earlier was probably high-quality counterfeit jade. He had been thoroughly deceived. Damn it. At this moment, Bryn felt both alarmed and furious. He hurriedly explained, Investigator Wong, listen to me. I was also deceived. They sold at a low price. Before Bryn could finish his sentence, Fagan interrupted him directly. This isn't the place to talk. Please come with us to the City Supervision Committee for further discussion. Also, please have Mr. Zhang and the other two gentlemen accompany us, Fagin added. Brendan smiled. No problem. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Brendan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bryn's pathetic appearance amused him to no end, instantly dispelling the frustration he had felt from being bullied by Bryn before. Ha ha, how refreshing. The group then followed the City Supervision Committee officials and left together. Inside Bryn's company, everyone was dumbfounded. None of the employees could have imagined their boss would cause such a massive issue. After arriving at the City Supervision Committee, Brendan and the others sat down around the conference table. Fagin presented several documents and placed them in front of both parties. Let's go over the details now. 3 days ago, Mr. Zhang and his associates purchased jade jewelry from Xiuxian Jade Company's store. But after taking them home, they discovered that all the pieces were artificial jade. Due to the significant amount involved, Mr. Zhang and the others came to our committee to file a complaint. After investigation, we found that the number of fake jade pieces was 1,325, with a total value exceeding 50 million. Fagin spoke, his expression slightly peculiar. Bang! Bryn slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Brendan, you planned this. Bryn wasn't stupid. Having calmed down during the journey, he realized something was amiss. Especially as he listened to Fagin's recounting, he identified the issue more clearly. Why did you buy so much jade jewelry from my store? 1,000 pieces? And they were all artificial jade. Why did you buy so much? Was it intentional? Bryn roared angrily. He glared at Brendan and the others, his eyes filled with fury as if he wanted to tear Brendan apart. Who would buy that much jade jewelry? Over 1,000 pieces. How could anyone believe there was no ulterior motive? Wait, why did all the jade pieces Brendan and his people buy turn out to be artificial jade? Could it be? Bryn suddenly had an epiphany. A bold thought flashed through his mind. He was visibly shocked and furiously livid. It's you. That Jameson Terransegg person was your plant. You deliberately sold me low-priced artificial jade, made me produce jade jewelry, then bought it all back before reporting me. All of this was a trap you set. Bryn raged, his anger overwhelming, his gaze fixed on Brendan. If looks could kill, he would have torn Brendan limb from limb right then and there. Faced with Bryn's explosive behavior, Brendan remained smiling. Bryn, don't make baseless accusations. You have no evidence. How can you claim all of this was our trap? Do you have any proof? Brendan countered. Bryn felt his blood boil. Grinding his teeth, he retorted. Do we need evidence for this? Isn't it obvious? If it wasn't your trap, how could this have happened? This is just a show you orchestrated to frame me. Brendan chuckled. He tapped his fingers on the table. Bryn, actions require evidence. Your words are merely conjecture. How can you claim it was our trap without proof? I think you're talking nonsense, just to slander us. Damn. Bryn exploded with rage, his inner turmoil akin to a volcanic eruption. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, causing excruciating pain. Cough. Seeing the situation escalating, Fagin interjected. Gentlemen, this is the City Supervision Committee, not a place for arguments. We are discussing the mass counterfeiting incident involving Xiuxian Jade Company. Fagin looked at Bryn. Mr. Tang, do you have anything to explain regarding this matter? Bryn felt a pang of panic. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by Brendan and his accomplices. Over 1,000 pieces of jade jewelry, valued at more than 50 million yuan, constituted a severe counterfeiting offense. One wrong move, and he might end up in prison. Investigator Wong, please hear me out. I'm also a victim here, Before Bryn could continue, Fagin interrupted again. Mr. Tang, let me remind you, we rely on evidence, not assumptions. Please focus on the gravity of the situation. It's very serious, and you need to consider how to resolve this problem carefully, Fagin sternly reminded him. He looked at Bryn as if he were dealing with an idiot. How could he not see that Bryn had been manipulated? But the facts were undeniable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Bryn was utterly flustered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Across from him, Brendan wore an ever-widening grin. The more distressed Bryn became, the happier Brendan felt. Bryn, hurry up. We don't have time to waste on you. Make a decision quickly. You've run out of options, especially after forging those jade pieces. Brendan's tone dripped with sarcasm. These words ignited Bryn's fury. Brendan, you're beyond unreasonable. This is clearly a trap you set up against me. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed heartily, feigning innocence. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, you're in deep trouble now. Over 1,000 pieces of counterfeit jade, worth more than 50 million. TSK. If you don't handle this well, you'll likely spend the next few years in prison. Hashtag chapter 166. 3 billion compensation. At these words, Bryn couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. Prison? If he really went to prison, his life would be completely ruined. He hurriedly looked at Fagin. I want a lawyer. I need someone to defend me. Sure, Fagin nodded. Bryn quickly pulled out his phone and informed Adam about what had happened here. Adam had already received a call when Bryn was taken away, and he had just arrived at the entrance of the Municipal Supervision Committee. After receiving Bryn's call, Adam rushed over immediately. Dad. Seeing Adam appear, Bryn felt slightly more at ease and quickly went up to seek help. Dad, you must help me. This time, I've been set up by Brendan and his people, Bryn sobbed. Adam approached with a grim expression, his icy gaze first sweeping over Brendan and the other two, filled with cold fury. He patted Bryn on the shoulder to calm him down and then said, Gentlemen, we are all intelligent people, so let's skip the meaningless talk. Let's be frank. What price do you want for sparing my son? Adam asked directly. Arno didn't speak, but turned his gaze towards Brendan. The entire plan was Brendan's idea, so naturally, it should be his decision now. Brendan squinted his eyes slightly, wearing a mocking smile. Mr. Tang, what compensation are you willing to offer? Brendan cleverly redirected the question to Adam. This move was very strategic. Just one question left Adam stumped. To save Bryn, it depended on how much Adam was willing to pay. 1 billion. I am willing to offer 1 billion as compensation, plus an additional 500 million for your losses from purchasing synthetic jade. That totals 1.5 billion. Adam's tone was low. Haha. Brendan laughed outright. 1 billion? So, that's what Bryn is worth to Mr. Tang. Adam frowned. How much do you want, Mr. Zhang? Brendan smacked his lips, tapping his fingers lightly on the table before saying, we spent 500 million on these synthetic jades. You know the rule. Fake one, tenfold penalty. So, you should compensate us 5 billion. What? Bryn almost jumped off his chair, glaring furiously at Brendan. Brendan, have you lost your mind? Your greed knows no bounds, asking for 5 billion outright. Not just Bryn but Arno and Leanne were also startled by Brendan's demand. The Tang and Wu families each had nearly 20 billion in assets, but coming up with 5 billion in liquid funds was impossible, given that most of their wealth was tied up in fixed assets. 5 billion is too much. I can't come up with that much money. Adam shook his head without hesitation. Cash, fixed asset collateral, anything goes. As long as you can provide something worth 5 billion, I'm not picky. This is my condition. If Mr. Tang can't meet it, then there's nothing we can do. In the future, you'll only be able to visit Bryn in prison. With the magnitude of trouble Bryn has caused, I estimate his sentence won't be less than 10 years, Brendan said with a smile. Confident and assured, he seemed to have them cornered. Adam's gaze grew extremely dark, like a cold blade. Mr. Zhang, isn't your appetite a bit too large? I admit my son did act imprudently before. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can show mercy this time. From now on, I will ensure my son never conflicts with you again, Adam said. Brendan scoffed. Such assurances were empty words. Their relationship was already beyond repair. What good would such promises from Adam do? 4.5 billion, that's my bottom line, Brendan stated. Adam shook his head. 2 billion. 4 billion. 2.5 billion. Brendan, 3 billion. Adam, with a cold face, agreed. Fine. 1 billion cash and 2 billion in fixed assets. Brendan smiled and nodded. All right. Of course, the 500 million you spent on these junk synthetic jades needs to be refunded. In addition, I need Bryn to apologize and break off the engagement with Sage. Agreed, Adam replied coldly. His eyes burned with icy anger as he spoke. The farce ended with Brendan emerging victorious. 1 billion cash plus 2 billion in fixed assets. It was no small sum. They signed the settlement agreement promptly. Getting what he wanted, Brendan was thoroughly satisfied. He then turned to Bryn. Young Master Tang, let's begin. Click, click, click. Bryn clenched his fists, feeling utterly humiliated. Intense rage and resentment raged within him. If looks could kill, he'd tear Brendan apart right now. The damned Brendan used such despicable methods to trap him and now demanded an apology. An unprecedented humiliation. Bryn was furious beyond belief. Born with a golden spoon in his mouth, he had never suffered such a loss at the hands of anyone, especially not his peers. But this time, he was thoroughly outplayed by Brendan. Mr. Tang, it seems Bryn isn't willing to apologize, Brendan said to Adam directly. Hyun, apologize to Mr. Zhang, Adam commanded. Bryn's face flushed an angry red. Under Brendan's mocking and derisive gaze, he slowly bent down and bowed. Sorry. Bryn struggled to utter the word. Ha ha ha. Brendan burst into laughter. This was revenge. This scene epitomized revenge. After being humiliated by Bryn before, now it was his turn to exact vengeance. Grandpa Sage, let's go, Brendan said. The three turned and left, disappearing from the view of the father-son duo. Bryn watched Brendan walk away, his eyes burning with rage, as if actual flames were consuming him. Moonlight Villa. To our victory. At the dining table, Brendan sat with the Wu family, surrounded by an array of dishes. Everyone wore smiles, celebrating their triumph over the Tang father-son duo. Ha ha ha. This victory wouldn't have been possible without Arnold's brilliant plan. If not for Arnold's strategy, how could we have achieved this vindication? Arno laughed heartily. Chapter 167. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bryn. Brendan's expression was very humble. Oh, it wouldn't have been possible relying solely on me. It's everyone's effort that made this happen. This time we've really taken a toll on the Tang family father and son. Just 100 million in cash alone is enough to cause significant damage. If nothing unexpected happens, they should remain quiet for some time. Brendan's face was filled with a thick smile. Despite having assets worth over 2 billion, most of the Tang family's wealth was tied up in fixed assets, with the remaining liquid funds needed for daily operations. Undoubtedly, withdrawing 100 million in cash all at once would leave the Tang family father and son struggling with cash flow issues, leaving them no energy to deal with us. Brendan's words earned the agreement of Arno and others. The atmosphere at the dining table was pleasant, everyone smiling due to today's victory. On the other side, in a certain villa, Adam and Bryn had grim expressions. In the living room of the villa, Bryn knelt on the ground, his head drooping, his expression filled with intense resentment. Father, this isn't my fault. It's because of Brendan's machinations. I just fell into their trap, Bryn said unwillingly, feeling deeply aggrieved. Adam looked grim. Do you still not recognize your mistake? Trap? Scheme? They just schemed against you a bit, and you foolishly fell for it. How could I have such an incompetent son? Adam's rebuke left Bryn speechless. Fury welled up in his eyes. It's all Brendan's and the Wu family's fault. I swear I won't rest until this humiliation is avenged. I must retaliate. I will make him repay tenfold what he inflicted on me. Bryn clenched his fists. Growing up, he had never suffered such a great defeat. This time, due to Brendan's schemes, he lost face and incurred enormous losses. 100 million in cash plus 200 million in fixed assets. Just thinking about such a huge loss made Bryn's heart bleed. However, facing his words, Adam sternly replied, No, now is not the time for revenge. In the coming days, you need to settle down. We can discuss revenge later. Bryn was dumbfounded. Why? How can I not retaliate after Brendan calculated so heavily against me? Adam's expression was full of frustration. You're no match for Brendan and his group. Besides, we've faced such heavy losses now. Stabilizing the company is most important right now. Continuing to fight against Brendan and the Wu family is unrealistic. If pursuing revenge causes problems for our company, that would be truly foolish. Bryn gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Having been manipulated so terribly, but unable to retaliate immediately, Bryn felt deeply aggrieved. Damn Brendan, I will take this revenge eventually. Bryn gnashed his teeth, his hatred towards Brendan burning fiercely in his heart. The next day, early in the morning, Brendan had already gotten up, preparing to inform Arno of his departure back to Shangjiang. With the revenge against the Tang family father and son completed, he still had much to do in Shangjiang. After informing Arno of his return plans, Brendan left the Wu family villa. Leanne escorted Brendan to the station, clearly reluctant to part with him. When will you come back? Leanne asked, visibly missing him already. Don't worry, once everything in Shangjiang is settled, I'll come back, Brendan reassured her with a light kiss. Relieved by Brendan's promise, Leanne finally calmed down. The bus soon arrived, and Brendan boarded, bidding farewell. A few hours later, he returned to Shangjiang. Stepping out of the station, he quickly spotted Reese's figure. Clara, sister. Brendan quickened his pace. Seeing Brendan, Reese remarked teasingly, you actually know how to come back. You were gone to Haiyan City for over a week. I thought you'd never return. Sweating, Brendan picked up on the resentment in Reese's tone, making him somewhat embarrassed. He stepped forward to embrace her, intending to soothe her emotions. Reese gave him a dirty look and evaded his embrace. On the street, don't act rashly, she snapped. Brendan laughed heartily as they got into the car and headed home. As soon as they arrived, Brendan put down his luggage and pulled Reese into his arms again. This time, Reese didn't resist, allowing herself to be embraced fully. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms, Brendan couldn't help but feel aroused. After a while, Reese went to cook dinner. Brendan intended to help but was interrupted by his phone ringing. Checking, he saw it was Shauna. Mr. Zhang, you're back in Shangjiang? Shauna asked. Yeah, things in Haiyan City are wrapped up, Brendan replied. That's great. When will you come over? Cece needs your help with her legs, Shauna said. Glancing at Reese busy in the kitchen, Brendan agreed to visit in the afternoon. After hanging up, Brendan joined Reese in the kitchen to assist. Soon, a meal of 3 dishes and 1 soup was ready. Enjoying a hearty lunch, Brendan handed a bank card to Reese. What's this? Reese asked, puzzled. These contain 50 million, the second installment of funds I promised for our company. Brendan smiled. 50 million? Reese was taken aback. You went to Haiyan City just to get money? And you managed to get so much? Reese was incredulous. 50 million wasn't pocket change, and getting it in less than 2 weeks seemed incredible, which left Reese concerned. Don't worry, all clean money. Brendan reassured her, explaining briefly what had happened. Reese half believed him but trusted Brendan's ability to appraise antiques. To think that antique shop owner was so trustworthy, giving you 10 times the compensation. Since the source of the money is legit, I'll accept it. In your absence, I've established the company. With this 50 million, we can accelerate development. Reese smiled. Chapter 168. Blake and his sister's complaint. After a brief discussion, they hung up the phone. Brendan had no intention of getting involved in setting up the company. He knew he wasn't talented in this area. As a complete novice, his interference would only create bigger problems. I am just an ordinary person who rose to prominence relying on the heavenly eye. Brendan pursed his lips. He always had a clear self-awareness and never let his abilities inflate his ego. Evaluating his current assets, Brendan was surprised to find that he had unwittingly become a billionaire. I can't believe I've become so wealthy now. Even after setting aside the money for Clara's company, I still have over 100 million in cash. TSK. I'm barely considered a rich man now. Brendan was ecstatic. Having assets worth over 100 million was something he could never have dreamed of before. But now he had achieved it. With such wealth, even if he did nothing else, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. However, I can't be arrogant or complacent over such a small accomplishment. Whether it's upgrading the heavenly eye or cultivating the pure Sinclair skill, these are all very important, Brendan reminded himself. Ring. The phone rang. It was Blake calling. Brother Zhang, are you done with your business? It's been many days since you last came to train. Blake's tone carried deep resentment. Sweat. Brendan felt a bit awkward hearing this. He had promised Blake to come every day for training, but had been delayed by Arno's matter for nearly half a month. In this time frame, about half a month remained before the martial arts exchange event started. I'll come right away, Brendan didn't hesitate. He immediately got into his BMW X5 and headed to Xiuxian Martial Arts Academy. Upon re-entering the academy, though the number of students inside hadn't changed much, Blake immediately pulled Brendan into the private training room upstairs when he saw him. Brother Zhang, you're finally here. You've been absent for half a month, so we need to accelerate your training from now on, Blake said helplessly. He couldn't say much about Brendan disappearing for half a month. On one hand, Brendan was the investor for the academy, essentially a benefactor, and on the other hand, it was Blake who sought Brendan's help for the martial arts exchange. Suzette walked over without any pleasantries. Can we start training today? Yes. In the next half a month, I will definitely train harder, Brendan affirmed, pounding his chest. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Suzette. Today, Suzette dressed in a simple manner, just a sports bra and shorts. Her well-toned, mature figure had no excess fat. Even disregarding her icy beauty, just her sizzling body was enough to make any man drool. Suzette ignored Brendan's gaze. She preferred not to wear too much during training as it would hinder her movements. Such gazes were common to her, and she had long grown accustomed to them. Let's begin. Suzette's expression turned serious. Start with 10 kilometers on the treadmill as a warm-up. Brendan took off his jacket and stepped onto the treadmill. Suzette approached and slightly increased the speed, making Brendan feel the pace pick up considerably. The speed was close to a medium jog for a regular person, and running 10 kilometers at this speed, Suzette was indeed relentless. At first, Brendan handled it easily, but after 1 kilometer, he began breathing heavily. To avoid losing face in front of Suzette, Brendan had to use his pure Sinclair chi. The true energy surged from his dantian and spread throughout his body. With the enhancement of pure Sinclair chi, Brendan felt more comfortable. However, this comfort didn't last long. By the 5th kilometer, even with the enhancement of pure Sinclair chi, he began to tire. 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 8 kilometers. Each kilometer after the 5th felt like torture to Brendan. By the time he finished the 10 kilometers, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He was drenched in sweat and exhausted. Not bad. You haven't slacked off these past 15 days. Your condition is excellent, Suzette praised, walking over. Brendan could only give an awkward smile. He hadn't trained much during the past half a month, and his current state was solely due to the pure Sinclair chi. For the next few hours, Brendan experienced hell. Perhaps because he had missed half a month of training, Suzette was especially strict today. She hardly let him rest and even explained various combat techniques while they rested between exercises. Physical contact was inevitable during training. Having such a sexy beauty give him one-on-one training was certainly enjoyable. However, Suzette's standards were so high that it left him in a state of both pain and pleasure, unable to stop despite wanting to. By the end of the session, it was almost evening. Suzette quickly brought out prepared medicinal wine. As per your requirements, we made this medicinal wine using superior herbs, which is even more effective than before, Suzette explained. She deftly applied the medicine to her hands. Usually, having an icy beauty massage would be exciting, but Brendan showed signs of fear instead. Next moment, Suzette pressed down on Brendan's body without mercy. Ah! Brendan's screams echoed in the rest area, his face contorted with pain, muscles tensing. Suzette paid no heed to his cries and pressed even harder, making Brendan scream louder. An hour later, Brendan emerged from the shower, feeling weak and pale. Blake walked over with a smile. How was my sister's massage? Chapter 169. The challenger arrives. Brendan rolled his eyes in disbelief at the comment. Mobilizing blood and chi circulation along with muscle training was not something that felt particularly enjoyable, even if it were administered by a beauty. The two arrived at the training room, where they saw Suzette outside, earnestly practicing. Her assistance in Brendan's daytime training had concluded, and now it was her turn to train on her own. Seeing Suzette's focused expression while she trained, Brendan couldn't help but admire her dedication. With such determination, Suzette would surely achieve success in the martial arts world in the future. Pity Xuanhuan is a girl, or else she could participate in unrestricted combat tournaments, Zhang Xing sighed regretfully. Winning in such tournaments has always been Xuanhuan's dream. Brendan turned around. He was about to ask what an unrestricted combat tournament was when suddenly a commotion arose from downstairs. Then, a student rushed up to the second-floor training room. Coach Tan, it's not good. Someone's here to challenge the dojo, the student gasped. What? A challenge? Blake instantly frowned, while Brendan became intrigued. Suzette, who was still training, also stopped. Xuanhuan, continue your practice. I'll go check it out, Blake said before heading down immediately. Brendan followed him closely. Upon arriving at the first floor, they saw that many students had halted their training. In the middle of the first-floor training area stood two men. Both were dressed in black, but one of them was particularly striking. A tall figure nearly 6 feet 3 inches with a lean and muscular build like a panther, exuding an intimidating aura that made ordinary people feel fearful just looking at him. Is this your dojo, Blake? It seems rather shabby, the man remarked with a sneer after glancing around. With your skills, you shouldn't be managing just a small dojo like this. Jacob, you are not welcome here. Please leave my dojo immediately. Blake's face darkened as he stepped forward, his tone icy. Haha. Jacob chuckled. Calm down. I'm just here to have a look. Unfortunately, your dojo disappoints me. It's so rundown and only has a handful of students. Truly disappointing. Back in the day, Xiuxian Martial Arts Dojo was one of the top dojos in Jiangnan. I never expected it to decline to this extent. These words made Jacob's companion laugh aloud, and Blake's face turned grim. Brendan was surprised, not expecting Xiuxian Martial Arts Dojo to have such a storied past. Achieving top status in Jiangnan wasn't easy. Blake's face fell completely as he snapped, Enough. Jacob, did you come here just to mock me? If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. No, today isn't the day for us to fight. We should wait until the martial arts conference, where everyone will be watching, Jacob replied lightly. Today, I'm merely bringing my disciple here for some casual fun. With that, the young man beside him stepped forward with a smile, bowing slightly. Isaac, disciple of Tianming Martial Arts Dojo, please give me guidance. A challenge? There was shock among the students around the dojo, followed quickly by excitement. Such challenges were rare. Most students were simply there to learn and weren't actual disciples, so seeing a live match was exhilarating. Blake frowned, replying in a low voice, My dojo doesn't have any true disciples, so we can't accept your challenge. Isaac laughed. Your dojo has more than 20 people, yet none are real disciples? That sounds a bit pathetic. The outright mockery infuriated Blake, but he couldn't refute it. At this moment, Jacob noticed Brendan standing beside Blake. He sized Brendan up and pointed at him, asking, Who's this? Blake quickly stepped in front of Brendan, saying, Brother Zhang is an investor in our dojo, not a disciple. Investor? Huh. Who would invest in such a shabby place? Unless he has his eyes on your sister, Suzette, Jacob mocked. Blake lost his temper, roaring like an enraged lion. Jacob, have you said enough? Haha, I'm just making casual comments. What other reason could someone possibly have to invest in this poor dojo except for your sister? Jacob taunted. Brendan remained silent, feeling somewhat speechless. While Jacob's attitude annoyed him, he had to admit there was a grain of truth in his words. One reason he invested in Xiuxian Martial Arts Dojo was indeed due to Suzette. Watching Blake get ridiculed repeatedly made Brendan increasingly upset. As friends with Blake and Suzette, he felt obliged to step in when someone disrespected his friends. I'll take him on, Brendan declared. Blake was startled, Brother Zhang, it's unnecessary. You're not a disciple of the dojo, and you don't need to risk getting hurt. Brendan smiled. I've invested 5 million in the dojo, so I count as part of it. With someone literally challenging us right here, wouldn't it be cowardly of me to sit back and watch? With that, Brendan walked forward. Jacob and Isaac immediately focused their attention on him. 5 million investment? That's quite a sum, Jacob remarked with a smirk. But it looks like you'll lose all your money. Brendan rolled his eyes. You don't need to tell me how to run my business. He strode onto the adjacent sparring platform and beckoned to Isaac. Hey, you came here to challenge, didn't you? Get up here. Let's see what you've got to dare challenge us. Brendan's tone was anything but polite. Isaac scoffed and climbed onto the platform. Look, buddy, sticking up for others might get you beaten up. As an investor, why don't you just stay out of it? I don't want to embarrass you too badly. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 170. A small test of strength. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of trash talk, igniting the atmosphere on the scene. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but start discussing and speculating about the outcome. Blake stepped forward, his expression serious. Brother Zhang, be careful. Jacob is arrogant and ambitious. His disciples must have genuine skills. This Isaac is definitely not weak, he added. Brendan nodded. Although his face was stern, there wasn't much worry in his heart. Rather, he felt somewhat excited. Today would be his first true live combat experience. Although he had practiced with Blake and Suzette multiple times before, those were merely training sessions, hardly qualifying as sparring matches. He put on the boxing gloves Blake handed over, then silently mobilized the pure Sinclair true chi within him. As the energy surged throughout his body, Brendan felt an astonishing enhancement in his physical capabilities. The surge of strength gave him even more confidence. At the same time, he activated his heavenly eye, focusing directly on Isaac. Isaac, none. 28/90. Healthy. An ordinary person who has mastered basic martial arts, barely qualifying as a semi-practitioner. The two walked to the center of the ring, bumping fists. Isaac's gaze remained fixed on Brendan, a mocking smile on his face. Are you ready? Don't expect me to hold back. Brendan smirked. That's exactly what I was going to say. His tone was filled with confidence. With the assistance of both the heavenly eye and the pure Sinclair true chi, he didn't believe he could lose to this opponent. The trash-talking phase ended, and Brendan did not initiate an attack. He knew his weaknesses well. He had only been practicing martial arts for half a month, while his opponent had at least several years of experience. Technically speaking, he wouldn't stand a chance in a direct confrontation. My advantage lies in my enhanced physical abilities due to the pure Sinclair true chi and the powerful insight provided by the heavenly eye. I must leverage these strengths. As Brendan pondered this, Isaac launched his attack. In just a few quick steps, he was right in front of Brendan, throwing a jab straight at his face. Brendan instantly squinted, activating the heavenly eye. Immediately, Isaac's movements appeared to slow down dramatically, every part of his body within Brendan's sight. The power of the heavenly eye revealed its full potential. Brendan could even see the pores on Isaac's face clearly. Ha ha ha, it works just like this. Excited by the effectiveness of using the heavenly eye in real combat, Brendan realized he had gained a significant advantage. To an ordinary observer, Isaac's movements were swift, but under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, they seemed as slow as a snail. Brendan leaned back slightly, allowing Isaac's punch to narrowly miss his nose. The misstrike was followed by another attack, a left hook aimed at Brendan's abdomen. But Brendan moved gracefully, maintaining distance and easily evading the blow. Wow, the consecutive evasions were almost like dancing on the edge of a knife. Even those unfamiliar with martial arts found it impressive. Whoa, what amazing evasion. How can Brendan have such strong defensive skills after only a short period of practice? Yeah, this kind of skill isn't just luck. It takes years of practice to achieve. The spectators buzzed with excitement and surprise. On the stage, Isaac's expression changed drastically, and Jacob, watching from below, frowned. Even Blake was surprised. Amateurs watched the excitement. Experts watched the details. Both recognized the difficulty of Brendan's evasions. When did Brother Zhang's combat skills become so good? Blake exclaimed. The battle continued. Seeing his attacks being dodged twice in a row, Isaac stared at Brendan, who returned a smirk. This unnerved Isaac further. Luck. It must be sheer luck that he dodged. Thinking this, Isaac pressed on with a series of rapid punches. Jab, uppercut, hook, jab. A flurry of attacks came continuously, Isaac striking relentlessly, each fist aiming precisely at Brendan's defenses. Despite his precise and powerful strikes, every one of Isaac's attacks was evaded. Over 10 consecutive attacks, all missed, not even grazing Brendan once. This can't be. Isaac's face turned pale. What kind of unbelievable evasion ability was this? After 5 years of training, he was no longer a beginner. Yet his attacks failed completely, not even touching the opponent. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Amazing. Ha ha ha, go Brother Zhang. Blake cheered loudly, encouraging Brendan. On the other side, Jacob's expression turned sour. Blake, you lied to me, he accused. This kid is an investor? What investor can have such skills? These evasion skills take years of rigorous practice to master. Blake smiled. Brother Zhang is indeed an investor in our dojo, but there's no rule saying investors can't be martial arts experts, right? Jacob looked visibly upset. Isaac, let's get out of here. This match is pointless. With a grim expression, Isaac descended from the platform, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. He had expected an easy fight, but instead ended up making a fool of himself. We're leaving, Jacob coldly stated. Ashamed, Jacob wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. Wait. Suddenly, Brendan called out from the stage. Do you think you can just leave after losing so easily? Without even an apology? How do you not understand the rules? Brendan mocked. Hashtag chapter 171. The fierce man Jacob. Brendan's tone was filled with sarcasm, and his words made Jacob and Isaac's faces turn extremely unpleasant. They had come here today to cause trouble and embarrass others, but never did they expect that they themselves would end up being embarrassed. Kid, don't push your luck, Jacob said coldly. Faced with Jacob's threat, Brendan's expression remained unchanged. Is there a problem? You two came here to challenge us, and now that you've failed, you think you can just leave so easily? You think this place is somewhere you can come and go as you please? Brendan questioned directly. This made Jacob's expression even darker. He stared at Brendan intensely, the icy gaze filled with intense hostility. This stare was like that of a terrifying demon, and even though Brendan had changed for the better compared to before, he couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine when faced with such a frightening gaze. This guy, he's definitely a ruthless character. He must have killed people before, perhaps even more than one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such terrifying eyes. Brendan felt alarmed, and his internal vigilance reached its peak. It seemed Jacob was about to make a move, but at that moment, Blake stepped forward in front of Brendan. Jacob, this is not where you can act recklessly, Blake said gravely. Brendan is my friend and benefactor. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will not let you off. Humph. Jacob laughed coldly. I'm not an assassin, so I won't kill randomly. But judging from his attitude, he should be participating in the exchange conference in half a month, right? If we meet on the arena then, it'll be anyone's guess what might happen. With those words, Jacob turned and left with Isaac. Their attitude was completely dismissive, but Jacob was undoubtedly a formidable individual, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura that could terrify any ordinary person with just a glance. Only after Jacob had completely left did Blake turn around, his face full of apology. Brother Zhang, I apologize for involving you in this trouble. This is not the place to talk. Let's discuss this upstairs. All right. Brendan nodded. He knew Jacob was a tough opponent, and thought it would be wise to learn more about him from Blake. They ignored the other students in the dojo and went upstairs. Suzette was still focusing on her training, apparently unaware of what had happened downstairs. Once they were inside the room, Blake introduced, that man is Jacob, currently the deputy director of Tianming Martial Arts School. His master is the headmaster of Tianming Martial Arts School. Jacob is naturally talented in martial arts, with exceptional abilities. He possesses incredible strength and an extraordinary talent for understanding various martial combat styles. Starting formal training at 10 years old, by 28 he has mastered major combat styles from around the world. Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Bajiquan, boxing, Sanzhou among others. His current strength almost surpasses everyone in the Jiangnan region, and he was the champion of the last martial arts exchange conference. He studies all sorts of fighting techniques, excelling both in practical combat and competitive arenas. Once, he defeated 14 armed men barehanded. He's regarded as the first-class fighter in Jiangnan. Sigh. Jamison listening to Blake's introduction, Brendan couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens. Jacob's strength was evident from his presence, but Brendan hadn't expected him to be so formidable. His strength is really that strong? First-class fighter in Jiangnan? What about the older generation? Brendan asked in confusion. The older generation? Blake's face showed a strange expression. The real world isn't a wuxia novel. It doesn't follow the rule that the older, the stronger. Jacob, who is 30, is at his prime with both physical prowess and combat skills. There's no older generation fighter who could match him. Brendan covered his face in embarrassment. He had nearly forgotten this fact. Without inner energy, normal people's physical abilities inevitably decline with age. People in their 50s or 60s are far weaker compared to Jacob. Not to mention Jacob's exceptional martial talent. His combat skills might be unmatched even by them. But I noticed he seemed somewhat wary of you. Otherwise, he would have acted right then and there, Brendan remarked curiously. Blake smiled. Fortunately, while my strength isn't as great as his, it isn't too far behind either. I was the runner-up in the last Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Well, an expert was right next to him. Brendan looked at Blake with astonishment, never expecting him to be so strong. After thinking about it, it made sense. Blake had natural strength and top-notch combat skills, making him unbeatable by ordinary fighters. But if it truly comes down to a fight, I'm not Jacob's match. He didn't attack earlier partly because there was no justifiable reason, and also because he didn't want to get injured before the conference. Jacob is proud and arrogant. If he got injured in a fight with me, it would definitely affect his performance in the upcoming conference, Blake explained. Brendan nodded, remembering Jacob's previous threat, which caused him some worry. With his current strength, he definitely wasn't a match for such a powerful individual. What if he encountered Jacob in the conference in half a month? Wouldn't that spell disaster? Blake noticed Brendan's concern and showed guilt and remorse. Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize. If not for helping me today, you wouldn't have provoked such a powerful enemy as Jacob. He's someone who holds grudges, and since you've offended him, he'll definitely aim to deal a heavy blow if you meet in the conference. Jacob's attacks are ruthless, and there are even rumors that he's killed people covertly in the martial arts community, Blake added apologetically. Brendan felt helpless. Apologies wouldn't change anything now. Elder Brother Tan, there's no need for apologies. Last time, you traveled a long distance to rescue someone in Shangjiang for me. Helping you this time is only fair. If we meet in the conference, I'll just forfeit. I doubt he'd dare to attack me openly with judges present. Blake nodded. That's true. Jacob wouldn't have the audacity to defy the rules of the conference. With that reassurance, Brendan finally relaxed. He didn't stay at the martial arts school for too long and soon left. Driving back home, Brendan pondered over Jacob's situation. Chapter 172. Treating the naughty girl again. The Wu Dao Exchange Conference in Jiangnan will start in half a month. Although I say I could just concede, it would be too humiliating to do that. Brendan furrowed his brows tightly. Since gaining the Heavenly Eye ability, everything had gone smoothly for him, with few setbacks. I practice true martial arts and possess Sinclair True Chi. If I were to concede before an ordinary martial artist, it would be too shameful. Jacob has been practicing martial arts combat for almost 20 years. To catch up with him within a short time, I need one method. That is to intensify my cultivation of the pure Sinclair technique and reach its first level. A sharp light flashed in Brendan's eyes. The pure Sinclair technique has 8 levels in total, the first 4 being foundational and the last 4 advanced. According to records, reaching the 5th level means entering the innate realm. I don't expect to enter the innate realm soon, but at least I should reach the first level. I need spirit chi, a large amount of spirit chi. If I have sufficient spirit chi supply, I believe I can reach the first level of the pure Sinclair technique before the Wu Dao conference. Brendan murmured to himself. However, obtaining enough spirit chi in a short time was clearly very difficult. Quality antiques were either in the hands of collectors or museums, both of which he had little access to. The same went for top-notch jade. Maybe I can seek Shauna's help? A bold idea suddenly occurred to Brendan. Calculating the time, tomorrow was the day to treat Melanie's legs, presenting an opportunity. Time quickly came to the next day. Early in the morning, Brendan drove to the villa where Shauna lived. Soon he arrived at the gate of the villa. The security guard naturally opened the gate upon seeing him. This wasn't Brendan's first visit. Shauna had given instructions beforehand, so entry didn't require any notification. Driving in, Brendan soon parked and exited. Shortly after, a Harlow came over and led him into the garden, where Shauna and Melanie were enjoying the sun. Mr. Zhang, please treat Sile again, Shauna greeted with a warm smile. Brendan smiled slightly. Madam, you're too kind. It's just a small matter. Let's start the treatment. Good. Shauna nodded, and they approached Melanie together. Seeing Brendan again, Melanie's attitude was noticeably better, without the hostility from their first meeting. To facilitate the treatment, she wore a short skirt today, her legs catching everyone's eye. Can we start? Brendan asked Melanie. Start. This is the 3rd session. It should be the last today, right? Melanie said, sounding hopeful. Brendan hesitated. The exact number of treatments depends on your recovery. After 2 sessions, you've regained some sensation in your legs. With a few more treatments, you should be able to walk. Melanie's face lit up with anticipation. After sitting in a wheelchair for years, no one was as eager and happy as she was to stand again. As Brendan placed his hands on Melanie's legs, he activated the heavenly eye. Melanie. No data. 16/85. Disability. Severe nerve damage and muscle atrophy in legs. Nerves repaired by 1/5. Muscles restored by 1/3. Treatment method. Nurture and repair damaged nerves with spirit chi. Stimulate nerve cells with Sinclair True Chi. The heavenly eye gave the best possible treatment plan. Brendan realized his previous treatments were inefficient. With the upgraded heavenly eye, this method was perfect. Incredible. Smiling, Brendan noted how his admiration for the heavenly eye appeared odd to Melanie. You're too creepy. You are indeed perverted. Melanie looked at Brendan disdainfully, though she didn't resist. Clearly, despite thinking Brendan was perverted, his effective treatment couldn't be ignored. Melanie's comments made Brendan roll his eyes. Ignoring her rudeness, he began treating her using the recommended methods. Spirit chi and true chi flowed under his control, while the microvision ability turned his eyes into microscopes. Under the heavenly eye's powerful ability, even the cells in Melanie's legs were visible. Brendan massaged and treated her, completing the 2-hour session. By the end, Brendan was sweating and visibly exhausted. Mr. Zhang, rest if you're tired. Shauna handed him a towel considerately. Melanie looked skeptical. Is it that tiring? Just massaging? Sile. Mr. Zhang expended true chi during the treatment, which is undoubtedly exhausting. Don't talk nonsense, Shauna scolded, exasperated by her cousin's words. Pouting but saying nothing, Melanie grudgingly conceded. Brendan marveled at how much gentler and understanding Shauna was compared to the naughty girl. My true chi does consume a lot and isn't easily replenished, Brendan explained. What? Can't experts recover by meditating like in novels? Shauna asked, surprised. Not exactly. Brendan shrugged. Pure Sinclair True Chi can recover, but Spirit Chi cannot. In fact, I wanted to discuss this issue with Madam. The True Chi required for Miss Camden's treatment far exceeds my expectations. At this rate, I can only treat her once more, Brendan expressed difficulty. Melanie was alarmed. How can that be? My legs won't heal then? Can't True Chi be recovered? It's not that simple. Brendan sighed. Chapter 173. Suzette's curiosity. Seeing Gretchen so flustered, Brendan couldn't help but smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. There is a way to recover, and that is through antiques. Antiques made with great craftsmanship carry a special kind of energy. I can absorb this energy to convert it into true chi, which can then be used for healing, Brendan explained. Antiques? Both Shauna and Gretchen were somewhat surprised. Are there really energies within antiques? I have quite a few antiques at home, but I haven't felt anything at all, Gretchen questioned skeptically. Brendan glanced at her. That's because you lack the talent. Gretchen. Feeling mocked by Brendan, Gretchen grew irritated and raised her fist to give him a good scolding. But before she could act, Shauna stopped her. Shauna asked seriously, Mr. Zhang, do you need antiques to recover your true chi? Yes, but Madam can rest assured, absorbing the energy won't damage the antiques at all. For ordinary people, the antiques will show no difference before and after. Brendan reassured her. Shauna breathed a huge sigh of relief. If it would damage the antiques, it would be troublesome. But since there's no loss, it's not a problem. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured. I'll have someone deliver a batch of antiques tomorrow. Perfect. Brendan was overjoyed internally. With Shauna's help, he could now earn a significant amount of spiritual energy. Given Shauna's means, the antiques she sent wouldn't be subpar. After agreeing, Brendan politely declined the invitation to stay for dinner and hurried to Xiuxian Martial Arts Club. Arriving swiftly at Xiuxian Martial Arts Club, Brendan went upstairs and met Suzette. You're late. Suzette frowned slightly. Brendan showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, I had a patient to treat today, so I was a bit late. A patient? Suzette was momentarily taken aback. You're a doctor? No. I just know some special techniques, so they work well for certain illnesses, Brendan clarified. Suzette nodded thoughtfully and quickly resumed her serious demeanor. Let's start today's training then. Brendan instantly looked distressed. Suzette's training requirements were extremely strict. Over this period, He had come to understand the ice-cold beauty to some extent. She was serious and meticulous in her work, stubborn like a bull once she agreed on something, and was also reserved and quiet. Without a doubt, such an ice-cold beauty was incredibly difficult to approach. Brendan struggled to imagine what kind of man could melt the ice in her heart. They soon entered the training state, and under Suzette's demands, Brendan repeated hellish training sessions one after another. If not for the strengthening and recovery provided by spiritual energy and true chi, he would have collapsed long ago. Even though such exquisite beauty was giving him personal training, involving physical contact, the exhausted Brendan had no heart to enjoy her figure. He only focused on training. By the end of the day's training, Brendan was so tired that he could barely crawl up from the ground. At this moment, Suzette approached with her usual medicinal wine. Wait. Brendan couldn't help shivering. He really didn't want to go through that torture again. I have a special method to recover on my own, so we don't need the medicinal wine today, Brendan said. Suzette frowned slightly. Without the medicinal wine and muscle relaxation massage, how will you recover? I have my ways. Struggling to get up, Brendan mobilized his spiritual energy and began massaging himself. Breathing out, the flow of spiritual energy inside his body caused Brendan to look completely relaxed. Suzette watched him curiously, and her confusion soon turned into astonishment. Taking about 10 minutes, Brendan used spiritual energy to relax his entire body, achieving far better results than the medicinal wine. Suzette observed this and even checked his condition herself. Her usually expressionless face revealed shock. How is this possible? Not only did you recover, but you recovered so well. How did you do it? Suzette asked in amazement. Brendan enjoyed seeing her surprised expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. This is my unique secret technique. Its recovery effects are outstanding, but the downside is that it consumes a lot of energy, so I can't use it often, Brendan replied. Suzette hesitated slightly. When I finish my training later, can you also massage me? I can pay you. Massage? Brendan's eyes lit up immediately. He couldn't help but glance at Suzette's sexy and fiery figure, causing his heart to pound wildly. No problem. You don't need to pay me. We're friends. Consider it a favor, Brendan answered without hesitation. Thank you. Suzette nodded. She soon began her intense training, which continued until 10 o'clock at night. Brendan watched from the side, amazed by Suzette's self-torturous training regimen. By the time the training ended, Suzette was utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. Let me help you. Brendan volunteered immediately. He picked her up and carried her back to the room. Thank you. Suzette's expression was somewhat uneasy. You're almost at your limit. Let's start the massage now, Brendan said eagerly. Suzette lightly nodded, both skeptical and expectant of Brendan's supposed miraculous techniques. Brendan activated his heavenly eye. Suzette, none. 25. Extremely fatigued. Energy depletion, muscle strain. A series of negative conditions appeared in Brendan's vision, making him involuntarily suck in a breath. Suzette indeed had many minor issues from years of high-intensity training. You have a lot of hidden injuries. You can't continue with such intense training, or your body will eventually break down. Brendan warned seriously. Suzette gave a blank nod without much response. Knowing she wasn't listening, Brendan decided not to push further. Placing his hands on Suzette's legs, he released spiritual energy, which slowly entered her body. Suzette couldn't help but let out a moan, her eyes revealing surprise. What's happening? Why does the area you're massaging feel so relaxed? Suzette asked in disbelief. This is my unique technique. Brendan boasted triumphantly. Chapter 174, Shauna's Gift. Suzette was astonished. She hadn't expected that Brendan possessed such a technique. As his hands massaged her legs, the previously taut and sore muscles visibly relaxed at an astonishing speed. This recovery rate far exceeded the effect of the medicinal wine she used. Had she not experienced it herself, she would have found it hard to believe that there existed such a miraculous massage technique in the world. Brendan quickly finished loosening Suzette's legs. Suzette moved her legs around. This near-perfect result left her in awe. She could clearly feel that after Brendan's massage, her legs had completely recovered without even a hint of fatigue. She felt like she could even go through another training session. Unable to resist, she looked at Brendan. Mr. Zhang, can you massage other parts of my body? Swallow. Facing Suzette's request, Brendan couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this too stimulating? No problem, but only this once. Such a massage is not without its cost for me, Brendan said. He noticed the sparkle in Suzette's eyes and immediately reminded her. Although it was pleasurable to give Suzette such a sensual beauty, a relaxing massage, each massage consumed spiritual energy. He himself already needed to be frugal with the use of spiritual energy. He couldn't afford to exhaust it on her just for the thrill. Thank you. Suzette nodded and then lay back down on the bed. Brendan walked over behind her and started massaging her shoulders with practiced ease. He wasn't new to giving massages. From being initially clumsy, he now operated with remarkable skill. Brendan believed his skills were almost on par with professional masseurs. With the added power of spiritual energy, his massage effects were unrivaled worldwide. Suzette's usually cool face showed a hint of enjoyment. Brendan was intensely focused on the massage, causing Suzette to unknowingly close her eyes. Having such a beautiful Elaine lying there allowing him to massage her was a challenging temptation to resist. However, thinking of Suzette's formidable combat prowess, Brendan quickly regained his senses. He did not dare underestimate her. In a real fight, given that he had yet to break into the first level of the pure Sinclair skill, he stood little chance against her. After half an hour, Brendan ended the massage, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. Suzette slowly opened her eyes, feeling her current state of relaxation, astonishment evident on her face. Truly marvelous technique. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Suzette rarely showed much expression, but now she did. Wiping off his sweat, Brendan responded with more than just physical exhaustion. That's fine. It's quite late, so I'll take my leave. With those words, Brendan hurriedly left. Suzette looked puzzled, not understanding why Brendan rushed off so abruptly. Brendan rushed home, took a cold shower, and thought to himself, can look but can't eat, truly agonizing. Feeling relieved after the shower, he made a simple snack, ate, and went to sleep. The next day, the phone rang, awakening Brendan. It was a call from Shauna. Mr. Zhang, the antique you asked for has arrived. When will you come over? Hearing this news, Brendan, who was still somewhat groggy, instantly became alert. I'll come right away, Brendan said eagerly. After a quick wash and change, Brendan drove directly to the villa where Shauna stayed. Upon entering, a Harlow led him to the living room, where he saw Shauna and her niece Gretchen. Two beautiful women stood before him, but they didn't distract Brendan. His eyes were immediately drawn to the large and small boxes lining the room. Mr. Zhang, these boxes contain the antiques you requested. Please check if they meet your requirements. Shauna smiled warmly. Brendan walked over and opened the boxes, revealing various antiques, beautiful paintings, porcelain, jade, and jewelry. Activating his heavenly eye, he examined them and immediately showed delight. Perfect. Brendan couldn't help but praise, filled with intense joy. Counting the items, there were 24 pieces, each one exquisite and imbued with spiritual energy. Collectively, the spiritual energy inside these antiques was substantial enough not only to compensate for treating Gretchen, but also to earn him a significant profit. You certainly live up to your reputation, madam. Such exquisite antiques in such a short time. These antiques fully meet my needs, though the quantity could be slightly larger, Brendan said, hinting greedily. Shauna smiled gently. That's fine. If there's not enough, I'll arrange for more. As long as they aren't damaged, there's no problem. Brendan quickly assured her, rest assured. I'll only touch them lightly. They won't be damaged. To prove it, Brendan absorbed the spiritual energy from the antiques right before Shauna and Gretchen. Under their watchful eyes, he touched each piece gently, absorbing the energy within and storing it in his xuanhuan palace. Within moments, he repeated the process for all 24 antiques. Done! Brendan rose again. Both Gretchen and Shauna were amazed. That's it? You just touched them? Gretchen questioned. Brendan smiled. Yes, that's enough. I've absorbed the spiritual energy within the antiques. You can inspect them yourselves. They are perfectly undamaged. Now completely reassured, Shauna showed surprise. Truly extraordinary skills. Since the antiques won't be damaged, I'll arrange for more. However, I do have a small request, Shauna said. Speak freely. Brendan was elated by Shauna's promise. Chapter 175. The first level of pure Sinclair Gong. I will provide you with 10 ancient artifacts each time, but in return, you need to massage my body. Shauna presented her terms. What? Brendan showed a look of surprise, and Gretchen beside him widened her eyes in shock. Cousin, what kind of condition is this? Is this a requirement or a reward? Gretchen asked frankly. Cough, cough. This made Brendan feel somewhat awkward. This annoying little brat, making it sound like he's some sort of pervert. Shauna shot Gretchen an annoyed glance. Silu, don't talk nonsense. Did I say something wrong? You're asking this guy to massage your body. Isn't that rewarding him? Gretchen retorted. A slight blush appeared on Shauna's cheeks. Don't be absurd. Mr. Zhang's true qi has excellent health benefits. Since the last time he massaged me, my skin has improved significantly, Shauna explained, revealing the real reason. Now it makes sense. Brendan was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Shauna had been looking more beautiful and younger lately. This was the reason. Gretchen fell silent. She realized that her cousin Shauna was no longer young, and aging is every Elaine's greatest enemy, especially for a beauty like Shauna. Watching herself grow old slowly must be tormenting. Alright, but you have to be careful. Men are all bad, and cousin, you are so sexy and beautiful. Be cautious of his ulterior motives, Gretchen said seriously. Brendan rolled his eyes, but did not argue. For someone as beautiful as Shauna, saying he had no thoughts at all would be strange. Madam, I agree to your terms. Let's start today, Brendan said. Shauna nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. Good. I want to supervise from the side. Gretchen immediately wheeled herself over, watching Brendan like she was guarding against a wolf. Brendan's face darkened, feeling utterly speechless. Indeed, that annoying little brat. Shauna chuckled softly, tapping her chin. The three of them then went into the room. Shauna entered the bathroom and soon emerged wearing pajamas. The black silk nightgown accentuated her near-perfect figure, showcasing the charm of a mature Elaine to the fullest. Let's begin, Shauna stepped forward, her demeanor composed and graceful, with a gentle smile on her stunning face. Brendan approached and started massaging Shauna. As soon as he began, he felt a fiery gaze fixated on him. He knew it was definitely Gretchen. That girl. Brendan was irked, vowing to get back at this annoying little brat someday. With Gretchen keeping watch, Brendan was exceptionally cautious, giving Shauna a full body massage for half an hour. After the massage, Shauna stood up, refreshed and radiant, appearing several years younger. Amazing effect. Cousin, you really look much better now, Gretchen marveled. She finally understood why Shauna wanted Brendan to massage her. Even though she might benefit less from it, the remarkable results were worth the inconvenience. Shauna admired her youthful appearance in the mirror, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Mr. Zhang's true qi massage is truly magical. If word gets out, countless women would come seeking it. Few women can resist the allure of rejuvenation, especially the beautiful ones. One can imagine Mr. Zhang being surrounded by beauties if this becomes known, Shauna teased lightly. Brendan waved a weary hand. Please, keep this a secret. I don't want it to become public knowledge. Shauna was surprised. Why refuse, Brendan? If your reputation spreads, many beautiful women will come seeking you. Forget it. I don't have the fortune for such luxuries. Brendan refused decisively. He knew very well what mismatched fame and strength could bring. Truly, such a situation would only bring trouble, let alone any luxury. Normal life would be difficult enough. Shauna's eyes flashed with admiration. Brendan's ability to resist such temptation won her respect. Brendan didn't stay long at the villa. After leaving, he continued to Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall for training with Suzette. Time passed quietly, and soon several days had gone by. Shauna sent another batch of ancient artifacts. Upon hearing this, Brendan rushed over, absorbing the pure spirit energy while treating Gretchen again and fulfilling his promise to massage Shauna for skincare. Once everything was done, Brendan hurriedly returned home. The spirit energy should be enough. Today, I can cultivate the first level of pure Sinclair Gong. Excitement gleamed in Brendan's eyes. Entering the first level of pure Sinclair Gong meant officially entering the martial arts world, bringing a qualitative change in his strength. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, spirit energy flowed from his Naiwan point, circulating through his meridians along a special path. The spirit energy was gradually refined, transforming into pure and potent pure Yang True Qi. As the True Qi increased, Brendan estimated his reserve was sufficient. It can start. A glint of determination shone in Brendan's eyes. He controlled his True Qi and immediately began breaking through the meridians. Boom. With a dull thud, the True Qi forcefully struck the first meridian. The powerful pure Yang True Qi surged through effortlessly, the breakthrough process far simpler than Brendan had imagined. In just a few minutes, the first meridian was fully opened. As the meridian was unblocked, Brendan immediately felt the difference. His True Qi volume soared, doubling or more. After a long while, Brendan reopened his eyes. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. Brendan beamed with excitement, his face glowing with joy. Eager to test his new strength, he punched the table in front of him, releasing pure Yang True Qi instantly. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 176, Return to Rongqing. The solid table instantly developed a crack under the effect of the pure Sinclair True Qi, as if it had been struck by a massive hammer. Essence. Brendan couldn't help but inhale sharply. The destructive power of pure Sinclair True Qi is really this strong? And this is just at the first level. If I reach the 5th level and step into the innate realm, wouldn't I be like a superhero? Brendan was incredibly excited. If he had landed that punch on a human, even a burly man like Blake would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it. This is great. With the assistance of pure Sinclair True Qi, there will be no problem for the martial arts exchange conference in a few days. Brendan laughed heartily. Several days later, Blake Martial Arts School. Brendan arrived early in the morning. The school wasn't open yet. Just as he got there, Blake and his sister Suzette walked out. Brother Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Blake smiled, while the Ice Queen Suzette remained expressionless as usual. Brendan's gaze fell upon Suzette, and his eyes lit up immediately. Today, Suzette was not wearing her usual tight and sexy sportswear, but was dressed very normally. A simple white blouse paired with jeans made her appear differently from her usual self. Although this outfit was rather ordinary, when worn by Suzette, it exuded an extraordinary charm that drew Brendan's attention irresistibly. Cough. Blake cleared his throat to remind Brendan. Only then did Brendan snap back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Suzette still maintained her poker face, her cold beauty resembling a snow lotus, high and pure, making one feel a sense of reverence. Let's get in the car and set off, Blake said with a smile. Soon they got into the car and headed to the station, then traveled together to Rongqing. Several hours later, Rongqing, Brendan, Blake, and Suzette walked out of the station. Suzette's striking beauty and unique charm had attracted countless gazes from men along the way. Blake and his sister were already used to this. After exiting the station, they took a taxi to their hotel. Soon, a 5-star hotel appeared before them, the 3 golden characters, Rongqing Hotel, shimmering under the sunlight. Brother Zhang, this time you've really gone to great expense. Looking at the luxurious 5-star hotel, Blake felt a bit uneasy. Staying here for a night was not cheap. Both siblings were broke. They had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel during previous martial arts exchange conferences. It's fine, we're all friends, Brendan replied with a gentle smile. They checked in and then went up to the 4th floor to their respective rooms. Brendan placed his luggage in his room, took a comfortable shower, and changed clothes. Just then, his phone rang. It was Suzette calling. Mr. Zhang, are you going out to eat? Yes. After several hours of travel, Brendan was already quite hungry. However, when he stepped outside, he found only Suzette. Blake was nowhere to be seen. Where's Brother Tan? He's gone to the Martial Arts Association to handle formalities and asked us to go ahead and eat, Suzette said expressionlessly. Brendan nodded. Then let's go together. The two left the hotel. Brendan originally wanted to reserve a high-end restaurant, but Suzette strongly objected. Mr. Zhang, my brother and I have already spent too much of your money. We can't let you continue spending more. Just eating something simple will do, Suzette insisted. Laughing, Brendan replied, but I also want to eat well. I'm not used to street food. All right, Suzette relented this time. Satisfied, Brendan nodded. Through their interactions, he had come to understand Suzette's personality. She was definitely an ice queen on the outside, warm on the inside type. Unfamiliar people might find her hard to approach, but in reality, Suzette was kind-hearted and serious about her work. As long as she didn't play any games, one could get along well with her. Brendan booked a table at a high-end Chinese restaurant. They then took a taxi there. The waiter greeted them with a smile. After Brendan provided his name, he led them to a window-side table in the hall. The waiter soon brought over the menu. Brendan ordered 5 dishes and 1 soup. Before long, the waiter served the delicious-looking meals. Both hungrily devoured the mouth-watering dishes after fasting all morning. As they savored the food, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded. Excuse me, I'm Isaac. May I join you at this table? A voice interrupted their enjoyment. Brendan and Suzette looked up to see a young man around 30, smiling amiably. Brendan glanced around. The restaurant was bustling with business, and indeed, there were no empty tables left. He looked at Suzette, who said, I'll follow your decision. Brendan raised his head and replied, Sorry, we don't like sharing tables with strangers. Please find another place. The young man still wore a smile. Friend, don't worry. I'm just looking for a seat. When traveling, more friends mean more opportunities. Why refuse? Before Brendan could respond, the young man sat down without waiting for permission. This action instantly made Brendan frown, eyeing the young man unfavorably. What is he doing? I've already refused him, and he still sits down. I said, we don't want strangers around. Could you please leave? Brendan's tone turned cold. Clearly, this young man was targeting Suzette. Being a man himself, Brendan knew exactly what was on his mind. But he wasn't dead. He was right there. For the young man to brazenly attempt to make a move so openly was clearly disregarding him. Waiter! Brendan called out. A nearby waiter quickly approached. Sir, how may I assist you? We don't know this person, but he insisted on sharing our table. Please ask him to leave immediately, Brendan said, his tone irritable. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression turned sour. Friend, this isn't nice. Fuck. Brendan almost laughed out loud. Do we know each other? Why should we accept your table sharing? Waiter, kick him out, Brendan commanded. The waiter smiled apologetically. Sir, sorry, but could you please avoid disrupting other guests dining? The young man's demeanor darkened because Brendan's voice had not been low, drawing the attention of several surrounding diners. Embarrassed, the young man tried to salvage the situation. Friend, it seems you're not from here. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize me, he stated honestly. Chapter 177. An annoying fly. Brendan rolled his eyes repeatedly. He felt like cursing at this person. Who was this guy? He jumped in to share their table, and even after being rejected, he shamelessly refused to leave. Now, he was trying to act tough. It was laughable. Waiter. Brendan couldn't be bothered with the guy's nonsense and asked the waiter to get rid of this idiot directly. The waiter came over once again to persuade him. Seeing this, the young man's expression turned quite ugly. Under the waiter's persuasion, the young man had no choice but to stand up. As he left, he threw out a menacing remark. We'll see about that. He stormed out of the restaurant with an iron gray face. The waiter expressed his apologies. Sorry, sir, madam. Brendan waved it off. It's fine. You can encounter idiots anywhere. After this little interruption, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. I'm sorry for causing trouble because of me, Suzette said apologetically. Brendan smiled. You don't need to apologize. The one who should apologize is that self-important fool. Let's continue eating. Would you like to accompany me to Jade Street later? Jade Street? Are you going to play Jade gambling? Suzette asked with some confusion. That stuff isn't very reliable. I've heard people go bankrupt due to Jade gambling. Brendan chuckled slightly. Don't worry. I just plan on taking a casual walk around. Suzette nodded slightly but didn't say anything more this time. Brendan didn't mention the true reason. His goal for visiting Jade Street was to find Spirit Chi. A month had passed since his last visit to Kamdingdu's Jade Street. There must have been new raw jade available. Since he had come to Kamdingdu, how could he not gather some Spirit Chi? They finished their meal quickly and then took a taxi to Jade Street. Upon arriving at Kamdingdu's Jade Street again, Brendan now seemed very familiar with the place. Suzette followed closely behind him without saying much. The bustling Jade Street was lively, and they immediately saw the hustle and bustle as they entered. Suzette frowned slightly, seemingly not quite understanding why business here was so booming. Brendan, however, was in high spirits. But just as they stepped into Jade Street, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking carefully, it was none other than the young man from the restaurant. The young man also noticed them and instantly grinned. Small world, are you two interested in jade gambling too? The youth seemed to have forgotten what happened earlier and approached them in a friendly manner. Why are you here again? Brendan frowned. The young man laughed, his gaze moving between the two of them before widening his smile further. You two aren't lovers, are you? The young man said confidently. Brendan found him truly annoying. What's it to you? The young man continued to smile. You guys must be from out of town, maybe even your first time at Jade Street. Just so happens my family runs a jade shop. How about I show you around? If you like something later, pick whatever you want. My treat. Displaying a generous attitude, the young man's eyes mostly lingered on Suzette, showing obvious signs of trying to impress her. But faced with his eager demeanor, Suzette responded coldly, thanks, but we're not familiar, and I have no interest in talking to you. Mr. Zhang, let's go. Suzette coldly replied and led Brendan away. The young man's expression stiffened momentarily, while Brendan almost burst out laughing. This presumptuous guy thought his charm was effective, but didn't understand Suzette at all. This ice queen was not just any ordinary Elaine. His usual flirting tactics had no effect on her. Watching them leave, the young man felt extremely frustrated. Seeing Suzette's retreating figure, he quickly caught up. Such a perfect ice beauty was something he had never seen. If he missed this chance, he would certainly regret it. Thinking this, the young man hurriedly chased after them. Brendan noticed the young man's actions and felt quite displeased. I told you not to follow us, didn't I? Brendan scolded. The young man was thick-skinned. I'm not following you. It's a big street. Am I not allowed to walk here? Fine, fine. Brendan was really angry now. This kid provoked him multiple times. Even a clay figurine might get fired up, let alone him. Alright, if you want to play, I'll play with you properly. Where's your jade shop? Brendan said directly, a glint appearing in his eyes. The young man's eyes lit up. You've changed your mind? Why don't you come along then? Meeting is fate, and making friends is always a good thing. Ha! Brendan inwardly scoffed. Seeing this, Suzette quietly pulled Brendan's sleeve. Mr. Zhang, don't fall into his trap. He has no good intentions, she whispered close to Brendan's ear. Her closeness sent a faint fragrance into Brendan's nose. Don't worry, a self-righteous guy like him is nothing to me, Brendan replied confidently. The three of them arrived at a jade shop. This store wasn't small and was considered mid to high scale compared to others on the street. Being able to open such a store on Jade Street demonstrated the youth's substantial backing. No wonder he was so confident. Brendan walked in directly, his eyes scanning the shop. Business was thriving. Many people were currently engaged in jade gambling within the store, and every now and then, there were shouts coming from the cutting machine area. Pick a piece at random. My treat, just to make a friend, the young man said with a smile. Brendan smiled back. Alright, since you insist, I won't be polite. Then, he walked forward, eyeing a pile of hundreds of raw jade stones, squinting. At this moment, his heavenly eye was activated, revealing the insides of the stones under its penetrating vision. Do you look like a newcomer to jade gambling? The young man asked with a smirk. Jade gambling is a field of expertise. They say one cut can bring life or death. Many have gone bankrupt due to jade gambling. Suzette frowned slightly, concern flashing in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, just pick any stone, she said intelligently. She understood that everything the young man did was aimed at her. She felt responsible for bringing trouble to Brendan because of her. Don't worry, I've been gambling jade for some time now. Today will definitely be profitable, Brendan said confidently. Hearing this, the young man beside him burst into laughter. Hashtag chapter 178, a gamble. The young man burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Friend, your statement is a bit too arrogant. Even seasoned veterans who have been gambling on jade for over a decade wouldn't dare say they can always make huge profits when they walk into Raw Stone Street. I've seen many people as arrogant as you, and they all ended up losing everything. As he said this, the young man looked at Suzette. Madam, your friend seems overly arrogant. I think you should talk some sense into him. Suzette glared coldly at him. How he conducts himself is none of your business. At her words, the young man's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect Suzette to be so cold and show no regard for his feelings. This time it was Brendan's turn to laugh. Is that so? It looks like you don't believe me. Why don't we gamble? I bet I can make 10 million yuan today on Raw Stone Street, with a stake of 10 million yuan. Are you in? Brendan asked. What? Suzette's usually expressionless face showed surprise and worry. She immediately tried to stop him. Mr. Zhang, you're being too impulsive. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed loudly. 10 million yuan? The young man started laughing out loud, drawing attention from others in the store. When everyone heard Brendan's words, there was an uproar. Who is this young man? That's quite a bold claim. He dares to boast about making 10 million yuan today. This kid might be young, but he talks big. Truly arrogant. Just a greenhorn not fearing the tiger. Who does he think he is, talking about 10 million? I doubt he can even make 100,000. Voices of ridicule filled the air, and everyone looked at Brendan as if he were a fool. Facing their mockery, Brendan remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. So, are you in? Brendan asked the young man. The young man laughed wildly. All right, Gustav here will take you up on that bet. I'd like to see how you make 10 million yuan. Suzette grew anxious and grabbed Brendan's hand. Brendan, what are you doing? This is 10 million yuan. I know you're rich, but you shouldn't play such a high-stakes bet. The risk is too great. Brendan patted Suzette's hand, taking the opportunity to enjoy the touch slightly. Don't worry, I won't lose. Suzette frowned. How can you not lose? This is 10 million yuan. Brendan smiled enigmatically. He was about to respond when Gustav urged him on. Friend, can we start now? Everyone's waiting. We're all curious how you plan to make 10 million yuan today. Gustav laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed through the shop, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. Brendan walked straight up and pointed to a large piece of raw stone that stood as tall as a person. How much is this raw stone? Brendan asked. It's free. I said earlier, the first piece of raw stone you choose here is on the house. Gustav chuckled. You said it. If I cut open an exquisite jade from inside, you won't back out, right? Brendan replied with a smirk. Gustav scoffed. A gentleman's word is a 4-horse chariot hard to catch up with. All right. Brendan chose the raw stone. He asked for a piece of chalk from the staff and walked around the stone a few times. Everyone watched his movements closely. Some laughed under their breath. That raw stone has no chance of yielding jade. From its color and texture, it's clearly a waste rock. This kid must have terrible judgment. He must be an amateur, someone commented. Several others nodded in agreement. After observing the raw stone several times, Brendan drew some lines on it with chalk. Okay, bring over a stone cutter, Brendan said. Soon, a stone cutter arrived. With the sound of slicing, the towering raw stone began to be cut slowly. The stone cutter used a handheld saw, following the dashed lines Brendan had drawn. Everyone waited patiently, while Brendan stood by with folded arms. Suzette approached, looking puzzled. Why could Brendan be so confident? Mr. Zhang, how confident are you of winning? Suzette couldn't help asking. Brendan smiled. Absolutely certain. Suzette. Mr. Zhang, don't joke around. I'm not joking. Since you don't believe me, let's make a side bet. If I win, you let me kiss you once. If I lose, during my stay in Rongqing, I'll do whatever you say. Brendan grinned mischievously. Kiss? Suzette frowned. If it weren't for the trouble she had caused, she would have turned and left immediately. But thinking of the predicament she had created, Suzette hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine, Suzette replied tersely. Brendan became excited at the prospect of being able to embrace and kiss the Ice Queen. What a fantastic opportunity. Time ticked away. The stone cutter continued working, the slicing sound constant. As water mixed with stone fragments flowed down, a large chunk of the raw stone was cut off. Snap! The cut chunk fell to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Upon closer inspection, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew there was nothing inside that stone. Gustav also laughed. Friend, your judgment seems poor. That's just a waste rock. Brendan smiled. Don't rush. We're just getting started. The jade is deep inside. How can we not cut carefully through such a large piece? Saying this, Brendan drew another line on the remaining stone. Master, continue cutting. Call more people. We can speed things up. Brendan suggested. Gustav nodded and called over the other 3 stone cutters in the store. With simultaneous slicing sounds, the work proceeded much faster. Before long, the massive raw stone was thoroughly sliced into pieces. As another fragment fell off, revealing the interior, everyone's expressions changed. It's green. It actually yielded green jade. Someone exclaimed, causing the atmosphere to erupt with excitement. Everyone gathered around. Gustav was surprised. It really yielded jade? Haha, even if it's jade, it's probably just low-grade mixed jade. This raw stone may be large, but mixed jade isn't worth much. Gustav laughed heartily. To be continued? ####. Chapter 179. A resounding reversal. But at this moment, someone let out an astonished cry. Top-grade glass-type jade. The stone contains top-grade glass-type jade. Boom. The atmosphere on the scene was electric. Everyone erupted in a cacophony of whispers and exclamations, hardly believing their eyes. What? Gustav immediately turned around. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed dramatically. As someone who managed a raw jade store in his family, he naturally had the ability to appraise jade. With just one glance, he could tell that the jade inside this stone was glass type. Its clear color and large size made the jade, which resembled flowing water, look absolutely dazzling. Anyone could tell it was a treasure. Impossible. This can't be. How can such a top-grade piece of glass-type jade appear inside this piece of trash raw stone? Gustav couldn't quite accept it. Not only him, but the other gamblers in the shop felt the same way. However, faced with the undeniable reality, they had no choice but to believe. At this point, Brendan smiled as he approached. Masters, please continue cutting. The 4 stonecutters' hands trembled slightly, as they were also shocked beyond belief. The sound of cutting stone resumed, and soon the waste parts of the raw stone were completely removed, revealing the entire extent of the top-grade glass-type jade hidden within. It was a basketball-sized chunk of top-grade glass-type jade. Under the light, the clear and bright jade seemed to glow, capturing everyone's attention. Gustav was dumbfounded. Such a large piece of top-grade glass-type jade could be used to make over a dozen premium jade ornaments, each worth millions. How did you do it? Gustav looked at Brendan with disbelief. Brendan smiled. This top-grade glass-type jade is worth 5 million yuan. I think no one would object to that. I still need another 5 million to reach my goal. Suck in a breath. The crowd gasped in unison. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. One top-grade glass-type jade is already a blessing from heaven. Does he really want to repeat this feat? Everyone was taken aback. Ignoring the murmurs, Brendan handed the glass-type jade to Suzette. Help me keep an eye on it. Suzette nodded seriously. Afterward, Brendan began to walk around the store, inspecting various pieces of raw stones. The crowd, which had been buzzing earlier, instantly fell silent, all watching Brendan's movements intently. As Brendan examined and even tapped some of the raw stones, people exchanged puzzled glances. What are you doing? This isn't watermelon selection. Gustav couldn't help but remark. Brendan chuckled. Soon after, having inspected every stone in the store, he selected 20 pieces of raw stones. These 10. I'll take them all. An employee walked up. Sir, the total value is 250,000 yuan. Brendan paid without hesitation and asked the 4 cutters to continue their work. Everyone watched anxiously as the first stone was cut open. It's green, high-quality ice-type jade. Estimated value about 200,000 yuan. Then came the second stone. Another green, high-quality emerald-type jade, valued at 150,000 yuan. The third stone, high-quality mixed type, 80,000 yuan. The fourth, high-quality glass type, 350,000 yuan. And so on, one by one. The stones revealed their contents, accompanied by exclamations of surprise. Finally, after all 20 stones were opened, a variety of different sized jades lay neatly on the table. Brendan smiled. Now, let's calculate the total value and see if it exceeds 10 million. Impossible. Gustav was speechless with shock. The room was filled with murmurs of astonishment. Everyone was stunned. All 20 pieces of raw stones had yielded jade, with the lowest quality being medium grade. Combined, the total value of these 20 jades clearly exceeded 5 million. Everyone stared at Brendan in awe, the disbelief and shock evident on their faces. Silence. For a moment, the entire store was deathly quiet, the shock too overwhelming for anyone to speak. How did you do it? Gustav couldn't believe it. Brendan shrugged. Luck, maybe. His answer only left everyone more puzzled. Luck for 1 time, coincidence for 2, but 20 times. This was beyond explanation by luck alone. Ignoring the others, Brendan turned to Gustav. Aston, my jades collectively exceed 10 million yuan. I have won this bet. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. With so many witnesses here, you wouldn't back out, would you? Gustav's face flushed red. He hadn't anticipated that Brendan would actually earn 10 million. 10 million? Who was this man standing before him? How could he achieve something so extraordinary? You're bluffing. Gustav never breaks his word. Despite the words, Gustav felt like his heart was bleeding. 10 million was no small sum. He felt like his face was bruised from being slapped hard, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Nonetheless, he forced himself to transfer 10 million yuan to Brendan, who received it with a satisfied smile. Addressing the crowd, Brendan asked, anyone interested in these jades? They're for sale. I'll buy one, a voice immediately replied. Soon, all 20 pieces of jade were sold, netting Brendan another 5.5 million. As for the largest piece of top-grade glass-type jade, nobody could afford it, so Brendan took it away. Before leaving, he left a parting comment. Thank you for your generosity, Aston. I've inspected all the raw stones in your shop. The ones that could produce good jade are right here. The rest are mostly garbage. I suggest you stock up on new supplies, Brendan said with a grin. Leaving Gustav fuming with anger, Brendan and Suzette walked out. The other customers in the shop were equally dismayed. No good stones left? Why stay here then? Let's go. Some people left immediately. Brendan had proven his keen eye with concrete results, and his statement left no room for doubt. Since there were no good stones left, no one had any reason to stay. Soon, all the customers left, leaving Gustav looking at the empty shop with a face darkened like ink-stained paper. Chapter 180. Suzette's First Kiss. Brendan and Suzette did not choose to return directly but found a jade shop to sell the high-grade glass-type jade in their hands, earning another 5 million yuan. Only after this did they return to their hotel room. Suzette remained silent throughout. The events earlier left her significantly shaken. Not only were Gustav and the onlookers stunned, but she was as well. In just 2 hours, Brendan had made over 20 million yuan right before her eyes. She would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. After returning to the hotel, Brendan was barely able to contain his excitement. Coach Tan, our bet still stands, right? He asked, trying to maintain an air of seriousness but betraying his anticipation through his gleaming eyes. Suzette hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will not break my promise. Come to my room. Brendan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was going to be fantastic. Following Suzette into her room, Brendan closed the door behind them and noticed the usually stoic Elaine appeared somewhat uneasy. Despite her typically emotionless expression, her body language revealed her nervousness. Coach Tan, if you're feeling too tense, close your eyes, Brendan suggested. After a brief hesitation, Suzette sat down on the bed and closed her eyes. Brendan had never seen her so compliant, finding this side of her both intriguing and endearing. He sat next to her and, unable to resist any longer, pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply. The kiss lasted for half an hour, leaving Brendan breathless and thoroughly satisfied until the sound of knocking interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came accompanied by Blake's voice. Xuanhuan, are you in there? Suzette immediately pushed Brendan away, her cheeks flushed, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, which left Brendan momentarily mesmerized. My brother is here. Don't tell him about this, Suzette whispered quickly, the flush gradually fading from her face. Brendan nodded repeatedly, and they hurriedly straightened their clothes. The intense kiss had left both of them disheveled, especially Suzette, whose clothes were quite messy due to Brendan's roving hands. He swiftly moved to the balcony and climbed over to the neighboring room, escaping the scene undetected. Back in his room, Brendan was still basking in the afterglow. What surprised him most was that during the half-hour kiss, Suzette had not resisted at all. The only downside was that she had remained unresponsive throughout, leaving him slightly disappointed. However, her lack of struggle and rejection suggested that she might have more feelings for him than he initially thought. Was she so absorbed in the kiss, or simply unaware of what was happening? Brendan wondered aloud. As Brendan pondered, Suzette opened her door. You're here, Xuanhuan. Why did you take so long to open the door? Blake asked, puzzled since he had assumed she was out. I was sleeping, so I didn't hear the door, Suzette replied calmly. Blake, not suspecting anything amiss, noticed her flushed cheeks but attributed it to her having just woken up. The association has everything arranged, and the conference will begin the day after tomorrow. With Zhang brother joining us, we'll do great in both the team and individual competitions, Blake said excitedly. Suzette nodded, hesitating briefly before recounting the events at the Raw Stone Street, omitting the incident back at the hotel. 20 million yuan? Blake was astonished. Had he heard correctly? Zhang brother must have exceptional insight in jade gambling, he marveled. I'll go find Zhang brother, and we can discuss the upcoming conference together, Blake said before walking out. By the time he returned, Brendan was already with him. Congratulations, Zhang brother, on today's big win. Xuanhuan has already told me about the Raw Stone Street. On behalf of Xuanhuan, I apologize for the trouble her appearance caused, Blake added apologetically. Brendan smiled. Brother Tan, no need to be so formal. This wasn't Coach Tan's fault, and if anything, I should thank her for the opportunity to make 20 million yuan. I've decided to invest all of this money into you. Blake and Suzette were taken aback. Zhang brother, you've already invested 5 million yuan, which is enough to start the martial arts school, Blake quickly protested. Brendan grinned. If this were in Shangjiang, 5 million yuan would suffice, but don't you want to return to Rongqing and restart the martial arts school there? With a good showing at the martial arts conference, you can return to Rongqing soon. I don't know how Xingxing Martial Arts School declined, but now is the perfect chance for a comeback. This suggestion left both siblings speechless. Mr. Zhang, this is too much. We already owe you so much, Suzette frowned. Blake agreed, fighting off the temptation to accept such a generous offer. Brendan smiled gently. For me, making 20 million yuan isn't difficult, and you're worth it. I believe this investment will pay off. Moreover, I plan to expand into Rongqing in the future, and working together would be mutually beneficial. Blake and Suzette exchanged hesitant glances. Such a significant favor weighed heavily on them. Yet the prospect of restarting the martial arts school in Rongqing was almost irresistible, especially with Brendan's persuasive arguments. Chapter 181, Martial Arts Exchange Conference Rules. After hesitating for a moment, Blake finally nodded. All right. Thank you for your immense help, Brother Zhang. In the future, whatever trouble Mr. Zhang encounters, I will definitely do my best to assist. Blake spoke earnestly. Brendan nodded approvingly, and then transferred 20 million to Blake. The day after tomorrow, the official Martial Arts Exchange Conference will begin. This conference is divided into individual and team competitions. The individual competition is straightforward, one-on-one battles, while the team competition consists of 3 people per team. I've already obtained the numbers and signed up for all of you as well, Blake said, pulling out the number plates. Brendan took one, revealing the number 18 on it. How many people are participating in the individual competition? Since this is the Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference, there must be quite a few participants, right? He asked. Blake smiled and nodded. Indeed. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference happens every 3 years. If someone performs exceptionally, they naturally gain fame and fortune. Therefore, many people join, with each session having over 100 participants. I've heard that even more people are joining this year, probably around 200. Brendan was astounded. He hadn't expected such a large turnout. The team competition comes after the individual competition and has stricter requirements. Firstly, it must consist of 3 people per team, and secondly, all members of the team must rank above the median in the individual competition, Blake explained. Brendan nodded confidently. Don't worry. I'm sure I can make it past the median. Ha ha ha. I'm not worried about your strength, Brother Zhang. With our combined efforts this time, we should be able to achieve great results in both individual and team competitions. But, at this point, Blake's tone suddenly turned serious. Brother Zhang, you need to be careful. Jacob holds grudges, and since you embarrassed him last time, he'll definitely try to sabotage you. If you don't rank above the median, you won't be able to participate in the team competition. This comment made Suzette slightly displeased. Brother, don't put pressure on Mr. Zhang. Sorry, just do your best, Brother Zhang. It doesn't matter if you fail, Blake quickly apologized, realizing his mistake. Brendan smiled inwardly, feeling very confident. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Even if I encounter Jacob on the stage, I can retreat safely. He didn't say he could defeat Jacob because that would sound arrogant, and he also lacked confidence in defeating Jacob with just one layer of pure yang power. A secret weapon? Blake and Suzette were somewhat surprised but did not ask further, despite their curiosity. Meanwhile, on the other side at Tianming Martial Arts Gym, the vast gym covered an enormous area, more resembling a school than a martial arts gym. The words Tianming Martial Arts Gym shone brightly under the sunlight at the entrance. Inside, the facilities were complete: training fields, sports fields, basketball courts, soccer fields, dormitories, cafeterias, etc. Numerous students were currently sweating profusely within the gym, making Blake's xiuxian Martial Arts Gym seem like a tiny village in comparison. Deep inside the gym was a private training area. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy punching sounds resonated continuously. Upon closer inspection, Jacob was clearly among them. Bare-chested, his muscles gleamed like steel, exuding powerful energy from his formidable physique. Each punch delivered to the heavy sandbag caused it to tremble violently. Sweat poured down Jacob's body, making him look as if he had just emerged from water. At this moment, footsteps approached, and a young man entered hastily. Deputy Director! The youth looked at Jacob with reverence. Jacob stopped, turning his head. His fierce aura instantly made the young man feel unnerved, as if being watched by a terrifying beast. What is it? Jacob slightly contained his aura. The young man stuttered. I have found out the information you asked me to investigate. Blake has officially registered with the Martial Arts Association for this year's Martial Arts Exchange Conference. He signed up with 3 people, himself, his sister Suzette, and a young man named Brendan. Jacob narrowed his eyes slightly. So, he's also joining the conference. Heh. Jacob sneered internally, not forgetting the humiliation inflicted by Brendan last time. Being a vengeful person, he vowed never to let anyone who dared challenge him off easily. After some contemplation, Jacob instructed the youth, spread the news that Blake's sister, Suzette, has a boyfriend named Brendan. What? Does Goddess Tan have a boyfriend? Who exactly is this Brendan to catch Goddess Tan's attention? The youth was shocked. Jacob was pleased with the youth's reaction. This was precisely what he wanted. I don't know, but it's true. Just spread the word. The youth nodded repeatedly, mentally noting Brendan's name, determined to severely teach this guy a lesson if they met on the stage. The next day, bright sunshine filtered through the curtains into the hotel room, casting shimmering light on the floor. Brendan yawned and got out of bed. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, he knocked on Suzette's door. Is something wrong? Suzette opened the door, her face expressionless, seemingly lowering the temperature around her. Coach Tan, are you free today? I want you to accompany me shopping for something. As a newcomer to Kamdingdu, I'm not familiar with the area, so I thought of finding a local person. Brendan said hopefully. Suzette frowned slightly, feeling reluctant but remembering how much Brendan had helped. She couldn't refuse. Sure, but I rarely go out myself, so I might not be much help, she agreed. It's fine. Company is enough, Brendan smiled. Wait a moment. Shortly, Suzette reappeared in casual, loose-fitting sportswear. Despite the simple attire, her fiery figure remained noticeable, giving her an extraordinary aura. They left the hotel, and Brendan hailed a taxi. What are we buying? Suzette asked. A house and a car, Brendan replied. Suzette, what? Chapter 182. Stupid Woman Minnie. Suzette could not help but be taken aback. She had assumed Brendan only wanted to buy some clothes or daily necessities, not realizing it was a house and a car. I plan to develop in Rongqing later. Shangjiang is too small for me now, so having a house and a car is naturally very important, Brendan explained. Suzette nodded slightly and did not say anything more. She had witnessed both his financial resources and capabilities. Even the high housing prices in Rongqing posed no pressure for this man. What kind of house do you want? An ordinary high-rise apartment? A villa? A mountain retreat? Suzette asked. Brendan smacked his lips. Let's go with a villa. Around 300 square meters should suffice. He was quite excited. Shauna's villa had left him quite envious, and compared to her villa, the apartment he rented seemed far too modest. Now that he was worth over 100 million, living in an ordinary high-rise apartment would just be beneath him. In that case, you need to prepare at least 15 million yuan, Suzette said, then paused to think. Xinyue Community. It's a newly built villa complex. My brother and I once fantasized about returning to Rongqing and buying a villa in this neighborhood, Suzette admitted frankly. Brendan nodded, and the two then took a taxi. Half an hour later, a large villa complex appeared before Brendan. As soon as they entered the sales office, a real estate agent approached with a warm smile. However, on closer inspection, it was none other than Minnie. Brendan, why is it you again? Upon seeing Brendan, Minnie's expression changed dramatically. Her face showed anger. Brendan, you've gone too far. I've already left Shangjiang, yet you still track me down here. Are you trying to sabotage my job? Brendan was somewhat surprised to run into Minnie again. He rolled his eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I just happened to come here. I'm here to buy a villa and settle in Rongqing. Hearing this, Minnie couldn't help but ask, startled. Can you afford it? A villa in Xinyue Community starts at around 5 million yuan. Brendan sneered at her. Do you really want another humiliation? This remark made Minnie's face turn bright red. She clenched her teeth. Brendan, don't be too unreasonable. You're a man after all. Can't you be more generous? You've humiliated me several times and made me change jobs multiple times. Why are you still mocking me? Minnie said, her voice filled with weiqi and anger. Brendan inwardly laughed coldly. The current state of Minnie was of her own making, and he felt not an ounce of pity. Enough. Don't pretend to be pitiful here. I don't need your service. Get me someone else. The commission from selling a villa is substantial, and I don't want to make it easy for you, Brendan bluntly stated. Minnie gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Brendan alive. Turning around, she quickly walked away. and soon another sales agent came forward, her smile inviting and sweet. Sir, madam, I'm Rachel, delighted to serve you both. Rachel smiled warmly. I want to buy a villa, around 300 square meters. Do you have any recommendations? Brendan asked. Rachel's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is a big client. A villa of approximately 300 square meters would cost at least 15 million yuan. If sold successfully, it would bring her a significant commission. Thinking of this, Rachel's smile became even warmer. She immediately welcomed Brendan and Suzette warmly and began introducing villas to them. Mr. Zhang, please look at this villa. Located in the central area of our community, it covers 320 square meters. It comes fully equipped with. Not far away. Minnie watched this scene, grinding her teeth, seething with anger and resentment. Why? Why did this man flourish after leaving her? The old Brendan was just a nobody. Yet now he could afford a villa and had a beauty far surpassing her by his side. Wait. Minnie suddenly noticed something odd. The beauty accompanying Brendan today was different from the one she saw last time. Her eyes brightened as she walked over. Brendan immediately noticed her approach and frowned when he saw Minnie's sly expression. Minnie, what do you want again? Minnie grinned insincerely. Brendan, you sure enjoy the favors of women. Since you've become successful, you seem to swap beauties like water flows. So quickly you have a new beauty? While saying this, she scrutinized Suzette up and down, exclaiming in feigned surprise. An icy beauty this time. I remember the previous one seemed to be of the Badao female boss type. Note, Badao Zongcai typically translates to domineering president or tycoon, but given the context and colloquial use, female boss is more fitting for style and fluency in English. For better fluency in English, we can further refine it as. While saying this, she scrutinized Suzette up and down, exclaiming in feigned surprise. An icy beauty this time. I remember the previous one seemed to be of the powerful business Elaine type. Who knew you liked challenging yourself? Did you not succeed with that corporate beauty? Minnie's words were startling. Brendan was initially stunned, but almost burst out laughing. He wasn't a fool. He saw right through Minnie's scheme. She wanted to tarnish his image, unaware that he and Suzette weren't in a romantic relationship. Rachel, call your manager over. What is going on here? I came to buy a villa, not to be ridiculed. Do you welcome guests this way? Brendan yelled. Rachel and Minnie's faces immediately changed. Rachel turned to glare at Minnie. Minnie, what are you doing? Why ridicule our guest? Rachel was furious. A valuable client stood before them, with clear purchase intentions. Ruining this deal would mean losing hundreds of thousands for her. I'll inform the manager. Rachel immediately sprinted off. Minnie's face stiffened as she realized that while trying to take revenge on Brendan, she had committed a foolish act. The sales manager soon arrived and, after understanding the situation, glared at Minnie. Minnie, you're fired. Leave immediately. Security, escort this crazy Elaine out, the manager barked. Security personnel rushed over. At this moment, Minnie's attitude did a complete turnaround. Wait, I didn't mean to. I have personal grievances with him, and he started it first. I did not intend to ridicule the guest, Minnie hastily explained. The manager was not pleased. This stupid Elaine deserved to be fired for lacking judgment. What kind of salesperson ridicules their guests? Several security guards lifted Minnie, ignoring her struggles and forcibly removing her. The sales manager turned back, smiling apologetically. Mr. Zhang, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our negligence. If Mr. Zhang decides to purchase a villa, we can offer you a 95% discount. Brendan chuckled lightly. Thank you. This villa is fine. I'll take it. Let's sign the contract. Chapter 183, Minnie's reluctance. Brendan immediately took out his bank card with an incredibly generous attitude. Rachel beside him was visibly excited, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. All right. Mr. Zhang, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away, Rachel said, trembling with excitement. The other sales representatives gazed at her enviously. With this villa sold, the commission alone would be hundreds of thousands, a massive windfall. Minnie, standing not far away, watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel her eyes turning red with jealousy. Hundreds of thousands in commission. How could this money go to someone else so easily? Minnie gritted her teeth in anger. Brendan paid for a 300 square meter villa with 2 million yuan in one go. He paid the full amount outright, leaving Minnie shocked by the staggering sum. She found it hard to believe that Brendan had become so wealthy. This is 20 million, not 200,000. It can't be. He couldn't even come up with 20,000 when we were together. How can he casually take out 20 million now? Minnie's eyes turned red with envy. She began to suspect that Brendan might have deliberately hidden his wealth from her before. Otherwise, why did he seem poor while they were together, only to skyrocket once they parted ways? Minnie clenched her teeth, filled with frustration. Brendan and Suzette entered the villa. Looking at his newly purchased property, Brendan was thoroughly satisfied. The villa was currently an empty shell, and it would require both time and money for renovations. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else you need? Rachel asked eagerly, her eyes aglow. Even in the entire city of Rongqing, few people could pay 20 million in cash for a villa outright. It was unfortunate that he already had a beautiful companion. Otherwise, she might have offered herself. Not bad. You must have some connections with interior decorators, right? Brendan asked. Rachel nodded. Yes, I can connect you with 4 different decoration companies. Please do so, Brendan replied. After handling everything, the villa deal was finalized. Brendan also booked a 5 million yuan renovation package, allowing him to move in within a month. Once all was settled, Brendan and Suzette went to buy a top-of-the-line BMW worth 3 million yuan. Back at the hotel, Brendan smiled. Coach Tan, thank you for accompanying me today. How about we go have dinner together? No need, let's avoid more trouble, Suzette refused without hesitation. Fine. Brendan felt a bit helpless. It was all Gustav's fault. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated like this. However, Gustav had contributed millions to him, barely balancing the score. They returned to their respective rooms. As Brendan was about to shower, his phone rang. It was Minnie calling. Huh. Brendan sneered, knowing exactly why she was calling. He hung up without answering. Persistent as ever, Minnie called multiple times. Annoyed, Brendan finally picked up and shouted, Minnie, are you crazy? Why are you constantly calling? Minnie tried a pitiful tone. Arnold, are you free tonight? I want to invite you for dinner. Brendan laughed inwardly. You're not thinking of apologizing to me, are you? We've been broken up for a long time. Don't disturb me again. I have no interest in talking nonsense with you. He scolded her harshly and hung up. On the other end, Minnie was furious. She hadn't expected Brendan to be so heartless, giving her no chance at all. Brendan, since you're not benevolent, don't blame me for being ruthless. Minnie clenched her teeth, seething. Thinking of ways to retaliate against Brendan, she realized she had no leverage. There were no scandals or dirt on him, making it impossible to ruin his reputation. I'm not willing to accept this. Why should Brendan live well after leaving me? He must have always been rich, just pretending in front of me. Minnie's anger bubbled up like a river. Unaware of Minnie's resentment, Brendan in his hotel room remained indifferent. Minnie posed no real threat to him. Her fury was merely powerless rage. A day passed quietly, and soon it was time for the Xiuxian Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Early in the morning, Brendan, Blake, and Suzette got up. After breakfast at the hotel, they drove Brendan's new BMW to the conference venue. Driving through half of Rongqing, they soon arrived at a mountain resort. Looking at the distant resort, Brendan was surprised. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference is held in a resort? I thought it would be in a stadium. Blake explained with a smile. There's no need for a stadium. It's not very crowded. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference isn't a public event. It's for internal networking within our circle. Only those invited can attend. Brendan understood and parked at the resort. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, mostly worth several $100,000 to millions. Aware that this was his first time attending the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, Brendan stayed close to the Tan siblings. Under Blake's lead, they entered the resort. Showing their invitations, they proceeded into the deeper part of the resort, arriving at a large garden. At its center was a prepared stage. Tables were set up around the stage. The garden was already bustling with people, many exuding powerful auras and dressed in fine attire. As the Tan siblings walked in, they instantly drew many glances. The Tan siblings are here, someone shouted, causing the lively garden to fall silent. All eyes quickly turned towards Blake and Suzette. Chapter 184, Confrontation. However, at this moment, something astonishing occurred. Several people began looking at Brendan with evident hostility in their eyes. What's going on? Brendan was taken aback. He had never met these people before, so why were they glaring at him with such animosity? Blake and Suzette also noticed the unusual behavior. Blake turned around and asked, Brother Zhang, did you do anything recently? Absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what's happening. Someone might be setting me up. Brendan frowned, a hypothesis quickly forming in his mind. Jacob, Brendan and Blake said simultaneously. Suzette's expression turned cold. This looks like Jacob's doing. He'll do anything to get his way. Mr. Zhang, you should be extra cautious later. Brendan didn't look pleased and wondered what kind of scheme Jacob had concocted that could stir such enmity towards him. The three of them found a place to sit down when a young man approached with a smile. He was handsome, accompanied by a pair of pretty twin sisters. Holding each sister's waist possessively, many men around couldn't help but feel envious. Blake, it's been a while. The young man greeted amiably. Blake smiled back. It's been 3 years. Young Master Camden still exudes charm as ever. Ha ha ha. Just muddling through days. Family matters don't need me much, so I'm here for some fun, the young man said with a smile. His gaze then landed on Brendan. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect to see you at the martial arts exchange meeting. Blake looked surprised. Young Master Camden, have you met Brother Zhang? Brendan nodded, recognizing the young man as Dwayne, whom he had met before and made 80 million from. I met him in your antique shop before and got a bit lucky, Brendan said modestly. Dwayne chuckled. Mr. Zhang has been quite prominent lately. There are rumors that you're dating Suzette, causing quite a bit of hostility towards you. Suzette is admired by many in the martial arts world. Now she's taken. Those disappointed suitors naturally turn their attention to you. A lot of people, upon hearing you attended the martial arts exchange, are itching to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Brendan's expression changed drastically, as did Blake and Suzette. It's Jacob, Blake said grimly. He's certainly devious, spreading such rumors. Brendan also wasn't pleased. Now understanding the cunning and underhanded nature of Jacob, Dwayne smiled mildly, chatting briefly with him before leaving, saying, Mr. Zhang, I've acquired some good antiques lately. If you're free, can you come and appraise them for me? 500,000 yuan. Sure, I'll visit after the exchange ends, Brendan agreed without hesitation. Given Dwayne's background, it would be beneficial to stay on his good side, especially considering the last transaction where Brendan made 80 million off him. Dwayne nodded approvingly and left. Suzette expressed her regret. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. We've caused you trouble again. Blake also apologized. Brendan waved it off. It's not your fault. It's all because of that treacherous Jacob. Zhang brother, be careful when you step on the stage later. My sister had many admirers. Even if not all of them will challenge you, a few could cause trouble, Blake cautioned. Brendan smiled, undisturbed. With the first level of the Sinclair purifying technique, defeating him wouldn't be easy for most. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. Jacob is here. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the garden entrance. A tall and muscular man walked in confidently. Jacob exuded a formidable aura, his imposing figure making him look as sturdy as an ox, with piercing eyes adding to his intimidating presence. Alongside him were Isaac and several disciples from Tianming Martial Arts School, drawing everyone's gaze. Indeed, Jacob is awe-inspiring. His power seems even more terrifying than 3 years ago. He was already the top in Xiang'an 3 years ago. He will surely be this year too. The only one who might defeat Jacob could be Blake. But Blake can't compete. 3 years ago he could match Jacob, but now, after being away from Rongqing and training privately, how can he keep up? As people chattered, most agreed on Blake's decline compared to Jacob. Entering the garden with pride, Jacob's eyes immediately met Blake's. Blake returned his gaze, their eyes meeting in midair, sparking tension. Blake, I won by a narrow margin 3 years ago. This time, I'll crush you. Jacob declared loudly. Blake remained stern. Talk is cheap. Let's see how you crush me. Huh. Jacob sneered, leading his followers to sit opposite. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone sensed the growing hostility between Blake and Jacob. Previously chattering people fell silent, a sense of impending conflict enveloping everyone. Drip, drip, drip. The seconds ticked by, nearing the start of the martial arts exchange. Finally, at noon, the clock chimed, and everyone became alert. Chapter 185. Reunions in Succession. The garden instantly fell into an eerie silence, the vast space so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Tap, tap, tap. Then footsteps echoed, as a group of people entered from the garden's entrance. Most of the newcomers were middle-aged men or even elders. Leading them was a dignified-looking Jose, who carried himself with exceptional grace and authority. He led everyone into the garden, then swept his gaze over the assembly. President. President. All attendees stood up respectfully. Coulter nodded calmly, his voice resonating across the garden. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the villa. Today marks another 3-year cycle of the Xiuxian Martial Arts Exchange Congress. The purpose of this Congress is to promote martial arts exchanges within the Xiuxian region and enhance our martial prowess. This edition will once again focus on camaraderie through martial competition, with each match ending when the point is made. Now, I declare the 5th Xiuxian Martial Arts Exchange Congress officially open. After speaking, Coulter sat down at the head guest chair. The others who had come with him also took their seats. Soon, all eyes fell on one person. On the guest seat was a strikingly beautiful mature Elaine, who immediately drew attention. Her perfect features and sensual figure captivated the men present. Isn't she Shauna from the Camden family? I remember she left Roncheng 5 years ago. Who would have thought she'd return? A member of the Camden family? Many non-Roncheng residents were shocked. Even though they weren't from Roncheng, they had all heard of the renowned Camden family. They immediately dismissed any impure thoughts upon realizing her lineage. It wasn't appropriate for them to harbor ambitions beyond their reach. Still, some felt a surge of excitement. What if their performance impressed the beauty? Marrying into the Camden family would mean gaining both love and power. Shauna sat with a smile on her face beside Dwayne, her cousin. Cousin, I didn't expect you to attend this year's martial arts exchange, said Dwayne with a laugh. Turning to look at his cousin's exquisite face, he felt puzzled. Cousin, you seem even younger now. Did staying abroad truly help you regain youth? Shauna smiled lightly. It's just about having the right skincare regimen. My health has improved a lot. Staying at home all day became boring, so I came here to have some fun. Recovered? Dwayne was more confused. He knew his cousin had a severe congenital heart condition. Aside from a heart transplant, how could it be cured? As she spoke, Shauna's gaze swept over the crowd. Ignoring the greedy looks from the men, she suddenly saw a familiar face. Zach Zhang? Surprised, Camden yawning wondered if she had seen correctly. Not far away, Brendan also spotted Shauna and was equally surprised to see her here. So Mrs. Camden is part of the Camden family, no wonder. Brendan felt excited. With such a connection, it seemed he was now associated with someone influential. Seeing Shauna had noticed him, Brendan waved and smiled. Shauna responded with a gentle, sweet smile, which left many captivated. Her gesture drew the attention of others. Following her gaze, they too noticed Brendan. Isn't that Brendan? I heard he's Suzette's boyfriend. Why is he acquainted with Mrs. Camden? That's Brendan? He doesn't look particularly handsome. How did he win the favor of the goddess Tan? And now he knows Mrs. Camden. Just a pretty boy. He probably leeches off women. Youthful men present grumbled, their words tinged with jealousy. Blake asked in surprise, Brother Zhang, do you know Mrs. Camden? She's been my patient, Brendan nodded. Blake looked taken aback. You're a doctor? Not exactly, just somewhat skilled in certain techniques, Brendan replied modestly, knowing his limitations well. Claiming to be a doctor might bring trouble. At that moment, an association staff member approached, drawing everyone's attention back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. As per usual, today's event will feature individual matches. There are 200 participants in this year's martial arts exchange. Each of you has received a number. Now I'll call out numbers for competitors to step onto the stage. Number 1. Number 200. 2 people stood up from the crowd and walked onto the stage, capturing everyone's attention. The referee stepped forward. This duel will end at first contact. It is mainly about sparring. Understand? Yes. Yes. Both nodded. Begin. Following the referee's signal, both opponents warily eyed each other, observing for weaknesses while maintaining movement. Silence filled the garden, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, number 1 made the first move. He punched directly at his opponent, who blocked and retreated to avoid being hit. This simple probe allowed both to gauge each other's strength. Watching from below, Brendan found the match fascinating. Lacking skill and experience, this event was an excellent learning opportunity. He then remembered the heavenly eye. Right, I can use the heavenly eye to observe better and gain experience. Brendan's eyes lit up as he activated the heavenly eye. Under its enhanced insight, every action of the fighters was visible in minute detail. Every attack and defense unfolded before him clearly. Jamasanka sponge absorbing knowledge, Brendan soaked up the experience eagerly. Soon, the first match concluded with number 200 emerging victorious, greeted by cheers from the crowd. Second match begins. Number 2 versus number 199. ##### Chapter 186. The first day ends. One battle after another quickly passed, each with varying quality. Brendan witnessed over a dozen battles throughout the day. He estimated that if he were to compete, defeating each of them one-on-one would be effortless. Reassured by this thought, Brendan felt much more at ease. Number 18, number 181. The staff's voice sounded again. Brendan snapped back to attention and immediately stood up from his chair. Brother Zhang, be careful. As long as you maintain your composure, winning a few matches should not be a problem for you, Blake encouraged him. Suzette, on the other hand, remained her usual laconic self. Be cautious. With a confident smile, Brendan strode onto the platform. On the opposite side, another contestant also approached the stage. This man looked to be in his mid-20s. Upon seeing his opponent was Brendan, a smile spread across his face. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. So let's see how strong you are, the young man said with a slightly menacing grin. Confused, Brendan asked, What, are you Coach Tan's admirer too? Of course, the youth said proudly. Brendan shrugged, appraising the youth without any hint of fear. Down below, spectators cheered for the youth, urging him on. Go number 181. Beat him thoroughly. This comment garnered agreement from many others, leading to a cacophony of support echoing through the garden. Watching this commotion, Brendan could only raise an eyebrow. Quiet. Disruption is prohibited during the exchange meeting, the referee announced loudly before turning his gaze toward the two combatants. Prepare. Both opponents put on their gloves and exchanged punches as a gesture of martial virtue. Begin. At the referee's command, the youth launched a fierce attack toward Brendan. The youth was fast, his movements smooth and practiced, clearly a seasoned boxer from a young age. But Brendan had already activated his heavenly eye. With this almost cheating level ability, he saw every move clearly. He took a small step back and tilted his head slightly. The youth's punch narrowly missed Brendan's face. As they passed each other, Brendan delivered a hook to the youth's side. Bang! A dull thud rang out as the youth's eyes widened in shock and pain, instinctively stepping back while raising his arms to protect his head. But it was already too late. Bang! Another dull thud resounded as Brendan's powerful punch struck the youth's chin, instantly knocking him unconscious. Number 18 wins. The referee quickly checked on the youth before announcing the result. A wave of astonishment swept through the garden. So fast? Is Brendan this strong? He defeated his opponent so quickly. Brendan must not be a beginner. Holy cow, what amazing evasion, judgment, and punching power. Everyone was taken aback by how swiftly Brendan won. Before they could react fully, the youth on the stage had already fallen. Raising his hands in triumph, Brendan enjoyed the victory before descending from the platform. Now those who had been hostile towards him regarded him differently. Earlier, they had shown dissatisfaction and disdain, but now their expressions turned grave. Great. Ha ha ha, well done, Brother Zhang. Blake laughed heartily, equally surprised. While he knew Brendan was skilled, he hadn't expected him to outright knock out his opponent in such a decisive manner. In the guest seats, everyone's eyes were on Brendan. Those seated there were either veteran martial artists or influential figures. As they say, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts observe the subtleties. The strength Brendan displayed in just 2 attacks was astonishing. This young man has exceptional evasion skills. If things go well, he'll certainly stand out in the competition. An elderly man remarked with a smile, his gaze approving of Brendan. Some nodded in agreement, while others voiced their doubts. It's just the first match. Perhaps it was just luck. Yes, only after a few more rounds will we know if he has true skill or pure luck. The veteran judges continued to debate among themselves. Shauna watched with surprise, never expecting Brendan to be this strong. The tournament proceeded, with the individual matches among the 200 participants rapidly progressing. Fortunately, most bouts didn't last long, like Brendan's instant victory. Soon it was Suzette's turn. Expressionless, she walked directly onto the stage. Her opponent, another Elaine, likely arranged by the association to ensure fairness due to physical differences between genders. Begin. 3 seconds later, the Elaine fell unconscious without even landing a blow. Not surprising. Tan Goddess truly is formidable. Among female fighters in our Jiangnan realm, I doubt anyone can surpass her, someone remarked, prompting nods of agreement from others. Suzette returned to her seat with the same expressionless demeanor, while Blake laughed even more heartily. The event continued as contestants took turns on the platform. Some triumphed, while others were defeated. As more people took their turns, anticipation grew. Number 85. Blake immediately stood up and walked confidently onto the stage. Seeing him, his opponent's face turned pale. Blake. I forfeit. The person surrendered without hesitation. Number 85 wins, the referee declared. Blake sighed indifferently and returned to his seat. Number 86. This was even more impressive. Jacob stepped forward. His opponent, upon seeing him, also immediately declared, I forfeit. Number 86 wins. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the garden, many people expressed their amazement. No one ridiculed the two for being cowardly. Facing monsters like Jacob and Blake, it was normal for ordinary people to concede. The tournament continued until the end of the day. The first round of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference concluded successfully. The first round ends today. Tomorrow will be the second round. Adjourn. Chapter 187. Ruthless. The first day of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference ended, and everyone dispersed. Brendan walked out of the villa with his brother and sister, coincidentally encountering Jacob and a few people from Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Both sides exchanged glances, and the air was instantly filled with tension. People around them perked up, and those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Jacob and Blake aren't going to fight, are they? Someone couldn't help but ask. However, to everyone's disappointment, Jacob and Blake had no intention of starting a fight. They just provoked each other briefly before getting into their respective cars and leaving. In the car, Isaac couldn't help but speak up. Master, Brendan performed exceptionally well today. With his strength, securing a spot in the team competition will be no issue. With Brendan joining, Blake now has the qualifications to participate in the team competition. Blake, Brendan, and Suzette together. Probably only we can defeat them, Isaac remarked. If they secure second place in the team competition, it means Blake can return to Rongqing and reopen his martial arts hall. Jacob's expression remained unchanged. No problem, given Blake's strength, it's just a matter of time before he returns. Do you think his return will affect me? Isaac waved his hands hastily. How could that be? Blake is not your match. Even if he comes back, he won't pose any threat to Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Jacob sneered. The team competition starts in a few days. We still have time. Isaac immediately understood Jacob's meaning, and his eyes lit up. You're truly cunning, master. Who should we target? Brendan or Suzette? If we can eliminate one of them, they won't be able to participate in the team competition, Isaac said excitedly. Jacob pondered for a moment. I initially planned to target Brendan, but it seems he knows Mrs. Camden. In that case, let's go after Suzette. Resolving her issue will likely cause Blake to lose control, weakening him further. Isaac felt slightly disappointed, as he wanted to take action against Brendan. But Suzette was also fine. He had long found her disagreeable. I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on them. Once Suzette is alone, it will be our opportunity to act. Isaac licked his lips, his tone filled with anticipation. Back at the hotel room, Brendan, Blake, and Suzette gathered. Blake's expression was serious. Brother xuanhuan, in the coming days, we need to stay together all the time. No one should be alone unless necessary. Suzette frowned slightly. Brother, do you think Jacob might try to harm us? It's not a possibility. Given Jacob's character, he will definitely take action. That guy's methods have always been dirty. With your help this time, we're certain to achieve a good ranking in the team competition, allowing us to return to Rongqing. For Jacob, our return to Rongqing isn't good news. It would certainly impact the business of Tianming Martial Arts Hall. So Jacob will undoubtedly try to interfere, Blake said firmly. Brendan was somewhat taken aback by Jacob's underhanded tactics. Unable to win on stage, he resorts to off-stage tricks. This was absurd. Don't worry, we won't go anywhere these next few days. We'll stay together as much as possible, Brendan assured them. Just as he spoke, his phone rang. It was Shauna calling. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Brendan moved aside and answered. Mr. Zhang, are you free tonight? Come to my villa. Shauna's voice was inviting, almost irresistible. No problem, I'll come right over. Brendan nodded without hesitation. Cough, cough. He returned and said, Brother Tan, I'm heading over to Mrs. Camden's. Sure, important matters first, Blake nodded. But call me when you're returning, and I'll pick you up. All right. Brendan didn't refuse. With Blake picking him up, he would feel more at ease. Brendan left the hotel room and headed to the address Shauna provided. It turned out to be the Crescent Moon residential area. Who would have thought Shauna's villa is also in Crescent Moon? Brendan smiled. He drove into the residential area, arriving at the core section, where a large villa stood. Although not as luxurious as Shauna's residence in Shangjiang, it was still impressive in Rongqing. Seeing the luxurious villa before him, Brendan whistled appreciatively. Its price exceeded 50 million yuan, excluding the luxurious interior design which probably added another 10 million. Not bad for a wealthy Elaine. Brendan marveled. He rang the doorbell, and a Harlow quickly led him inside. The moment he entered the living room, an inviting aroma of food greeted him. Mr. Zhang. Shauna greeted with a smile. Apart from Shauna, Gretchen was also there. Sorry to disturb you, Brendan apologized. Shauna smiled warmly. Mr. Zhang, don't be so formal. Come, sit down and join us for dinner. Okay. Brendan stepped forward. The dining table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes, making anyone's mouth water just from the smell. Hey, my cousin told me you attended the martial arts exchange conference today. Didn't know you knew martial arts. Gretchen eyed him suspiciously. Shauna sighed. Silu, be polite. He's our benefactor. Gretchen rolled her eyes. This pervert always takes advantage during treatment. Both Brendan and Shauna were speechless. Neither knew how to handle Gretchen's mischievous behavior. Shauna gave Brendan an apologetic look. Brendan internally sighed. If he had known Gretchen would be here, he wouldn't have come for dinner. After enjoying lunch, Brendan followed the two sisters into a room. Let's start with Silu's treatment. Today is the 5th session, and Silu's legs are becoming more flexible. Yesterday we tried, and she can walk with crutches, Shauna said joyfully. Gretchen looked excited too, urging, come on, let's get started. Chapter 188, Gretchen's Request. Brendan inwardly grumbled, but did not slow down his hands. Despite disliking this little brat, Gretchen, he couldn't refuse the generous reward offered by Shauna. After washing his hands, Brendan immediately began massaging Gretchen's legs. With 5 previous treatments, he was already quite skilled at it. His hands gently and rhythmically massaged her legs as threads of spirit energy and true chi slowly penetrated into them. Gretchen squinted her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. Though she didn't like Brendan, she recognized his excellent massage and treatment skills. The hope for her to walk again rested entirely on him. Just a few more treatments, and she would be able to stand up completely. Half an hour passed quickly, and Brendan concluded today's session. All done. So soon? Gretchen moved her legs slightly, finding that they could already perform some simple motions under her control. She seemed unsatisfied yet appreciative. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You can rest now. Come back to my room later, Shauna said with a gentle laugh. Brendan's eyes lit up, his heart pounding with anticipation. Gretchen, standing nearby, gave him a disdainful look and spat lightly. After a brief rest, Brendan eagerly returned to Shauna's room. Inside, Shauna had changed into her familiar nightwear, a white silk nightgown that was semi-transparent, hinting at her flawless skin beneath. This allure made her appear strikingly charming, almost entrancing Brendan. Mr. Zhang, let's start, Shauna invited herself, lying down on the bed proactively. Seeing her ready, Brendan took a deep breath to calm his racing heart before approaching her. Shauna was irresistibly seductive. If placed in ancient times, she would have been a temptress capable of bringing down kingdoms. Such a mesmerizing beauty was practically a man-killer. Only someone as self-disciplined as Noelle could resist her charm. He approached as usual, starting the massage from her legs. The fiery pure young true chi made Brendan's hands feel scorching hot. Soon, Shauna's exquisite face reflected a look of bliss as she lay still, enjoying his massage. Watching her immersed in pleasure, Brendan felt a stirring desire but controlled himself promptly, knowing well the consequences if he crossed any boundaries. An hour slipped by, and Brendan was drenched in sweat by the end of the massage. In contrast, Shauna looked radiant and glowing, a stark difference from Brendan's exhausted state. If anyone saw this scene, they might think Shauna was draining Brendan's essence, Brendan thought humorously. Mr. Zhang, you've worked hard. There are many spare rooms in this villa. If you don't mind, please stay here tonight, Shauna suggested. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Brendan replied gratefully, Thank you, madam. I'll take up your kind offer. No problem. I must say, your performance on the arena today was fantastic. I never expected you to have such martial prowess. Shauna smiled admiringly. Pleased with her compliment, Brendan smiled back. Thank you. Leaving Shauna's room, Brendan headed straight for a bath. Guided by the Harlow to the guest room, he called Blake. Big Brother Tan, I won't be coming back tonight. You all go to sleep first. Blake was somewhat surprised. You're sleeping at Mrs. Camden's house? Don't jump to conclusions, it's just the guest room, Brendan clarified, amused and exasperated at once. Got it. Good night. Cloud Frost and I will head to the estate tomorrow, Blake said awkwardly. All right. Ending the call, Brendan stepped into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. After a refreshing shower, he felt revitalized. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hey, are you asleep? Recognizing Gretchen's voice outside, Brendan groaned inwardly. What did this girl want now? He opened the door to see Gretchen right outside. Miss Camden, it's quite late. What is it? With her arms crossed, Gretchen seemed somewhat uneasy. I want you to give me a massage. Taken aback, Brendan frowned. But we just finished treatment, didn't we? I mean a regular massage, not treatment. Jamasunk, what you do for cousin? Gretchen blurted out, blushing slightly. Brendan stepped back abruptly, stunned. Absolutely not. You should ask your cousin for permission first. Though Gretchen was indeed very beautiful, a pretty and elegant young lady he admired, he dared not entertain any thoughts about her, being mindful that she was still a child. You think I'm playing tricks? He wondered suspiciously. This is my own business. Why does my cousin need to decide? Gretchen retorted. Fear me? I won't eat you. Seeing Brendan's wary expression, Gretchen felt irritable. Even a beautiful girl needs maintenance, doesn't she? No one complains about being too beautiful. Speechless, Brendan paused. Seeing him still hesitant, Gretchen proposed, If you massage me, I can help you get some ancient relics. What do you say now? Can you still refuse? Brendan's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. Gretchen nodded confidently. All right. With ancient relics as a reward, how could Brendan say no? He followed Gretchen to her room. A place filled with pink decorations and adorable dolls. One thing first, during the massage, there will be close physical contact. If you can't accept that, say so now, Brendan warned. ####Chapter 189, Powerful Opponent. Brendan looked at Gretchen with some caution. He wasn't sure what this little devil had in mind, and if it weren't for the allure of the ancient object, he wouldn't have agreed to her request. Gretchen rolled her eyes. Got it. Just don't grope me. Brendan relaxed a bit and stepped forward to pick up Gretchen from the wheelchair and place her on the bed. Then he began massaging her body as part of her physical therapy. To avoid any trouble from Gretchen, Brendan's movements were entirely proper throughout. As his hands worked, Gretchen quickly felt warmth and comfort spread through her body. Her eyes lit up. I didn't expect your massage to be so soothing. No wonder my cousin can't stop talking about it. She lay quietly on the bed, visibly enjoying herself. Brendan didn't massage her for too long. He finished in just 10 minutes or so. All right, that's it for today. Gretchen pouted. Why so fast? I wasn't done enjoying it yet. You should pay first. Otherwise, if you change your mind, I'll be the one losing out, Brendan retorted. Gretchen was furious. Brendan clearly didn't trust her at all. Damn. Ignoring the angry Gretchen, Brendan went straight back to his room. Time passed quickly, and the next day soon arrived. After having breakfast at Shauna's house, Brendan set off to the villa to attend the martial arts exchange conference. Learning about this, Gretchen insisted on coming along. I want to see how this guy gets beaten up, Gretchen said. Brendan rolled his eyes. You might be disappointed. There are very few people who can beat me in this year's martial arts exchange conference. Seeing the two bickering again, Shauna intervened to mediate. The three of them then drove to the villa for the conference. Brendan soon parted ways with the Camden sisters and entered the garden alone. He quickly spotted Blake and Suzette. Big Brother Tan, Brother Zhang. They exchanged greetings, and Brendan smiled as he sat down beside Blake. Many people in the garden turned their attention toward them, but compared to yesterday's hostility, there was a subtle change in atmosphere today. Today is the second round of the individual competition. If you win another match, Mr. Zhang, you will qualify for the team competition, Blake said excitedly. Since the martial arts school incident, they had no choice but to leave Roncheng, and Blake had been eager to return ever since. Brendan's appearance offered him hope, so it wasn't surprising he valued Brendan highly. Brendan replied confidently, Don't worry, Big Brother Tan. I'll definitely win this match. The two chatted amiably until Shauna and Gretchen arrived at the VIP seats. The two women, mature and sexy Shauna and cute and beautiful Gretchen, immediately became the focus of all the men around them. Beauty always draws attention, even now. People couldn't help but gossip, but considering the Camden sisters' background, no one dared to say anything inappropriate. It was soon 10 o'clock, and the Martial Arts Association officials appeared. Jeremiah announced, This is the second round of the individual competition. Let's continue to give our best effort and show our skills. I declare the competition officially begins. As Jeremiah spoke, the association staff and judges also took their places on the stage. Contestants 18 and 135. The staff called out the numbers. Brendan was surprised. He hadn't expected the first match to be his. He walked onto the stage, facing a man who was noticeably larger than him. This man was over 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular. In comparison, despite Brendan's recent professional training, he was significantly smaller in stature. Ha ha ha, someone's going to get unlucky here, someone remarked, mocking him. 135 must be Colby, the senior disciple of Nanming Martial Arts School. He placed 19th in the last personal competition. Brendan's luck is really bad. He stands no chance against someone like Colby. It looks like Brendan is going to lose. That's right. Colby was 19th in the last personal competition. This is going to be entertaining. People were buzzing with gossip, filled with malicious pleasure. In the audience, Blake and Suzette's faces changed dramatically as they both stood up. How could this happen? Blake's face turned pale with despair. He immediately recognized Colby, whom he had fought in the previous competition. Blake knew Colby's strength well. He was not a novice like Brendan. This is a big problem. Our luck has run out, Blake despaired. Suzette's face was also dejected as she tried to console Blake. Brother, even if we can't participate in this team competition, we surely can in the next one. With Mr. Zhang's strength, after 3 more years, no one in Xiuxian except you and Jacob will be his match. Blake clenched his fists, watching as his hopes of returning to Rongqing slipped away once again. Ha ha ha. Isaac laughed aloud. Blake, it looks like your friend is in for some bad luck, meeting Colby. If Brendan loses, your dreams of participating in the team competition will be dashed. It seems you'll have to wait another 3 years to return to Rongqing, Isaac said, his tone dripping with sarcasm and mockery. Others from Tianming Martial Arts School also laughed. Jacob smiled too. He hadn't even lifted a finger, and fate had already dealt Brendan such an unlucky draw. The garden echoed with laughter, filled with malicious glee. At the VIP seats, Shauna frowned, while Gretchen seemed gleeful. Cousin, looks like someone's about to get it. He might get beaten up badly, Gretchen giggled. Shauna frowned, reprimanding her. Silu, Mr. Zhang is your benefactor. How can you say such things? Gretchen pouted and fell silent, looking a bit resentful. Alright. Hashtag chapter 190, Brendan versus Colby. Shauna watched Gretchen with great helplessness. Since the car accident, Gretchen's personality had become increasingly worse, and she was the only one in the Camden family who could still manage her. Shauna glanced at the arena where Brendan stood against the much larger Colby. The stark contrast made her somewhat worried. On the stage, Brendan's expression turned slightly serious as Colby stepped onto the platform, and he looked somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected his luck to be this bad, encountering a formidable opponent like Colby in the second round. Colby smiled across from him. Friend, it's your misfortune to meet me. The gap between us is too large. You're no match for me. To avoid injuring you, you should just admit defeat. The referee also looked at Brendan, waiting for his decision. The martial arts exchange tournament did not have weight class restrictions because it aimed to simulate real combat scenarios, which meant heavier participants would have an advantage. Anyone could see the significant disparity between Brendan and Colby. Though Brendan wasn't frail, the difference was stark compared to Colby's imposing figure. I want to continue fighting, Brendan said without hesitation. Below the stage, Blake felt anxious and quickly reminded him, Brother Zhang, you're no match for Colby. Be careful, or you might get hurt. Relax, Brother Tan. I'm not as weak as you think, Brendan replied with a smile. If he hadn't achieved a breakthrough in the pure Sinclair skill, he would definitely quit. But now, only by fighting could they know who would win. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Many people in the garden were astonished that Brendan would persist despite such a disadvantage. Is this kid crazy? Anyone can see the difference. With Colby's strength, he might accidentally cripple Brendan, someone couldn't help but say. The referee was also slightly surprised. Are you sure you want to fight? I'm certain, Brendan nodded. The referee tapped his chin lightly. Then let's begin. Please touch fists. Brendan and Colby stepped forward and touched their fists. Colby intentionally used more force, pushing harder when they touched fists, hoping to embarrass Brendan. His face showed a mocking grin, but what he didn't expect was for Brendan to remain unmoved, bearing the impact with sheer strength. Huh. Colby was taken aback, while Brendan's face darkened. This guy actually tried to play tricks on me? Instantly, Colby became categorized as an enemy in Brendan's mind. At this moment, Brendan had already harnessed the true chi of the pure Sinclair skill, flooding his body with powerful energy, significantly increasing his physical strength. Begin. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Colby launched an astonishing attack. His towering figure rushed toward Brendan like a charging bull, landing a straight punch aimed directly at Brendan's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, carrying immense destructive power even though it was just a straightforward strike given Colby's bulk. Brendan had already activated his heavenly eye and dodged the punch by slightly turning his head. Missing his first strike, Colby immediately followed up with relentless attacks, raining down punches like a tempest. His massive frame burst into motion, generating terrifying speed. This storm-like assault indicated that Colby intended to crush Brendan with overwhelming force. That's Colby's signature move. He always starts with a burst of power and relentless pursuit. At the last tournament, several opponents were defeated by his ferocious punches. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Colby's punches came at Brendan with incredible speed and force. The stunning punch speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see clearly. If anyone else faced this onslaught, they wouldn't be able to block more than 2 punches. Just as everyone thought Brendan would surely be beaten by Colby's barrage, a surprising scene unfolded. Brendan displayed extraordinary agility and evasive skills. His eyes seemed to emit a glow, allowing him to dodge each of Colby's punches with astonishing arcs and precision. 18 consecutive punches, all missing, not even grazing Brendan. What? Rustling sounds filled the air as many spectators stood up in shock, their faces showing disbelief. What kind of evasion skills are these? It's unbelievable. Such amazing speed and relentless attacks, yet he dodged them all. Someone blurted out in amazement. There was an uproar of exclamations. Great. Blake's face flushed with excitement as he cheered for Brendan, waving his fists. Suzette was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. In the VIP seats, many veteran martial artists from Xiuxian also wore looks of surprise. So agile. Such nimbleness, sharp eyesight, and quick reflexes. This boy is far from ordinary, a white-bearded elder remarked, his eyes shining brightly with delight. Gretchen was utterly amazed. while Shauna's expression was a mix of surprise and joy. On the stage, Colby's face was full of astonishment. He never expected his devastating barrage to miss completely. Hearing the praises from the crowd below, Colby's face turned ugly. Let's see how many times you can dodge. He growled and lunged again, swinging his fists wildly in another relentless storm of punches. Brendan smiled. His heart was pumping with excitement. Dancing on the edge of danger felt exhilarating. With his heavenly eye revealing every detail of Colby's movements, he could pinpoint the gaps in Colby's attacks and dodge precisely. His feet moved gracefully, his form dancing around Colby's strikes like willow leaves in the wind. The two engaged in fierce combat, Brendan deftly avoiding the storm of punches without throwing a single one. Over 10 seconds of relentless attack, Colby landed dozens of punches, cornering Brendan against the edge of the stage. You won't escape this time, Colby sneered. He charged forward, leaving Brendan with nowhere to retreat. But at that moment, Brendan finally struck. He sidestepped Colby's punch and twisted his body, unleashing astonishing strength augmented with a hint of true chi. Bang! The punch hit Colby's side. It didn't look like a heavy blow, but Colby instantly grimaced in pain. Ah! Colby yelped, clutching his side as he stumbled backward. Hashtag chapter 191. Making a name. Colby's face was contorted with pain as he felt his internal organs nearly shattered by Brendan's punch. The intense agony made his entire body convulse. While you're down, I'll finish you off. From the corner, Brendan's eyes flashed with determination. Seizing Colby's moment of paralysis from the excruciating pain, he delivered a perfect uppercut to the opponent's chin. Bang! Everyone heard the heavy thud, followed by Colby's massive figure collapsing instantly, falling unconscious on the stage. The referee rushed forward to halt the match and check Colby's condition before announcing, number 18 wins. Boom! The atmosphere in the garden erupted instantly, everyone buzzing with excitement and disbelief. Many couldn't believe their eyes, filled with shock. He won. How is this possible? Colby actually lost to the newcomer Brendan. This must be some joke. Brendan actually won, defeating Colby with just 2 punches. When did Colby become so weak? Colby lost, but he was the 19th place winner in last year's individual competition. Doesn't this mean that Brendan, the newcomer, has top 15 strength? The garden buzzed with fervent discussions. Some were shocked, others stunned, questioning, or frowning. Amidst all the different gazes, Brendan walked off the stage with his head held high. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhang, you did incredibly well, Blake shouted excitedly, giving Brendan a bear hug. Damn. Brendan felt a tremendous force constraining him. In his excitement, Blake had not controlled his strength, almost causing Brendan to suffocate. This guy has such incredible strength? Brendan was astonished, only now realizing how astonishing Blake's abilities were. He had thought that the first level of pure Sinclair skill would allow him to compete with Blake, but it seemed there was still a significant gap. Such an immense difference in strength. If they really fought, he might be knocked out by Blake's single punch. Brother, your strength is too much, let go quickly. Suzette reminded from the side. Blake then realized he had lost composure, releasing Brendan apologetically. Brother Zhang, sorry, I got too excited. Now that you've won this match, we have qualified for the team competition, Blake said, still excited. Brendan smiled in understanding as the trio returned to their seats. At this point, the commotion in the garden had yet to settle down, with everyone discussing Brendan's victory over Colby. Colby was soon carried off the stage by his juniors. As the victor, Brendan became the center of attention. Across from them, Isaac's expression was grim, while Jacob appeared somewhat more serious. Brendan's strength is actually this formidable. Just one punch sent Colby reeling back, and another ended the match. How could he achieve this? Isaac's eyes burned with dissatisfaction. He had been defeated by Brendan last time, hoping to reclaim his dignity, but now it was clear he wasn't a match for him. He couldn't even defeat Colby, who lost to Brendan. Jacob's face grew serious. This person is a formidable opponent. From Brendan, he sensed a certain threat. Jeremiah then announced, continue the match. Hearing this, everyone stopped their discussions. Number 20, number 130, came the staff member's voice. The second round continued, with some victorious and others defeated. Soon it was Suzette's turn. She calmly ascended the stage and easily secured her victory. Afterwards, Blake's match was a foregone conclusion. His opponent surrendered without him even stepping onto the platform. All three advanced to the third round. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round had concluded. Out of 100, only 50 remained, and the third round would begin tomorrow. After the assembly adjourned, Brendan and his 2 companions went to a restaurant's private room to celebrate. To our success. Blake laughed heartily. Brother Zhang, you truly opened my eyes today. I thought you were going to lose, but you ended up beating Colby, Blake remarked nostalgically. Brendan took a gulp of beer and smiled. It was just luck. This isn't luck. You thoroughly dominated Colby. Blake laughed. Brendan asked curiously, Big Brother Tan, do you think with my current strength, where would I rank in Jiangnan's martial arts world? Blake pondered for a moment, probably around 10th place. Colby is already quite strong. If you can beat him, ranking 10th shouldn't be an issue. You're already at the first tier. Brendan smacked his lips. This ranking was pretty good and met his expectations. After all, he had only recently entered the martial arts world, and achieving this level was already quite impressive. Suzette sat quietly beside them, eating peacefully, contrasting sharply with Blake's boisterous nature. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, the trio, satisfied, headed back to their hotel room. The third day arrived, and the third round of the individual competition officially began. Everything went smoothly, with Brendan and his companions advancing to the 4th round without incident. By this point, Brendan's name had reached many ears. A newcomer entering the martial arts world managed to reach the 4th round, which was indeed remarkable. Brendan quickly became a focus and a new star. People started comparing Brendan with Jacob and Blake. After the third round ended, the trio emerged from the villa smiling, had dinner together, and returned to their hotel room. Their consistent group activities frustrated those tracking them. Outside the hotel, A black sedan was parked across the street. The car windows were tinted darkly, obscuring the inside view. A short youth holding binoculars watched as Brendan and company entered the hotel, his face showing exasperation. He dialed a number on his phone. "Brother Bryce, how's the situation?" came Jacob's voice from the phone. The short youth sighed. "No chance. They stay together throughout, never alone. So we can't make a move." Jacob frowned slightly, his tone low. "Since they don't separate, find a way to split them up. Isn't it easy to lure Brendan or Suzette out?" The short youth was speechless. If he had a solution, he wouldn't be so worried. Before he could say more, Jacob hung up. "Damn. What can I do if they never separate?" he fumed. His companion similarly wore a troubled expression. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Why don't we use Elaine and play the beauty trap card? Which man doesn't like a beautiful Elaine? Brendan will surely fall for it." Chapter 192. The Trap. The short young man rolled his eyes at his companion's words. Brendan has a beauty like Suzette by his side. Do you think he would fall for a beauty trap? An ordinary Elaine probably wouldn't even catch his attention anymore. Who, after eating mountain delicacies and seafood, would still prefer steamed buns and pickled vegetables? The short young man retorted irritably. His companion was speechless. "So what do we do now?" Both of them looked worried, their expressions filled with helplessness. Time was running out as the individual competition was almost over, and they had only a few days left. If they didn't act soon, it would be a huge problem. Just as they were lost in thought, someone knocked on the car window. Turning around, they saw a strikingly beautiful Elaine. "Beautiful lady, what is it?" they asked, puzzled. "I'm Minnie. I noticed you seem to be watching Brendan. Do you have a grudge against him?" It was indeed Minnie. The two immediately denied it upon hearing this. "Nonsense, we were just passing by," Minnie said. "Don't worry, Brendan and I are not on the same side. I'm his ex-girlfriend. That scumbag dumped me for a prettier Elaine, and I despise him. If you also dislike him, perhaps we can collaborate." "Oh?" At this suggestion, the two men inside the car perked up. They exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. They couldn't believe their luck. Someone was delivering exactly what they needed. "Come in and let's talk," the short young man quickly said, opening the door. Minnie got into the car. The short young man asked, "Are you really Brendan's ex-girlfriend?" "Of course. I still have photos from when we were together." As she spoke, Minnie pulled out the photos to show them. Seeing the photos, the two men believed her. "Miss, you've come at just the right time. Since we all hate Brendan, we can work together. As his ex-girlfriend, you can easily lure him out, and we'll be waiting in ambush. As soon as Brendan appears, we'll overpower him. Once we capture Brendan, you can take whatever revenge you want on him," the short young man said eagerly. Minnie's eyes lit up, and she nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I can get Brendan to come out." "Oh, by the way, why do you want to go after Brendan?" Minnie asked curiously. The short young man smiled. "Brendan is blocking our boss's path." The three of them began discussing the details of the plan. Unnoticed, the time slipped past until it was 10 o'clock at night. In his hotel room, Brendan sat on the bed cultivating the pure Sinclair technique. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Arnold, it's me," came Minnie's voice. Brendan frowned. "Why is it you again? What do you want?" "Wah." Minnie started crying. "Arnold, I realize my mistakes now. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. I want to come back to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it." "Haha." Brendan almost laughed out loud. Now, at this point, Minnie was actually fantasizing that he would forgive her. It was ridiculous. "Enough. Don't play your tears with me. You didn't hesitate to betray me back then. Realizing your mistake now? Too late." Brendan sneered. Minnie cried tearfully. "Arnold, I truly know my mistake. I don't expect to be your girlfriend. Even if I become your mistress, as long as you forgive me, I will do whatever you ask." "Really? Then how about I tell you to scram now? Can you leave?" Brendan replied coldly. Minnie kept crying, which was getting on Brendan's nerves. Without thinking, he hung up the call. But Minnie quickly called again from another number. Brendan hung up once more, and she changed the number yet again. Seeing this, Brendan became extremely annoyed. "What do you want?" Brendan shouted in anger. Minnie sobbed. "I just want to apologize to you. Please forgive me. Can we meet and talk face to face? Please give me one last chance. Even if you won't forgive me, I still want to apologize to you in person and never bother you again." Brendan felt quite irritated. He had no interest in talking to Elaine like Minnie, but since she was so persistent, to resolve this issue once and for all, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's settle this. Don't try any tricks," Brendan said, his tone unhappy. After confirming the location and time for the meeting, Brendan changed into some clothes and set off. He drove to the meeting place Minnie mentioned, arriving at a coffee shop on the outskirts of the 3rd Ring Road. Brendan frowned slightly. Why did she choose a meeting place in the suburbs? Looking around, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The outskirts were less crowded compared to the inner city, making it desolate at this hour. He didn't think much of it, assuming Minnie couldn't afford anything better and could only rent a place in the suburbs. Thus, he entered the coffee shop. "Welcome," a waiter greeted him as he walked in. "Room number 4, Brendan said. "Please follow me." The waiter led the way. Brendan followed and soon arrived at the door of room 4 on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. The waiter knocked, and inside, Minnie, dressed fashionably, sat on the sofa. With a cold expression, Brendan walked in. "I'm here. What else do you have to say?" Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps. Before Brendan could react, a group of armed men stormed in. There were 7 or 8 of them, each holding an iron rod, glaring at Brendan with ill intent. Brendan was shocked, realizing he had fallen into a trap. "Minnie, you betrayed me." Brendan roared angrily. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed Minnie. "You traitorous Elaine, you've betrayed me twice." Brendan berated her furiously. "Ah!" Minnie screamed in pain, due to Brendan's rough handling. "Help me, he's grabbing me." Minnie cried out to the people outside the door. A muscular man stepped in with a smirk on his face. Brendan, it wasn't easy luring you out, the man chuckled. What? Brendan's pupils dilated. He instantly understood that these people were from Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Why are you working with Minnie? Brendan was astonished. Chapter 193. A narrow escape. When did Minnie have any connection with Tianming Martial Arts Gym? Brother Sinclair, save me. Minnie clung to the muscular man as if he were her last hope. The muscular man sneered. Stupid Elaine, you lack even the most basic judgment. If Brendan gets rid of you, it would suit our intentions perfectly. We were going to eliminate you anyway. Do you think we would let you leave alive after knowing this? What? Minnie's face turned deathly pale. She realized how foolish she had been to collaborate with wolves like them. The muscular man had no more patience for chatter. He simply waved his hand and beckoned his subordinates. Attack! Kill Brendan! On his command, the men behind him immediately charged at Brendan. Damn! Brendan was in a panic. He detested Minnie for betraying him once again, showing no humanity whatsoever. He never expected she would involve herself with Tianming Martial Arts Gym, which led him straight into a trap. Seeing a group of men wielding iron bars charging at him, Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Suddenly, he noticed a window nearby out of the corner of his eye. Biting his lip, Brendan made no hesitation. He shoved Minnie out of the way like a bowling ball, causing her to collide with two men. Seizing this opportunity, Brendan quickly dashed towards the window. With one leap, he jumped out of the broken window from the second floor. He landed heavily on the ground below. Every part of Brendan's body ached as if his bones were shattered. He escaped through the window. Don't let him get away. Chase him. A chorus of shouts followed. Despite the pain, Brendan listened to their voices and endured. The spirit energy in his Xuanhuan palace surged without restraint. At this critical moment, he didn't care about losing the precious energy he had accumulated. He injected all his spirit energy into his body. As the energy spread throughout every part of him, its effects were immediate. The pain subsided rapidly, and a surge of strength flowed through his body. Brendan struggled to his feet and fled as fast as he could. His pursuers chased him relentlessly, while he limped along. In his injured state, escaping seemed impossible as the distance between them closed. Suddenly, a river appeared before him. Without thinking twice, he leaped into the water, quickly being swallowed by the current. Oh no! Brendan jumped into the Rongjiang River. What do we do? Where is he? A cacophony of voices erupted. The muscular man caught up and saw that Brendan had vanished from sight. His face darkened with anger. Damn, how did Brendan manage to escape? He turned and berated his men fiercely. You're useless, all of you. How could so many of you let Brendan slip away? He cursed loudly. His subordinates looked helpless. After venting his frustration, the muscular man called someone. Ring, ring, ring. The phone connected, and Jacob's voice came through. Sinclair, is Brendan taken care of? The muscular man hesitated. Bryce Goo. There was an unexpected turn of events. We had Brendan cornered, but he escaped through the window. The cafe is near the Rongjiang River, and he disappeared after jumping into it. Jacob's tone grew somber, causing the muscular man to feel a cold sweat trickle down his back. Lao Sinclair, you've disappointed me. I'm sorry, Bryce Goo. I didn't expect such an accident. The muscular man apologized. But Brendan jumped from the second floor and ran for some time. He must be injured. The Rongjiang River flows swiftly, and with his injuries, surviving would be unlikely. He probably didn't make it. Jacob responded coldly. Search. Deploy your people to comb the Rongjiang River. Bring me his body or confirm he's dead. Got it. I'll organize immediately. The muscular man agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, he instructed his men. Search downstream of the Rongjiang River. Bring back evidence of his body, dead or alive. Yes, sir. His men promptly began searching, following the river's course with wide eyes, looking for any sign of Brendan. Hours passed, well into the night, yet they found no trace of Brendan. Where the hell did Brendan go? The muscular man clenched his teeth in frustration. They continued searching until dawn. Realizing further searches would attract too much attention, they reluctantly gave up. Brother Sinclair, Brendan must be dead. They searched several kilometers downstream but found nothing. He couldn't hold his breath for that long. He must be dead, one of them said. The muscular man's expression eased slightly. Probably. It's daylight now, let's go. All right. The group left the riverside, disappearing into the distance. Shortly after they departed, Brendan slowly emerged from the water near the bank. Pale-faced, his skin swollen from prolonged exposure to the water, he weakly spat out a tube he had used for breathing. I finally survived, Brendan said with relief. Thankfully, I grabbed a pipe when I escaped and used it to breathe. Otherwise, they would have found me for sure. These people wouldn't stop until they exhausted their search overnight, he thought angrily. Breathing heavily, he was barely conscious due to the pain and weakness. Just then, a jogger passing by spotted him. Friend, what happened to you? Startled by Brendan's condition, the jogger rushed over. Are you okay? The person asked urgently. Chapter 194. Saved. Brendan's breathing was weak. He struggled to lift his head and said, Friend, may I borrow your phone to contact a friend? I will give you 10,000 as a reward. The man took out his phone and handed it over, saying, Brother, you need a doctor in this condition. Brendan recalled the number and dialed Blake. Blake answered promptly. Hello? It's Brendan. I'm being chased along Rongjiang River. The location is midway on Tanjiang Road, Brendan said weakly. What? Blake's expression changed instantly. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Brendan lay back on the ground, catching his breath. Half an hour later, Blake and his sister Suzette arrived in a taxi that sped like lightning. They shouted Brendan's name along the riverbank, searching for him. Here. Brendan managed to wave as he stood up slightly. The two of them quickly spotted him and rushed over. Blake, seeing Brendan's miserable state, felt both shocked and furious. Was it Tianming Martial Arts Club? Yes. I won't go to today's martial arts exchange conference. My ranking is already enough for the team competition. You two should go ahead, Brendan said weakly. Suzette urged urgently, let's take you to the hospital first. No, you must attend the competition. The rankings are important for you. I've already notified others to come here soon, Brendan replied. Speak of the devil. A black Rolls-Royce drove up and stopped at the riverside. Shauna emerged from the car. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Shauna was also taken aback. Hurry, help Mr. Zhang into the car and take him to the hospital immediately. Shauna's subordinates quickly came forward and assisted Brendan into the car. Suzette stepped forward. I'll go with him. Brother, you should attend the conference. I'll stay with Mr. Zhang. Blake felt somewhat guilty, as Brendan almost died because of him. His eyes reddened. Brother Zhang, I truly owe you an apology. Brendan smiled weakly. Brother Tan, let's not get too emotional. It's embarrassing. You go attend the conference. With Jane here, Jacob wouldn't dare lay a finger on me in front of her. All right, Blake laughed and cried at the same time. Seeing Brendan still had the heart to joke around, he relaxed a bit. Soon after, Brendan was taken to Rongqing Hospital. Shauna used her privileges to arrange the best ward and medical staff for him. Upon arrival, he was immediately sent to the emergency room while Suzette and Shauna waited outside. Meanwhile, at the villa, Blake entered the garden with a dark face, radiating a frightening aura. It felt like a dormant volcano about to erupt. His dangerous presence made everyone uneasy. They looked at Blake in shock. What happened to Blake? Why does he look so grim? Yeah, it's the first time I've seen him this way. This is terrifying. Hey, did you notice Suzette and Brendan didn't come with him? Could they be in trouble? Probably, otherwise, Blake wouldn't be so upset. Everyone whispered amongst themselves, and many kept their distance from Blake. It was clear he was like a ticking bomb, and no one wanted to set it off. Soon, members of Tianming Martial Arts Club arrived, led by Jacob. Seeing them, Blake stood up abruptly from his chair. Jacob! Blake roared with anger, looking like a lion ready to pounce. Jacob smiled, as did his companions from Tianming Martial Arts Club. Blake, why are you so angry today? I don't know who annoyed you, but if you're acting like this, you've picked the wrong person, Jacob sneered, showing no fear. Blake gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Jacob, do you think I don't know it was you who attacked Brother Zhang? You treacherous villain. If you have the guts to confront me, why did you attack Brother Zhang using such despicable means? Blake shouted angrily. The crowd in the garden gasped in shock. Everyone turned to look at Jacob with suspicious glances. Isaac stepped forward. Blake, what nonsense are you spouting? When did Master ever attack Brendan? Do you have any proof? You're just making accusations. Blake clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Even though I have no evidence, I don't need it. Since you want to play dirty, I'll play with you till the end. From now on, Tianming Martial Arts Club will be my sworn enemy. Any move you make, I can counter. His words caused the group, including Isaac, to involuntarily flinch. Facing such a threat from Blake, Jacob might not care, but they were terrified. They knew they weren't a match for Blake if caught alone. Blake, are you insane? Brendan had something happen, and you blame us? Don't spread false accusations, Jacob fumed. Blake threatened through clenched teeth. So what if I threaten you? Since you don't mind playing dirty, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Outrageous. Jacob was enraged. The confrontation between the two men filled the garden with intense tension. Sigh. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. No one expected such a dramatic event to unfold. This is madness. If Blake really retaliates, Tianming Martial Arts Club will suffer greatly. Indeed, it's often said that the barefooted have nothing to fear from those wearing shoes. Tianming Martial Arts Club is in trouble. Tisk, TSK, Jacob, using such underhanded tactics, no wonder Brendan and Suzette didn't show up. They must be in serious danger. As the crowd murmured, footsteps sounded. Jeremiah arrived with association members and guests entering the garden. The group immediately sensed the tense atmosphere upon entering. What happened? Jeremiah asked in a low voice. President. Everyone parted to form a path. Isaac complained immediately, President, Blake has gone mad and just threatened to kill our people from Tianming Martial Arts Club. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure of the provided text while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 195, Rage and Cunning. Everyone here can attest that these were Blake's own words, Isaac laughed. Jeremiah couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, and the other elders were equally astonished. Jeremiah looked at Blake and asked, Blake, is what Isaac said true? President, it was Tianming Martial Arts Pavilion who used underhanded tactics first. They attacked Brother Zhang. Last night, Brother Zhang was chased by over 10 people. Fortunately, he managed to escape with his life through sheer intelligence, though he suffered severe injuries and is still unconscious in the hospital, Blake said angrily. Jeremiah remained calm and turned to Jacob, asking, Jacob, is this true? No, Jacob, always act openly and would never resort to such despicable means, Jacob stated firmly. Blake exploded in anger. Nonsense. He was about to say more, but Jeremiah interrupted him. That's enough. This is the venue for martial arts exchange, not a place for you to argue. Blake, do you have any evidence to support your accusation against Tianming Martial Arts Pavilion? Jeremiah asked. Blake was momentarily speechless. I haven't. He realized he had acted rashly. I don't have any evidence. Isaac and the Tianming Martial Arts Pavilion disciples burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Blake, without evidence, how can you accuse us? This is absurd. Jeremiah slightly frowned and patted Blake's shoulder. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Step down now. Sorry, President. Indeed, I was too hasty, Blake apologized reluctantly. The crowd from Tianming Martial Arts Pavilion continued to laugh, mocking Blake with their gazes. Thanks to Jeremiah's intervention, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the martial arts exchange continued. Soon, the staff announced Brendan's number. Number 18, number 109. Everyone looked at the empty seat next to Blake. Blake's face fell. Brother Zhang is severely injured and hospitalized, so I will forfeit on his behalf. 1-9 wins. At the hospital, after hours of emergency treatment, Brendan, covered in bandages, was wheeled out of the emergency room. Suzette quickly approached the doctor. Zach, how is my friend doing? The doctor removed his mask. Don't worry, he's out of danger and just needs some rest before he can be discharged. Suzette breathed a huge sigh of relief. A nurse pushed the still unconscious Brendan into a private ward while Suzette waited beside him. Not long after, Brendan's fingers twitched as he slowly regained consciousness. Am I still alive? Brendan murmured, his mind still foggy. Suzette immediately stood up. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Brendan blinked several times, gradually becoming more alert. He saw the hospital ceiling and Suzette's beautiful yet worried face. Sigh. Realizing he was safe, Brendan felt completely at ease. Relax, I'm fine. Brendan managed a weak smile. As he spoke, he activated his Heavenly Eye to check himself. Brendan. Heavenly Eye, Level 2. Martial Art. Pure Sinclair Skill Level 1. 21/85. Severe injuries. Broken arm bones, broken right leg bones, minor organ displacement, muscle damage. A string of negative statuses made Brendan's eyes widen, but he was relieved to still be alive. These injuries were serious but could recover over time. Suzette looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Because of my brother and me, you almost got hurt. We both owe you a huge favor. Seeing Ice Beauty display such remorse, Brendan couldn't help but smile inwardly. It's all right, but during my recovery, you'll have to take care of me, Brendan said. Suzette nodded without hesitation. No problem. Cough. I need to use the restroom, Brendan blinked. Suzette paused for a moment before nodding. She stood up and brought a urinal. I'll help you. Suzette pulled back the bedsheet and started to take off Brendan's pants. Wait. Brendan hurriedly stopped her. He hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. What? Aren't you supposed to go to the bathroom? Suzette's expression was emotionless, having reverted to her usual icy demeanor. Seeing her unchanging face, Brendan felt a bit awkward. Cough. No problem. Please help me. Suzette nodded again and helped Brendan undress. Feeling the cool air on his lower half, Brendan's expression became quite colorful. Urinating in front of such a beauty was quite an embarrassing experience for him. Yet when he glanced at Suzette, she was dead serious with no sign of embarrassment. Why isn't there any reaction? Suzette looked down, focusing on Brendan's lower area. Feeling her gaze, Brendan wished he could vanish. Too embarrassing. Give me a moment to gather myself. Could you turn around? Brendan asked, embarrassed. Suzette nodded and turned away. Without her gaze, Brendan felt a little less pressured. Whoosh. In no time, a stream of water sounded. When he finished, Suzette carefully helped Brendan redress and carried the urinal away to dispose of its contents. Is there anything else you need? Suzette returned. No, I just want to rest. Brendan blushed. Suzette nodded and went to the window to pull the curtains shut, dimming the room. Neither of them spoke, an awkward silence filling the air. Brendan took a deep breath to dispel the awkwardness. Checking his spiritual energy reserves, he found them depleted, even his true chi nearly gone. This time, I truly drained myself. If those people had searched a bit longer, I might not have been able to hide, Brendan thought, feeling a bit scared. Seeing his energy all consumed, Brendan felt a pang of pain. Now, it seemed like he had been set back to square one. With the individual competition ending soon and the team competition starting, his current state meant he couldn't step onto the stage. Hashtag chapter 196, speculative attempt. I need to find a way to gather some spiritual energy to recover my body. Otherwise, I won't be able to participate in the team competition, Brendan frowned. He moved his body slightly, and an immediate sharp pain spread through him. The overwhelming weakness in his entire body forced him to give up. Don't move around, you're seriously injured, Suzette's voice sounded. Brendan nodded helplessly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. Ayana's voice came from outside. Please come in, said Brendan. The door creaked open as Ayana wheeled Gretchen into the room. Mr. Zhang, seeing that you're awake has really put my mind at ease. You were seriously hurt this time. You'll need plenty of rest from now on, Ayana spoke gently. Gretchen's expression was unusually free of schadenfreude. Are you okay? I was so scared. I almost thought you were going to die. If you died, who would treat my legs? Gretchen added. Brendan rolled his eyes. Initially, he felt relieved and thought Gretchen had learned to appreciate his efforts. But she was still the same little brat. Brendan ignored Gretchen and turned to Ayana, whose arrival suited his plan perfectly. Madam, could you help me get some ancient artifacts? I need to recover from my injuries quickly, Brendan explained. Ayana immediately understood and nodded. No problem, I can help with that, but the issues with Tianming Martial Arts Hall will have to be handled by you. I shouldn't interfere. Brendan expressed gratitude. Just getting the artifacts will be enough. I'll handle the problems with Tianming Martial Arts Hall myself. Thank you, madam. Ayana smiled softly. You've also helped me a lot. This time it's just returning the favor. I won't disturb your rest. The artifacts will be delivered soon. Rest assured and focus on recovering. Thank you. Brendan thanked her. The Camden sisters left quickly, leaving Brendan and Suzette alone in the room again. Suzette looked puzzled. You're seriously injured. Why do you need ancient artifacts? Facing this question, Brendan smacked his lips and repeated the excuse he used to fool Ayana earlier. True chi? There's such a thing? Isn't that something out of novels? Suzette asked skeptically. I'm not sure. Maybe it's part of my unique talent, Brendan shrugged. But please keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Suzette nodded. Ayana was very reliable. It didn't take long for her to deliver another batch of ancient artifacts. Brendan inspected them carefully, and his eyes lit up instantly. However, he soon noticed that the spiritual energy within these artifacts was inferior to what he had received before. Clearly, there were only a limited number of artifacts containing spiritual energy, and once absorbed, they could not regenerate. Given this, it seemed the method of obtaining spiritual energy from the Camden sisters would soon become ineffective. I need to find other ways as soon as possible, Brendan thought to himself. Suzette handed over 14 artifacts one by one, allowing Brendan to absorb their spiritual energy. He used all the absorbed energy to restore his body. How does it feel? Suzette asked curiously. Not bad, Brendan smiled. The spiritual energy surged within him, slowly nurturing and restoring his body. Although the process wasn't fast, it was already dozens of times faster than natural recovery. If he had sufficient spiritual energy supply, he was confident he could leave the hospital in a day. Unfortunately, the 14 artifacts only provided enough energy to restore a bit of mobility, not nearly enough. Brendan was somewhat worried. As evening approached, Blake hurriedly arrived at the hospital. Brother Zhang. Pushing open the ward door, he saw Brendan lying comfortably on the bed. Suzette sat beside him, feeding him grapes. Seeing Brendan's rosy complexion and cheerful demeanor, Blake felt relieved. Brother Zhang, you're fine. The doctor said you can be discharged after resting for a while, Brendan smiled. That's great news. As long as Brother Zhang is fine, Blake replied. Xuanhuan will take good care of you for the next few days. Rest well in the hospital. Brendan smacked his lips. I want to participate in the team competition. Blake was taken aback. How can that be? You're seriously injured. There's no way I can let you participate. The Martial Exchange Congress is held every 3 years. Even if we miss this one, we can wait for the next. Brendan smiled. Let me try. When does the team competition usually start? The 4th round of individual matches concluded today. The team competition will likely begin in about a week. A week? That's too short. Brendan fell silent. In such a short time, he would barely be able to walk, let alone fight. Looks like I need more spiritual energy to speed up my recovery. Brendan squinted his eyes. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered the precious herbs and medicinal plants often mentioned in martial arts novels. Why didn't I think of herbs? Brendan smacked his forehead. His eyes lit up. Fine-grade ancient artifacts contain spiritual energy, and high-quality jade also contains spiritual energy. Logically, rare herbs grown naturally should contain spiritual energy as well. Brother Tan, I'll give you $1 million to buy some wild ginseng. Remember, it must be wild ginseng, and the older, the better, Brendan instructed. Suzette, being quick-witted, immediately understood. Let me go. My brother is clumsy and might mess things up, she said. Okay. Brendan nodded. He transferred $1 million to Suzette, who left promptly. It didn't take long, less than an hour, and Suzette returned, holding a black wooden box. I've bought the wild ginseng. It cost $20,000. This is a 20-year-old wild ginseng. Suzette approached and opened the black wooden box. Inside was a wild ginseng root. Brendan activated his heavenly eye. Wild ginseng, 20 years old. Nourishes chi, strengthens the body, soothes the spirit. Brendan's eyes lit up. There was indeed a significant amount of spiritual energy inside this wild ginseng, even though not much. It was enough to make him happy. This meant he had found another source of spiritual energy besides ancient artifacts and jade. Great. This wild ginseng will be useful to me. Brendan grinned. He gently touched the wild ginseng, and the spiritual energy within was instantly absorbed. Brendan estimated the amount. One 20-year-old wild ginseng contains about as much spiritual energy as 2 pieces of top-grade jade. Translation notes asterisk. Names are transliterated accurately using pinyin, e.g., Brendan. The tone and style are preserved to match the original. The narrative flows naturally and logically, maintaining coherence with previous content. Paragraph structure and line breaks mirror the original text. Chapter 197. The stunning effects of ginseng. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy delighted Brendan. After all, the price of a top-grade jade stone starts at a minimum of $1 million. Yet, this 20-year-old wild ginseng only cost $200,000. With a price difference of at least 5 times, the wild ginseng possessed double the spiritual energy content. The only drawback is that the quantity of wild ginseng is far less than that of top-grade jade stones. It would be impossible to purchase it on a large scale, Brendan thought with a slight headache. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in using spiritual energy from now on, and avoid unnecessary use unless absolutely essential. Mr. Zhang, does the wild ginseng really work? Suzette couldn't help but ask. Brendan smiled and nodded. The effect is quite good. Why don't you have this wild ginseng appraised? Check if there are any differences in medicinal efficacy, Brendan suggested. All right, Suzette agreed. Just one plant isn't enough. I need more, as many as possible, Brendan said. Suzette looked serious. I'll do my best to gather them. Brendan rubbed his chin, thinking it might not be suitable for Suzette to handle this task. Clearly, Shauna was the best person for it. However, he had already asked her for many favors, accumulating quite a lot of obligations. After a moment's thought, Brendan still called Shauna. Upon hearing that Brendan needed wild ginseng, she didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Brendan promptly transferred 10 million yuan to Shauna. The next day, Shauna arranged for the delivery of the wild ginseng to his hospital room. There were a total of 22 plants, each over 20 years old, with 2 of them being 50 years old. Mr. Zhang, here's the wild ginseng you required. It cost a total of 5 million, the delivery person informed him. Brendan nodded, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Thank you. Please continue collecting until the entire 10 million is spent. The man, an underling of Shauna, nodded and left the villa. Brendan took out all the wild ginseng and absorbed every bit of spiritual energy within. The previously depleted spiritual energy in his mud pellet palace became abundant once more, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Awesome. Brendan grinned widely. He started treating his body with spiritual energy, estimating based on the amount in a top-grade jade stone. I now have 60 units of spiritual energy. That's no small number. Brendan was extremely satisfied. Each 50-year-old wild ginseng plant provided 10 units of spiritual energy, nearly tripling its potency for just 30 additional years. Just the 50-year-old wild ginseng contains such astounding spiritual energy. Imagine how much a century-old ginseng could hold. Brendan felt a desire welling up inside him. After a quick calculation, he decided to use 30 units to heal and restore his body. Pure and abundant spiritual energy surged through him, and Brendan couldn't help but feel gratified. Nourished by spiritual energy, his body recovered at an astonishing rate. 3 days quickly passed. On the 4th day, Brendan checked out of the hospital, leaving his attending physician amazed. The severity of Brendan's injuries was known to the doctor, yet he managed to recover enough to walk normally in just 3 days. This was simply unbelievable. Mr. Zhang, did you take any medication to aid your recovery? The doctor asked curiously. Brendan smiled. No, I just have a strong recovery ability. The doctor remained skeptical but didn't press further upon seeing Brendan's reluctance to discuss it. Brendan was discharged successfully, and the three of them returned to their hotel room. Brother Tan, we need to keep my discharge a secret for now. I'm worried Jacob might come after me if he hears about it, Brendan said seriously. Blake nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Zhang. Though I may be laid back, I'm not foolish. Brother Zhang's recovery speed is astonishing. He can be discharged in just 3 days, Blake remarked. Beside him, Suzette added, his body hasn't fully recovered yet. He cannot participate in the team competition 2 days from now. Blake nodded. Clearly they had both given up on this year's team competition. Brendan clicked his tongue and made a surprising statement. No, I want to try. Not possible, Suzette disagreed. She frowned. That's too risky. You just got out of the hospital. How can you participate in such an intense competition? Blake also nodded in agreement. Just a slight participation. If I encounter strong opponents, I will concede immediately. Our team rankings depend on you too. With luck, maybe we'll make it into the top 20. According to the Martial Arts Association rules, entering the top 20 allows us to open a martial arts school in Rongqing, Brendan explained. Both Blake and Suzette frowned, concerned. They looked anxious, while Brendan appeared confident. All right, but if you face strong opponents, you must withdraw immediately, Blake said seriously. We can give up the team competition, but your safety is paramount. Brendan nodded, smiling. The effects of spiritual energy were even stronger than expected. In 3 days, he used 30 units of spiritual energy, healing most of his internal injuries. Though he couldn't yet fight at full strength, defeating ordinary people would be easy. Besides, Blake was the main force for the team competition. With some luck, Brendan might not even need to participate. In the evening, Brendan called Shauna. Mr. Zhang, how is your recovery? Brendan smiled. Thanks for asking. I've been discharged. Huh? Why so soon? Shauna was taken aback. My body has mostly recovered. I can already walk around now. I appreciate your help. I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you properly, Brendan said. Shauna was even more surprised. A few days ago, Brendan was severely injured, yet he was discharged after just 3 days. Was the effect of true qi so powerful? Sure, have dinner first. Then give me another massage session, Shauna replied. Brendan laughed helplessly. It seemed Shauna truly believed he was a panacea for rejuvenation, always seeking maintenance sessions. No problem. They set a time, and Brendan booked a private room at a restaurant. He arrived early to wait. Soon, Shauna appeared at the private room. Chapter 198. Shauna's Good Intention. Brendan warmly invited Shauna in. Madam, please take a seat. The waiter quickly brought over the menu, and Shauna smiled as she casually ordered a few dishes. She looked at Brendan with surprise. She had seen just how severely he was injured 3 days ago. She couldn't believe that within such a short span of 3 days, Brendan appeared to be completely normal on the surface. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Mr. Zhang's abilities are truly miraculous, Shauna remarked, somewhat in awe. Brendan only smiled and didn't delve further into the topic. Soon, the waiter brought in the dishes, and an inviting aroma filled the air. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere in the private room remained harmonious. After a pleasant lunch, Brendan offered to send Shauna back home, and they walked out of the room together. Just as they stepped out of the room, a group of people approached them from the opposite direction. Upon closer inspection, these people turned out to be from Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Leading them was Isaac, and next to him were familiar faces, though Minnie was also among them. Brendan? Isaac's expression was one of astonishment. He wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. Wasn't Brendan still lying in the hospital with severe injuries? How could he be here now? Minnie's face paled. She hadn't expected to encounter Brendan here. Seeing his enemies, Brendan's previously smiling face darkened immediately. It's you. Thanks to you, I spent several days in the hospital. If it weren't for my luck, I'd likely be dead by now. As he spoke, Brendan glanced at Minnie. Under Brendan's cold stare, Minnie felt an uncontrollable panic rise within her. Brendan, what nonsense are you spouting? Your injury has nothing to do with us. Don't slander us. Isaac snapped. Brendan inwardly sneered. He indeed had no evidence linking those attackers from 3 days ago to the Tianming Martial Arts Gym, as those people were probably long gone from Rongqing by now. But he didn't intend to seek legal redress anyway. If you won't admit it, then I just want you to know that from now on, we are enemies. Either you kill me, or I destroy your Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Brendan's tone was firm, brimming with unyielding hostility. With those words, Brendan and Shauna turned and left, with Brendan casting a cold glance at Minnie as they went. Brendan didn't want to say anything more to this Elaine. Both Minnie, Isaac, and even Jacob had made it onto his list of targets. Isaac watched Brendan leave, his expression grim. Minnie felt fear and panic. Brendan's final gaze sent shivers down her spine. Brother Lei, what do we do now? Brendan will definitely seek revenge on us, Minnie said nervously. Slap. Annoyed, Isaac slapped Minnie across the face. You useless Elaine. What are you panicking for? He can only seek revenge if he has the capability. Isaac rebuked her, venting his anger on Minnie. Minnie's face instantly reddened and swelled, and the pain almost made her cry. Ignoring Minnie, Isaac called Jacob. Lei, what's wrong? Master, I met Brendan. We've been deceived. His injuries aren't as serious as we thought. I just saw him dining with Elaine looking perfectly fine, and he even threatened me. Isaac recounted the events that transpired. Hearing this, Jacob's expression turned grim. I didn't expect Blake to pull such a trick. It seems he deliberately spread the rumor about Brendan's severe injuries to mislead us. If everything goes as planned, they will surely participate in the team competition, Jacob muttered. Isaac was anxious. Master, what should we do? With their trio strength, if they join the team competition, they will easily achieve good results. In the future, xiuxian martial arts gym will pose a significant threat to us. Jacob paused briefly. No need to worry. There are still 2 days before the team competition starts. I'll think of something. After hanging up, Isaac's concerns did not diminish. Over the past 3 years, Tianming Martial Arts Gym had dominated Rongqing. The revival of xiuxian Martial Arts Gym would certainly pose a threat. Damn it, Brendan. Why couldn't you just die properly? Isaac clenched his teeth, his frustration and anger reaching its peak. On the other side, Brendan drove Shauna back to her villa. Before leaving, Shauna said, Mr. Zhang, if you need help, perhaps I can assist you against Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Brendan was tempted. With Shauna's background, if the Camden family intervened, bringing ruin to Tianming Martial Arts Gym wouldn't be a problem. However, after a moment's consideration, Brendan declined. Shauna couldn't represent the entire Camden family, and involving them would inevitably complicate matters. Thank you for your kindness, madam. I'll handle the trouble with Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Shauna nodded lightly. Very well. In the villa, Brendan once again helped Shauna with her massage and maintenance therapy. After expending half a portion of his spirit energy, Brendan prepared to leave. But then Shauna stopped him. Mr. Zhang, I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Are you interested? Shauna asked. A friend? Brendan hesitated. Madam, may I ask what your friend intends? Shauna stroked her hair gently. We're close friends, the same age. After I returned to Rongqing, I met her, and she was surprised by the changes in my skin and complexion. She asked me about skincare. She suffered burns 5 years ago when her villa caught fire, leaving many scars. If you're interested, I can introduce you to her. Brendan frowned slightly. His spirit energy wasn't as abundant as street vegetables. Treating extensive burns would require a substantial amount of spirit energy. She has higher status and power than me and is also part of the martial arts world. If she's willing, she can easily resolve some of your troubles, Shauna smiled. Brendan understood Shauna's intention. Clearly, she noticed his recent difficulties and wanted to introduce him to useful connections. Chapter 199. The Second Lady. Brendan felt a sense of gratitude. Since meeting Shauna, she had indeed helped him on numerous occasions. I have no issues. Please assist me in making the connection, Brendan said. Shauna smiled and nodded gently. I'll contact you tomorrow. Dress sharply then. My friend values etiquette and demeanor quite a lot. Brendan nodded, taking her advice to heart. It seemed that Shauna's friend was someone who paid attention to details. After parting ways, Brendan returned to his hotel. The next day. Today was the final day of the individual competition at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Brendan had already finished his rounds and slept until 10 in the morning. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was a call from Shauna. Mr. Zhang, are you ready? I'll send someone to pick you up shortly, Shauna said. Brendan's eyes lit up. No problem. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, had breakfast, and changed into a new outfit. After making all preparations, Brendan checked himself thoroughly in the mirror. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he left the room. Soon after, a black sedan pulled up in front of him. The door opened, and Brendan got in, heading towards the place where Shauna's friend resided. The car drove through the streets of Rongqing, eventually arriving at a quiet mountainous area. Big brother driver, how much farther do we have to go? Brendan asked, somewhat surprised as they continued driving. Hadn't they left the city limits already? The driver smiled. Mr. Zhang, we're almost there. Please wait a little longer. Brendan nodded. He was now quite curious about Shauna's friend. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. Soon, a villa hidden among the mountains appeared in view. It was less like a villa and more like a small mountain resort. The car entered the premises after notifying the gate. The entire complex was surrounded by bamboo groves, creating an expansive, serene environment far from urban noise, making the air fresh and pleasant. The sound of car horns was absent, replaced by the chirping of insects and birds. Finally, the black sedan stopped at the entrance of the villa. A Harlow came forward to open the door for Brendan. Mr. Zhang, please. The lady is waiting for you in the garden, the Harlow informed. Brendan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Led by the Harlow, Brendan followed her into the garden. Upon entering, he saw fields of blooming flowers arranged neatly, forming a picturesque scene. In the pavilion within the garden sat 2 women. One was Shauna, and the other was undoubtedly her friend. Brendan tidied his clothes and approached, his gaze immediately focusing on the female host of the villa. When he saw her face, Brendan couldn't help but be startled. Most of the Elaine's face bore burn scars, not just on her cheeks but also large patches on her body. Extensive burns covered her almost entirely, giving her an intimidating appearance. The Elaine looked to be around 40 years old. Seated with Shauna, the stark contrast between them was evident. One was a celestial beauty, while the other resembled a terrifying figure. Yanran, let me introduce you to Mr. Brendan. My skin is so well maintained thanks to Mr. Zhang's efforts. He has a unique massage technique that produces remarkable results, Shauna said with a smile. Jamison listening to Shauna. Adeline scrutinized Brendan from head to toe. Seeing his youth, she clearly harbored doubts and looked skeptical. Kimura, Brendan bowed slightly. Adeline nodded gently. Her voice was melodious and clear, like that of a lark. Mr. Zhang, please don't be so formal. Since you're a friend introduced by Yinning, feel free to sit down, Adeline said. Brendan nodded and sat beside Shauna. A Harlow promptly served him a cup of fragrant tea, whose aroma wafted pleasantly even to someone like Brendan, who knew little about tea. Adeline spoke up. Mr. Zhang, I am very straightforward. If I offend you in any way, I hope you won't take it to heart. Young as you are, I find it hard to trust your abilities. But for Yinning's sake, I am willing to give you a chance. Shauna smiled confidently. Yanran, once you experience Mr. Zhang's massage treatment, I guarantee you will love it. Adeline remained unconvinced. She was evidently a person with strong opinions and wouldn't easily be swayed by Shauna's words. No problem. I won't disappoint you, Kimura. Shall we start now? Brendan asked. Adeline nodded gently and stood up. Follow me. Brendan immediately followed Adeline's lead, and Shauna joined them as well. Inside the villa, Brendan noticed that Adeline limped, clearly having difficulty with her right foot. They soon arrived at a room under Adeline's guidance. What should I do? Adeline asked. Brendan responded, please change into something comfortable and simple. All right. Adeline nodded and walked into the adjacent room. Left alone with Shauna, she whispered reassuringly, Mr. Zhang, don't be nervous. Yinran's temper isn't bad. As long as you perform the massage properly, she won't make things difficult for you. Brendan couldn't help but think how imposing Adeline's presence was, remaining calm throughout. Shauna and Adeline were clearly different types of women. One was gentle and virtuous, the other stern and composed. Dealing with Adeline would undoubtedly be pressurizing, as most people would feel intimidated by her powerful aura. Soon, Adeline returned wearing simple pajamas, exposing large patches of scarred skin. Despite this, it was evident she had a fiery figure. Had it not been for the extensive burn scars, she would undoubtedly rival Shauna in beauty. Chapter 200, Massage and Maintenance. Let's begin, Adeline said proactively. After speaking, she walked up to the bed and lay down. Brendan nodded slightly as he approached and began massaging and maintaining Adeline. With his extensive experience from previously working on Ayana, he was now highly skilled in this process. Brendan discreetly activated his heavenly eye. Adeline, none. 36/75. Disabilities. Extensive skin tissue damage, disability in the right leg. Treatment method. Stimulate cells with spiritual energy to repair damaged skin tissue. A series of issues appeared in Adeline's information, surprising Brendan. He hadn't expected that, beyond her visible problems, her internal health issues were just as severe. The accident from years ago had clearly caused significant harm to Adeline, and even after several years, her body still hadn't fully recovered. Emotional trauma must have been even more profound. Seeing this, Brendan felt a twinge of sympathy. His expression remained unchanged throughout, proceeding with the massage starting from her legs. Blending true chi and spiritual energy, Brendan gently grasped Adeline's right leg. Her foot was exceptionally delicate, making it easy for him to hold and manipulate. Pure Sinclair true chi slowly flowed through his hands, warming them up considerably. Adeline quickly showed a look of surprise. She could distinctly feel the heat spreading from her right foot, penetrating deep into the muscle and even the bones, more comforting than a hot spring. What kind of massage technique is this? To have such an effect? Ayana came over with a smile. Yinran, how does it feel? Indeed quite impressive. No wonder you recommended him to me. Adeline's opinion of Brendan changed somewhat. Ayana smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Just enjoy yourself. After one session, you'll definitely fall in love with this feeling. Anticipation grew in Adeline's heart. Brendan's hands gradually moved upward from her calf, each area he touched bringing warmth and comfort that made her unconsciously relax. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. No masseur had ever given her such a feeling. The intense yet soothing heat seemed to reach deep into her bones, causing her to wear a look of pure enjoyment. Adeline closed her eyes slightly, completely enveloped by the comforting sensations coming from her legs. Brendan focused intensely on the massage. Through the power of heavenly eye, Brendan saw how to treat Adeline's ailments. He tried using spiritual energy to stimulate and repair her skin. Wanting to leave a strong impression on her, he spared no effort. Large amounts of spiritual energy poured out, nourishing her body. Adeline found immense pleasure in this unprecedented comfort and relaxation, so much so that her eyes began to water slightly. Time passed slowly. Brendan continued massaging, moving from her legs to her torso, shoulders, and finally ending at her head. By the time he finished, nearly an hour had elapsed. Beads of sweat appeared on Brendan's forehead as he finally withdrew his hands. After a while, Adeline came back to her senses and gradually opened her eyes. Is it done? Yes, madam. How do you feel? Brendan asked with a smile. Very good, Adeline replied, admiration evident in her gaze. Your unique massage technique is truly remarkable. If you opened a massage parlor, I'm sure it would be incredibly popular. Brendan laughed. Madam is joking. My ambitions lie elsewhere, and performing this type of massage does take a toll on me. Your condition is quite serious. A single massage won't suffice. Continuous treatments will be necessary. Why don't you get up and feel the difference now? Adeline nodded and got up. Taking a few steps, she noticed a significant change in herself. Her body felt lighter than ever before. Since the fire incident, she had suffered severe injuries, and even though they had healed, the lingering aftereffects significantly impacted her daily life, forcing her to move to a remote villa for recuperation. Often feeling breathless, she now felt unusually well. She was both surprised and delighted by this newfound vitality. How incredible! Adeline's eyes lit up. She looked at Brendan with bright, appreciative eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure trove. In that instant, Adeline had some ideas forming in her mind. Mr. Zhang, are you interested in becoming my personal masseur? The conditions can be whatever you want, Adeline said frankly. Without hesitation, Brendan declined. Each massage consumed his spiritual energy, and just that 1 hour session had drained him. Occasional sessions were manageable, but daily visits were out of the question. I'm sorry, madam. I am not a professional masseur and regretfully cannot accept your offer. Brendan shook his head. Adeline wasn't upset. If I guessed correctly, Yinning introduced you to me because she needs help with something. I've known Yinning for many years and understand her well. If you become my personal masseur, any trouble you face in Rongqing will be solved by me. Her tone exuded confidence. Well, Brendan was taken aback. This madam was formidable indeed. Such audacity. Adeline's smile remained. In Rongqing, there are few things I cannot achieve. You can verify this with Yinning. She must have told you some things when she sent you here. Brendan was genuinely intrigued by Adeline's identity, wondering what kind of person could make such bold claims. Thank you for your curiosity, but I must decline, Brendan ultimately refused. He didn't want to bind himself to her just for solving minor troubles. Chapter 201. A Deal with Adeline. Adeline nodded gently. I won't force you. If you change your mind, feel free to come find me anytime. Considering the massage and maintenance you did for me today, you can tell me your request now. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will help you solve it. Brendan's eyes lit up. Then he said, I heard from Mrs. Camden that you have a deep influence in the martial arts world. I hope you can intervene and help postpone the team event of this year's martial arts exchange conference by 1 week. Adeline was somewhat surprised. Is that all? Cough. Brendan nearly choked on his own saliva. To postpone the martial arts exchange conference's team event by a week is no easy task. Yet in Adeline's mouth, it sounded so trivial. Does this Elaine really have such significant influence in the martial arts world? Yes, that's it. No problem. I'll call Jeremiah shortly. You'll receive news soon. Let's go to the garden, said Adeline. The two came to the garden again. In the pavilion, Shauna, looking at Adeline's rosy complexion, immediately understood that she was very satisfied with the massage maintenance. Xuanhuan, I wasn't wrong in recommending Mr. Zhang to you. His unique massage technique is outstanding. Adeline nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thank you for introducing him to me. But you're a bit too stingy. With such an excellent talent, you should have recommended him earlier. Shauna smiled lightly. It's inevitable. Each massage session takes a lot out of Mr. Zhang. It's already exhausting enough just for me. If there were more women, wouldn't we be draining him dry? You must keep this secret, Xuanhuan. Otherwise, we won't get to enjoy this anymore. Adeline nodded in agreement. Listening to the two women's banter, Brendan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Am I some kind of medicine? Draining me dry? But in a certain sense, if he completely depletes his spirit energy, it could indeed be described as draining him dry. Watching the two women chat animatedly, Brendan sat quietly drinking tea beside them. Adeline and Shauna chatted about everything under the sun, sometimes bringing up rather explosive topics, seemingly treating him like he didn't exist. Brendan kept his eyes on his nose and his thoughts serene, pretending he hadn't heard anything. He was thinking about whether he should treat Adeline. The Heavenly Eye had provided a specific treatment method which he could definitely carry out. However, to fully heal Adeline, he estimated it would take at least 30 units of spirit energy, which was no small number. That was pretty much all he had left in stock. The two women chatted until noon when the housekeeper came to inform them that lunch was ready. Mr. Zhang, why don't you join us for lunch? Invited Adeline. Thank you. Brendan didn't refuse. The three of them went to the villa's dining room where the housekeeper quickly served various dishes. Most of the dishes were vegetables and fruits, with only a few meats, and those were quite light. Yenron's body isn't well, she can't eat heavy or oily food, Shauna explained Brendan's confusion. Brendan nodded lightly. After tasting the vegetarian dishes briefly, he was pleasantly surprised to find they were unexpectedly delicious. Rich people's lives are truly remarkable. Even light and simple vegetarian dishes are something else. After lunch, the three returned to the garden. At this point, Brendan had made up his mind. Kimura. Regarding your skin condition, perhaps I might be able to help cure it, said Brendan. Upon hearing this, both Adeline and Shauna focused their attention on him. Adeline's expression was incredulous. Mr. Zhang, your unique massage technique can treat this as well? I thought it was only for physical maintenance. This, Brendan simply explained, I can only say I can try, with an 80% success rate. If successful, you can return to your previous state. What? Adeline's expression changed dramatically. Even Shauna looked shocked. Is the treatment effect that good? Even though Camden Yanning knew Brendan possessed internal energy, such surprising words still stunned her. After all, these were scars from severe burns over a large area, for which conventional treatments were ineffective. Otherwise, Adeline wouldn't still be stuck like this. Adeline looked at Brendan with doubt. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to understand your treatment plan first. I don't believe your massage technique can cure extensive burn scars. If it's some strange folk remedy, then there's no need to mention it. Brendan rubbed his temples. Adeline was sharp-minded, and trying to trick her obviously wouldn't work. This is my secret, and I cannot explain it in detail. I can only assure that it won't harm your body and guarantee its effectiveness. This statement made Adeline frown. Without any explanation of principles, just assurances, how could she trust him? Seeing Adeline frown, Shauna stepped in to mediate. Xuanhuan, Mr. Zhang has unique skills. Maybe you should let him try. Adeline outright refused. No, I cannot accept strange treatments on my body. Seeing this, Brendan pondered for a moment before finding a solution. Kimura, why don't we start with your arm? If it works, we continue with the whole body. Otherwise, we stop. How does that sound? Brendan smiled slightly. He was confident in the Heavenly Eye. Since it provided a detailed treatment method, it definitely worked. Adeline contemplated for a while. After several moments, she finally replied. All right, I allow you to experiment on my arm. But I warn you, if your treatment worsens my condition, I won't let you off. If it weren't for Yanning's recommendation, I wouldn't even give you this chance. Adeline's gaze towards Brendan carried strong suspicion. Hearing this, Brendan smiled confidently. Since Adeline agreed, there was no problem. Of course, I won't disappoint you. But we need to discuss the treatment fees first. Brendan revealed his ulterior motive. Adeline, 100 million. Spit. Brendan almost choked on his tea, looking astounded. 100 million? Even with Brendan's multimillion-dollar wealth, Adeline's generous offer astonished him. No, I don't want money. I want wild ginseng. 200 plants of 20-year-old wild ginseng. That's my demand, said Brendan. Adeline was puzzled. 200 plants of wild ginseng would cost at most 50 million? I'm not short of money, but I lack channels to buy a large amount of wild ginseng. All right, I agree, Adeline nodded in agreement. Chapter 202. Group competition postponed. The two of them thus agreed, scheduling the first treatment for the next day. Afterward, Brendan and Shauna left the mountain villa. In the car, Shauna couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhang, how confident are you that you can cure Yin Yan? Absolutely certain, Brendan replied confidently. Shauna was somewhat surprised. Please think carefully. Yin Yan is very meticulous. If you can't heal her, she will never let you go. Brendan laughed carelessly. With his heavenly eye, spiritual energy, and pure Sinclair true chi, he truly didn't know how he could possibly lose. Madam, rest assured, I won't fail, Brendan said with a slight smile. Shauna marveled at him, examining him closely with a smile on her face. This time I'm introducing you to Yin Yan. How do you plan to repay me? Shauna chuckled. Brendan blinked. How about I dedicate myself to you? Shauna burst into giggles and gently tapped Brendan's forehead with her slender finger. Sure, in your dreams. Don't think I don't know you have several girlfriends who are incredibly beautiful. You're actually thinking about me? Shauna rolled her eyes at Brendan. Sweat. Brendan felt slightly embarrassed. It seemed Shauna had thoroughly investigated his background. Shauna's driver took Brendan to the hotel, and then they parted ways. Just as he returned to his hotel room, Blake and Suzette came over. Brother Zhang. Blake looked disheveled, as if he had been hit by something devastating. Big Brother Tan. Has the individual competition ended? Brendan asked. Suzette nodded. Yes, my brother lost. He was defeated by Jacob in just 10 moves. What? Brendan was greatly shocked, almost doubting if his ears were working correctly. 10 moves? Big Brother Tan. How could there be such a huge gap between you and Jacob? Brendan was utterly astonished. Blake spoke dejectedly. I don't know either. It's only been 3 years. These past 3 years, I haven't slacked off. Yet today, Jacob displayed astonishing strength. I was completely overwhelmed and lost in just 10 moves. As he said this, Blake's tone was filled with disappointment. Clearly, losing to Jacob in just 10 moves was a significant blow to him. Brendan didn't know how to console him. He understood what Blake was feeling and hadn't expected Jacob to be so much stronger. This meant that if he fought Jacob, he might be instantly defeated. How did Jacob get so strong? Brendan frowned, suspecting whether Jacob possessed true chi or not. Otherwise, how could this be possible? None of them could figure out why Jacob was so strong. Suddenly, Blake's phone rang. What? The group competition is postponed for a week? Blake sounded both surprised and delighted, his face lighting up with a smile. Great, I see. Ha ha ha. That's great news. The association called me just now, postponing the originally scheduled group competition from tomorrow to next week. This means you'll have an extra week to recover, Blake said excitedly. Suzette also wore a rare smile. An extra week would allow Brendan to be in better condition for the competition. Hearing this, Brendan was also surprised. Good grief. Madame Xia must be quite resourceful. He had left her villa less than an hour ago, and Adeline had already handled everything. This is good news for us, but we need to be cautious of Jacob playing any tricks. This week, I'll move to a safe place to recover, Brendan declared. Blake nodded. Brother Zhang, please be careful. Brendan nodded in agreement. On the other side, at Tianming Martial Arts School, Isaac and his disciple Jacob received a call from the association. Isaac had been congratulating Jacob on becoming the top martial artist in Jiangnan again when he received this news. A look of surprise crossed Isaac's face. What's going on? Weren't the group competitions starting tomorrow? Why are they postponed for a week? The staff member on the other end replied, because an important guest will arrive next week as a spectator, the competition has been postponed. Important guest? Jacob frowned slightly. What important guest? I don't know, the staff member said before hanging up. Isaac's expression soured. Master, I didn't expect the group competition to be postponed for a week. This isn't good for us. Brendan will have plenty of time to recover, and he will surely be in better condition in a week. When they unite, it will be tough for anyone besides our Tianming Martial Arts School to stop them. Jacob folded his arms with a cold smile. A week's buffer may not be bad. Jacob spoke in a chilling tone. Isaac instantly understood his meaning. Master, you still plan to attack Brendan? Jacob shook his head. No, taking out Brendan won't make much difference, and given his relationship with Jane, it could cause trouble. Our last attempt to eliminate him was risky enough. Let's be more direct this time. Send someone to keep an eye on Blake. I want to find an opportunity to kill him. Hiss. Isaac couldn't help but gasp, hesitating. Master, Blake's father left behind quite a few connections. Killing Blake could cause problems, Isaac advised cautiously. Jacob glanced at him. What are you afraid of? As long as we're discreet, those connections are just old folks. Do you think I, Jacob, am afraid of them? Isaac gritted his teeth and nodded. The next day, early in the morning, Adeline's subordinates sent people over. Brendan got into the car and headed back to the mountain villa. Having experienced this before, Brendan found it much easier this time. He soon met Adeline inside the villa. She turned around, and the grotesque scars left by the fire on half her face appeared rather frightening. Mr. Zhang, can we start the treatment? Adeline asked straight to the point. Of course, Brendan smiled confidently. Follow me. Adeline stood up and led the way. They entered a room, where she took off her coat, revealing a close-fitting t-shirt underneath. Her impressive figure caused the clothes to stretch taut, drawing Brendan's gaze involuntarily. That striking curve rivaled Shauna's. If it weren't for the extensive burn injuries on Adeline's body, she would undoubtedly be a goddess that could captivate men. Adeline sat on the sofa and extended a hand covered with gruesome scars. Chapter 203, Treatment. Let's begin, Adeline said. Brendan sat opposite Adeline and skillfully activated his heavenly eye. After making some simple preparations, Brendan immediately started the treatment for Adeline. He began massaging her as he had done the day before, gently pressing and kneading with his hands. Simultaneously, spiritual energy and true chi flowed from his fingertips into Adeline's body. Adeline watched Brendan's actions, a slight frown on her face. Would this treatment really be effective for her? Brendan clearly sensed the skepticism in Adeline's gaze and promptly increased the output of spiritual energy and true chi. Soon, Adeline felt a warmth enveloping her right hand, identical to what she had experienced during the massage the previous day. This made her somewhat disappointed. She admitted that Brendan's massage was comforting, but merely this couldn't possibly heal her severely burned arm. Mr. Zhang, you? Before Adeline could say more, something unexpected happened. Her previously warm and comfortable arm started to feel numb and itchy. The sensation made her very uncomfortable, almost irresistible to scratch. What's happening? My right hand feels itchy. Adeline's expression changed slightly. Brendan explained, Madam, don't worry. This is normal. The skin under your scar is beginning to heal and regenerate, and your nervous system is also repairing itself, so these sensations are expected. Just bear with it a bit longer. Adeline bit her lip as the itchiness and numbness became increasingly unbearable, causing her to squirm uncomfortably in her chair. She tried hard to endure, but several times she almost gave in to scratching. Have a few people hold Madam down, Brendan said. The Harlows exchanged uncertain glances. Adeline, biting her lip, insisted, No need, I can endure. She closed her eyes, silently enduring the strange sensations. The discomfort made her body involuntarily twist and turn. Seeing her struggle, Brendan slightly slowed down the treatment. Indeed, this helped her relax a bit. Though the itching remained, it wasn't as intolerable. Time passed quietly in the room. No one spoke, and even the ticking of a clock seemed audible. Drip, drip, drip. An hour went by, and fatigue was visibly showing on Brendan's face. He paused, took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and then said, Is the treatment finished? Asked Adeline impatiently. Brendan smiled, Yes, now comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. As he spoke, he gently tore away the scar tissue on Adeline's arm. To her surprise, no pain followed. Instead of bleeding, a layer of tender, snow-white new skin was revealed beneath the scar. Rip. Brendan slowly peeled off large patches of scars, more falling off due to being connected. Within minutes, most of the scar tissue on Adeline's right hand had been removed. The old scar fragments fell onto the table, revealing fresh, baby-like new skin underneath. Ah! The Harlows gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief. Adeline's body trembled slightly, her face filled with excitement. It actually worked. My skin has recovered. My skin has recovered. The usually calm Adeline seemed emotionally overwhelmed. Madam, congratulations, your right hand has mostly recovered. Do you find my treatment satisfactory? Brendan smiled. Good, good, good. She used 3 goods in succession, showcasing her immense joy. Her eyes shone with hope as she grasped Brendan's hand tightly. Mr. Zhang, I need you to treat my entire body. I want to regain my life. Adeline exclaimed. To a normal person, the thought of having unsightly burn scars all over the body is unbearable. For someone like Adeline, once a beauty, it was even harder. Since the fire, her pride in her beautiful appearance had vanished, and despite not caring much about her looks now, the psychological impact was severe. Moving to this villa was partly to recuperate, and partly to avoid strange stares from others. Now, seeing the possibility of regaining her beauty, Adeline clung to Brendan with a nearly frenzied look of excitement. Cough. Brendan quickly calmed Adeline down. Please calm down, madam. You're too emotional. Patting her back, Adeline took deep breaths and gradually regained composure. I apologize for being so out of control earlier, Adeline said. Brendan smiled understandingly. It's fine. I understand your excitement, but remember, the new skin on your hand is still delicate. Avoid injuring it until it fully matures. Adeline nodded repeatedly, gazing lovingly at her soft, white skin. I would never harm it. When will the next treatment be? She asked. Brendan laughed. I need rest. Such treatments exhaust me significantly. I can only do 2 sessions a day. Though impatient, Adeline saw Brendan's evident fatigue and restrained her urgency. Brendan was now her honored guest, and she wouldn't refuse any reasonable request from him. Watching Adeline, Brendan inwardly smiled. Perfect. He had her wrapped around his finger. Adeline soon arranged a room for Brendan and invited him to stay at the villa for a week. Meanwhile, she provided him with everything he needed. 10 black wooden boxes were neatly arranged in front of Brendan. Chapter 204, Abundant. Brendan opened all the black wooden boxes, and sure enough, inside were neatly arranged wild ginseng plants, a total of 10 wild ginsengs. This was no small amount for him. He reached out his hand and absorbed all the spiritual energy from the wild ginsengs. 20 units of spiritual energy in hand. This is just the first treatment. Once Adeline is fully healed, that's when I'll truly be rolling in wealth. Excitement flashed in Brendan's eyes. 220-year-old wild ginseng plants equated to 400 units of spiritual energy. What did this mean? If he invested it all into the Heavenly Eye, it would be sufficient to upgrade it to the next level. But for now, a level 2 Heavenly Eye is enough for me. Comparatively, cultivating the pure Sinclair technique is more important. A glint of determination shone in Brendan's eyes. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating the pure Sinclair technique. The 20 units of spiritual energy flowed steadily into the cultivation process, visibly boosting the true chi within Brendan's body. After just one night, his true chi had doubled. Boom. With powerful true chi, Brendan successfully unblocked his second meridian. After a long while, Brendan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a turbid breath. He couldn't hide his smile. Perfect. Now, I have each hand with an unblocked meridian, meaning both hands can unleash true chi for attacks. Brendan smiled happily. He glanced outside, noticing it was already daylight. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded, and a Harlow's voice came from outside. Mr. Zhang, breakfast is ready. All right, I'll be right out. Brendan quickly got up from bed, washed up, changed clothes, and followed the Harlow to the living room. As soon as he entered, a tempting aroma wafted over. Brendan felt his appetite immediately whetted. The chef at Adeline's villa was evidently quite skilled. Even a simple bowl of noodles was cooked to perfection. Mr. Zhang. Adeline greeted him with a smile. Brendan observed her. Today, she looked significantly different. Previously, she exuded an oppressive presence, but today, she appeared much more radiant and approachable. Kimura looks much better today, Brendan complimented. Adeline smiled. All thanks to Mr. Zhang. As Elaine, I care about my appearance, but the fire many years ago destroyed everything. Since then, I've been in a low point. With Mr. Zhang's help, I have hope of rising from hell. Naturally, I feel more spirited. To me, you are my savior, Adeline smiled. Cough, cough. Adeline's effusive praise made Brendan a bit embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, after breakfast, we should start the second treatment, Adeline suggested. Shifting gears swiftly, Brendan was taken aback by her abrupt change in demeanor. The second batch of wild ginseng has arrived. There are 20 plants this time, Adeline said. Brendan's eyes lit up. No problem, I can start anytime. With wild ginseng in hand, Brendan was invigorated. Adeline smiled knowingly, having figured out what Brendan liked. After breakfast, Brendan followed Adeline into her room. Let's treat the other hand today. Adeline extended her left hand. Brendan nodded indifferently. It didn't matter which part was treated first. At this pace, treating one part of the body per day seemed appropriate, given how taxing these treatments were on him. It would be impossible for him to heal Adeline completely in one day. Adeline placed her severely burned hand in front of Brendan, who, as yesterday, began the healing process. Having treated her before, Brendan's technique was much smoother today, encountering no obstacles. 2 hours later, the treatment ended, and Adeline eagerly peeled off the dead skin on her right hand, revealing tender, baby-like flesh underneath. Good, good, good. Her repeated praise underscored her immense joy. She touched her new skin excitedly, as if handling a priceless treasure. Opposite her, Brendan was visibly exhausted. 2 hours of intensive treatment took a heavy toll on him. Send Mr. Zhang back to rest. Adeline immediately summoned the Harlow upon seeing Brendan's fatigue. She appeared even more anxious than he was. Mr. Zhang, please take good care of yourself and don't exhaust your body, Adeline expressed concern. Brendan rolled his eyes internally. He knew her care wasn't entirely altruistic. He was her savior, and anything happening to him would distress her greatly. If you need anything, just ask. Unless it's unreasonable, I'll make sure the Harlow attends to you, Adeline added. Cough, cough. This nearly made Brendan choke on his own spit. Even the Harlow froze for a moment, her expression oddly peculiar. No need, I just need a few hours of rest, Brendan waved her off hurriedly. He hadn't expected Adeline to be so bold. This went beyond subtlety. The Harlow quickly escorted Brendan back to his room, hurrying away as if afraid he might call her back. Brendan chuckled inwardly. He had no such intentions. Completely drained, Brendan fell asleep immediately, waking only at dusk. He yawned, got out of bed, and quickly found the Harlow. Mr. Zhang, dinner is ready. Lady Xia specially instructed us to prepare some supplements for you, the Harlow informed. Thank you, Brendan nodded. Where's my wild ginseng? Just wait, it will be delivered to your room shortly, the Harlow replied. Hashtag chapter 205, the final treatment. Please deliver the wild ginseng with dinner to my room, Brendan said. The Harlow nodded. Yes, sir. The Harlow was quick and soon had everything delivered to Brendan's room. Upon closer inspection, Brendan was surprised. Tonight's meal was exceptionally lavish, with a total of 8 dishes, all nourishing medicinal soups. Besides these soups, there were 20 black wooden boxes containing the wild ginseng placed beside them. Well, this is unexpected. It seems Kimura really cares about my health, Brendan said, somewhat amused yet touched. Without further ado, Brendan dug into his food. Having not eaten all day, he quickly began devouring the meal ravenously. He ate until only a few scraps remained of the 8 medicinal soups, then lay down on the bed feeling thoroughly satisfied. Just then, the phone rang. It was Blake calling. Brother Zhang, how have these past couple of days been? Have you encountered any danger? There was clear concern in Blake's voice. Brendan laughed easily. Big brother Tan, don't worry. I've been staying at a very important person's house. Even if Jacob had the guts, he wouldn't dare come here to cause trouble. That's a relief. Xuanhuan and I have mostly stayed in the hotel, but today we noticed someone monitoring our room from outside. It's likely Jacob's people, Blake said seriously. Brendan's expression darkened. He hadn't forgotten how he nearly lost his life previously. If it weren't for his heavenly eye and spirit chi, he would have died at the hands of Jacob's men. How could he forget such a matter of life and death? He held grudges more than anyone. Big brother Tan, don't worry. As long as you stay out of secluded areas, Jacob won't dare try anything funny, Brendan reminded him. Blake laughed. Rest assured, we won't leave the hotel. Let's see what Jacob can do. Brendan approved of his cautious approach. Last time, Jacob seized the opportunity because Minnie, that deceitful Elaine, tricked him into going to a secluded place under Jacob's jurisdiction. If not for Minnie, he wouldn't have fallen into Jacob's trap. Minnie, I will settle this score with you eventually. Brendan's eyes were cold. He had already marked Minnie and Jacob for elimination. Although he disliked Minnie before, he never harbored murderous intent. But this time, her collaboration with Jacob almost cost him his life, making things entirely different. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Almost immediately after, Shauna called. Mr. Zhang, how is the treatment progressing? Her voice was gentle. Brendan smiled. Madam, please rest assured. The treatments are proceeding smoothly. Kimura's hands are mostly restored. After a few more days of treatment, she will regain her peak beauty. Shauna marveled. You truly are a blessing to women. Adeline will definitely be grateful to you. But don't get too cozy with Adeline and forget about me. I'd be heartbroken. The playful remark left Brendan somewhat speechless. Madam, how can you say that? How could I ever forget you? Once Kimura's treatment is complete, I'll come over to give you a full body massage right away. Haha. Shauna's melodious laughter sounded like bells. All right, I'll wait for you. She then hung up the phone. Brendan licked his lips, feeling a bit excited. Facing such a plump and alluring beauty like Shauna, it was impossible not to feel something. However, Shauna was extremely shrewd, and her status was not to be trifled with. He couldn't risk provoking her or misleading her. Otherwise, if she turned against him, he'd be in deep trouble. The rich and powerful are too formidable. Best not to provoke her. Brendan sighed. He took out the 20 wild ginseng plants he received today and immediately started extracting their spirit chi. Within minutes, he had obtained 40 portions of spirit chi. Feeling the abundant chi within his Naiwan Palace, Brendan couldn't help but marvel. Note, Niwan Gong is translated as Naiwan Palace to maintain consistency in terminology and to ensure it reads naturally in English. In the past, he could hardly imagine having so much spirit chi. Now, he could get this much daily just by treating AnimeLand once a day. Jamisinth was truly wonderful. Pity that once the treatment ends, opportunities to obtain wild ginseng in such large quantities will be rare. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of wild ginseng available. To obtain them on this scale again will be very difficult. Brendan felt a touch of regret. He suppressed his emotions and continued practicing the pure Sinclair technique. The next day, Brendan successfully unblocked 2 more meridians, one in each leg. After unblocking these 2 channels, he discovered he could channel true chi into his legs, significantly boosting his explosive power. With both leg meridians now unblocked, Brendan advanced to the second level of the pure Sinclair technique. Over the next few days, Brendan continued treating AnimeLand daily, moving from her legs to her torso. 3 days passed swiftly. Today was the final day and the last treatment. Brendan, now well versed in the routine, went straight to AnimeLand's room and knocked on the door. "Come in," AnimeLand's voice came from inside. Opening the door, Brendan found AnimeLand lying on the bed in a black silk nightgown. The tight-fitting nightgown couldn't hide her alluring figure. Instead, it accentuated her near-perfect curves, instantly catching Brendan's eye. After 3 days of treatment, most of AnimeLand's skin had fully recovered. The new skin was incredibly tender, almost like that of a pure Harlequin. Turning her head, AnimeLand revealed a nearly flawless face. Just yesterday, the half of her face that was burned had also completely healed, leaving Brendan momentarily mesmerized by her stunning beauty. "Mr. Zhang, today should be the last treatment, right?" AnimeLand smiled expectantly. Swallowing hard, Brendan couldn't help but look at AnimeLand's body. After treating her limbs and face, the upper torso remained untreated. Treating these areas clearly required her to undress. Did this mean, cough, cough? "Madam, if you feel uncomfortable, you can have a Harlow accompany us," Brendan suggested. AnimeLand smiled gently. "It's fine. I trust Mr. Zhang's character. Besides, patients shouldn't be wary of their doctor. However, I hope Mr. Zhang won't tell anyone about what he sees here." Note, for better readability, I've added some line breaks to maintain the narrative flow. ####Chapter 206, Breaking the Cocoon. Brendan nodded immediately. "Please rest assured, madam. Today's matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and me. There will absolutely be no third person who knows about it." AnimeLand nodded in satisfaction. Then, right in front of Brendan, she stood up and slowly removed the only black silk nightgown she was wearing. As the nightgown slid off, AnimeLand stood completely naked before Brendan. Despite her burn-scarred skin appearing grotesque and frightening, her graceful figure and stunning curves were impossible to ignore, instantly capturing Brendan's gaze. "Mr. Zhang, we can begin now," AnimeLand reminded him. Brendan quickly regained his composure, trying to appear professional, but his eyes kept involuntarily being drawn to AnimeLand, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Standing before him, utterly naked, was an incomparable beauty. As a young man, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. Brendan's expression did not escape AnimeLand's notice. She didn't get angry. Instead, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "I know my current state still has considerable allure. If Mr. Zhang wants to take a closer look, feel free to wait until my body fully recovers," AnimeLand said lightly. Brendan waved his hands hurriedly. No, madam, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Elaine before him was no ordinary person, and he dared not indulge in frivolous behavior. However, AnimeLand showed no signs of anger and smiled. "A beautiful Elaine naturally attracts admiration, especially from a young man like Mr. Zhang. I believe in your self-control, but given your current state, it might affect the upcoming treatment. Any unexpected incidents would be unacceptable. So, I think Mr. Zhang should compose himself." Compose himself? How? Brendan was puzzled. But then, AnimeLand did something that left him speechless. She clapped her hands, and a beautiful Elaine walked in from outside. Though this Elaine was less beautiful than AnimeLand, she was undoubtedly very attractive. She was dressed provocatively, exuding an alluring charm. No way. Seeing this beautiful Elaine, Brendan had a bold guess. "She's been hired by me at great expense, and she's thoroughly vetted," AnimeLand explained. "Now, Mr. Zhang, please go to the next room with her. Once you've calmed down, come back. It's to avoid any accidents during the treatment due to lack of focus," AnimeLand said. "What?" Brendan was stunned, never expecting AnimeLand to resort to such unconventional methods. He waved his hands again. "Madam, it's unnecessary. I assure you the treatment will be effective." "No, the treatment for the trunk is critical. Any medical mishap is unacceptable. Please understand, Mr. Zhang," AnimeLand refused firmly. Her expression was serious, conveying her resolve. Brendan felt a headache coming on. He wanted to protest more, but seeing AnimeLand's stance, he knew that if they were to continue today, it had to be done her way. "All right," Brendan finally nodded. After all, he wouldn't lose anything here. The red-clothed beauty before him was exceptionally attractive by any standard. Though not as exquisite as AnimeLand or Camden Yenning, she was still a rare beauty scoring above 80 points. Such a Elaine would have been beyond his wildest dreams in the past. Now that AnimeLand was offering her freely, what was there to refuse? Moreover, he hadn't received the 50 wild ginseng plants yet, and didn't want to lose such a significant source of spiritual energy. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhang," AnimeLand smiled. Without further ado, Brendan followed the red-clothed beauty into the adjacent room. As soon as he closed the door, she eagerly embraced him. Before he could speak, The red-clothed beauty tiptoed and kissed him. So eager. Brendan was immediately lost in the embrace of pleasure. An hour passed quickly. Brendan returned to Adeline's room. Madame Xia, let's begin. Now Brendan's gaze was clear and composed. Even though Adeline was standing before him naked, his eyes showed no reaction, as if he were looking at a lifeless statue rather than a seductive mature beauty. Adeline nodded approvingly and lay down on the bed. Brendan stepped forward, activated his heavenly eye, and infused her with spiritual energy and pure Sinclair chi. Soon, the energy flowed into Adeline's body. Brendan focused intently, unaffected by the beautiful Elaine before him. The powerful pure Sinclair chi and spiritual energy entered Adeline's body continuously, causing her skin to heal rapidly. Adeline closed her eyes slightly, feeling warmth and heat spreading through her body. It was as if Brendan's hands were flames, scorching wherever they touched. Treating the trunk was more challenging than the limbs. Brendan worked meticulously, inch by inch, taking 3 hours. By now, Adeline felt unbearable itching as her skin and nerves rapidly regenerated. She clenched her teeth, her beautiful face flushed with effort. Her alluring figure twisted in discomfort, creating a scene so tantalizing that had Brendan not been in control, he would have been distracted. 3 hours slipped by quietly. Finally, when Brendan finished the last of the treatment, he withdrew his hands. Madam, the treatment is now complete, Brendan said. Hearing this, Adeline was filled with excitement. She looked down and began tearing off the old, burned skin. With large patches of old skin peeling away, Adeline emerged like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. In a short time, most of the dead skin was torn off, revealing a nearly perfect body. Her snow-white skin resembled that of a girl in her early 20s, her tall and well-proportioned figure showcasing the fullness of a mature Elaine. Her breathtaking beauty made her appear almost flawless. When combined with her mesmerizing features, the sight before Brendan was of a nearly perfect Elaine. So beautiful. Brendan's gaze was instantly captured by the transformed Adeline, his eyes filled with awe. I have finally recovered. Immersed in joy and excitement, Adeline was oblivious to Brendan standing right in front of her. Chapter 207, Poisonous Woman Mini. The beautiful scene before him almost left Brendan momentarily dazed. Adeline quickly realized her impropriety and swiftly pulled over a nearby garment to cover herself. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward instantly, and Brendan promptly said, I'll step out. With that, he hurriedly left, leaving Adeline alone in the room. Brendan patiently waited in the living room. A full half-hour passed before Adeline, having composed herself, emerged from the room. Congratulations, madam, on your restored beauty, Brendan remarked as he stood up, his eyes lighting up as they landed on Adeline. Adeline's restored peak beauty was incomparable. Her tall figure and alluring posture were enough to overshadow most women. Her mature allure and sensuality were on full display, making her an embodiment of elegance and charm. Unlike Shauna, who exuded gentleness and grace, Adeline was regal and dignified. Such an incomparably beautiful Elaine would leave most men in awe, wondering who could be fortunate enough to win her favor. Adeline smiled. It's all thanks to Mr. Zhang. I never thought I could regain my appearance. The remaining 50 wild ginseng roots will be delivered to your room shortly, she added. Excellent. Brendan's eyes lit up. This was the matter he cared about the most. With the treatment now complete, he felt no reason to stay any longer and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Adeline asked him to stay. Mr. Zhang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Wu Dao Exchange Tournament's team competition is still 3 days away. Please stay at my villa for now. My skin has recovered, but it still requires proper care. So I need your help again, Adeline explained. Massage therapy? Brendan was immediately intrigued. How many men would refuse to massage such a stunning beauty? Since you've extended such a warm invitation, I'll trouble you for a few more days. However, since your skin has just recovered, it's not suitable for massage therapy today. Let's do it tomorrow, Brendan replied. He couldn't wait to receive the 50 wild ginseng roots. Adeline nodded in agreement. All right. After bidding farewell, Brendan returned to his room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he arrived, the Harlow knocked on the door. Mr. Zhang, Madam asked me to deliver the wild ginseng to you, she said. Brendan eagerly opened the door and had the Harlow place the box on the floor. Once she left, he couldn't wait to open the box. Inside were indeed 50 wild ginseng roots. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Brendan was overjoyed. Treating Adeline had earned him 200 wild ginseng roots, undoubtedly making him a wealthy man. Each 20-year-old wild ginseng root provided him with 2 portions of spirit energy, totaling 400 portions, a staggering amount. He immediately reached into the box and absorbed all the spirit energy from the ginseng roots. Sitting cross-legged, he sensed the total amount of spirit energy in his Naiwen palace. Even after practicing the pure Sinclair art and treating Adeline, he still had 300 portions left. Fantastic! Brendan was thrilled. With this much spirit energy, I can advance the pure Sinclair art to its peak of acquired stage, and even potentially break through to the innate stage, he mused, licking his lips. While he wasn't sure if he could reach the innate stage, achieving the peak of the acquired stage was definitely possible. Without hesitation, Brendan began practicing the pure Sinclair art. Spirit energy flowed steadily from his Naiwen palace, and was slowly refined into true chi under his control. With ample supply, his progress in the pure Sinclair art was terrifyingly fast, advancing 1 realm every day. 3 days ago, he had only unblocked 8 meridians. Boom. Another meridian was unblocked, expanding the volume of true chi within him. 2 days flew by, and the Wu Dao Exchange Tournament's team competition was just 1 evening away. Night fell, and inside Tianming Martial Arts Hall, Master Jacob and his disciple Isaac were present. Jacob looked displeased as he glared coldly at Isaac, listening to his report. Sweating profusely, Isaac helplessly said, Master, I've tried everything, but neither Brendan nor the Tan siblings have given us any opportunities. Brendan has stayed at Lady Xia's villa, and the Tan siblings spend most of their time in the hotel. We can't simply barge into the hotel to confront them. Isaac felt quite aggrieved explaining this. Following Jacob's orders had proven extremely difficult. Those three had been like turtles retracting into their shells, giving them no openings to exploit despite any means he might have. Jacob's face darkened. If they won't come out, why don't you lure them out? Well, Isaac laughed bitterly. Master, the Tan siblings have no relatives or weaknesses here. And Brendan's hometown is in Shangjiang, where we have no influence. I've sent people to investigate Brendan, but we found nothing useful. These answers clearly displeased Jacob. Just as the living room fell into an oppressive silence, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Jacob said somberly. The door creaked open, and Minnie walked in. Minnie, what are you doing here? Isaac asked impatiently. I came to help. I know you've been trying to find ways to deal with Brendan, and maybe I can assist. I used to be Brendan's girlfriend, so I know him well. Isaac was impatient. Can you call Brendan out now? He doesn't trust you. Besides, Brendan is an orphan with no parents. What weaknesses does he have? Minnie hurriedly responded. There is. I know Brendan has a girlfriend in Shangjiang, and I know where she lives. Chapter 208. Despicable means? These words instantly caught the attention of Jacob and Isaac. Isaac was both surprised and delighted, yet he also blamed, since there's such a thing, why didn't you say it earlier? As long as we capture Brendan's girlfriend, he'll have no choice but to comply. She is innocent after all. I don't want to involve her. Minnie hesitated somewhat. Isaac sneered. Are you afraid of involving the innocent with someone like her? This sentence felt like a slap in Minnie's face, making her expression quite ugly. Jacob interrupted Isaac. All right, since she's willing to provide this information, that's a good thing. Isaac, you personally go to Shangjiang and bring Brendan's girlfriend here. Tomorrow is the day of the martial arts exchange team competition. As long as we have his girlfriend, he won't have the courage or resources to oppose us. Isaac looked excited. Master, rest assured, I will definitely bring that Elaine here. He then turned to Minnie. Come with me. Minnie nodded through gritted teeth and followed Isaac out. They then drove toward the location of Shangjiang, and Isaac brought a group along. The group quickly got into a minivan, with Isaac and Minnie sitting in the middle van. The driver from Tianming Martial Arts School was confused. Senior brother, where are we going? To Shangjiang to capture someone, Isaac said. The disciple was surprised. Is that person very strong? Why do we need to bring so many people? Just capturing Elaine, but for safety, it's better to bring more people to avoid any accidents, Isaac replied. All right, let's go. Got it. The disciple nodded. The convoy soon set off, driving away. As they left the martial arts school, Isaac and the others did not notice a tail following them. A plain white car trailed behind their convoy. Inside, an unremarkable Jose was driving. He kept driving, keeping up with the convoy until they left the city. The Jose pulled out his phone and made a call. In a room on the third floor of a villa, Brendan sat cross-legged on the floor. With every breath he took, it seemed as though the air in the room was being drawn towards him. Upon closer inspection, one could hear a rumbling sound within Brendan's body, much like a river flowing. If someone were to observe closely, they would find an immense amount of true qi circulating within Brendan's body. The massive influx of true qi had greatly increased compared to a few days ago, surging and boiling like a river in flood. Boom! A muffled roar echoed within Brendan's body, as if something obstructive had just been breached. With this barrier broken, the true qi within Brendan's body became even more agitated. Large amounts of spirit energy were refined, eventually merging into the river of true qi. Time passed, perhaps a minute, perhaps an hour. Finally, the endless flow of true qi began to slow down. Brendan opened his eyes, a mixture of excitement and joy appearing in his eyes. The last meridian has finally been opened. Now, all 12 primary meridians in my body have been fully opened. This means my strength has reached the peak of the acquired stage. Brendan couldn't hide his excitement. I'm just one step away from reaching the innate realm. However, taking this step wasn't as simple as it seemed. Feeling the spirit energy within his mud pill palace, Brendan was astonished. It consumed 300 units of spirit energy. While my strength has improved dramatically, the consumption of spirit energy is also terrifying. Had it not been for the large amount of spirit energy he obtained from AnimeLand, his limited reserves wouldn't have been able to support such a massive consumption. Fortunately, the massive expenditure of spirit energy brought him to the peak of the acquired stage. Compared to before, the total amount of true qi in his body had increased by at least 5 times. Clenching his fists, feeling the explosive power inside his body, Brendan had no doubt that he now possessed strength enough to match or even defeat Jacob. Although Jacob has exceptional talent, he is still only flesh and blood. And my current strength has reached the peak of the acquired stage. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than I am now. Brendan's confidence soared. This newfound power made him feel overwhelmingly powerful. Even a prodigy like Jacob, he was confident he could defeat. Knock, knock, knock. Before Brendan could properly experience his newfound strength, a knock came at the door, accompanied by the voice of a Harlow. Mr. Zhang, Madam asked you to go to the living room immediately. There's an urgent matter. Urgent matter? Brendan was puzzled. He checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Taking a deep breath to calm the surging true qi within him, Brendan changed clothes and headed to the living room. Just as he entered, AnimeLand informed him of something serious. Mr. Zhang, someone monitoring Tianming Martial Arts School reported an important event. Just half an hour ago, Isaac and your ex-girlfriend left the city with a group of about 7 or 8 disciples from Tianming Martial Arts School, AnimeLand said. What? Brendan's expression turned serious. Isaac and Minnie? Why did they take people out of the city? AnimeLand said, we don't know yet, but they headed south. Brendan frowned deeper. Those 2 dogs leaving the city must not be up to anything good. They might be. Before Brendan finished, a bold guess suddenly flashed in his mind. They're going to Shangjiang. Surely Minnie must have told Isaac about Sister Clara. Brendan's face changed slightly. Shangjiang City was located to the south of Rongqing, meaning Isaac and company were likely heading there. Brendan couldn't sit still. Even though this was just a guess, precautionary measures were necessary. He immediately called Reese on his phone. When the call connected, Brendan spoke right away. Hey, Sister Clara, you may be in danger tonight. Leave your home immediately and stay at a hotel. Stay there for the next few days. Reese sounded startled on the other end, not understanding why Brendan was telling her this. Chapter 209, Confrontation. Arnold, what exactly happened? Reese asked anxiously. Brendan spoke apologetically. I'm sorry. I got into some trouble outside which has implicated you, Sister Clara. You should leave home and stay at a hotel immediately. All right. Hearing this, Reese realized the severity of the situation. Brendan repeated his warnings, urging Reese to stay safe over the next few days and not to leave her hotel room unless absolutely necessary. After that, he hung up. AnimeLand observed everything and suggested, you could consider bringing your girlfriend here. She can stay in the villa temporarily. The idea intrigued Brendan, but after a moment's thought, he declined. Avoidance is not the solution. Sister Clara will be safe enough in the hotel. My job now is to deal with the ones who caused the trouble. As he said these words, a glint of menace appeared in Brendan's eyes. Madam, I want you to take me to Isaac and Minnie, Brendan said. AnimeLand gave him a deep look. Knowing his intentions, she replied, all right. But I suggest you bring the brother and sister from xiuxian Martial Arts Club along. There are 10 people on the other side, and you won't be a match for them, AnimeLand advised. Brendan smiled gently. No, I'm confident that I can handle it alone. His tone was very assured. Seizing this opportunity, Brendan wanted to see just how strong he had become. AnimeLand was somewhat surprised. Facing 10 opponents alone? Was this man really that powerful? She quickly made a call and had a car ready within moments. Brendan got into the vehicle. The driver then sped off, taking him directly to confront Isaac and Minnie. Before leaving, AnimeLand reminded him, don't cause too much commotion. Even though it's nighttime, be mindful of the impact. Thank you, Brendan nodded. The black minivan soon left Roncheng and headed toward the convoy where Isaac and Minnie were located. As they moved closer, the distance between the two groups decreased. Unaware, inside Isaac's car, he was touching Minnie without any qualms. Initially, nothing significant occurred, but gradually, his hands became more invasive. Minnie resisted, whispering, "Ele, your Cody is still driving in front." Isaac laughed. Relax, we're all insiders. No outsiders know about this. With that, he hugged Minnie and let his hands explore beneath her clothes. Minnie struggled, angering Isaac. Slap. Isaac didn't hesitate, striking Minnie across the face. Cheap Elaine, recognize your place. It's an honor for you to entertain me. What right do you have to refuse? Minnie's cheek reddened and swelled as she stared at Isaac in disbelief, never imagining he would hit her. You, why did you hit me? I am your girlfriend. Minnie felt both wronged and furious. Huh? Isaac laughed mockingly. Girlfriend? Do you deserve it? You're just my toy. What right does someone like you have after betraying your boyfriend? You betrayed Brendan. You'll eventually betray me too. From the beginning, I never truly respected you. Obey me now, and I might give you some rewards. But if you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Isaac tore off his facade. Frightened by his terrifying true nature, Minnie realized that allying with Isaac and his group was akin to consorting with tigers. Her position and strength were nowhere near equal to theirs. She was merely a plaything to them. Isaac resumed touching her. This time, Minnie dared not resist, allowing him to do as he pleased while tears streamed down her face. Isaac wasted no time, quickly stripping Minnie naked before pushing her down and ravishing her on the back seat. The Martial Arts Club Junior in the front seat watched intently, until Isaac interrupted. Focus on driving, I'm still in the car. When I'm done with this Elaine, it'll be your turn. The Cody rejoiced. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, Minnie was horrified and angered. You can't treat me this way. Slap. Isaac struck her again. Shut up, slut. This isn't your place to speak. You are G. Minnie sobbed, feeling regretful. Had she known how cruel these people were, she wouldn't have joined forces with them. Imagining her bleak future, she cried louder. Annoyed by her crying, Isaac was about to strike her again when suddenly, the car ahead braked abruptly. What's going on? Isaac, nearly losing balance, was furious. The Cody explained, senior brother, the car in front stopped suddenly. Rubbish. Frowning, Isaac called the driver of the leading car. What happened? Why did you brake suddenly? The road was blocked by another vehicle, which is slowing down as if trying to force us to stop, came the reply. Isaac sensed something was amiss and instantly realized someone was targeting them. Humph, I'll see who dares. Prepare to stop, and alert the others to be cautious. The person forcing us to stop might mean harm. Yes, senior brother. The convoy of 4 cars followed the minivan onto a deserted road around midnight. The moon shone brightly, casting silver light like sand falling from the sky. Screech. The 4 vehicles stopped one by one with screeching brakes. Inside, the members of Tianming Martial Arts Club were on high alert, following Isaac's instructions with watchful eyes. Chapter 210. Standoff. To dare stopping their car on the highway like this, the person opposite must have some courage. However, the opponent only had 1 car while they had 10 people. With a significant numerical advantage, the group from Tianming Martial Arts Gym felt confident that they wouldn't run into any trouble. With this thought in mind, Isaac directly said, "A Kendrick, a Devlin, you guys get out of the car and check what's going on over there." Sure. 4 people got out of the car, each carrying an iron rod. Firearms were strictly controlled in Sinclairuo, making it virtually impossible to obtain guns. However, for burly men armed with iron rods still provided considerable intimidation, at least for the average person. The 4 approached the black sedan slowly. Their faces bore expressions of caution, and their hands couldn't help but grip their iron rods tightly. Just as they gradually approached, the door of the front car finally opened, and a man holding an iron rod stepped out. Brendan? In the car, Isaac immediately recognized who got out. Although it was dark, under the moonlight, he could clearly see who it was. So, it's Brendan. Could Blake and Suzette be sitting in that car too? Isaac's expression changed, instantly becoming tense. Though he had 10 people on his side, If Blake was in the car, the outcome of this confrontation would be uncertain. Be careful. Everyone gets out of the car and prepares for a fight, Isaac said sternly. All the disciples from Tianming martial arts gym got out, their faces reflecting grave anticipation of the battle ahead. On the other side, Brendan was already walking towards them, holding a rubber-coated iron rod, his eyes icy cold. Brendan, why are you blocking our way? You're quite brave. I didn't expect you to appear here. Are Blake and Suzette in your car? Tell them to come out as well. Isaac spoke with a deep voice. Brendan scoffed. Look at you panicking. Don't worry, I'm alone tonight. No one else is here. What? Upon hearing this, Isaac was both shocked and delighted. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Brendan, you sure have got showing up when we've been looking for you these days. Truly, hell is wide open and you walk right in. Isaac laughed wildly as he stepped down from the car, looking at Brendan triumphantly. Facing Isaac's ridicule, Brendan laughed as well. They both laughed, but while Isaac laughed mockingly, Brendan laughed at Isaac's arrogance. Both sides felt confident about winning, yet only by confronting each other would they know who the true victor was. Isaac laughed arrogantly as he came forward, gazing at Brendan with derision. Isaac, last time you set me up. Today, I'm here to settle the score, Brendan said, then looked towards the nearby car. Minnie, get out too. You betrayed me first and then sold me out twice. It's time we settle accounts. Anger surged in Brendan's voice. Initially, Minnie's betrayal made him furious, but now all he felt was the desire to kill her. Minnie, if left alive, would only cause more harm. Inside the car, Minnie's face turned pale at Brendan's harsh words. Brendan, what gives you the right to scold me? You deceived me. If you had told me you were so wealthy and capable from the start, I wouldn't have left. Listening to Minnie's skewed logic, Brendan almost laughed in spite of himself. From her words, he saw through her nature completely. She was a gold digger through and through. Thinking this, Brendan didn't bother wasting more words. Isaac laughed nonstop. Brendan, we let you escape last time, but not this time. We planned to capture your girlfriend in Shangjiang, but you've delivered yourself to us instead, saving us the trouble. This enraged Brendan even more. He glared at Isaac coldly. Delivered myself? No, I came here specifically to find you. Ha ha ha. Isaac laughed aloud. Brendan, you're just one man against so many of us. Do you really think you can defeat us? The disciples from Tianming martial arts gym also laughed, looking at Brendan as if he were a fool. Isaac sneered, and without hesitation, commanded, attack. Kill Brendan. At Isaac's order, the disciples moved in immediately. One disciple swung his iron rod straight at Brendan's head. The force behind it was immense. If it landed, it would crush anyone's skull. Just as the iron rod was about to hit Brendan, he acted. Taking a step back, he dodged the blow. At the same time, Sinclair energy from his dantian surged through his body like a raging river, enhancing every part of him within moments. Boom. The pure Sinclair energy boosted Brendan's physical abilities beyond normal human limits. With a casual swing of the iron rod, the speed was so intense that it nearly created a sonic boom. Despite Brendan acting later, the rod struck the Tianming disciple's head first. Bang! A dull thud sounded as the iron rod, laden with immense force, crushed the man's skull, splattering brain matter and blood. The disciple didn't even have time to scream before falling dead on the spot. A Kendrick! Someone shouted in shock. Hashtag chapter 211, 1 against 10. One of the martial arts disciples died instantly, shocking the other disciples from Tianming martial arts hall, including Isaac. They hadn't even had time to see Brendan's movements clearly before the iron rod struck the disciple's head. Damn it! Isaac was both startled and furious. He immediately shouted, attack him together. It's just one man. The remaining 9 disciples rushed forward in unison, attempting to surround Brendan. However, Brendan quickly retreated, his footwork agile and fluid, not giving them any chance to encircle him. His speed was remarkable, augmented by the pure Sinclair true chi. Brendan's strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. As the 9 disciples lunged forward, they realized how incredibly fast Brendan was. Before they could form a circle around him, Brendan had already slipped away nimbly. At the same time, his counterattack arrived. He darted forward, his body moving with ghost-like speed. Before anyone could react, Brendan was already standing before one of the disciples. The disciple was taken aback, instantly raising his iron rod to strike Brendan. Brendan and this disciple attacked simultaneously. His speed was blinding. The moment the opponent raised his hands to chest level, Brendan's iron rod already struck the man's head. Bang! Another dull thud sounded, and the second disciple fell dead. With Brendan's incredible strength, a single strike of his iron rod could easily shatter a skull, regardless of its hardness. Having killed the second person, Brendan's murderous intent surged. Last time at the cafe, these people had chased him into a corner, forcing him to leap off the second floor and hide in the river for a whole night. If he didn't have some skills, he would be dead by now. Now, the tables were turned, and it was time for revenge. With this thought, Brendan's eyes filled with even more intense killing intent. He launched his attack, his iron rod swinging like the scythe of death, reaping lives mercilessly. Bang! A third cracking sound of bones was heard. Another disciple fell bleeding profusely to the ground. Ah! The remaining disciples were visibly shaken, their expressions tightening. How is this possible? His speed is astonishing, even faster than Brother Bryce. He's killed 3 already. How could Brendan be so strong? Quick, surround him. Everyone together. Voices filled with shock and panic rang out. The once confident and aggressive disciples were now completely demoralized. Brendan's lightning-fast and ruthless attacks left them in disbelief, almost as if they saw Jacob's shadow. In the back of the crowd, Isaac watched everything unfold, his expression incredulous and disbelieving. No way, how can Brendan be so strong? Last time we fought, he wasn't nearly this powerful, Isaac muttered in shock. The Tianming martial arts hall disciples were stunned and terrified, but Brendan showed no signs of stopping. He pounced forward with the agility of a sprinting cheetah, smashing down his iron rod. The disciple tried to block with trembling hands, but when the two iron rods collided, a terrifying force surged through the disciple's arms. The impact was overwhelming, and he failed to defend properly. Brendan's iron rod shattered the man's skull. Fourth one. Brendan's gaze was ice cold. Out of 10 disciples, half had already fallen to his hand. The survivors panicked. Their once confident expressions now twisted with fear and dread, nothing like their initial arrogance. Scrambling, all the surrounding disciples scattered, no one daring to approach Brendan. Seeing this, Isaac was both alarmed and enraged. He yelled, "Everyone, attack! No one retreats. Whoever kills Brendan gets 10 million yuan. Money talks." The remaining 5 disciples hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of 10 million. They exchanged glances and charged towards Brendan together. Good move. Brendan was fearless, the consecutive killings giving him unprecedented confidence. He met them head-on, and as he did, his heavenly eye activated, slowing down their actions in his vision. Each movement of the 5 disciples was crystal clear to him. Entering their midst, Brendan was like a tiger among sheep. Ah! Ah! More screams echoed as 2 more disciples dropped dead within moments. Brendan's speed was too great. No one could keep up. Suddenly sobering, the disciples realized the enormous gap between themselves and Brendan. "Run!" Someone yelled, and that person fled, dropping their iron rod on the ground. Seeing this, the last 2 men lost all will to fight and bolted, looking as though they wished they had extra legs. Too late. Brendan's killing intent flared. Having killed so many tonight, he wouldn't let these 3 live. He burst into motion, chasing them down with ghost-like speed. Bang! An iron rod smashed into one disciple's head, ending his life. The other 2, hearing the scream behind them, ran even faster, terror gripping their hearts. Watching all this, Isaac, still in front of the car, was dumbfounded. He never imagined Brendan could be so strong, defeating 10 opponents without injury. These weren't ordinary people. They were trained martial arts disciples. Why is he so strong? I must run, or he'll kill me. Isaac, paralyzed by fear, thought of nothing else but escape. Chapter 212, Resolving Mini. Now, there was no trace of his previous confidence and arrogance. His frantic escape looked no different from that of a clown. Isaac quickly got back into the car, with Minnie, who had witnessed everything, sitting next to him in horror. Her face was filled with terror. "Drive. Let's go quickly. If Brendan catches us, he will definitely kill us." "Shut up, you useless Elaine. Do I need you to tell me this?" Isaac bellowed, venting his anger and fear on Minnie. In a panic, he fumbled for the car keys and tried to start the engine, but perhaps due to his nervousness, he failed several times. Meanwhile, Brendan had already dealt with the last person who tried to escape. Seeing this, Isaac was terrified. "Hurry up, drive. Brendan is coming," Minnie urged, her voice shaking with fear. Isaac was at the brink of despair, but then it seemed like he remembered something. He quickly opened the door and yanked Minnie from the back seat. "Ah! What are you doing?" Minnie screamed in terror. She soon understood his intentions and struggled fiercely. Isaac didn't hesitate, slapping her hard across the face. "Shut up." He roughly pushed Minnie, now disheveled, to the ground and quickly got back into the car. This time, he finally managed to start the engine. Isaac slammed down on the gas pedal and sped away. Brendan, hearing the roar of the engine, immediately realized Isaac was escaping. Unfortunately, he was a step too late and could only watch as Isaac drove off. "He got away," Brendan muttered, his expression darkening. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Minnie sobbing by the roadside. The furrow between his brows eased slightly. "At least there's some gain," Brendan thought coldly, approaching Minnie. His primary targets today were Minnie and Isaac. He initially feared they both had escaped, but Minnie was still here. Upon closer inspection, Minnie lay on the ground, her clothes in tatters, barely covering her body. "Wah!" Minnie sat crying, one side of her face swollen from abuse. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Minnie looked up to see Brendan standing before her, causing her to turn pale. "Arnold, I'm sorry, please let me go," she pleaded through tears, her entire body trembling with fear. Chuckle. Looking at Minnie's pitiful state, Brendan found it laughable. "Minnie, you have the nerve to beg for mercy after betraying me 3 times, he said coldly. Trembling, Minnie crawled toward him. "I made a mistake. I truly understand that now. Arnold, give me another chance. The last 2 times were because Tianming Martial Arts Hall forced me. I never wanted to betray you. It was Isaac who coerced me. Look at my face. It's all bruised." Brendan sneered. "You deserve it." Minnie sobbed uncontrollably, her fear overwhelming as she begged Brendan to spare her. "Please, Arnold, consider our past relationship. I'm willing to return to you and do whatever you say. If you spare me, even if you make me a dog, I'll do it," Minnie pleaded. Minnie regretted her actions bitterly. If she had known this would be her fate, she never would have betrayed Brendan. Brendan, seeing Minnie's disheveled state, knew exactly what had transpired between her and Isaac in the car. He felt disgusted. Such a Elaine had no boundaries. How had he ever fallen for Minnie? A dog? "I don't want a dog that bites its master. Just rest in peace." Brendan's voice was icy cold. Without another word, he swung an iron rod and struck Minnie's head. "No." A desperate cry left Minnie's lips as she instantly died. Bang! Her skull caved in, and her body fell to the ground, her face frozen in terror and regret. Having easily disposed of Minnie, Brendan glanced around the scene, which resembled a battlefield. Bodies lay scattered, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, a true hell on earth. Without emotion, Brendan got into his car and left the area. Tianming Martial Arts Hall. The screech of brakes echoed as a black van rushed into the courtyard. The door flew open, revealing a drenched and breathless Isaac. He hurried to the depths of the hall and knocked on Jacob's door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "Master, it's me." Something has happened. Isaac's voice trembled. Inside, Jacob sensed something was wrong and quickly opened the door, only to see Isaac's face filled with fear and panic. What happened? Isaac, sweating profusely, said, "It's Brendan. I was leading people to Shangjiang, but Brendan ambushed us halfway. He killed everyone, and I'm the only one who escaped." What? Jacob was stunned. Blake did this? No, just Brendan alone. He killed everyone. We underestimated him. His strength might not be much weaker than Blake's. Isaac was still in shock. Jacob's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Impossible. I've seen Brendan. He can't be this strong, Jacob said sternly. Isaac grew anxious. It's true. We were all deceived by Brendan. In reality, he's incredibly strong. He killed 10 disciples single-handedly. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would be dead too. He's very powerful, possibly almost as strong as you, Master. Jacob frowned, finding it hard to believe. That's astonishing. Last week, his strength wasn't that impressive. Killing 10 of my disciples by himself? What nonsense. Tell me exactly what happened. Don't miss any details, Jacob ordered gravely. Chapter 213. Team competition begins. Isaac nodded nervously, then recounted in detail what had happened earlier. From his account, Jacob heard something that shocked him. Brendan's strength is actually this formidable? Jacob furrowed his brows tightly. One man with one stick defeated 10 martial arts school disciples. It was important to note that these disciples were all trained, not just ordinary people despite not being considered masters. Brendan managed to defeat 10 martial arts school disciples on his own, which was astonishing. Even if Brendan wasn't as strong as he was, the gap between them wouldn't be large. With this thought, Jacob's face darkened. I didn't expect Brendan to be so powerful. We've all been deceived by him, Jacob said coldly. Isaac appeared flustered. Master, what should we do now? With Brendan's strength, they will likely perform extremely well in tomorrow's team competition. Jacob glared at Isaac fiercely. So what if Brendan is strong? Does he think he can be stronger than me? Even if he teams up with Blake, I am confident I can defeat both of them. His tone was filled with unwavering confidence when he spoke. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, remembering Jacob's formidable strength. His heart settled slightly. No matter how powerful Brendan was, he couldn't possibly match their master. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. A flash of coldness passed through Jacob's eyes. In this team competition, I'll find an opportunity to kill Brendan. The next day, as dawn broke, Blake and Suzette, brother and sister, called Brendan. They found out that Brendan had already returned to the Rongqing Hotel. The three met up in the hotel room where Blake's expression clearly showed excitement and anticipation. Today is the start of the team competition. The competition won't last too long. When the time comes, I will be the main force, and you two just need to assist and support me, Blake said. Suzette nodded lightly, and Brendan smiled and nodded as well. He didn't contradict Blake's words. He planned to surprise everyone once the team competition began. After a simple breakfast, they headed for the competition venue. It was still the familiar villa, and the trio walked straight into the garden. Although it was early, many people had already gathered there. Many eyes immediately focused on Brendan. News of what happened a week ago had spread far and wide, and everyone knew about the near-death incident involving Brendan. Seeing Brendan appear again, many wore expressions of curiosity. Brendan is back. Looks like he has recovered well. Weren't they saying Brendan almost died? Can't believe he still dared to come for the team competition. If it were me, I would have already left. Brendan sure has guts. Knowing he was hunted once, he dares to involve himself in Blake and Jacob's conflict again. Is it for Suzette? People murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Brendan varying widely. Brendan heard everything clearly but didn't care. The three sat down in a spot within the garden and waited patiently. Time ticked by, and more people arrived. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. The Tianming martial arts school members are here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance of the garden, where a group walked in, clearly from the Tianming martial arts school. Leading the group was Jacob, walking with a tiger-like gait, radiating a powerful aura. Behind him were Isaac and other Tianming martial arts school disciples. As they entered the garden, people made way for them. Everyone looked at Jacob with awe and respect. Jacob enjoyed the looks of reverence, smiling slightly as he spotted Brendan and the others. Their gazes clashed in midair, creating an invisible tension. Anyone could see the hostility between the two groups. The previously noisy garden suddenly fell silent. Not a sound could be heard in the vast garden, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Jacob didn't say much, and led his men to sit opposite Brendan and the others. But at this moment, Brendan stood up, his eyes directly landing on Isaac. Isaac, you ran pretty fast last night. You got lucky escaping last night, but luck doesn't always favor you. Don't fall into my hands next time. Brendan taunted openly. Russell. The crowd was taken aback by Brendan's words, causing a commotion. What happened? Brother Zhang, did you encounter Isaac last night? Blake's expression became serious, asking anxiously. Brendan smiled slightly. Don't worry, Brother Tan. Just some minor friction last night with Isaac. I didn't suffer any losses, only someone else did. Saying this, Brendan's smile grew more mocking as he eyed the people around Isaac. Oh dear. How come your Tianming martial arts school is missing some people? Several core members aren't here today. Didn't some of them get killed somewhere last night? Ha ha ha, Brendan laughed loudly. This remark astonished everyone. All eyes turned to the garden, noticing that indeed, some core disciples of the Tianming martial arts school were missing. The atmosphere instantly heated up as everyone began to discuss and speculate about what had happened last night. Isaac, enraged by Brendan's words, exploded. Brendan, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't listen to Brendan. He's just twisting the facts. Isaac's face was livid with anger, glaring daggers at Brendan. If looks could kill, he would have sliced Brendan into pieces right now. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed mockingly. Seeing Isaac's enraged look filled him with satisfaction. He enjoyed seeing his enemies angry yet powerless against him. Chapter 214. Mockery and Provocation. Nonsense. I heard that last night, 10 people died on a remote road outside the city. Allegedly, all 10 were core disciples of your Tianming martial arts hall, Brendan said with a light laugh. Boom. This statement was like dropping a deep water bomb into a still lake, instantly causing waves to surge. Everyone burst into an uproar, almost refusing to believe their ears. They all turned to look at Isaac and his group, only to see them with faces as dark as thunderclouds, so gloomy it seemed ink would drip from their expressions. Impossible. Did Tianming Martial Arts Hall really lose 10 disciples last night? This is a joke. Who has the power to make Tianming Martial Arts Hall suffer like this? The one who killed 10 Tianming Martial Arts Hall disciples. Could it be Brendan? The atmosphere on the scene became feverish, everyone feeling incredulous. Tianming Martial Arts Hall was the most powerful martial arts hall in Rongqing, and even the whole of Jiangnan. It had always been Tianming Martial Arts Hall bullying others. When did it ever suffer such a heavy loss? It was simply inconceivable. Inside the garden, Isaac's face was now as dark as could be. He was furious, his eyes practically shooting flames. The incident last night was a huge humiliation for him, and having Brendan rub salt into the wound made it impossible for Isaac to accept. Brendan, you are absolutely too much. Enraged, Isaac charged directly at Brendan. Well done. Brendan's eyes lit up as he was about to strike back. AI stop. Jacob instantly barked at Isaac, stretching out a large hand to press him down where he stood. Master, Brendan is incredibly arrogant. I cannot tolerate being humiliated by him. Isaac gnashed his teeth. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deeply into his palms. Fool, can't you see Brendan is deliberately provoking you? If you dare go over there, Brendan could kill you right here and now. Jacob lowered his voice angrily. These words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on Isaac, who had been boiling with anger just moments ago. He instantly regained his senses. He realized he was no match for Brendan. If he really rushed over, he might not survive or would end up gravely injured. Thinking of this, Isaac broke out in a cold sweat. Opposite him, Brendan felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Isaac being held back by Jacob. If Isaac had really come at him, he could have used it as an excuse to disable Isaac right then and there. Brendan, you are truly despicable. Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed. Brendan sneered. Who is more despicable than me? At least I didn't set a trap to plot against you, or go to my hometown to capture my friends to threaten me. Bam. The surrounding people gasped in surprise. Isaac blushed crimson. Brendan, you're just talking nonsense. Do you have any proof? Huh. Brendan laughed coldly. Indeed, I don't have evidence, but watch out when you fall into my hands. Last night you ran fast, so I let you escape, but you won't be that lucky every time. Leaving this threat hanging in the air, Brendan turned around and returned to his seat. Isaac's face turned scarlet with rage, clenching his teeth but unable to fight back due to his inferior strength. Confronted with Brendan's mockery, all he could do was vent his helpless fury inwardly. Damn. Isaac cursed inwardly and finally sat down, stifling his frustration. Blake and Suzette were both stunned. Brother Zhang, what exactly happened last night? Blake couldn't help but ask. Brendan did not hide anything and recounted what had happened the previous night. Both of them showed signs of anger after listening, with Blake clenching his fists. Tianming Martial Arts Hall is indeed despicable, always resorting to underhanded tricks. But I didn't expect Brother Zhang to be so strong. 10-armed Tianming Martial Arts Hall disciples. You actually? Blake was astounded, very aware of how formidable Brendan had become. How could your strength improve so drastically in just over a week? Brendan smiled modestly, just a slight improvement. Blake? The farce between Brendan and Isaac quickly ended, but the atmosphere in the garden had already changed significantly because of the earlier incident. Anyone could tell that the relationship between Brendan and his two companions with Tianming Martial Arts Hall had reached an irreconcilable point. This team competition was likely to be very exciting. Who knows who will be the ultimate winner? Someone couldn't help commenting. Nearby, another person laughed. Of course, it's Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Don't forget how formidable Jacob is. As long as they can't get past Jacob, Brendan and his two companions have no chance of winning. This sentiment resonated with many. Jacob's terrifying strength had previously left them awestruck. Time ticked by, and soon it was time for the team competition to begin. Dong! A bell rang, immediately capturing everyone's attention, followed by a series of footsteps. Led by Jeremiah, the Wushu Association officials and their guests walked in. In the crowd, Camden Yenning was among them. Besides her, another stunning Elaine, notably Adeline, also drew considerable attention. What a beautiful Elaine. Who is she? Adeline and Ayana instantly became the focus of everyone's attention upon appearing together. The two beauties were extraordinary, one mature and gentle, the other proud and independent, drawing every man's gaze as they walked together. Everyone soon took their seats in the audience. Then Jeremiah stood up, shifting everyone's attention away from the two beauties. Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of intense individual matches, the rankings for the individual competition of this year's Martial Arts Exchange Conference have been finalized. And today marks the official start of the team competition. Teams of 3 will engage in mixed battles, with the rest of the rules remaining identical to the individual competition. I hereby declare the start of the team competition for this year's Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Jeremiah's announcement was met with enthusiastic applause from everyone present. Wushu Association staff and referees promptly stepped onto the stage. Team 1, Team 15. A staff member announced. 2 groups of contestants walked onto the stage. Begin. At the referee's command, the 2 teams engaged in battle. With 6 fighters involved, this confrontation was undoubtedly more complex than the previous individual matches. As the saying goes, even 2 fists find it hard to defeat 4 hands. Unless the skill disparity was significant, defeating an entire team single-handedly in a team competition was virtually impossible. Chapter 215. Head-on confrontation. The 6-person battles were far more spectacular than the previous individual matches, capturing everyone's full attention on the stage. The combat on the platform was intense, with fists and feet flying back and forth among the 6 participants, creating a chaotic battlefield. As time passed, The scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of one side or the other. One by one, participants retreated, and the first round of team matches quickly concluded. Team 1 wins, announced the referee. Team 2, Team 14. Another pair of teams stepped onto the platform. Team 3, Team 13. Team 4, Team 12. Teams continued to take turns stepping onto the platform. Some won, others lost. The intense battles stained the stage with blood. By the end, the entire surface of the platform was soaked in it. One by one, the teams took their turn, and soon it was Brendan's trio's turn. Team 5, Team 11. Blake stood up first, his excitement clearly visible. As soon as he heard the call for Team 5, he was already eagerly rubbing his hands together and standing up. When Team 11 saw that their opponents were Brendan's trio, their faces immediately turned pale. Wait, we forfeit. Clearly, they knew their limits and understood they were no match for Brendan's trio. The three of them together probably couldn't even defeat Blake. There was no need to go up and be beaten. Team 5 wins. Team 6, Team 10. This time, it was Jacob's trio who stood up, and their opponents made the same choice. We forfeit. Team 10 raised their hands immediately. Seeing this, everyone found it quite normal. Many faces now showed anticipation. With 15 teams, the first round ended swiftly. The first round of the team competition has ended. We will take a 2-hour break before the second round begins, the referee's voice echoed. This announcement brought a sigh of relief from many, especially those who were injured and needed bandaging or treatment. Among all the people in the garden, only Brendan's trio and the group from Tianming Martial Arts Hall remained unscathed. Blake looked at the people from Tianming Martial Arts Hall, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He turned to Brendan and said, Brother Zhang, if we face Jacob's team later, we should just forfeit. We're no match for them. Jacob is incredibly strong, and I'm not his opponent. Suzette nodded in agreement, showing no objection. However, when she glanced at Brendan, he said, Big Brother Tan, I'd like to change our fighting order later. I'll go up against Jacob. What? These words stunned both Blake and Suzette, their faces filled with shock. Suzette, usually composed, hastily said, Mr. Zhang, are you crazy? You're no match for Jacob. Blake nodded. That's right. Jacob is even stronger than he was 3 years ago. I can't defeat him either. I didn't see your battle with Jacob last time, but I can assure you, Jacob can easily defeat me. His current strength is almost unbeatable. Although he felt helpless, Blake had to admit Jacob's overwhelming power. However, Brendan smiled despite hearing this. I know Jacob is very strong, but I have confidence. Even if I'm not his match, I won't lose too disgracefully, Brendan replied. Blake was astonished, doubting his own ears. Seeing that the two still didn't believe him, Brendan said, Let me give it a try. If I can't handle Jacob, we'll forfeit then. Seeing Brendan's insistence, Blake didn't want to refuse, so he reluctantly nodded but warned, If you can't hold up, just forfeit immediately. Otherwise, Jacob will use harsher tactics. Got it. Brendan nodded. The 2 hours passed quickly, and the second round of the team competition began. This time, it was a 7-4 elimination. Brendan's trio and Jacob's group did not face each other again, indicating that Jeremiah had adjusted the numbers to ensure they would only meet in the finals. Both sides easily intimidated their opponents into surrendering without needing to fight, speeding up the competition process. The second round concluded swiftly, followed by the 4-2 round, and finally, the last round. At this moment, the atmosphere in the garden changed drastically. A stormy air spread among the crowd, and everyone felt the tension. A heavy sense of urgency permeated the garden, causing many to involuntarily sweat. Jacob's team wore smiles. Meanwhile, Jeremiah stood up. This is the final round of the team competition between Tianming Martial Arts Hall and xiuxian Martial Arts Hall. This match will determine the champions and runners-up. Please step forward. With Jeremiah's words, Jacob didn't move, while Isaac laughed. Brendan, Blake, Suzette, why don't you just forfeit? You're no match for us. There's no need for this battle. The disciples of Tianming Martial Arts Hall burst into laughter. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Brendan's trio. Brendan stood up, followed by Blake and Suzette, as they walked onto the platform. This sight shocked everyone. Are Brendan's trio mad? They're no match for Jacob's team. Yes, Jacob's strength is terrifying. He easily defeated Blake in the individual match. Blake can't stand against Jacob, let alone Brendan and Suzette. xiuxian Martial Arts Hall has no chance of winning. They're just asking for humiliation. Witnessing the trio stepping up to fight, everyone in the garden was utterly surprised. Jacob had already displayed his formidable strength in the individual matches. Everyone wondered how Brendan's trio had the courage to challenge them. Ha ha ha. Isaac burst into triumphant laughter. He originally thought Brendan's trio wouldn't step up, but seeing them do so meant they could defeat them openly. If they went too far, no one would criticize them. Brendan, heaven had a path for you, but you chose to enter hell. You dare to step up? Let's see how you'll escape today. Isaac laughed maniacally, as if victory was assured. Chapter 2:16. I will fight you. Jacob's face also showed a sinister smile, while the others in the audience thought the three of them were utterly mad. Knowing well they weren't a match for Tianming Martial Arts Hall, why did they still step onto the stage? Giving Tianming Martial Arts Hall the chance to strike first, weren't they afraid that the hall's people would secretly deal heavy blows? Insane, simply insane. In a no-holds-barred fight, Brendan and the other two may never be able to come down from the stage. Someone couldn't help but comment aloud. The crowd around him nodded in agreement with his remarks. No one understood why Brendan and the others had to step onto the stage. Given the clear conflict between them and Tianming Martial Arts Hall, they could have easily secured second place without mounting the platform. However, by stepping on stage, weren't they just providing Tianming Martial Arts Hall a legitimate reason to attack them? By then, forget about second place. Whether they could walk off the stage unscathed was highly questionable. Thinking this, everyone looked at Brendan and the others with incomprehension. In the guest seats, Ayana and Adeline both frowned slightly. Mr. Zhang seems a bit too impulsive. I've heard of Jacob. He is currently the recognized #1 master in Jiangnan. With his strength, there's no one in all of Jiangnan who can stand against him. Mr. Zhang stepping onto the stage with two others is extremely dangerous, AnimeLand said, her voice filled with confusion. She clearly saw that Blake and Suzette had no intentions of fighting Tianming Martial Arts Hall on the stage. It was Brendan who stood up first, and the siblings followed suit. AnimeLand turned to look at Ayana. Yinning, do you think Mr. Zhang has the confidence to get through this battle? Ayana paused, deep in thought. After some moments, she shook her head. I'm not sure. Although I've known Mr. Zhang for some time, I find it hard to read him. He carries many secrets, but he's not a rash or foolish person. Since he dared to bring people onto the stage, I believe he must have something reliable. AnimeLand felt surprised. Her eyes grew curious as well. What does Brendan rely on to dare challenge Jacob, the top expert of Jiangnan? On the stage, the referee had approached, clearly nervous since this match was special. Gentlemen, this is an exchange match. No one should use lethal force during the fight, the referee warned in a low tone. Isaac laughed out loud. No holds barred. If any accidents happen later, it's inevitable. This statement from Isaac made it clear what it implied. The entire garden instantly filled with tense and serious air, a thick smell of gunpowder and hostility seemingly spreading gradually. Affected by the atmosphere, many people showed evident signs of tension, their gazes fixed tightly on the stage. The previously bustling crowd fell silent involuntarily. The huge garden became so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. Begin. Upon the referee's order, Blake stepped forward immediately. I'll take the lead, he said seriously. Isaac laughed loudly. Blake, you're no match for my master. Have you forgotten how he defeated you days ago? I wonder who gave you the courage to challenge my master. Even if the three of you fight together, you won't be a match for my master. Isaac's arrogance was obvious standing next to Jacob, his face radiating confidence and insolence for everyone to see. These words darkened Blake's expression, yet he found no ground to refute since Isaac was right. In the previous individual competition, he had lost miserably to Jacob, and if they fought again now, it would likely end similarly. Just as Blake felt embarrassed, Brendan walked out, placing a hand on Blake's shoulder before moving forward. Brendan's action caught everyone's attention. Don't misunderstand. The one who will make a move today is me. I will challenge Jacob. What? These words sent shockwaves throughout the garden. Everyone buzzed with surprise, unable to believe what they had just heard. The atmosphere erupted, with everyone talking. Has Brendan gone crazy? A newcomer challenging Jacob? Jacob is the best in Jiangnan now. Even Blake was thoroughly defeated by him, and Brendan dares to challenge him. Too arrogant. I admit Brendan is strong, but he doesn't qualify to fight Jacob. Derision, ridicule, and disdain. Harsh glares fell upon Brendan. Everyone thought he was mad, and no one believed he was a match for Jacob. With arms crossed, Jacob squinted at Brendan, a mocking smirk appearing in his eyes. You want to challenge me? I know your strength isn't bad, but you're on par with Blake at most. Even Blake was thoroughly defeated by me. What makes you think you can challenge me? Truly overestimating yourself, Jacob sneered, his words full of contempt. Blake and Suzette's faces showed evident concern. Both wanted to give up the match, knowing they had no chance against Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Facing skepticism and ridicule, Brendan remained calm, even smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's me. You Tianming Martial Arts Hall once gave me a big gift. Courtesy demands a reciprocal visit. So, I should return the favor. Fortunately, I've made some progress lately, so let me take this fight for you. Brendan's tone was confident. Ha ha ha. Jacob burst into laughter as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Brendan, you are truly overestimating yourself. Who are you, daring to challenge my master? Isaac mocked freely. Brendan glanced at him. You're only my underling. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Hearing this, Isaac seethed, gritting his teeth. Brendan, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, Jacob stepped forward. Fine, I'll fight you. Since you're courting death, I'll oblige you. Chapter 217, shocking the entire audience. Boom. As Jacob finished his sentence, a terrifying aura surged from him. This momentum was like a fearsome mountain tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make ordinary people tremble in fear. The ferocious tiger-like aura enveloped Jacob as he stepped forward. Isaac and the others around him quickly retreated. Even the referee hurriedly moved out of the way. Blake's expression changed drastically. He hurried forward. Brother Zhang, let's admit defeat. You're no match for Jacob. His voice was filled with worry. Having faced Jacob before, he knew just how powerful Jacob was. He didn't believe that Brendan could be Jacob's equal. Brendan smiled. Brother Tan. It's been only 3 days, yet things have changed. I'm not the same person anymore. Blake was dumbfounded, but seeing Brendan's confident demeanor, he could only grit his teeth and choose to trust him. The siblings finally stepped back, leaving most of the platform space to Brendan and Jacob. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Tick, tick, tick. The air was eerily silent. The scene was utterly quiet. Jacob grinned menacingly. You young people really don't know your place. Today, I'll teach you a lesson so you understand there are always greater men and higher heavens. Boom. The terrifying aura unleashed by Jacob spread ruthlessly. In the next instant, he pounced forward like a wild tiger. Jacob has made his move. The audience watching this couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Everyone was intently watching Jacob's every move, eager to see him showcase his near-invincible strength and crush Brendan with overwhelming force. Fast. Jacob's speed was incomparably fast, appearing in front of Brendan in the blink of an eye. He launched a punch, the fearsome fist carrying immense power, like a solid cannonball hurtling towards Brendan. Good. Brendan's eyes sparkled with determination. Boom. An invisible roar sounded within him. In an instant, the vast true chi at the peak of acquired realm surged from Brendan's dantian and flowed through his meridians into his limbs and bones. Under the enhancement of pure Sinclair true chi, Brendan's physical prowess reached astonishing levels. Now, Jacob's fist was right in front of him. Faced with this formidable punch, Brendan neither dodged nor evaded. What he wanted most from this battle was to gauge just how strong he had become. and how he measured up against Jacob, the undisputed top fighter of Xiuxian. Brendan chose not to evade and directly went for a direct confrontation with Jacob. Is he mad? Everyone else was shocked. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Brendan's and Jacob's fists collided. Bang! A dull sound echoed as their fists met, instantly creating an astounding impact akin to the collision of Mars and Earth. Brendan felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, so powerful that he couldn't help but take a step back. Meanwhile, Jacob also had a stunned look on his nearly 2-meter-tall frame. Under everyone's gaze, he, too, took a step back, exactly like Brendan. That one punch, a draw. What? The atmosphere in the garden suddenly boiled over, everyone in shock, staring disbelievingly at the scene on the platform. This is impossible. Isaac was the first to exclaim aloud. What kind of joke is this? That guy Brendan actually managed to match Master Zhang? It wasn't just Isaac who was shocked. Almost everyone in the garden was astounded. Who was Jacob? The current undisputed top fighter of Xiuxian, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a robust body like an iron tower, possessing extraordinary natural strength and immense power. On the other hand, while Brendan wasn't weak, he paled in comparison to Jacob. Visually, Jacob's massive build was more than enough to engulf Brendan whole. Despite the huge size disparity between them, their strength appeared evenly matched. What kind of joke was this? How can you have such strength? Jacob himself was amazed, looking at Brendan with astonishment. Behind them, Blake and Suzette almost rushed forward, their expressions mirroring everyone else's. On the platform, Brendan slightly moved his wrist, his face showing excitement. Surprised? What awaits you is even more shocking. That was just a probe. The real fight is about to begin. Brendan's face showed the excitement of a true combat enthusiast. Without giving anyone else time to react, Brendan charged straight at Jacob. Jacob was both astonished and furious, arrogant. I've practiced martial arts for 20 years, born with great strength, learned the best from many styles. Am I afraid of you? Jacob came forward to meet the challenge. Their figures clashed again, leading to an intense exchange. An enraged Jacob exerted his full strength, his fists swinging wildly like a sandbag, displaying a brute strength that was awe-inspiring. His fists flew like the wind, each blow extremely threatening. Faced with Jacob's assault, Brendan did not dodge, choosing to confront head-on. Their fists continuously clashed, their figures engaged in fierce combat. In a short time, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The intense sparring left the audience mesmerized, unable to tear their eyes away for fear of missing any detail. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides unleashed powerful attacks, the bone-shaking collisions stirring the blood. The strength displayed by both was remarkable, with Jacob demonstrating ox-like strength and agility like a leopard. But what was most shocking was that Brendan was able to hold his ground against Jacob. After dozens of exchanges, both were evenly matched, each landing solid blows without either gaining the upper hand. Swoosh. The crowd below was utterly astounded, almost unwilling to believe what they saw. How is this possible? How could Brendan be so powerful? Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, the most shocked was Jacob on the platform. He was both surprised and angry, never expecting Brendan to be able to match him. Brendan, we all underestimated you. I thought Blake was the threat, but you are the real ace up the sleeve. We were all deceived by you. Jacob's eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to consume Brendan. Brendan grinned. Is this all you've got? Jacob, I truly overestimated you. Arrogant. Jacob erupted in anger, his entire body resembling a roaring lion. Chapter 2:18. Brendan versus Jacob. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists connecting with flesh echoed throughout the garden. Each clash between the two represented a collision of power, and this intense visual impact made everyone's blood boil as if it were on fire. They exchanged dozens more blows, then separated after their fists collided once again. First round over, 1-minute break. The referee announced. Blake and Suzette quickly approached Brendan's side. Brother Zhang. Brendan smiled excitedly, not showing any sign of being fatigued or injured. His enthusiastic smile indicated he was thoroughly enjoying this fight. Isaac hurried forward to check on Jacob. Master, are you alright? I'm fine. I didn't expect Brendan to have such strength, Jacob said, his face dark with displeasure. He originally thought Blake was his opponent, but now he understood that Brendan was the true powerhouse. Isaac's expression turned anxious. He had watched their battle closely and hadn't expected Brendan's strength to be on par with Jacob's. This meant there was a possibility that Jacob could lose, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, you? Isaac was interrupted mid-sentence by Jacob. Do you think I will lose? Isaac quickly waved his hands. Master, I didn't mean it like that. Jacob showed a sinister smile. Don't worry. I've already found a way to defeat Brendan. These words filled Isaac with surprise and joy. At that moment, the atmosphere in the garden had undergone a complete transformation. Just minutes ago, everyone was mocking Brendan for his supposed overconfidence, but now the situation had completely reversed. He's kept his true abilities hidden. Brendan is truly keeping his abilities under wraps. How did he manage this? His physique is clearly inferior to Jacob's, yet how does he have such formidable strength? Turns out Brendan is the real powerhouse within the Xiuxian martial arts hall. To match Jacob blow for blow, who will ultimately win this fight? Brendan is the one who hides his tiger heart beneath the guise of a pig. Wasn't it rumored that Brendan almost died from an ambush by Tianming Martial Arts Hall before? Is that just a rumor? Everyone was abuzz with speculation, each person feeling astonished. In the main seat, Jeremiah was equally surprised, as were the veteran martial arts masters beside him. The youth is indeed formidable, incredibly formidable. We thought Xiuxian produced only Jacob, but now there's also Brendan. Yes, and Brendan surpasses Jacob in many ways. He's younger and has room for future growth. These discussions continued, while Shauna and AnimeLand, seated nearby, also looked astonished. The 1-minute break quickly passed, and the previously chattering crowd fell silent. Brendan and Jacob faced each other once more. Second round begins. The referee announced. With those words, Jacob laughed, Brendan, I admit your body is indeed quite strong, but you have a fatal flaw. Upon hearing this, Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly, already understanding Jacob's thoughts. Jacob did not elaborate further and immediately launched an attack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, their bodies clashed once again. The brutal force of fist to flesh signaled the start of the second round. However, unexpectedly, Jacob's aggressive and dominant style suddenly shifted to a tremulous and entangling approach. His steps became agile and graceful, showcasing surprising flexibility despite his towering stature. His excellent footwork and distance control revealed Jacob's profound skill. In that instant, Brendan's face changed, instantly becoming serious. His punch was easily dodged by Jacob, who executed a quick counterattack. While evading Brendan's strike, Jacob's left fist aimed directly at Brendan's face. This blow was cunning, and at the last moment, Brendan barely defended himself. Jacob's powerful punch hit Brendan's arm, forcing him to retreat several steps. Seizing this advantage, Jacob unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks. The formerly balanced situation between the two suddenly swung heavily in Jacob's favor. The crowd was stunned, and Blake's expression changed dramatically. Oh no! Jacob has spotted Brendan's weakness. Despite not being inferior in strength, Brendan lacks the experience Jacob has. Blake was visibly shocked. Brendan retreated, struggling against Jacob's relentless pursuit. His weaknesses were exposed, and his mood worsened. Ha ha ha. Brendan, your combat technique is too weak. Your strong power is nothing compared to master skill. This gap allows him to easily defeat you. Isaac laughed triumphantly. Jacob remained silent but attacked even faster, displaying his rich combat experience and superior technique. Brendan felt a deep frustration. His punches struggled to land on Jacob, but Jacob could easily exploit his vulnerabilities. Yet, Brendan's gaze hardened, devoid of any worry. He had anticipated this situation and had a plan ready. It looks like it's time to go all out. Instantly, he activated Heavenly Eye. In that moment, Jacob's rapid and relentless attacks slowed down immensely in Brendan's perception. With Heavenly Eye's extraordinary insight, every move Jacob made became crystal clear. When Jacob launched another defense and counterattack, Brendan sidestepped it effortlessly this time. Now it was Brendan's turn to counterattack. A fist imbued with potent inner energy erupted from him. Jacob was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Brendan to see through his offense this time. He immediately raised his hand to block, only to have Brendan's punch connect with his body. But this time, a terrifying piercing force exploded from Brendan's fist, seeming to penetrate through skin and muscle, striking his bone directly. Aya! Jacob screamed in pain, his arms swelling instantly, and he quickly distanced himself from Brendan. Wanna run? Too late. Brendan's eyes gleamed with sharpness. While you're down, finish you off. Chasing Jacob, Brendan unleashed a storm of punches, landing 3 consecutive heavy blows on Jacob's chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous impacts later, Jacob spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the stage like a broken kite. Chapter 219, Complete Victory. Bang. With a dull sound, Jacob's towering body was slammed heavily onto the stage. This slam brought immediate silence to the entire venue. Jacob spat out blood, his once confident and arrogant face now filled with agony, completely devoid of its previous demeanor. Master! Isaac's expression turned pale as he rushed forward to support the injured Jacob. Jacob's face still bore signs of pain. He breathed heavily, struggling even to inhale, unable to respond to Isaac's inquiries. After taking several deep breaths, Jacob managed to speak. As he lifted his head, he saw Brendan standing right in front of him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jacob exclaimed, shock and disbelief evident in his eyes as he stared at Brendan. What did you do just now? Brendan smiled faintly. Nothing's impossible. You have already lost. Nonsense, I didn't lose. Upon hearing the word, lost, Jacob became incredibly agitated and tried to stand up. But the moment he moved, the wound on his chest worsened, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Jacob struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his chest left him weak and helpless, making it extremely difficult for him to rise. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Jacob found it hard to believe. He lost. He actually lost to a newcomer like Brendan. Even if he had lost to Blake, he could accept it, but not to Brendan. Thinking this, Jacob mustered all his strength to stand up and launched a surprise punch towards Brendan's abdomen. The two were so close that no one had time to react to Jacob's sudden attack. Just as Jacob's fist was about to hit Brendan, causing severe injury, Brendan suddenly moved. Brendan sneered, having observed Jacob closely using Heavenly Eye. How could he let the attack succeed? In response to the surprise attack, Brendan leaped back, then kicked out. His kick landed squarely on Jacob's wrist. Snap! A sharp sound of bone breaking was heard, followed by Jacob's piercing scream. Ah! My hand! Jacob clutched his broken wrist and screamed in agony. Stop! Everyone, cease fighting. Jeremiah's voice rang out. I hereby declare the end of this competition. The winner is xiuxian Martial Arts Academy. Boom. The atmosphere erupted, like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves. Shock and disbelief were thick in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they witnessed. Did they win? xiuxian Martial Arts Academy actually won? Brendan, a newcomer, defeated Jacob? Jacob's undefeated legend was shattered? The crowd buzzed with excitement and discussion. Master! Isaac rushed over to support the suffering Jacob. At the same time, doctors waiting below rushed up to provide basic first aid and treatment. Jacob knelt on the stage, his face contorted with pain. After a brief examination, the doctor's face changed dramatically. This is bad. Jacob's wrist is severely damaged. His hand might be crippled. What? The Tianming Martial Arts Academy people were both shocked and furious. Jacob himself seethed with anger. You mean what? The doctor showed helplessness. Your wrist bone is completely shattered. Even if it heals, it will be difficult to return to its original state. In the future, this hand may not be able to exert force. Hearing these words, Jacob's eyes bulged with fury. Brendan, you've ruined me. I'll kill you. Jacob angrily tried to stand. Isaac quickly pulled him back. Master, calm down. Other disciples of Tianming Martial Arts Academy also held Jacob back. Several students from Tianming Academy yelled at Brendan. Brendan, your moves were too vicious. This was only a martial arts exchange, yet you crippled our master. Facing these accusations, Brendan smiled slightly. It was Jacob who attacked me unexpectedly. I stopped when he fell earlier, but he attacked me again. What would you call that? His counter-question left the Tianming Martial Arts Academy people speechless. Jacob was furious beyond measure. He glared at Brendan with a look of pure hatred, wanting to rip him apart. Brendan, I will remember this humiliation today. I swear I will make you pay. Jacob. He won? Brendan actually won? What kind of joke is this? What happened just now? Yes, I saw Jacob dominating the match, leaving Brendan defenseless. How did he suddenly win? Is Jacob's hand crippled now? Will he never be able to practice martial arts again? The biggest underdog of this competition has emerged. Who would have thought Brendan's strength was so astonishing, defeating even Jacob? Shock, horror, astonishment, disbelief. A myriad of emotions surfaced on people's faces, creating a vivid human drama. Chapter 220. The Vice President's Invitation. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference officially concluded, and everyone went their separate ways. The injured Jacob was quickly taken to the hospital, while Brendan and his two companions left the villa. Back in the car, Blake's face was filled with uncontrollable joy and excitement, along with a hint of disbelief, as if he had yet to recover from the shock. They returned to their hotel room, and Blake took a deep breath. Brother Zhang, today you truly made a name for yourself. By tomorrow, your name will be known throughout the Jiangnan martial arts community. After all, you defeated Jacob. From now on, you are the top martial artist in Jiangnan. Blake looked at Brendan, still puzzled about how Brendan managed to improve so much in such a short time. After all, he had personally witnessed Brendan's growth from the beginning. Brendan wasn't nearly this strong before the injury, but suddenly became vastly superior afterward. Blake could guess that Brendan must have secrets, but he wasn't foolish enough to ask. Probing into someone else's secret wasn't a wise choice. Brendan smiled. Brother Tan, you're too kind. Defeating Jacob today had a bit of luck involved, and I also have many obvious weaknesses. So, I will still need Brother Tan's guidance in the future. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhang, you're too modest. You're now the #1 martial artist in Jiangnan. With the end of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, there will be a banquet held tomorrow night. I'm sure the Martial Arts Association will contact you soon, Blake said with a smile. Speak of the devil. Brendan's phone rang. The caller was an unknown number. He answered, and Coulter's voice came through. Mr. Zhang, this is Coulter speaking. His tone was warm and friendly. President E, what's the matter? Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly. Coulter cut straight to the point. Firstly, congratulations on your fame gained at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. There's a banquet tomorrow night. Would Mr. Zhang be interested in attending? I remember you haven't joined the Martial Arts Association yet. If you're willing, I can offer you the position of vice president. This surprised Brendan. Beside him, Blake immediately grew excited, urging Brendan with his gaze. Understanding Blake's intentions, Brendan nodded. If President E is extending such a warm invitation, it would be rude of me to decline. Great. Coulter laughed heartily. Then I'll call you Vice President Zhang from now on. I'll announce this at the banquet tomorrow. After some small talk, they ended the call. Blake was extremely excited. Brother Zhang, you're going to make it big. This is the vice president position of the Martial Arts Association. From now on, you'll be part of the upper echelon of the martial arts world. As far as I know, Jacob tried multiple times to get this position but was always rejected by President E. Who would have thought he'd invite you directly? I think he probably saw your potential, Blake grinned, genuinely happy for Brendan. Blinking, Brendan asked, is this vice president position really that important? Of course. As vice president of the Martial Arts Association, you'll be second only to the president in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Isn't that important? Blake retorted. Thinking about it, Brendan narrowed his eyes. I'm still considered a newcomer in the martial arts world. Though I beat Jacob, I have no credentials whatsoever. President E invited me directly to be vice president. Does this mean there's something more to it? Brendan wasn't blinded by this sudden opportunity. He knew well that good things didn't just fall from the sky. Jacob was repeatedly denied the position despite trying multiple times. Brendan, though victorious, remained a newcomer. Was Coulter, an old fox, really being this generous? Blake also realized something wasn't right upon hearing Brendan's words. At this moment, Suzette, who had been silent, spoke up. President E probably wants you to do something for him. Yeah, Brendan agreed. We'll find out tomorrow. Let's see what's in store. Turning to the siblings, he continued. Brother Tan, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference is over. We've won first place in the team event. Xiuxian Martial Arts Club can return to Rongqing. From now on, you can rebuild the martial arts school without any hesitation. This stirred great emotion in Blake. Grateful, he said, Brother Zhang, we owe everything to you. We don't have much skill besides our fists. In the future, if you need anything, just let us know. We'll never turn you down, Blake promised, pounding his chest. Suzette nodded earnestly, confirming her brother's words. Brendan smiled. We're friends. Helping each other is only natural. Let's go out for dinner and celebrate, he suggested. Good idea, Blake agreed enthusiastically. After changing clothes, they headed to a restaurant for a delicious meal. Once back at the hotel, Blake and Suzette began planning the reopening of the martial arts school while Brendan returned to his room. Just then, Shauna called. Mr. Zhang, congratulations on becoming the top martial artist in Jiangnan. Your performance today was truly impressive, she teased with a soft laugh. Flattered, Brendan felt lightheaded but kept his cool. Mrs. Camden, you flatter me. It's just an empty title. My achievements wouldn't have been possible without your support. Shauna chuckled gently. Mr. Zhang, you've achieved both fame and success. You should continue developing in the martial arts world. Does Xiuxian Martial Arts Club need additional funding? I wish to invest. Oh, Brendan's eyes lit up. You're interested in this? Just a little. I plan to invest 100 million yuan, Shauna replied with a smile. Chapter 221. Jacob's Anger. Brendan nodded without hesitation. As the capital city of Jiangnan, Rongqing had sky-high living costs. To establish a martial arts school here would definitely require a significant amount of capital. With Shauna's injection of 100 million, the xiuxian martial arts school would undoubtedly be even more outstanding. No problem. Let's discuss the shares in detail in the next couple of days, Brendan agreed. Good. On the other end, Shauna hung up the phone but not before reminding Brendan to treat Gretchen's legs again. Brendan readily agreed. Though he disliked the girl, for the sake of the wild ginseng, he was willing to inconvenience himself. Brendan then informed Blake and his sister about Shauna's investment plan of 100 million yuan. 100 million yuan investment? Both siblings were taken aback. Yes, Jane is from the Camden family. Her investment will not only provide ample funds for the school, but her background can also act as a protective umbrella for the school, Brendan explained. Suzette immediately grasped the point. This Jane seems to be doing this for you, Mr. Zhang. She probably wants to befriend you. Brendan was slightly stunned. Do I have that much influence? Suzette shrugged. I don't know. Brendan paused, realizing that Shauna's support might indeed be aimed at courting him. After all, his skills were now quite formidable, which he had personally experienced. With this 100 million, you can be more selective when choosing the location for the school. If we're going to do it, let's make it the best we can, and strive to surpass Tianming Martial Arts School sooner rather than later, Brendan said. Blake looked somewhat taken aback. Tianming Martial Arts School has substantial scale and influence. Even though we defeated Jacob, it will take time to match them in terms of size and reputation, Blake pointed out. Brendan smiled. Just do your best. He soon returned to his room, and just as he did, his phone rang again. This time, it was AnimeLand calling. Brendan's eyes lit up. He had been planning to consult AnimeLand on some matters. Mr. Zhang, congratulations on becoming the top martial artist in Jiangnan and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. AnimeLand greeted with a smile. Sure enough, AnimeLand had also received the news. Brendan hesitated a bit before asking, Madam, does my appointment as vice president have anything to do with you? AnimeLand laughed lightly. I merely mentioned you casually. Primarily, it's due to your outstanding abilities that you've earned this position. Damn, Brendan couldn't help but be shocked. Madam, what exactly is your identity? Why do you have such tremendous influence in the martial arts world? He couldn't understand how one sentence from AnimeLand could secure him the position of vice president. It was evident that she wielded immense power. That will remain a secret for now. You'll find out eventually. Are you tired today? If not, come over to my place again. AnimeLand invited. When a beauty extended an invitation, Brendan didn't hesitate to agree. AnimeLand had just done him a huge favor, and besides, massaging such a beautiful Elaine was something many men dreamed of. Few men would turn down such an offer, including him. The only issue was that after each session, he needed a cold shower to calm down. After hanging up, Brendan headed straight to the villa where AnimeLand was staying. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Rongqing. After surgery, Jacob was wheeled into a ward by nurses. Isaac hurriedly approached the doctor. Zach, how's my master's hand? The doctor shook his head. It's not looking good. His right hand suffered severe damage. Although the bones have been set, full recovery will take a long time. And even if it recovers, it won't be as it was before. What? Isaac's face instantly paled. As a martial artist, he knew all too well what a permanent injury to the right hand meant. It implied that Jacob, even if he recovered, wouldn't regain his peak strength. How could this happen? Zach, isn't there any way to fully restore my master's hand? Isaac grabbed the doctor anxiously. The doctor shook his head. I'm sorry, we've done our best. Perhaps you could try consulting other orthopedic specialists. With that, the doctor left. Not long after, the unconscious Jacob gradually woke up. He found himself in a hospital bed with Isaac standing beside him. Upon noticing his heavily bandaged body and especially the excruciating pain in his right hand, he immediately asked, Lei, what did the doctor say? Isaac seemed hesitant, unsure of how to phrase it. Jacob wasn't stupid. He guessed the outcome from Isaac's expression. His face turned pale instantly. My right hand can't recover? Fierce anger and frustration surged within him, transforming into terrifying killing intent. Brendan! Jacob roared out the name, breathing heavily, unable to contain his rage. Isaac quickly tried to calm him. Master, please calm down. We can seek opinions from other doctors. Your hand might still have a chance. Through gritted teeth, Jacob replied. How can I calm down after Brendan ruined me? I'll make him pay with his life. Jacob seethed with boiling anger, his killing intent surging like a river. The entire ward seemed to be filled with Jacob's murderous aura, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. After venting some of his anger, Jacob finally calmed down slightly. Lei, find the best doctors, domestic or international. Spend whatever it takes to get me healed, Jacob instructed. Isaac nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, master. I'll find the best doctors to treat your hand. Rest assured for now. By the way, I'll attend the Martial Arts Association banquet tomorrow on your behalf. Jacob nodded. Given his current state, attending the banquet was out of the question, not to mention he didn't want to. Brendan would surely attend the banquet tomorrow, and seeing him would likely enrage Jacob again. Find the best doctors as soon as possible. I need the most comprehensive treatment, Jacob reiterated. Isaac nodded repeatedly. He called in a nurse and then left the ward, beginning to contact skilled doctors in hopes of finding a cure for Jacob. Chapter 222. Mockery at the banquet. Time quickly arrived at the next day, the day when the Martial Arts Association's banquet was to be held. Brendan and his two companions were all set, ready to head for the villa. The location of the banquet was the same villa where the martial arts exchange event had taken place. It didn't take long before the trio reached the villa. After getting off the car, they were led deep into the villa by a receptionist. It was still the familiar garden, but today it had no more fighting platforms or spectator seats. The entire garden had been transformed from a martial arts exchange venue into one suitable for hosting a grand banquet. Brendan has arrived. The moment Brendan stepped into the garden, someone shouted. Instantly, every person's attention turned towards him. In an instant, everyone's gazes converged on Brendan. Gazes filled with reverence, envy, admiration, and fear. Faces in the crowd displayed a myriad of expressions, reflecting the many facets of human nature. The crowd instinctively parted, opening a path for Brendan. No one dared to stand in his way at that moment. Seeing the varied expressions on everyone's faces, a smile involuntarily spread across Brendan's face. Their looks of fear and admiration gave him a sense of satisfaction. He now understood why so many people like to show off. It was truly hard to resist. Without much ado, the three found a table and sat down, chatting and tasting the delicacies on the table. As soon as they settled, people around them moved away slightly. The atmosphere in the garden seemed to change subtly with the arrival of Brendan and his companions. At this moment, another voice broke through the air. The Tianming Martial Arts School is here. The atmosphere once again shifted as people turned their gazes to see Isaac leading several disciples from the Tianming Martial Arts School walk in. The looks on people's faces turned somewhat peculiar. Isaac's complexion was far from pleasant, especially under the weight of everyone's gazes. It made him feel like sitting on pins and needles. His eyes soon fell on Brendan, and a surge of uncontrollable anger flared up within him. Despite gritting his teeth and trying not to confront Brendan, he prepared to avoid him. Meanwhile, Brendan also noticed them. Hey, isn't this the Tianming Martial Arts School? Why are only you few here? Where's Jacob? In a gathering this important, wouldn't Jacob attend? Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Brendan spoke with an insidious tone, and anyone could hear the schadenfreude and mockery in his words. The bustling garden suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning to Brendan and Isaac, creating an almost ironic atmosphere. Unable to endure such provocation, one of the martial school's disciples finally lashed out at Brendan in fury. Brendan, you're too arrogant. This is all because of you. If not for your excessive brutality, how could Master possibly still be in the hospital? The disciple fumed. Ha ha ha. Brendan burst into laughter. Are you blind at the Tianming Martial Arts School? Yesterday, it was Jacob who attacked me without honor, and I merely retaliated normally. If he couldn't withstand my counterattack, can he blame me? These words left Isaac and the others momentarily speechless. Looking at Brendan's arrogant attitude, their frustration nearly boiled over. Their furious glares would have incinerated Brendan on the spot if looks could kill. Savoring their impotent rage, Brendan felt an indescribable satisfaction. His actions against Jacob and his gang, who had nearly killed him before, felt like well-deserved payback. Is there anything more satisfying than seeing your enemy humiliated? Isaac couldn't hold back any longer, trying hard to contain his rage. Brendan, leave a door open for future encounters. This time we indeed lost to you, but it was only because of your luck. Wait until the next martial arts exchange conference in 3 years. Then, we'll see who wins. Poof. Brendan laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Isaac, seeing this, instantly flew into a rage. Brendan, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your pretentiousness and false bravado. Didn't the doctor tell you while Jacob was in the hospital? With yesterday's injuries, his hand likely won't fully recover. He wasn't my match this year, and what makes you think he'll win in 3 years? Brendan sneered. What? This news sent shockwaves through the audience. Many faces turned pale with disbelief. Jacob is crippled? Impossible. His injuries are that serious? Who would have thought that after causing permanent damage to others in the past, the Tianming Martial Arts School would suffer the same fate? Phew. Brendan is ruthless. He crippled Jacob with one kick. If Jacob can't regain his peak form, he'll never be a match for Brendan again. Everyone buzzed with discussion, and their gaze towards Brendan changed. One kick crippling Jacob showed he was not someone to be trifled with. Better not provoke him. Isaac and his companions seethed with uncontrollable fury, wishing they could tear Brendan apart right then and there. So, you want to fight me? I'm always ready for your challenge, Brendan declared, stepping forward. Isaac and his group took a step back in surprise. What do you intend to do? Today's a grand banquet. Do you plan to start a fight here? Isaac's expression revealed panic. Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you. Look at your frightened faces. Brendan laughed aloud. Isaac and his companions' faces flushed with humiliation. Brendan's taunting attitude further fueled their burning rage, making it erupt like a volcano. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. The president has arrived, someone announced. The previously tense atmosphere in the garden vanished instantly, and everyone composed themselves. Jeremiah walked in smilingly, entering the garden. President. President. Everyone cleared a path for Jeremiah. Sensing the unusual atmosphere as soon as he entered, and seeing the flushed faces of Isaac and his companions, he immediately understood what had happened. However, he acted as if he hadn't noticed anything. Chapter 223, a major announcement. Everyone, the 3-yearly martial arts exchange conference in Xiuxian has officially concluded. This year's event saw the emergence of several outstanding new talents, but none shone brighter than Brendan, who gave us all a tremendous surprise. His name is Brendan. At just 22 years old, Brendan has already proven his strength. Although he did not participate in the individual matches due to an accident, I believe no one doubts his abilities. An exceptionally talented genius like him is a blessing for the Jiangnan martial arts community. We hope that in the future, Brendan will bring more honor and development to our community. Jeremiah smiled warmly. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted in the garden, with all eyes on Brendan. Brendan chuckled softly, nodding humbly. He had transformed from his previously aggressive demeanor into someone gentle and modest. President E, you were too kind. I'm merely a newcomer. There is still much I need to learn in the martial arts world. I hope senior members can guide me, Brendan said, smiling. The atmosphere at the scene was very cordial, and Brendan was undoubtedly the focal point of the evening banquet. Despite other promising newcomers performing well during the exchange conference, they paled in comparison to Brendan and were completely overshadowed. The banquet soon began, and everyone found their seats. At Jeremiah's invitation, Brendan sat at the head table, followed by Blake and others. Jeremiah lavished praises on Brendan, without holding back. They conversed amicably, as if they were longtime friends. Isaac, watching Brendan become the center of attention, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. His eyes brimmed with anger and jealousy. Seeing this, some guests felt puzzled. Isn't President E being a bit too enthusiastic about Brendan? Even Jacob never received such treatment, one person commented. Others nodded in agreement. Jeremiah's praise for Brendan seemed excessive, even to seasoned members like Blake and Suzette. Blake, though surprised, was genuinely delighted by the warm reception given to Brendan. I didn't expect the president to hold Brother Zhang in such high regard. This is truly a good thing, he beamed. Suzette, however, voiced her concern. The president's attitude is overly friendly. It makes me worry. As everyone pondered, Jeremiah suddenly stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. All eyes turned towards him in curiosity. After Vice President Tan's unfortunate death 3 years ago, the position has remained vacant, Jeremiah continued. This has impeded the association's progress. After careful consideration, I have decided to invite Brendan to become our Xiuxian Martial Arts Association's vice president. Boom. The announcement sent waves of shock through the garden. Everyone was stunned. Was Brendan really going to become a vice president? How could this be possible? Isaac stood up abruptly, visibly agitated. I object. President E, Brendan is merely a newcomer to the martial arts world. Before this conference, he was virtually unknown. He has made no significant contributions to the martial arts community. Just because he defeated my master this time, does that qualify him to be a vice president? Many people murmured in agreement, casting skeptical glances at Brendan. You're right. Brendan lacks the experience needed for such a position. How can a mere rookie become a vice president just because of his strength? Didn't Jacob also demonstrate exceptional strength in the past? President E, we cannot support your decision. Brendan isn't qualified. The dissent grew louder, with unanimous opposition. Brendan, however, sat calmly with a smile. Blake leaned over and whispered, these are all supporters of Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Brendan nodded, unsurprised. The hostility he felt earlier confirmed this observation. Facing the mounting opposition, Brendan remained composed. He wasn't anxious, but Blake appeared worried. With so many objections, even President E might struggle to push you through. Don't worry, Brother Tan. President E has been in office for years. He must have foreseen this. Sure enough, Jeremiah responded almost immediately. Everyone, please calm down. Isaac's face was pale with fury. President E, we cannot support this decision. Jeremiah smiled. I acknowledge Brendan lacks experience, but no one can deny his exceptional strength. In the past, appointments within the association have relied heavily on seniority, which is unfair. As a martial arts organization, talent should determine positions. Henceforth, one vice president will be appointed based on seniority, and the other based on ability. Jeremiah's explanation startled many present. Isaac was both shocked and furious. This is unfair. Why wasn't this rule applied when my master was the strongest in Xiuxian? President E. Isaac tried to argue further, but Jeremiah interrupted, fixing his gaze on him. Isaac, are you implying that I have a corrupt relationship with Brendan and am deliberately favoring him? Caught off guard, Isaac waved his hands. No, President E, that's not what I meant. The room fell silent as all eyes shifted back to Jeremiah. Chapter 224, taking up the position. Isaac was drenched in cold sweat. Although power for money transactions were not unheard of, such practices belong to the gray area and should never be openly discussed. I have established this rule so that more capable individuals can rise to prominence. Therefore, this rule applies not only to Brendan but also to everyone else. Meritocracy is key. Incompetent people will step down while capable ones will rise. In the future, anyone who defeats Brendan can take up the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Jeremiah declared loudly. His voice echoed through everyone's ears, and his words stirred many hearts. The position of vice president of the Martial Arts Association was one of absolute high rank, second only to Jeremiah in power within Jiangnan's martial arts community. Who wouldn't want such a prestigious position? I support President Yi's decision. Letting more capable people take on important roles will allow the association to develop better. Someone quickly stood up to offer support. Where there was a first, there would be a second, third. Within just a few minutes, more than half of the people in the garden had agreed with the new rule. Whoever became the top martial artist in Xiuxian could become the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. A win-win situation for all. Seeing this turn of events, Isaac and others wore expressions of utmost displeasure. Their faces twisted as if they had eaten something bitter. Jeremiah, noticing their reactions, smiled again. Let's proceed with the vote now. The result of the vote was clear. It easily surpassed the required majority. Good. Since most of you agree, I hereby announce that from today onward, Brendan is officially the vice president of our Xiuxian Martial Arts Association. Jeremiah declared loudly, leading the applause. Clap, clap, clap. A round of enthusiastic applause followed as Brendan stood up. Thank you all for your support. He delivered a polite yet somewhat insubstantial acceptance speech. Countless eyes were fixed on him, filled with admiration and envy. Vice President of the Martial Arts Association, a goal many people spent their entire lives striving for, and it had been achieved by Brendan at the young age of 22. Beside him, Isaac's face was pale with suppressed anger, his expression more terrifying than a demon. An hour later, the banquet ended, and people left one by one. The previously bustling garden gradually became quiet. Xuanhuan and his companions returned to the hotel, while Isaac went back to the martial arts school with his disciples. Isaac instructed a few disciples to return home first while he headed to the hospital. He arrived at Jacob's ward and recounted what had happened at the banquet. What? Brendan has become the vice president of the Martial Arts Association? Jacob's voice rose sharply, full of shock. Isaac nodded helplessly. That's right. I don't know how it happened either, but that's what Jeremiah said, and it has been passed by a vote. He will officially take office tomorrow. Jacob's face darkened instantly. What kind of joke is this? When I was the strongest in Jiangnan for 3 years, why wasn't there such a rule? Now Brendan gets such a good deal immediately. This is totally unfair. Why is Jeremiah so biased towards him? Jacob was thoroughly puzzled. Isaac shook his head. Master, I suspect that Brendan and Jeremiah have made some sort of deal. Do you remember when the team competition was postponed for a week? They said an important guest was coming to watch, which is why it was postponed. It seems now that it was likely to give Brendan time to recover from his injuries. Brendan must have a very powerful background. Jacob's eyes flashed with chilling resolve. How could such an insignificant person like Brendan have this much ability? Where did Blake find him? What kind of background does he have? Jacob asked Isaac. Isaac felt awkward. Sorry, Master. We have no influence in Shangjiang where Brendan comes from, so it's difficult to investigate his background. But Minnie mentioned before she died that Brendan was just an ordinary person. Haha. Jacob sneered coldly. Ordinary person? An ordinary person can defeat me at 22? An ordinary person can make Jeremiah change the rules for him? Isaac responded awkwardly. This is what Minnie told me. That Elaine is dead now, so I don't know if it's true or not. Jacob didn't blame him further. He gritted his teeth. Brendan definitely has deep connections. Continuing to oppose him is too dangerous. Tell the disciples to keep a low profile for a while. No conflict with Brendan until the Hall Master returns. Hearing the term, Hall Master, hope flickered in Isaac's eyes. Master, when will the Hall Master come back? Probably in a few days. We just need to hold on for a bit. Once the Hall Master returns, Brendan won't be a problem anymore, Jacob assured him. Isaac nodded excitedly, feeling relieved. The next day, early in the morning, Brendan was woken up by Suzette. Mr. Zhang, today is the day you officially become the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Don't be late. I'll accompany you to the association, Suzette added, pulling him out of bed. Brendan was still somewhat sleepy, but under Suzette's insistence, he got up. After half an hour of preparation, the two drove to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. Before long, a large building came into view. Under the sunlight, the words, Jiangnan Martial Arts Association Headquarters, on the building shone brightly. After parking, the two walked together. Chapter 225, Vice President in name only. The office was spacious, with an impressive interior design that seamlessly blended classical and modern elements, showcasing the designer's competence. Vice President Zhang, this is your office. Please let me know if there's anything unsatisfactory, Vonda said. Brendan surveyed the entire office, walking up to the office chair and sitting down, a smile spreading across his face. Very nice, I'm quite satisfied with this office. There's nothing much that needs changing, Brendan smiled warmly. Vonda nodded with a smile. All right. President, he mentioned that once you get settled in here, you can find him. He has matters to discuss with you. Brendan nodded, then followed Vonda to Jeremiah's office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and soon after, Jeremiah's voice came from inside. Come in. Brendan pushed the door open and saw Jeremiah busily handling various documents at his desk. Vice President Zhang, please take a seat. Seeing Brendan enter, Jeremiah's face lit up with a friendly smile. Vonda tactfully left the room, closing the door behind her as she departed. Inside the office, it was just Brendan and Jeremiah. Vice President Zhang, since you're introduced by Kimura, we can all be considered insiders. So, let's skip the formalities. I won't meddle in your grudge against Tianming Martial Arts Gym, but I suggest you stop making moves against them, Jeremiah advised. Oh? Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly. Jeremiah wouldn't speak without reason. His warning implied that Tianming Martial Arts Gym had secrets or backing he wasn't aware of. President E, does Tianming Martial Arts Gym have some backing? Brendan asked curiously. Jeremiah nodded. You've only been in the martial arts world for a short time, so you may not know about Tianming Martial Arts Gym yet. Our Martial Arts Association has 2 vice president positions. Besides you, the other position is held by Buddy, the owner of Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Surprised, Brendan was astonished. He hadn't delved deeply into Tianming Martial Arts Gym's background before. Realizing its strength, he immediately understood Jeremiah's intention. If he were to make a move against Tianming Martial Arts Gym, Buddy, as the other vice president, wouldn't stand idly by. Although they were both vice presidents and theoretically on the same level, given that Brendan was newly appointed, a conflict would likely put him at a disadvantage. Jeremiah observed Brendan's reaction and smiled. It seems you understand what I mean. We are all part of the Martial Arts Association. No need to make things too absolute. Leaving room for compromise is always better. Of course, I will convey the same message to Buddy. He has been out of town for the past month and should be back soon. Brendan fell into deep thought. As the president, Jeremiah obviously wanted to play mediator. From Jeremiah's perspective, whether it was himself or Tianming Martial Arts Gym, both were vital forces in the Jiangnan martial arts community. 2 tigers fighting would inevitably lead to one being hurt, which was clearly not what Jeremiah wanted. After some consideration, Brendan made his decision. I can agree to President Yi's request. As long as Tianming Martial Arts Gym doesn't come after me again, I won't make any further moves against them, Brendan responded. Hearing this, Jeremiah's smile widened. Good. I believe Vice President Zhang is a man of your word. I will try to persuade Buddy, and hopefully, when he returns, we can resolve this amicably. Jeremiah nodded in satisfaction. Brendan lightly tapped his chin. After chatting for a while longer, Brendan left the office. Returning to his own office, he couldn't help but reflect on the earlier conversation. Reconciling with Tianming Martial Arts Gym isn't entirely without benefits. If I'm too aggressive right after establishing myself in the martial arts world, it could backfire. Moreover, Buddy's influence in the martial arts community surpasses mine. Even if I managed to bring down Tianming Martial Arts Gym, it would greatly affect me as well. At least Jacob is now incapacitated by me, so he can't stir up much trouble. Thinking of this, Brendan couldn't help but smile. Jacob no longer posed a threat to him. By crippling Jacob, he had avenged his previous grievances. With this thought, Brendan resolved not to pursue Tianming Martial Arts Gym anymore. He sat down and played on his computer, but soon found himself bored. Then Brendan remembered. He hadn't yet learned about his authority as vice president. He called for Vonda. Vice President? Vonda, what do I need to do daily? Brendan inquired. Hearing this, Vonda's expression turned somewhat awkward. Well, Vice President, you don't actually have much to do, Vonda replied oddly. Huh. Brendan frowned slightly. I'm still a Vice President, right? Surely I must have some responsibilities? The Vice President position has been vacant for 3 years, so most duties within the association have been reallocated. Hence, Vonda didn't finish her sentence, but Brendan got the gist of it. Alright, so, his position as Vice President was mostly in name only? Brendan felt speechless. Vonda stood by nervously, anticipating an outburst, but none came. Brendan remained calm and unbothered. Vonda couldn't help but ask, Vice President, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Since I have nothing to do, I might as well head home to rest. To get paid monthly without doing anything, what's not to like? Brendan laughed. With that, he stood up to leave, leaving Vonda stunned. This new Vice President was surprisingly laid back, content despite having no authority. What was going on? Under Vonda's bewildered gaze, Brendan left. He walked straight out of the Martial Arts Association, disappearing from Vonda's sight quickly. Vonda took a while to recover, then went to knock on Jeremiah's office door. Entering, Jeremiah asked, What's happening? What's Brendan doing? President, Vice President Zhang has already gone home, Vonda said strangely, and he didn't seem angry upon learning he had no real power. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. Jeremiah was momentarily taken aback. Pleased? Vonda nodded, yes. End of chapter 225. ####chapter 226. Buddy. Jeremiah's expression was somewhat peculiar. It seems that our Vice President is quite a maverick. It's fine. If he doesn't mind, then we shouldn't worry about it. In the future, your job will be to assist him, fulfilling his needs as much as possible. Vonda nodded without hesitation. On this side, Brendan had already returned to his hotel room, just as Blake also came back. Upon meeting, Blake immediately smiled. Brother Zhang, how does it feel being a Vice President for the first day? Not bad, but my role as Vice President is merely nominal. My power has been stripped, so I just came back, Brendan shrugged. Blake looked shocked. How could this happen? Brendan laughed. It's fine. Without actual power, it means I don't have to do anything, and it's actually quite leisurely. But with no power, isn't this Vice President position meaningless? Blake frowned. Brendan still laughed without concern. Blake wanted to say more but, seeing Brendan's carefree expression, he held back. Brendan inwardly chuckled. He wasn't upset at all about having no real power. Instead, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, he knew his own limitations very well. He was not cut out for administrative work. If he really had to handle it, he would be utterly lost. As the Vice President of the Martial Arts Association, there would be many responsibilities, none of which he knew how to handle. Therefore, the current situation suited him just fine. A nominal Vice President title was useful for intimidation, and he didn't need to do any work. What could be better? He asked Blake about some matters, and learned that the brother and sister had chosen a location for the martial arts school, right where our former Xiuxian martial arts school stood. After my father passed away, the school fell into disrepair, but the location was preserved. I plan to buy it back and reopen it. Blake sounded excited. Reopening the Xiuxian martial arts school must have stirred great emotions within Blake. I don't know much about running a martial arts school, so you can handle everything yourselves. Just call me when it opens, Brendan shrugged, happy to be hands-off. 2 days later, outside Rongqing Airport, several black cars arrived and stopped in front of the terminal. The car doors opened, revealing the group from Tianming Martial Arts School. Isaac stood at the forefront, eagerly looking towards the airport exit. At the same time, a white plane descended from the sky, breaking through the clouds before landing on the runway and slowly coming to a stop after sliding hundreds of meters. Isaac and others did not have to wait long. Soon, an elderly man in a xuanhuan suit appeared in their line of sight. Master! Master! Everyone from Tianming Martial Arts School rushed forward excitedly, each face filled with emotion. Buddy scanned over the people in front of him and quickly noticed someone missing. Where's Aming? Why didn't he come? Buddy frowned slightly. Isaac hurriedly explained. Master, please don't be angry. The master isn't here because he's currently in the hospital. This news made Buddy frown even deeper. What do you mean by that? Aming is in the hospital? Isaac said, Master, get in the car first, and I'll explain everything that happened these past few days. All right. Buddy's expression turned serious. He sensed from Isaac's reaction that something significant had occurred in the martial arts world during his absence. Once inside the car, driven by one of the disciples, Buddy and Isaac sat in the back seat. Without hesitation, Isaac recounted everything that had happened since Buddy left Rongqing. All the problems stemmed from Brendan. He disrupted our plans. If not for his unexpected interference, none of this would have happened. Mentioning Brendan's name, anger flashed across Isaac's face, as if he wished he could tear Brendan apart. Buddy was startled, his brows furrowing in disbelief. A 20-something young man defeated Aming? What kind of joke is this? Aming possesses extraordinary strength and outstanding talent. Looking across the entire Jiang and martial arts world, no one is his match. Let alone becoming a vice president of the Martial Arts Association. That's simply impossible. Buddy's frown deepened, suspecting that Isaac might be jesting. Isaac hastened to reassure him. Master, I'm not lying. You'll see for yourself once you meet the master. This statement gave Buddy some confidence. There was no reason for Isaac to tell such an easily disproven lie. So there's really such a prodigy in the world? Buddy was amazed. Isaac gritted his teeth. Yes, Brendan is indeed a genius, but he's also our enemy. Now that you're back, President, we can finally settle accounts with Brendan. Buddy remained silent, deep in thought. The convoy soon arrived at the hospital. Led by Isaac, Buddy entered Jacob's ward. Seeing Jacob lying in bed with bandages wrapped around him, Buddy believed everything now. Master, Jacob's face lit up. You're finally back. Buddy approached him. Isaac has told me what happened these past days, but I need to hear it from you again. No problem, it went like this. Jacob repeated his account. Hearing it from his beloved disciple confirmed everything for Buddy. His expression darkened, especially when he learned that Jacob's right wrist might never fully recover. Buddy's rage boiled over. How dare Brendan resort to such brutal measures? Flames of fury burned in Buddy's eyes. Jacob looked despondent, a shadow of his former self. For him, the injury to his wrist was a devastating blow. Master, I swear Brendan will die by any means necessary. Jacob clenched his teeth, his voice icy cold. Buddy placed a hand on his shoulder. Stay calm. Think carefully before acting. First, focus on recovering. Jacob was agitated. The doctor said my wrist will never return to its peak condition. Buddy smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. On my trip to Hong Kong, I met a miraculous doctor with special abilities. I'll call him now. With his skills, he can surely cure you. Chapter 227, Gretchen's Troubles. Jacob was both startled and delighted. Divine Zach? Can it really work? Buddy seemed quite confident. He quickly walked out of the ward and made a phone call. In no time, Buddy returned with a smile on his face. Divine Zach Jameson has agreed. He will fly over tomorrow. Jacob was pleasantly surprised. His previously dejected demeanor vanished instantly, and he regained his former domineering and sharp self. That's great. As soon as my wrist recovers, I will challenge Brendan again. The day before yesterday, I lost to him because I was careless. If I get another chance, Brendan will definitely not be my match. A glint of determination flashed in Jacob's eyes. New Moon Complex. Half an hour ago, Brendan received a call from the residential property management informing him that the villa had been fully renovated. Upon hearing this news, Brendan rushed over immediately. Mr. Zhang, the head of the residential property management, greeted him enthusiastically. Your villa is all set and ready for you to move in any time. Let me show you around. Brendan nodded with a smile. They arrived at the villa, which indeed looked completely refurbished. The villa covered more than 300 square meters and felt incredibly spacious compared to his previous rental apartment. Looking at the luxurious villa before him, Brendan couldn't help but break into a wide grin. From now on, I finally have a home that truly belongs to me. Brendan mused. Owning a villa worth millions was something he would never have dared to dream about in the past. The newly renovated villa came fully furnished. He had entrusted the entire renovation project to an interior design company, costing him another 5 million yuan. Fortunately, for Brendan now, such a sum wasn't much of an issue. My current life is all thanks to the Heavenly Eye, Brendan remarked reflectively. The Heavenly Eye provided him with the capital to rise up. Even if it were to disappear now, the capabilities he had accumulated would ensure a wealthy and comfortable life for the rest of his days. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone broke through his thoughts. Picking up his phone, he saw it was a call from Gretchen. Brendan's expression darkened. He had no good feelings towards this little troublemaker. After hesitating for a moment, he still answered the call. Gretchen's voice came through immediately. Brendan, where are you right now? Gretchen asked rudely. Brendan rolled his eyes and responded irritably. At home. Come out with me tonight. I'm attending a gathering, and you're coming along, Gretchen ordered. Trying hard to control his annoyance, Brendan almost exploded at her tone. Why was she speaking to him so disrespectfully? Your gathering has nothing to do with me. Why don't you ask your lady in waiting to accompany you? Brendan was tempted to hang up right there. Cousin has been busy these days, and as my personal doctor, you're supposed to take care of me until I recover, Gretchen retorted confidently. Brendan rolled his eyes again, growing even more displeased with Gretchen. Gretchen and Shauna were cousins, but their personalities couldn't be more different. One was gentle and considerate while the other was capricious and spoiled, complete opposites. I can go with you, but you must promise not to misbehave, or else I won't be responsible for what happens, Brendan said irritably. All right, Gretchen surprisingly didn't argue further. Time flew by, and night soon arrived. Brendan drove to pick up Gretchen. He knocked on the door of her villa. Shortly after, the Harlow wheeled Gretchen out. Gretchen glanced at the BMW parked at the entrance of the villa and immediately showed a disdainful expression. Why just a BMW? Can't you afford something better? At least it should be a multi-million one. This few $1,000,000 car is too low class, Gretchen said disdainfully. Brendan could feel his temples throbbing. He nearly blurted out, take it or leave it. If you don't like it, attend the gathering on your own. Gretchen pouted but didn't say anything more. Brendan inwardly grumbled. The little troublemaker was truly unchanging. With the Harlow's help, Gretchen got into the car from her wheelchair. Gretchen had undergone several treatments and was already far better than before. Although her mobility wasn't fully restored, she could walk with crutches. Once Gretchen was seated, Brendan stepped on the gas pedal and they were off. Where is the gathering? Brendan asked. Xuanhuan Club. Gretchen replied. Club? Brendan frowned slightly. He glanced at Gretchen but decided not to comment further. Following the GPS, Brendan drove them to a club entrance that looked extremely high-end, with the glowing sign Xuanhuan Club. He got out of the car and walked to Gretchen. Come on, let me help you. No, I can use my crutches myself. Gretchen insisted stubbornly. Seeing her response, Brendan stepped aside, unwilling to put himself out unnecessarily. Gretchen used her crutches to get out of the car. Despite some inconvenience, she looked visibly happy. For someone who had been paralyzed for years, being able to walk with crutches was a significant improvement. Together, they approached the club entrance when security stopped them. Sorry, the club is booked for a private event today. Entry is only allowed with an invitation. Gretchen took out her phone and made a call. Soon, light footsteps echoed, and a pretty girl emerged from the club. Oh my goodness, Silu, I didn't expect you to actually come. Surprisingly, you can use crutches now? I thought you'd be in a wheelchair. When did your legs recover? The girl stared at Gretchen in astonishment. In her mind, Gretchen should still be confined to a wheelchair. Faced with the girl's surprise, Gretchen beamed proudly. My legs are recovering. Before long, I'll be walking normally. The girl was astonished. How is that possible? Your legs couldn't be cured by many doctors. How did they suddenly get better? Gretchen glanced at Brendan, but didn't mention him. Never mind that. Today is your 18th birthday party, and I've come to celebrate. Hurry up and welcome me inside. Chapter 228. The collision of two young ladies. Gretchen's ungracious words caused the young lady's face to slightly turn unpleasant, her expression visibly stiffening. Fine, follow me. The young lady eventually nodded, though her smile appeared somewhat forced. Brendan had witnessed everything that happened just now from the side. He could tell that Gretchen had probably come here today to cause trouble. It was clear that she and this young lady were not friends. At this thought, Brendan felt like turning around and leaving. This guy, could he end up causing trouble for me later? But in the end, he didn't choose to leave Gretchen behind. As they say, if you can't respect the monk, at least respect the Buddha. And even considering Shauna, he couldn't do such a thing. So, he had no choice but to follow them inside despite his reluctance. Under the guidance of the young lady, Brendan and Gretchen entered the club. They found a birthday party underway inside. Many young men and women were present. A closer look revealed that they were all evidently wealthy or from influential families, probably second-generation elites from Rongqing's upper circles. Kristen, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. Someone called out to Leona. All eyes turned towards her, and then spotted Gretchen standing nearby. Gretchen? The scene immediately erupted into a buzz. Seeing Gretchen walking in with a cane, the teenagers were amazed and began to chatter among themselves. Isn't this Miss Camden? I remember she was involved in a car accident a few years ago and has been in a wheelchair ever since. Now she can actually walk? Yes, 2 months ago when I saw her, she was still in a wheelchair. Didn't it say Gretchen's paralysis was permanent? She can now walk on her own? Many people were discussing Gretchen's legs, their gazes filled with evident surprise. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Gretchen seemed very pleased. Stop looking at me. I'm not the main character at today's party. If everyone keeps focusing on me, today's real protagonist will be unhappy, Gretchen said with a smirk. Hearing her words, everyone redirected their attention back to Leona. Leona's expression was not good. Gretchen's appearance had clearly overshadowed her. Brendan silently observed everything from the sidelines. He walked over to a corner, sat down, and pulled out his phone to play. He had no interest in these children's conflicts. The gathering resumed as everyone began celebrating Leona's birthday, singing the birthday song together, making the atmosphere lively once more. Brendan continued playing on his phone, completely detached from the activities around him, like an outsider. Someone noticed his presence, but seeing Brendan sitting alone on the sofa, looking unfamiliar, nobody approached him to inquire. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand broke the festive mood, followed by Leona's shriek. Gretchen, are you crazy? You're cursing at me. Leona looked aggrieved, her face full of shock, as if something unbelievable had occurred. Gretchen crossed her arms, undeterred. What if I did curse at you? Don't think I don't know your true intentions in inviting me here today. Leona, who you are, I know all too well. You invited me just to mock me. What? Disappointed that I'm not a cripple in a wheelchair? Both girls faced off, and the warm atmosphere of the gathering abruptly changed. Quick, turn off the music, someone shouted. The music stopped instantly, and the lights turned on. Brendan sensed something wrong and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, an awkward situation had arisen. His gaze shifted to see Gretchen already arguing with Leona nearby. Both flushed red, neither willing to back down. Faced with Gretchen's accusations, Leona's gaze wavered, her lips trembling. Nonsense, you're clearly slandering me. I turned 18 today, so I kindly invited you. I never expected you to misunderstand me like this. Silu, you've truly disappointed me. Huh. Gretchen sneered coldly, her disdainful eyes fixed on Leona. Leona, stop pretending. I know exactly who you are. Your pitiful act can fool others, but not me. Leona became furious. Her eyes flared with anger and her face darkened. Silu, how could you disrupt my birthday party after I treated you like a sister? You have such a despicable personality. No wonder you ended up crippled after that car accident years ago. Looks like you got what you deserved. Leona spat with a mocking laugh. Upon hearing this, many at the scene were taken aback. Leona's words were venomous, akin to pointing fingers at Gretchen. Hearing this, Gretchen's face turned furious. Car accidents and paralysis were always her taboos and scars, and Leona knew this well, hence striking hard right away. Gretchen was enraged beyond words and raised her hand, slapping Leona across the face without hesitation. Slap. The loud slap echoed through everyone's ears. Gretchen's slap was powerful, causing half of Leona's cheek to swell instantly. With disbelief written all over her face, Leona stammered, Gretchen, you Madeleine, how dare you hit me? Why not? Since you cursed me, don't blame me for fighting back. Gretchen retorted assertively. Leona, livid with anger, shouted, Gretchen, you really are insane. A crippled waste like you dared to lay hands on me, and in my territory, no less. Don't think I won't touch you. Do you think you can fight me in this state? Bring some help. Leona called out. Her command was quickly followed as security personnel rushed over. Seeing this, several attendees at the party expressed worry. What should we do? Is something going to happen? I heard Gretchen is from the Camden family. If anything happens to her, the Camdens won't let it slide. One person exclaimed nervously. Another shrugged. Leona has the Tang family behind her. If things escalate, it's hard to tell who'll come out on top. When gods clash, mortals suffer. We'd better stay out of it to avoid getting hurt. As the gathering scene spiraled out of control, the security staff soon arrived beside Leona. Chapter 229. Brendan steps in. Leona had a smug look on her face. Sile, let's see what you can do now. You're too arrogant. How dare a cripple like you come to my turf and act so arrogantly? I'm going to give you a good lesson today. Facing Leona's words, Gretchen sneered with evident disdain. What are you laughing at? With you in this state, how can you still be so arrogant? Leona was furious. Gretchen's expression as if she controlled everything irked her greatly. Gretchen taunted, Leona, you're just a fool. Since I dared to come to your birthday party, I obviously came prepared. Do you think these useless underlings of yours can threaten me? Did you really think I came unprepared? What? These words shocked Leona. Gretchen turned around and looked at Brendan nearby. Following her gaze, everyone at the party turned to look as well. On the sofa, Brendan felt utterly speechless. He knew that following Gretchen wouldn't end well. His bad premonition indeed came true. Brendan, it's your turn. Give her a thorough beating, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Gretchen shouted. Brendan. Ha ha ha. Seeing Brendan, Leona burst into laughter immediately. Silu, your only hope is him? He's just one person. Though he looks like he has some training, can he fight against all my people? Leona smirked proudly. Clap clap. She clapped her hands, and all the security guards walked in, gathering around Leona. Behind Leona stood 8 burly, muscular security guards who looked like they could punch an ordinary person to death. At this point, Brendan had already approached, placing a hand on Gretchen's shoulder irritably. What are you doing? So, you asked me to come along just to be your enforcer? Gretchen huffed. What else would I need you for? Brendan rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Shauna, he'd have left right then. Across from them, Leona laughed again. Silu, it seems your relationship isn't so great. And he's just one person. How can he fight against all of mine? I think you should honestly apologize to me, or else don't blame me for punishing you severely later. Gretchen remained calm. We'll see who ends up punishing whom. Brendan, go ahead, teach her a harsh lesson. Smack. Brendan acted immediately, slapping Gretchen on the head. Ah. Gretchen yelped, nearly jumping off the ground. Why did you hit me? Brendan looked stern. I'm not your enforcer. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call Mrs. Camden right now. That threat worked on Gretchen, making her face change instantly. No, big sister will definitely scold me, Gretchen hurriedly said. Brendan rolled his eyes. Then stop being troublesome and follow me. Gretchen was unhappy but saw that Brendan was serious. At that moment, Leona laughed again. Wanna leave? Did I give you permission to go? You caused a scene at my birthday party and think you can just leave? Leona sneered. Gretchen glanced around provocatively. So what do you want to do? Do you want me to apologize? Not in this lifetime. Leona exploded in anger. Gretchen, you're too much. Someone grab her. Teach her a harsh lesson. Leona ordered her subordinates. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward towards Gretchen. Without a word, Gretchen quickly hid behind Brendan. They're going to grab me. You won't just watch me get bullied, right? Brendan. He felt his nerves tingling. His annoyance with Gretchen reached a new level. Meanwhile, Leona's men had approached. Just as they were about to make their move, Brendan couldn't hold back any longer. Bang, bang. 2 successive punches struck the chins of the 2 guards, causing them to stiffen and collapse unconscious. You dare to lay a hand on my people? Leona fumed. Everyone, attack together. She ordered the remaining 6 men. The 6 exchanged glances and pounced on Brendan. Not far away, several young men and women gasped. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed as Brendan, like a tiger descending the mountain, charged forward amidst the 6 attackers. His fists flew, each landing precisely on the chins of the security guards. In just a few breaths, all 6 guards lay on the ground. Damn! The teenagers were stunned, looking at Brendan in disbelief. Leona was equally shocked. You're that strong? Hee hee. Great job, Brendan. Gretchen emerged excitedly. She challenged Leona. Leona, what's your next trick? All your people are down, and with your limited abilities, you still want to fight me? Leona trembled in rage and fury. So what if you're a martial arts fighter? I also have connections in that field. If you think you're tough, wait while I make a call. Gretchen smiled. All right, I'll give you time. Leona immediately dialed a number, and soon footsteps were heard outside. Hearing the footsteps, Leona regained confidence, lifting her chin. My people are almost here. At the recent Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference, he ranked 8th. Wow, the teens were amazed. 8th place? That's an expert. No wonder you're from the Tang family. You can summon such an expert with just a phone call. They continued chatting when someone from outside entered. Leona waved excitedly. Over here, hurry up. Igor walked over briskly with a wide smile. Miss Tang, what do you need? I've been bullied. That person over there attacked my men. I want you to defeat him for me. Leona pointed at Brendan. Igor patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Miss Tang. No matter who the opponent is, I'll solve it for you. In the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, I rank 8th. As Igor spoke, he exuded supreme confidence. But when he turned and saw Brendan, his smile froze. Hashtag chapter 230. Falling out. Zhang. Brendan? Igor's voice was filled with shock, her tone rising an octave higher, her face pale with astonishment, and cold sweat trickling down her forehead. It's you. Are you here to fight me? Brendan recognized Igor in front of him. Though he didn't know her name, he had seen her at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Hearing Brendan's words, Igor hurriedly waved her hands. No, I didn't come here to fight. Igor quickly denied it. She had personally witnessed Brendan's strength, knowing that even Jacob wasn't a match for him. If she dared to attack, she'd be beaten into a pulp by Brendan in one punch. The young men and women present were all stunned, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Igor and Brendan actually knew each other, and it was clear from Igor's expression that she was deeply afraid of Brendan. Igor, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? Leona urged her impatiently. Cold sweat poured down Igor's face. How could she possibly attack this monster in front of her? She explained bitterly. Miss Tang, Brendan is extremely powerful. I'm not his match. How can that be? Didn't you say you were the 8th ranked contestant at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Didn't you say you're very strong? One of the few people in Jiangnan who can challenge you? Leona looked furious, feeling as if Igor had deceived her. Igor laughed bitterly. Yes, I am indeed strong, but Brendan is even stronger. He is currently acknowledged as the top martial artist in Jiangnan. A murmur spread through the crowd. Top martial artist in Jiangnan? Such a grand title? Everyone was astonished. Leona's face filled with shock. Impossible. Gretchen couldn't help but laugh. Leona, looks like the expert you brought isn't much good. I regret to inform you that Brendan is the current top martial artist in Xiuxian. You won't find anyone stronger than him there. Leona was livid with anger and kicked Igor hard. You're useless. Why are you so weak? Igor looked helpless. It wasn't that he was weak, but Brendan was too terrifying. Leona gritted her teeth. She never expected the person she called over would be crushed by Gretchen's side, losing all dignity in the process. At this moment, Brendan stepped forward. That's enough. Let's end this farce today. We should leave, Brendan said. The situation had already gone far enough. If Gretchen and Leona's conflict continued, it might escalate into something more serious. Without waiting for Gretchen's response, he picked her up and carried her away. Hey wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Put me down. Gretchen struggled, but her strength was nothing compared to Brendan's. No matter how much she wriggled, it was futile. Finally, Brendan carried her away, bringing the farce to an end. No one stopped him, not even the initially enraged Leona, who now just stood there grinding her teeth, watching Gretchen and Brendan leave. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. Leona cursed violently. Brendan carried Gretchen out of the Gujiang Club and placed her back in the car before driving off. In the back seat, Gretchen was still indignant. Why did you forcibly take me away? I've already outshone Leona. We should have mocked her mercilessly next. Brendan rolled his eyes. Then what? If anything goes wrong, wouldn't you still need me to clean up your mess? Do you think you can cover for whatever trouble you cause? Brendan frowned. Gretchen hadn't discussed anything with him beforehand, dragging him into this chaos without any warning. He could imagine Leona must be harboring deep resentment against him now. Given that Leona seemed to match Gretchen in background, this meant he had just offended a well-connected girl because of Gretchen's whims. It was a significant loss. Faced with such circumstances, Brendan wore a scowl. After being scolded by Brendan, Gretchen crossed her arms, looking highly dissatisfied. You came with me today, so you should protect my safety. Don't you dare watch me get bullied? Gretchen asserted herself, completely unaware of her own mistake. Brendan glared, so angry that he wanted to kick Gretchen out of the car on the spot. He kept silent, continuing to drive with a grim expression. He drove back to the villa, where Shauna had also returned from her outing. You're back, how? Before Shauna could finish speaking, she noticed Brendan's dark face and Gretchen's sullen expression. Shauna immediately sensed that something unpleasant had happened between them. What happened? Shauna asked right away. Gretchen pouted and complained, Cousin, he bullied me. He was mean to me. Seeing Gretchen complain first, Brendan nearly burst out laughing in frustration. This time, he truly lost his temper. Gretchen's self-centered behavior had really infuriated him. After causing so much trouble tonight, she showed no remorse and even blamed him. Brendan's anger flared up. Even a statue would have some fire inside, let alone him. Brendan directly said, Mrs. Camden, I will no longer treat Miss Camden's legs. Please find someone more competent. Leaving those words behind, Brendan turned and left. What? Shauna was taken aback, her face changing instantly. Seeing Brendan about to leave, she quickly called after him, Mr. Zhang, please wait. But Brendan ignored her, getting into his car and driving away. Angry, Brendan drove straight back to his own villa, calming down only slightly once he arrived home. After making himself a simple late-night snack and taking a shower, he went to bed. On the other side, Shauna was interrogating Gretchen. Silu, what exactly happened? Why would Mr. Zhang say such things? Shauna frowned deeply. Gretchen, clearly displeased, recounted everything that had happened that night. After listening, Shauna felt both anger and exasperation. Silu, what were you thinking? Why did you do such a thing, involving Mr. Zhang? Sure, you're not afraid of the Tang family, but did you consider how your actions might cause trouble for Mr. Zhang? What if Leona retaliates against Mr. Zhang afterward? Shauna was furious, her gaze filled with disappointment as she looked at Gretchen. Chapter 231. Gretchen, abandoned. Gretchen's actions this time were indeed too capricious, and it wasn't the first time. Even given her personality, this was something she could no longer accept. Upon hearing this, Gretchen's facial expression changed, especially when she saw the disappointed look on Shauna's face. Cousin, I didn't mean to cause him trouble, Gretchen tried to explain. Shauna sighed. Silu, I've told you about these things before, yet you never change. This time you've gone too far, so I won't help you anymore. I also support Mr. Zhang's decision. If you can't gain his forgiveness, then you'll have to use crutches for life. With that said, Shauna left directly. Cousin. Gretchen panicked. She hurriedly attempted to chase after her, but fell heavily to the ground due to her leg condition. Ouch! Though Gretchen screamed in pain, Shauna didn't stop. Her figure soon vanished in front of Gretchen. Seeing Shauna leave without hesitation, Gretchen's face turned pale. She had lost her mother at a young age and had always been taken care of by Shauna. For Gretchen, Shauna was not only her cousin but also like a mother figure. The extremely disappointed look from Shauna felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Gretchen's heart. Wah wah wah. Gretchen couldn't help crying, with regret surging up within her. Brendan was completely unaware of what had happened here. He woke up the next day after a good sleep. Sunlight shone through the curtains onto the bedroom floor in the villa. Seeing the luxurious room, Brendan smiled broadly. This is real life. Brendan chuckled happily. Now he had achieved considerable success. Beauty, career, capability, and wealth. He had it all. In the future, I need to continue working on my spirit energy and advance my heavenly eye and pure Sinclair skill cultivation. But both of these require a huge amount of spirit energy to upgrade, Brendan thought with a slight headache. He needed the third upgrade for his heavenly eye and to break through to the innate level for pure Sinclair skill. Currently, he had 200 units of spirit energy stored in his mud pill palace, but clearly, this was not enough for either task. I need more spirit energy. Brendan squinted. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was Jeremiah calling. Vice President Zhang. President E. After exchanging greetings, Jeremiah went straight to the point. Buddy has returned, and we talked. He's willing to reconcile. I've booked a table at Roncheng restaurant for lunch today. Let's talk over lunch. Brendan nodded. Okay, I'll attend. Satisfied, Jeremiah hung up. Didn't expect Buddy to return so quickly. I wonder how long this reconciliation will last, Brendan pondered. I crippled Jacob. Can the people from Tianming Martial Arts Hall really restrain themselves from seeking revenge? He then called Blake and Suzette to inform them about the lunch arrangement. Both siblings expressed their intention to go along. Brendan didn't refuse. Soon, it was noon, and he drove to pick them up. After they got into the car, Suzette warned him cautiously, Mr. Zhang, be careful. Buddy is a hypocritical tiger. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Beside her, Blake nodded. Right, Buddy is very cunning. My father often mentioned him. Tianming Martial Arts Hall is built up by Buddy. He came from humble beginnings and has made it to where he is now. You can imagine he's not someone to be underestimated. Hearing this, Brendan became more serious. Don't worry, I won't be careless. They then headed to Roncheng restaurant for the meeting. Parking the car, they entered the restaurant, and a waiter immediately led them to room 5 on the 3rd floor upon confirming Brendan's name. Opening the door, they found Jeremiah already inside. Besides him, there were 2 others, the familiar Isaac and an elderly man with a white beard. Vice President Zhang, please come in, Jeremiah greeted with a smile. Brendan walked in with a smile as well. Isaac and Buddy's gazes focused on the trio. Isaac looked somewhat grim, filled with hatred towards Brendan. In contrast, Buddy scrutinized Brendan carefully, surprised by his youth. Such strength at such a young age. He must have a promising future. Sitting opposite Buddy, Brendan listened as the older man introduced himself. Vice President Zhang, truly remarkable. This old man, Buddy, is the Vice President of the Wushu Association and Headmaster of Tianming Martial Arts Hall. President, he has explained everything to me. I deeply apologize for failing to manage my disciple properly, leading to the misunderstanding. My disciple has already received punishment, and I think we can put this matter to rest, Buddy said calmly. His attitude was mild, with no hint of anger or hatred in his eyes or expression. Had he not introduced himself, Brendan wouldn't have believed this old man was the hall master. I crippled Jacob, and he can still speak to me so calmly? Vice President Shui, you're right. We are all part of Jiangnan's martial world. It would benefit none of us if this escalates. If you're willing to reconcile, I have no objections, Brendan squinted, examining Buddy intently, unsure of his true intentions. Indeed, experience comes with age. Ha ha ha. Jeremiah laughed heartily. Both of you have valid points. Today, I invited both of you here to mend fences and work together for the future of Jiangnan's martial world. Come, let's toast to that. Jeremiah proposed, satisfied. They raised their glasses, and the atmosphere in the room was harmonious. Hashtag chapter 232. Astonishing words. The entire matter proceeded incredibly smoothly, almost too smoothly. Brendan originally thought he would need to put in some effort, but unexpectedly, Buddy, as the master of Tianming Martial Arts Hall, harbored no animosity toward him at all. He maintained a smile throughout, which was why Suzette had said Buddy was like a smiling tiger. It indeed turned out to be true. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses, the dinner ended on an amiable note. The atmosphere was harmonious, as if all previous conflicts had vanished without a trace. Once the dinner concluded, Brendan and his 2 companions left. Buddy watched Brendan's departing back, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by a piercingly cold gaze. He's truly an outstanding talent and deals with people quite diplomatically. It's no wonder Bryce lost to him, Buddy remarked. Isaac couldn't help but ask beside him, Grandmaster, are we really going to reconcile with Brendan? What about our master's vengeance? Buddy smiled faintly. Don't worry, revenge is just a matter of time, but now isn't the best moment to act. We'll wait until Bryce fully recovers. By then, I have a way to ensure he achieves 100% victory. Good, Isaac replied excitedly. His eyes were filled with anticipation, imagining the pathetic scene of Brendan losing to Jacob. Brendan drove Blake and his sister to Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving, he saw a bustling construction site where the hall was undergoing renovations. Is this Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall? Brendan was curious. The entire hall was in the middle of a vigorous renovation and expansion, making it lively and busy. Blake eagerly introduced the place, and even the aloof beauty Suzette couldn't hide her smile when talking about the hall. Yes, this is the Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall my father built from scratch. 3 years ago, after my father's death, it fell into disuse. We've recently bought it back. But since the equipment inside is outdated, we need a full renovation before reopening, Blake explained excitedly. His expression was filled with emotion. Brother Zhang, you've helped me fulfill my lifelong dream of reopening the Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness. Brendan laughed. It's nothing significant. Moreover, given Brother Tan's abilities, getting the martial arts hall running again is only a matter of time. As he spoke, Brendan's gaze involuntarily shifted to Suzette, adding silently to himself that if she wanted to repay him, perhaps she could give herself to him. Cough, cough. This thought Brendan kept to himself, never daring to voice it. However, his gaze caught Suzette's eyes, causing him to shift his gaze guiltily away. Blake's face was filled with gratitude. He warmly invited Brendan into the still under construction martial arts hall. The scale of the Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall was impressive, not inferior to the Tianming Martial Arts Hall at all. After renovation, its future prosperity was virtually guaranteed. Sister Xuanhuan, go ahead and train while I show Mr. Zhang around, Suzette suggested. All right, Blake nodded and continued his daily training with renewed vigor. With Blake gone, only Brendan and Suzette remained. Alone together, Brendan felt slightly uncomfortable. Mr. Zhang, let me show you around, Suzette broke the silence. Sure, Brendan nodded. Suzette led him around the hall, explaining its layout in detail. However, Brendan found it hard to focus, often glancing at Suzette. She wore casual clothes today, but her striking beauty made even ordinary attire look elegant. Her athletic body, honed from constant training, combined strength and grace perfectly, hiding formidable power within her slender frame. After touring the hall, they reached the deepest part, a residential villa area restricted to core members. Suzette served Brendan a cup of tea, its fragrant aroma soothing and refreshing. Brendan sipped the tea, and at that moment, Suzette asked, "Mr. Zhang, you're very interested in my body, aren't you?" Spray. Her words startled Brendan so much that he sprayed out his mouthful of tea. Coughing violently, he realized his ogling had been noticed. Despite his thick skin, he felt deeply embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. "No, I didn't mean anything inappropriate," he hastily explained. Suzette looked at him seriously. "You don't need to explain. I know you're interested in my body. You've helped us a lot. Ever since the hall suffered a great loss 3 years ago, I made a vow. Whoever can help me take revenge will receive everything I have." Upon hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. "Do you mean that?" Suzette's expression was serious. "Yes. It was Buddy who killed my father and caused the hall to go bankrupt. If you can help me take revenge, then from now on, I will belong to you completely. You can do anything you want with me." Gulp. Brendan swallowed hard. Her words were indeed tempting. But Brendan hadn't lost his head over lust. He quickly regained his composure. He had just reconciled with Buddy under Coulter's witness. Reneging on it immediately would be unforgivable. Suzette seemed to read his thoughts. "I understand your dilemma, so I won't ask for anything. In fact, I'm already content with life now. The hall will reopen soon, fulfilling half of my vow. Killing Buddy would be extremely difficult and fraught with complications. I wouldn't want you to get involved in such a huge mess. So if you want, I can satisfy you." Hearing this, Brendan nearly lost control. He stared at Suzette, astonished. Her expression was utterly serious. Such provocative words coming from her lips gave Brendan a strange sense of incongruity. Chapter 233. The Ice Beauty and the Spoiled Girl. "Is what you said true?" Brendan wanted to confirm again. Suzette nodded seriously. Brush. Brendan's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he reached out and held Suzette in his arms. Suzette did not struggle at all, leaning obediently into Brendan's embrace. Holding Suzette, this ice beauty, in his arms, Brendan couldn't help but feel thrilled. Conquering an ice beauty like her was a dream for many men, and now it had come true so easily. As a man, saying that he had no thoughts about Suzette would be impossible. But he never expected that before he even made a move, this ice beauty had given in to him so easily. Feeling the well-proportioned body of Suzette in his arms, Brendan's hands gradually became less restrained. Looking down, he noticed the usual expressionless face of Suzette, now subtly flushed red. Both remained silent, a flirtatious atmosphere spreading between them. Overcome with emotion, Brendan lowered his head and kissed Suzette's red lips without saying a word. Suzette responded hesitantly, clearly inexperienced. They embraced tightly, the kiss lasting for half an hour. After what seemed like a long time, they finally broke apart. Brendan raised his head, grinning. Suzette's cheeks were now fully flushed, creating a stark contrast with her usually cold demeanor. "Xuanhuan, you're so beautiful." Brendan couldn't help but praise her. Suzette blushed slightly, nodding without much response. She nestled closer to Brendan, her hands unknowingly hugging him. They stayed in that tight embrace until there was a knock on the door. "Xuanhuan, has Brother Zhang left? Why is the door locked during the day?" Blake's puzzled voice came from outside. "My brother is here." Suzette was somewhat flustered as she quickly got up from Brendan's embrace. Both were in a flurry, resembling someone caught in the act. Suzette hurriedly straightened her messy clothes and took several deep breaths to suppress the flush on her face before going to open the door. "Brother Tan, I'm still here," Brendan spoke up, trying to keep his tone normal. Seeing Brendan, Blake was surprised. He smiled. "I didn't see you around, so I thought you had already left." Cough. Brendan felt awkward. Given his peculiar relationship with Suzette, it wasn't the right time to tell Blake anything. Did he want to take advantage of a favor? Although Suzette had initiated the encounter, he still felt guilty, leading to a sense of unease as he faced Blake. Making an excuse, Brendan left. Throughout, Blake hadn't noticed anything amiss but was puzzled by Suzette's still faint blush. "Xuanhuan, why is your face so red?" Suzette avoided eye contact. "Maybe the air circulation in the room isn't very good." "Really?" Blake was puzzled but didn't think much of it. Back at the villa, it was already 4 in the afternoon when Brendan arrived. As soon as he returned, his phone rang. Gretchen was calling. Brendan rolled his eyes and hung up without a word. Despite repeated calls, he continued to ignore her. Gretchen's actions last night had infuriated him, and he no longer wanted to deal with this troublesome girl. However, an hour later, the doorbell rang. Outside stood Gretchen. "What are you doing here?" Brendan's attitude was cold, devoid of any warmth. Today, Gretchen looked unwell. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes slightly puffy, as if she had been crying. Looking at Brendan's chilly demeanor, Gretchen bit her lip. Mr. Zhang. I came to apologize." "Huh," Brendan sneered, sarcastically remarking. "Who would have thought Miss Camden, who fears nothing, would ever apologize? How surprising. If you want me to treat your legs again, forget it. You're so competent, you can definitely find a better doctor than me. Figure it out on your own." Brendan outright refused Gretchen. Gretchen waved her hand, explaining, "That's not what I meant. I've truly realized my mistake. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have dragged you into trouble last night. Rest assured, I will make sure Leona's matter won't cause you any problems." Brendan knew he couldn't trust Gretchen. To him, she was merely apologizing because he wouldn't treat her legs. Once treated, she would likely turn on him or worse, seek revenge. With this thought, Brendan ignored her and walked back inside, slamming the door shut. Bang! He heavily closed the door, ignoring Gretchen outside. Watching Brendan slam the door, Gretchen felt furious. What's his problem? Haven't I apologized? What a petty guy. Gretchen complained. The Harlow nearby looked equally helpless. "Miss, if you wish to gain Mr. Zhang's forgiveness, merely apologizing isn't enough," the Harlow reminded her. Gretchen frowned. Then what should I do? Well, perhaps you should consider his preferences. If you bring something he likes, he might reconsider. The Harlow's words sparked an idea in Gretchen's mind, causing her eyes to light up. What is Brendan like? While ginseng. Smiling, Gretchen immediately turned to leave. Let's go back. Leaving hastily with the Harlow, Brendan watched from the window with a mocking smile. Truly doesn't regret. Being born into an influential family makes her so arrogant. Brendan felt no goodwill towards Gretchen. Though she was pretty and cute, her terrible character overshadowed any physical charm. He picked up his phone and called Suzette. Xuanhuan, are you free tonight? Let's go out for late-night snacks, Brendan asked excitedly. Just as their moment was interrupted earlier by Blake, he hadn't had enough time to enjoy her company fully. Chapter 234. The Divine Zach Scott. When asked by Brendan, Suzette said she had many things to do tonight and could only promise to meet him tomorrow evening. Brendan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If it's tomorrow, then so be it, and he agreed. Just thinking about the tenderness that would come after the Ice Queen melted made him eagerly look forward to tomorrow night. At this time, in Rongqing Airport on the other side, Isaac brought disciples of the martial arts school back here again. The group stood quietly at the airport entrance waiting patiently. At this moment, a disciple noticed something and said, Master brother, isn't that person Divine Zach Jameson? Isaac looked over quickly and saw an elderly man with a gray beard walking out of the airport. Isaac's eyes lit up. That's Divine Zach Jameson. Let's go over. He led the martial arts school disciples to greet him warmly. Hello, Divine Zach Jameson. Welcome to Rongqing. We are disciples of Tianming Martial Arts School. Our master sent us to pick you up. Isaac was very polite. Scott smiled warmly. All right, let's head to the hospital. Sure, please get in the car. Isaac invited Scott into the car enthusiastically. Then the vehicle started and headed for Rongqing First People's Hospital. Soon they arrived at the hospital. Under Isaac's lead, Scott went to the ward where Jacob was located. As soon as they entered the ward, Buddy smiled and stood up. Divine Zach Jameson, welcome to Rongqing. My disciple's matter is troubling you this time. Please extend your skillful hands, Buddy greeted warmly. On the bed, Jacob's eyes sparkled with hope. Scott gently stroked his beard. Let me examine the patient first. Of course. Buddy nodded. He moved aside as Scott walked over to Jacob and placed one hand on his wrist, silently checking his condition. The examination lasted for a full half hour. Isaac found this somewhat strange and his gaze became increasingly odd. He couldn't help but walk over to Buddy. Great Grandmaster, can this way of examining show anything? Buddy smiled. Divine Zach Jameson has a special ability. This is why he's called the Divine Zach. Oh? Isaac was amazed and curiously inspected. Yet no matter how closely he watched, he didn't see anything unique in Scott's actions. Scott merely placed 3 fingers lightly on Jacob's wrist and did nothing else. How could he diagnose just from this? Not only Isaac, but even Jacob began to have doubts. He looked at Buddy with questioning eyes, receiving a reassuring look in return. Trusting Buddy, Jacob waited patiently. Another half hour passed before Scott finally opened his eyes. Jacob couldn't wait to ask, Divine Zach Jameson, can my wrist be saved? No problem, and it will only take 3 days. Scott tapped his chin. Hearing this, Jacob was pleasantly surprised and visibly moved. Fantastic, Jacob rejoiced. Buddy smiled and walked forward. Indeed worthy of being called a divine doctor. My disciple's wrist is left in your hands, Divine Zach. Do you need anything else? Scott nodded. I'll write down a prescription. You need to buy the herbs according to it. Okay. Buddy immediately nodded. He gave Isaac a look, who quickly brought paper and pen to Scott. Scott wrote down hundreds of herbs on the prescription and handed the list to Buddy. Buddy scrutinized it carefully. Many herbs on this list were quite expensive, adding up to at least 500,000 renminbi. Though this sum seemed large to ordinary people, it wasn't a problem for Buddy. He handed the prescription to Isaac. Lay, you take care of buying the herbs. All must be premium quality, no substandard substitutes. Yes, great Grandmaster. Isaac nodded respectfully. Scott continued. In addition to the herbs, the treatment fee is 3 million renminbi. You need to pay 1 million as a deposit first. Without hesitation, Buddy nodded. No need for a deposit. I'll directly transfer 3 million renminbi to Divine Zach Jameson. My disciple has a bright future ahead. I hope you can put more effort into the treatment. His generous attitude made Scott smile and nod. Certainly. 3 days later, Mr. Zhang's wrist will be restored to its pre-injury state. These words illuminated Jacob's face with eager anticipation. 3 days was not long, and he already thought about sending a challenge letter to Brendan once his wrist recovered. Despite Jeremiah asking them to shake hands and make peace, martial arts exchanges could naturally be carried out casually. Isaac went out to buy the herbs, and his efficiency was impressive. He spent 2 hours running through several pharmacies in Rongqing, and finally obtained all the herbs on the list. Returning to the ward with the herbs, Scott asked for a quiet and spacious room to prepare the medicinal liquid. Buddy immediately agreed, fulfilling all of Scott's requirements, booking a room in a 4-star hotel opposite the hospital. Isaac moved all the herbs into the hotel room, and Scott followed inside. Divine Zach Jameson, do you need any assistance? Isaac offered. Scott waved his hand. No need. I don't like being disturbed when brewing the medicine. This disappointed Isaac, who originally wanted to observe the process. After nodding, Isaac left the room, standing guard at the door. However, after Isaac left, a shocking scene unfolded in the hotel room. Scott stripped off his clothes, revealing a muscular body, not a trace of old age. He removed his beard and wig, exposing a bald head. Peeling off facial masks, the Divine Zach Scott vanished, replaced by a 30-something bald youth. Scott glanced outside the door, a smile forming on his lips. Chapter 235, The Con Artist's Trick. 3 million. This time we're really hitting the jackpot. I can't believe these people are so rich. If I had known, I should have asked for 5 million. Scott was ecstatic. At this moment, Scott had completely transformed. Even if Buddy were standing here, he wouldn't recognize this person as the clay he spoke of. Scott walked to the window and glanced outside before cautiously climbing down it. Finally, His foot touched the ground. After rolling on the ground once, he quickly got up and soon disappeared into the streets. An unknown amount of time passed. Isaac was still waiting outside the hotel room. He waited for 2 whole hours. Seeing that no sound came from inside the room after 2 hours, Isaac felt extremely bored. He wanted to knock on the door and ask how long Scott would take, but worried about disturbing him, he continued to wait patiently. Another 2 hours passed. By now, it was already evening, and the sky outside was dark. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was a call from Buddy. Grandmaster, Isaac answered. Buddy asked, Lay, has the medicine decoction by Clay been prepared? Clay is still in the room and hasn't come out yet, Isaac replied honestly. HM? Buddy was somewhat puzzled. For hours had already passed. Did it really take that long to prepare a decoction? He hesitated for a moment, then said, knock on the door and ask. Okay, Isaac nodded. Having already been incredibly bored, with Buddy's permission, Isaac did not continue to wait. Knock, knock, knock. Isaac knocked on the hotel room door. Clay, is the decoction ready? It's evening now, and we've prepared dinner, Isaac called out. However, to his surprise, there was no response from inside the room. Seeing no movement inside, Isaac began to feel something was wrong. What's going on? Isaac didn't consider the possibility of being cheated. He knocked again but still heard nothing. No response, no noise whatsoever. Even if Isaac were foolish, he would now realize something was amiss. His face changed slightly, and he called out, Clay, are you still in there? I'm going to open the door. There was still no response. Without hesitation, Isaac went to the front desk and quickly returned with them. The receptionist used a master key to open the door, and Isaac immediately rushed in. Upon seeing the empty hotel room, Isaac's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Isaac was shocked beyond belief. Clay had vanished? This had to be a joke. Isaac realized the severity of the situation and immediately called Buddy to inform him of the matter. You say what? Buddy's voice rose an octave, revealing a rare lapse in composure. Clay isn't in the hotel room? Isaac nodded vigorously. Yes, Clay has disappeared. I searched the entire room but couldn't find him. The room only has scattered herbs on the floor, nothing else. Grandmaster, do you think? Isaac didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. In the hospital room, Buddy's face turned grim as death. For the first time, he displayed such a terrifying demeanor, with killing intent bubbling like a raging river in his eyes. Buddy understood what Isaac meant all too well. They had been tricked. Clay was nothing but a fraud. A con artist who managed to deceive even an old fox like him. Earlier, due to his unwavering trust in Scott's abilities, he missed some telltale signs, which now seemed glaringly obvious upon reflection. Buddy's face brimmed with murderous intent. Good, good, good. Saying the word 3 times showed just how furious Buddy was. Even over the phone, Isaac could feel Buddy's rage. He trembled, afraid to speak, fearful of provoking Buddy's anger at this critical moment. Buddy's eyes blazed with cold fury. I never thought that I, Buddy, who has always been so astute, would be deceived by a con man. 3 million wasn't much to Buddy, but he couldn't accept being tricked by a fraud. If this news spread, he'd become a laughingstock in the xiuxian martial world. Isaac, emboldened by necessity, said, Grandmaster, should I go with my juniors to search for this con man? No need. It's been several hours since he left. As long as he isn't a fool, he's probably already out of Camdingdu. I'll find other ways to locate him. For now, come back. Buddy suppressed his anger. Okay, Isaac hurriedly agreed. After hanging up, Jacob on the hospital bed realized that the hope for curing his wrist was gone. Clay is a fraud? Jacob couldn't believe it either. Buddy nodded unhappily. Yes, I didn't expect to misjudge someone. Jacob remained speechless. His face was filled with shock. He had already planned how he would defeat Brendan on the arena and humiliate him. But now he was told that Clay was a fake, and his wrist couldn't be cured. It felt like a harsh slap in the face, shattering his hopes instantly. Damn, this man is truly despicable. Master, we must catch Scott. I want to tear him apart piece by piece to vent my anger. Jacob's fury was palpable, his gaze as if ready to devour someone. Buddy nodded somberly. Without Jacob having to say it, he would do everything in his power to capture this man. Such immense humiliation was unbearable. Only through the man's blood and death could it be washed away. With that thought, Buddy took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. Back at the villa, while cooking dinner, Brendan received another call from Gretchen. Recognizing Gretchen's number, Brendan hung up without a second thought. Gretchen switched to another number and called again. Exasperated, Brendan almost shouted in frustration. Chapter 236, Playing a Trick on Gretchen. Gretchen, don't bother me anymore, Brendan said coldly. Over the phone, Gretchen replied. Mr. Zhang, please don't hang up yet. This time I am coming with sincerity. Ha, Brendan sneered and was about to hang up. But then he heard Gretchen say, I have an 80-year-old wild ginseng plant in my possession. Brendan's attention was instantly drawn. 80 years old? Brendan's expression changed slightly. Gretchen, sensing the change in his tone, smiled and said, yes, this is an absolutely top-grade wild ginseng plant. I am willing to offer you this wild ginseng as an apology gift. Additionally, if you have any other requests, just let me know, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Brendan squinted his eyes. He had never seen an 80-year-old wild ginseng before, and it was indeed quite tempting. From previous experiences, a 20-year-old wild ginseng contained 2 portions of spirit energy, while a 40 or 50-year-old one contained 10 portions. How many portions of spirit energy would an 80-year-old wild ginseng contain? And would this spirit energy be of superior quality compared to ordinary spirit energy? Curiosity piqued in Brendan's mind. Although Gretchen's personality irked him, the gift she offered intrigued him. You come over with the wild ginseng, and I'll make a decision after I see the gift in person, Brendan responded. In the end, he couldn't resist the allure of the 80-year-old wild ginseng. He wanted to see its true value for himself. Great, I'll be there shortly. There was genuine joy in Gretchen's eyes. It didn't take long for Brendan to hear the doorbell ring. Less than an hour later, Opening the door, Brendan saw Gretchen standing outside, accompanied by a Harlow carrying a sandalwood box. Mr. Zhang, I've brought the gift. Can you forgive me now? Gretchen smiled softly. Brendan rolled his eyes. What's the hurry? Let me see it first. The Harlow opened the sandalwood box, revealing a wild ginseng plant that was nearly 30 centimeters long. Brendan immediately activated his heavenly eye. Wild ginseng. 85 years. Goodness. It really was an over 80-year-old wild ginseng. Examining it closely, Brendan noticed the plant contained an astounding amount of spirit energy, 30 portions, to be precise. More astonishing was the fact that the quality of the spirit energy within this wild ginseng was subtly different from that of ordinary wild ginseng. Deep inside the core, there was a cluster of significantly higher quality spirit energy. High-quality spirit energy? Brendan felt both shocked and delighted. The single portion of high-quality spirit energy in this 80-year-old wild ginseng intrigued him greatly. The older the wild ginseng, the greater its value. An 80-year-old wild ginseng far surpassed a 20-year-old one in terms of both quantity and quality of spirit energy. After some hesitation, Brendan finally said, "All right, I'll forgive you for last night's actions, given this wild ginseng." Gretchen's face lit up with a radiant smile. That's great. Brendan absorbed the spirit energy from the wild ginseng without hesitation. The high-quality spirit energy from the core did not mix with the regular spirit energy but formed a sesame seed-sized cluster independently. Before he could dwell further on this, Gretchen interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Zhang, can you call my cousin and tell her we've made amends? She hasn't spoken to me since yesterday, Gretchen said with a wistful look. Brendan rolled his eyes again. You deserve it. Gretchen looked upset, wanting to retort, but swallowed her words. I didn't mean any harm. It was just unintentional last night. Fine, I'll call your cousin, but you should go now, Brendan dismissed her. Gretchen pouted. Wasn't today the day for my leg treatment? Treatment for your leg? Sorry, I'm not treating it anymore, Brendan stated bluntly. What? Gretchen was startled. Didn't you already forgive me? You accepted the gift. Yes, I did forgive you, but that doesn't mean I will continue the treatment. Those are two separate matters, Brendan explained. Gretchen looked angry. You're just making excuses. You didn't truly forgive me. Give me back the gift. Smiling, Brendan handed the wild ginseng back to Gretchen. Here you go. Since he had already absorbed the spirit energy, the remaining part of the wild ginseng held little value for him. Gretchen gnashed her teeth, enraged at being toyed with like this. Brendan, you're such a jerk. You tricked me, which infuriates me. Gretchen lunged at Brendan, clawing and hitting. Brendan stood there, letting her punch and kick, as her weak strength couldn't affect him much. Her fists rebounded off his taut muscles, causing her more pain. Unable to bear the torment, Gretchen burst into tears for the first time. You liar. You deceived me. You promised to forgive me but played a trick on me. Wah. Tears streamed down her face. Impatiently pushing her away, Brendan showed no interest in consoling her. Just cry on your own. Don't pretend in front of me. With that, Brendan turned and went back into the villa, slamming the door shut. The fake crying stopped abruptly as Gretchen realized Brendan's heartlessness. Brendan, you bastard. Gretchen raged outside. Ignoring her, Brendan returned to his room to study the newly obtained high-quality spirit energy. After some contemplation, Brendan realized that advancing pure Sinclair Gong beyond the innate stage might require high-quality spirit energy. This is troublesome. How can I find so much high-quality spirit energy? Brendan frowned deeply. Chapter 237, 2 billion compensation. While ginseng from the 1980s is not like roadside cabbages that grow in abundance, ginseng of this vintage has already reached an astounding value. Perhaps only the family backing Gretchen could acquire it, and even then, not in large quantities. Reflecting on this, Brendan felt a sense of irony in his heart. Just at this moment, the telephone rang. He picked up to find an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. Hello. Hi, Vice President Zhang, this is Buddy. Came the voice from the other end? Upon hearing Buddy, Brendan's expression instantly turned serious, his eyes sharpened with caution. Why is Buddy calling me? Vice President Xue, what can I do for you? Brendan narrowed his eyes. In the phone, Buddy's voice was filled with gentle laughter. I'm sorry to disturb you, Vice President Zhang, but I'm mainly calling regarding some misunderstandings between my disciple Jacob and you. I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight, so we can sit down and have a good talk. What do you think? Haha. Brendan scoffed internally. He didn't believe for a second that Buddy was genuinely trying to reconcile. What tricks does this old man have up his sleeve? Brendan squinted, still puzzled by Buddy's intentions. However, when it comes to meeting fire with water, he wanted to see what game this master and disciple were playing. Sure, I'll be there tonight. Brendan nodded and agreed directly. On the other side, at Tianming Martial Arts Hall, Jacob looked somewhat displeased. Though he had been recovering for a few days, he still wore bandages, especially on his right hand. Master, why are you apologizing to Brendan again? I don't think it's necessary. Although Brendan has become the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he doesn't have much real power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a lone general. We really don't need to fear him. Jacob frowned, unable to understand why Buddy chose to call Brendan. In response to this question, Buddy patiently explained, Bryce, your condition is poor right now. If Brendan challenges you, you won't be able to withstand him. So we need to stabilize him until your injuries are fully recovered. Jacob's face darkened. The loss to Brendan still gnawed at him. He couldn't fathom why Brendan showed such overwhelming strength at the end. Everyone's capabilities seemed almost equal, yet that final punch crushed him completely. Damn Brendan, I will never let him off. Jacob clenched his teeth, the resentment and anger on his face as turbulent as raging rivers. Time flew by, and night soon arrived. Brendan went to Ronqing Hotel as promised by Buddy. He got out of the car and entered the hotel. A waiter quickly approached. Hello, sir. Table 6. Of course, please follow me. The waiter smiled and nodded. Led by her, Brendan reached the private room on the second floor, number 6. He opened the door and walked straight in. Inside, Three people stood out prominently: Buddy, Jacob, and Isaac. Vice President Zhang, please come in. Buddy rose with a smile, looking more like an old friend greeting another rather than adversaries. Compared to Buddy, Jacob and Isaac looked distinctly uncomfortable, especially Isaac, who barely held back his emotions. Brendan squinted slightly, taking a deep look at the trio. No need for formalities. Brendan sat down in the private room. Soon, waiters brought dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted delightful, making one's mouth water just by inhaling the aroma. Buddy ordered a bottle of fine wine. Isaac uncorked it, allowing the rich fragrance to waft through the room. Being the lowest in rank among the four present, pouring wine fell upon Isaac. Brendan lifted his glass and took a sip, then cut to the chase. Vice President Xue, please get to the point. I prefer straightforwardness. Buddy smiled warmly. I already mentioned over the phone. There's no hidden agenda. I just want to sincerely apologize to Vice President Zhang. After saying this, he glanced at Jacob. Bryce Ale, you two should also apologize to Vice President Zhang immediately, Buddy commanded sternly. Both men's faces were less than pleasant. Even under Buddy's reprimand, they reluctantly got up, unwillingly apologetic. Sitting in place, Brendan watched their begrudging expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Jacob managed a grimace worse than a sob. Vice President Zhang, I was wrong before. I apologize for my mistake and hope you can forgive me. Haha. Brendan laughed sarcastically in his mind. Jacob, do you really think a mere apology can resolve everything? That sounds too simplistic. This nearly caused Jacob's composure to slip. He bit his lip, barely suppressing his rage. Then what do you want, Vice President Zhang? 2 billion. Brendan declared flatly. What? Jacob was shocked, forcing himself to stifle his anger. Vice President Zhang, aren't you asking too much? It's just a small misunderstanding, and you're demanding 2 billion in compensation? Brendan sneered. Small misunderstanding? If attempting to kill me was considered a small misunderstanding, why would you bother to apologize? Jacob's eyes widened in anger, ready to lash out. But Buddy placed a hand on his shoulder, forcefully subduing his anger. At the same time, Buddy agreed, we accept 2 billion. That was indeed our fault, and paying Vice President Zhang is entirely deserved. Going forward, we consider this settled, and we expect you to keep your word too, Buddy stated. Jacob could barely contain himself. Master, 2 billion was a huge sum for Tianming Martial Arts Hall. While they could afford it, it would significantly cripple them. Moreover, paying 2 billion to Brendan was a humiliating experience for Jacob. Buddy gave him a glare, forcing him to hold back. Agreed. I always keep my promises. Once you pay, I assure you I won't seek further trouble, Brendan smiled. Chapter 238. Calculations. Agreed. Buddy revealed a satisfied smile. Both parties had reached an agreement. Tianming Martial Arts School would pay 2 billion as compensation, and in return, Brendan could not attack them again in the future. The atmosphere inside the private room soon became harmonious, and within moments, the 2 billion had already arrived in Brendan's account. His smile grew even brighter. Suddenly, it seemed like Brendan remembered something as he looked towards Jacob's right hand. What are you doing? Jacob instantly showed signs of alertness on his face. Nothing, just that I have a method to treat your hand, Brendan said astonishingly. What? This statement greatly shocked Jacob. By the side, Buddy regarded him with doubtful eyes. Is Vice Chairman Zhang also a doctor? Buddy asked gravely. Brendan shook his head. I wouldn't call myself a doctor. I just know a special massage technique. This massage technique can work under some special circumstances. If you're interested, I can help Jacob for treatment, guaranteeing he will be restored to his pre-injury condition. Upon hearing this, light shone in Jacob's eyes. Really? Brendan chuckled. Of course, if it doesn't work out, then you don't have to pay me anything. Jacob's breathing immediately quickened. For a martial arts enthusiast like himself, having permanent damage to his right hand meant he couldn't return to his former strength, something he found difficult to accept. Now, hearing such good news from Brendan was certainly a relief to Jacob. However, Jacob didn't lose his mind over this piece of good news. He was skeptical about the truth behind Brendan's words. Without speaking, he looked towards Buddy instead. The changes in their expressions did not escape Brendan's notice. He said, I know you don't believe me, so I can treat him first before you make any payment. Of course, if you really don't trust me, then forget it. Buddy smiled. Vice Chairman Zhang, don't talk like that. We do believe you, but since you're not a doctor and Bryce's condition is quite severe, we need a little time to consider. Brendan shrugged. Up to you. Whenever you decide, give me a call. All right. Both Jacob and Buddy nodded simultaneously. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes later, the meal could be described as very friendly, despite the so-called harmonious atmosphere being superficial. But for the sake of the 2 billion compensation, Brendan was willing to put up this act with Master Buddy and apprentice Jacob. After the meal ended, Brendan drove back to New Moon Community almost immediately. He had just returned home when he received a call from Buddy. Vice Chairman Zhang, regarding the treatment you mentioned, after discussion, we agreed to accept the treatment. May I ask what are the chances of success? Buddy asked. 90%, Brendan answered with great confidence. So high? Buddy couldn't help but be astonished. Brendan clearly wasn't a doctor, so why was he so confident? Was there a chance of an accident occurring? This thought popped into Buddy's mind, but considering Jacob might become crippled, he finally decided to take a risk. Fine, we're willing to let you give it a try. When do we start? Brendan laughed. Not in a hurry, let's discuss the remuneration first. What do you want? Buddy asked warily. I need a wild ginseng plant that's at least 80 years old. Brendan cut straight to the point. Buddy was somewhat taken aback. An 80-year-old wild ginseng is pretty rare. Can Vice Chairman Zhang change the terms? No, I only need that. Vice Chairman Xue has such extensive connections. With effort, getting an 80-year-old wild ginseng shouldn't be too much of a problem. If you can't get what I need, then forget about the treatment. Brendan stated. Buddy. He was speechless, not expecting Brendan to be so resolute. After a brief hesitation, Buddy eventually nodded. The prospect of Jacob recovering was too tempting to refuse. Alright, I agree. Give me 3 days to prepare, Buddy said. Satisfied, Brendan hung up the phone. With a smile on his face, he mused, Buddy has been serving as the vice chairman of the Martial Arts Association for over 10 years. With his connections, obtaining an 80-year-old wild ginseng should not be too difficult. After treating Jacob's right hand, he will challenge me again. Then, I can openly defeat him once more. And this time, I won't give Jacob any opportunity. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with determination. This plan was flawless. If successful, he would not only obtain an 80-year-old wild ginseng but also eliminate the threat posed by Jacob, a win-win situation. As for the peace agreement, he didn't care. He had merely said he wouldn't initiate attacks on Jacob. But if Jacob came to challenge him, that was an entirely different matter. Jacob isn't as strong as me. His strength should be at the late stage later heaven realm. Last time, I had just broken through and hadn't mastered my power perfectly. If Jacob fights me again, I'm confident I can easily defeat him this time. Brendan couldn't hide his excitement. Time passed quickly, and 2 days flew by. During this period, Tianming Martial Arts School gave no updates, though Gretchen occasionally called, seeking forgiveness. Brendan couldn't be bothered with her nonsense and directly blocked her number. Initially, he thought Shauna might call to beg on behalf of Gretchen, but unexpectedly, she did nothing after 2 days. It was clear that Shauna was genuinely upset this time around, and thus made no attempt to intervene. On the third day, Buddy finally called. Vice Chairman Zhang, the remuneration you asked for is ready, Buddy said. Excitement lit up Brendan's face. Good. I'll go to Tianming Martial Arts School right away. Without hesitation, Brendan set off immediately for Tianming Martial Arts School. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance of Tianming Martial Arts School, where Isaac was already waiting. After parking, Brendan got out of the car, and Isaac greeted him with a slightly stiff smile. Vice Chairman Zhang. Chapter 239. Treatment. Brendan cast a slightly ominous glance at Isaac, and though it was just a look, it made Isaac's blood run cold. He hadn't forgotten how he had plotted against Brendan before, causing him to now dread any potential retaliation. Vice President Zhang, we agreed to put our past grievances behind us, Isaac said hurriedly, feeling a chill under Brendan's gaze. Brendan gave a light laugh and patted Isaac on the shoulder. Relax, I have no intention of taking action against you. Why so tense? This only stiffened Isaac's smile further. Uninterested in wasting time on Isaac, the two proceeded into Tianming Martial Arts Gym. Under Isaac's guidance, they reached the depths of the gym where the internal staff resided. They stopped outside a room, knocked, and entered. Vice President Zhang, Buddy immediately stood upon seeing Brendan. Jacob looked over with urgency. When will the treatment begin? His tone was anxious, clearly impatient. There's no need to rush. Let me first check the 80-year-old wild ginseng you promised. Only if everything is satisfactory will I proceed with the treatment, Brendan replied calmly. Buddy stepped forward, holding a black wooden box. It's here. Opening the box, inside lay a wild ginseng root. Brendan activated his heavenly eye to verify its age, confirming it was indeed 80 years old. Moreover, the ginseng contained the high-quality spiritual energy he required. Satisfied, Brendan nodded. Good. This is exactly what I need. Let's start the treatment. He moved towards Jacob. What do I need to do? Jacob asked eagerly. Nothing. Just sit still while I work, Brendan instructed. Jacob complied as Brendan unwrapped the bandages on his right hand and began gently massaging it. Using his heavenly eye, Brendan had already assessed Jacob's condition and followed the detailed treatment plan revealed. He applied no deceitful methods. With his superior strength, defeating Jacob openly wouldn't be an issue, making such tactics unnecessary. True chi and spiritual energy flowed from Brendan's hands into Jacob's right arm. As these energies nurtured him, Jacob felt a warm sensation. Watching from the side, Buddy and Isaac were uneasy. Isaac couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster, do you think Brendan's method will work? We'll see. If there's no effect, I won't pay him, Buddy replied, wary after previous disappointments. Time ticked by as Brendan continued massaging. 4 hours later, Brendan finally opened his eyes and withdrew his hands. Vice President Zhang, how is it? Buddy inquired immediately. Brendan smiled. Basically, there's no problem. Jacob can try moving his hand now. Testing his right hand, Jacob's face lit up with joy. My hand has recovered. He threw several quick punches, finding his previously aching hand now completely fine. Had the lingering pain not reminded him, he might have believed he'd never been injured. The results are astonishing, Buddy marveled, impressed by Brendan's skill. Brendan stood, smiling. The treatment is done. You can give me the wild ginseng now? Buddy nodded. Of course, but for safety, let's get a thorough medical examination. Agreed, Brendan concurred, confident in the outcome. They soon arrived at the hospital where Jacob's hand was examined thoroughly. The results confirmed his complete recovery, bringing immense relief to everyone. That's great. Master, you can return to the arena, Isaac exclaimed happily. Now you believe me? Brendan asked. Buddy looked at him with admiration. Vice President Zhang's skills truly amaze us. Not only are you outstanding in martial arts, but also in medicine. Just a simple trick. Where's what I requested? Handing over the wild ginseng, Buddy's heart ached. Acquiring this ginseng had cost him much effort over the past 2 days. Giving it away wasn't easy, especially considering he had already compensated Brendan with 2 billion. Taking the ginseng, Brendan left without delay. Inside the hospital room, Jacob expressed his excitement. Master, I can't wait to challenge Brendan again. I must wash away the humiliation. Do not underestimate him. His strength is formidable. If you lose again, you may not get another chance, Buddy warned sternly. Jacob nodded firmly. Rest assured, Master. I won't be careless this time. I will make Brendan pay. The next day, just waking up, Brendan received a call from his Fanny, Vonda. Bad news. Vice President, there's a problem. Vice President Xue and his disciple Jacob came over with a challenge letter, targeting you. Chuckling lightly, Brendan was unsurprised but impressed by their haste. Note, names like Brendan, Isaac, Buddy, and Jacob are kept consistent with pinyin transliteration to respect Chinese names. Chapter 240, Second Battle. Brendan's face was filled with an evident mocking expression. Originally, he had thought that Jacob would wait a few more days before challenging him again, using the time to recuperate properly. On the other hand, it felt rather ungrateful for Jacob to challenge him immediately after he had just helped him recover the use of his right hand. Looks like Jacob really hates me deeply. He can't wait this much, Brendan sneered inwardly. Vonda, noticing that Brendan wasn't worried but rather smiling, couldn't help feeling puzzled. Vice President, I'm afraid Jacob's challenge isn't a good thing. He barely lost to you last time, and now, less than half a month later, he challenges you again. He must have some advantage, Vonda said, her attitude tense. Brendan remained calm. There's no need to worry. Jacob is merely a defeated opponent. I beat him during the martial arts exchange conference, so he stands even less chance against me now. Jacob hadn't improved at all these past few days, while he himself had made significant progress. During this time, he had been experimenting with the use of true chi. If they were to fight again now, he was confident he could easily defeat Jacob. At this moment, Jeremiah sent someone over. Vice President Zhang, President Yi wants to see you, the messenger said. Brendan nodded, and then went to Jeremiah's office. Inside the office, Jeremiah looked serious. Seeing Brendan enter, he immediately asked, Vice President Zhang, Jacob just sent over a challenge letter. You should be aware of this, right? Haven't you both reconciled? Jeremiah felt a headache coming on. Having his two top subordinates in conflict was quite uncomfortable for him as president. Brendan shrugged innocently. President, this has nothing to do with me. Jacob challenged me on his own accord. Jeremiah rubbed his temples, taking a deep breath. So, are you planning to accept the challenge? Of course. If Jacob has challenged me, I can't just refuse to fight. You don't need to worry, President. This battle will surely end in my victory, Brendan said confidently. Jeremiah gave him a long look. Fine. If you're confident, that's good. You've only been vice president for a few days. Don't let Jacob force you out. Jeremiah's words were laced with meaning, clearly reminding Brendan of the consequences. Brendan wasn't stupid. He understood the implications. If he lost, not only would he lose face, but so would Jeremiah and AnimeLand, who had helped him secure this position. Back in his office, Brendan called Vonda over. Announce it. I accept Jacob's challenge. The time is set for noon tomorrow at the same location, Brendan instructed. Vonda nodded. The news spread rapidly, quickly igniting a buzz across Rongqing's martial arts community. Not long ago, didn't they say Jacob's right hand was crippled and he couldn't fully recover his peak fighting strength? I didn't expect Jacob to challenge Brendan so soon. I knew he wouldn't be content after losing last time. Who knows who will win this time? I think Brendan and Jacob are equally matched. Jacob might even have a good chance of winning. People from all over rushed to Rongqing upon hearing the news, turning the entire Jiangnan martial arts world into a bustling scene. Everyone was curious about the outcome of Jacob's challenge to Brendan. Would Brendan defend his honor, or would Jacob finally get his revenge? Soon, the news reached Blake and Suzette, who hurried to visit Brendan at his villa, their faces marked by obvious tension. Brother Zhang, how confident are you about tomorrow's noon battle? Blake asked, clearly anxious and worried. Brendan smiled. Don't worry. I will win this battle. We'll know the outcome tomorrow. Seeing Brendan's confident smile, the siblings were infected by his confidence. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the second battle arrived. The same venue from the martial arts exchange conference, a garden inside a mountain villa, had once again been transformed into a fighting arena. Many people arrived early to watch, gathering in the central area where a makeshift stage had been set up. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation, eager to witness the upcoming duel. An hour before the match began, the garden was already packed. Tianming Martial Arts Hall is here. Someone shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Sure enough, a group led by Jacob and Buddy walked into the garden, followed by Tianming Martial Arts Hall's disciples. Jacob strutted confidently, seemingly in high spirits. Jacob ignored the murmurs around him, leading his team to find seats. Master, Brendan hasn't arrived yet, Isaac whispered to Jacob. Don't worry, there's still an hour until the start. If Brendan isn't a fool, he'll definitely show up, Jacob replied with narrowed eyes. As the minutes ticked away, people started to speculate if Brendan might not come at all. Suddenly, a shout pierced through the crowd. Brendan has arrived. Everyone turned to see Brendan, along with Blake and Suzette, walking into the garden, becoming the center of attention. Brendan, you finally showed up. I thought you weren't going to come, Jacob stood up, taunting. Brendan sneered, you're just my defeated opponent. Why would I fear you? Jacob's face darkened. Losing to Brendan was one of the greatest blows to his pride, reducing him from being above everyone else to a laughingstock. Humph. Brendan, I only lost last time because I was careless. Chapter 241. Brutal Overwhelm. With Brendan revealing the gory truth of his injury, Jacob's expression turned incredibly grim, prompting him to quickly explain. Heh. Brendan sneered, Jacob, you're truly ungrateful. Given that we are both martial artists from Jiangnan, I helped treat your hand just yesterday. I never expected you to challenge me right after. Your actions are shameless beyond belief. If I hadn't healed your right hand, you'd still be incapacitated. The crowd gasped at Brendan's words. Jacob's face darkened severely. I also paid you. It was merely a transaction. Moreover, I lost to you last time, due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Now, it's natural for me to prove myself again. Brendan shrugged. Fine. Since you can't accept reality, I'll have to clear your mind. As he spoke, a flash of determination appeared in Brendan's eyes. They then stepped onto the platform, and the entire garden fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes widened as they watched the platform. The vast garden became eerily quiet, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. A chilling aura emanated from Jacob, who fixed his eyes intently on Brendan. At that moment, Jacob seemed like a ferocious man-eating tiger, emitting a terrifying presence that sent shivers down the spines of anyone nearby. Despite this fearsome Jacob, Brendan remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the pressure around him, with a light smile on his face. Silence. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. Ordinary people found it hard to breathe under such pressure. A gentle breeze brushed past, and in that instant, Jacob moved. Roar! He let out a light yell, charging at Brendan like a ravenous tiger. Fast! Jacob erupted with incredible speed, reaching Brendan in an instant. Come well. At this critical moment, Brendan also moved. Natal stage true chi exploded from within Brendan, filling every part of his body instantly. The overwhelming true chi transformed into immense power, and Brendan slightly retreated, causing Jacob's attack to miss. Without hesitation, Jacob unleashed a series of relentless strikes. His fists pounded like cannonballs, each blow powerful and forceful. However, something astonishing occurred. Brendan's movements were as graceful as floating willow catkins, flawlessly dodging every punch. He was like a fragile boat in a storm, appearing dangerously vulnerable. Yet no matter how fierce Jacob attacked, his onslaught couldn't overturn this seemingly delicate vessel. Impossible. Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in shock, barely believing their eyes. How is this possible? Jacob himself was also extremely shocked. He had seen impressive evasion skills before, but in the face of his astounding speed, he believed no one could easily dodge his punches. Yet, this scene was undoubtedly real. Clenching his teeth, Jacob accelerated even faster, but Brendan's evasive maneuvers were impossibly quick, rendering all of Jacob's attacks ineffective. It seems your punches aren't anything special either. You can't even hit me, yet you think you can match up? Brendan mocked coldly. This comment ignited Jacob's anger, and he glared fiercely at Brendan. Brendan, you're too arrogant, Jacob roared furiously. His fist speed increased further, a continuous barrage of punches aimed at Brendan. Such incredible speed left ordinary people bewildered, yet Brendan maintained his composed smile, effortlessly evading all of Jacob's attacks. After dozens of missed punches, Jacob felt increasingly frustrated. Do you only know how to run and evade, Brendan? He shouted angrily. Have the guts to face me head-on. Heh. Brendan couldn't help but laugh, revealing a mocking expression. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Boom. A formidable aura surged from Brendan, transforming his formerly lax demeanor into one sharp as a blade. Just then, Jacob's fist approached once more. Brendan did not dodge this time. His terrifying punch shot out like a cannonball. Bam! Under everyone's gaze, the two men's fists collided violently. Powerful true chi burst forth instantly, exploding into Jacob's arm like raging fire. Ah! Jacob's piercing scream echoed throughout the garden as he clutched his twisted, bleeding arm and staggered backward, eventually falling flat on his bottom. My hand! Jacob writhed in agony, his cries piercing everyone's ears. Ah, Bryce! Sitting in the audience, Buddy and others were stunned speechless. The Xuanhuan Martial Arts Academy disciples rushed to the platform and, upon inspecting Jacob's injuries, could not help but gasp. Jacob's right hand was completely contorted, bones piercing through his skin in a horrifying manner. Ah! Xuanhuan Martial Arts Academy disciples cried out in horror at the sight. Meanwhile, the garden erupted into chaos. Brendan won. Everyone was abuzz with astonishment. Though many expected Brendan to win, none anticipated such an effortless victory. Brendan dominated Jacob, showcasing unparalleled evasion earlier and delivering the final blow decisively. Brendan walked towards Jacob, and the Xuanhuan Martial Arts Academy disciples backed away fearfully. Brendan, what do you intend to do? Buddy demanded urgently, still stunned and shocked. This can't be. It absolutely can't be. Jacob muttered painfully, still in disbelief about being utterly crushed, his lifeless eyes repeating the same words over and over, reflecting his current state. Feeling the pain in his right arm, Jacob's face contorted, filled with screams of anguish. Chapter 242, Shock. Brendan, I will kill you. Jacob's face was twisted with rage. He could not accept being defeated by Brendan once again, nor the fact that his right hand was now completely useless. He suddenly broke free from the Tianming Martial Arts Hall disciples surrounding him and lunged directly at Brendan. Here comes. A sharp gleam appeared in Brendan's eyes. Without any hesitation, he kicked out like lightning. Crack. Everyone heard a clear sound of bones breaking, followed by Jacob's screams of pain. Jacob's right knee was completely fractured, and he lay on the ground, cradling his leg and howling in agony. Everyone was dumbfounded. Anyone could see that with injuries so severe, Jacob was utterly crippled. Unless a great immortal appeared, there would be no hope of healing him. Buddy watched this scene with bulging eyes, angrily questioning, Brendan, you're too cruel. You've completely ruined Aming. Brendan almost laughed at this statement. Everyone saw that it was him who came to trouble me. I merely retaliated normally. Last time I held back, but since you people still won't know better, don't blame me for being unyielding. If your Tianming Martial Arts Hall has any objections, feel free to come find me anytime. Brendan's words were dominant and forceful, leaving the entire garden in stunned silence for a moment. Silence. No one in the garden spoke. Even the Tianming Martial Arts Hall disciples and Buddy were intimidated. Brendan cast a cold glance over these people, and then left with the Tan siblings. Everyone watched Brendan walk away, and no one dared to stop him. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. Buddy looked at Brendan's retreating back, his fists clenched tightly, his face full of hatred and anger. Fine. Brendan, you not only ruined my disciple, but also dare to threaten me. The old man will never rest until I have avenged this. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Soon, the severely injured Jacob was rushed to the hospital by Buddy, while the others in the garden gradually dispersed. Within less than half an hour, news of the battle spread throughout the Xiuxian martial arts world, especially the devastating state of Jacob and Brendan's overwhelming strength. The Xiuxian martial arts world buzzed with shock as videos of Brendan's thunderous victory over Jacob circulated widely. Seeing how effortlessly Brendan had taken down the former top expert of Xiuxian, everyone gasped in disbelief, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Martial Arts Association. The Fanny sprinted to knock on Jeremiah's office door. Come in, a voice responded from inside. The Fanny pushed open the door and quickly entered. President, the result of the battle between Brendan and Jacob is out. Jeremiah, who was busy with documents, looked up. Who won? Brendan. And he completely dominated Jacob. Jacob lost both a hand and a leg and will never be able to engage in combat again. The Fanny spoke with evident shock. Huh. Jeremiah couldn't help but look up upon hearing this. He had anticipated Brendan might be stronger, but not to such an extreme extent. Do you have the video? Yes. The Fanny promptly handed over the video to Jeremiah. After watching, Jeremiah's expression turned astonished. Brendan is actually this strong? He almost doubted his own eyes. They were supposed to be on the same level, right? But the video clearly showed a one-sided domination, where Jacob never even touched Brendan and was ultimately knocked out with a single punch and a broken leg. Such a terrifying display. Just how powerful must Brendan be? Jeremiah took a deep breath, his tone filled with amazement. I didn't expect our xiuxian martial arts world to produce such a master. This is a good thing. Unfortunately, Jacob is now crippled. Jeremiah felt some regret, but soon turned to delight. Brendan's formidable strength truly surprised him. On the other side, Brendan soon received a call from Jeremiah. At this moment, he was dining with the Tan siblings, celebrating the event. Blake laughed heartily throughout the meal. Seeing Jacob in such a miserable state today made him feel immensely relieved. Ring ring. The phone rang, and Brendan answered. Congratulations, Vice President Zhang, for successfully defeating Jacob. This battle was quite unexpected. I didn't think your strength had reached this level. Jeremiah's voice carried laughter, without any hint of blame. Brendan smiled slightly. Thank you, President. I'm glad you're not blaming me for being too harsh. Of course not. Jacob provoked you multiple times, and it was reasonable for you to retaliate. Blame should be placed on Jacob for being too arrogant, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Jeremiah laughed. His attitude changed completely, fully supporting Brendan. Brendan narrowed his eyes, sensing Jeremiah's change in tone. President, although Jacob is now crippled by me, his master Buddy is not someone to underestimate. Jacob was Buddy's beloved disciple. Now that he's crippled, Buddy won't let this go easily. Brendan remarked. Jeremiah's expression stiffened slightly. So what do you want to do? I want to eliminate Buddy in the Tianming Martial Arts Hall, Brendan stated bluntly. Sigh. Jeremiah drew in a sharp breath, his expression revealing difficulty. That may not be feasible. Buddy is also a vice president. If he dies, it will cause a significant impact. Brendan wasn't surprised by Jeremiah's refusal. What if Buddy tries to harm me later? Well, Jeremiah was caught between two difficult choices. On one hand, a once-in-a-century martial genius, on the other, an important member of the association. It put him in a bind. Listening to Jeremiah's silence, Brendan continued, considering President's standing, I can give Buddy another chance. But if he dares to attack me again, I will definitely kill him. With that, Brendan hung up immediately. Hearing the busy signal on the other end, Jeremiah felt helpless. I hope nothing big happens. Closing his eyes, Jeremiah swiftly made a decision. This matter should be resolved between Brendan and Buddy. He would not intervene. Whoever survives would be the winner. Back in the private room of the restaurant, the Tan siblings listened to what Brendan had just said. Both realized the seriousness of the situation. Suzette's expression turned serious. Mr. Zhang, we should take preemptive action. Blake nodded in agreement. Right? Buddy is ruthless. Jacob was cultivated by him with much effort. He won't leave this incident unresolved. Chapter 243. The Ice Queen thaws. In response to the two people's reminders, Brendan smiled. I've already promised President E. It wouldn't be right to go back on my word. I'm willing to give Master Buddy and his disciple a chance. If they don't attack me, I won't target them anymore. But if they seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Brendan's eyes. Seeing that Brendan had made up his mind, Blake and his sister ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Blake quickly raised his glass cheerfully. Come, let me toast Brother Zhang. After this battle, you'll have no rivals left in Xiuxian. Brendan chuckled and accepted the toast without hesitation. Soon, both were tipsy after several rounds of drinks. Suzette watched them in exasperation but didn't stop them from celebrating. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the three settled the bill and left the restaurant. Brendan was also feeling quite drunk, while Blake was even worse, already passed out drunk on the table. I'll carry him back, Brendan offered, hoisting the unconscious Blake onto his shoulder. Blake had decent drinking etiquette, quietly sleeping without causing any disturbance. Thank you, Suzette nodded. They got into the car, with Suzette driving back to the still under construction Xiuxian Martial Arts Club. Brendan carried the heavily intoxicated Blake inside and laid him on the bed. Seeing that Brendan was also quite tipsy, Suzette said, there are spare rooms at the martial arts club. Why don't you stay and rest until you sober up? Sure, Brendan agreed with a nod. I'll draw you a bath, Suzette added, then promptly prepared the bathwater. Brendan undressed and stepped into the bathtub, where warm water soon enveloped most of his body. He lay comfortably, savoring the warmth. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the bathroom, followed by a knock. Mr. Zhang, can I come in? Suzette's voice came from beyond the door. What? Caught off guard by her words, Brendan hesitated, but eventually nodded instinctively. Come in. The bathroom door opened, and through the thick mist, Suzette walked in. Brendan's gaze immediately locked onto her. She was only wrapped in a simple towel, barely covering her flawless, curvaceous body. Her long legs, stepping forward one after the other, caught his attention, making it hard for him to look away. Swallowing hard, Brendan shook off the lingering effects of alcohol. Coach Tan, what are you doing? Brendan asked, surprised yet thrilled. Could something delightful happen between them? You forgot? I promised whoever avenges me would become my man. You've defeated Tianming Martial Arts Club. You've fulfilled your part. I must honor my promise. Suzette's voice was icy but showed signs of emotion on her usually composed face. Brendan remembered the promise, excitement bubbling within him. Before he could react, Suzette approached him proactively. Let me help you scrub your back first, she offered. All right, Brendan replied eagerly. For a beautiful Elaine like her to help wash him, who could refuse? Brendan sat on a chair as Suzette began washing his back, awkwardly at first due to her lack of experience. As she worked, Brendan noticed a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Tisk, TSK. Coach Tan, who would have thought you can be shy too, Brendan teased. Flushing red, Suzette explained nervously, it's just the steam is too hot in here. Her explanation made Brendan laugh out loud. An ice queen displaying such innocent vulnerability before him was endearing. He couldn't resist reaching out and pulling her into his embrace. Suzette stiffened, clearly unaccustomed to such closeness. Her rigid body felt like steel in his arms. Amused, Brendan savored the feel of the fiery passion beneath the ice. Indeed, once the outer layer of frost melted, every Elaine's heart burned with fervor. His hands began exploring Suzette's body as the thin towel slipped to the floor. Now completely exposed, Suzette blushed furiously, closing her eyes in nervous anticipation. Brendan felt a mixture of joy and excitement. The room filled with an unmistakable atmosphere of intimacy. Leaning down, he kissed her passionately, and in that moment, neither could separate from the other. At the Kamdengdu First People's Hospital, in a special care ward, Jacob emerged from surgery, his body covered in bandages, pale and grimacing in pain. Feeling his weakened state, rage flared in his eyes as he spat out a name through gritted teeth. Brendan! Fury burned fiercely in Jacob's heart, contorting his features into something grotesque, like a demon crawling out of hell. Isaac stood nearby, watching in silence, afraid to utter a word. Just then, Buddy entered. Master! Grandmaster! Isaac hurriedly stood up. With urgency in his voice, Jacob asked, Master, what did the doctor say? Can I recover? Hashtag chapter 244, hatred and reluctance. Facing the inquiry, Buddy's expression was quite ugly. The doctor said your injuries are too severe. Although you can recover, you will inevitably be left with serious aftereffects. In the future, you won't be able to engage in any intense physical activity, Buddy said gravely. Boom. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Jacob. Unable to engage in intense physical activity, Jacob felt as if the sky had collapsed. He was both shocked and enraged, his hatred for Brendan reaching an extreme level. Brendan, how ruthless you are, actually crippling me like this. Jacob was filled with despair and anger. He roared furiously, his voice echoing throughout the hospital room. Jacob's heart was full of reluctance. Master, I don't want to become a cripple. Last time, Brendan used some unknown method to heal me. Since he could do it, there must be others who can do the same. Why don't we offer a reward? I'm not willing to be a cripple for the rest of my life. Jacob gritted his teeth. Buddy replied, rest assured. I already put out a reward half an hour ago. Whoever can heal you can claim a reward of 100 million yuan. Jacob relaxed slightly but frowned. Won't another con artist show up like last time? The topic made Buddy furious. As the head of Tianming Martial Arts School and vice president of the Wushu Association, he had been deceived by a swindler. If this got out, everyone would surely mock him. Rest assured, I will strictly vet everyone this time, leaving no chance for those swindlers, Buddy said. Ring. The phone rang. It was Jeremiah calling. President, Buddy answered grimly. Jeremiah's voice came through. Vice President Xue, how is Jacob? He's crippled. Buddy's voice was thick with hate. Brendan's cruelty has rendered my disciple incapable of martial practice for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Jeremiah's expression remained unchanged. He said, this matter ends here. You are not allowed to seek trouble with Brendan anymore. Jeremiah's tone left no room for negotiation. Buddy's face turned ugly at this statement. President, is this an order? Jeremiah nodded directly. Yes, this is an order. Don't resent me. I'm doing this for your own good. I've already called Brendan and asked about this. Your feud should end here. As long as you don't cause trouble, he won't retaliate. But if you continue to provoke him, Brendan killing you next time will be none of my concern. What? Buddy's pupils shrank. His expression darkened significantly. Being intelligent, he understood the subtext in Jeremiah's words. If Tianming Martial Arts School caused trouble again, Brendan would kill them next time. This was no joke. Buddy clenched his fists tightly. Understood. In the future, I won't cause any more trouble. Saying that, Buddy hung up the phone. In the Wushu Association president's office, Jeremiah listened to the dial tone on the phone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Buddy, don't do anything foolish. I've given you a chance. Don't let me down. In the hospital room, Jacob lay on the bed, his expression filled with reluctance. Master, are we just going to give up like this? Now that I'm crippled, Tianming Martial Arts School will lose its pillar. Xiuxian Martial Arts School has Brendan, and over time, they will surpass us. If we let Brendan grow stronger, even Master's position in the Wushu Association might be threatened, Jacob said. Buddy's face was expressionless. He did not respond, but his expression turned cold. Silence. For a moment, the entire hospital room was silent. The silence was so profound that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Isaac dared not speak, pretending to be invisible as he stood quietly by. After a while, Buddy lifted his head. You're right. The threat Brendan poses is immense. If we allow him to grow, I won't be able to maintain my position in the martial arts world. This time, we must strike first, and we only have one chance. Buddy's voice carried a chilling murderous intent. Jacob smiled expectantly. Rest and recover. I'll handle this. With that, entering the living room, they saw Blake had already prepared breakfast. Seeing the two holding hands, Blake laughed heartily. Zhang brother, xuanhuan, come eat breakfast. Brendan chuckled awkwardly. Fortunately, Blake didn't tease them and welcomed them to eat without any objections. Chapter 245. The young master of the Tang family, Stephen. After breakfast together, Blake and Suzette began to get busy. With the Xiuxian Martial Arts Hall still under renovation, there was a lot for the siblings to do. Brendan, knowing nothing about these matters, did not want to be a hindrance. After bidding farewell, he drove back to his villa. As soon as he returned home, Shauna's call came in. Madam. Brendan felt a jolt of excitement, and an image of Shauna's alluring mature body involuntarily popped into his mind. He scolded himself lightly. It was too lustful of him to think this way after just being with Suzette. Only a couple of hours ago, he was now craving for Shauna again. Shauna's sweet voice came through the phone. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow is my 40th birthday. Would you like to join the celebration? No problem. I'll definitely come. Where is it located? Brendan was somewhat surprised that it was Shauna's birthday tomorrow. She had taken care of him for so long. Naturally, he could not miss her birthday. At Qinghua Manor. Just come over when you're ready, Shauna said with a smile. All right. They hung up, and Brendan stroked his chin, pondering over what gift to give Shauna for her birthday. Jade? Antiques? Jewelry? With Madam's status and background, she certainly isn't lacking money. Sending something heartfelt would be more important. Brendan narrowed his eyes. Deciding on jade carving as a gift, he wanted it to be of supreme quality. Since it's from me, it can't be substandard. It should at least be made from top-grade jade. He drove to the raw stone street shortly after. This wasn't his first time here, so he knew his way around well. With his heavenly eye ability, no secret inside any piece of raw stone could be hidden from him. However, after visiting several stores, none of the stones met his requirements. Not finding any top-grade jade left him unsatisfied. Given his current position and relationship with Shauna, average jade simply wouldn't suffice. Brendan? Are you also here to choose a gift for your cousin? A familiar voice came from behind, leaving Brendan speechless. Turning around, he saw Gretchen, who was being wheeled by a servant after exiting a jade store. Dressed in a short skirt and stockings, her blue pleated skirt paired with black stockings highlighted her fair thighs attractively. Despite her detestable character, Gretchen's striking figure and beautiful face were indeed captivating. What bad luck, running into you here, Brendan said bluntly. That's very petty of you. I already apologized to you. Gretchen retorted indignantly, giving Brendan an annoyed look. Ignoring Gretchen, Brendan turned to leave, but was interrupted again by another voice. Are you Brendan? I've heard about you from Silu. Didn't expect to finally meet you in person today. The voice belonged to a dentist approaching them. Around 20 years old, he stood over 6 feet tall, with a handsome face and athletic build, a sight many men would envy. Smiling, he examined Brendan curiously. Yes, I am Brendan. Brendan frowned slightly. My name is Steven. Leona is my younger sister. I apologize on her behalf for the incident during her birthday party. Brendan took a step back, surprised and wary of Steven. Recalling how he slapped Leona hard, he suspected that Steven might bear some hostility towards him. Mr. Tang is too polite. I was merely Miss Camden's bodyguard then. I was paid to work, so there's no need to apologize to me, Brendan deflected, wanting no part in the squabbles of powerful families. Steven clearly understood Brendan's underlying meaning but continued smiling. I've heard much about Mr. Zhang. You are the dark horse in this year's martial arts competition and the current top practitioner in Jiangya. You even became the vice president of the Martial Arts Association recently. Your rapid rise within a month is truly commendable. Brendan smiled insincerely, his alertness not diminishing. Mr. Tang is too kind. I'm just a small fry, unworthy of such praise. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Please enjoy your shopping. Eager to escape Steven's unsettling demeanor, Brendan tried to find an excuse to leave. Steven's courteous manner and smile reminded him of a smiling tiger, something Brendan always stayed away from. Why the rush, Mr. Zhang? I'm quite curious about you. I heard you treated Silu's legs. So, you're proficient in both medicine and martial arts. I want to discuss Silu's follow-up treatment with you, Steven said politely. Frowning, Brendan firmly refused. I will not treat her. This statement visibly upset Gretchen, who crossed her arms with a look of anger and dissatisfaction. There's nothing absolute in this world, Steven responded calmly. Silu's previous actions were wrong, but if compensation is adequate, I believe you'd reconsider. Rolling his eyes, Brendan conceded that Steven spoke truthfully, but resented the condescending tone. Feeling patronized, Brendan didn't like this. If you know about me, what compensation do you offer? Brendan asked. Steven chuckled. It seems Mr. Zhang is fond of rare herbs and exquisite antiques. My family happens to specialize in herbal medicines. I believe we can meet your needs. Oh. Brendan was somewhat surprised. Do you have a century-old wild ginseng? Upon hearing this, Steven's expression stiffened slightly. Hashtag chapter 246, preparing a gift. Steven's smile froze. He wondered if his ears had deceived him. Gretchen was speechless. Brendan, are you out of your mind? Do you know what 100-year-old wild ginseng means? Ginseng of this level is called ginseng king. Even across the entire country, there aren't many of them. Brendan shrugged. I need a 100-year-old ginseng plant. If you can't provide it, I won't take action. He dropped these words directly, implicitly refusing. Gretchen's face was filled with anger and a hint of grievance. She had apologized sincerely to Brendan, but he wouldn't forgive her no matter what. Without Brendan treating her legs, she still needed crutches to walk, though it was much better than being confined to a wheelchair. But knowing that full recovery was within reach, how could Gretchen be content with using crutches for the rest of her life? She wanted to run and move freely like a normal person, not remain handicapped, relying on crutches. Brendan, you're not showing any sincerity. What will it take for you to forgive me? Gretchen bit her lip and glared at Brendan. If looks could kill, she would have pummeled Brendan mercilessly right now. Steven glanced at Brendan deeply and said, Mr. Zhang, your demand seems rather excessive. 100-year-old wild ginseng is incredibly valuable. Even in my Tang family, we only have one. A treasure of this level is something we can't part with. Why don't you reconsider your terms? Brendan's eyes lit up, surprised that the Tang family indeed had such a prized possession. The internal essence of an 80-year-old wild ginseng was already substantial. What kind of benefits would a century-old ginseng king possess? Brendan couldn't help but get excited, immediately focusing on how to obtain that century-old ginseng king from the Tang family, devising plans in his mind. Since you can't provide the reward, what else is there to discuss? Oh, by the way, may I ask, what's the relationship between the two of you? Brendan was curious. Given Gretchen's character, Stephen could tolerate her and even accompany her shopping. Could it be that he fancied her? This question made Gretchen's face stiffen, while Stephen smiled gently. Currently, Silu and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we plan to set the engagement soon. An arranged marriage? Brendan was taken aback. Looking at Gretchen's reluctant expression, this idea instantly formed in his mind. Ah. Brendan chuckled sarcastically. Well, then I wish the two of you a long and happy union in advance. I have some matters to attend to first. Goodbye. Brendan left without hesitation. Wait. Gretchen hurriedly tried to stop him, but Brendan ignored her. Fuming red, Gretchen watched helplessly as Brendan walked away. Stephen, I'll find a way to solve your leg problem. I've contacted a renowned doctor abroad who possesses a unique medical technique. I believe he can definitely cure you. Stephen smiled. Is that so? Gretchen was somewhat skeptical, but hearing about the unique medical technique rekindled hope in her heart. Thinking about it, Brendan also mastered unique medical techniques. Could this foreign doctor be the same? At this thought, Gretchen felt a surge of joy. When will the doctor arrive? Stephen grinned. This afternoon. That's great. Gretchen was overjoyed. On the other side, after evading Stephen and Gretchen, Brendan continued wandering around the Jade Street. After visiting several jade shops, he finally found his target. How much for this piece of raw jade? Brendan asked a staff member. 40,000, the clerk replied with a smile. I'll take it. Without hesitation, Brendan pulled out his bank card. After paying 40,000 through card, Brendan picked up the half-person high stone effortlessly. Sir, that stone is very heavy. The clerk tried to intervene, but was stunned when Brendan lifted the stone weighing several hundred pounds without effort. Brendan ignored the clerk and carried the raw jade stone to the cutting machine. Excuse me, sir, could you help cut this for me? Brendan asked. No problem, the cutter nodded. Brendan marked the stone with chalk, and the machine soon whirred into action. SSSSS. The grinding will slowly slice through the outer layer of the stone, revealing the hidden jade inside. Top-grade jadeite. People in the shop gasped in awe. Everyone turned to look, astonished, at Brendan with envious eyes. Brother, you must be incredibly lucky. That's top-grade jadeite. A piece this size is worth at least 2 million. Brendan remained calm. With his net worth exceeding 200 million, 2 million was insignificant to him. Without further ado, Brendan left with the jade and took it to a carving shop to have it sculpted into a small statue, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Not bad. Examining the finished product, Brendan nodded in satisfaction before leaving with the jade statue. Returning to the villa, he arrived home just as his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello. This is Stephen. Brendan became alert. Mr. Tang, why are you calling me? Nothing much. I've invited a renowned doctor from abroad to treat Silu. I'd like you to come and observe. A renowned doctor from abroad? Brendan was startled, straightening up slightly. Where exactly? He asked. Stephen gave the address and hung up. Hearing the busy signal, Brendan felt a mix of tension. Is this foreign master genuine or a fraud? But considering the Tang family's influence, they probably wouldn't invite a fake. And judging from Stephen's confident tone, this doctor might indeed have genuine skills. Could it be that the second person possessing true chi, besides himself, was about to appear? Chapter 247. Which Zach Isaiah? Brendan felt a bit nervous, but also somewhat excited deep down. An hour later, he arrived at Xuanhuan Mountain Resort as agreed with Stephen. After driving up to the gate of the resort and stating his name, he was quickly ushered into the garden by an attendant. In the garden, Stephen and Gretchen were already there. Seeing Brendan arrive, Gretchen immediately flashed a smug and challenging smile. Brendan, you finally came? Master Isaiah will be here soon. You'll see, I can stand again even without your help, Gretchen said haughtily. Stephen smiled. Mr. Zhang, don't misunderstand. I didn't invite you here to mock you. Master Isaiah is a renowned master in his region, famous for many years. I only invited you because I thought you might have common interests. Huh. Brendan rolled his eyes internally. He wasn't stupid. He could easily see through Stephen's insidious intentions. Compared to Gretchen, who wore her thoughts on her sleeve, he disliked Stephen more, a seemingly kind person who played mind games behind the scenes. Not bothering to argue, Brendan casually found a seat and waited patiently. Half an hour later, Stephen received a call and promptly went out to greet someone. The garden was now left with just Brendan and Gretchen, whose face was filled with arrogance, almost as if her tail was about to reach the sky. Brendan ignored her smugness, more curious about the incoming Master Isaiah. Shortly after, footsteps interrupted their silence, catching both Brendan's and Gretchen's attention. They turned to see Stephen returning with an elderly man and a young man. The old man had silver hair and beard, adorned with numerous peculiar ornaments, dressed in typical witch doctor attire. Stephen greeted Isaiah respectfully, smiling. Master Isaiah, this is the patient you'll be treating today. She became disabled in both legs due to a car accident a few years ago. Though she recovered slightly after treatment, she still can't walk normally. I've invited you today specifically to treat her legs. The fee for the treatment is 1 million yuan, and I hope you do your best, Stephen added with a smile. Master Isaiah nodded calmly, unperturbed by the large sum, exuding a master's demeanor. His accompanying young man's gaze lingered on Gretchen, showing slight interest. Approaching Gretchen, Master Isaiah responded warmly, Don't worry, I will heal you. His Chinese was impeccable, putting Gretchen more at ease, her smile broadening. Gretchen then removed her stockings, revealing her long, slender legs. Master Isaiah gently massaged them, seemingly examining her condition. Everyone remained silent, waiting for his diagnosis. From a distance, Brendan watched closely, scrutinizing Master Isaiah. Activating his heavenly eye, he focused on the old man. However, what he saw perplexed him. Isaiah, 85/98. None. Subhealth. A series of unhelpful information appeared in his vision. What's going on? This Master Isaiah doesn't possess any true chi. He's just an ordinary person. Brendan was astounded, doubting whether he had made a mistake. If Master Isaiah truly had any special abilities or true chi, his heavenly I would not have missed it. Could it be? This so-called Master Isaiah is a fraud? Or perhaps just a regular doctor? Brendan's expression darkened as Master Isaiah finally finished his examination. Master Isaiah, how is my condition? Gretchen asked anxiously. Don't worry, I have a method to cure your legs, Master Isaiah smiled. I will use a combination of medicine and qigong. Under the nurturing of my qigong, your legs will recover soon. That's wonderful, Gretchen exclaimed, overjoyed. But, suddenly, Master Isaiah paused. What is it? Stephen inquired. Qigong therapy requires full-body exposure for optimal results, Master Isaiah explained seriously. What? Gretchen's face changed dramatically, and Stephen frowned. Master Isaiah, why must we strip completely to treat legs? Stephen questioned. The young disciple clarified. Qigong therapy activates the body's potential energy through stimulation, thus repairing injuries. This is necessary to cure Miss Camden's legs. Stephen hesitated. Gretchen, being an unmarried young Elaine, struggled to accept the idea of stripping for treatment. Wait, he didn't require me to undress when he treated my legs. Gretchen pointedly looked at Brendan, who stood nearby. Her words caught the attention of both Master Isaiah and his disciple, who glanced at Brendan curiously. Is he a doctor too? The disciple asked, frowning. Yes, I couldn't walk before, and he helped me get to this point, Gretchen explained. He never required me to undress during treatments. Master Isaiah maintained his composure. My Qigong therapy differs from this gentleman's approach. It has always been this way. If you can't accept it, then our session ends here. Let's go, Hicks. With that, Master Isaiah turned to leave. Wait. Gretchen stopped them, torn between risking her modesty and regaining her ability to walk. Hashtag chapter 248, true or false master. Gretchen gritted her teeth and then said, all right, I agree to your treatment method. Paco, please treat me. Stephen frowned slightly, clearly unwilling. This might not be appropriate. Although I am a doctor, still? Before he finished, Gretchen interrupted him. Stephen, this is my decision. Stephen laughed helplessly. Silu, as your boyfriend, shouldn't you at least consider my thoughts? Do you want me to be a cripple for the rest of my life? Even if you can accept it, I can't. Gretchen stated her stance. A shadow of displeasure flashed in Stephen's eyes, but vanished quickly. He regained his composure and smiled again. Silu, don't be upset. I will respect your opinion. Then let's proceed with Paco's treatment method. They reached an agreement and began preparing for the treatment. Brendan watched all this unfold from the side. He pursed his lips. Regarding whether the so-called Paco was genuine, he had already formed a judgment. The master claimed he could perform Qigong therapy, which clearly involved true Qi. However, according to the insights from his heavenly eye, Paco lacked this ability. Undoubtedly, Brendan trusted the judgment of his heavenly eye, meaning this Paco was undoubtedly a fraud. His demand that Gretchen undress for treatment likely aimed to take advantage of her. If Gretchen entered the room with them, she would surely be at risk. Seeing Gretchen about to follow them into the room, Brendan hesitated, but ultimately decided to step in. Although their relationship wasn't great, Gretchen was Shauna's cousin. He couldn't just stand by and watch her fall into trouble. Otherwise, Shauna would surely blame him for standing idly by when she found out. Wait. Brendan stepped forward, blocking their path. Brendan, what are you doing? Are you jealous because I'm about to get treated? Move out of the way. Don't block my path, Gretchen demanded sharply. Brendan rolled his eyes. If not for Gretchen being Shauna's cousin, he wouldn't bother meddling. He turned to Paco and asked, Paco, you also practice Qigong? Coincidentally, I also know a bit. How about we exchange techniques? Aristide frowned and stepped forward. You know Qigong? That sounds ridiculous. My teacher has practiced Qigong for 40 years and only mastered it 10 years ago. How could someone as young as you possibly have mastered it? Brendan smiled and shrugged. You can ask Gretchen. She experienced my treatments firsthand and is best placed to speak on this. Everyone turned to look at Gretchen, who nodded. That's right. This guy may be a miser, but he does have Qigong skills. He previously treated my legs, but our relations worsened, so we parted ways. Upon hearing this, both Paco and Aristide's expressions changed slightly. Stephen raised an eyebrow and asked, Silu, how did Brendan treat you before? Just massage and manipulation of the legs. What did you think? Gretchen shot him a disdainful glance. Stephen's expression improved slightly. Wait, he realized something was off. If Brendan only needed to massage her legs, why did Paco need to massage her whole body and require her to undress? His explanation seemed weak, causing Stephen's doubts to grow. Aristide quickly intervened. I explained earlier. My teacher's method is comprehensive and produces better results. Brendan smiled. Is that so? I'm very curious about Paco's Qigong. Let's compare notes and see the differences. Aristide's face darkened. That's impolite. Why should my teacher spar with you? We don't even know you. He then confronted Stephen. Mr. Tang, since you have a specific doctor, why did you invite us here? My teacher treats many patients daily. He rescheduled over a dozen appointments to be here. Your actions are a waste of our time. The atmosphere became tense. Stephen and Gretchen detailed the situation, explaining their reasons to Aristide. Paco looked unhappy, clearly displeased. Gretchen hurriedly said, Paco, I am willing to undergo treatment. Let's start now. She then glanced at Brendan. Brendan, stop interfering. You didn't treat me before, and now you want to ruin things? Stephen nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhang, please don't interfere or I'll have you removed. Brendan rolled his eyes. If you force me out, you'll regret it later. Let me be clear. The so-called Paco is a fraud and doesn't know any Qigong. What? Those words dropped like a bomb in calm waters, causing a storm of reactions. Stephen's expression shifted drastically. Impossible. Paco and Aristide also changed expressions dramatically. Aristide shouted angrily, Nonsense. You're slandering us. My teacher has practiced medicine for 40 years and cured countless patients. Now you dare to say such things? He angrily glared at Stephen and Gretchen. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? Why bring this person here? Are you insulting us? Faced with Aristide's wrath, Gretchen hurriedly defended herself. It's not like that. We didn't mean to. She glared at Brendan. Brendan, stop disrupting everything. Stephen scowled and ordered, get this man out of here. Security personnel quickly arrived. Facing this situation, Brendan remained calm. Why rush? Why not verify what I said? Gretchen, you've experienced my treatment. Have Paco give you a qigong massage on your legs. Just compare the results. Gretchen scowled. Brendan, you're too malicious. You refused to treat me, and now you're causing trouble. I'll tell my cousin about this and show her your true colors. Brendan almost burst out laughing. Chapter 249. Ugly True Colors. He didn't expect Gretchen to be this stupid. He had already made his words so clear, yet she still doubted him. Can't you see? These two people are just scammers. They are only using the treatment as an excuse to harm you. If you proceed without verifying, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Brendan was livid. His sincere intentions were misinterpreted by Gretchen. At this moment, security came in, and Brendan left without resisting. The garden was left with only 4 people. Gretchen watched Brendan's departing figure, still fuming. She hurriedly apologized to Paco. Paco, I'm really sorry about what just happened. That Brendan is just a madman. Don't pay any attention to him. Let's start the treatment now. Gretchen said apologetically. Hearing her words, Paco's stiffened face finally softened into calmness. Prepare the room. No one should disturb us during the treatment. The entire process will take approximately 4 hours, Paco said. Gretchen nodded vigorously. Stephen promptly arranged the room and escorted Gretchen inside. Bang! The door closed, leaving only Gretchen, Paco, and Herschel in the villa's room. Gretchen couldn't help but feel tense. Just thinking about undressing for the treatment made her shy and nervous. Herschel smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. The treatment won't cause any pain. Only 3 sessions, and your legs will be completely healed. Complete healing of her legs. This beautiful dream immediately dispersed Gretchen's tension, making her look forward to it. Paco smiled. Let's begin. As he spoke, he gave Herschel a nod, who then took out a box and pulled out something resembling sandalwood. Upon lighting the sandalwood, a faint fragrance soon spread through the air. This is a calming incense, which helps you relax. Paco explained. Gretchen sniffed the incense, which indeed worked. After a few breaths, she felt her heart calming down. Truly impressive, Paco. The effect of this calming incense is remarkable. Gretchen was pleasantly surprised, her trust in Paco increasing even more. Lying quietly on the bed, fatigue soon overwhelmed her, and before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. In the room, Paco and Herschel, young and old, watched the sleeping Gretchen and finally removed their pretentious masks. Paco's previously calm face showed excitement and greed, while Herschel couldn't hide his agitation. Teacher, we've really hit the jackpot this time. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a perfect young girl? Herschel's eyes were glued to Gretchen's youthful body, as if he wanted to pounce on her immediately. Follow the rules. Paco sternly said. I go first. Herschel's smile froze. Reluctantly, he begged, Teacher, can I go first this time? Do you want to defy me? Paco glared coldly at him. Herschel fell silent, years of obedience ingrained in him, preventing any resistance. Paco nodded in satisfaction. Walking up to Gretchen, he stared at the beautiful body of the teenage girl, his eyes gleaming with lust. Extending his hands, he was about to remove Gretchen's clothes. Suddenly, a phone rang urgently, startling both men. They looked over and saw Gretchen's phone ringing from her pocket. Herschel checked the caller ID. Cousin. Teacher, what do we do? Don't answer. Tell them the treatment can't be interrupted. Will ordered. Okay. Herschel hung up the call. The room was quiet again, but a few seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Paco, please wait. Stephen's voice sounded from outside. Miss Silu's family called and insists that the treatment must be interrupted. What? Interrupted twice in a row. Will's face darkened, but hearing Stephen's words, he frowned deeply. Herschel panicked and turned to Will for instructions. Will took a deep breath. Wake her up immediately. Herschel hesitated. Teacher, this? Do you want to get caught? Will snapped. If we don't slip up, there will still be another chance. Herschel had no choice but to nod. He took out a bottle of medicine and placed it under Gretchen's nose. Soon, she woke up from her deep sleep. What happened? Why did I fall asleep? Gretchen asked, confused. Herschel smiled, explaining, Miss Camden, you were very tired these past few days. The calming incense made you fall asleep. I haven't been sleeping well lately, all because of that, Brendan. Gretchen huffed. At this moment, Stephen pushed the door open, accompanied by urgent footsteps. It was Brendan and Shauna. Silu. Shauna rushed over, embracing Gretchen and quickly checking her body. Seeing that Gretchen's clothes were intact, Shauna let out a huge sigh of relief. Gretchen, still stunned, understood when she saw Brendan. Furious, she said, Brendan, you don't want me to recover, do you? You actually notified my cousin to sabotage my treatment. Brendan rolled his eyes. You're truly a foolish pig. How dare you insult me? Gretchen retorted angrily. At this moment, Shauna spoke up. Enough. Silu, it was Mr. Zhang who informed me, but fortunately for you, he did. Otherwise, you would have suffered greatly. What exactly were you two doing? Shauna's face was icy cold. She lost her usual gentle demeanor, radiating a domineering and terrifying aura that was vastly different from her usually mature beauty. Everyone present, including Brendan, was taken aback by Shauna's presence. Gretchen was instantly speechless. Stephen stepped forward to explain. Jane, allow me to explain the situation. He recounted the events leading up to this point. Hashtag chapter 250. Unmasking the fraud. Shauna looked at him coldly. Have you investigated these two people's backgrounds yourself? Mr. Zhang has already told me that these two are fraudsters. Their so-called qigong is all fake. Stephen furrowed his brows. Mrs. Camden, you're just hearing one side of the story from Brendan. Paco is very reputable in his region, and I went to great lengths to invite him here. Why should you believe Brendan and think Paco is a fraud? Gretchen nodded, mustering her courage. That's right, cousin, you trust Brendan too much. He's not a good person at all. Shut up, Shauna scolded. Gretchen immediately shrank back, afraid to speak again. Stephen was slightly angry. He had to explain the situation clearly or risk losing his reputation. He looked at Brendan. Mr. Zhang, I invited you because I trusted you, but I didn't expect you to pull such tricks. Brendan crossed his arms, looking exasperated. Who's real and who's fake? Wouldn't a test tell us? His eyes fell on Stephen. Stephen felt uneasy under Brendan's gaze, as if Zhang could see through him completely. I didn't expect that you have AIDS. How could your private life be so chaotic? Do you even know you have AIDS? Brendan's expression was stunned. He used heavenly vision to check Stephen's condition and was greatly surprised by the result. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. Gretchen nearly jumped off the bed. Stephen, you have AIDS? Why didn't you say it earlier? Stephen's face turned red, revealing a rare expression of anger. Brendan, what nonsense are you talking about? If it's nonsense, wouldn't a hospital checkup prove it? Brendan shot back without hesitation. In one swift motion, he grabbed Stephen's hand. Fiery Sinclair True, she quickly flowed into Stephen's right hand, causing the latter to feel an intense heat where Brendan held him. What is this? Stephen was visibly shaken. Brendan smiled. This is qigong. Let's have Paco show us next. Turning his attention to Will and Lucian, Brendan spoke. Stephen was taken aback and then looked over as well. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on the master and his disciple. Lucian's expression changed. Stephen's reaction made him nervous. He looked at Brendan with horror. Does this young man really have qigong? Oh no, we're doomed. Sweat poured down Lucian's forehead. Brendan teased. Mr. Lucian, why are you sweating so much? It's too hot today. Lucian explained hurriedly, but his panic was evident, making it clear to anyone that something was amiss. Even Stephen and Gretchen felt it wasn't right. They exchanged glances, especially Gretchen, whose pupils widened. Paco, please forgive my rudeness, but I need you to prove it now. Will's face stiffened slightly. Under the gazes of the others, Lucian looked increasingly uncomfortable, yet he managed to remain calm. Gentlemen, you don't trust me at all. Since you don't trust me, let's end this treatment session. Lucian, let's go. Will left without hesitation. They were about to leave when Brendan stepped forward, blocking their way. Paco, you just need to prove it. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? If you leave like this, won't today's incident become a mystery? That would trouble me. Brendan smirked. Will couldn't hold it together anymore. Panic flashed across his face. What do you want? Are you going to force me? You invited me to heal you. How can you treat me like this? Will's voice rose sharply. Slap. Brendan struck out, slapping Will. Faking it, huh? Your act has been exposed. You old fraud, scamming money and affection. Do you think you can still walk away today? Brendan roared. Will was intimidated by Brendan's presence, retreating several steps. I, he stammered, while Lucian collapsed on the floor, shaking. Don't hit us, don't hit us. We just wanted to scam some money for a living. Please don't beat us. Lucian begged in panic. Their true identities as con artists were now confirmed. Stephen was both shocked and furious, his eyes practically burning holes through them. Ah! Gretchen burst into tears, rushing into Shauna's arms. Ah, cousin, I've been bullied, and I'm so scared. Gretchen sobbed. Brendan watched the scene, somewhat speechless. The two had nearly caused a major issue, but thankfully he acted in time. It seems the conclusion is clear. You handle the rest. Brendan shrugged, smirking. Stephen's face darkened, unable to accept being toyed with like this. Bam! He kicked out abruptly, landing a kick directly on Will. Ah! Will rolled on the ground like a tumbleweed, screaming in pain. His screams stopped abruptly as Brendan saw Will had died from Stephen's furious kick. You kicked him to death. Brendan was speechless. Will was 85 years old. Despite his vigor, he couldn't withstand Stephen's wrathful strike. Stephen was seething, his expression terrifyingly grim. These two had disgraced him beyond measure, making it hard for him to control his expression. Shauna watched the scene without saying much. She said, Stephen, since you invited these two, you deal with it. We're leaving. With that, Shauna took Gretchen and left, with Brendan following closely behind. Only Stephen and Lucian remained in the room. Lucian knelt on the ground, pleading, please don't kill me. Stephen looked at him with icy coldness. Give me a reason not to kill you. Do you have any value? You two fools have disgraced me, and you ask me not to kill you? Lucian hurriedly said, No, I still have value. I've been with Teacher Will for 10 years. Although he's a fraud, he actually knows quite a bit about medicine and poisons. I can help you. Stephen's expression remained grim, his eyes flickering. Today, not only these two but also Brendan had humiliated him. Chapter 251. Gretchen gets her comeuppance. Although Brendan had helped him, the fact that the other party had just hit on his sore spot made him enraged. How did Brendan figure out I have AIDS? Stephen frowned. He felt furious and worried that Brendan might spread this news. If everyone found out he had AIDS, it was easy to imagine he would become a laughingstock. The Camden sisters could be made to keep this secret for him, but Brendan must die. Thinking this, Stephen said, I need you to do something for me. That is, go and kill Brendan. Carlton seemed a little scared. How do I kill him? Don't you know poison? Just poison him. You and your master have been swindling for so long. Surely you've done plenty of sneaky things. Don't tell me you can't do it. Stephen stated. Carlton's eyes lit up. All right. Poisoning is my forte, but I don't know where Brendan lives. Don't worry, I will help you find his address. There's no better time than tonight to act. Stephen said without hesitation. Carlton swallowed hard and nodded under the cold and terrifying gaze of Stephen. Outside the villa, Brendan and the others had already returned to the car. Gretchen was still sobbing, her face full of wronged expression. Recalling what happened earlier, she burst into tears again. Cousin, what? Gretchen cried with grievance. Note, the term wuxia is directly translated as wronged expression to maintain the nuance of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Brendan, who was driving, smirked. You were alone in the room with those two con men for several minutes. And you're so pretty. I bet they laid their hands on you. Gretchen's cries intensified, soaking Shauna's clothes with her tears. Feeling both heartache and helplessness, Shauna comforted her. Stop crying. I checked your clothes, they didn't touch you. Really? Gretchen immediately lifted her head. Shauna nodded, and Gretchen's eyes regained some light. At this point, Brendan poured more salt on the wound. Even if your clothes weren't messed up, maybe they touched you over them or even kissed you. Gretchen's cries grew louder once again. Shauna sighed, unable to prove or disprove his statement. She couldn't help but lightly pat Brendan. Mr. Zhang, Silu doesn't mean any harm. Please stop. Seeing Shauna speak up, Brendan shrugged and refrained from further taunting. Wah? Cousin, I'm unclean now. I was violated by those perverts. Gretchen sobbed miserably. Shauna consoled her with great care until Gretchen finally calmed down somewhat. Brendan watched this scene gleefully, feeling extremely satisfied. Continuing to drive under Shauna's direction, Brendan soon crossed the entire Rongqing city and arrived at a grand villa entrance. Built beside a tranquil lake, the vast villa complex was protected by a 3-meter-high wall with only one entrance. With Shauna present, Brendan was allowed into the villa. The interior of the villa was extravagantly luxurious, blending ancient elegance with modern style. It looked like an ancient garden villa. After parking the car, the three walked inside. Since Mr. Zhang has come to our family villa, why not come to our rooms and sit for a while? Shauna smiled invitingly. Brendan agreed, curious about the Camden family villa. Following Shauna, Brendan marveled at the luxurious yet tasteful residence, appreciating the blend of elegance and serenity. Whoa, this was the strength and depth of a powerful family? Compared to this villa, his multi-million-dollar mansion seemed like a countryside hut. Arriving at a secluded courtyard within the villa, Brendan was invited in. Welcome to our home. If there's anything lacking in our hospitality, we hope you won't mind. Shauna's smile bloomed beautifully. Thank you for the welcome, madam, Brendan grinned. Shauna's room, while not overly opulent, exuded warmth and simplicity. Gretchen, whose eyes were red from crying, began to calm down with Shauna's comforting words. However, she still avoided looking at Brendan. Brendan mocked, what, afraid to talk to me? You weren't shy when yelling at me before. I preferred your rebellious attitude then. Gretchen's eyes welled up, you're bullying me. After all this, you're still mocking me. You don't know how to treat a lady. Brendan rolled his eyes. With someone as gentle and elegant as madam, I would certainly show respect. But for you, forget it. Gretchen fumed. Am I really that terrible? Humph. Brendan replied with a cold laugh. Shauna, bringing in a tray of tea, saw the argument and sighed. Silu, we owe much to Mr. Zhang today. If it weren't for him seeing through those two imposter schemes, you would have suffered greatly. You should thank Mr. Zhang, Shauna said. Gretchen bit her lip. Thank you. Shauna sighed inwardly. Mr. Zhang, Silu's temper has indeed been bad. It's my fault for spoiling her too much after her accident years ago. Can you continue helping her treatment, for my sake? Considering everything Shauna had done for him, including introducing AnimeLand, Brendan felt hard-pressed to refuse. Gretchen, gritting her teeth, apologized sincerely. Brendan, I'm sorry. I formally apologize to you. I promise not to act out anymore. Please forgive me. Surprisingly, she added, if you treat me, I'll be your girlfriend. Chapter 252, Reconciliation. Gretchen's outburst was rather shocking, so much so that Brendan even doubted if there was something wrong with her mind. Brendan rolled his eyes at her. You wish. I have no interest in you. Gretchen retorted angrily. I've put myself out there like this, and you still don't find me attractive. Do you really think you're the kind of girl everyone falls for? Brendan said with disdain. Gretchen almost choked with anger from those words. Shauna stepped in to mediate, finally stopping the argument between the two. With Shauna's comforting words, Gretchen gradually calmed down. Brendan made his stance clear. I can help treat you again, but I need an 80-year-old wild ginseng plant. All right, it's a deal, but you must not play tricks on me again. Gretchen's eyes lit up. While an 80-year-old wild ginseng was rare, with the Camden family's connections and capabilities, acquiring one wasn't too big of an issue. Brendan nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. Seeing the reconciliation, Shauna heaved a huge sigh of relief. Gretchen immediately went to arrange it. After making several phone calls, she finally brought what Brendan needed within a few hours. An 80-year-old wild ginseng lay before Brendan, its pure, high-quality spiritual energy causing him to smile. Since you have it now, can we start the treatment? Gretchen couldn't wait any longer. Of course. Let's find a room. This time, Brendan didn't refuse. Gretchen was overjoyed. Come to my room. Brendan nodded and followed her into her courtyard within the entire villa. Each Camden family member had their own courtyard, and Gretchen's courtyard was right next to Shauna's. Using her cane, Gretchen sprinted ahead, clearly eager to get started. The two entered the room, and Gretchen sat on the bed. Before Brendan could speak, she had already removed her black stockings, revealing her snow-white legs. Go ahead, Gretchen said eagerly. Her demeanor was like that of a young girl asking her boyfriend for something, which would cause quite a misunderstanding if seen by outsiders. Seeing how forward Gretchen was, Brendan didn't hold back either. He gently grasped Gretchen's legs. Her skin was exceptionally smooth and felt excellent, with the only downside being that her legs were slightly thin. Why haven't you started yet? Don't tell me you're taking advantage of me. Noticing Brendan's hands roaming her legs without generating any warmth, Gretchen grew suspicious. Don't rush me. I'm building up my concentration. Brendan replied confidently. Gretchen rolled her eyes. In the past, she would have scolded him, but after today's events, her attitude had changed. Even when Brendan was openly touching her, she didn't say much. She stretched her legs straight and let Brendan continue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brendan marveled at Gretchen's change in attitude, and his actions became bolder. Soon, a blush crept across Gretchen's cheeks. She looked both annoyed and embarrassed. Don't go too far. I feel guilty towards you, so I haven't stopped you. But you can't bully me just because of that. Gretchen blushed. Before she knew it, Brendan's hands had reached her thighs. Cough. Brendan coughed awkwardly, having inadvertently crossed a line while enjoying the feel of her legs. He quickly composed himself and began treating Gretchen's legs. Gretchen soon felt her legs growing warm, the familiar sensation brightening her eyes. She smiled expectantly and closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. Sinclair true chi and spiritual energy nourished Gretchen's legs, repairing the damaged areas. The warmth spread inside her body, causing Gretchen to squirm involuntarily. Don't move around, Brendan said. Gretchen bit her lip, enduring the strange sensation and afraid to disturb Brendan. Silence filled the room as Brendan focused entirely on the treatment, while Gretchen began emitting soft moans uncontrollably. Fortunately, Brendan was concentrating on the healing process, or else he might have lost control hearing those alluring sounds. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed minute by minute, and an hour flew by. The treatment was complete. Brendan straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and declared, "Today's session is done. Your legs are recovering well. One more treatment tomorrow, and you will be completely healed." Gretchen was overwhelmed with joy. Really? Of course. Brendan nodded. Gretchen, tears of happiness streaming down her face, exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Sniffle, sniffle. After years of suffering since the accident, she could finally stand up again. All right, cry away. I'll head back now, Brendan said, glancing at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wait. Gretchen called him back. Brendan sighed. What do you need now? Well, I want you to give me a massage. These days I haven't been feeling well and need some care. Gretchen blinked her eyes. Brendan was speechless. At 17 or 18, a young girl should be in the prime of her life. Why would she need such pampering? Fine, go take a shower first. You're all sticky. I don't want to touch you. Brendan waved his hand in distaste. Gretchen protested. I'm so cute and pretty, countless men would die for a kiss, yet you look at me like this. Brendan gave her another eye roll. Gretchen huffed and got off the bed, supporting herself against the wall as she walked to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from inside. Bored and waiting in the room, Brendan inspected Gretchen's room. Compared to Shauna's, Gretchen's room had many adorable decorations, highlighting her girlish side. As he idly examined the room, suddenly Gretchen's pained scream came from the bathroom. I fell, it hurts. Chapter 253, The Welfare Distributing Maiden. Gretchen's voice was filled with pain, and Brendan was startled upon hearing it. He hurried over to knock on the bathroom door. Are you okay? Gretchen gritted her teeth against the pain, her voice choked with tears. No, I can't get up. Please come in and help me. My legs hurt so much. Gretchen's pleading tone sounded helpless. Brendan quickly pushed open the door, only to be met with an extremely intimate scene. In the bathroom, Gretchen lay sprawled on the ground, her face contorted with pain. She was completely naked, not a single inch covered. Despite her young age, the girl had developed an impressive figure that could easily rival many adults. The beauty of the sight almost left Brendan unable to look away. Gretchen was entirely exposed before him. This tantalizing moment was an immense test of his willpower, but Brendan quickly regained his composure and moved closer. There were several bruises on her body, and she was clutching her right leg in pain. The bathroom floor bore marks from where she had slid. Clearly, the fall had been bad enough that the frail Gretchen couldn't even crawl up. Brendan swiftly helped her to her feet. Come, be careful. Gretchen clung to him as if he were a lifeline, disregarding her compromising position, instinctively grabbing hold of Brendan. Once she stood up, supported by Brendan, she became acutely aware of her state. Her face flushed red instantly, her cute cheeks blooming like a ripe red apple. She hurriedly covered her important areas with her hands, looking as if she might cry. Brendan grabbed a nearby towel to cover her. Just block yourself for now, and then dry your body. I'll treat you in a moment. Gretchen felt mortified beyond words, wishing there was a crack in the ground to disappear into. She never expected such an accident would happen. In the past, a Harlow always accompanied her when she bathed. Today, she dismissed the Harlow, thinking nothing untoward would happen. But who knew she'd fall precisely at this time? Caught up in the urgency earlier, she hadn't noticed the issue until she called Brendan in. Now everything was exposed. Gretchen felt both aggrieved and angry, but Brendan had only entered because she asked him to, and he also helped her. Gretchen dried herself quickly and, with Brendan's assistance, limped into the bedroom. Brendan examined her injuries. It's nothing serious, just some minor abrasions and a sprained right leg. Brendan crouched down, gently grasping her injured leg, and began massaging it. A warm sensation spread, and Gretchen felt her leg's pain dissipate rapidly. Within moments, the pain was entirely gone. Your chi treatment is really amazing. Gretchen marveled, momentarily distracted. Chi therapy works especially well for external injuries, Brendan explained. That's still incredibly impressive. Having someone like you around, any young lady would gladly have you as a guest. No Elaine can resist youthful beauty. Thanks to your treatments, cousin has looked much younger these years. Gretchen said in amazement. Brendan smiled silently, feeling a sense of pride. With heavenly eye and true chi, how could he possibly lose? After a short while, Brendan got up. All right, rest well tonight. Your leg should fully recover by tomorrow. As it's late, I'll head back now. Given what had just transpired, Brendan thought Gretchen wouldn't want further massage therapy tonight due to embarrassment. You haven't massaged me yet. Gretchen called out to him, blushing but firm. All right. Since Gretchen didn't mind, neither did he. Gretchen, still blushing and shy, lay down on the bed. Brendan deftly started massaging her, and soon she appeared deeply relaxed, occasionally humming softly. Watching the beautiful girl barely covered by a towel, Brendan found his desires stirring slightly. As a healthy man, it was hard not to fantasize. Despite Gretchen's annoying personality, she was indeed a lovely and attractive girl, exhibiting charm that could mesmerize any man. It was evident Gretchen would grow up to be as stunning as Ayana. Even though she was still somewhat inexperienced, her beauty already shone brightly. Unfortunately, this one had a mouth on her. Brendan grumbled inwardly. His skilled hands continued massaging her expertly, movements that no professional masseur could find fault with, enhanced by Sinclair true chi and spiritual energy. Brendan was confident no one could surpass him. Gretchen was completely immersed in the comfort and joy of the massage, her adorable face displaying pure contentment. Brendan admired the girl's perfect curves while genuinely providing her the best massage. Both received benefits, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. When the massage finally ended, it was already 11 o'clock. Brendan prepared to bid farewell to Gretchen. Cousin's birthday is tomorrow. Will you attend? Gretchen asked curiously. Brendan nodded. Of course. I've already prepared her gift. That's great. Having you around will make things easier for her. You don't know how many men have pursued her since she returned from Shangjiang City. She receives countless flowers and professions of love daily. Gretchen complained. Brendan wasn't surprised. With Ayana's extraordinary beauty and figure, it was natural for men to be attracted to her. So am I going to be her shield tomorrow? Brendan asked with a hint of suspicion. Gretchen wasn't sure. I guess not. Cousin is quite assertive. Ordinary men don't stand a chance with her. Brendan agreed. Today, Ayana's commanding presence had impressed him, even intimidating him. With time ticking late, Brendan decided not to stay longer. After bidding farewell to Gretchen, he left and drove back to xiuxian community. By the time he reached home, it was midnight. Brendan made himself a bowl of noodles in the kitchen. Finishing the noodles, he patted his stomach contentedly. But suddenly, an intense pain surged within him. Chapter 254, Assassin J. What's happening? The sudden intense pain made Brendan extremely startled. He hurriedly activated his heavenly eye and simultaneously unleashed pure Sinclair true chi. The powerful pure Sinclair true chi instantly surged throughout his body, directly suppressing the internal pain. Upon closer inspection, Brendan noticed that his health status bar indicated he had been poisoned. I actually got poisoned? Brendan was both shocked and furious. How did there be poison in my villa? Did someone poison me? Could it be Buddy? This guess flashed through Brendan's mind instantly. He didn't have time to worry about it. He immediately began treating himself. His heavenly eye had already provided a method for detoxification, and he followed it at once. At this moment, footsteps sounded, approaching from the second floor. Brendan endured the pain and looked up, seeing Jay descending from the second floor. It's you? Steven didn't kill you? How did you know where I live? Wait, did Steven send you here? In an instant, Brendan thought of many things. He originally assumed that the one who poisoned him was Buddy, but Jay's appearance made him realize the true mastermind was Steven. You've harmed my teacher and reduced me to this state. Today, I will kill you. The feeling of being poisoned is terrible, isn't it? Now, let's see how you die. Jay sneered menacingly. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and walked straight toward Brendan. With a cold laugh, he approached Brendan and stabbed without a word. You are truly seeking death. A flash of brilliance emerged from Brendan's eyes. Huge power instantly erupted from his body. Brendan grabbed Jay's wrist, easily snatching the dagger away. Thud. The sharp dagger pierced into Jay's heart in an instant. Jay, who had just displayed a fierce expression, now wore one of disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Brendan. You. With his heart pierced, Jay couldn't even say a word before he died on the spot. Shock and disbelief remained etched on his face. Clearly, Brendan had been poisoned by him. Yet how did he still have the strength to counterattack? Cough. Cough. After successfully countering Jay, Brendan began to cough violently. Fool, did Steven not tell you that I am the top martial arts expert in Jiangnan? You think you, a waste, can kill me? Brendan sneered. Soon, a mouthful of black blood spewed out of Brendan's mouth. Following the treatment method provided by the heavenly eye, he forcibly expelled the severe poison using pure Sinclair true chi. He panted heavily, completely exhausted and lying prone on the ground. Spiritual energy circulated within his body, repairing the damage caused by the poison. After resting for half an hour, Brendan struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the corpse before him, he was stumped. How should I handle this corpse? This is my home. If someone finds it, won't it be very troublesome? In modern society, disposing of a corpse isn't easy. The wilderness might be manageable, but he was in the city now. Carrying the corpse out of town risked encountering unforeseen issues, leading to bigger trouble. Brendan rubbed his temples and decided to call Shauna for help. However, thinking of her birthday tomorrow in the late hour, he hesitated as it would likely affect her state the next day. So, he turned to call Adeline instead. Ring ring ring. Soon, the call was answered with Adeline's voice coming through. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong so late at night? Brendan replied apologetically. Kimura, I encountered some trouble. Just now, someone came to kill me. I managed to counterattack and killed him, but dealing with the corpse is problematic. Adeline frowned upon hearing this. Is it related to Tianming Martial Arts Hall? No, it's another issue, Brendan explained. Adeline remarked meaningfully. You sure have a lot of troubles. I'll send someone to assist you. They'll arrive soon. Thank you. I'll remember your kindness and repay it someday. Brendan expressed gratitude. Adeline responded, no need. Just pay extra attention when you massage and maintain me. Brendan couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, women cared greatly about their youth and beauty, and his massage skills effectively appealed to both Adeline and Shauna. Soon, the people sent by Adeline arrived. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Upon opening, Brendan saw a robust man in a black suit. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm here to deal with your troubles, said the suited man. Thank you. Please come in. The suited man entered the living room and swiftly cleaned up the corpse. He clearly specialized in such tasks, quickly cleaning the scene meticulously, even removing all traces of blood with special solutions. Thank you. Brendan was satisfied and escorted the suited man out. Having thoroughly resolved the trouble of Jay, Brendan narrowed his eyes. Jay is just a minor player. Stephen remains the real problem. It seems that due to my actions yesterday embarrassing him, Stephen has grown resentment and ordered this fool to assassinate me. The Tang family is one of the most prestigious families in Rongqing. How could I possibly contend with them? Brendan felt an immense headache. He carefully considered his options. Currently, his only reliance was on Shauna and Adeline. Both were formidable in their own right, not inferior to Stephen. If he sought refuge under them, making Stephen back off shouldn't be too difficult. But doing so feels too humiliating. They attacked me, and I can only hide behind these women. Brendan's face fell grimly. He gritted his teeth in anger, while a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Since Stephen can send assassins, could I? Brendan quickly dismissed this thought. If Stephen were dead, the Tang family would surely investigate, potentially tracing it back to him, causing significant trouble. Forget it. Face the enemy head on. I refuse to believe I can't handle a punk like Stephen. Brendan fumed. Next day, a red sun rose over the horizon, its brilliant light illuminating the earth, dispelling all darkness. Xiuxian Manor. Today was Shauna's birthday at the Camden family manor. Early in the morning, many guests had already gathered at the manor. The parking lot quickly filled with various luxury cars, looking like a grand car show from afar. Chapter 255, Threat from Stephen. A BMW X6 pulled up and finally came to a stop in the parking lot outside the villa. The car door opened, and Brendan stepped out in a white casual outfit, carrying a gift box in his hand. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Today's event is quite impressive. Looking at the parking lot filled with luxury cars, Brendan couldn't help but feel a bit awestruck. He walked straight towards the villa and, after presenting his invitation card, was allowed entry smoothly. Led by a waiter, Brendan made his way into the garden. Although there was still an hour before the party started, many guests had already gathered there. There were easily over 100 people. The garden had been meticulously decorated as the venue for today's party. Drinks and pastries were laid out, with waiters moving around to serve the guests. This lively scene left Brendan marveling in admiration. All those invited by Shauna to attend her birthday party were clearly prominent figures in Rongqing, almost all dressed in elegant attire. Brendan looked around but didn't recognize anyone in the crowd. He found a quiet corner to sit down, picked up a pastry, and enjoyed it on his own. At that moment, a familiar face appeared. Buddy. I didn't expect this old man to attend as well. With his status as vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he certainly qualifies, Brendan mused, squinting his eyes. He did not approach Buddy. Instead, the latter seemed to know many people and was chatting animatedly with some of them, forming a stark contrast with Brendan's solitary figure. Suddenly, a voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Tang family has arrived. Brush, brush, brush. Many heads turned to look, including Brendan's. Under everyone's gaze, two young men laughed and chatted as they entered the garden. Upon closer inspection, one of them was Stephen. Alongside him was another member of the Tang family, who looked to be about 30 years old. They shared a striking resemblance, likely brothers. Lord Tang, Lord Tang. Everyone parted to make way for the Tang duo, while whispers began circulating among the guests. Stephen and Mohammed have come. A few days ago, there was news of Stephen's engagement to Gretchen. Now, Mohammed shows up here. Could he be interested in Mrs. Camden? Someone speculated aloud. Others chimed in. If Mohammed marries Mrs. Camden, then the two brothers would have married the two sisters, making it a union within a union. Someone who knew more about the situation chuckled. Don't think too much. Mrs. Camden cannot marry. Since childhood, Mrs. Camden has had heart problems and can't endure any excitement, not even slightly intense exercise. How could she possibly get married? Another guest countered. Just because she can't do intense exercise doesn't mean she can't marry. Families like the Camden clan often arrange marriages for strategic alliances. Isn't this engagement between the Tangs and Camdens a signal of cooperation? Speculation spread rapidly, and many wondered why Mohammed had shown up. Brendan listened to their chatter, scrutinizing Mohammed. The two brothers bore a strong resemblance, with Mohammed maintaining a smile similar to that of Stephen, though his seemed more genuine. Their arrival instantly drew attention, and many approached to strike up conversations, including Buddy. Brendan quickly shifted his focus back to his pastry, but trouble soon sought him out. Brendan! A familiar voice called out, and there stood Stephen walking directly toward him. Brendan frowned, not hiding his displeasure. Lord Tang, what do you want? Nothing much. I just saw you eating alone and thought I'd chat with you. Stephen grinned insincerely. Brendan grew wary instantly. Stephen waved a hand, and the curious onlookers quickly turned away. Seeing no one paying attention, Stephen revealed his true intentions. Brendan, I want to discuss a deal with you. Stephen got straight to the point. What kind of deal? Do I, a nobody, have the right to make a deal with a distinguished person like you? Brendan was highly cautious. Stephen laughed. You're not a nobody. We are both smart enough. Let's skip the pointless tests. You cured Silu's legs. Can you do anything about my condition? That kind of disease. Stephen's expression turned awkward, clearly embarrassed to speak about it. Brendan nearly laughed out loud. So this was why he came looking for me. He shook his head without hesitation. No, I can't. My qigong only works on external injuries. That kind of illness is beyond my abilities. Stephen wasn't willing to give up easily. Is there really nothing at all? Well, if you can get me a century-old ginseng root, I might consider it. Brendan's eyes gleamed. Stephen snorted with laughter. Century-old ginseng? Do you think it grows on trees? Even if I wanted to, I can't steal such an item for you. Brendan, I believe you must have a way. If you help me, you will be my friend. Brendan inwardly scoffed. This guy sent Carlton to kill me last night and now says such things? In a mocking tone, Brendan said, Lord Tang, Carlton came to poison me last night and tried to kill me. Whatever happened? You let Carlton go yesterday? Stephen pretended to be shocked. What? Carlton went to kill you? The culprit behind yesterday's events was Morel, so I didn't harm Carlton, not expecting he would come after me. He probably took revenge for disrupting his plans. Brendan stared deeply at him. Is that so? How did Carlton find out where my house is? It's not like it's common knowledge. Stephen smiled and countered. Are you suggesting Carlton was under my orders? Of course not. I'm just puzzled. Brendan smiled. In just a few exchanges, several clashes occurred, ultimately leaving Brendan at a disadvantage. Chapter 256, Mesmerizing Beauty. Stephen stood up and patted his shoulder. Think carefully about my proposal. Our Tang family has considerable influence in Rongqing. Countless people wish to be friends with us. Don't miss this opportunity. After these words, Stephen turned around and left. As Brendan watched Stephen leave, his expression stiffened. Threat. It was an outright threat. He wasn't a fool. How could he fail to understand the hidden meaning in Stephen's words? If it were the old him, facing such threats from Stephen, he would have no choice but to yield. But now, he had the heavenly eye, spiritual energy, and pure Sinclair Gong. With all these abilities, it was clearly impossible for anyone to threaten him like this anymore. Brendan took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and without hesitation, categorized Stephen as an enemy. The previous incident was merely a minor episode. Time passed quickly, and an hour slipped by unnoticed. The birthday party was about to begin, and finally, Shauna, the main guest of honor, appeared. Jane is here. Someone shouted, and the previously noisy garden instantly fell silent. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the garden, where they soon saw two breathtaking beauties, one tall, one small, slowly walking in. Today, Shauna looked exceptionally beautiful. She wore an elegant and graceful long dress that accentuated her stunning figure subtly. As she walked, her swaying posture resembled willow branches, instantly capturing the attention of all the men present. The maturity and charm of a mature Elaine were fully displayed on Shauna, with a gentle smile adorning her exquisite face. When she entered the garden, Shauna became the focus of everyone's attention. Hiss. There was a series of sharp intakes of breath as the men couldn't help but stare straight ahead. Such a beautiful sight was rare, and compared to Shauna, ordinary women seemed like ugly ducklings. Even Brendan, who had interacted with Shauna multiple times, couldn't help but stare for a few seconds, let alone the other men. Dear friends, thank you all for coming to celebrate my 40th birthday today. Today's gathering is informal. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves without any restrictions. Shauna's gentle voice woke everyone from their daze. The men couldn't take their eyes off her. Compared to today's Shauna, even Gretchen standing beside her seemed overshadowed. Coming back to their senses, everyone couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. She is the Camden family Shauna. I've heard so much about her beauty, but I never expected her to be this stunning. Isn't she 40 years old? Yet, she looks no more than early 30s. So beautiful. Such a stunning beauty born with a physical defect is truly a pity. If Shauna lived in ancient times, she would certainly be a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation. What kind of man would be fortunate enough to have such a beauty? Everyone continued to murmur among themselves. Shauna's appearance stunned everyone, especially her youthful demeanor. If not for seeing her in person, many wouldn't believe that she was already 40. Anyone seeing her might assume she was only in her early 30s. Brothers Mohammed and Stephen approached her on their own accord. Mohammed smiled. Jane. Thank you for attending my birthday party today, Mr. Tang. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please do not hold it against us. Shauna responded warmly. Her stunning smile left both brothers momentarily lost. Taking a deep breath, Mohammed suppressed his inner agitation and said, Jane, your family and mine have always maintained a good relationship. Naturally, I must attend your birthday celebrations. Besides, my son Ching and Miss Camden will soon become engaged. By then, we'll practically be family. Mohammed found it hard to look away from Shauna. However, hearing his words, both Shauna and Gretchen exchanged slightly odd glances. Noticing their expressions, Mohammed asked, What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Feeling anxious, Stephen hastily interjected, Brother, let's find a place to sit down and chat. Mohammed nodded, and the group moved aside to converse. The atmosphere at the party remained harmonious. Although Shauna was the star of the show, she remained relaxed and showed no signs of entertaining guests formally. It was clearly a casual private gathering, so no one commented on it. In a corner, Brendan quietly indulged in eating and drinking. Soon, Shauna walked over with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Brendan put down his pastry. Madam, don't mention it. With so many guests today, you don't need to worry about conversing with me. You look absolutely beautiful today. Every Elaine at this party seems eclipsed by you, he added sincerely. Shauna smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents. This is all thanks to you. If not for your treatments, I would be an old lady with wrinkles, she joked. They chatted happily until someone rudely interrupted. Madam, this gentleman seems familiar to you. Could he be the Brendan Ching mentioned? Mohammed's voice cut through. Mohammed's interruption irked Brendan, while Shauna handled it gracefully. Mohammed's gaze landed on Brendan just as Shauna interrupted him. Mr. Zhang, you seem to have matters to attend to today. Perhaps you should leave. You don't need to stay here for formalities, she suggested. Brendan was confused by her words. What did she mean? Was she dismissing him? He glanced at her and noticed her giving him a subtle wink. Meanwhile, Mohammed interjected again. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I need to thank you personally for what happened yesterday. My brother almost caused a disaster yesterday, but luckily you intervened. On behalf of my undisciplined brother, I want to express my gratitude, he said while bowing slightly. Then, changing his tone, he added, At such a young age, you possess remarkable medical skills. May I ask which master taught you? Chapter 257, The Tang Brothers Trap. Hearing Mohammed's inquiry, Brendan instantly understood Shauna's intention to get him away from the situation. It seemed Mohammed was about to confront him, Unfortunately, it was already too late to leave since he had already caught Mohammed's attention. Master is just a hermit from the mountains, with no reputation whatsoever. Before I left the mountain, Master specifically instructed me not to reveal his identity to outsiders. I hope Mr. Tang can understand, Brendan improvised. Mohammed looked deeply at Brendan after hearing this. Mr. Zhang's medical skills are extraordinary, truly impressive. The severe disability of Miss Gretchen was cured by you, and such abilities are indeed astonishing. You truly can be called a rare talent among men. Mohammed smiled and praised. Brendan forced a smile. His heart was filled with caution. He didn't believe for a second that Mohammed came here just to compliment him. There must be some trickery involved. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mohammed suddenly waved his hand, and a Jose walked over from a distance. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Camden, Mr. Zhang. The Jose smiled and bowed slightly to greet them all. Mohammed laughed. Let me introduce this gentleman. This is Jamar from Rongqing Hospital Surgery Department. He heard about Miss Camden's legs being cured and is amazed by your capabilities. I thought Mr. Zhang would likely be here today, so Jamar specially asked me to bring him along to visit and consult you. Here it comes. With these words, the atmosphere immediately shifted. Jamar approached with a strained smile. Mr. Zhang's techniques are extraordinary. You managed to cure such a severe disability in Miss Camden. I come unannounced seeking advice. I hope you won't take offense. Brendan frowned slightly and declined promptly. This might not be the best occasion today. Why don't we pick another day? I'll be happy to discuss things thoroughly then. Mohammed chuckled lightly. As the saying goes, chance meetings are predestined. Since we've met today, a little chat wouldn't hurt. I'm sure Mrs. Camden wouldn't mind either, right? Mohammed spoke loudly enough to attract many people's attention in the garden. Several heads turned, and when they saw what was happening, they couldn't help but show confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Stephen added, Today is Mrs. Camden's birthday, so I thought a bit of entertainment wouldn't hurt. Besides, it's just a friendly exchange. Might as well let everyone broaden their horizons. Then, Stephen exposed the news of Gretchen's legs being cured, causing a wave of surprise at the banquet. What? Miss Camden's legs were cured? I remember Miss Camden was in a car accident a few years ago and couldn't walk anymore. All eyes turned to Gretchen. Stephen loudly announced, Yes, Scylla's legs have been cured. And the person who cured her legs is none other than Mr. Brendan sitting here. The audience gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief, especially upon seeing Brendan's young face. It was simply unbelievable. Someone couldn't resist asking, Young Master Tang, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This young man, Brendan, looks barely 20. What power does he have to cure Miss Camden's disabled legs? This question drew nods from many present. Stephen smiled. Perhaps only Mr. Zhang can answer that. Luckily, Jamar from Rongqing Hospital is here today. He's ready to consult Mr. Zhang on some medical questions, providing a chance for everyone to witness an interesting exchange. Everyone's gaze turned towards Brendan simultaneously. Curiosity, doubt, such emotions spread through the crowd. Most were skeptical, especially given Brendan's youth. At this moment, Brendan's expression darkened. Unless he was a fool, he realized something was amiss. It appeared the Paxton had guessed he would come today and had arranged this whole setup deliberately. These two dogs are trying to corner me. Brendan felt both alarmed and furious, regretting not leaving when Shauna suggested it earlier. But now it was too late. If he left with everyone watching, he would undoubtedly become a subject of gossip. Just then, Shauna broke the silence. She frowned slightly, her tone somewhat displeased. Today is my birthday party, not a medical exchange conference. If there's anything to discuss, perhaps another occasion would be more suitable, she said firmly. Mohammed smiled gently. There's no need to get upset, madam. We're just curious. That Mr. Zhang could cure Miss Camden's legs is an incredible feat. We mean no harm and merely want to know the truth. Mohammed's words sparked even more curiosity among the guests, with many nodding in agreement. Shauna's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Mohammed to act so decisively, pulling most of the guests to his side with just a few words. If she opposed further, the party might end awkwardly. A flash of anger crossed her eyes. Today was her birthday, and nobody should disrupt her celebration, especially targeting her personally. Just as she was about to speak, Brendan stopped her. Madam, please wait. Turning around, Shauna gave him a questioning look. Brendan smiled. Since Mr. Tang is so curious about my medical skills, why don't we make this fun? Consider it an impromptu entertainment program, adding some excitement. Shauna frowned, and Gretchen beside her became anxious, tugging at Brendan's sleeve, urging him not to seek attention at this critical moment. It was clear the Paxton had set a trap, and jumping into it would be foolish. Ha ha ha. Stephen laughed aloud. Mr. Zhang puts it well. An interesting impromptu program can liven up the mood. Let's have Jamar ask the questions. Jamar nodded with a slight laugh and stepped forward. But just as he was about to speak, Brendan interrupted. Hold on. Chapter 258, Demonstrating Strength. Brendan called out to Giroux and said, Since the request for an impromptu program came from you, it's only natural that I set the content of this program. Giroux glanced deeply at Brendan. No problem, just as long as Mr. Zhang doesn't make the program too boring. A smile tugged at the corners of Brendan's mouth. Rest assured, this program will be absolutely interesting. As a doctor, diagnosing patients' conditions is the most fundamental skill. How about we randomly select 5 people from the audience here, and have both parties diagnose them? Whoever has the highest accuracy rate wins. What do you think? Huh. Upon hearing the content of this impromptu program, many people's eyes lit up. Everyone could participate in such a setting, and the clear comparison would heighten the tension, thus making it more engaging. Giroux, a single scan with his heavenly eye revealed all diseases without needing any instruments. This meant he simply couldn't lose in this impromptu program unless Giroux also had a heavenly eye. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed maniacally in his heart, his gaze filled with mockery as he looked at Giroux. Feeling this gaze, Giroux's heart couldn't help but drum with anxiety. Something's off. Why is Brendan so confident? Could he really be good at visual diagnoses? Humph. Giroux scoffed inwardly, quickly plastering a smile on his face. An idea flashed through his mind, and he soon scanned the crowd, landing on a person. I choose this gentleman. Please come forward, Giroux pointed at the man. The crowd parted automatically, revealing a Jose in a suit who walked out. Giroux smiled. Mr. Zhang, he is my first choice. Please start your diagnosis. Brendan studied Giroux carefully, noticing the change in his expression. He definitely knows this Jose. Haha. Brendan found this amusing. Both were cheating, but Giroux's ability clearly paled in comparison to his own. Walking up to the Jose, Brendan began the examination. Sitting face to face, Brendan took the man's pulse, examined his tongue and complexion, then wore a contemplative expression. In the garden, everyone fell silent, afraid to disturb Brendan. Even the faintest sound seemed to reverberate. On the other side, Mohammed and Stephen approached Giroux. Mohammed lowered his voice. Zach Wong, how confident are you? Don't worry, I'm certain of victory. Some of today's guests are familiar to me. I've diagnosed their conditions before, which can't be detected without professional instruments. Brendan is sure to lose. At worst, it'll be a draw. Giroux spoke with strong confidence. Great. Stephen smiled excitedly, while Mohammed also showed a pleased expression. Time ticked by as everyone waited patiently for Brendan's diagnosis. Actually, Brendan had already completed his diagnosis. The man's health condition was completely visible under his heavenly eye. However, stating the issues outright would be shocking, so he pretended to be examining to delay the announcement. After 3 minutes, Brendan finally stood up. His action instantly drew everyone's attention. Giroux said, Mr. Zhang, you're done with the diagnosis. Go ahead and explain the situation. Giroux smiled confidently, feeling assured of his win. Diabetes. Brendan declared. What? Upon hearing this, Giroux's face changed dramatically, and the Jose also looked shocked. How did you know? The man asked, surprised. Whispers erupted in the room as people expressed their astonishment. Can diabetes really be diagnosed by sight alone? Doesn't it require professional instruments? Brendan's diagnostic ability must be incredible. The whispers continued incessantly, and many looked at Brendan with amazement. Brendan smiled. Zach Wong, my diagnosis should be accurate, right? Giroux looked bewildered. How did you see that? How I saw it doesn't matter. Just tell me if my diagnosis is correct, Brendan replied. Giroux's expression soured. He hadn't expected Brendan to successfully diagnose the first person. My turn next, Brendan said proactively. Clearly, they alternated turns, and now it was Brendan's turn to pick from the guests. Activating his heavenly eye, he scanned the crowd, eventually settling his gaze on Elaine. Lady, could you please step forward? Brendan smiled. The Elaine, around 30 years old, stepped out of the crowd and approached Giroux. Zach Wong, go ahead, Brendan grinned. Giroux's expression grew serious as he approached the Elaine and began diagnosing her. All eyes were on Giroux, waiting for his diagnosis. Minutes passed, and Giroux stood up. Cold uterus, weak constitution, and mild dysmenorrhea, Giroux announced. The Elaine looked surprised. Impressive, Zach Wong. Your diagnosis is very accurate. Giroux beamed with pride, and others applauded, though at this moment, Brendan stepped forward. Chapter 259. Astounding skill. Wait, apart from these 3 problems, are there no others? Brendan asked. Giroux's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked at the Elaine, who nodded, indicating that there were indeed undiagnosed issues. I can't diagnose further. The human eye has its limits in diagnosing. Anyone would be the same, Giroux said assertively. Many agreed with his statement. Even those not well-versed in medicine understood this principle. I disagree, Brendan interjected. His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? Do you claim to see hidden ailments in this lady? Giroux furrowed his brows. 3 minutes, Brendan said. Whispers erupted in surprise. Giroux laughed loudly. Mr. Zhang, you're too arrogant. You really think you can see more with just your eyes? I've practiced medicine for 20 years. If this lady has hidden ailments, they need professional equipment in a hospital to detect, Giroux retorted. Brendan smiled. Zach Wong, don't make excuses. It's just that your ability is insufficient. Giroux flew into a rage. You dare say I lack ability? I started learning medicine before you were born. Brendan chuckled lightly and walked directly to the Elaine under everyone's gaze. She cooperated fully, sitting opposite him as Brendan began his diagnosis. The intense conversation between the two heightened the atmosphere. Isn't Brendan being too presumptuous? Zach Wong is quite renowned for his medical skills, or he wouldn't be a director, someone commented. To dare criticize Zach Wong's abilities, that's a bit overconfident, another added, drawing agreement from many. Nearby, Shauna and Gretchen observed the scene. Gretchen wore an anxious look, feeling worried about Brendan amidst the murmurs. Cousin, do you think Brendan can win? Gretchen asked. After a brief pause, Shauna replied, based on my understanding of him, he wouldn't act without confidence. He possesses unique abilities that regular doctors can't match. Shauna clearly had faith in Brendan, while Giroux sneered. A presumptuous boy, showing off a little skill, and then claiming my abilities are lacking. I'll see just how capable you are. Giroux's tone was full of mockery. Stephen stood nearby, ready to laugh at Brendan's expense. At this moment, Brendan stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Zhang, what's your diagnosis? Giroux laughed. Share your brilliant insights now. What will you say if you can't identify her hidden ailment? Brendan smiled. Zach Wong, don't speak so absolutely. If I'm correct, apart from the issues you identified, this lady also suffers from acute asthma. The Elaine gasped in astonishment. How did you know? This condition never shows unless diagnosed with professional instruments. The crowd buzzed in amazement. Giroux's eyes widened. Impossible. Brendan, you must know this lady. Otherwise, it's impossible to diagnose acute asthma just by looking. Stephen stepped forward. Brendan, that's cheating. Brendan laughed and shrugged. Who says I know her? Have any proof? Besides, she was chosen by you, Giroux. Identifying her condition is my method. So, still doubt my capabilities? Giroux felt both shocked and angry, but couldn't refute Brendan's logic. Guests whispered in astonishment, all looking at Brendan with amazement. How did you manage that? Giroux asked. My secret technique, sorry not disclosed, Brendan replied. Should we continue the game? Grinding his teeth, Giroux replied, continue. I don't believe you're that good. That was just luck. Brendan crossed his arms, grinning proudly. The game continued. Each selected a few more people for examination. Giroux picked several individuals, hoping to find some with hidden diseases to stump Brendan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Brendan accurately described each person's issues. Incredible, truly remarkable. How accurate, every detail of my condition. Amazing diagnostic skills. For his young age, he's astonishingly insightful. All expressed their amazement, further surprising everyone. Giroux's face darkened, equally astonished. If the first person was coincidence and the second an accident, what about the third and fourth? Brendan diagnosed 5 people, perfectly identifying their problems each time, with 100% accuracy. Everyone now looked at him differently. Smiling broadly, Brendan turned to Giroux. Xuanhuan, it's your turn. He selected 4 more people from the remaining guests. Sweat beaded on Giroux's forehead as he examined each individual carefully. Steven's brother watched uneasily. Brother, things aren't going as planned. Brendan is far stronger than expected. We wanted to embarrass him through Giroux, but now he's using him as a stepping stone. Seeing Giroux's sweating and tense demeanor versus Brendan's calmness earlier, everyone saw the stark difference in their medical prowess. Giroux was no match for Brendan. Mohammed sighed. We underestimated Brendan. No wonder he earned Shauna's favor. He definitely has real skills. Hashtag chapter 260. Slap in the face. As the 2 brothers were conversing, Giroux's diagnostic results came out. He listed the problems of the 4 individuals one by one. Upon hearing this, they nodded and shook their heads simultaneously. Xuanhuan's diagnosis is accurate but superficial. You didn't catch all the issues I have. Yes, the same with me. You're not quite up to Mr. Zhang's level, Xuanhuan. Their candid remarks immediately darkened Giroux's face. Ha ha ha. This time it was Brendan's turn to laugh heartily. Xuanhuan, your abilities indeed fall short. I suppose we can end this impromptu demonstration here. If Xuanhuan ever questions my medical skills again, feel free to come find me. Brendan laughed as he patted Giroux on the shoulder. At that moment, Giroux's face turned grim. His fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug deeply into his palms. Brendan's words felt like an invisible slap across his face. The other guests looked at Giroux awkwardly. Everyone had seen clearly that Giroux was the one who initiated this challenge, yet he was now the one shown to be inferior. It became a self-inflicted embarrassment for him. With a burst of laughter, Gretchen couldn't help but laugh out loud, further darkening Giroux's already sullen expression. Giroux forced a smile, more painful than crying. Mr. Zhang's medical skills are truly outstanding. No wonder you could heal Miss Camden's legs. I admire you. There are some matters at home, so I'll take my leave. With those words, Giroux, unable to bear staying any longer, turned and left immediately. Ari wanted to call him back, but Giroux couldn't keep his face in front of everyone anymore. He quickly vanished from sight, leaving many people muttering in amazement. All eyes were now on Brendan, and praises followed swiftly. Mr. Zhang's medical skills are remarkable. Your impromptu demonstration was truly enlightening. Indeed, I never expected someone so young to possess such impressive medical talent. With time, you will surely become a shining star in the medical field. At just 20-something, your skills have already surpassed Xuanhuan. Your future is boundless. Most guests were enthusiastic, knowing that befriending a skilled doctor could ensure medical care when needed. Faced with all the praise, Brendan modestly smiled. Thank you. My skills are still far from perfect, and I must strive for improvement. The atmosphere was harmonious, with Brendan undeniably becoming the center of attention. Ari watched this unfold with an increasingly grim expression. His plan to embarrass Brendan had backfired, only making him look even better. Shauna then stepped forward. Everyone, it's late. Let's conclude today's party here. She ended the event at the right moment, allowing Brendan to retain the spotlight. As Shauna finished speaking, the party dispersed, and guests began to leave. At this moment, Mohammed approached with a smile. Mrs. Camden, I'm hosting a jewelry and jade appraisal event tomorrow noon. Mrs. Camden and Silu are welcome to join. As our families are considering a union, more interaction would be beneficial. Shauna frowned slightly, while Gretchen openly showed her disgust. No. I don't want to attend any appraisal event. Gretchen glared at Ari with intense loathing, remembering Brendan's warning about his HIV status. Although she was engaged to Ari for family reasons, her personal feelings played little role in this arrangement. Ari's expression stiffened as he hurried to explain, Silu, don't believe Brendan's lies. I don't have AIDS. Peng Arnold, get over here. Explain yourself now. Why do you accuse me falsely? Ari raged. Brendan walked over, unfazed by Ari's angry gaze. Ari, my diagnosis doesn't lie. Bullshit. Enraged, Ari retorted, Peng Arnold, you have guts. Before Ari could say more, Shauna stepped between them. Ari, enough. Mr. Zhang isn't just my private doctor. He's also my friend. I won't tolerate anyone threatening or insulting him. Shauna's tone was cold, transforming from her usually gentle demeanor to a dominant queen-like presence, overpowering Ari instantly. Brendan chuckled inwardly. Being protected by a beauty felt pretty good. The atmosphere froze, and Mohammed tried to smooth things over. All right, let's stay calm. We're all part of the same family now. Join us for the jewelry appraisal tomorrow, Mrs. Camden. It's always good to interact more within the family. Mohammed smiled meaningfully before leaving with the enraged Ari. The 2 brothers soon disappeared from view. Brendan glanced at Mohammed warily, sensing a greater threat from him compared to Ari. He couldn't help but look at Gretchen, whose face was flushed with anger over her engagement to Ari. However, Brendan refrained from commenting. Not only did he not have a close relationship with Gretchen, but he also knew his opinion carried no weight in front of the Camden and Tang families. He didn't want to get involved in their affairs. Mrs. Camden, it's getting late. I'll be going. Brendan made to leave. Shauna smiled gently. I'm quite tired from organizing the birthday party. Could you give me a massage? Seeing Camden Yanning's alluring figure, Brendan nodded eagerly. They left together, with Brendan riding with the sisters back to the Camden family manor. Inside Shauna's courtyard, she expressed her apology upon entering. Mr. Zhang, I'm truly sorry for involving you in today's events due to our situation. Shauna spoke sincerely. Chapter 261, Gemstone Appreciation Event. Brendan smiled and shook his head. Madam, you flatter me. You've helped me so much before. It's only right for me to do something in return. As he spoke, Brendan's gaze would often fall on Shauna's alluring and voluptuous figure. It was rare for any man in this world to remain indifferent when faced with such beauty. Shauna chuckled softly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. I'll go take a shower in the bathroom. Brendan nodded eagerly, and soon the sound of water came from the bathroom. At a certain villa, Stephen and Mohammed were there, with Stephen's face twisted in anger, his rage bubbling up like a boiling river. Brother, Brendan has disgraced me utterly. I must have him dead. Stephen gritted his teeth. Just thinking about his shameful secret being exposed by Brendan made Stephen want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Although news of his aids had not yet become public, who knew when Brendan might reveal it? With this leverage in Brendan's hands, how could Stephen possibly accept it? Mohammed retorted irritably. Isn't it your own doing? Didn't I tell you not to mingle with women all day? Mohammed felt nothing but frustration towards his younger brother. He took a deep breath to calm his anger before saying, Don't worry, I already have a plan on how to deal with Brendan. Tomorrow, Brendan will attend the Gemstone Appreciation event with the Camden sisters, and that will be his end. I've arranged for a hitman. There's no way Brendan will survive tomorrow. This made Stephen's eyes brighten, but he quickly added, Brendan is quite formidable. Ordinary people can't match him. Mohammed scoffed. No matter how good his bare-handed skills are, what difference does it make in this day and age? Stephen understood his meaning and couldn't help but smile excitedly. The next day, Brendan left early in the morning to attend the Gemstone Appreciation event hosted by Mohammed. He drove to the entrance of the Camden family estate to wait, and soon Shauna and Gretchen appeared before him. The two sisters got into the car, and they headed straight for the venue. Half an hour later, Brendan arrived at a large shopping mall located in the most bustling area of Rongqing. As the trio got out of the car, Brendan marveled at the vast complex. No wonder the Tang family is one of the three major families in Rongqing. They truly are affluent. Let's go. The three walked towards the mall. A waiter approached the Camden sisters. You must be Jane. I'm here by Mr. Tang's arrangement. Please follow me. Led by the waiter, the trio entered the mall and rode the elevator to the top floor, where various high-end jewelry shops lined the space. The dazzling array of gems sparkled brilliantly, making one's eyes dazzle. It was now 11 in the morning, and many guests had already gathered for the event. They moved about in small groups, admiring the precious stones and jade. The scale of the event was impressive, with attendees clearly comprising the rich and influential. The appearance of the Camden sisters attracted considerable attention. Most present recognized them immediately. Jane. People parted ways to let them pass. Men's gazes instinctively fell upon Shauna, while Brendan, standing beside her, was largely ignored. Though he had gained some fame within high society, he paled in comparison to the renown of the Camden sisters. Some approached the sisters for conversation. Shauna responded gracefully, exuding a mesmerizing charm that left men spellbound. Seeing as no one paid attention to him, Brendan decided to admire the jewels on display. TSK. Mohammed certainly lives up to being a Tang family member. Though his character is questionable, his capabilities are undeniable. These gems are all exquisite pieces. Brendan activated his heavenly eye and glanced around casually. All the gems displayed were top tier, with individual pieces valued over 100,000 or even a million yuan. Suddenly, someone announced, Mr. Tang has arrived. In an instant, all eyes turned to Mohammed and Stephen as they emerged from backstage, instantly becoming the center of attention. Mr. Tang. Everyone cleared a path for them. Mohammed greeted the crowd with a smile and spoke through a microphone. Thank you all for attending today's Gemstone Appreciation event. This store officially opened today, showcasing the finest gems and jade. Please enjoy the collection. After a brief speech, the Paxton stepped forward. Madam. Silu. The brothers were warm and friendly. Shauna smiled back, but Gretchen offered no kindness, turning away from Stephen's smile. Stephen's expression faltered momentarily. Mohammed tried to ease the tension. Silu seems unfamiliar with my brother Qing. No problem, you'll have plenty of time to get acquainted. He then turned his gaze to Brendan. Mr. Zhang, what do you think of today's Gemstone Appreciation event? Mohammed asked with a smile. Brendan smirked. He saw right through Mohammed's attempt to flaunt. However, he had to admit, Mohammed's ability to establish such a grand jewelry store in the heart of Rongqing, where every inch of land was valuable, was far beyond his own. Even with his net worth surpassing 200 million, replicating this feat would be impossible. The jewels on display today alone were likely worth hundreds of millions. Mohammed's capabilities indeed surpass mine, Brendan said with a shrug. Ha ha ha. Mohammed laughed heartily. Young Mr. Zhang, despite your tender years, your achievements rival those of a true prodigy. I heard Mr. Zhang also has a keen eye for appraisal. Recently, I obtained a unique gemstone. Would you be kind enough to give it a look? Mohammed deliberately raised his voice, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Hashtag chapter 262, Sapphire. Oh. Most of the people present turned their heads. When they saw Brendan, many felt puzzled. Who is that young man? He's actually walking beside Jane. Could he be her kept lover? Someone couldn't help but comment. Most didn't recognize Brendan, but a few did. That's Brendan. He attended Jane's birthday party yesterday. I heard he's Jane's private doctor and cured Miss Camden's legs, someone added. A murmur ran through the crowd. He looks no more than 25 and managed to cure Miss Camden's legs? A prodigy indeed. No wonder he's with Jane. Discussion buzzed among the guests. Mohammed clapped his hands, and a waiter approached swiftly. The waiter carried a tray on which sat a black box. This immediately drew everyone's attention. This is the gemstone I bought for a hefty price a month ago, Mohammed said with a smile. He opened the black box, revealing a brilliant blue gemstone to all present. The gem was bright blue, about the size of a quail egg, and oval in shape. Under the lights, it shimmered brilliantly, as clear and lustrous as jade. What a beautiful sapphire! Such color and form. This must be top-notch quality, exclaimed a gem enthusiast. Praises rang out as soon as the sapphire appeared. Ha ha ha. Mohammed laughed heartily. This gem will be the highlight today and the centerpiece of my jewelry store in the future. I've named it Heart of the Ocean. The gemstone became the center of attention. Someone estimated its value. This gem must be worth at least 100 million. Gasps echoed around the room. 100 million was no small sum. Indeed, only the young master of the Tang family would produce such a gemstone. This store will likely become the largest and most luxurious shop in Rongqing. Yes, the Tang family's influence is evident from acquiring such a valuable gem. The gem's brilliance makes it perfect as a store centerpiece. Truly, the Tangs are formidable. Whispers filled the air, and Mohammed's smile grew wider. Stephen looked quite pleased with himself. Brendan was taken aback by the gem's value, equivalent to half his wealth. Just then, Mohammed's gaze shifted back to him. Mr. Zhang, what do you think of this gem? Since you have a keen eye, surely you have some insight. Everyone's eyes turned to Brendan. The previously bustling room fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. No one was stupid. Mohammed's challenge was obvious. Here comes the drama. Brendan inwardly cursed, knowing the Paxton had ulterior motives. This dog is trying to embarrass me. Shauna stepped forward. Mr. Zhang is a doctor who spends most of his time studying medicine. Therefore, he doesn't know much about gem appraisal. She tried to defuse the situation, but Stephen smirked. Is that so? I heard Brendan dabbles in jade and even antique collecting. If he's so versatile, he shouldn't lack gem knowledge. Stephen's tone was mocking, clearly wanting to put Brendan in an uncomfortable spot. Losing face in front of so many people wasn't trivial. Brendan's expression darkened. The brothers clearly intended to corner him today. Before Shauna could speak again, Brendan stepped forward. If they're challenging him, he can't back down. Besides, it's gem appraisal, a fortunate coincidence. For gemstones, I do have some insights. I'm surprised you noticed. I'd like to examine it closely. Should be fine, right? Brendan said. Some looked at him strangely, while Shauna was shocked. She leaned close to him. Mr. Zhang, I was defending you. Why are you stepping into this? Don't worry, madam. I'm confident, Brendan replied, smiling confidently. Shauna remained doubtful. Does Brendan really know about gems? This isn't a joke. Trouble if he causes a scene later. Ha ha ha. Stephen laughed, not expecting Brendan to accept the challenge. Brendan, you really lived up to my expectations. Examine it carefully and tell us your thoughts. Stephen jeered. Brendan approached the gem and activated his heavenly eye. Immediately, he froze. False gem. Artificial. Unnamed craftsmanship. 1 year old. Special manufacturing process. Placing it in water and electrifying it will damage it. What the hell? It's a fake artificial gem. Brendan was startled. He never expected such a dazzling gem to be artificial. And the Heavenly Eye provided a verification method, a new feature after its upgrade. The Heavenly Eye truly lives up to its name. Brendan smiled. This sapphire is indeed exceptional. The color and form are nearly perfect, almost indistinguishable from a real one. People listened normally until the last part, then gasped in shock. Wait, indistinguishable from a real one? Are you saying the sapphire is fake? Impossible. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Ha ha ha. Stephen laughed mockingly. Brendan, what nonsense are you spouting? My brother spent a fortune on this gem and had it authenticated by experts. How dare you call it fake? Ha, how overconfident. Stephen sneered loudly. The crowd exchanged confused glances. Shauna hurried over, her voice anxious. Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? How can this sapphire be fake? Hashtag chapter 263. Humiliation at the scene. Everyone present was stunned by Brendan's words. Who would have thought that Brendan would make such a shocking statement? How could this dazzling blue gemstone possibly be fake? It was simply inconceivable. Mohammed sneered. Mr. Zhang, it seems your gemstone appraisal skills are far inferior to your medical expertise. This gem has been authenticated by a professional organization. It cannot possibly be fake. Huh. Many people couldn't help but laugh, looking at Brendan with mocking eyes as soon as Stephen finished speaking, a group of security personnel rushed in. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and everyone moved away from Brendan, leaving only Shauna and her sister Gretchen behind. Gretchen was anxiously worried. Brendan, what on earth are you doing? You're driving me crazy. Shauna also felt urgent. Seeing how big a mess Brendan had made, she did not hesitate. Wait a minute. Mr. Zhang just misspoke earlier. I will apologize. Mohammed frowned slightly. Brendan, this blue gemstone is worth 100 million yuan. Don't worry. Brendan took the gemstone directly and, under everyone's watchful eyes, gently placed it into the water before picking up the battery. His actions left everyone puzzled. What is he doing? Is he trying to stimulate the gemstone with electricity? What's the point? Some people sneered, and laughter erupted. Ignoring the crowd, Brendan connected a wire to the battery and inserted the other end into the water. 1 minute, Brendan declared. Everyone waited patiently, the scene fell silent, and no one spoke. Drip, drip, drip. The 1 minute mark wasn't long, quickly passing, with everyone waiting in suspense. Gretchen was anxious, her face filled with worry. Cousin, do you think Brendan has lost his mind? I don't know. But Mr. Zhang is not an ordinary person. He must have his reasons for doing this, Shauna replied. Gretchen widened her eyes. Cousin, you're the one who's crazy. Brendan is clearly messing around. How are you still defending him? Let's see how he gets out of this. When the 1 minute was up, Mohammed burst into laughter. Brendan, time's up. but this gemstone hasn't. Before he could finish, something astonishing happened. Everyone saw a faint crackling sound, followed by visible cracks forming on the blue gemstone submerged in the water. What? This can't be. The appearance of cracks shocked everyone. More cracks emerged until the entire surface of the blue gemstone was covered. Bang! The blue gemstone shattered into countless tiny fragments. Boom! The atmosphere exploded, and everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. It can't be. An excellent blue gemstone couldn't possibly shatter like that. Everyone was stunned. Steven roared angrily, "Brendan, you've ruined our gemstone. How dare you?" Brendan chuckled. "This is a genuine gemstone. How easy could it be to damage? Just a basin of water and some weak current. Could it damage a real gemstone? As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. There's only one truth. Your blue gemstone is absolutely fake." Instantly, murmurs and exclamations arose. Mohammed and Steven's faces turned pale, and others were equally shocked. "It can't be. It must be your trick, Brendan. What did you do?" Steven demanded, enraged. Brendan crossed his arms. "There are experts among us here. If I had played a trick, someone would surely have noticed. Steven, your gemstone is fake. What's left to argue about?" Note asterisk this translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring it is fluent and coherent in English. Hashtag chapter 264, A Night of Terror. Silence. At that moment, the entire jewelry store was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone stood motionless, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been clearly audible. Many couldn't help but draw sharp breaths, their eyes filled with shock. Mohammed had spent over 100 million on an exquisite blue sapphire, only for it to be revealed as fake. A fact few would believe had they not seen it with their own eyes. Not only this gemstone, but 1/3 of your entire store's inventory is counterfeit. Brendan couldn't help but smile as he spoke, his face radiating schadenfreude. As he spoke, he casually picked up a gemstone necklace from the counter and conducted the same test. This time, it didn't even last a minute. After just a few breaths, the necklace shattered. Impossible. Steven's face darkened to the extreme, while Mohammed's expression turned extremely grim. He had spent a fortune acquiring these gems, and now being told by Brendan that they were fakes meant a loss exceeding 150 million yuan. Gretchen felt immense relief. She hadn't expected Brendan to be right, allowing him to turn the tide under such dire circumstances. "He's amazing," Gretchen exclaimed joyfully. Shauna also smiled warmly, her eyes brimming with surprise. Steven struggled to control his emotions, and anyone could see the fury on his face. At this point, Shauna stepped forward. "Given this unexpected turn of events, I don't think there's any need to continue with the jewelry appraisal event. I have some matters at home to attend to, so I will take my leave. Mr. Zhang, let's go." After saying this, Shauna left with Gretchen, followed closely by Brendan. Everyone made way for the three of them, their expressions strange. Those who had mocked Brendan for lacking judgment were now speechless. Everyone thought he was crazy earlier, only to find out that they themselves were fools. But the biggest fools were the Paxton. All those jewels are fake. Mohammed has suffered a massive loss. Even though the Tang family is wealthy, such a huge loss in one day isn't insignificant, especially since today is the grand opening of the jewelry store. The Paxton have lost all their dignity. Yes, who would have thought these gems were fake? Financial loss aside, the Paxton will likely be laughed at for a long time. People couldn't stop murmuring amongst themselves, while Brendan suddenly became a subject of intense curiosity. So many gem enthusiasts didn't notice anything wrong. So how did Brendan figure it out? Mohammed forced a smile, more painful than tears. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the unexpected incident during the appraisal. Let's call it a day here." He had no choice but to end the event early, and the guests soon dispersed. Everyone could sense the suppressed anger and embarrassment in Mohammed's heart, but no one said a word. The guests quickly left, and Mohammed and Steven went backstage in the store. Bang! Steven couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist onto a nearby table. Brendan is truly going too far. On such an important day, even if the gems were fake, couldn't he have brought it up later? Why did he have to say it now, clearly to mock us? Steven gritted his teeth, forgetting that Mohammed had invited Brendan to appraise the gems. Mohammed took a deep breath to suppress his anger and managed to control his emotions. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "There's no need to worry. We don't need to concern ourselves with a dead man. I've already arranged everything. Brendan won't live past today." Upon hearing this, Steven's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Brendan drove the Camden sisters back to the Camden residence. After descending the hill, Shauna's expression turned serious. "Mr. Zhang, you've seriously undermined Mohammed's reputation today. He's a petty person, and I'm worried he might seek revenge against you. In the coming days, you must be very careful," Shauna warned. Brendan chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Camden. With my abilities, it's not easy to ambush me." Despite his words, Shauna still felt worried. "No matter what, you must still be cautious. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands." Brendan nodded with a smile and then drove back. Time passed quickly into the night. The mansion was silent, occupied only by Brendan, as Suzette was at the martial arts school. Feeling bored, he watched a movie for a while before falling asleep. Night deepened. The moonlight was intense tonight, with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the city like a white blanket of moonlight. In the quiet residential area, a black shadow stealthily approached Brendan's villa, avoiding surveillance cameras as it reached the villa's entrance. With agile movements, the shadow entered the villa without making a sound. Upstairs in the bedroom, Brendan slept soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Creak. A barely perceptible sound rang out as the door slowly opened, and the black shadow slipped inside. The shadow glanced at the sleeping Brendan on the bed, then drew out a weapon from under his clothes. It was a mechanical crossbow. The black arrowhead gleamed menacingly in the dim light, aimed directly at the sleeping Brendan. Without hesitation, the shadow prepared to pull the trigger. At that instant, Brendan felt his hairs stand on end, a wave of lethal danger surging through him, instantly rousing him from sleep. Startled, he opened his eyes to see a figure in black aiming a crossbow directly at him. Fuck. Brendan's face changed drastically. As the assailant was about to pull the trigger, he unleashed his pure Sinclair energy. In a split second, he managed to move slightly to the side. Simultaneously, a black arrow shot towards him at lightning speed. Fast. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached Brendan and embedded itself into his shoulder. Shit. The pain made Brendan furious. The sharp arrow pierced through his shoulder, rendering one of his arms useless. Chapter 265. Defeating the assassin. Brendan leaped off the bed like a furious lion, lunging straight at the shadowy figure. Die. Brendan's eyes were bloodshot, his anger and murderous intent raging like a volcanic eruption. Facing the sudden attack from Brendan, the shadowy figure reacted quickly as well. He immediately discarded the mechanical crossbow in his hand and drew a black dagger from his waist. The sharp dagger stabbed toward Brendan, resembling the scythe of death. Brendan's pupils contracted, and he instantly activated Heavenly Eye. With its terrifying insight, the shadow assassin's movements were slowed down countless times. At the peak of his innate cultivation, Brendan's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. With the added power of Heavenly Eye, his uninjured left hand reached out with lightning speed and precisely grabbed the assassin's wrist. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, followed by a scream from the shadow assassin who stumbled backward, dropping the black dagger on the ground. Capitalizing on his successful strike, Brendan immediately rose up to chase after the shadow assassin. Unexpectedly, the shadow assassin pulled out a bottle and sprayed the liquid inside. Immediately, intense heat and excruciating pain enveloped him, accompanied by other unusual sensations. Brendan quickly closed his eyes, but still felt a burning sensation on his face. Pepper spray? Brendan cursed furiously and quickly adjusted his stance, pulling back from the shadow assassin. The situation in the room reversed instantly. Now that the shadow assassin had the upper hand, he attacked fiercely. King. Anger surged within Brendan. He endured the pain in his face as the pure Sinclair true energy erupted from his body without restraint. He punched forward, unleashing overwhelming true energy and immense power. The Black Eagle assassin blocked with his arms, but against Brendan's strength and true energy attack, it was futile. Snap! The shadow assassin's arms broke, sending him flying backward like a broken kite, smashing into the ground. Ah! The shadow assassin screamed in agony, writhing on the floor but unable to get up. In one swift motion, Brendan moved forward and knocked the assassin unconscious. The room fell silent. After this, Brendan rushed to the bathroom, using water to rinse his face repeatedly until he felt slightly better. Looking at himself in the mirror, his face was red and swollen, especially around his eyes. However, the worst injury was on his right hand, where an arrow protruded, causing severe pain. These assassins are really despicable. Brendan laughed bitterly at his own sorry state. He walked out of the bathroom and tied up the unconscious shadow assassin with ropes before calling Shauna. Ring, ring, ring. After a brief pause, Shauna's serious voice answered. Mr. Zhang, did something happen? Clearly alarmed by Brendan's call in the middle of the night, she asked. Just now, an assassin tried to kill me. This time, it was a professional. He not only had a mechanical crossbow but also a dagger and even pepper spray, and his skills are quite impressive, Brendan explained. What? Shauna was visibly shocked. Mr. Zhang, are you alright? I'll come over immediately. I'm fine, just hit by an arrow. Please bring professionals to help me handle this, Brendan said. Shauna nodded. Alright. Hanging up, Brendan waited patiently on the bed. Since he lacked tools, he didn't pull out the arrow to avoid excessive bleeding. Within half an hour, Shauna arrived with her team. When Brendan opened the door, he saw Shauna accompanied by a tall and muscular man. Shauna entered worriedly, noticing the arrow sticking out of Brendan's shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. The shadow assassin snuck in while I was asleep. Fortunately, I rolled over in my sleep and avoided a fatal blow. Even as he said this, he felt a lingering chill. He had almost died. Without doubt, this was the closest he'd ever been to death. If it weren't for his cultivated pure Sinclair power and his heightened danger perception, he would be a corpse now. Shauna looked guilty. I apologize, it's all because of me. This time, the assassin was probably hired by Brother Mohammed, and I've dragged you into it. Brendan smiled and waved his hand. Let me introduce you to Uncle Song. He specializes in handling such cases in our family, Shauna introduced. They then went into the room, where Camden Song saw the bound assassin in the corner. He removed the hood and noticed a unique symbol on the assassin's clothing. He's a professional killer. I can't believe you managed to survive an attack from such a professional. Camden Song was amazed. Few could confidently claim survival after being ambushed by such a professional killer, especially when injured. Shauna smiled. Mr. Zhang is currently the top martial artist in Jiangnan. That's you. Camden Song recognized Brendan in surprise. No wonder you could take down an assassin barehanded despite your injuries. Your strength is indeed remarkable. Brendan humbly chuckled. Nonsense, just a reputation. Please, Uncle Song, deal with this guy and interrogate him about who hired him. Camden Song nodded. Leave it to me. He took the assassin away, while Brendan headed to the hospital with Shauna. The doctor soon removed the arrow and stitched and bandaged the wound. Do not use your right hand for a while, the doctor instructed. Brendan nodded. Thank you. Let's head back, Mrs. Camden. Since it was just a shoulder injury, Brendan didn't stay overnight at the hospital. After simple stitching and bandaging, they returned. After everything was settled, they left, with Brendan driving Shauna back to the villa. Mr. Zhang, I will investigate this matter. Since it's because of me, I will not stand idly by. If you don't mind, you can stay in my courtyard for the next few days. Shauna suggested. Brendan's eyes lit up. Living close to Shauna was a dream many men had. Chapter 266, Beauty's Care. Now that you're injured, daily life must be quite inconvenient. Let me take care of you, Shauna said with a gentle smile. Brendan was touched and nodded without hesitation. Then I will trouble Mrs. Camden from now on. Shauna smiled softly. You were hurt because of me, so it's only natural that I should take care of you. I'll go back to pack my luggage and move in later, Brendan replied, his excitement barely contained. Thinking about being taken care of by the gentle Shauna for the next few days filled him with anticipation. Initially, he planned to use spiritual energy to accelerate his recovery, but now he changed his mind, hoping his wound would heal slowly. 2 hours later, Brendan returned to the Jameson family residence with his luggage and, at Shauna's invitation, moved into her courtyard. There was an available guest room next to her main bedroom, which he had already prepared. Mr. Zhang, this will be your room, Shauna said. Brendan nodded contentedly. The guest room was connected to the master bedroom, separated only by a wall. Brendan cleared his throat and said eagerly, I've been sweating all afternoon. I need a shower. Shauna paused for a moment, then nodded gently. Your wound can't get wet. How about I help you wipe down with a towel instead? Sure. Brendan was overjoyed internally. Seeing his excited expression, a slight blush appeared on Shauna's cheeks. She understood what Brendan was thinking but couldn't blame him since he was hurt because of her. She quickly fetched a basin of water and some towels, then approached to help him undress. Once his clothes were off, Brendan's lean yet muscular body was revealed. His physique resembled that of a cheetah, swift, agile, and strong, exuding a powerful visual impact. Each muscle was chiseled like steel. Shauna couldn't help but stare longer, her eyes lingering. Men enjoyed the sight of beautiful women, but women also admired well-built men. After months of rigorous training and the purification by true qi, Brendan undoubtedly possessed a physique that could attract any Elaine's attention. Added to that, he wasn't unattractive to begin with, making it hard for Shauna to look away. Brendan felt secretly pleased watching Shauna admire his body. Shauna regained her composure, her face slightly flushed. Mr. Zhang, your body is very well trained. Such a physique could easily charm most women. Brendan chuckled proudly. Does that include you, Mrs. Camden? Shauna tapped him playfully. Don't tease me. You're much older than I am. It's not appropriate. Brendan quickly responded. You're so young and beautiful that if we were out together, others would think we're siblings. This made Shauna smile despite knowing he was flattering her, yet she couldn't help feeling a little flattered. Let me help you wipe down, she said gently. Her movements were tender as she carefully wiped his body with a towel. The intimate atmosphere made Brendan, in the prime of youth, struggle to contain himself. When she began to untie his pants, Brendan froze in embarrassment. Wait, there's no need for the lower half. I can do it myself, he stammered, his body stiff. It's fine. Using your left hand might be difficult. Let me help you, she insisted, and proceeded to help him remove his pants, revealing a noticeable bulge. Oh no, Brendan felt immensely embarrassed, wishing he could disappear right then. However, he noticed Shauna acted as if nothing unusual happened, her face remaining composed. You are truly considerate, Mrs. Camden, Brendan thought, realizing she was deliberately pretending not to notice to spare his embarrassment. Embarrassed, Brendan closed his eyes, letting Shauna continue wiping him down. She knelt beside him, her beautiful face full of gentleness and attentiveness. This scene made Brendan feel deeply moved. Given Shauna's status, she could have easily assigned this task to a Harlow, but chose to do it herself. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Cousin, why aren't you asleep yet? Gretchen's voice asked as she pushed open the door. Gretchen froze upon seeing the two in such an intimate position. Brendan sat on the bed, while Shauna was kneeling before him, suggesting something inappropriate. Ah! Gretchen gasped in shock. Cousin, what are you doing with Brendan? Startled, Shauna stood up. Silu, you misunderstood. I'm just helping Mr. Zhang clean up. Clean up? Isn't that too far? Has your relationship become so close? Brendan, speechless, explained the events of the evening. Hearing this, Gretchen was both shocked and angry. Mohammed's methods are despicable. They resort to such underhanded tactics when they can't win fair and square. It's utterly shameful. Gretchen was fuming but finally understood why Shauna was cleaning him. Brendan, stay with cousin for the next few days. Even the bold Paxton wouldn't dare send assassins here, Gretchen said. Brendan nodded, having no objections. The cleaning soon finished. Shauna stood up and smiled. If you need anything else, just say so, and I'll ask a Harlow to assist you. She glanced meaningfully at Brendan's lower half as she spoke. Thank you, no need. Brendan waved off hastily. It's getting late. You should rest, Mrs. Camden. Yes, Shauna agreed with a light laugh. Returning to the adjacent room, Brendan sighed in relief once she left. He soon fell asleep as drowsiness overtook him. The next day, a Harlow woke him up. Chapter 267. A 10 million reward. Mr. Zhang, breakfast is ready. Let me help you get up. The Harlow came forward. The Harlow was very pretty, though she wasn't in the same league as Shauna, an otherworldly beauty. Her looks matched Minnie's. Thank you for your trouble, Brendan didn't refuse. Just one night had passed, yet his right shoulder still ached. Last night, the assassin's arrow had struck his bone directly. As they say, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury without using spiritual energy for healing. Clearly, his right shoulder would take considerable time to heal. The beautiful Harlow approached with a smile and gently helped Brendan out of bed. Morning, the time when a man's vigor is at its peak. Phew, Brendan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, just as he prepared to take a deep breath to compose himself, the Harlow grew bold. What the hell? What are you doing? Let go quickly. Brendan was taken aback. The Harlow smiled coyly, giving him a flirtatious glance. I'm specifically assigned by Lady Camden. She told me if Mr. Zhang needs anything, I'm here to help. As she spoke, she leaned closer. Goodness gracious. Brendan was speechless, unsure whether to laugh or marvel at Shauna's thorough consideration. No need, I'm not in the mood. Brendan refused without hesitation. If it were in the past, he might have eagerly agreed. But now that he had met so many stunning beauties, his standards had unknowingly risen. Moreover, he wasn't lacking for women, so he certainly didn't need the Harlow's assistance to that extent. The Harlow looked somewhat disappointed before letting go. She quickly dressed Brendan and helped him freshen up, finally guiding him into the living room. As soon as they entered, an enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Mr. Zhang, good morning. Shauna greeted warmly. Is your hand all right? Don't worry, Lady Camden. Though I'm not a professional doctor, I can take care of this minor issue, Brendan replied. While they conversed, Gretchen joined them for breakfast. Soon, the three sat down, and servants began serving the sumptuous meal. The opulent breakfast left Brendan in awe and reminded him of the extravagance of the rich. After breakfast, Camden Song arrived in the courtyard. Eldest miss, second miss, Camden Song bowed respectfully. Shauna nodded slightly. Uncle Song, how did the interrogation go? It's complete, but we didn't gain any useful information. He's a professional assassin who received the assignment via a third-party platform. Someone placed a 10 million yuan reward on Mr. Zhang's life through the platform, Camden Song reported. Brendan's expression turned grim. He almost died last night, and the thought still terrified him. 10 million? That's no small sum. Brendan muttered irritably. He pondered who could have put the bounty on him. The primary suspects were Tianming Martial Arts Club and the Paxton, both of whom had the means to pay such a large sum. Uncle Song, will more assassins be sent after the failure of this attempt? Brendan inquired. Camden Song nodded. As long as the bounty isn't withdrawn, it will continue indefinitely. Do I have to constantly guard against assassination attempts? That's disgusting. Brendan was shocked and angry. One failed attempt nearly killed him. He couldn't be sure he'd always escape. Mr. Zhang, stay here until the bounty is lifted, Shauna suggested. While the threat is significant, the assassins won't dare attack within the Camden estate. Brendan reluctantly nodded, grateful but uncomfortable with hiding away. Besides, he couldn't stay hidden in Shauna's compound forever. After some thought, Brendan decided to probe further. He called Blake on his phone. Upon learning Brendan was injured, Blake rushed over immediately. They met at the entrance of the Camden family villa. Soon, Blake arrived with Suzette. Arnold, what happened? Why are you so badly hurt? Suzette asked anxiously. Brendan recounted last night's events briefly. Hearing this, both siblings showed signs of shock and then anger. It must be that old dog Buddy. Unable to face us head-on, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Blake raged. Suzette's face was equally icy. Brendan calmed them down. It's not necessarily Buddy. I have other enemies too. Let's visit Tianming Martial Arts Club to investigate. All right, the siblings agreed. They all got into the car and headed to Tianming Martial Arts Club. Shortly, they reached the club's entrance and walked inside. Welcome. The receptionist, seeing visitors, greeted with a smile. But upon recognizing Brendan, she froze in shock. Brendan. Seeing the receptionist's frightened expression, Brendan chuckled. Seems like my presence has quite the impact. He stepped forward. I want to see your master, or Jacob will do. The receptionist didn't hesitate, rushing to inform the appropriate person. Shortly, Isaac and Jacob emerged hurriedly. Brendan, why are you here? Planning to challenge our club? Jacob demanded, his gaze filled with murderous intent. But then he noticed the bandages on Brendan's shoulder. Are you hurt? He asked, surprised. Did someone attack you? That's right, Brendan narrowed his eyes. Last night, an assassin tried to kill me. If it weren't for my luck, I'd probably be dead. I suspect it's your doing. Jacob's surprise turned to glee as he laughed loudly. Brendan, evil actions bring their own retribution. Too bad you survived last night. Otherwise, I'd attend your funeral. Brendan gave Jacob a long look. From Jacob's reaction, it was clear he was genuinely surprised by the assassination attempt. Could it be that Tianming Martial Arts Club wasn't involved? If not them, then it must be the Paxton? Hashtag chapter 268. Who exactly is it? Brendan carried out another round of probing. Based on Jacob's demeanor and tone, he finally concluded that last night's assassin had nothing to do with the Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Let's go. Having achieved his purpose, Brendan had no intention of staying any longer. He turned around and led the Blake siblings away. As Brendan left, Jacob quickly pulled out his phone and called Buddy. Master, Brendan was attacked by an assassin last night. Was this your arrangement? Jacob asked eagerly. On the other end of the line, Buddy was in his office at the Martial Arts Association headquarters. He was surprised upon hearing the news. Brendan was targeted by an assassin? No, I haven't arranged for anyone to make a move yet, Buddy denied. Ha ha ha. Jacob laughed over the phone. If it wasn't you, Master, then Brendan must have offended someone else who was ruthless enough to spend a fortune to hire an assassin. Master, I think this is an opportunity. The enemy of our enemy can be our friend. Perhaps we can cooperate with them and deal with Brendan together. Jacob suggested his idea. A glint of cunning appeared in Buddy's eyes. This is indeed a good idea. I'll try to investigate this matter. You focus on recovering from your injuries. After hanging up, Buddy immediately instructed his confidants to look into recent events concerning Brendan. Meanwhile, inside a certain villa, Mohammed had just woken up and received a call. Hello. Mr. Tang, our assassin failed last night. The target didn't die. Do you want to continue the assassination? The voice on the other end was raspy. Mohammed furrowed his brow in displeasure. What happened? You assured me of success. Why did it fail? The person on the other end replied, no assassin can guarantee a 100% success rate, especially when it comes to targeting an expert like Brendan. He is the top martial artist in Jiangnan, not someone easy to assassinate. The assassin we sent yesterday has already been caught by him. If you wish to proceed with another attempt, I suggest increasing the reward, otherwise, no other assassin will take the job. Without hesitation, Mohammed responded, all right, I'll raise the bounty to 20 million. No, make it 50 million. I want Brendan dead as soon as possible. Mohammed's voice dripped with intense malice. The person on the other end nodded, and they quickly ended the call. Mohammed transferred the remaining 40 million and opened the assassin website, only to see Brendan's bounty rise from 10 million to 50 million. Very good. Previously, a 10 million assassin couldn't kill you. Let's see how you survive against a 50 million one. Mohammed's voice was icy and mocking. Kambin Song soon discovered the increase in Brendan's bounty and informed him immediately. Just as Brendan returned from the Tianming Martial Arts Hall, he heard the bad news. What? My bounty has risen to 50 million? Brendan felt both shocked and furious. Shauna's expression grew serious. 50 million isn't a small amount. To be able to offer such a large sum at once, it must definitely be the Paxton. Brendan took a deep breath to suppress his anger. This was the first time he had felt so frustrated. Last night, a 10 million assassin almost got him. Without doubt, the 50 million assassin would employ even more terrifying means. If it were a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be afraid. But assassins never fight fair. It's easier to catch a thief than prevent theft all the time. At the thought of having a top-notch assassin watching him constantly, Brendan felt uneasy. A wave of fury welled up in his eyes, followed by boiling killing intent. Faced with such deadly danger, Brendan was exceptionally angry. Shauna stepped forward to calm him. Mr. Zhang, please stay calm. I know you're upset now, but don't act rashly. The Tang family is very powerful. Confronting them head-on won't end well for you. Shauna walked forward gently, reaching out and embracing Brendan. Brendan was greeted by a gentle fragrance, followed by the softness and sweetness of her embrace. Damn, Brendan was astonished, never expecting Shauna to comfort him with such an intimate gesture. Being embraced by such a beauty, Brendan felt incredibly pleased. He bit his lip and, gathering his courage, wrapped his arms around Shauna's slender waist. He expected her to push him away angrily, but instead, she chuckled lightly. Are you feeling better now? Thank you, but I want to hold you a bit longer, Brendan said thick-skinned. Shauna smiled, lips pursed. She didn't refuse and allowed Brendan to hold her tenderly. Brendan was thrilled, wondering what her attitude might signify. Could there be a chance for him to win her heart? Spring was coming for him. For a long time, Brendan had coveted Shauna, though their social statuses were significantly different. In the past, lacking strength, he dared not entertain any fantasies. But now, while still inferior to families like the Camdens, he was no longer a nobody. Oh, why are you hugging each other? Gretchen's alarmed voice interrupted. Brendan hurriedly let go of Shauna, feeling flustered. Shauna calmly adjusted her clothes and explained, Silu, don't misunderstand. Mr. Zhang was just a little tense, so I was comforting him. Gretchen looked suspicious. Really? She eyed Anatole cautiously as if looking at a thief. Brendan rolled his eyes irritably. From Shauna, Gretchen learned about the 50 million bounty on Brendan. She was startled. Have the Paxton gone mad? Those two are truly petty. Though Gretchen was infuriated, she felt helpless. At this moment, a bold idea popped into Brendan's mind. What if I killed the Paxton? Brendan spoke boldly. Shauna's face instantly turned serious. Mr. Zhang, don't even think about it. Mohammed is a core member of the Tang family. If he dies, the Tang family won't rest until they exact revenge. Everyone knows about the feud between you and the Paxton. When that happens, the Tang family will definitely come after you. The Tang family doesn't need evidence to take lives. Chapter 269, Feeling Wronged. Brendan felt helpless, a surge of frustration rising from within him. So now, I can only take the beating passively? Brendan said in utter helplessness. Shauna's face showed an apologetic expression. Sorry. No. This has nothing to do with you, lady. It's all because of Paxton faults, Brendan quickly replied. Seeing the beauty looking self-blaming, his heart immediately ached. There was no good way out at the moment. After some discussion among the three, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. Mr. Zhang, why don't you stay here for the time being until the situation calms down before stepping out again? Shauna suggested. Brendan reluctantly nodded. This was the only option for now. He returned to his room to rest. F***K. Ever since I obtained the heavenly eye, this is the most wronged I've ever felt. Brendan clenched his teeth. He pondered whether there was any way to break through this predicament. Otherwise, hiding at Shauna's place would be too embarrassing. Just as Brendan was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was Adeline calling. Kimura. Adeline's voice sounded, Mr. Zhang, I saw your bounty notice. Who did you offend recently that someone placed a 50 million yuan reward on your head? Brendan sighed but didn't hide anything. He recounted what had happened over the past few days. Hearing this, Adeline frowned slightly. You actually offended the Paxton. Stephen is just a waste and not worth much attention, but Mohammed is a core member of the Tang family. He's not a simple person. Xiuxian said seriously. Hiding in Yining's courtyard is a good idea for now. It will at least keep you safe temporarily. Brendan couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder she was the queen. Indeed, straight to the point. But then, Adeline suddenly said, maybe I can help you. What? Brendan was both surprised and delighted. Lady, how can you help me? I have already returned to the family and gained some influence. Presumably, Yining is in the same position. If both of us were to act together, we could certainly protect you. Adeline said. This made Brendan's eyes light up instantly. Is this possible? Adeline nodded. Certainly. Even if Mohammed is a core member of the Tang family, he would have to think twice facing the two of us working together. Brendan was elated, but he soon regained his composure. He knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Adeline must have an ulterior motive. Lady, what do you want me to do? Brendan asked cautiously. Adeline chuckled lightly. My request is simple. I want you to give me a weekly massage and beauty treatment. Is that all? Brendan was surprised. He quickly understood Adeline's intention. His abilities were unique to Adeline, and no Elaine would dislike beauty, especially one like her. With his regular treatments, Adeline could maintain her youth for another decade. A proposition she couldn't refuse. Deal. I agree. Brendan nodded. But I want to modify the terms. What are they? Adeline asked. I want to kill Mohammed and Stephen. Brendan spoke boldly. Adeline. She suspected she had misheard. Are you crazy? Mohammed's death is not a small matter. Do you really think we can protect you indefinitely? Adeline retorted irritably. Cough. Cough. Brendan felt embarrassed. Sorry, I was just talking nonsense. Let's go with your plan then. Adeline rolled her eyes but nodded in agreement. Adeline soon called Shauna, and after further discussion, they finalized the arrangement. Eventually, Shauna called Mohammed to arrange a meeting. All set. I've scheduled a meeting with Mohammed tonight. We'll talk things through then, Shauna announced. On the other side, Mohammed agreed readily. Brendan tapped his chin, feeling both nervous and frustrated. A man of his stature with special powers still needed protection from Shauna and Adeline. It was indeed quite embarrassing. Night fell. The night sky was exceptionally clear, with a crescent moon hanging high, bathing the city in silvery light as if covered in a white lunar veil. In the private room number 4 of the Kamdengdu restaurant, Brendan, Shauna, Gretchen, and Adeline were waiting inside the private room. Shortly, footsteps approached outside the door, which then opened, revealing Mohammed and Stephen entering. Mrs. Camden, Kimura? I never thought you ladies would invite me out. Seems like tonight indeed has something important. Mohammed smiled as he walked in. As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Brendan. Seeing Brendan's injured right shoulder, Mohammed smirked. Isn't this Mr. Zhang? What happened to your right shoulder? Who would have thought that a top expert like you from Jiangnan would also get hurt? Was it perhaps an assassin? Mohammed's statement was a direct admission that he was behind the bounty posted on Brendan. Ha ha ha. Stephen burst into uncontrolled laughter, casting mocking glances at Brendan. Brendan's face turned grim, taking deep breaths to suppress his anger. The two brothers sat down. Mohammed cut to the chase. Ladies, let's cut to the chase. What do you want to say? Adeline remained calm. Mr. Tang, we invited you here today to resolve the conflict between you and Mr. Zhang. Mohammed pretended to be puzzled. I don't understand what you mean, Kimura. There's no conflict between Mr. Zhang and me. What needs resolving? Gretchen interrupted. Enough. What's the point of this pointless chatter? Just spit it out. What will it take for you to remove the bounty? Since my cousin and Yanran are here, let's be straightforward. No more riddles, she added. Mohammed laughed. All right, since Silu put it that way, I'll be frank. I can let Brendan go, but I have one condition. Shauna asked. What is it? Simple. I want Brendan to kneel before us and apologize. Mohammed declared. This statement caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze instantly. Out of the question. Shauna refused without hesitation. Adeline frowned. We cannot agree to such a condition. How about this? We offer 300 million as compensation. Mohammed sneered. Do you think I, Mohammed, need this money? Hashtag chapter 270. Humiliation. Mohammed's tone was filled with disdain, and Stephen beside him burst into laughter. He looked at Brendan with a mocking expression. Brendan, if you want to resolve the conflict between us, then you must kneel and kowtow today. There's no other way. As he spoke, Stephen seemed extremely pleased with himself. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned tense. Shauna and Adeline both frowned. It was obvious that Brendan wouldn't agree to such a demand. Shauna said, you can propose other conditions, but we cannot agree to this one. Stephen laughed loudly. We have no other demands. If Brendan is unwilling to kneel and kowtow, then the conflict cannot be resolved. Then let's just see who suffers the most. Shauna and Adeline exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. The Paxton clearly intended to embarrass Brendan thoroughly, leaving the women with no choice but to turn their gazes toward him. At this moment, Brendan looked grim. He didn't want to say any more and stood up directly. If you don't wish to talk, then there's no need to talk. I've already backed down, but you still push me. Then let's fight it out to the end. I, Brendan, rose from obscurity, enduring hardships for the first 20 years of my life. Now, no one will make me kneel again. Brendan's voice was icy cold, his eyes burning with intense anger. Stephen laughed wildly, his gaze full of mockery. Brendan, think carefully. You can't hide in Mrs. Camden's courtyard forever. Don't assume that with the protection of two madams you can act without restraint. To the Tang family, you are nothing but a commoner. Stephen sneered derisively. Brendan looked at him coldly. Madams, let's go. Brendan said no more. He disliked pointless chatter. Since the Paxton wouldn't let him off, he would not hesitate to fight. Shauna and the others quickly stood up and left with Brendan. The four of them soon vanished from the sight of the two brothers. Stephen was ecstatic. Brother, your plan worked perfectly. Brendan has been cornered by us. Let's see what he does next. Mohammed smiled. Don't get too confident. I think Brendan might fight back desperately. We need to be cautious to avoid being caught in his final gambit. Don't worry. I won't give Brendan any chance, Stephen nodded, laughing. After leaving the restaurant, the four entered the car, and the atmosphere inside became somewhat oppressive. No one spoke for a while. Adeline said, the Paxtons seem to truly hate you. They refuse to reconcile even when you offer an olive branch. They want to see you humiliated, leaving you with only two choices. Either leave Ronqing or hide in Madame Yanning's courtyard for a long time. While Adeline's suggestions were reasonable, they were undoubtedly ways to evade the problem. Brendan forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, madam. I will consider how to proceed. The three women could tell that Brendan was upset, and thus did not say anything further. They parted ways, and Brendan returned to the courtyard with Shauna. He silently went to his room and locked the door behind him. Brendan immediately took off his clothes. The wound on his right shoulder was still shocking to look at. It takes 100 days to heal a bone or muscle injury. Recovery in a short period was obviously impossible. Previously, he wanted to let the wound heal naturally, but given the urgent situation, slow healing was not feasible. I need to recover to my peak condition as soon as possible. Brendan squinted his eyes. He immediately used his spiritual energy, guiding it into the wound on his right shoulder. Soon, Brendan felt a tingling sensation, indicating that the wound was healing. At this rate, my right shoulder should be fully healed within 3 days. Brendan squinted. But although the wound may heal, the threat from the Paxton remains a serious issue. My strength is still too weak compared to a powerful clan like the Tang family. Even if the Paxton don't resort to assassination, they will surely find other means to threaten me. Brendan felt helpless. Facing a giant like the Tang family, his resources were too shallow, leaving him with no effective countermeasures. Heavenly Eye? Spiritual energy? True Qi? None of these would make a difference. Brendan was at his wit's end, unable to come up with any good solutions. His skills weren't enough to impact the Paxton substantially. Ultimately, the gap in strength between them was too great. His abilities were fine against ordinary people, but trying to take on a major clan like the Tang seemed laughable. Troubled, Brendan suddenly heard Shauna's voice outside. Mr. Zhang, there's some good news. Shauna opened the door excitedly. Just received word that old Jamasonu has had a stroke and is currently being rushed to the hospital. Brendan paused. Who is this old Jamasonu? Old Jamasonu is a significant figure in Rongqing, having held high positions in the past. Even in retirement, he still commands immense respect. Without exaggeration, old Jamasonu's influence in Rongqing is unrivaled. He is 90 years old, and unexpectedly, he had a stroke. The situation seems very critical. If you can cure old Jamasonu, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Shauna exclaimed. Hearing this, Brendan's eyes lit up. Such a piece of luck? Ha ha ha, it's as if heaven is helping me. Brendan was overjoyed. Just when he was worrying about how to break the deadlock, the solution was now right before him. Where is old Jamasonu now? Let's go immediately. Brendan wasted no time. Shauna nodded. I'll take you there. The two quickly set off, arriving at the First People's Hospital of Rongqing in no time. Exiting the car, they rushed straight to the emergency room. Upon arrival, they saw many people gathered in the hospital corridor. A crowd of elegantly dressed individuals almost blocked the hallway. Indeed, this old Jamasonu held a unique position in Rongqing. Brendan immediately activated his Heavenly Eye, focusing on the emergency operating room. The scene inside came into clear view. On the operating table lay an elderly man with white hair, his face contorted in pain, surrounded by doctors busily attending to him. Hashtag chapter 271. A turning point arrives. Heart, none. 90/95. Critical condition. Sudden stroke, heart disease, hypertension, cure method. A string of ailments appeared in Brendan's line of sight, making him stare in shock. Indeed, as a 90-year-old man, Hart's body was riddled with illnesses, and the blood-red critical condition stood out even more alarmingly. Could he make it through this? Brendan began to worry. If Hart couldn't survive the emergency room, he wouldn't get the chance to help. He had no medical license. Did he seriously think about bursting in? That would be certain death. For now, all he could do was wait for Hart to pull through and then intervene, thus ensuring that Hart owed him a favor. Time passed slowly as Brendan pondered. The news of Hart's sudden stroke had already spread throughout the high circles of Rongqing, with many people coming to pay their respects. Soon, AnimeLand arrived, followed by the Paxton and numerous other individuals. The entire corridor was packed with important figures. Hours later, the surgery finally concluded. The operating room door opened, and a Jose hurried forward. Zach Wang, how is my father? He immediately asked. Zach Wang looked helpless. Mr. Jamasonu, we did everything we could, but given his age and the sudden stroke, Mr. Jamasonu's condition is very poor. Whether he will wake up depends on fate. Huxley's face fell, but he didn't blame the doctor. After thanking him, he stepped aside. Nurses soon wheeled the unconscious Hart out of the operating room. Everyone, please move aside, the nurse said. Huxley spoke loudly. Thank you all for your concern about my father's condition. He has passed the critical stage. Thank you all for your support. Please go back for now. Mohammed asked, Mr. Jamasonu, when will your father wake up? Huxley sighed and shook his head. It's not looking good, and the doctors can't determine when he will regain consciousness. Murmurs of shock filled the corridor. Gradually, people started to leave, leaving only those closest to Hart. In the crowd, Shauna asked, Mr. Zhang, are you going in? No. Brendan thought, adding flowers to brocade is not as effective as sending charcoal in the snow. Now is not the time to act. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes. He had been monitoring Hart's condition closely and felt an unusual joy when he saw Hart unconscious. Although unsure if modern medicine could revive him, Brendan knew this was his chance. If he could save the unconscious Hart, he'd have a guaranteed safety net in Rongqing, and the threat from the Paxton would no longer be an issue. They soon left with the crowd and returned to Camden Manor. The next day, Brendan woke up dressed by the Harlow, finding a lavish breakfast prepared in the living room, though there was no sign of Shauna. Where is Madam? He asked the Harlow. She left early this morning, the Harlow replied. Brendan nodded and enjoyed his breakfast before heading to Rongqing First People's Hospital. Outside the hospital, he activated his Heavenly Eye and quickly located Hart's ward. Hart, comatose. Perfect, still comatose. Keep it up. Brendan chuckled darkly. Although it might seem unscrupulous, he hoped Hart would remain unconscious until he could intervene and save him. Suddenly, Brendan sensed someone watching him. Startled, he looked around but found no one. That wasn't my imagination, he thought. A new assassin must be here, and this one is worth 50 million. He must be hiding among the crowd, watching me. He felt a surge of urgency and took a deep breath to calm himself. With assassins targeting him, Brendan turned back immediately. Shauna's residence was clearly the safest place right now. Until the matter with the Paxton was resolved, he planned to stay indoors as much as possible. At least until I fully recover, he decided. I'll consider printing out the assassin once my right arm heals. With my Heavenly Eye, identifying the killer won't be too difficult. I'm not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Killing this assassin will buy me some time. 7 days passed. Brendan stayed inside Camden Manor, rarely venturing outside. The hidden assassin grew increasingly frustrated, realizing Brendan was deliberately avoiding him. An attempt to infiltrate Camden Manor failed due to its stringent security. Guards were posted every few steps, both day and night, making a stealthy assassination nearly impossible. After 7 fruitless days, the assassin called for help. I need your assistance. Back at the manor, after 7 days of rest, Brendan's shoulder had fully healed, costing 5 units of spiritual energy. In my current financial state, this expenditure is nothing, he thought, smiling as he stretched. Now, it's time to lure the snake out of its hole. I can't stand being watched all the time. Just then, his phone rang. It was Steven. Brendan's face darkened. What do you want, Steven? He asked without any warmth. Translation provided by AI, maintaining original tone and style, and adhering to natural English fluency. Chapter 272, Confrontation and Retribution. On the phone, Steven's tone was mocking. Nothing much, just checking in to see how you've been doing these past few days. How is it? The feeling of living on edge every day must not be so pleasant, right? Ha ha ha. Steven laughed heartily, his laughter filled with ridicule and mockery. Brendan's face turned grim. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, get lost. I'm not interested in wasting time with nonsense. Steven became furious. Brendan, at this moment, you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you still want to reconcile or not? Oh, Brendan was somewhat surprised. You are willing to reconcile? Yes, after considering for these 7 days, I've decided to give you a chance. If you want to reconcile, come to White Moon Bar tonight. I'll be waiting for you there. If not, forget it. With that, Steven abruptly hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy signal on the phone, Brendan squinted his eyes. Why would this scoundrel Steven suddenly want to reconcile with me? And inviting me out alone like this? Wait, this isn't right. After a brief moment of shock and doubt, Brendan immediately realized what was happening. He cursed under his breath. This bastard is trying to lure me out to create an opportunity for the assassins. Brendan couldn't help but laugh wryly. It seemed hiding in the mountain villa for 7 days had made the assassins anxious. But this works perfectly for me. Perfect timing to deal with the assassins and see who the hunter and who the prey really is. A fierce light appeared in Brendan's eyes as dusk fell. After 7 days, Brendan finally stepped out of the Camden family villa, driving toward the White Moon Bar as directed by Steven. In no time, a bar appeared before Brendan. He got out of the car, with his right hand still wrapped in bandages. His wound had long healed. The bandage was to mislead his opponents. After confirming he was at the right place by looking at the bar sign, Brendan entered the bar. As soon as he entered, a waiter greeted him. Are you Brendan? Young Master Tang has been waiting for you for a while now. Follow me quickly, the waiter said rather curtly. Brendan followed the waiter and soon arrived at a private room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, Steven immediately came into view, sitting on the sofa, flanked by 2 women. Seeing Brendan, a mocking smile appeared on Steven's face. Brendan, you've finally shown up. How's your injury? Steven mocked with a sneer. Brendan glanced at his bandaged right hand, uninterested in making small talk. What? You didn't set up an ambush to kill me here, did you? Steven chuckled. Do you think I'm foolish? I'm not stupid. I wouldn't try to kill you in a place like this. Come in and sit down. Let's chat properly. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Brendan was sure Steven was up to something. How fitting. Following Steven's instructions, Brendan walked in unhurriedly and sat opposite him. Steven ordered, get Elaine to keep him company. Don't neglect our guest. An elaborately made-up Elaine immediately stood up and approached Brendan. Brendan declined outright. No need. I'm not interested in such an unsightly Elaine. Steven laughed mockingly. Brendan, you hick from nowhere. You sure have high standards. These past few days, staying in Shauna's room must have felt pretty good, right? That kind of beauty falls for you. You sure are lucky. Steven's tone was laced with envy and jealousy. Brendan shrugged, smiling. Can't help it if I'm charming. Unlike you, waste. Bang. Stung by the word, waste, Steven flew into a rage. Brendan, don't be too cocky. With your injured right shoulder, your fighting strength is barely 10% of what it used to be. If I wanted to move against you, you wouldn't be able to leave this room alive. Steven raged. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 burly men in black suits rushed in. Facing this threat, Brendan picked up a wine glass with his left hand, smiling. Planning to attack me? Go ahead and try. Even with one hand, I can easily handle your lackeys. Enraged beyond words, Brendan's calm demeanor infuriated Steven. Brendan, you're already cornered. What gives you the right to act arrogant in front of me? If you kneel and beg my forgiveness, I might overlook your previous insolence. Otherwise, you won't live through tonight. Steven threatened coldly. Brendan burst out laughing. If anyone else said that, they might sound intimidating. As for you, you're nothing but a joke. Brendan's mockery was unmasked. Steven was about to explode with fury. All right. Saying 3 alls, Steven's anger was clearly boiling over. Looking at the bodyguards at the door, he roared, what are you waiting for? Attack him. The black-suited bodyguards immediately charged forward, heading straight for Brendan. Good, you asked for it. A fierce light flashed in Brendan's eyes. In one swift motion, he moved like a tiger among sheep. With only the sound of punches and kicks filling the air, Brendan effortlessly subdued all 4 bodyguards without using his right hand. Ouch! The bodyguards lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Steven was stunned, never expecting Brendan to be so powerful even with an injury. Worthless. They're completely worthless. Steven cursed vehemently. Brendan laughed loudly. Steven, you're right. Your lackeys are indeed worthless. And you're not much better, also worthless. Now that I've dealt with them, it's your turn next. Steven's pupils contracted in shock and anger. Brendan, you dare. I'm from the Tang family. You dare lay a hand on me? What can I do? It was you who tried to surround and attack me first. This is self-defense. Brendan sneered. Slap. As he spoke, a slap landed across Steven's face. Ah. Steven clutched his face, which instantly reddened and swelled. Brendan. Steven screamed in fury. Slap. Another slap echoed, leaving both sides of Steven's face red and swollen. I'll kill you. Infuriated by being slapped twice by someone he looked down upon, Steven lunged at Brendan. Brendan showed no mercy, swinging his left hand again and again, delivering rapid slaps. Ah. Slap after slap resounded throughout the private room. Chapter 273. Resolving the assassin. With just a dozen or so slaps, Stephen's face had swollen to resemble a pig's head. Almost no part of his face was left intact. Bright red handprints covered his cheeks, and the fiery pain drove Stephen almost mad. Brendan, you are truly too much. Stephen screamed in fury, his anger erupting like a volcano. Brendan felt an unparalleled satisfaction after delivering those dozen slaps. He had finally taken revenge on the Paxton for their past bullying, feeling as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed heartily. You were the ones who bullied me first. I am merely retaliating normally. These slaps are just interest payments. We will settle our accounts slowly later. Goodbye. Leaving these words behind, Brendan turned and left. Watching Brendan walk away, Stephen gnashed his teeth in rage. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to tear Brendan into pieces right then. Brendan, you truly deserve to die. Stephen gritted his teeth, the anger and murderous intent in his eyes palpable. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Is everything ready on your end? You must kill Brendan tonight. A raspy voice responded from the other end of the line. Everything is set. He won't live past half an hour. A glint of satisfaction appeared in Stephen's eyes. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. Though he couldn't kill Brendan with his own hands, as long as Brendan was dead, Stephen felt a sense of vindication. At this moment, Brendan had already left the bar. He noticed his BMW was missing and immediately asked the bartender, "Where's my car?" "Sir, because parking is not allowed on the roadside, we moved your car to the alley over there," the bartender explained. Brendan rolled his eyes and walked straight toward the alley. He quickly arrived at the entrance mentioned by the bartender. Although the alley was pitch black, he found his BMW without difficulty. However, he gradually slowed his steps, simultaneously activating the insight and piercing vision abilities of his heavenly eye. Within seconds, he saw the interior of his BMW parked a dozen meters away. In just a moment, Brendan spotted a black box, about the size of 2 adult palms, underneath the car. A bomb. Brendan's heart raced, but he let out a cold laugh. As expected. Unfortunately, you underestimated my capabilities. He smirked inwardly, pretending to have forgotten something before turning around and walking out of the parking area. Meanwhile, Brendan began searching for the assassin's location. The alley was pitch dark, and there wasn't anyone inside, except for a man standing at the far end of the alley. Brendan believed the assassin was definitely nearby. Using the heavenly eye, he saw that the man standing at the alley entrance wearing a baseball cap was indeed the killer. Xiuxian, none. 32/85. Strong. An elite-level assassin skilled in dozens of killing methods. I found you. The murderous intent surged in Brendan's eyes. The assassin pretended to be playing with his phone at the alley entrance. No doubt, that phone was probably connected to the bomb under Brendan's car. As soon as he got in the car, the assassin could remotely detonate the bomb via his phone. Holding back a smile, Brendan approached while whistling a tune. Hey buddy, can I borrow some fire? My lighter fell just now. Brendan called out, feigning awkwardness as he drew closer. I don't have a lighter. The assassin watched him approach, clearly on alert, but maintained a normal demeanor. As they closed the distance, when they were only about 3 meters apart, Brendan suddenly struck. Pure Sinclair chi erupted within him, giving him astonishing power. 3 meters disappeared in the blink of an eye. What? The assassin was stunned, never expecting his cover to be blown. In a flash, he pulled out a concealed dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Brendan. But he missed. Brendan was faster, and with one punch, he hit the assassin squarely in the throat. Snap. Before the assassin could even scream, he was dead. With lightning speed, Brendan swiftly dispatched the assassin. At his current peak, innate strength combined with the element of surprise, he believed he could take down even a tiger instantly. Quickly dragging the assassin's body into the alley, Brendan did so with such swiftness that no one else noticed. Taking the assassin's phone, he found Stephen's number and called him. Dial tone. The call connected, and Stephen's surprised voice came through. How did it go? Is Brendan dealt with? Brendan's mocking laughter echoed. Mr. Tang, I'm afraid I have disappointed you. This assassin was utterly useless. You might need to hire a better one next time. What? Hearing Brendan's voice on the phone, Stephen was shocked beyond belief. That's impossible. How do you have his phone? And you actually handled him? Stephen was both enraged and incredulous. Brendan laughed heartily. Is there a problem with that? Just a 50 million level assassin can't deal with me. I suggest you keep increasing the bounty, perhaps up to 1 billion. Stephen couldn't believe it. How could Brendan have dealt with a 50 million level assassin? It was inconceivable. Before he could say more, Brendan hung up. Dial tone. Stephen couldn't hold back any longer and threw the phone to the ground with all his might. Bang. The phone shattered instantly. Brendan, I will make sure you have no place to rest in peace. Stephen roared in the VIP room. Brendan, meanwhile, had already driven back to Camden Family Manor. Successfully dealing with the assassin and harshly mocking Stephen put him in high spirits. Though it was risky, it was all worth it. Upon returning to the courtyard, Brendan met Shauna in the living room. Mr. Zhang, why did you go out? Shauna frowned, her tone filled with blame and concern. Don't worry, Mrs. Camden. I have successfully dealt with the assassin, Brendan said with a broad smile, recounting what happened. Shauna was astonished, amazed at how Brendan handled the situation. She also shared some good news. News just came in. Mr. Jamasonu has been diagnosed as being in a vegetative state and may never wake up. Brendan nodded, appreciating the update. Hashtag chapter 274. The same idea? This news made Brendan's eyes light up. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Good. Now it's my turn to take the stage, Brendan said excitedly. Shauna, with her exquisite face, also wore a smile. I suggest we wait a few more days. It would be better to act at the right moment, she added. Brendan nodded in agreement. The next few days passed quickly, and the situation with Hart was finally confirmed. At over 90 years old, The sudden stroke was hard enough for the elderly man to survive, but although Hart survived, he became a vegetative patient. This news spread rapidly among the upper circles of Rongqing, and many people visited him. Brendan, however, patiently waited, knowing that this wasn't yet the right time to act. The protagonist should always make their grand entrance last to leave a lasting impression. This wait lasted 7 days. Estimating that the time was right, Shauna took charge of making contact. Brendan waited patiently in the courtyard for Shauna's return, and soon enough, she came back with good news. I've arranged it. I visited Mr. Huxley and explained the situation. He agrees to give you one chance. Shauna said with a smile. Great. Brendan's eyes sparkled. If this opportunity succeeded, there would be no need to worry about the threat from the Paxton anymore. Thank you, madam, for your help these past few days. Brendan said gratefully. During this time, Shauna had indeed helped him a lot. She smiled gently. It's just a small matter. If you really want to thank me, give me a massage to relax after this is all done, she teased. Seeing Shauna's charming smile, Brendan couldn't help but be moved. How many men could remain unaffected by such a kind and considerate beauty? No problem, he replied without hesitation. The next morning, Brendan and Shauna went to the Jamasonu residence as scheduled. Soon, a secluded villa appeared before them. After reporting their identities, they were allowed to drive inside. Brendan and Shauna got out of the car, and a Harlow approached them. Jane, Zhang, please follow me. Led by the Harlow, they headed straight to the garden deep within the villa. Upon entering, apart from Huxley, whom Brendan had met once at the hospital, several unexpected guests were already there. Mohammed? Stephen? Brendan? Enemies meeting face to face made the atmosphere tense immediately. Brendan was surprised to see the Paxton there, along with an elderly man with a white beard beside them. Seeing the elder, Brendan began to form some suspicions. At this point, Huxley spoke up. Let's calm down, everyone. All eyes turned to Huxley. He continued, half a month ago, my grandfather had a sudden stroke. Though emergency treatment saved his life, he has become a vegetative patient. After the news spread, you are not the first to offer a solution to awaken my grandfather. None of the previous attempts have succeeded. Since you have come, I will arrange for you to try together. That made sense. Huxley's words clarified the confusion. Brendan realized he wasn't the only one with the same idea. The Paxton looked somewhat solemn. Stephen's expression was particularly sour. Brendan, I didn't expect to see you here. So, you're trying to curry favor with Grandfather Jamasonu. Brendan ignored Stephen's taunt and turned to Huxley. Mr. Jamasonu, when can we start treating Grandfather? Huxley remained calm. Anytime. I know why each of you is here and what you want. I can promise you this. Whoever awakens my grandfather will be our honored guest in the future. Wow. Huxley's words were straightforward and precisely what Brendan wanted. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, but before he could speak, Mohammed interjected. Rest assured, Mr. Jamasonu, Zach Jameson can definitely wake up Grandfather. Zach Jameson hails from Miao territory and is renowned there. We invited him here specifically after hearing about Grandfather Jamasonu's condition. With Zach Jameson's expertise, Grandfather Jamasonu will surely awaken. Mohammed sounded very confident. Huxley's expression didn't change. Since Hart fell into a vegetative state, countless visitors had promised to cure him but failed. Since Mr. Tang is so confident, you can go first, Huxley said. Mohammed smiled. No problem. He turned to the old man. Zach Jameson, it's up to you now. I'll do my best, Zach Jameson said. They then entered Hart's room. Hart lay on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing steadily but unresponsive. Zach Jameson, please, Huxley gestured. Zach Jameson nodded slightly, walked forward, and examined Hart's current condition. Everyone watched silently, not interrupting. Nearby, Brendan and Shauna sat together. Shauna patted him and gave a questioning look, clearly worried that Zach Jameson might succeed. But Brendan reassured her with a calm gaze. While others might not see through it, Zach Jameson held no secrets from Brendan's heavenly eye. Burl. Non-existent. 6280 seconds. Aging. A beginner doctor with mediocre skills, but skilled at packaging and deceiving. TSK. Brendan almost laughed out loud at the information provided by his heavenly eye. This so-called Zach Jameson might have some medical knowledge, but he was far from being a miraculous healer. In fact, his skills likely only extended to treating simple colds. A pure con artist. Waking Hart? Not in this lifetime. Relieved by Brendan's confirmation, Shauna's heart settled, and her beautiful face lit up with a smile again. Chapter 275. The show begins. At this moment, Burl had finished his examination. He said, the patient's condition is very serious. I don't have 100% confidence that I can wake him up. You must be mentally prepared for this. Stephen hurriedly asked, Divine Zach Jameson, how confident are you? Burl pondered for a bit. At most, 70%. Stephen's eyes lit up. Excellent. You truly live up to your name, Divine Zach Jameson. Please do your best to treat and rescue, regardless of the outcome. We will pay 1 million for your services. Burl nodded slightly. I'll do my best. My treatment requires quietness, so please step outside now. Everyone nodded and then waited patiently outside in the courtyard. Anatole sat with Shauna, while across from them were Mohammed and Stephen. Time seemed to stretch as they waited half an hour. Perhaps due to impatience, Stephen started to show some restlessness. Brendan, it looks like your plans are going to fall through today. Once Divine Zach Jameson wakes up the old master, you'll likely leave here with your tail between your legs. Stephen's tone was mocking. Brendan burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter made Stephen's expression darken instantly. Brendan, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your stupidity. Where did you find that charlatan? Brendan spoke frankly. What? Huxley frowned. Charlatan? Mohammed quickly explained. Mr. Jamasonu, don't listen to Brendan's nonsense. He has a grudge against us. Everything he says is just slander. Stephen scolded angrily. Brendan, don't talk nonsense. Divine Zach Jameson is a renowned physician in Miaojiang. He cannot be defamed by you. The more you talk now, the more embarrassing it will be when divine Zach Jameson wakes up the old master. His words dripped with mockery. Anatole laughed. Shouldn't I be saying that? If I'm not mistaken, the so-called divine Zach Jameson only knows the basics of medicine. He excels more in marketing and packaging. He's no divine doctor at all. These words caused both Stephen and Mohammed's expressions to turn dark. Brendan, aren't you being too arrogant? What gives you the right to say such things? Mohammed said coldly. Brendan didn't bother to argue. If you refuse to believe me, let's wait and see. Wait. Stephen sneered. Brendan, since you brought this up, you won't get off easily. Since you claim divine Zach Jameson is a charlatan and cannot cure Grandpa Jamesonu, let's make a bet. Brendan's eyes lit up, looking at them as if they were idiots. Bet with me? He already knew Burl's true abilities through Heavenly Eye. For Stephen to challenge him this way was nothing short of courting disaster. What do you want to bet on? Brendan asked, excited. He realized this could be a chance for revenge. Stephen grinned arrogantly. Let's bet on whether divine Zach Jameson can wake up the old master. Immediately after speaking, Mohammed corrected him. Not like that. Brendan, since you are confident in your own medical skills, let's bet on whether you can wake up the old master. Brendan smiled. Indeed, Mohammed was smarter than Stephen, but unfortunately, against someone like him who had an advantage, he would definitely lose. Fine, I'll take the bet. Whoever loses today will kneel and apologize to the other. Brendan's eyes gleamed with determination. Stephen was elated. All right, we accept. Finished. He looked over at Huxley, who had been silent. Mr. Jamesonu, could you be our witness? Huxley narrowed his eyes, glancing at Brendan. Are you sure about this bet? Yes. Yes. Both Brendan and Stephen replied in unison. Huxley looked deeply at Brendan. Fine, I'll be the witness. The bet was formalized, with Huxley as the witness. Whoever lost would certainly have a hard time backing out later. Minutes turned into hours, and everyone waited patiently. Finally, the door opened after 2 hours, and Burl stepped out. Divine Zach Jameson, how is the situation? Mohammed immediately inquired. Burl smiled. There's been significant progress in treatment. However, the course isn't complete yet, so we can't wake up Mr. Cheen. Just continue the treatment, and within a month, the old master will surely wake up. What? Upon hearing that they needed to wait a month, both Mohammed and Stephen were momentarily stunned. Divine Zach Jameson, can't you wake him up faster? Mohammed frowned. Burl glared at him. Of course not. Do you think vegetative states are that easy to wake up from? They couldn't argue with that logic. However, at that moment, Anatole stepped forward. Hold on. Since you couldn't wake up the old master, it's my turn to try. Anatole said. Stephen became furious. Brendan, this is none of your business. The treatment hasn't finished. If you interfere, who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Mohammed frowned. Brendan laughed. It's up to each of us. Whoever wakes up the old master first is the winner. The Paxton wanted to protest, but Huxley interjected. Mr. Zhang is right. Whoever wakes up the old master first wins. Hearing Huxley agree, Mohammed and Stephen had no more objections. Brendan stood up from the chair and walked into the house barehanded. Mr. Zhang, don't you need a medical kit? Huxley was surprised. No need. Brendan waved. He entered the room and closed the door soon after. Outside, the others waited anxiously. Inside, Brendan approached Hart with a confident smile and began the treatment. Guided by Heavenly Eye, Brendan's treatment proceeded smoothly. Time passed quietly. Everyone in the garden continued to wait. Sometime along the way, Burl had left, leaving only Camden Yinjing, Huxley, and the Paxton. Stephen checked the time. 3 hours have passed. Why is it taking Brendan so long? Chapter 276, Slap in the Face and Shock. As he spoke these words, Stephen's face broke into a mocking smile. He looked at Shauna. Mrs. Camden, it seems Brendan's treatment is going to fail. He has been in there for 3 hours and hasn't come out yet. Zach Jameson only took 2 hours. Shauna shot him a cold glance. If you can't say anything helpful, just keep quiet. Nobody thinks you're mute. Shauna didn't give Stephen any face. She, who was usually gentle and virtuous, now retorted with sarcasm. Stephen's expression stiffened immediately, and he became irritated. Fine. Then let's continue waiting. I really want to see what Brendan will do. Before Stephen finished his sentence, a door opened. All 4 of them immediately turned their heads and saw the previously closed door open, revealing Brendan with a slightly weary expression as he walked out. Ha ha ha. Brendan, how did the treatment go? You took 3 whole hours, even longer than Zach Jameson. Stephen sneered loudly. Huxley asked, Mr. Zhang, how did the treatment go? Today was just the first day. If it wasn't enough, we could have more time later. Brendan smiled. No need. Let's call it a day here. Stephen laughed hysterically, filled with excitement. Brendan, are you admitting defeat? As I said, your abilities are clearly insufficient. With your half-baked skills, you dared to treat Mr. Jamesonu? I think you're simply overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha. Stephen laughed excitedly. According to our agreement, you must kneel down and apologize to us. With Mr. Jamesonu as the witness, how can you possibly renege on this deal? Beside him, Shauna was taken aback. She couldn't believe Brendan had failed. A smirk appeared on Mohammed's lips. Brendan, it looks like you'll have to kneel and apologize today. With Mr. Jamesonu present, reneging won't work. The brothers exchanged mocking and sarcastic remarks, picturing Brendan groveling before them apologetically. However, the next moment, Brendan threw a bucket of cold water on them with a smile. I'm sorry. I didn't finish my sentence. Inside, Mr. Jamesonu has already been awakened by me, so further treatment isn't necessary. Brendan said. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, as if a deep water bomb had been dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge upheaval. That's impossible. Stephen exclaimed, his face turning pale. Rushing sounds filled the room. Huxley hurried forward and dashed into the room. Upon entering, he heard a familiar voice. Xuanhuan, is that you? Grandpa. Huxley rushed over in pleasant surprise and saw Lao Hart lying awake on the bed. He looked visibly exhausted, as though still recovering from a daze. Grandpa, how do you feel? Huxley was overwhelmed with emotion, no longer maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Hart seemed tired but reassured. I'm fine, just a bit worn out. Wait here, I'll call the doctor right away. Huxley's tone was urgent. Mr. Zhang, no, Zach Zhang, please come in. Huxley stepped out and now regarded Brendan differently. At this moment, Shauna and the Paxton ran inside. Seeing Hart awake, Shauna was delighted, while the Paxton were stunned. This can't be happening. Stephen was utterly shocked, hardly believing his eyes. Quiet. Grandpa just woke up. No one is to make a noise here. Huxley admonished. Mohammed covered Stephen's mouth and apologized hastily. Sorry, Mr. Jamasonu. My brother got too excited and lost control for a moment. Huxley ignored the two brothers and quickly came to Brendan. Zach Zhang, Grandpa feels very tired. What should we do? Huxley asked urgently. His attitude was warm and respectful, a stark contrast to his previous aloofness. Brendan smiled. There's no need to worry. He's just exhausted from waking up. I'll give Grandpa a massage, and he'll soon fall asleep. Huxley nodded repeatedly. Great, great. Please use your healing touch, Zach Zhang. Brendan approached Hart and began gently massaging his head. Hart's face relaxed into an expression of comfort, the signs of exhaustion fading quickly. So soothing. Hart sighed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. All right, Grandpa is now asleep. Let's talk outside, Brendan smiled. They moved to the garden. By now, the expressions on Stephen and Mohammed's faces had become unbearable. Huxley warmly shook Brendan's hand. Zach Zhang truly has the gift of reviving the dead. Who would have thought you could actually wake up Grandpa? All those doctors before were at a loss, but thanks to your skillful hands, Grandpa has awakened. Such kindness my family will never forget. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Huxley was effusively warm. Since Grandpa has just woken up, we would appreciate it if you could take extra care of him until he fully recovers. How does that sound, Zach Zhang? Brendan smiled and nodded. His original purpose for treating Hart was to build connections, and he wouldn't refuse now. Mr. Jamasonu, you're too kind. I don't dare accept the title of Divine Zach, Brendan humbly replied. Ha ha ha. Zach Zhang, you're too modest. So many doctors couldn't wake Grandpa up, but you did it in 3 hours. The title of Divine Zach fits you perfectly. Huxley's enthusiasm burned brightly. Watching Huxley greet Brendan with such warmth made Stephen's jealousy twist painfully. Mohammed's face darkened even more. He eyed the scene and tried to slip away. Wait. Suddenly, Brendan's voice stopped him. Mohammed, Stephen, do you remember our bet? Now that I've awakened Mr. Jamasonu, I win this game. As agreed, you both must kneel and apologize to me. Brendan's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. Finally, he could exact revenge for all these days of humiliation. Ha ha ha. Stephen's face paled. What a joke. I will not kneel and apologize to you. Stephen gritted his teeth. Hashtag chapter 277. Slap yourself 20 times. A smile more painful than crying spread across Mohammed's face. Mr. Zhang, we were wrong about the past incidents. I believe we can resolve our conflicts and make peace. This statement almost made Brendan burst into laughter. Tisk, TSK. Mohammed, your attitude was completely different when I approached you for reconciliation earlier. You forced me to kneel and apologize then, and now you're asking me to let you off easily? Brendan retorted with loud mockery. His words struck them like a resounding slap in the face. Stephen clenched his teeth and glared fiercely. Brendan, don't push us too far. As they say, leave some room for mercy so we can meet again one day. We are all in Rongqing, where we will bump into each other sooner or later. Don't force us into a corner. Huh? Brendan snorted derisively. Then who pushed me into a corner before? This left the brothers speechless. Mohammed took a deep breath and said, 10 billion. I, Mohammed, am willing to pay 10 billion as compensation, bow down and apologize, and cancel that 50 million bounty. From this point on, we'll consider all debts settled, and I promise not to trouble you again. What the? 10 billion? Even Brendan, who had billions of assets, couldn't help but be shocked by the number. Stephen also turned pale. Brother, are you crazy? That's 10 billion. Mohammed gritted his teeth. We went too far back then. Using 10 billion to express our apology is sincere enough. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Brendan sucked in a sharp breath. At this moment, Shauna leaned over and whispered quietly, Mr. Zhang, agree to it. Although you are now a guest of the Jamasonu family, pushing the Paxton too hard won't benefit you. Stepping back temporarily would be wise, and taking 10 billion from Mohammed will surely hurt him greatly. Shauna's words made sense, and Brendan narrowed his eyes slightly. After pondering for a while, he said, all right, I accept the 10 billion compensation, but I have one condition. Mohammed heaved a sigh of relief. Despite his heart bleeding at the thought, making him kneel and apologize would be even more humiliating. What is it? Brendan pointed at Stephen. I want him to slap himself 20 times. If he does this, your bowing apology won't be necessary. Stephen roared in rage. Brendan, you're going too far. I'd rather die than slap myself. Mohammed's face darkened. You're trying to split our brotherly bond? Brendan laughed. You can refuse if you want. Stephen has repeatedly caused trouble for me, and the enmity between us started with him, so it must end with him. He must slap himself 20 times, or I won't accept your apology. Stephen felt like his lungs would burst with anger. His eyes turned red, and if looks could kill, Brendan would be dead many times over right now. Mohammed hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Stephen. Brother. Stephen couldn't believe it. Mohammed wore a guilty expression. Ching, bear with it. It's just 20 slaps. Do you want to kneel and apologize instead? Stephen felt unprecedented humiliation. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had never experienced such degradation. Fine. I'll slap myself 20 times. Stephen ground out through clenched teeth. Slap. He clenched his teeth and slapped himself in the face. The sound is too weak. I didn't hear it. Brendan teased. Stephen roared in anger. Brendan, don't be too excessive. Brendan looked at Mohammed. Mohammed, you should do it. Otherwise, your brother dragging this out will only make things worse. Mohammed's gaze turned cold. He clenched his teeth and nodded, then turned around abruptly. Slap. A much louder slap echoed through the air. Ah. Stephen clutched his face and screamed as half his cheek instantly swelled up. Mohammed grabbed Stephen and delivered rapid, forceful slaps on either side of his face. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk. The sound of slaps rang out continuously, along with Stephen's cries of pain. Ah. The entire garden echoed with Stephen's screams. By the 20th slap, each strike was delivered with full force. Stephen's cheek, initially red, became swollen and bruised by the 5th slap. By the 10th slap, Stephen began to spit blood. Ah. The piercing cries reverberated through the garden. Stephen's face contorted in agony, his body trembling as he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Stephen managed to mutter through his pain. Zhang. Brendan, I won't let this go. With these mumbled words, Stephen lost consciousness. Mohammed quickly supported Stephen, whose hands were now covered in blood. Mr. Zhang, is this enough? Mohammed's eyes were cold. Brendan laughed loudly. What a relief. Absolutely satisfying. Great. Transfer the 10 billion within 3 days, and we'll be even, Brendan smiled. Hearing this, Mohammed said nothing more. He picked up the unconscious Stephen and left without another word. As the two brothers disappeared, the garden was left with only Brendan and the others. Huxley stepped forward. Zhang, Stephen isn't worth worrying about, but Mohammed knows how to be patient and strategic. He will be a problem for you in the future. If Zhang needs help, I can resolve this issue for you. Huxley smiled. Brendan's heart raced, but after a brief hesitation, he didn't nod. The Jamasonu family owed him a significant favor, and using it now on Mohammed would be a huge loss. Thank you, Mr. Jamasonu. I will handle Mohammed myself. I have some matters to attend to, so I will visit tomorrow to check on the old man, Brendan said. Goodbye, Zhang. Please walk carefully. Huxley escorted Brendan out of the villa warmly. Brendan and Shauna got into the car and returned to the courtyard. Seeing them return, Gretchen hurriedly asked, Cousin, did everything go smoothly? Shauna smiled. It's done. Mr. Zhang successfully revived Elder Jamasonu and is now a distinguished guest of the Jamasonu family. Chapter 278. The Enraged Tang Family. Wow. Brendan, you're about to be a big shot. Do you know how many people in Rongqing are trying to get close to Old Grover? Now that you've saved Old Grover's life, anyone who wants to touch you in the future will have to think twice. Gretchen said with a mix of envy and excitement. Brendan chuckled, feeling more relaxed than ever before. The dark cloud cast by the Paxton had completely vanished. Just as Gretchen said, he now had an immunity shield. Even if the Tang family wanted to make a move against him, they would have to reconsider carefully. I spent a lot of energy treating Old Grover just now. I'm going to rest. Brendan yawned. All right, I'll wake you up later tonight. Shauna nodded gently. Brendan returned to his room, flopped onto the bed, and soon drowsiness washed over him like a wave. While Brendan slept, on the other side, Mohammed rushed the injured Stephen to the hospital. The doctors were taken aback by Stephen's condition. Who tortured him? One doctor asked suspiciously, especially when he noticed the blood on Mohammed's hands, making him consider calling the police. Mohammed revealed his identity and found the head of the hospital surgery department, eventually settling the matter. Soon, Stephen was taken into the emergency room, where doctors began treating and stitching his wounds. After 2 hours of frantic work, Stephen, wrapped in bandages and medicated ointments, was pushed out by nurses and moved to a special care ward. As the anesthesia wore off, Stephen gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and immediately felt an excruciating pain on his face. Ah! Stephen couldn't help but scream, but opening his mouth only intensified the pain. Ching. Mohammed hurried over, showing concern. Don't talk or move around. The doctor says you need to rest for a few days, Mohammed advised, concerned. Tears welled up in Stephen's eyes as anger surged within him. Zhang. Xian. Stephen painfully managed to say these 3 words. At this moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside, followed by a middle-aged couple entering the room. Dad, Mom. Mohammed stood up. Adam quickly walked into the special care ward. Seeing his younger son Stephen in such a sorry state made his face darken instantly. Wang Terrence, the beautiful Elaine beside him, shed tears out of sympathy. My poor Ching, who did this to you? How could someone beat you up so badly? Mohammed volunteered. I did it. What? Ming, why would you beat your own brother? Even if he's mischievous, it's not right to be this cruel, Wang Terrence exclaimed, both angry and confused. Adam barked. Enough. There's obviously more to the story. Let Ming explain. Stephen, tell me every detail of what happened. Mohammed nodded and recounted the entire incident. What? He actually woke up Old Grover? Adam was astonished. How is that possible? Didn't I hear that Old Grover became a vegetable? Mohammed replied sternly. It was Brendan. I don't know what method he used, but he woke up Old Grover. He narrated all the details. Wang Terrence was shocked and furious. After hearing it, she raged. What a Brendan, daring to bully our Ching like this. Unbelievable. Quiet. You don't understand anything. Adam scolded. His face was grim and unpleased. Brendan is not only skilled in medicine but also martial arts, with remarkable abilities in both fields. He has become a guest of honor in the Jamasonu family. Even if the family wants to move against him now, we must consider the impact. To have such prowess at such a young age is astonishing. A cold light flickered in Adam's eyes. Indeed, he is a genius, so it's no surprise you both lost to him. Ming, I know you feel wronged, but let's stop for now. Since Brendan saved old Grover, the Jamasonu family will likely host a celebration soon, making everything public. In that case, if we try to move against him, we won't pass the public scrutiny test. Adam looked far ahead. These words agitated Stephen on the bed, but he couldn't speak, so he twisted and turned restlessly. Mohammed nodded. Dad, I understand. Brendan isn't a member of the Jamasonu family. Although he's at the peak of power now, we can't act conveniently. But once the Jamasonu family forgets about him, that will be his end. Adam approved with a nod. Good that you understand. A real man can bend and stretch. Don't rush. When the heat dies down, he will be nothing but a toy in our hands. A glint flashed in Adam's eyes. Night fell, and the full moon hung high. Tonight, the moon was exceptionally clear, casting its bright and gentle light over the city like a layer of white moonlight dust. In the room, after sleeping all day, Brendan woke up refreshed. He stretched, feeling invigorated. After washing up, he went to the living room. Shauna and Gretchen were still there. Mr. Zhang, you slept all day. I'll have someone warm up dinner for you right away. Shauna stood up promptly. Brendan thanked her. Thank you, madam. In no time, food comparable to a five-star hotel's dishes was laid out before Anatole. Starving, Brendan forgot propriety and devoured the food hungrily. Most of the 3 dishes and 1 soup ended up in his belly. Satisfied and full, Brendan smiled contentedly. Mr. Zhang, are you full? Come to my room then, Shauna invited. Brendan's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation, sure. He hadn't forgotten their previous agreement and followed Shauna to her room. Please wait a moment. I'll take a shower first, Shauna smiled faintly. She took her nightgown and went into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water echoed. Jamison sitting to the beautiful Elaine next door taking a shower. Brendan couldn't help but feel restless, tempted to use his clairvoyance ability to enjoy the view. Fortunately, his self-control held strong, preventing the evil thought from coming true. Soon, Shauna emerged from the bathroom, now wearing a semi-transparent lavender nightgown. Brendan couldn't help but stare, mesmerized. The semi-transparent lavender nightgown couldn't fully conceal Shauna's extremely seductive and curvaceous body. Through the thin fabric, glimpses of enticing beauty could be seen, hidden yet revealing. Hashtag chapter 279, heading to the Demon City. Shauna was dressed in such a tantalizing manner that Brendan almost lost his composure. Let's begin, Shauna said with a gentle smile as she walked forward. Both of them were already well versed in this routine, and Brendan's hands quickly began massaging Shauna. With such an alluring beauty right in front of him, it was indeed a huge test of his willpower. Soon, a look of enjoyment appeared on Shauna's exquisite face, and a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere filled the room for a moment. The next day, Brendan slept until noon and only got up then. The servants in the living room had just finished preparing lunch, and the wide array of dishes made Brendan's appetite soar. At this moment, Shauna also came out from her room. Mr. Zhang, the threat from the Tang family has been lifted, so you can relax now. But then she added, the Jamasonu family's deterrence won't last forever. I think it would be best if you kept a low profile, or even left Kamdingdu for some time. These words left Brendan silent. Shauna did have a point. He had embarrassed the Paxton yesterday. Even if they didn't dare to retaliate immediately due to the Jamasonu family's influence, there was no guarantee they wouldn't act in the future. Ultimately, his power was still too weak. If he had enough influence, he wouldn't need to worry about retaliation from the Paxton. Thank you for the warning, madam. I'll consider it, Brendan replied. After finishing lunch, Brendan proposed to leave. With the threat from the Paxton gone, he had no reason to stay any longer. After packing his things, Brendan returned to his villa in Xiuxian neighborhood. As soon as he arrived at the villa, his phone rang. It was a call from Huxley. Divine Zhak Zhang, I've booked a table at Kamdingdu Hotel tonight to thank you for saving my grandfather. Could Divine Zhak Zhang grace us with your presence? Asked Huxley. Brendan nodded without hesitation and arrived on time in the evening. He drove to Kamdingdu Hotel and soon stepped out of his car. Under the guidance of a waiter, he entered a private room on the 3rd floor, where he met Huxley and Hart. Ha ha ha, Divine Zhak Zhang, please come in. Hart laughed heartily, inviting Brendan inside. You're too kind, Grandpa Jamasonu, Brendan smiled. Thanks to your miraculous skills, my old bones have a chance to live again. Gratitude is greater than the heavens, so don't be so formal, Divine Zhak. Please take a seat, Hart said politely. A sumptuous feast was already laid out on the table, each dish looking appetizing. Divine Zhak Zhang is truly remarkable. To possess such medical skills at such a young age is indeed astounding, Hart praised. Brendan felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. He knew what he was worth. He wasn't a doctor by skill but relied on the power of his heavenly eye. Grandpa Jamasonu, you flatter me. I know little about medicine. I only have some special techniques. It's not worth mentioning, Brendan modestly replied. Hart laughed heartily, not taking it seriously but assuming Brendan was being humble. After several rounds of drinks and courses, the dinner was enjoyable for all present. After the meal, Hart spoke up. Actually, I invited Divine Zhak Zhang here for another reason. I heard you cured Miss Gretchen from the Camden family, so I believe you must have some expertise with leg ailments. My old friend became paralyzed after a stroke years ago, and I wish to ask for your help. Oh, Brendan's eyes lit up. Someone who could be called an old friend by Hart must be someone important. It would be wise to forge connections with influential figures like this. No problem. What is the condition of this elderly gentleman? Brendan agreed immediately. Hart nodded approvingly. You'll see when you meet him. He lives in the Demon City, so I hope Divine Zhak Zhang can make the journey. Brendan was even more pleased. This invitation perfectly aligned with his plans to lay low elsewhere. He agreed and decided to set off the next day. After the dinner ended, Brendan bid farewell to Hart and returned home. He called Shauna to inform her about his trip to the Demon City, and after some hesitation, he also informed AnimeLand. Once everything was settled, he prepared to head to the Demon City. Demon City. A white plane descended from the sky, its massive frame breaking through the clouds before landing on the runway and finally coming to a complete stop after sliding hundreds of meters. At the airport entrance, Brendan, dressed casually, dragged his luggage out of the terminal. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful Elaine in white walked over from the roadside. "Hello, are you divine Zach Brendan?" The Elaine was breathtakingly beautiful, with a cold demeanor. She wore a long white dress that gave her an ethereal quality, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her beauty drew the attention of passers-by, especially men, who stared admiringly. Brendan was surprised. He hadn't expected his driver to be so attractive. "Yes, I'm Brendan," he nodded. Upon hearing this, the Elaine frowned slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment and displeasure. Brendan noticed her expression and realized his youthful appearance lacked credibility. Before he could explain, the Elaine said, "I'm Penelope. Grandpa sent me to pick you up. Follow me." She turned and walked away, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. Brendan couldn't help but laugh wryly and followed her into a bright blue sports car, which looked incredibly expensive. With a roar like a wild beast, the sports car shot forward like an arrow, quickly vanishing into the distance. Sitting in the car, Brendan admired the city views. The Demon City was indeed bustling, significantly more prosperous than Kamdangdu. The sports car traversed half the city and finally stopped in front of a large estate in the outskirts. Chapter 280, Neglected. The mansion before him was vast, its towering walls enclosing the entire compound. As Brendan entered the mansion, he was instantly stunned by its opulence and layout. He had never seen such a refined and luxurious estate, which resembled an ancient noble household, broadening his horizons. The two quickly got out of the car, and Brendan began inspecting the surroundings with wide eyes, occasionally expressing amazement. Initially, he thought that Shauna's family mansion was already grand enough, but compared to this Jameson family mansion, it was clearly several levels below. Penelope observed Brendan's reaction silently. Without saying much, she led him directly to a quiet courtyard. "Mr. Zhang, you will be staying here from now on. I'll arrange servants for you, so if you need anything, just inform them. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, Penelope quickly departed. Shortly after, the servants arrived as promised. "Mr. Zhang." Brendan nodded lightly, placing his luggage in the room. The courtyard was spacious, with well-furnished rooms featuring a classical yet modern interior design. Tisk, TSK. Indeed worthy of being a rich person's residence. It's certainly luxurious. Wonder what level the Jameson family stands in Shanghai. From the scale of this noble residence, it seems the Jameson family's influence in Shanghai is either at the top or near the top. Brendan marveled inwardly. After settling down, he called Shauna and a few others to report his safe arrival. With nothing else to do, he played on his computer idly. Time quickly passed to noon when the servant brought lunch inside. "Mr. Zhang, your lunch is ready," the servant announced. "Thank you," Brendan replied. "When will I meet the elderly man?" The servant looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, but I'm just a servant. Could you please tell Troyan then? I'm here to treat the elderly man, and I hope to get started soon," Brendan said. The servant nodded and left promptly. The lunch was quite elaborate, and after satisfying his appetite, Brendan continued playing on his computer until evening came. Throughout the day, there was no indication that the Jameson family patriarch intended to see him. What's going on? Did I get forgotten? As night fell, with no sign of the Jameson family wanting to meet him, Brendan felt an uneasy premonition. Is it because I look too young that the Jameson family thinks I'm useless, thus ignoring me? He couldn't help but entertain such thoughts, which made his lips twitch involuntarily. If this was true, things might become complicated. Forget it. At least their meals are decent. If they want to ignore me, let them. Brendan muttered irritably. Deciding to wait one more day, he resolved to leave if there were still no arrangements. Sure enough, his suspicions proved correct the next day. The Jameson family found him too young to bother with and possibly forgot about him altogether. Frustrated, Brendan began packing to leave. "Please tell Troyan that I'm leaving temporarily. If they still want me to treat the elderly man, they can find me at the Shanghai Hotel," Brendan told the servant. Under the servant's surprised gaze, Brendan dragged his luggage and quickly exited the Jameson family mansion. The servant hurried to notify Penelope and went to another courtyard, knocking on the door. "Come in." Penelope's voice came from inside. The servant entered. "Miss, the Mr. Zhang you asked me to arrange for has left." "Left?" Penelope lifted her head from her documents. "Yes, he said he's leaving temporarily. If you still want him to treat the elderly man, you should find him at the Shanghai Hotel." "Understood. Leave it at that for now," Penelope responded indifferently. The servant bowed respectfully and left the room. Penelope resumed her work, completely unfazed by the matter. Meanwhile, Brendan checked into the Shanghai Hotel for a month and settled in. After dropping off his luggage, he hailed a taxi. "Brother, where to?" "To the Antique Street." "Got it." The driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi disappeared down the road. Arriving at the entrance of a bustling street, Brendan paid the fare and stepped out, greeted by a lively scene. Antique Street in Shanghai is indeed impressive, larger than the one in Rongqing. Excitement shone on Brendan's face. Shanghai, as one of the leading cities in China and renowned internationally, naturally boasted thriving commerce. A visit to Shanghai without exploring its attractions seemed futile. Though he possessed substantial chi energy, having more could never hurt. Brendan strolled into the Antique Street, the vibrant atmosphere lifting his spirits even higher. Crowds thronged the street, making it bustling with activity. Alongside the formal antique shops on both sides, numerous small stalls lined the roadside, displaying various trinkets. Activating his heavenly eye, Brendan scanned the area. Goodness, most items were fakes, with hardly any genuine pieces. It looks like the antiques market in Shanghai is quite deep. Brendan chuckled wryly. Bypassing these roadside stalls, which offered nothing appealing to him, he headed straight for a large antique store. Upon entering, a pleasant scent of sandalwood filled the air. The store had an old-world charm, as if transported back centuries. Display counters held numerous antiques of varying sizes. Using his heavenly eye, Brendan circled the first floor and was suddenly drawn to a particular item. Chapter 281. A landscape ink painting in a hidden layer. As he looked, it was indeed an ancient landscape painting. The artwork itself appeared to be quite old, with the only regret being that the craftsmanship wasn't particularly outstanding. However, when Brendan inspected it using his Heaven's Eye ability, he could clearly see that this landscape painting had a hidden layer, which evidently contained another concealed masterpiece. Flowing water and mountain streams. Anonymous artist. 1,200 years old. 4 million value. Drawn by an unnamed artist, despite the artist's lack of fame, their skill is exceptional. This is a fine work that has yet to be fully appreciated. Brendan's eyes lit up as he read the information provided by his Heaven's Eye. Without hesitation, he walked toward the painting. How much is this ink landscape painting? A shop assistant approached with a smile. Sir, you have a discerning eye. This is a 120-year-old ink landscape painting with significant collectible value. Brendan couldn't help but laugh or cry at the assistant's enthusiastic sales pitch. He directly interrupted. How much? I'll take it. 10,000, replied the assistant. Brendan took out his bank card and paid 10,000 for the painting. The assistant immediately prepared to pack the painting for him. No need to pack it. Do you accept antique paintings here? Brendan asked. The assistant nodded. Certainly, if you have high-quality antique paintings, we will definitely offer you a satisfactory price. Great, please take me to the appraiser. Brendan casually held the painting. The assistant, though puzzled, led him to the 4th floor of the antique store. Sitting there was an elderly man in a Chinese tunic, with a distinguished presence. Despite his aged appearance, his sharp eyes indicated that he was no ordinary person. Next to him sat a young man, and on their table rested an ancient-looking Buddha statue. Aston, please inspect this Buddha statue for me, said the young man with a smile. As the old man carefully examined it, the assistant brought Brendan over. Aston, a customer wants to sell antique paintings. Emilio turned around and looked at Brendan. Benjamin, what do you wish to sell? Brendan placed the landscape painting on the table. Just this one. Huh. The assistant was momentarily stunned. Sir, you just bought this painting from our store. The assistant was confused. Beside them, the young man chuckled. You just bought it, and now want to sell it back? What's wrong with you? Emilio's expression also became somewhat odd. Customer, are you unsatisfied with this painting? No. I want to sell the painting inside. Could you give me a small knife? Brendan requested. The assistant was at a loss, while Emilio paused before instructing, get the customer a knife. Soon, the assistant returned with the knife, handing it to Brendan. After receiving it, Brendan laid the painting flat and slowly sliced open the hidden layer with the knife. A hidden layer? Seeing Brendan's actions, both the young man and Emilio understood immediately. Did you buy this painting from here? Emilio asked the assistant. The assistant was also taken aback. Yes. Shock filled Emilio's weathered face. He hadn't known that this painting had a hidden layer. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Brendan slowly opened the hidden layer, revealing a brand new painting before them. Emilio's eyes widened as he took a deep breath. Whoa. This painting. Emilio stared wide-eyed. Being a lover of ink landscape paintings, he had seen countless of them, and this one was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Remarkable lines and atmosphere. This ink landscape painting is perfect. Whose work is this? Emilio marveled. Yet, he noticed there was no signature on the painting. How can there be no signature? Pity, without a signature, its value will decrease significantly. Emilio sighed. Still, the painting's artistic value left him spellbound. Such outstanding artistry was rare, causing him to be instantly captivated. The young man beside him also couldn't hide his surprise. Even as a layman he could see how excellent the painting was. How did you know this painting had a hidden layer, and such an outstanding one? The young man couldn't help but ask. Brendan smiled slightly. It's just luck. Luck? The young man looked skeptical. You're too modest, sir. To recognize a hidden layer within a painting, and one so perfectly executed, isn't just luck, Emilio said, now fully recovered from the painting's impact. His tone was filled with admiration, and he regarded Brendan differently. You look unfamiliar, sir. You're probably not from Shanghai, correct? Emilio asked. Brendan smiled. I come from Rongqing in Jiangnan, so that explains why you look unfamiliar. I'm amazed at your insight at such a young age. May I inquire if you would part with this painting? To be honest, I'm an avid admirer of landscape paintings, and this nearly flawless piece has me eager. I hope you'll consider parting with it. Emilio's gaze was fervent. 3 million, Brendan quoted a price. Emilio nodded without hesitation. No problem. The assistant watched in awe, buying the painting for 10,000 and selling it for 3 million within less than half an hour, tripling the value. It was almost too much. The young man couldn't help but look at Brendan more closely. Lucky guy, turning it into 3 million. That's not a small sum. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. But your luck is a bit too good. Just happened to find a hidden layer in this painting, and it's precisely what Aston loves. That's quite coincidental. Brendan rolled his eyes, understanding the sarcasm. It really is just luck. Don't believe me? Asked the assistant. Ha! Who knows? The young man said, clearly disbelieving, casting a dubious look at Brendan with a hint of hostility. Brendan felt exasperated. He didn't even know the old man. How could there be any ulterior motive? Soon, Emilio returned and promptly transferred 3 million to Brendan's account. Chapter 282. A provocative person. Brendan's expression did not change much. With his current net worth exceeding $1 billion, a mere 3 million was nothing. Mr. Zhang, your keen eye is astonishing. I wonder if you would be interested in befriending an old man like me. Emilio looked at Brendan with bright eyes. He didn't believe in luck or any such explanation. Being able to spot the hidden layer in that painting among many antiques was no ordinary feat. Such a talented and promising young man was someone he did not want to miss out on. It would be an honor, Brendan replied with a smile. Both men were eager to establish a connection, so the atmosphere remained very pleasant. A nearby young man's face, however, darkened as his hostility towards Brendan grew. To him, it was clear that Brendan was deliberately trying to ingratiate himself with Emilio. Feeling quite disgruntled, he brought out a Buddha statue again. Aston, could you please take a look at this Buddha statue? Emilio nodded lightly and carefully examined the statue. Brendan's gaze also fell on it, but after just one glance, his face showed a strange expression. Forged Buddha statue. Unnamed artisan. 3 years ago. 10,000 renminbi? This Buddha statue was forged using modern technology, making it highly realistic. Professional instruments are needed to identify it as fake. Its surface paint is acid sensitive and will dissolve under acidic conditions, revealing the true nature underneath. Another fake? Brendan marveled at this revelation but chose to remain silent and simply observe from the side. After examining the Buddha statue for several minutes, Emilio finally raised his head, his face showing astonishment. Indeed, this Buddha statue is exquisite. If my judgment is correct, it should be a fine piece originally housed in a temple during the Tang dynasty. Ha ha ha. Truly impressive, Aston. It must have been some effort for me to get this statue. I heard Aston has an interest in Buddha statues, so I specially bought this one to present it to you, the young man said flatteringly. Emilio smiled. There's no need to give it to me. No deed, no reward. How can I accept such a treasure without earning it? How about this? 4 million, and I'll buy it from you, Emilio suggested. The young man felt somewhat disappointed but knew Emilio wouldn't accept a gift without reason, so he reluctantly agreed. All right, 4 million it is. Brendan watched the entire scene, feeling hesitant about saying anything about the fake statue, fearing he might offend someone. Do you have something to say? Do you have any opinion about my Buddha statue? The young man noticed Brendan's hesitation and his tone turned cold. Are you suggesting something wrong with my Buddha statue? Or something else? His words were tinged with aggression, which irked Brendan. They had just met. Yet this young man had already misunderstood and shown hostility towards him twice. Nothing. I have some prior engagements. Brendan turned to leave. He wanted to avoid conflict in this new city. Don't go just yet. You haven't finished what you wanted to say. The young man stepped forward, blocking Brendan's path. Brendan frowned. What do you mean? We have no grievances against each other. Why are you targeting me? Ha ha. The young man sneered. Why am I targeting you? Isn't it obvious? That painting earlier was a show you put on because you knew Aston loves landscape paintings. Did you think you could fool me too? You may fool others, but not me. The young man jeered, full of ridicule. Beside them, Emilio furrowed his brow slightly at this exchange. Brendan almost laughed in anger. This guy was jealous of his abilities. I didn't put on any show, nor did I intend to cause trouble. Goodbye. Brendan tried to brush off the provocation. The trouble from Rongqing was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want more trouble over a petty dispute. I didn't say you could leave. The young man persisted. Emilio couldn't watch any longer. Enough, it's just a minor issue. Jeremiah, there's no need to be so relentless. Jeremiah chuckled. Sir, you're always too kind. If we don't teach these slippery types a lesson, they'll come back to deceive you again. Proudly uttering these words, Jeremiah directly accused Brendan of being a fraud. Brendan nearly burst into rage. Enough. You think enough is enough? Just because I'm new to Shanghai doesn't mean I'm afraid of you, Brendan retorted angrily. Ha ha ha. Jeremiah laughed heartily at Brendan's words. You're laughable. I exposed your scheme. Now you're trying to defend yourself? Jeremiah mocked. Brendan rolled his eyes. Am I a fraud? You're the one who seems like a fraud. I tried to avoid trouble, but since you've invited it, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The Buddha statue you presented is fake. What? This statement sent shockwaves through everyone present. Jeremiah was both surprised and furious. What nonsense are you spouting? You dare accuse my Buddha statue of being fake? You're really bold. Emilio was taken aback, frowning. How could it be fake? Mr. Zhang, perhaps you misjudged it? I didn't misjudge. The Buddha statue is indeed fake. However, the forgery technique used is sophisticated, making it hard to detect without professional equipment, Brendan explained. Jeremiah was livid. Total nonsense. You dared accuse me of fraud. If you claim my statue is fake, prove it or face the consequences. You want proof? Fine then. I'll accommodate you. Brendan decided to act. After being insulted and defamed by this guy, even a saint would lose patience. I need a lemon, Brendan said. A lemon? Both Emilio and Jeremiah were puzzled. What do you need this for? Jeremiah asked skeptically. Emilio instructed a nearby staff member, buy a lemon. The staff member nodded and quickly went out to purchase one. Soon, he returned with the lemon and handed it to Brendan. With this item here, let's see the proof. Jeremiah crossed his arms, smirking as he watched Brendan. Brendan calmly cut the lemon open and dripped the juice onto the Buddha statue. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Jeremiah roared in fury. Hold on for a minute. Brendan urged. Jeremiah's anger soared as he glared fiercely at Brendan. If it isn't fake in a minute, you'll regret it. Before he could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. Chapter 283. Humiliation and Healing. Under the gaze of the three, the Buddha statue began to undergo subtle changes. The originally exquisite and ancient bronze-colored statue started to change color. The surface bronze seemed to be fading, revealing a gray layer underneath. What is going on? Jeremiah's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe his eyes as shock filled his expression. Emilio's aged face also changed dramatically, and his expression was equally stunned. Having spent so many years in the antiques world, he knew now more than ever that this Buddha statue was a forgery. Has forgery technology advanced to such a level now? I never thought I would be deceived one day. Emilio sighed. Jeremiah found it hard to accept. His first reaction was to suspect Brendan of trickery, and he immediately confronted him angrily. Are you the one playing tricks? What have you done to my Buddha statue? Jeremiah raged. Brendan sneered. Are you blind? Can't you see this statue is fake? Fool, you've been cheated. Jeremiah struggled to process it. I paid a significant price to get this Buddha statue. How can it be fake? His face twisted in embarrassment, not only having lost money but also losing face in front of Emilio. He had intended to impress Emilio with the statue, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. His anger shifted towards Brendan, and he glared at him fiercely. The glare seemed to say, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't exposed it, no one would know it's fake." Brendan read the meaning in Jeremiah's eyes and snorted. "You blame me for this? If you hadn't provoked me repeatedly, I wouldn't have bothered with this." "You." Jeremiah gritted his teeth, his anger bubbling over like a boiling river. Cough, cough. Emilio interrupted the two with a cough. "Jeremiah, calm down," Emilio said. Mr. Zhang did nothing wrong. With Emilio speaking, Jeremiah, though reluctant, swallowed his resentment. He managed a forced smile, uglier than crying. "Aston, I am truly sorry. I didn't know this statue was fake. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought it to you." After saying this, Jeremiah felt he had no place left here and turned to leave, albeit in humiliation. As he left, he cast a venomous look at Brendan, full of threats and hatred. Brendan was speechless. If not for Jeremiah's earlier provocation, he wouldn't have retaliated. Emilio then stood up warmly. "Mr. Zhang truly has a keen eye. You could tell the Buddha statue was fake at first glance. Who would have thought that at such a young age, you possess such ability?" Cough, cough, cough. Before Emilio finished, he couldn't help coughing violently. Brendan was startled and gently patted his back to soothe him. After coughing for some time, Emilio finally regained composure, breathing heavily with an apologetic expression. "Sorry for the outburst. It's just an old illness." Brendan activated his heavenly eye, and Emilio's condition appeared before him. Emilio, none. 82/85. Critical condition. Late-stage pneumoconiosis, weakened chi and blood, osteoporosis. No wonder he looked so sickly. His body was already riddled with illnesses, and he only had 3 years left to live. Suddenly, an idea struck Brendan. He said, "Aston, your health issues are quite serious. Your pneumoconiosis is already at its late stage, accompanied by various other ailments. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have only a few years left." Hearing this, Emilio showed surprise. "You can see through my condition to be late-stage pneumoconiosis? I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be a healer as well." Brendan waved his hand with a smile. "I wouldn't call myself a healer, but I do know some about maintenance and massage. If you're interested, Aston, I can give you a massage. While it won't cure your pneumoconiosis, it will improve your breathing." Emilio hesitated. They weren't very familiar, and he clearly didn't fully trust Brendan. But considering Brendan's help earlier, Emilio felt it impolite to refuse. "Very well, then I'll trouble Mr. Zhang." Emilio finally nodded. They left the antique street and headed to Emilio's residence under his guidance. The house turned out to be a large villa estate, sprawling across considerable space with gardens and ponds inside, giving off a natural vibe. "Mr. Zhang, please come in. Welcome to my humble abode. If there's anything unsatisfactory, please forgive me." Emilio smiled. Brendan marveled at the property. In a city like Shanghai where every inch of land counted, Emilio's villa in the second ring area indicated immense power. "Aston, you're too kind," Brendan smiled back. As they walked into the courtyard, a sweet voice echoed. "Grandpa, you're back?" A girl, seemingly under 20, emerged from the villa, her beautiful features and petite figure radiating youth and vitality. She bounded over and embraced Emilio. Emilio smiled warmly. "Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you to my granddaughter, Xiao Bryce." Vilma looked at Brendan with her expressive, curious eyes. "Mr. Zhang," she greeted politely. Brendan's eyes lit up. Vilma was adorable, fitting perfectly into his ideal of a cute girl, especially compared to Gretchen. "Miss Zhou." Emilio ushered Brendan into the villa with a smile and asked, "What do you need me to do, Mr. Zhang?" "Just lie down on the sofa, Grandpa. You don't need to do anything else," Brendan replied. Emilio nodded while Vilma, standing beside him, was curious. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" "Mr. Zhang knows massage therapy and is preparing to give me a session," Emilio explained. "Oh, I see." Vilma understood. Emilio then lay down on the sofa in the living room. Chapter 284, Divine Zhak Zhang with Skillful Hands. Vilma watched curiously from the side, but she was also somewhat doubtful. Will massage really work? Grandpa has had many massages, and they've basically had no effect. As Vilma spoke, she eyed Brendan with suspicion. Brendan gave a confident smile. "Don't worry, I'll prove it with results very soon." Seeing Brendan so self-assured, Vilma felt even more puzzled. Without further explanation, Brendan placed his hands on Emilio's shoulders and began massaging him. With the aid of his heavenly eye, Brendan easily found the right technique. Chi emerged from his Naiwan palace and flowed through his fingers into Emilio's body. Brendan's fingers moved skillfully, quickly shifting from massaging the shoulders to Emilio's back. His movements looked quite professional. At this moment, Emilio showed signs of surprise. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Vilma asked anxiously. "Nothing, just that I suddenly feel a sense of coolness on my back. It's quite an odd sensation," Emilio said in astonishment. Brendan smiled slightly. "There's nothing to worry about, elderly sir. This is normal." Under the nourishment of chi, Brendan could clearly see Emilio's pneumoconiosis slowly changing before his eyes. The lungs, once on the brink of failure, seemed to be infused with new vitality, reviving under the influence of the chi. The entire massage process was quick, taking less than 5 minutes. After consuming 1 unit of chi, Brendan stopped. "All right, elderly sir, please get up and check how you feel," Brendan said. Vilma immediately helped Emilio stand up. As he took a deep breath, Emilio's face instantly showed shock. "How can it feel this comfortable? This is unbelievable. Ever since my lung disease flared up, I found breathing increasingly difficult, but now it feels like I've come back to life. The feeling of breathing smoothly again is so comforting," Emilio exclaimed with both excitement and joy. Vilma's cute face showed surprise too. "Grandpa, it really has such a good effect?" "And more." Emilio looked at Brendan with excitement. "Mr. Zhang, no, Divine Zhak Zhang, you truly have the skill to bring the dead back to life. I haven't breathed this smoothly for over 10 years. He gripped Brendan's hand excitedly, looking at him as if he were a priceless treasure. Seeing Emilio's strong reaction, Brendan had expected this much. She can nourish all things, rejuvenating the flesh. Emilio's lung disease was already very severe, hence the dramatic change after being nourished by qi. Elderly sir, you're too kind. My earlier massage only temporarily relieved your pneumoconiosis. With your condition, it will continue to worsen eventually, Brendan said. This made Emilio sigh deeply. That's fate. I contracted this disease when I was young, but I could still manage it back then. Now, I'm old and can't endure it anymore. My bones are not likely to last many more years. Vilma looked heartbroken. Grandpa, don't say that. Brendan's eyes gleamed. Perhaps I can help more with your lung disease. Upon hearing this, Emilio was amazed. Divine xuanhuan can not only alleviate, but also cure it? How is that possible? This is an incurable illness with no medicine or treatment available, Emilio said. Brendan smiled confidently. In my early years, I learned a special unique method from a wise mentor, which is highly effective for treating conditions like yours. If I treat you, elderly sir, it can extend your life by several more years. It depends on whether you trust me. This thrilled and surprised Emilio. Great. Indeed, Divine xuanhuan is extraordinary. I never imagined you had such abilities. I agree to let Divine xuanhuan treat me. Please restore me with your miraculous skills. Emilio grabbed Brendan's hand excitedly. He used respectful terms, making Brendan feel very comfortable. Treatment can start anytime, Brendan nodded. Regarding payment, I don't need money. I want wild ginseng, the older, the better. Emilio's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. No problem. I happen to have a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Excellent. Brendan felt delighted. Choosing to treat Emilio was indeed the right decision. A 50-year-old wild ginseng was already highly valuable. After they agreed, Emilio quickly brought out a sandalwood box. Opening the box, inside was a wild ginseng. Wild ginseng, 54 years old. Brendan's face lit up as he happily took the wild ginseng, his smile broad and bright. Transaction complete. Let's start the treatment now. With the reward in hand, Brendan didn't hesitate and began treating Emilio immediately. They went to Emilio's bedroom. Take off your shirt. I need to be fully serious this time. No one should speak during the treatment to avoid any disturbance, Brendan instructed. Emilio nodded, immediately removing his shirt, exposing his frail frame, then lying down on the bed. Brendan didn't waste time and began treating him earnestly. This time, the entire process lasted half an hour. When it ended, Emilio couldn't help but take several deep breaths, his aged face showing relief and happiness. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Divine xuanhuan, your medical skills are truly exceptional and astonishing. Emilio lavished praise. His eyes shone brightly as he invited Brendan to stay for a meal. Brendan smiled and nodded. Given Emilio's warm invitation, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. Over a dozen dishes, all beautifully presented, smelled delicious and opened everyone's appetite. The three sat around the table, with Emilio warmly inviting Brendan. Come, Divine xuanhuan, allow me to offer you a cup. Thanks to your skilled hands, Divine xuanhuan, my old bones feel so light today. Haha. Emilio laughed heartily. He poured wine for Brendan, while the rich aroma filled the air, tempting them. Grandpa, drink less. Alcohol is harmful to your health. Vilma chided mildly. Emilio laughed. It's fine. I'm not worried with Divine xuanhuan here, especially on such a rare joyful day. We must toast to celebrate properly. Vilma sighed but didn't argue further. Brendan smiled and readily accepted Emilio's toast. Chapter 285. Emilio's visit. After 3 rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the lunch could be described as thoroughly enjoyable, with Brendan's relationship with Emilio and his grandson noticeably warming up. Emilio began inquiring about Brendan's background, learning that he was from Jianghan's Rongqing. Mr. Zhang came from Rongqing to the metropolis just for tourism? Emilio asked curiously. Brendan shook his head. No. I was entrusted by someone to treat another person, but I've encountered some difficulties. Emilio became interested. What kind of difficulties? I still have some influence here in the metropolis. Perhaps Dr. Zhang can tell me more. Brendan smiled and then explained the situation. So it turns out you're here for that old forester. Isn't this a coincidence? That old man and I have been friends for years. Leave this matter to me. Emilio laughed heartily. However, when he heard that Penelope had ignored Brendan, Emilio's face turned angry. How could Yira be so disrespectful to Dr. Zhang? It's absolutely ridiculous. Please rest assured, Dr. Zhang, leave this to me, Emilio said firmly. Brendan shook his head. It's fine. If the Jameson family doesn't take me seriously, I don't want to force myself on them. I'll treat this trip to the metropolis as a vacation. Hearing this, Emilio, who was a shrewd elder, couldn't miss the dissatisfaction in Brendan's tone. He nodded in agreement, while Vilma looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. But, Sister Yiru is actually a very nice person. She mainly misunderstood you, Dr. Zhang, Vilma explained. Emilio stopped her from continuing, so she closed her mouth. After finishing lunch, Brendan left soon after, taking the 50-year-old wild ginseng plant with him, and made an appointment to continue treatment tomorrow. Emilio's condition was severe and clearly wouldn't be cured in a day or two. As soon as he left, Vilma said, Grandpa, there's a misunderstanding between Dr. Zhang and Sister Yiru. Maybe we should mediate. Emilio nodded. It's not entirely Yiru's fault. If Dr. Zhang hadn't shown his skills, even I wouldn't have believed him. It's just that Dr. Zhang looks too young to be taken seriously. However, now that Dr. Zhang is clearly upset because of Yiru's disrespect, we need to have her personally apologize to resolve this issue. I'll talk to old Jameson. Emilio stood up immediately, and Vilma hurriedly followed. The grandfather and grandson set off together for the Jameson residence. They arrived at the Jameson residence and were quickly ushered into the Jameson family villa. A Jameson family member greeted Emilio warmly. Old Master Zhou. The Jameson family member was very courteous. Where's old Jameson? I came to visit him, Emilio said. The Jameson family member nodded with a smile and led Emilio deep into the villa, finally entering a quiet courtyard. In the courtyard, an elderly man lay lazily in a chair, basking in the sun. Old Jameson. Emilio called out as soon as he entered. Forrester chuckled. You old rascal. What brings you to see me today? Emilio laughed heartily and walked straight over. Grandpa Jameson. Vilma called out. Forrester smiled kindly. Wonderful. I didn't expect Xiaobryce to come too. You're getting prettier every day. Vilma giggled, and by this time Emilio had approached. Just thought I'd drop by to visit since I have some free time. We're both no spring chickens anymore. If we don't keep in touch, there might not be another chance, Emilio said, his voice tinged with emotion. Forrester glanced at his own legs, his face showing sorrow. Yes, most of us old guys are gone. Only the two of us are barely hanging on. My legs are ruined and your lungs? Huh. At this moment, Forrester noticed something different. Why aren't you gasping for breath today? And you look much better, Forrester remarked, surprised. His old friend had been worse off than him. Usually, Emilio would be out of breath just talking, but today his complexion was unusually rosy. Ha ha ha. Emilio laughed proudly. I got lucky today. I met someone special. He's called Brendan, a miraculous doctor with extraordinary skills. Under Dr. Zhang's treatment, my lung condition has improved significantly. Breathing feels much easier now. Forrester was astonished yet delighted. Really? What a marvel. Indeed, there's nothing strange under the vast sky. Congratulations, you old coot. Looks like you'll live a few more years. Emilio nodded. Yes, but Dr. Zhang isn't local. In fact, the reason he came to the metropolis is because of you. Upon hearing this, Forrester was taken aback. What do you mean? When did I meet such a miraculous doctor? Then Emilio recounted the entire story. Forrester felt indignant upon hearing it. He never imagined such a thing could happen. Now I remember, a couple of days ago, an old friend from Rongqing called me to introduce a miraculous doctor. I wondered why that doctor hadn't come. It must be because of this. That child Yiru. She really makes me furious. Forrester's face turned red with anger as he immediately summoned a servant. Go fetch Yiru immediately. The servant, seeing Forrester's fury, dared not delay and hurried to notify Penelope. At that moment, Penelope was in her office handling documents. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent telephone rang. Hello? Miss, grandfather wants you to return home immediately. He wishes to see you right away. The servant's voice came through. What's going on? Penelope was puzzled. I'm busy. I'll come once I finish my work. With that, Penelope hung up. The servant was dumbfounded, only able to report back. Forrester was furious. That girl Yiru almost gives me a heart attack. Still fussing over company business at this time. Emilio tried to calm him down. Calm down, Yiru's always been like this. She's done well running your business over the years. Since she's busy, let's wait until tonight. Forrester suppressed his anger. Time quickly passed, and as night fell, after a long day of work, Penelope drove back to the villa. Wearing professional attire, her striking figure was accentuated by her clothing, exuding an elegant allure. Her beautiful face showed signs of fatigue. As soon as she returned, a servant rushed over. Miss, grandfather wants to see you immediately, the servant said. Penelope remembered the earlier call and headed to the courtyard where Forrester was, soon meeting him. Grandpa. Penelope entered the room. Seeing her, Forrester's initial anger melted away at the sight of her weary expression. Hashtag chapter 286, troubles arising from a misunderstanding. Yiru, in the past couple of days, a doctor has been visiting the villa from time to time. The man claims to be Brendan and says he's from Rongqing, Forrester said. Upon hearing this, Penelope was momentarily stunned. She frowned slightly, then tapped her chin gently. Yes, there is such a doctor, but he's only about 20 years old, clearly just an intern. Grandfather, it seems your old friend from Rongqing isn't too reliable, introducing someone so inexperienced to treat you. I was worried he might harm you, so I sent him away casually, Penelope explained. Forrester couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't expect his granddaughter to have acted out of concern for him. Yiru, this time you've judged a book by its cover. Mr. Zhang is truly a miracle doctor. Forrester recounted what had happened with Emilio. Hearing this, Penelope's expression changed. She realized her mistake. Without hesitation, she said, Grandfather, this is my fault. I will make amends. I will invite Zhang back. Forrester nodded approvingly. Yiru, remember that since you were at fault first, be courteous when inviting him. Don't give him a cold shoulder. Yes. Penelope nodded and turned to leave. She then asked the Harlow who had previously assisted Brendan where he was staying. Learning he was at the Modu Hotel, Penelope promptly headed over. Driving swiftly to the entrance of the Modu Hotel, she found Brendan's room number through the front desk. Knock, knock, knock. Reaching the 5th floor, Penelope knocked on the door. Footsteps approached from nearby. Yiru, why are you here? A dentist appeared from the corridor opposite, clearly taken aback upon seeing Penelope alone at the hotel room. Penelope remained cold-faced. Freddie, my business is none of yours. Freddie narrowed his eyes. Looking for someone? Just then, Brendan opened the door. Freddie immediately fixed his gaze on him. Who are you? He asked bluntly, sizing up Brendan. Brendan was surprised by the scene. Seeing Penelope, however, he instantly understood. Who are you? What do you want? Brendan didn't mask his annoyance. He disliked being friendly towards people who had snubbed him before, remembering clearly how Penelope had ignored him earlier. He came all the way from Rongqing to Modu and didn't even get a chance to speak to her, having been dismissed by the Harlow. Zhang, I'm Penelope. I'm Forrester's granddaughter. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I misunderstood Zhang. After saying this, Penelope bowed deeply to Brendan. Her expression was cold, almost like an iceberg, making her apology seem insincere. Another ice queen. Brendan sized her up. Objectively speaking, Penelope was incredibly beautiful, her flawless face impeccable. Wearing a white blouse and a fitted skirt with black stockings, she exuded an alluring professionalism, catching his attention. "Oh, please come in," Brendan stepped aside, letting her enter. Penelope followed inside. Freddie, witnessing this, grew anxious. "Wait, what are you two doing? Who is this man? You're not here to spend the night with him, are you?" Freddie's tone was accusatory as he eyed Brendan with hostility. Penelope frowned. "Freddie, mind your own business. Please leave now." Freddie fumed. "You're coming to a man's hotel room at night, and you expect me to leave? I need to know what's going on between you two." Penelope sighed, visibly irritated. "None of your business." This made Freddie furious. Beside them, Brendan felt awkward. It was clear Freddie was pursuing Penelope, and her answer easily led to misunderstandings. "All right, are you done talking? I still need to sleep." Brendan snapped. "Shut up, who are you? What is your relationship with Yiru?" Freddie demanded angrily. Brendan was speechless. "I'm just a doctor. She probably came to ask me to treat Grandpa Jameson." "A doctor? Treating Grandpa Jameson? Do I look like an idiot?" By explaining, Brendan only solidified Freddie's suspicion that something was going on between them. Brendan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "That's enough. If you can't handle it yourself, don't come to me." Brendan dismissed them. He didn't want to deal with the trouble caused by Penelope. As he pushed both of them out, he heard arguing outside. Freddie became increasingly agitated, banging on the door. "Freddie, are you insane? What does Zhang have to do with you? Stop acting like a lunatic." Penelope's voice turned icy. Freddie's face flushed with anger as he continued vandalizing Brendan's door. The situation became chaotic, and Brendan realized that if things continued like this, he'd be blamed. Clearly, this young man wasn't simple either, and Brendan didn't want unnecessary enemies. "Enough. I'm not Jameson, Mrs. Lover, nor did she come to spend the night with me. What are you raving about?" Brendan shot back, but Freddie refused to believe him, almost making Brendan laugh. "Do you think I would believe you? If I hadn't caught you today, you'd probably be in bed together by now." Freddie fumed. Brendan finally lost his temper. "Stop being unreasonable. I've already explained everything. If you don't believe me, that's your problem." He turned to Penelope. "Troyan, why are you really here? To cause trouble for me? Make sure you keep that mad dog under control." Chapter 287. Brendan gets angry. Brendan replied coldly, and his words caused Freddie's expression to turn dark. "You actually dare to curse at me?" Anger flashed in Freddie's eyes. Brendan sneered, looking at Freddie as if he were a fool. "So what if I curse at you? Do you expect praise when you're stupid like a dog?" Brendan's insults were cutting. His words almost made Freddie burst with rage. He hadn't expected this man to be so audacious. Not only did he snatch the Elaine Ning had his eye on, but now he dared to insult him so brazenly. Insolent. Freddie's eyes gleamed coldly as he slapped Brendan across the face. "Get lost." Brendan's counterattack was swift. He slapped Freddie's hand away with his own palm. This slap carried some of his inner energy, causing Freddie to let out an agonized cry. "Ah! My hand!" Freddie continued to scream in pain as his right hand swelled up, resembling a pig's trotter. Filled with both shock and anger, he exclaimed, "How dare you? A mere outsider dares to strike me. This is Shanghai, not a place for outsiders like you to act so recklessly. I want you to kneel and apologize immediately, or within a day, I'll make sure you regret it." Freddie's eyes blazed with malice as he threatened Brendan. Brendan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He hadn't expected to encounter such misfortune while staying in the hotel room, where trouble seemed to find him effortlessly, unjustly so. Confronted by Freddie's arrogant threats, Brendan's temper flared. This man's repeated provocations had finally pushed him past his limit. "Get lost." Fueled by anger, Brendan landed a powerful punch on Freddie's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and Freddie, who had been arrogantly boastful just moments ago, flew backward, smashing into the opposite wall with force. "Ah!" Freddie screamed and spat blood. Even without using much strength, Brendan's attack was too much for this brainless rich kid to handle. Struggling to get up, Freddie stared at Brendan with both fear and fury. "Fine, fine, fine." Repeating "fine" 3 times revealed just how enraged Freddie was. "A mere outsider dares to assault me. I'll remember you. You'd better watch out. I will make you pay tenfold." Freddie gritted his teeth. Realizing he wasn't Brendan's match, Freddie left with a last menacing threat, casting icy glares at Brendan filled with hatred before leaving. Brendan remained silent, feeling like he had just endured an unforeseen disaster. His gaze fell on Penelope standing nearby. "Just look at what you've done. Did you come here to apologize, or to bring me trouble? Get lost." Suppressing his anger, Brendan slammed the door shut. Penelope's face changed, and she finally realized the gravity of the situation. Originally, she had come to apologize, but because of her actions, she had brought significant trouble to Brendan. "Divine Zhang, I am truly sorry about what happened. I will take responsibility for Freddie's retaliation and compensate you," Penelope said through the door. However, Brendan ignored her entirely. Seeing that knocking several times yielded no response, Penelope had no choice but to leave temporarily. Back in the room, Brendan still seethed with anger. "This foolish Elaine, nothing but a brainless bimbo," he raged, nearly exploding with fury. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he began packing his things, preparing to leave. Freddie was so arrogant. This man likely has considerable background and influence in Shanghai. After offending him like that, he will surely seek revenge. "I need to leave immediately and lay low for a while." Brendan narrowed his eyes. He quickly packed his belongings and checked out of the room. Upon leaving the hotel, he hesitated for a moment before calling Emilio. When the call connected, Emilio's aged voice came through. "Divine Zhang, how did your conversation with Yiru go? I also apologize on her behalf." She didn't ignore you intentionally. She's been quite busy, Emilio explained on Penelope's behalf. Brendan rolled his eyes. She isn't just busy. She's got problems in her head. A complete fool. Brendan's anger hadn't subsided. Startled, Emilio immediately sensed something was wrong. Divine Xuanhuan, what exactly happened? Without hiding anything, Brendan recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Emilio couldn't help but inhale sharply, instantly feeling a headache coming on. He hadn't expected this at all. Divine Xuanhuan, I'll send Xiaoming over to pick you up immediately. Brendan nodded and ended the call, waiting patiently outside the hotel. Soon, a sky blue sports car raced up and stopped in front of him. The car door opened, revealing Vilma wearing a miniskirt and black stockings. Divine Xuanhuan. Brendan couldn't help but notice Vilma's appearance. Despite being newly of age, her body had already developed impressively, with the only drawback being her slightly petite stature. Let's get in the car first, Brendan suggested, swiftly getting into the vehicle and leaving with Vilma. Vilma took Brendan to her villa estate. In the living room, Emilio was already waiting. Divine Xuanhuan, I'm truly very sorry. Emilio greeted him apologetically. I've already spoken with Yiru. I didn't expect she would cause you such trouble. Emilio's tone conveyed a mix of regret and helplessness. I've arranged for you to stay in my home for the next few days. Please bear with the inconvenience. Emilio's hospitality clearly indicated his intention to provide protection, which suited Brendan's plan perfectly. Given Emilio's prominence in Shanghai, he doubted Freddy could easily target him here. Emilio had arranged for Brendan's room to be adjacent to Vilma's. After settling in, Brendan went asleep. The next morning arrived quickly. Brendan woke early, finding that Emilio had already instructed the staff to prepare breakfast. When Brendan came downstairs, Emilio greeted him with a smile. Divine Xuanhuan, breakfast is ready. I hope it suits your taste. Emilio laughed warmly. Aston, you are too kind, Brendan smiled. Breakfast was served promptly and was plentiful, demonstrating impeccable hospitality from Emilio. Please let me know if you need any more chapters translated, or have specific sections you want translated next. Chapter 288, The Centennial Ginseng King. After Brendan finished breakfast, he began treating Emilio's lung disease. With the experience from yesterday, this time he worked more efficiently. An hour later, the treatment was completed, and a delighted smile spread across Emilio's aged face. His gaze toward Brendan was filled with admiration. Xuanhuan, your medical skills are truly beyond compare. Each treatment has such astonishing effects. Where, Aston, you flatter me. I just have some unique abilities, Brendan replied modestly with a smile. At this point, Emilio mentioned Penelope. He said, Yiru didn't mean any harm. What happened yesterday was indeed her mistake, but it wasn't intentional. I hope Xuanhuan can give her another chance. Brendan rolled his eyes, but since Emilio had pleaded on her behalf and one night had passed, his anger had long subsided. Fine. Have her come over to apologize, Brendan said. Emilio's face lit up with joy as he immediately called Penelope. Soon, Penelope arrived. Aston. Xuanhuan. Today, Penelope wore a white long dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty, making her look like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Xuanhuan, I sincerely apologize for last night's incident. I will take full responsibility for resolving the trouble caused by Freddy. Please understand. As she spoke, Penelope took out a gift she was carrying. Upon opening it, there was a 50-year-old wild ginseng plant inside. I heard that Xuanhuan likes wild ginseng. This is my small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it, Penelope said softly. Brendan gave her a glance, but decided to be magnanimous in light of the 50-year-old wild ginseng. Fine, leave it here. Next, I'll go with you to the Jameson family, Brendan said. Thank you, Xuanhuan. Penelope bowed gratefully. Brendan then put the wild ginseng away in his room and absorbed its spiritual energy. After that, he set off with Penelope towards the Jameson family compound. Returning to the Jameson family estate, Brendan was no longer ignored. He followed Penelope into the depths of the estate until they met the true patient of this Shanghai trip, Xuanhuan. In the courtyard, Forrester was sitting in a chair. Seeing Brendan, he offered a kind and apologetic smile. I'm very sorry about last night. Yiru acted improperly and caused trouble for Xuanhuan. Her actions were wrong before as well. I hope you can forgive her, Forrester apologized sincerely. Brendan shrugged. It's fine. Everything has already passed. Let's begin the treatment. With that, he walked straight to Forrester. Thank you, Xuanhuan. You have the heart of a prime minister, Forrester said in mild flattery. Brendan did not get carried away by the compliment. He opened his heavenly eye and focused on Forrester. Brendan's face showed surprise as he saw the information. Forrester. None. 75/89. Disability. Legs damaged in a car accident 5 years ago, subsequently deliberately infused with malevolent energy, destroying the nervous system and muscle tissue in his legs. Seeing this, Brendan was greatly astonished. The term, malevolent energy, immediately caught his attention. He never thought that such things actually existed. But considering he was already practicing internal martial arts, the existence of malevolent energy wasn't so strange after all. Xuanhuan, can my legs still be saved? Forrester couldn't help but ask. Brendan smiled reassuringly. No problem. But it will take some time. Good. Forrester was visibly moved. Time isn't an issue. I've waited 5 years, so a bit more won't matter. I wonder what compensation Xuanhuan requires? Brendan smiled. I have a particular fondness for wild ginseng, preferably the older the better. Given your condition, which is more severe than Aston's, at least an 80-year-old wild ginseng is needed. Forrester nodded without hesitation. No problem. Then he hesitated briefly and surprisingly added, I have a centennial wild ginseng king. I'm willing to give it to Xuanhuan. What? Brendan was shocked and then pleasantly surprised. A centennial ginseng king? He hadn't expected Forrester to have something of this caliber. Perfect. There's hope for breakthroughs in pure Sinclair Gong. Penelope opened the box, revealing a lifelike, human-shaped ginseng plant. Brendan activated his heavenly eye, confirming that this centennial ginseng king contained a vibrant red spiritual energy. This energy's quality was incredibly high, far surpassing ordinary spiritual energy. Truly a century-old ginseng king, a genuine treasure, Brendan marveled. Penelope handed the centennial ginseng king to Brendan. Without hesitation, Brendan absorbed the vibrant red spiritual energy inside the ginseng king. Immediately, his heavenly eye sensed an imminent upgrade. This feeling was familiar, before when his heavenly eye was about to upgrade. To his astonishment, the red spiritual energy could also enhance his heavenly eye. Suppressing his excitement, he knew this wasn't the right time to use the red spiritual energy. Chapter 289, Treating Forrester. Brendan carefully stored the century-old ginseng king, then turned his gaze towards Forrester. Mr. Jameson, let's begin the treatment now, Brendan said. Forrester nodded quickly. Okay. Brendan prepared to start the treatment. After opening his heavenly eye, he focused on Forrester's legs and soon saw wisps of gray mist coiling around them. Is this scene energy? Mr. Jameson, was your car accident 5 years ago an accident? Brendan suddenly asked. Forrester looked surprised. He didn't understand why Brendan would ask this question. Divine xuanhuan, does this mean there's something wrong with Grandpa's legs? Penelope, who was very perceptive, noticed the underlying meaning in Brendan's words. Forrester was startled. Brendan smacked his lips. I'm just speculating because the reason your legs are crippled isn't solely due to the accident. After the accident, someone planted energy into your legs, which is the true cause of your disability. You feel a sharp pain in your legs during rainy days, and ever since the accident 5 years ago, your body has become weaker day by day? Forrester widened his eyes. That's right. Divine xuanhuan, you're truly incredible. Wait, you're saying someone intentionally harmed me? Forrester was both shocked and furious, astonishment clear on his aged face. Yes. Brendan nodded. Forrester's expression darkened. Damn it. Who hates me so much to use such despicable means and make me suffer for 5 years? Forrester's rage soared, and anyone hearing such news would likely be unable to contain their emotions. He took a moment to calm down before hastily asking, Divine xuanhuan, can you see more about this? Jamasonk the source of the energy? Brendan shook his head. It's been 5 years. I can't discern anything. Unless the culprit is still playing with this stuff. Forrester pondered, but couldn't think of who the perpetrator might be. At this point, Brendan had already started the treatment. He pressed his hands on Forrester's legs, then pure Sinclair energy began to surge. Pure Sinclair energy, being an immensely positive force, was the perfect counter to energy. When the energy inside Forrester's legs came into contact with Brendan's pure Sinclair energy, it began melting like spring snow. In less than half an hour, Brendan had completely expelled all energy from Forrester's legs. Feeling warmth, even heat, within his legs, Forrester could not hide his amazement. Divine xuanhuan truly lives up to the name. Such miraculous skills I have never heard of before. Forrester praised. Brendan smiled slightly. Mr. Jameson, you flatter me. It's just some side trick. Nothing worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, Divine xuanhuan is too humble. Forrester looked at Brendan with great admiration. At such a young age, Brendan had such capabilities yet remained humble and composed. Merely this level of character impressed Forrester greatly. The first session of treatment lasted nearly 3 hours. By the end, Brendan's face showed signs of fatigue. That concludes today's treatment, Brendan said. Forrester naturally agreed. Thank you, Divine xuanhuan. Why don't you temporarily move into our Jameson family residence? Brendan shook his head. He had already moved into the Zhou family's home and couldn't leave. Seeing this, Forrester did not insist. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. A servant entered. Troyan, the Ning family is here to visit you, the servant announced. Penelope frowned slightly. It's about yesterday. Mr. Jameson's face grew cold. Freddie deserved it yesterday. Let them in. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. The servant quickly ushered the Ning family members inside. 2 people walked in. One was clearly Freddie, and the other was a Jose who bore a resemblance to him. It's you. I knew you were here. As soon as Freddie entered the garden, he saw Brendan first. Seeing his enemy made him even angrier, glaring at Brendan as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Old Mr. Jameson. Anton stepped forward. His gaze also landed on Brendan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You must be Brendan. Since you're here, it's perfect. Today I brought Xuanhuan over to discuss last night's incident. How do you plan to settle things after hitting my son? Anton demanded aggressively. Brendan was speechless. He hadn't expected the Ning family to come so quickly. Luckily, he was staying at the Jameson family. With Forrester beside him, he wasn't worried. Your son confronted me last night and attacked me first. How do you expect me to account for it? Brendan retorted confidently. Anton's eyes flashed with a gleam. My son was just joking. But you struck him hard. Do you really think my Ning family is that easy to bully? Ning Xuanhuan chimed in. That's right. Last night, you injured me while I was only trying to find out the truth. You cursed me and hit me. Completely unreasonable. These words almost made Brendan laugh. Nonsense. You are twisting things around. You sought trouble first, and now you blame me. Brendan sneered. The argument heightened the tension in the room. At this moment, Forrester stood up. Ning family boys, you're really pushing us too far. Do you think I don't know what happened last night? To actually come here today, what shamelessness. Forrester's tone was grave. Anton remained unperturbed. Mr. Jameson, I simply brought Xuanhuan here for justice. My son has never been bullied, but last night he was hurt. This humiliation can't be swallowed easily. Forrester squinted at him. So, what do you want? Simple. Make this person kneel and apologize to my son, Anton demanded. Forrester was both angry and surprised. Nonsense. Divine xuanhuan is our honored guest. Are you declaring war on the Jameson family? This statement stunned Anton. Only then did he realize the significance of Brendan to Forrester. Mr. Jameson, he's just a stranger. Is he worth protecting so much? Chapter 290. testing. Anton was probing in this manner. Forrester did not hesitate. I don't want to repeat myself too many times. Zach Zhang is a guest of our Jameson family. Whoever harms Zach Zhang is an enemy of the Jameson family. These words made Anton's pupils contract, and Hayes, who was standing beside him, was also stunned. Both father and son stared at Brendan in shock. They never expected that Brendan would receive such support from Forrester. Who are you really? Hayes couldn't help but question Brendan. Brendan smiled slightly. With Forrester's backing, he didn't need to worry about this father-son duo. My name is Brendan. The two men's faces turned quite ugly at this moment. Forrester's attitude clearly put them on guard. Anton looked deeply at Brendan. I never imagined that someone as young as Mr. Zhang could earn such respect from Elder Jameson. Truly remarkable. But no matter what, you must give an account for my son's humiliation. Anton was still being aggressive, but his tone had obviously softened. Brendan completely ignored him, not even bothering to respond. Seeing this situation, the Ning father and son knew they wouldn't get any answers today. Anton didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, just before leaving, he left a parting shot. Mr. Zhang, this is the metropolis of Shanghai, where even the strongest tiger cannot subdue the local snake. You might run into trouble if you continue to be so arrogant and tyrannical. There was a heavy undertone of threat in Anton's voice. Brendan chuckled mockingly. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Ning, but I'll return those words to you. Humph. Anton heard the sarcasm in Brendan's voice and coldly huffed as he turned and left. With the troublesome father and son out of the way, only Brendan and the others remained in the garden. Penelope's face was somewhat stiff as she looked apologetic. Zach Zhang, please accept my apology again. It was because of me that you were dragged into this trouble yesterday. Brendan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. That fool just has a problem with his brain. It has nothing to do with you. He had already received the 100-year-old Ginseng King, which had dispelled his anger long ago. With the Ginseng King as compensation, the minor inconvenience caused by Penelope was no longer an issue. I think you should move into our Jameson residence, Mr. Zhang. The Nings are far too bold here. The defenses around Zhou are too weak. We can't rule out that the Nings might try something, Forrester said. Brendan politely declined with a smile. He soon left the Jameson residence, with Penelope personally driving him back. When Brendan returned to the Villa estate, he happened to meet Vilma coming back from class. Seeing each other, Vilma greeted sweetly. Zach Zhang, did things go well with Grandpa Jameson? Yes. Are you studying at university? Brendan asked curiously. Vilma smiled. Yes, I'm currently a freshman at Shanghai University. Which medical university did you graduate from? Cough, cough. This question almost made Brendan choke on his own saliva. He felt a bit embarrassed. Should he admit that he only had a high school diploma? Wouldn't that damage his image? Confidential. Brendan brushed it off. He quickly returned to his room, and soon a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Brendan fell asleep as soon as he got back to his room. By the time he woke up, it was already 9 in the evening. Brendan got up, washed up, and headed to the living room. Zach Zhang, I'll have the kitchen prepare dinner for you. You were sleeping soundly earlier, so I didn't wake you, Emilio said with a smile. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Brendan nodded. Soon, the servants had prepared dinner. Hungry as he was, Brendan eagerly devoured the food. After finishing his meal, Brendan returned to his room, took a deep breath, and prepared to use the Crimson Red spiritual energy. How should I use this thread of Crimson Red spiritual energy? To enhance the Heavenly Eye? Or to break through pure Sinclair Gong? The Heavenly Eye, after 2 enhancements, already possessed formidable abilities. Further upgrades would undoubtedly bring new capabilities. However, pure Sinclair Gong had already reached its peak postnatal level. The realm of congenital power had long been Brendan's dream. After pondering for a moment, Brendan made his decision. Enhance pure Sinclair Gong first. Who wouldn't want to leap across rooftops and become a great hero? Brendan thought excitedly. He sat cross-legged on the bed without hesitation. Just as he was about to use the Crimson Red energy to break through, there was a knock on the door. Zach Zhang, are you asleep? Vilma's sweet voice came from outside. Brendan had no choice but to stop and open the door. What is it? Outside, Vilma wore an apologetic expression. I have a gathering with classmates tonight, but I feel a bit scared going alone this late. Would you mind accompanying me, Zach Zhang? Brendan was speechless. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. It indeed wasn't safe for such a beautiful young girl like Vilma to go out at night. But breaking through pure Sinclair Gong was imminent, and he wanted to do it right away. If it's dangerous, why not just skip it? Brendan frowned. This? Vilma hesitated, finally revealing her true intention. I really want to go and have some fun. Now, Brendan was even more speechless. He had thought there was a compelling reason for Vilma to go. Instead, it was just that. But thinking about it, Vilma was only 18, full of youthful energy and desire to play. Such thoughts were normal. However, he had no interest in escorting her purely to waste his time. I have important matters to attend to, and no time to accompany you for fun. Go back to your room and sleep, Brendan said irritably, then closed the door. Ignoring Vilma, Brendan took a shower and sat cross-legged on the bed again. He immediately began to channel the Crimson Red spiritual energy. Under his control, the Crimson Red spiritual energy emerged from the Mud Pill Palace and entered the Dantian. Boom. When the Crimson Red spiritual energy touched the pure Sinclair True Chi, the once calm pure Sinclair True Chi suddenly boiled, as if it had exploded. The pure Sinclair True Chi underwent intense changes, rapidly compressing and transforming, giving birth to a new kind of power. Brendan was both surprised and delighted. He immediately injected a large amount of ordinary spiritual energy into his Dantian, which was swiftly consumed by the boiling True Chi. Rumble. Brendan's Dantian was bustling with activity. The dramatic changes filled him with anticipation. A large amount of pure Sinclair True Chi surged wildly, eventually forming a massive vortex. At the center of this vortex, the True Chi continued to compress and transform. Finally, a drop of brand new pure Sinclair True Chi was born. Chapter 291. Vilma was kidnapped. The birth of new true qi immediately triggered a chain reaction in the dantian, causing large amounts of true qi to start changing continuously, all being pulled into a transformation process. This entire process lasted a full half hour. When the intense changes finally ceased, the true qi in his dantian was completely different. In the room, Brendan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Excitement shone on his face. Finally succeeded. Brendan could hardly contain his excitement. Now I have reached the Xiantian realm. This is an earth-shattering change. Xiantian pure yang true qi surged out, filling his entire body in just a blink. Brendan instantly felt as if boundless strength was emerging from within him. This overwhelming power made him utterly absorbed. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Pure excitement colored Brendan's expression. The power of Xiantian true qi far surpassed that of acquired true qi. He could clearly feel that he was no longer an ordinary person. And this was only the beginning. Once the Xiantian true qi cleansed his body, there would likely be another drastic change. Immersed in the joy brought by his breakthrough, Brendan's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw that it was a call from Vilma. What does this girl want now, disturbing me? Brendan grumbled, but still answered the call. However, he heard Vilma's anxious voice. Zhang, please save me. Someone is trying to kidnap me. I'm in danger. What? Someone was trying to kidnap Vilma? Shocked, Brendan immediately asked, where are you? I'm hiding in the restroom at Xiuxian bar. They are looking for me. Please come quickly. Vilma's voice trembled with fear. Upon hearing this, Brendan's expression turned grave. I'm coming right away. Though he and Vilma didn't have much of a relationship, he was staying at the Zhou family compound. He couldn't stand by and do nothing if she was in trouble. Brendan immediately informed Emilio, who became extremely worried and tried calling Vilma again, only to find her phone was off. Damn scoundrels, who wants to kidnap my granddaughter? Emilio was both furious and anxious. Calmly, Brendan said, Aston, stay calm. I will head to Xiuxian bar first. All right, thank you, Zhang. I'll also send people over, Emilio hurriedly replied. With the situation urgent, Brendan didn't waste any time. He took the car keys handed over by Emilio and sped off towards Xiuxian bar. Racing through red lights, Brendan arrived at the bar swiftly. Entering the bar, he was met with deafening music. In the large dance floor, men and women danced to the beat of the music, while some dark corners witnessed unsightly scenes. Ignoring these, Brendan headed straight for the restroom. Vilma! Brendan shouted in the restroom. What's the yelling for? Why are you looking for someone in the bathroom? Someone inside angrily retorted, but there was no response from Vilma. Brendan frowned, sensing something was wrong. The bar was chaotic and dimly lit, making it difficult to find Vilma among so many people. Brendan activated his heavenly eyes Tou Sir, penetrative, and insight abilities to search for her. Note, Tou Sir can be translated as penetrative or X-ray vision in this context for better understanding, for smoother reading in English. What's the yelling for? Why are you looking for someone in the bathroom? Someone inside angrily retorted, but there was no response from Vilma. Brendan frowned, sensing something was wrong. The bar was chaotic and dimly lit, making it difficult to find Vilma among so many people. Brendan activated his heavenly eyes penetrative and insight abilities to search for her. Despite the crowded environment, even with his heavenly eye, Brendan struggled to locate Vilma. Where has she hidden? Or has she already been taken? Brendan felt increasingly anxious. Each moment delayed could mean Vilma falling into the hands of her kidnappers. What troubled him most was the possibility that she had already been taken away. He dialed Vilma's number again, this time showing unable to connect. Unable to connect? Could Vilma be in a place where signals can't reach? A bold idea emerged in his mind. Leaving the bar, he found the nearest underground parking lot. Using his heavenly eye again, his face soon lit up with relief. Not far off, in the depths of the parking lot, Vilma was trembling, hiding in a dark corner. Found her. This girl is smart to hide here. Relieved, Brendan hurried over. But just then, Vilma was dragged out by several masked, black-clad burly men. Despite her struggle, she was helpless against them. She was knocked unconscious and stuffed into a car before they sped away. Crap, I'm too late. Brendan's face changed. He quickly returned to the roadside, got into his car, and started chasing the vehicle. As the two cars raced, they soon left the city limits. Brendan followed closely, frowning. Who are these people? Are they kidnapping Vilma to threaten Emilio? Before he knew it, an abandoned mountain villa appeared in front of him. The black sedan drove into the villa, forcing Brendan to stop. Stepping out of the car, he looked at the quiet villa under the moonlight, realizing it was indeed surrounded by high walls. Good thing I have the heavenly eye. The complex terrain of this villa can't stop me. Should I risk going in? Brendan narrowed his eyes. The mastermind behind the kidnapping of Vilma was clearly not an ordinary person. What if they had weapons like crossbows or even guns? After a brief moment of thought, Brendan made up his mind. Let's do it. Now that I've reached Xiantian, even if they have weapons, they can't match me. This is the perfect opportunity to test my true strength. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he began to act. Activating his heavenly eye, Xiantian true qi surged through his body. Under the influence of Xiantian true qi, Brendan felt a tremendous boost in his physical capabilities. If he fought Jacob again, he was confident he could kill him with a single punch. Chapter 292, Urgent Rescue. Brendan soon arrived at the back of the villa complex. The entire complex was surrounded by a wall over 3 meters high, with sharp shards of glass embedded along the top. He leaped up, feeling his body soar like a flying swallow, easily clearing the 3-meter-high wall. Damn, this is crazy, Brendan exclaimed in excitement. Using his heavenly eye to locate Vilma's position, he moved cautiously through the villa complex. The terrain within the villa was complicated. An ordinary person would undoubtedly get lost without familiarity. But for Brendan, who possessed X-ray vision, even the most intricate layout held no secrets. These walls and structures could not hinder the insight of his heavenly eye. Soon, he found Vilma, locked inside a room. Vilma was awake now, crouched in a corner, curled up and sobbing quietly. There was no one else in the room, but a burly black-clad bodyguard stood outside the door. Brendan surveyed the villa's surroundings. Moving as agile as an ape, he climbed effortlessly to the third floor from the back of the villa. Landing softly on the balcony, he entered the room silently. In the corner, Vilma had been sobbing softly when she heard a faint sound from the balcony. As she turned her gaze, a figure suddenly rushed in, startling her. Instinctively, she let out a cry. Brendan lunged forward and covered her mouth. "Don't scream. It's me," Brendan whispered urgently. Vilma's eyes widened in surprise, and she began to cry uncontrollably. "Wah. Thank you for coming to save me. Please, help me get out of here. I'm so scared," Vilma cried, her face drenched in tears, as she clung to Brendan. She hugged him tightly, fearing that if she let go, he might vanish. Brendan felt a fragrant scent and the softness of a young Elaine pressing against him. He gently patted her back to calm her down. "Shoo, keep quiet. If we alert anyone outside, we won't be able to escape," Brendan said. Vilma nodded rapidly, still shaken by fear. "Climb onto my back. I'll take you out of here," Brendan instructed. He squatted down, and Vilma immediately climbed onto his back. Feeling the soft touch of her body against his back, Brendan couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Though Vilma was young, she was well endowed, surpassing many girls her age, although she didn't quite match the voluptuousness of women like Shauna. Without hesitation, Brendan reached out and grabbed Vilma's bottom, justifying it as a reward for risking his life to save her. He gave it a gentle squeeze. Not bad. But with the urgent situation, Brendan quickly refocused. Just as he prepared to leave, footsteps sounded outside. "Master Terrence, we have Vilma secured in the room." Both Brendan and Vilma were startled by the voice. The door swung open, and a burly man walked in, followed by a young man. None other than Jeremiah. "Damn it! Who are you?" As Jeremiah entered, he saw Brendan preparing to escape with Vilma on his back. Due to the dim light, he couldn't see Brendan's face clearly. Jeremiah's expression changed from shock to rage. "Quick, seal off the entire villa complex and capture them," Jeremiah commanded. Without wasting a moment, Brendan jumped from the third-floor balcony, landing gracefully on the grass below. "They've discovered us." Vilma panicked, her voice filled with worry and fear. "Don't worry, we're not caught yet." Brendan sprinted away without hesitation. The villa quickly blared alarms, and security guards began searching for them. Brendan ran at astonishing speed, enhanced by his innate true chi, easily evading pursuit. A security guard spotted them. "They're here." Brendan burst into a blur of speed, leaving the pursuers far behind. Despite carrying Vilma, he dodged their attempts to surround him, reaching the edge of the villa in less than a minute. He leaped over the 3-meter-high wall and left the complex. Unrestricted by the complex's maze-like layout, Brendan felt even more at ease, quickly bringing Vilma back to the road. "Hurry, get in the car." He shoved Vilma into the car and floored the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow and soon disappeared into the distance. Inside the villa, the security guards continued their search. "They must be hiding somewhere in the villa. Find them. Find them, they can't escape." Jeremiah barked furiously. The security captain looked uneasy. "Master Terrence, they may have already escaped." Slap. Jeremiah slapped the captain across the face. "How could your men not notice someone infiltrating the villa?" Jeremiah growled angrily. "I will find them, they won't escape the villa," the captain assured him. "Better find them or else." Jeremiah snarled. "Search the entire villa if you have to." Jamison did they know, Brendan and Vilma were already long gone. An hour later, Brendan drove Vilma back to the villa estate, where Emilio was waiting at the gate. As soon as they got out of the car, Vilma threw herself into Emilio's arms and burst into tears. "Grandpa, I thought I'd never see you again," she sobbed. Emilio's weathered face showed deep concern as he comforted his granddaughter. "It's okay, Grandpa is here." After calming her down, the three of them returned to the living room of the villa. Vilma's eyes were red from crying, still showing signs of distress. "Thank you, xuanhuan. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it through tonight." Vilma looked at Brendan with gratitude. Chapter 293. A young lady comes in the dead of night. Gratitude filled Emilio's weathered face as he gripped Brendan's hand tightly, his emotions running high. "Divine xuanhuan, you saved a Bryce tonight. We owe you our lives. This old man owes you a debt, and from now on, if you ever need help, just say the word. I won't hesitate to assist you." Emilio's voice trembled with emotion. Faced with the emotionally charged grandfather and granddaughter, Brendan smiled gently. "Aston, you're too kind. I merely did what I could." Emilio responded. "To Divine xuanhuan, it may be a minor effort, but for us, it's an act of life-saving grace." "Oh, where did you rescue a Bryce?" Now calmer, Emilio began inquiring about the details of what had transpired. Brendan did not withhold any information, recounting the events at the villa. Meanwhile, Vilma also provided a detailed account of her kidnapping. "A villa on the outskirts? I remember that villa being one of the Terrence family's assets." Emilio's face darkened instantly. Brendan nodded. "Yes, it was Jeremiah. He appeared just as I was taking Vilma away." At this revelation, Emilio's eyes blazed with anger. Jeremiah, that scoundrel, has really grown bold. Kidnapping a Bryce must have been part of some sinister plan. I've always suspected him of having ill intentions, but I didn't think he would dare go this far. Emilio was furious. Had Jeremiah been there, Emilio might have already lunged at him in rage. Brendan marveled inwardly. Jeremiah indeed had nerves of steel, abducting Vilma like that. Could it be he wanted to force a situation between you two, then use it to threaten you? Brendan speculated. Emilio's expression turned deadly serious. Noticing the time, it was already 1 a.m. "It's late. I believe Vilma must be tired. Let's discuss other matters tomorrow," suggested Brendan. Emilio agreed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Brendan returned to his room. He turned on the shower in the bathroom and soon immersed himself in the bathtub. Reflecting on his actions at the villa, Brendan felt astonished by his own prowess. Indeed, reaching the xiuxian realm is extraordinary. I carried Vilma and still managed to escape effortlessly, and I've only just broken through. Once I fully grasp the skills of the xiuxian realm, my power will grow even more formidable. A satisfied smile spread across Brendan's face. Tonight's small test had left him very pleased with his current strength. The difference between xiuxian and huotian realms was vast. If huotian remained within human limits, then xiuxian transcended them entirely. After a refreshing bath, Brendan prepared to sleep when a knock interrupted him. Divine Xuanhuan, are you asleep yet? Vilma's voice came from outside the door. Brendan's expression became peculiar. What could she want at this hour? He opened the door to find Vilma standing there, holding a cartoon-themed nightgown. Why aren't you sleeping? Brendan asked, puzzled. Blushing, Vilma stammered, I'm scared and can't sleep alone. Can I sleep with you tonight? What? Brendan thought he had misheard. You want to sleep with me? What nonsense. Brendan couldn't help laughing. Vilma blushed even deeper. I'm too afraid to sleep alone. Brendan understood now. The kidnapping had clearly left its mark on her psyche, making her feel insecure and dependent on him for comfort. First, ask your grandfather, Brendan advised. Given their genders and Vilma's young age, Emilio wouldn't take kindly to finding out they were sharing a room. I already asked him, and he said it's fine, Vilma replied. All right, come in then. Since Emilio had no objections, Brendan had no reason to deny such an innocent request from a beautiful young girl. Vilma entered and headed straight for the bathroom. The sound of running water followed, and due to the semi-transparent glass of the bathroom door, Brendan could see her silhouette. Good grief. Through the frosted glass, Vilma's form was clearly visible. Watching her bathe, Brendan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Does she trust me that much? Doesn't she fear I might do something inappropriate? Brendan shook his head, amused and frustrated at the same time. Such an alluring scene so close to him was quite challenging to resist. Even though he saw only her silhouette, imagining the naked girl behind the glass tested his self-control. Is she here to torture me? This is repaying kindness with enmity. Brendan muttered irritably. Soon, Vilma finished bathing and emerged in her cartoon nightgown. Brendan was already in bed, patting the spot beside him. Come up. Just to be clear, I'm not a great sleeper. If anything happens, don't blame me, he warned. This made Vilma blush again. It's fine. After all, you saved my life. It doesn't matter if you take a little advantage. Hearing this, Brendan felt a surge of excitement. They both lay down on either side of the bed. The lights went off, plunging the room into darkness. Looking at the curled-up figure of Vilma, Brendan felt a pang of sympathy. For a young girl to experience such trauma, feeling afraid was natural. Thinking this, Brendan decided not to take advantage of the situation. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, morning had arrived. When Brendan woke up, he found Vilma lying in his arms. Opening his eyes, he realized Vilma had moved from the other side of the bed sometime during the night. She clung to him like an octopus, her nightgown disheveled, exposing much of her body. Brendan gasped inwardly. What an intense way to wake up. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the exposed beauty in his arms. The allure of her slim and graceful figure stirred desires within him. Just as he was about to react, Vilma stirred awake. Chapter 294. Representatives from the Medical Association arrive. Just as she woke up, Vilma discovered her state of undress and couldn't help but scream in shock. Her adorable face instantly turned red with embarrassment. How could you take advantage of me? Vilma sobbed, feeling wronged. Brendan rolled his eyes. Look closely. I didn't move an inch. It was you who came over and clung to me. Vilma carefully examined the situation and realized the problem. They had each slept on opposite sides of the large bed last night, but now she was at Brendan's side, tightly clinging to him with her limbs. Blush. Vilma felt both shy and embarrassed. I'm sorry. She hurriedly let go of Brendan and tried to get up. As she stood up, her nightgown slipped off, revealing everything in front of her. Wow. Brendan's eyes lit up, unable to look away from the stunning sight of the young girl. Vilma screamed and quickly covered herself, feeling helpless as she fumbled to put on her nightgown. But due to her nervousness, not only did she fail to dress properly, but more of her beautiful figure was exposed. TSK. Brendan watched the scene excitedly, his eyes full of delight. After a while, Vilma finally managed to put on her nightgown, her face still filled with resentment and helplessness. Sniff, sniff. He saw everything. Vilma cried out, feeling wronged. Brendan rolled his eyes again. This is all your fault, not mine. All right, hurry up and get dressed. Your grandfather should be waiting for you in the living room. Brendan got up and changed clothes, then left the room after finishing up his morning routine, completely ignoring the crying Vilma. Vilma. She thought Brendan would comfort her, but he didn't do as expected. In the living room, the villa's Harlow had already prepared breakfast. After eating, Brendan headed to the Jameson family residence. Today, as usual, he treated Forrester's legs. After the treatment, Forrester's face lit up with joy and excitement. My legs have sensation now. Forrester strained to control one of his toes, managing to move it slightly. Though just a small movement, it made Forrester incredibly excited. Ever since the car accident and the subsequent invasion of Inchi, his legs had been completely numb. After just 2 treatments by Brendan, he could already move a toe, which naturally filled him with emotion. Xuanhuan truly possesses extraordinary medical skills, truly admirable. Forrester praised generously. Brendan smiled smugly. His true chi had evolved into innate true chi, significantly improving the treatment results, allowing such quick progress. Mr. Jameson, you're too kind. I don't know much about medicine. This little trick isn't worth mentioning, Brendan said humbly. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan, you're too modest. Happily, I happen to know the president of the Shanghai Medical Association. If you're interested, I can introduce you. Forrester suggested. Brendan felt tempted. The president of the Shanghai Medical Association was certainly a big deal. Establishing such connections would surely benefit him. But after pondering for a moment, he shook his head. He knew his own limitations well. He understood nothing about medicine. Dealing with someone like that would likely expose him. However, just as Brendan was about to refuse, a servant walked in. Sir Jameson, President Du has arrived, the servant announced. Forrester's eyes lit up. Speaking of the devil. Xuanhuan, this is President Du, the head of the Shanghai Medical Association. I'll introduce you shortly. Brendan. Soon, an elderly man with a gray beard entered the courtyard, escorted by servants. By his side was a strikingly beautiful Elaine in a blue dress. The Elaine was exceptionally pretty, rivaling Penelope in beauty. She exuded grace and confidence, her presence immediately catching Brendan's attention. Despite his age, the elderly man walked energetically, his complexion rosy and eyes sharp. Master Jameson. President Du. Sean smiled. Master Jameson, I heard you found a remarkable doctor who can treat your legs. I came specially to see this phenomenon. Where might this doctor be? Sean ignored Brendan beside him, clearly not associating him with the miracle healer. Forrester laughed heartily. President Du, this is Zach Brendan. It's him who has been treating my legs. As he spoke, Forrester moved his toes to demonstrate Brendan's healing ability. What? Sean was taken aback, his face showing surprise. He doubted his own eyes. Your legs have regained sensation? Wait, you mean he is Zach Zhang? Sean was shocked again. Looking at Brendan, who appeared no more than 25 years old, he felt absurd. Yes, this is Zach Zhang. Zach Zhang's skills are outstanding. Under his treatment, my legs have shown significant improvement. Forrester praised generously. Sean froze, while the Elaine in blue frowned. Master Jameson, are you joking? This person can't be older than 20. How could he possibly treat your legs? The condition of your legs is very serious. Even my teacher was helpless. How could he have a solution? The Elaine spoke bluntly, openly doubting Brendan. Jameson listening to her. Brendan felt annoyed. Did he really seem so untrustworthy? Why did everyone feel the need to doubt him? Sean explained, I'm not joking. Zach Zhang is young, but his abilities are exceptional. One should not judge a book by its cover. There have always been prodigies like Zach Zhang throughout history. Judging by age alone is clearly incorrect. The Elaine's skepticism remained undiminished, and Sean furrowed his brow. This young man looks unfamiliar. Are you not from Shanghai? Sean asked politely. Brendan replied, I come from Rongqing in Jiangnan. Who is your teacher? From your appearance, you must have just graduated from medical school. How did you treat Master Jameson's legs? Sean fired off a series of questions. Teacher, this person is probably a fraud. I suspect Master Jameson has been deceived, the Elaine asserted, looking at Brendan with deep suspicion. Chapter 295. Arrogant Anya. The blue-robed Elaine's words were unkind, causing Brendan's expression to instantly turn sour. Do I have a grudge with you? Why are you targeting me? He asked directly. The blue-robed Elaine looked at Brendan with arrogance. Because you're nothing but a fraud. Even my teacher couldn't do anything about Chairman Jameson's legs. What kind of capability do you have to treat them? Brendan retorted sarcastically. Is that all? You didn't even examine before dismissing me? Aren't you too proud? Faced with the blue-robed Elaine's arrogance, Brendan harbored instant resentment toward her. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. Forrester's expression turned unpleasant as well. He spoke in a low tone. President Du, Zach Zhang is right. Your student is too arrogant. Zach Zhang has treated me twice, and there indeed has been improvement in my legs. This is the best proof. After speaking, Forrester moved his toes slightly. Though it was just a small movement, it shocked the blue-robed Elaine greatly. This is impossible. The blue-robed Elaine was utterly stunned. She turned her head towards Brendan. How did you manage that? It's none of your business. Brendan shot back. The blue-robed Elaine frowned immediately, guessing, is it some kind of stimulant? Chairman Jameson, such drugs often have strong side effects. Be very cautious. I suggest you let my teacher examine your body further to avoid any problems. Brendan was nearly amused by this. Enough. You keep making trouble for me. Do you really think I'm someone with a good temper? I'll allow you to check, but what if there's no problem? Brendan showed an angry look. Confronted with the blue-robed Elaine's repeated doubts, Brendan was genuinely upset. Even clay figurines would have some fire in them, not to mention him. If there's no problem, then I'll bow and apologize, the blue-robed Elaine replied. All right, then let's check. Brendan sneered. Sean felt somewhat awkward. He said helplessly, Xuanhuan, your words were too much. Teacher, I'm just questioning logically. Anya remained unperturbed. Sean felt helpless and then approached to examine Forrester. Forrester's face wasn't looking good. He humphed softly and extended his hand. Sean placed 2 fingers on Forrester's wrist to feel his pulse, eyes half closed as he sensed the pulse changes. Time ticked by, and after a minute, Sean reopened his eyes. Teacher, is there a problem? Anya asked. Sean shook his head. No. There is nothing abnormal about Chairman Jameson's body. How could this be? Anya was astonished, finding it hard to believe her ears. Brendan laughed now. He walked forward triumphantly. What more do you have to say now? Apologize to me. Anya's face flushed red, looking extremely embarrassed yet perplexed. This is impossible. How did you do it? Brendan mocked. None of your damn business. Hurry up and apologize. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Anya looked unhappy and reluctantly bent down. Sorry. Brendan gave her a scornful glance. Next time, don't question others randomly, or you'll just make yourself look like a fool. Facing Anya, who provoked him, Brendan wouldn't show any gentleness. Even though she was beautiful, he didn't hesitate to mock her. Anya's face flushed red, wishing to disappear into a crack on the ground from embarrassment. Seeing his student so embarrassed, Sean couldn't stay any longer. Chairman Jameson, sorry for disturbing you today. I have matters at our association, So I must take my leave, Sean said. Forrester nodded slightly. However, as they were leaving, Anya came over. I want to exchange numbers with you. Brendan looked at her suspiciously, then, after pondering for a moment, handed her his number. Soon the master and student left, leaving only Brendan and Forrester in the courtyard. Forrester explained, that girl just now is called Anya. She is President Du's only student. This child is very conscientious and admires President Du greatly. Brendan shrugged. I noticed. That crazy Elaine clearly thought President Du couldn't cure your legs, so she doubted me. Let's finish today's treatment here. I'll come again tomorrow. By the way, does Elder Jameson know where I can find several decades-old wild ginseng? Forrester was surprised. Does Zach Zhang particularly like high-quality wild ginseng? Indeed. I love wild ginseng the most. Brendan nodded without hesitation. Forrester smiled. Speaking of which, if you want wild ginseng, the Medical Tao Association definitely has the most. Brendan touched his nose, originally intending to avoid Sean and his student, but it seemed he had to deal with them. He didn't linger, and prepared to leave after chatting idly with Forrester. Suddenly, Forrester thought of something and said, Zach Zhang, since you're new to Magic Capital, why don't I ask Star to take you around the city? There are many interesting places in Magic Capital, and you two being of the same age, should have plenty of common topics. Forrester smiled kindly. Brendan wasn't foolish. Seeing Forrester's expression, he knew exactly what the old man meant. Imagining Penelope's alluring figure, Brendan agreed without hesitation. With such an alluring beauty to accompany me, why would I refuse? Sure. Brendan nodded immediately. Forrester promptly called Penelope. At this moment, Penelope was busy in her office. Upon receiving the call from Forrester, Grandpa, Star, Zach Zhang is new to Magic Capital. Accompany him around the city, Forrester said with a smile. Penelope frowned immediately. Grandpa, I still have a lot of work to do at the company. I don't have time. Young lady, Zach Zhang helped us immensely. As hosts, we shouldn't neglect him. And you misunderstood Zach Zhang earlier, so you should compensate properly, Forrester added. Penelope wasn't too willing, but reluctantly agreed due to Forrester's insistence. She hung up, tidied up her office, and returned to the villa. Shortly after, Penelope arrived at the villa and saw Brendan waiting. Wearing a business suit suitable for a career Elaine, her black stockings highlighted her long legs. Her form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her graceful figure, drawing frequent glances from Brendan. Please wait a moment, Zach Zhang. I'll change clothes and be right back, Penelope said. Chapter 296, Shopping with Penelope. Brendan didn't have to wait long for Penelope to return. She had changed into a sky-blue waist-cinching long dress, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding more grace and dignity than usual. Let's go, Penelope said. Sure, Brendan replied with a smile. Brendan sat in Penelope's white BMW as they set off. In the car, Penelope asked, Zach Zhang, where would you like to go? Brendan smacked his lips. Let's head to Jade Street. He wanted to gather more spirit energy. Penelope nodded slightly and stepped on the gas pedal. The BMW shot forward like an arrow from a bow, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Jade Street. Brendan and Penelope arrived here. The wide street was bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. Both sides of the street were lined with various jade shops, offering a dazzling array of jade products that left one in awe. This is the most prosperous jade street in the city. Any jade item Zach Zhang desires can be found here, Penelope explained. Looking at this lively street, Brendan felt a surge of anticipation in his eyes. As they walked down the street, beauty always draws attention, especially someone as stunning as Penelope. The moment she stepped into the street, many people turned to look at her. Men were drooling over Penelope, but when they saw Brendan with her, their gazes turned envious. Brendan chuckled to himself. Previously, he was always the one envying others. Now it was his turn to be envied. He took the lead and entered a jade shop, immediately activating his heavenly eye. Sir and madam, welcome. What would you like to buy? The salesperson smiled as she approached. Take your time, we're just looking, Brendan replied. With his heavenly eye activated, he scanned each piece of jade within the shop. Brendan moved towards those jade pieces that contained spirit energy, using the pretense of examining them to gently touch them, absorbing all the spirit energy inside. Although only top-tier jade items contained spirit energy, even a little bit counted, and he didn't mind. Brendan and Penelope wandered through several jade shops without buying anything, simply taking advantage of the store's offerings. Zach Zhang, what are you really looking for? Penelope asked, frowning with confusion. Brendan had visited over a dozen jade shops, showing clear interest in many pieces, yet he would only briefly touch them before losing interest. Brendan laughed. I'm just here to admire the jade, not to buy it. Penelope was speechless. What an odd quirk. They spent the morning visiting jade shops and then headed to Rough Stone Street, which was even busier. People were selecting their desired rough stones, some excited by gains, others dismayed by losses. At a large rough stone store, a familiar figure caught Brendan's eye. Brendan, what are you doing here? The person was Jeremiah. Upon seeing Brendan, Jeremiah's expression changed drastically. He immediately grew tense, remembering the incident from last night. So, it's you. I encountered someone who looked like you last night. I wonder if I mistook him for you. Brendan squinted at him. Cold sweat dripped down Jeremiah's forehead. It definitely wasn't me. I was home all night sleeping and didn't go anywhere. Jeremiah denied immediately. Huh. Brendan scoffed internally. With his heavenly eye, there was no way he could have mistaken Jeremiah last night. Uninterested in further conversation, Brendan's attention was drawn to the rough stones inside the store. Several pieces contained spirit energy, so he immediately moved closer. Touching one lightly, he absorbed the spirit energy inside. After doing this, Brendan prepared to leave. Wait, Jeremiah called out to him. What? Brendan turned around. Jeremiah clenched his teeth. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Oh? Brendan raised an eyebrow, looking deeply at Jeremiah before nodding. All right, let's exchange numbers. I'll pick you up tonight. Sure, Jeremiah agreed. Brendan left, and Penelope, noticing something amiss, remained silent. Xiuxian, where should we go next? Penelope asked. Brendan grinned. How about an amusement park? I've never been to an amusement park. Penelope nodded and drove them to the largest amusement park in the city. Upon entering, the place was crowded and vibrant. Brendan watched with interest, then led Penelope to the haunted house entrance. Want to go through the haunted house? Brendan asked, clearly eager. Seeing the haunted house, Penelope stiffened slightly. She was about to refuse but noticed Brendan's anticipation. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, she reluctantly agreed. They bought tickets and entered. Immediately, eerie sounds filled the air. Inside, it was pitch black except for dim lighting and terrifying surroundings. Brendan observed the decorations with interest. TSK, this haunted house is quite good. I didn't expect such quality. Low, ominous whispers surrounded them, and the environment was genuinely chilling. Suddenly, Brendan noticed something off with Penelope. Turning to her, he saw she was sweating profusely. Penelope had unconsciously leaned against him, trembling slightly. Troyan, are you afraid of haunted houses? Brendan asked, surprised. Penelope's face paled. I'm just not used to this environment. Brendan couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected fear shown by the strong Elaine. Shall we leave? He asked. No. Since you like it, let's finish this round first. Don't ruin your mood because of me. Penelope insisted, forcing a smile. Brendan laughed. But since Penelope insisted, he complied. They continued deeper, and the surroundings became increasingly terrifying. Penelope bit her lip, her beautiful face filled with tension and panic. Brendan quietly observed her expressions with his heavenly eye, feeling oddly excited. He hadn't expected Penelope to be this scared, providing a unique opportunity. Chapter 297. Benefits inside the haunted house. As Brendan was thinking, he said, there's still a fair distance ahead. If you're really scared, just hold my hand. Penelope shook her head, but at that moment, a ghostly figure draped in white suddenly leaped out from the shadows beside them. Ah! Startled, Penelope screamed and instinctively clung to Brendan's body. Wow! In the scorching summer heat, both of them were wearing light clothing. With Penelope pressed against him, her whole body leaned into Brendan's. The soft touch made Brendan feel incredibly comfortable, and he could even feel her body temperature. Don't be afraid, it's just the staff. Brendan gave the staff member an approving look and simultaneously wrapped his arms around Penelope's slender waist. Ha ha ha, too good. He never imagined that coming to a haunted house on a whim would offer such unexpected benefits. Penelope's face was deathly pale, and she held onto Brendan tightly without letting go. Brendan didn't hesitate, boldly pulling her closer. Feeling Penelope's warm, soft body, Brendan couldn't help but smile widely. Can you handle it? If not, we can turn back, Brendan asked. Biting her lip, Penelope replied, no, I'm fine. All right. Brendan was speechless, amazed by Penelope's stubbornness. She was trembling from fear, but still refused to show weakness. They continued forward, with Brendan holding Penelope all the way in the pitch-black environment, seemingly alone. Gradually, Brendan's hands became less well-behaved. Penelope's face was slightly pale as she bit her lip to endure her fear, not noticing Brendan's increasingly adventurous hands. Brendan couldn't have been more pleased. To have such a beautiful Elaine allow him to hold and gently caress her. Seeing Penelope, usually a strong Elaine, reveal this vulnerable side created a stark contrast that was hard to resist. They continued walking and finally exited the haunted house after 5 minutes. Penelope, who had been pale, gradually regained her composure and struggled to free herself. Xiuxian, can you let me go now? Penelope's face was slightly stiff. She felt Brendan's mischievous hands clearly. If not for his saving her grandfather, she might have already slapped him. Cough, cough. Brendan's face turned somewhat awkward. He had been too engrossed in enjoying the moment, not realizing they had already left the haunted house. He quickly released her. Penelope straightened her disheveled dress and gave Brendan a cold glance. Without saying more, her expression quickly returned to normal. It's getting late. Let's head back, Penelope said. No problem. Brendan nodded awkwardly. After the little incident, the atmosphere between them was somewhat stiff. Brendan behaved himself this time and obediently followed Penelope out. Penelope drove Brendan back to Emilio's villa estate and then left. She returned to the Jameson family manor and went to see Forrester. Yiru, how was it spending time with Xiuxian? Forrester asked with a smile. Penelope nodded calmly. It was okay. We just wandered around a bit. She did not mention the haunted house incident. Xiuxian is so young yet so talented. There are very few outstanding young men like him. Forrester commented. You're not young either. Have you considered marriage yet? Forrester added. Penelope frowned slightly. Grandfather, I don't want to get married. All right, I won't force you. But if you ever consider it, maybe you can think about Xiuxian. Forrester laughed. Penelope sighed inwardly, but didn't say more, turning to leave the courtyard. Night fell unnoticed, and Jeremiah sent someone over. Brendan got into the car, and soon left the city limits of Metropolis. Brendan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the route to last night's manor. Sure enough, the manor appeared before them shortly after. The black sedan drove directly into the manor, stopping in front of the villa. Mr. Zhang, please come in, the servant said. Brendan stepped out, activating his heavenly eye. With his penetrating vision, he could see the inside of the villa clearly. Wow, the huge villa housed over 30 heavily armed men, each fully equipped with knives and crossbows, ready for action. Sure looks like a feast with ulterior motives. Fortunately, my skills have reached the innate stage. Otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble today. Brendan thought coldly. Under the servant's guidance, Brendan entered the villa's living room and soon met Jeremiah. Jeremiah was dressed formally, surrounded by several beautiful female servants. At that moment, he was sitting on the sofa, flanked by a pair of attractive twin girls. Such an enviable scene of luxury. Welcome to my manor, Mr. Zhang. Please, take a seat, Jeremiah invited. Brendan narrowed his eyes, looking deeply at Jeremiah before sitting across from him. Just as he sat down, a provocatively dressed Harlow approached. Master, would you like a massage? The Harlow cooed. The sexy outfit revealed alluring glimpses of skin, creating a stunning and captivating scene. Giles, you certainly live the good life. To have so many beautiful Harlows with you, it's truly admirable. Brendan chuckled. Ha ha ha. Jeremiah laughed heartily. You're too kind, Mr. Zhang. These women aren't much, just playthings. If you're interested, feel free to indulge yourself with these women tonight. As he spoke, Jeremiah plunged his hand into the twin Harlow's clothes. The Harlow giggled coyly, leaning into Jeremiah's embrace. The Harlow in front was also quite proactive, sitting on Brendan's lap with a flirtatious smile, her hands already touching him. If another man faced such temptation, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. But Brendan had seen it all, and wouldn't be swayed so easily. That's enough. I didn't come all this way for some party games. Jeremiah, let's cut to the chase. Brendan dropped formalities, getting straight to the point. Seeing this, Jeremiah also stopped hiding and said, It was you who rescued Vilma last night, right? Chapter 298. A banquet with hidden danger? I'll handle it. Indeed. You really have the guts. Kidnapping old Master Zhou's granddaughter. If I hadn't rushed over in time, you would have succeeded. Brendan said grimly. Jeremiah's face turned cold upon hearing this. Brendan, let's make a deal. You've only recently met that old man Emilio. If you don't interfere with my plans from now on, I can give you satisfactory compensation. You name it. Jeremiah spread his hands. My Terrence family has considerable influence in Shanghai. Just ask and it's yours. Brendan smacked his lips. A century-old ginseng king. What? Upon these words, Jeremiah's smile froze instantly. He stared at Brendan as if he were a fool, his face darkening. A century-old ginseng king? You have the nerve to ask for that. Do you think you're worth that price? Jeremiah sneered, his tone dripping with ridicule. Brendan laughed. Didn't you say I could ask for anything? Have you no shame? And a century-old ginseng king, do you know its value? Jeremiah burst out yelling. Brendan, I invited you here today with sincerity. I'm treating you as a capable person. Don't be unreasonable. Jeremiah said coldly. Faced with Jeremiah's threat, Brendan showed no change in expression. What if I refuse? Jeremiah sneered immediately. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Clap, clap. Jeremiah clapped his hands, and instantly a crowd of people emerged from other rooms. Whoosh. They flooded into the living room. These black-clad burly men all held weapons, their icy gazes fixed on Brendan. Ha ha ha. Brendan, you must admit you have quite the guts. After what happened last night, you dared to come here alone. Aren't you afraid I might finish you off? Jeremiah laughed loudly. I'll give you one last chance. Serve me from now on, and I can offer you wealth, power, and beauties. And I'll overlook what happened last night. Otherwise, you die here today. Jeremiah made his intentions clear. The atmosphere in the living room became dead silent, heavy with a menacing aura. All the thugs watched Brendan closely, their eyes filled with threats, as if they would pounce on him and tear him apart if he refused. The scene was perilous. Jeremiah's face beamed with triumph and confidence. He felt certain of victory, believing Brendan wouldn't dare refuse. However, Brendan's expression didn't change. He gently slapped the pretty Harlow's bottom and pushed her away. Century-old ginseng king. That's my condition. If you can't provide it, then there's nothing else to discuss, Brendan said. Jeremiah's face turned icy cold. Brendan, you asked for too much. Don't forget your place. I considered offering you a position due to your abilities. If you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Losing patience, he ordered directly. What are you waiting for? Attack him. He slipped away last night. If you let him escape again today, you're all fired. Break both Brendan's arms and legs first. Jeremiah roared. The moment he finished speaking, everyone surged toward Brendan. The Harlow, terrified, scrambled away from him. Attack. The black-clad men charged forward with short knives. One came fastest, already standing before Brendan, swinging his sharp knife at Brendan's right hand. Come on. Brendan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Facing the incoming attack, he showed no fear, instead looking exhilarated. Boom. A vast surge of innate true chi surged through Brendan's body. Excitement echoed in a long cry from Brendan. He reached out, and true chi enveloped his right hand in a thin layer of reddish haze. His movements were like lightning, performing a dazzling feat of disarming the attacker, snatching the short knife in an instant. Thud. With the knife in hand, Brendan slashed back. Accompanied by the sound of metal slicing flesh, a bloody mark appeared on the attacker's chest. Blood spurted out uncontrollably, staining his clothes red. Ah! The attacker screamed and retreated in shock. At this point, others had also surrounded Brendan. 30 attackers encircled him tightly, leaving no room for escape. Ha ha ha. Brendan laughed in exhilaration. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging into the crowd with the short knife in hand. Ha ha ha, Brendan, you're just asking for death. Seeing Brendan's actions, Jeremiah laughed derisively. But the next moment left Jeremiah stunned. Brendan moved like a tiger among sheep, his speed unimaginable. The short knife whirled about with a fierce wind, turning into a deadly scythe under his control. Thud, thud, thud. The short knife danced, flashes of blade light cutting through the air, followed by spurts of blood. The thugs cried out in agony, mercilessly cut down by Brendan alone. Brendan roared with excitement, innate true chi surging endlessly, empowering him with astounding strength. Thrilling. Brendan laughed excitedly, his innate level strength displayed fully. 30 trained thugs surrounded him, yet Brendan easily dispatched them. Blades clashed, and blood rained down. Brendan moved like a specter, every strike causing chaos among the thugs. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the living room. Within minutes, all the thugs lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and shrieking in agony. Blood drenched the floor, creating a terrifying scene akin to hell. Ah! The Harlows screamed in horror, trembling and hiding in the corner. This can't be. Jeremiah jumped up from the sofa, shock etched on his face. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? No one can take down 30 thugs single-handedly. This isn't some kung fu movie. Jeremiah was utterly astonished. He had seen skilled fighters before, but none who could handle more than 4 or 5 opponents simultaneously, unarmed at that. Seeing Brendan wield a short knife to dismantle 30 fully armed thugs was unprecedented. Chapter 299. Robbery of Jeremiah. Jeremiah's body trembled as he looked on in horror. If not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed anyone could be so powerful, almost like a martial arts master straight out of a wuxia novel. Brendan, how can you be so strong? Jeremiah couldn't help but scream in disbelief. Brendan finished off the last man and turned around, his gaze falling on Jeremiah. What? Shocked? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you understand? Brendan deliberately spoke in riddles. His words instantly made Jeremiah's mind race, coming up with dozens of speculations about Brendan's identity. Jeremiah's body shook as he suddenly noticed Brendan approaching him. Wait, you, don't come closer. Jeremiah's body quaked uncontrollably. His expression turned from shock to panic and fear. At this moment, Brendan was covered in blood, surrounded by groaning thugs. He seemed like a demon straight from hell. The sight was too overwhelming, causing extreme terror in Jeremiah. He kept retreating, trembling violently. Brendan stood before Jeremiah. Now it's time to settle accounts. Do you want to die or live? Jeremiah stammered in panic. You can't kill me. My family isn't something to trifle with. I'm an important member of the Terrence family. If you kill me, my family will never let you go. Humph. Brendan sneered. In the next instant, he chopped down mercilessly. Ah! Jeremiah screamed in agony as 3 bloody fingers fell to the ground. My hand! Jeremiah shrieked, his face turning pale from excruciating pain. Brendan brandished the short knife. Its sharp blade filled Jeremiah with dread. You still have one last chance. Brendan grinned widely. This smile appeared demonic to Jeremiah. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Jeremiah broke down as Brendan's terrifying strength shattered his psychological defenses. Losing 3 fingers was the final straw. I can compensate you. Please don't kill me. Brendan laughed. Your estate is quite large. There must be many valuable items here. Bring your valuables and buy your life. Jeremiah nodded frantically like a pecking chicken. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. You can take all the women if you like. Just don't kill me. Struggling to his feet, he led Brendan to his hidden vault. Inside, they found numerous valuable items, premium gemstones, antique artifacts, rare herbs, and valuable paintings. Each item was worth at least $1 million. TSK, I didn't realize you were this rich. Looks like I underestimated you, Brendan mused. Beijing certainly lived up to its reputation. The number of wealthy people was endless. Using his heavenly eye, Brendan examined everything in the vault, quickly noticing an exquisite jade artifact. It was about the size of an infant's palm, containing rich spiritual energy. Estimating casually, the jade contained approximately 100 units of spirit energy. Wow. Brendan's eyes widened. A 20-year-old wild ginseng root only contained 2 units of spirit energy. How could this jade possess so much? I want this jade pendant. Brendan said without hesitation. No problem, take it. Jeremiah agreed immediately, his heart aching as he glanced at the pendant. He had spent millions on that jade, making it painful to part with. Brendan pocketed the jade and also took all the gemstones and jade pieces. Seeing this, Jeremiah's anger boiled over. Brendan, you are too greedy. Jeremiah fumed. What? Have any objections? Brendan pointed the knife at Jeremiah. Jeremiah's face froze. I have no objections. Jeremiah conceded and changed his tone. All right. Now that you've taken my treasures, can you spare my life? Not so fast. There's one last step. Strip off your clothes, Brendan smiled. What? Jeremiah paled. What are you going to do? Do you like men? Brendan rolled his eyes. Nonsense. I like beautiful women. But you need something to hold against me. Jeremiah wasn't stupid. He understood Brendan's intentions. Stiffly, he began stripping off his clothes until he was naked. Click, click, click. Brendan snapped dozens of photos, capturing every angle of Jeremiah's body. Ha ha ha. He laughed contentedly. Thank you for your cooperation. If you plan to take revenge on me, I welcome it any time. But if you dare to move even once, these photos will go viral. Brendan smirked. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Jeremiah, standing naked, watched Brendan leave. Fury and frustration blazed in his eyes. Jeremiah gnashed his teeth in hatred. Brendan, I won't let you off. Quickly picking up his severed fingers, he rushed to the hospital while making a phone call en route. An hour later, Brendan returned to the villa, where Emilio in the living room was shocked to see him covered in blood. Master Zhang, what happened? Come inside. Aming, get the first aid kit. Emilio and Vilma were visibly alarmed, especially Vilma whose face turned deathly pale with worry. No need, I'm fine. The blood is someone else's. Brendan briefly recounted the events. Emilio gasped in shock, his elderly face expressing amazement. How is that possible? Master Zhang, you fought through 30 men single-handedly? Emilio was astounded. Brendan smiled. Don't underestimate me, Elder Zhou. I'm very well known in the Jiangnan martial arts community. I'm not only the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, but also the top martial artist in Jiangnan. Emilio was amazed. I didn't know Master Zhang was both a scholar and a warrior. Vilma exclaimed. That's incredible. Brendan chuckled slightly. Just an empty title, nothing significant. Jeremiah is indeed arrogant. He kidnapped Aming yesterday and dared to attack you today. Truly audacious. Emilio gritted his teeth. Chapter 300. Vilma delivered to the door. Brendan asked curiously, Elder Zhou, why is Jeremiah targeting you? Because the Terrence family is trying to enter the antique world, and this area is under Jeremiah's responsibility. I have a significant influence in the antiques industry in Magic Capital. Jeremiah wanted me to join them but was repeatedly refused by me. I didn't want to associate with someone like Jeremiah who has such a bad reputation. Emilio explained. So that's how it is. Brendan suddenly understood. Fury filled Emilio's aged face. Jeremiah's actions are truly intolerable. Don't worry, Divine Zhang. I will take my revenge. In the antique industry of Magic Capital, few have greater influence than I do. Since the Terrence family wants to break into this field, I'll make sure they don't succeed. Emilio was blazing with anger. Brendan was surprised. He hadn't expected Emilio to have such a high standing in Magic Capital's antique circle. I have some interest in antiques too. Why don't you bring me along tomorrow for a tour? Without hesitation, Emilio nodded. Sure. Smiling, Brendan returned to his room. He took off his blood-soaked clothes, and soon the bathroom was filled with the sound of running water. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who's there? Brendan called out. Outside, Vilma's voice sounded. Divine Zhang, the blood on your body might be hard to clean. Let me help you. Vilma's voice carried a hint of shyness. Wow. Brendan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Vilma to be so proactive. Seems last night's heroic rescue successfully captured the young lady's heart. Brendan chuckled to himself. Pulling over a towel casually, he covered himself before opening the door for Vilma. Come in, Brendan said with a smile. Vilma's face turned slightly red, and her gaze involuntarily fell on Brendan. Seeing his muscular and robust body, her cheeks flushed even more. Since you're here, could you help me scrub my back? Brendan asked. Embarrassed, Vilma nodded with a red face. Following him into the bathroom, she took the towel and began washing Brendan's back. The shower quickly soaked her thin clothes, making them cling to her youthful and slender figure. After finishing his back, Vilma moved to face Brendan. Wow. Brendan intentionally gasped, his eyes on Vilma. Ah. Vilma screamed, blushing furiously as she covered her exposed body. You can't wash me properly if you cover yourself like that. Hurry up. Brendan urged playfully. Blushing deeply, Vilma's heart pounded. She extended her hands to continue cleaning Brendan's body. Without her hands blocking, a scene of innocent charm unfolded before him. The bathroom filled with an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. Brendan openly admired the young beauty before him. Her bashful beauty was truly mesmerizing, making it hard for him to stop. Soon, Brendan couldn't hold back any longer. He reached out and embraced Vilma tightly. Ah! Vilma let out a small cry, blushing as she clung to him, her hands uncertain where to go. She made no attempt to struggle, her intentions clear. Do you realize that bringing yourself here makes me, this big bad wolf, want to eat you up? Brendan teased. Haha. He felt joy and excitement. Which man wouldn't be moved by holding such a charming girl? What bliss. Vilma's ears were red with embarrassment. Bashfully she said, I just saw you work so hard tonight, so I came to help you bathe. I certainly didn't intend to offer myself. Chuckles. Brendan couldn't help but laugh at her contradictory words. Annoyed yet shy, Vilma lightly tapped him. But her strength was negligible. Brendan couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered his head and kissed Vilma's lips. MMM. Vilma soon closed her eyes. They passionately embraced and kissed for a full half hour. However, just as Brendan was about to deepen things, Vilma struggled free. Wait. Blushing, she explained. My period started today. What? Caught off guard, Brendan was speechless. Then why did you come and tease me? Caught between amusement and frustration, he sighed. Blushing, Vilma softly apologized. Sorry, but I can use other methods to help you. With that, Vilma willingly knelt down. Next day, bright morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on the floor. Brendan woke up, with Vilma peacefully nestled in his arms. After their late-night activities, the young Elaine still showed signs of fatigue. Stealthily getting out of bed, Brendan freshened up and then entered the living room. Mr. Zhang, Lord Zhou has already gone to Antique Street. He left a message for you to find him there, the servant informed him. Brendan nodded, finished breakfast prepared by the servant, and set out for Antique Street. But just then, his phone rang. It was Penelope. Divine Zhang, something happened. My grandfather has been poisoned and is being taken to the hospital. Please come immediately. Penelope's voice was filled with urgency. What? Brendan was shocked and instantly serious. Come pick me up right away. Yes. Within minutes, Penelope arrived. Without hesitation, Brendan got into the car. Speeding toward the hospital, Brendan asked seriously, what happened? Why did grandfather suddenly get poisoned when he was fine yesterday? Penelope clenched her teeth, visibly angry. There's a traitor in the family. Someone put poison in his food. Great Scott. Brendan was dumbfounded. It seemed the previous incidents involving negative energy also originated from within the Jameson family. Do you suspect anyone? Brendan inquired. Penelope shook her head. No. Everyone was in a panic after grandfather was injured. There was no time to investigate the culprit. Please, Divine Zhang, give it your all to save grandfather. At least ensure his survival, no matter how severe it is. Brendan nodded. I'll do my best. In no time, they arrived at the hospital in Magic Capital. Under Penelope's guidance, Brendan made his way to the emergency operating room on the third floor. #### chapter 301. Betting with Anya. A crowd was already gathered outside the operating room when Brendan appeared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I presume this must be Dr. Brendan, the miraculous doctor. I am Blue, the current head of the Jameson family, said a Jose with a stern face as he stepped forward from the crowd. Normally, I handle family affairs, and I am also Star's father. He extended his hand toward Brendan with a smile on his face. Mr. Jameson. Blue nodded lightly, maintaining a warm demeanor. Dr. Zhang is truly accomplished at such a young age to have achieved such medical skills. Today, we will need your assistance again, Dr. Zhang. Please work your miracles for us. I will do my best, Brendan replied cautiously. He had not even seen Forrester yet, so he could not make any guarantees to avoid any embarrassment later. Very well. Please enter the operating room, Dr. Zhang. Everything is ready inside. Blue said. Brendan nodded and quickly changed into scrubs before entering the emergency room. Inside, Forrester was undergoing resuscitation efforts by several doctors and nurses who were busy attending to him. Brendan recognized one figure almost immediately. It was Anya. Anya, you're here too? Brendan was surprised. Though Anya wore a mask, her striking figure was unmistakable even under the bulky hospital gown. Brendan recognized her instantly. Naturally, I came when Grandpa Jameson fell ill. You're here to detoxify him? Come on then, let me see what you can do. Anya's gaze landed sharply on Brendan. The other doctors and nurses present looked taken aback. Dr. Sinclair, shouldn't we continue? A doctor asked, frowning slightly. Anya responded, this is Dr. Zhang, known as the miraculous doctor. With him here, we might not need to intervene. Huh. The other doctors and nurses all showed signs of surprise, especially when they saw Brendan's youthful appearance. He looks like he just graduated from university. The patient's condition is very severe. We can't afford to waste time, another doctor interjected. Anya remained unperturbed. It's fine. Since the family has allowed him in, it means they trust him to treat the patient. We'll observe from the side and step in if he fails. Though they had mixed expressions, everyone followed Anya's lead and moved aside. Brendan sighed inwardly. He could sense the intense hostility from Anya's words. Clearly, she still harbored doubts about his abilities. What a proud and stubborn Elaine. He thought briefly before approaching the operating table. He activated his heavenly eye and focused on Forrester. Forrester. No details. 75/86. Critical condition. Poisoned. Situation dire. Poison named 100 Evils. ***. The mention of 100 Evils caught his attention. This was a type of poison he had never heard of before, likely someone's secret concoction. Without hesitation, given the critical state of Forrester, Brendan placed his hand on Forrester's chest. His innate true chi surged forth like a tidal wave, entering Forrester's body. What is he doing? Massaging? Everyone else watching Brendan's actions wore puzzled expressions. Anya furrowed her brows. Traditional Chinese medicine does include massage techniques that can be effective, but I've never heard of them being used to detoxify someone, especially from such severe poison. She couldn't understand what Brendan was doing. Ignoring their reactions, Brendan concentrated entirely on Forrester. The transformation of the true chi into its innate form made it far more potent. As it flowed through Forrester's body, the 100 Evils poison began to dissolve rapidly, visible even to the naked eye. Simultaneously, spiritual chi entered Forrester's body, rejuvenating the organs damaged by the poison. As Brendan continued to work silently, Anya grew increasingly impatient. Brendan, can you really treat the patient? Grandpa Jameson's condition is very critical. Continuing like this may cause him to miss the best treatment window. If that happens, we might all be powerless to help. Rest assured, I can heal him, Brendan replied confidently. Anya didn't believe him. Your actions don't seem like treating a patient. I've never heard of massage curing poison. Brendan chuckled inwardly, but kept a serious face. This is a special technique. Don't interfere. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. How can you take responsibility for a life? I can't stand by and watch you jeopardize someone's life. Leave now. Brendan felt helpless. He hadn't expected Anya to be so conscientious. However, her insistence could complicate matters. Why don't you ask the Jameson family which method they prefer? Brendan suggested. Anya nodded and went out to speak with the Jameson family members. Zach Sinclair, how is Grandpa Jameson? Anya explained the situation, leaving the Jameson family members uncertain. They hesitated, unsure whether to choose Brendan or Anya. Blue stepped forward. I'll go in and check. Anya led him inside. Divine Zach Zhang, what is your chance of saving Grandpa Jameson? Blue asked. 100%, Brendan replied confidently. With the heavenly eye providing a clear method, success would come as long as he followed it diligently. Nonsense. Anya scoffed. Massage can't possibly cure poison. Blue frowned, finding it hard to believe. However, Brendan's previous successes left him conflicted. Seeing Blue's hesitation, Brendan turned to Anya. Zach Sinclair, if you were to treat him, what are your chances? Anya pondered for a moment. The poison is extremely severe and unprecedented. I only have a 60% chance. With this, Blue no longer hesitated. Divine Zach Zhang, please save Grandpa Jameson. Anya was speechless. Translation notes. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks. Character names, Brendan, Anya, Blue, are kept consistent with pinyin pronunciation. Retain the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent in English. Ensured coherence with the previous storyline. ##### Chapter 302. Astonishing display. Ha ha ha. I'll take care of it. Brendan smiled triumphantly. Anya fell silent, her brows furrowing deeply. How do you plan to save him? This method of yours can never detoxify him. Brendan's approach was far beyond Anya's comprehension, making it hard for her to accept. Just wait and see. We'll know once the results come in, Brendan said with a smile. Hearing this, Anya didn't say anything more. Since Blue, the patient's family member, had chosen Brendan, no matter what she said, it would be useless. But Anya still felt unsatisfied. Seeing that she wanted to speak, Brendan decided to cut straight to the point. Let's make a bet. If I can't cure Mr. Jameson, I'll never practice medicine again and submit to your judgment. But if I save him, not only must you apologize to me, but you also have to give me a kiss. Brendan chuckled. Anya's face turned red with anger. At a time like this, you're thinking about such things? Do you dare or not? Brendan asked. Anya's expression turned icy. Fine, I accept your bet. If you lose, I will make you kneel at Mr. Jameson's grave until you die. Ha ha ha. You probably won't get the chance. Brendan replied lightly. With that, Anya remained silent, and the operating room became quiet. Drip, drip, drip. Time ticked by slowly, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Brendan's forehead. 3 hours of intense treatment was a considerable challenge for him. This poison of 100 evils is surprisingly potent. Brendan marveled internally. If he hadn't already reached the innate realm, where both his pure Sinclair chi and mental endurance were greatly enhanced, he would likely be utterly exhausted after these 3 hours. Still, even now, Brendan showed signs of fatigue on his face. Finally, at the 4-hour mark, Brendan opened his eyes. It's done. The poison of 100 evils in Mr. Jameson's body has been neutralized. He will wake up soon, Brendan announced. Impossible. Anya immediately dismissed it. You did nothing except stand there for 4 hours. How did you treat the patient? Facts speak louder than words. Come and check yourself, Brendan replied. Anya quickly approached and began examining Forrester. To her shock, she discovered that the severe poison in Forrester's body had indeed disappeared. Moreover, his condition was stable, ready for discharge. This can't be. How did you do it? Anya couldn't believe her eyes. Brendan smiled smugly. Family secret technique, I can't disclose it. A wave of astonishment surged within Anya. What she saw surpassed her knowledge. Just massage therapy? How could it remove such a potent poison? This bizarre situation left Anya bewildered. Even her mentor Sean wouldn't be able to achieve this. Brendan walked over. Zach Sinclair, our bet still stands, right? You want to renege? Anya's face was cold. I never go back on my word. I'll come find you later tonight. All right. Brendan was elated. A single bet had won him a kiss from Anya. Was there anything better than that? At this moment, Forrester stirred awake on the operating table. What happened to me? Forrester looked confused. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was in a hospital. He was quickly wheeled out of the emergency room and into a special care ward. Forrester's family rushed in as soon as they saw him awake. The joy on their faces reflected the relief they all felt after hours of worry. That's wonderful. Grandfather is safe. Anya added, your grandfather has been detoxified and can be discharged anytime. The Jameson family members were delighted, all turning their gaze toward Brendan. Blue walked over, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Divine Zach Zhang, for saving him. Afterward, the Jameson family will set up a banquet in your honor. Brendan nodded with a smile. Then I won't turn it down. Grandfather can be discharged directly. After a few days of rest, he'll recover completely. Good. Blue nodded and promptly arranged for Forrester's discharge. They returned to the Jameson family villa, where Blue instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was ready. Divine Zach Zhang, please, take your seat. Today, thanks to your efforts, my life was saved. Otherwise, this old bone would have been gone. Forrester spoke warmly. The other Jameson family members smiled, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere around the dinner table. Where? Brendan humbly responded. It's nothing, just doing my part. Everyone laughed heartily. The Jameson family's hospitality was warm and genuine. By the end of the meal, everyone was thoroughly entertained. At the table, the Jameson family members toasted to Brendan repeatedly. He accepted each toast, drinking generously. Despite consuming several cups of liquor, Brendan remained composed. Divine Zach Zhang has an excellent tolerance for alcohol. Everyone praised him. Who would have thought Divine Zach Zhang not only possesses extraordinary medical skills, but also such remarkable drinking capacity? Brendan smiled, knowing that with his innate pure Sinclair chi, a few cups of wine wouldn't affect him at all. During the meal, Brendan drank and chatted while observing the Jameson family members carefully. He hadn't forgotten about the potential mole within the Jameson family. His observation paid off. Using his heavenly eye, he quickly noticed someone acting suspiciously. This person sat near the edge of the table, appearing to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable face. There's something wrong with that guy. A sharp gleam appeared in Brendan's eyes. Everyone was overjoyed that the pillar of the Jameson family was safe, except for this one person who wore a forced smile. Even the slightest micro-expressions couldn't escape Brendan's keen perception. This person was most likely the mole. Brendan kept his thoughts to himself and shifted his gaze. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways to attend to various matters. Brendan was invited to Forrester's courtyard. Blue and his daughter Penelope followed along. The four sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and chatting. Finally, Brendan revealed his discovery. Chapter 303, Playing Tricks. What? Forrester and the other two were visibly shocked. Jamison listening to Brendan's description, they quickly identified who that person was. Corey, it's actually him. Blue's expression darkened as a shadow of gloom appeared in his eyes. Surname? Isn't he one of your family members? Brendan was confused. Blue nodded. Corey became part of our Jameson family 3 years ago. He used to be the owner of a small company, but was later noticed by someone within the family because of his abilities. He has been performing very well since joining our family, and I have always had a good impression of him. As the spokesperson for the Jameson family, Blue was clearly very aware of the internal affairs of the Jameson family. He asked with some puzzlement, Divine Zach Zhang, are you sure it's really him? Brendan replied, I'm not certain. His behavior just made me suspicious. Whether he is truly the mole still needs to be investigated by you. Blue nodded, all right, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If Corey is indeed the mole, I will not let him off easily. Blue's voice was icy cold. After chatting for a few more minutes, Brendan left. As soon as he stepped out of the Jameson family estate, he received a call from Anya. Where are you? As soon as the call connected, Anya's somewhat chilly voice came through. Brendan was elated. Just came out of the Jameson family. Are you here to fulfill the agreement? That's right. I've come to pick you up, said Anya. Okay. Brendan chuckled and waited patiently. Anya was exceptionally beautiful. Though he didn't have any particular fondness for her constant questioning of him, he would definitely not refuse such an opportunity to be intimate with such a beauty. Half an hour later, roar like a beast's growl reverberated. The engine noise grew louder. Turning around, Brendan saw a bright red sports car speeding towards him, eventually stopping in front of him. The door opened, and inside sat none other than Anya. Tonight, Anya had discarded her usual aloof and graceful demeanor and instead wore a provocatively sexy outfit. The combination of a short skirt and black stockings nearly made Brendan stare, not to mention her stunning figure, which was even more captivating. Brendan couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected the formally dressed and coldly poised Anya to appear this way tonight. Get in the car, Anya said coldly. Brendan got into the passenger seat. Where are we going? Bar. V-room. The deafening roar of the engine shot the red sports car forward like an arrow leaving a bowstring, disappearing into the horizon in seconds. Moonlight Bar. Brendan and Anya walked into the bar together. Along the way, Anya seemed very familiar with the place. The moment they entered, loud music assaulted their ears. In the colorful lights of the dance floor, couples danced passionately to the upbeat music, creating a chaotic scene. Brendan rubbed his ears. He wasn't used to such a noisy environment and wondered why Anya had brought him here. But when he turned, he saw that Anya looked quite relaxed. Anya confidently took a corner booth, and soon the bartender approached. 2 bottles of whiskey. She snapped her fingers, then lit a cigarette between her lips. She lazily blew out a ring of smoke, looking incredibly at ease. This scene left Brendan speechless. How? Surprised by this side of me? Anya said indifferently. Brendan nodded. I never imagined you'd be so carefree despite looking so proper. Looks like you're no stranger to bars, huh? Yes, I often come to this bar. Anya admitted. Brendan felt rather strange seeing Anya act so much like a tough girl. He didn't expect such a stark contrast between her outer and inner self. The bartender soon brought over the 2 bottles of whiskey. Come on, drink with me. When you get me drunk, you'll get what you want, Anya said plainly. Brendan was both amused and annoyed. Anya's attitude made him feel disillusioned. The dramatic shift in her behavior almost dropped his jaw. Before Brendan could say anything, Anya had already started drinking. Her tolerance was clearly excellent. After several glasses of whiskey, she remained unfazed. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Anya looked significantly more relaxed, lounging back lazily in the booth. To see such a stunning Elaine seated opposite in this manner made his heart race involuntarily. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A few thugs walked over, their multicolored hair drawing attention immediately. Miss, didn't think we'd see you again. What about that proposal? Follow Carrie, brother, and you'll live comfortably. The yellow-haired thug smirked, leering at Anya's body. Anya's face remained unchanged. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth. He's my boyfriend. Talk to him. Anya pointed at Brendan. What? The yellow-haired thug and his group turned to look at Brendan. Brendan frowned angrily. Anya, what are you doing? Who's your boyfriend? Don't drag me into this. Brendan rebuked her sharply, annoyed that she was playing tricks on him. Damn, she was deliberately setting him up. Anya ignored him, clearly determined to trap Brendan. The thugs approached, ignoring Brendan's words and sizing him up with scrutinizing eyes. Nice work, kid. Having such a beautiful girlfriend. Looking at you, I bet you're living large, the yellow-haired thug said jealously. Brendan rolled his eyes. I'm not her boyfriend. Leave me alone. Frustrated, he stood up, ready to leave. He had no interest in being used as a shield. But the thugs wouldn't let him go, blocking his path. Chapter 304. Reaping what one has sown. Kid, you think you can just leave without explaining yourself? Our brother Carrie has taken a fancy to your girlfriend. Now, you have 2 options. Either, the blonde thug said. Before he could finish, Brendan immediately interrupted. No problem, I agree. I've already had my fill of this Elaine. If brother Carrie wants her, he can just take her. Do whatever you want with her, Brendan smiled, expressing his stance. Anya, you want to trick me? Let's see who outsmarts whom. Don't be afraid to know that this Elaine has strong desires. She loves playing around with many men at once. You'd better gather a few more people, or else you won't be able to satisfy her. Brendan continued. His words instantly brightened the eyes of the blonde thugs. Damn, I suspected this Elaine wasn't a good person from the beginning. Turns out she really is a promiscuous slut. One thug exclaimed excitedly. On the sofa, Anya frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Brendan's reaction to be so swift. At this moment, Brendan was about to leave. It wasn't going to be easy for Anya to scheme against him. This Elaine is yours now. I'm leaving. Brendan patted the blonde thug's shoulder. The blonde thug sent Brendan off with a smile. Hold it. Seeing Brendan about to leave, Anya finally lost her composure. Pretending not to hear, Brendan quickly walked out of the bar, leaving Anya surrounded by several thugs in the booth. Stepping onto the street outside and away from the deafening music of the bar, Brendan felt like the world had suddenly become much quieter. What bad luck. This Elaine isn't any good. Brendan grumbled. Initially, he thought he could have some fun with the beautiful Elaine, but now, it seemed better to let it go. He wasn't interested in a scheming Elaine like Anya. She had deliberately tried to manipulate him after agreeing to the commitment. Ready to leave, his phone rang. It was Anya calling. Huh. Brendan chuckled coldly and hung up immediately. Undeterred, Anya called several times more. Growing irritated, Brendan answered the call and snapped. What do you want? Come help me, Anya urged. Brendan almost laughed aloud. Isn't this trouble your own doing? Now you're asking for my help? Do you think I'm a fool? Anya fell silent for a moment, then asked, what will it take for you to help me? Bring something that makes me tempted enough. You were supposed to fulfill the agreement today, but instead, you played tricks on me. Now, I'm raising the price. Brendan insisted firmly. Anya retorted angrily. It was you who deliberately schemed against me. You proposed the bet in the first place. Brendan sneered. You didn't have to bet if you didn't want to. Since you took the bet, you should follow through. Now, since you broke the agreement and plotted against me, what right do you have to blame me? Without holding back, Brendan lashed out at Anya, showing no mercy. Fine, I agree. Come to the bathroom immediately. They've cornered me inside. Anya's voice sounded urgent. Through the phone, Brendan clearly heard banging on the door. He nearly laughed again. Serves you right for getting trapped. Now you understand how dangerous it is to play with fire. What exactly do you want? Anya gritted her teeth. Just a kiss isn't enough anymore. How about spending the night with me? Brendan grinned. Anya snapped. Absolutely not. Then figure it out yourself. With that, Brendan hung up the call. Since she needed his help, she would have to pay the price. Soon, the phone rang again. Fine, I agree. Come in now. As expected, Anya changed her tune. Brendan chuckled to himself. Although Anya had obviously been with men before, it didn't matter. It was just a game to him. Without hesitation, Brendan entered the bar's restroom. Even before he reached the door, he could hear Anya's scolding voice coming from inside. Let go of me. Hee hee, beautiful lady, you might as well come with us. Your boyfriend already revealed your tastes. Don't worry. We've got plenty of men here to satisfy you tonight. The blonde thug smirked evilly. Bang. Brendan kicked open the restroom door and walked in. What the hell? The thugs inside jumped, cursing profusely when they saw Brendan returning. Why are you back? Brendan strode into the restroom to find Anya cornered by the thugs. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled, clearly due to their rough handling. In a few swift moves, he knocked all 4 small-time thugs to the ground. Ouch. Damn, kid. How dare you hit us? We're Brother Carey's men. You're done for, the blonde thug shouted in pain. Slap. Brendan slapped the thug hard. So-called Brother Carey, brother dog. What kind of gang leader are you? My name is Jeremiah, of the Terrence family. Why don't you come find me? Brendan threatened while revealing his identity. After dealing with everything, he grabbed Anya's hand and let her out. The thugs on the ground glared furiously, but could only watch helplessly as Brendan and Anya left the restroom. They walked out of the bar and returned to the car. Anya was quiet, silently straightening her clothes. The atmosphere inside the car grew tense, filled with an awkward silence. Brendan broke the silence. Let's drive. Next stop, hotel. Don't even think about backing out, or I'll strip you and throw you back in there. Anya bit her lip, regret starting to creep in. Her actions tonight had backfired badly. Originally, fulfilling the agreement with a kiss would have been enough, but now she found herself having to pay a much higher price. Rest assured, this time I won't play any tricks, Anya clenched her teeth. She started the car and headed to the hotel. Anya brought Brendan to the Shanghai hotel, where they checked into a room. You go shower first. Anya's voice was somewhat nervous. Brendan eyed her suspiciously. You won't run off while I shower, will you? How could I do such a thing? Anya retorted angrily. But you did just back out and plot against me. I don't trust you either. Go shower now. Brendan demanded. Anya sighed and went straight into the bathroom. Chapter 305. Why are you still a virgin? A few moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The hotel's bathroom was semi-transparent, allowing Brendan to see Ansley's silhouette through the glass as she bathed. Even just in outline, he could still make out Ansley's stunning figure. Watching her undress piece by piece, Brendan grew increasingly excited. Yesterday's brief encounter with Vilma had only left him yearning for more. Today would finally be his moment. He indulged in watching her bathe until she emerged, wrapped in a towel. Her hair was damp and wisps of steam clung to her skin. The thin towel did little to conceal her curves, catching Brendan's eye immediately. You have such a beautiful exterior, but your inner nature is filthy. What a waste. Brendan said, sounding regretful. Ansley remained coldly impassive. Feel free to mock me. Go ahead and take your shower now, she added. Brendan shrugged, then went into the bathroom and quickly washed up. When he came out, the room was dark. Ansley had turned off the lights. Undeterred, his enhanced senses allowed him to clearly see her lying on the bed. Without hesitation, Brendan moved towards her and embraced her, reveling in the softness of her body. His desire grew uncontrollably. Why are you so tense? Relax a bit, he urged. Ansley didn't reply, keeping her head down and eyes closed. She appeared visibly nervous, almost as if she were an inexperienced girl. Brendan found this amusing but paid it no mind, thinking she simply disliked him. But as things progressed, Ansley emitted a pained cry. Stunned, Brendan looked down at the bed and saw a spot of blood. You're still a virgin? He asked, bewildered. He stared at her face and saw her biting her lip, trying to endure the pain. Brendan was taken aback. Based on her behavior at the bar, he assumed she had been intimate with many men before. Ansley, struggling against her discomfort, said, Whether I am or not is none of your business. I want to go home, she added tersely. Brendan was speechless. The situation spoiled his mood entirely when his phone rang urgently. It was Vilma calling, her voice trembling with tears. Arnold, something happened. My grandfather was hit by a car, and he's in the hospital. What? Brendan's face paled in shock. He leapt out of bed, dressing hurriedly. His expression was one of intense worry and rage. Jeremiah. You bastard. Looks like last time's lesson wasn't enough. Ansley frowned, observing Brendan's worried demeanor. Let me drive you to the hospital. No need, Brendan replied, already rushing out, leaving her alone on the bed. Ansley watched him leave, a complex look on her flawless face. Half an hour later, Brendan rushed to the hospital, where he quickly found Vilma in the corridor. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Woo-woo. Arnold, Grandpa was injured. The doctors are trying to save him. Vilma wept bitterly. Holding her close, Brendan consoled her. Don't worry, Zhou Lao will be fine. He'll pull through. As he spoke, he activated his heavenly eye and focused on the emergency surgery room. Through his powers, he observed the scene inside. On the operating table, Emilio lay covered in blood while doctors scrambled to save him. Emilio, none. 75-75. Critical condition, multiple fractures, internal organ damage due to severe impact, massive internal bleeding, cerebral hemorrhage. The list of injuries sent chills down Brendan's spine. Emilio's lifespan meter indicated critical condition. Brendan couldn't sit idly by, not only because Emilio was Vilma's grandfather, but also due to their personal bond. Xiaoming, stay here. I'll help in there, Brendan declared, heading towards the operating room. Stop. You can't come in here, a nurse interjected. I'm the patient's family. He's critically injured, and if you can't save him, I'll do it myself, Brendan retorted. The nurse shook her head. I understand your concern, but this isn't the time to interfere. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Let him help. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Recognizing the voice, Brendan turned to see Ansley enter. Director Sinclair, hospital rules don't allow. The nurse hesitated. Ansley remained calm. This is Zhang. He's both a doctor and a relative. I guarantee him, taking all responsibility. The medical staff nodded reluctantly. Brendan swiftly put on surgical attire. Continue the standard procedures. I'll assist. Director Sinclair, take over the surgery. Chapter 306. A manufactured car accident. Anya nodded without refusing. She quickly changed into her clothes and then came over to start treating Emilio. Brendan watched from the side while channeling spiritual energy into Emilio. The nourishing effect of the spiritual energy was outstanding, especially with his innate pure yang true chi. Under their joint efforts, after 4 hours of intense work, Emilio finally pulled through the critical stage. By the time they finished, Anya was drenched in sweat, and Brendan also showed signs of fatigue. How did you manage that? Anya couldn't help but ask, turning to look at him. With her previous experience, it was unimaginable that Emilio could survive such severe injuries. But with Brendan's assistance, the operation went smoothly, and Emilio's resilience was beyond belief. That's my little secret, and it's none of your business. Brendan didn't bother explaining. He promptly wheeled Emilio outside where Vilma had been waiting anxiously. Seeing them come out, she rushed forward. Arnold, how is grandfather? Vilma asked urgently. Brendan patted Vilma's cheek gently. Don't worry, grandfather Zhou's life has been saved. He just needs to rest and will recover soon. Great. Vilma's face lit up with relief, and the tension in her heart finally eased. Emilio was quickly moved to a special care ward, with Vilma staying by his side. Soon, she fell asleep exhaustedly beside the bed. Brendan gently carried her over to the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and tucked her in. At this moment, Anya walked in. She's your girlfriend? She asked. Brendan glanced at her. What does it have to do with you? You should focus on yourself. Our deal isn't over yet, Anya said with a slight frown but didn't argue further. You can find me anytime. I won't go back on my word, she added. I'm curious about your unique healing method. I want to learn. Brendan chuckled. Sorry, but you can't learn it. It's something I was born with. This made Anya frown, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Forget it then. She turned and left directly. Watching Anya walk away, Brendan felt somewhat speechless. His moment of peace was abruptly interrupted, leaving him feeling rather irritated. Chances are high that Jeremiah had something to do with Grandfather Zhou's accident. This guy really acted decisively, using such a trick against Grandfather Zhou. Brendan's tone grew cold, and a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. You started it. Don't blame me if I finish it. If you're willing to go to such lengths, then neither will I, he said coldly. The next day, after a night's sleep, Emilio finally regained consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized he was in a hospital room. Grandfather! Vilma exclaimed joyfully as she hugged him. You're finally awake. Emilio looked puzzled. What happened? Why am I here? He felt a headache and then vaguely remembered what had occurred. Aston, do you think this was an accident or a deliberate attack? Brendan asked, walking over. Emilio's elderly face darkened. Most likely deliberate. I was driving fine until a large truck suddenly appeared. That alley is far too narrow for a truck to be there. There's no way this was an accident. If not, it must be the Terrence family, Emilio guessed, his expression grim. Going through such a near-death experience left a sour taste in his mouth. Indeed. Brendan narrowed his eyes. So, what do you plan to do next, Aston? Since the Terrence family has attacked once, they may try again. Multiple times. This made Emilio fall silent. Vilma's worried face softened as she pleaded, Grandfather, let's not oppose the Terrence family. The Terrence family is one of the 4 great families of Shanghai. We can't possibly match them. Just Jeremiah almost killed you. If we continue to oppose them, I fear more trouble lies ahead, she said tearfully. Hearing Vilma's words, Emilio sighed heavily. Brendan remained quiet, observing the scene. If possible, he wouldn't want to oppose the Terrence family either. The consequences could be disastrous. Only because he had reached the innate realm did he survive the Villa incident. Jamicental Bryce is right. The Terrence family is powerful. We shouldn't oppose them. I'll talk to Jeremiah and settle this, Emilio sighed. Just then, footsteps approached, and the door opened. It was Jeremiah, smiling. Aston, I heard you had an accident last night. I came to check on you. Seeing you're okay puts me at ease. You were too careless. How could you crash into another vehicle? Jeremiah said, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Emilio's face darkened. Thank you for your concern, young Master Terrence. This old man can still hang on. Regarding your previous proposal, I've decided to agree. We can discuss the details later, Emilio continued reluctantly. Jeremiah laughed heartily. Finally, Aston has made up his mind. It seems this accident changed your mind. That's good news. His smug smile was unbearable. Noticing Brendan, Jeremiah's expression soured, recalling the wound on his hand. Baring his teeth, Jeremiah cast a cold glance. Then he noticed Vilma. With a chilling smile, he said, Aston, this is your granddaughter Vilma, isn't it? Quite beautiful indeed. I'm still unfamiliar with antiques. Since you're injured, why not have your granddaughter accompany me around the antique street? Emilio's face reddened with anger. Out of the question. Jamicental Bryce is young and doesn't know much, he replied, barely holding back his fury. Young Master Terrence, our matters have nothing to do with Jamicental Bryce. Chapter 307. Arrogant Jeremiah. Vilma was somewhat at a loss and couldn't help but walk beside Brendan, hiding behind him. Brendan's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected Jeremiah to be so greedy, satisfied with taking advantage once wasn't enough. Now he had set his eyes on Vilma as well. Vilma was someone Brendan had taken an interest in. Wasn't what Jeremiah doing essentially the same as directly stealing his Elaine? Jeremiah. Brendan shielded Vilma behind him and said, leave some room for mercy. You shouldn't go too far. Ha ha ha. Jeremiah laughed. Brendan, what are you talking about? I have no malicious intentions. I just want to chat with Vilma. Brendan's expression grew colder. Is that so? Then let me accompany you instead. Just so happens I also know quite a bit about antiques. Sure. Follow me then. Jeremiah nodded with excitement. This time it was Brendan's turn to be surprised. He thought after last time, Jeremiah would definitely fear him and wouldn't dare to be alone with him. Unexpectedly, Jeremiah agreed immediately. Something is off. Brendan instantly became cautious. Vilma pulled him anxiously. Arnold, don't go. Her face was full of worry, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Brendan. Brendan smiled. Don't worry, Jeremiah can't threaten me. Vilma hesitated, gently biting her lip before tiptoeing to give Brendan a light kiss on the lips. Then please take care of yourself. Vilma blushed. Such public displays of affection in front of Emilio made Vilma very uncomfortable. Brendan chuckled, directly embraced Vilma, and leaned down to kiss her. Ugh. Vilma was extremely shy, lightly struggling but unable to break free, ultimately allowing Brendan to continue kissing her. After quite a while, until Vilma almost couldn't breathe, did Brendan finally let go. I will take care of Elder Joe, and then go out for a while, Brendan said. Blushing, Vilma nodded obediently, filled with embarrassment. After speaking, Brendan left. He walked out of the hospital and quickly spotted a black sports car by the roadside. The sleek body shone under the sunlight, attracting many passers-by's gazes due to its cool appearance. He walked straight to the car and found Jeremiah inside. You finally came. I thought you wouldn't dare to. Jeremiah's tone was mocking. Brendan narrowed his eyes. Jeremiah, seems like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough for you to stop showing off in front of me. Jeremiah flared up. Brendan, don't get too cocky. Last time was just because I was careless. Don't think you're something. In front of the Terrence family, you're just a bumpkin. To tell you the truth, Emilio being hit by my arranged car was intentional. That old man kept refusing me, so I decided to make him dead. Jeremiah sneered. Who would have thought his luck held out, and he actually survived? F***K. Brendan almost couldn't hold back his anger. If not for the street location, he would have already acted. Your methods are truly despicable. Afraid of karmic retribution? Brendan said coldly. Haha. Jeremiah scoffed. Retribution? My family is one of the 4 major clans in Shanghai. Who can retaliate against me? Let's go. Next I'll take you somewhere. Jeremiah stepped on the gas pedal, and the black sports car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, quickly disappearing into the distance. 30 minutes later, the black sports car stopped in front of a martial arts school. The 2 men got out of the car, with Jeremiah leading the way and Brendan following closely behind. Inside the martial arts school, the sound of heavy boxing punches could be heard. This martial arts school, located in the prime real estate area of Shanghai, maintained a significant scale, indicative of its strength. Over 100 students were training inside, sweating profusely. The receptionist noticed Jeremiah's arrival. Hello sir, do you want to sign up for a membership? I want to see Beckham. Ask him to come out, Jeremiah demanded. The receptionist made a call, and soon, a tall, muscular man descended from the second floor. Standing over 2 meters tall, his chiseled muscles were visible even through loose clothing, exuding a formidable aura that made people feel unwelcome. Jamacental Master Terrence. Beckham approached with a blank expression. Brendan eyed him, noticing how imposing this man was. He probably was on par with Blake's level. Jeremiah grinned. Brendan, aren't you good at fighting? If you win today, I won't touch Vilma. Brendan narrowed his eyes as Beckham glanced at him. Follow me, Beckham ordered. They arrived at the 3rd floor, a private training area accessible only to core disciples of the martial arts school. Eldest brother. Several disciples greeted with smiles. Prepare protective gear for him. I'm going to spar with him, Beckham instructed. The disciples looked surprised, glancing at Brendan from head to toe. Ha ha ha, who is this kid daring to challenge our eldest brother? Too overconfident. Do you know our eldest brother is ranked 4th in Shanghai? The disciples mocked as they brought out the gear. Brendan pushed them away. No need for protective gear. It's not necessary for fighting a mere bear. What? Upon hearing this, the disciples stared at Brendan as if he were an idiot. Beckham turned around, his expression turning cold. You called me a bear? What arrogance. Jamacental Master Terrence brings you here. Surely you must be skilled, but didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Do you know who I am? Beckham's voice was filled with pride. Brendan snorted. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Beckham squinted. Since you're brought by Jamacental Master Terrence, you must be an enemy. Initially, I planned to just break your legs, but now I've changed my mind. Today, I'll break both your arms and legs, leaving you as a cripple for life. A strong killing intent emanated from Beckham, making the surrounding air seem suddenly much colder. Ha ha ha. Spoken well. Feixiong, today I want you to teach Brendan a harsh lesson. Don't hold back. Jeremiah laughed loudly. Chapter 308. A humiliating defeat. Facing Beckham's threat, Brendan remained calm and unhurried. There was no sign of worry on his face. If this were before his breakthrough, he might have been more cautious, but now he was a master of innate abilities. The gap between acquired and innate realms was something only Brendan truly understood. They were fundamentally 2 different worlds. Beckham, standing before him, was at most an acquired peak practitioner. Even if he had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, he would still be no match for Brendan. Both men stepped onto the platform to confront each other. Beckham was over 2 meters tall, robust as an ox. In comparison, Brendan, who stood at about 1 meter 80, seemed like a small fry beside him. Anyone could see the significant physical disparity between them, leading nobody to place their bets on Brendan. Make your move. I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll never get another chance. Beckham said confidently. Brendan scoffed. Since you're seeking death, I'll oblige. Bang. With those words, Brendan took a step forward, traversing the entire platform in 3 strides and arriving directly in front of Beckham. He did not unleash his innate prowess, only maintaining himself at the acquired peak level. How fast? Beckham couldn't help but widen his eyes at Brendan's speed. Shock and disbelief appeared in his gaze. Not good. At this moment, Sunfiction finally realized something was off, but it was too late. Brendan's powerful punch came at him like a cannonball, its astonishing force making Beckham's eyelids twitch. In an instant, Beckham blocked with both arms in front of his body. Bang! Brendan's fist landed squarely on Beckham's hands. Beckham felt an overwhelming force hit him, forcing him to retreat step by step. How is this possible? How can you be this strong? Beckham exclaimed in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. With his first attack successful, Brendan pressed on without mercy, launching his second attack immediately. His fists moved like wind, each punch carrying immense power. Jamasanka storm, his attacks overwhelmed Beckham, giving him no chance to counterattack. Ah! The martial arts students watching from below couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Damn! Where did this guy come from? Why is he so strong? Even Master Brother 1 isn't a match for him. The students were stunned. As they spoke, Brendan's fist slammed into Beckham's chest. Ah! With a scream of pain, Beckham flew backward like a rag doll, crashing hard onto the ground beyond the platform. You lost. Brendan smiled and stepped down from the platform, looking down at Beckham. The stark contrast between the two made everyone drop their jaws in shock. Just moments ago, Beckham was full of confidence, yet now he lay sprawled on the ground. Who are you? You're not just some ordinary person. Beckham stared at Brendan in shock. Brendan smiled. Then, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, I remember now, he's Brendan. He defeated the previous strongest contender at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Conference not long ago. He's currently the top martial artist in Jiangnan. What? Beckham's eyes widened, and his face turned incredibly grim. You're actually the top martial artist in Jiangnan? How can you be so strong? Looking at Brendan's young face, Beckham was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Jeremiah's face was already as dark as ink. Worthless. Just plain useless. Beckham, you've always bragged about how powerful you are. Now look at you, beaten up like a dog. You've disgraced me. Jeremiah raged. Beckham felt stifled, gritting his teeth. Master Terrence, it's not my fault. This guy is extremely strong. I wasn't a match for him. And you didn't tell me he was the top martial artist in Jiangnan. Jeremiah roared. Shut up, you worthless piece of trash. What a waste of money you are. He felt utterly humiliated, originally planning for Beckham to defeat Brendan and then humiliate him. Unbelievably, he ended up being the clown himself. Footsteps echoed as Brendan walked up to Jeremiah. Jeremiah's expression changed, backing away in fear. Brendan, what do you want? With so many people here, surely you won't lay a hand on me, right? With my family's power, if you touch me, you'll end up in prison. Listening to this threat, Brendan paused, intending to act. He smiled, then patted Jeremiah on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't touch you. But remember, today I won, so fulfill your promise. As the heir of the Terrence family, you shouldn't speak like it's just idle talk, Brendan sneered. Jeremiah was seething with rage, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, causing intense pain. Rest assured, I won't break my word. But remember, this score between us isn't settled. Next time, I'll settle accounts with you. Jeremiah threatened angrily. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting. Brendan patted Jeremiah's shoulder again before walking away. Unnoticed by outsiders, and even by Jeremiah, a thread of innate, pure young energy had entered his body when Brendan patted him. Watching Brendan leave, Jeremiah could no longer contain his fury and smashed everything in sight. After venting his anger, Jeremiah left the scene. Driving back to his villa, Master Terrence, 2 twin beauties approached coyly, hugging Jeremiah from either side. Embracing the twins' soft bodies, Jeremiah became interested. He carried them into the room and undressed. One of the twins quickly understood and knelt down. Jeremiah sat on the bed, eyes closed, enjoying the moment, but soon felt something was amiss. Why wasn't his member responding? He looked down to find it still dormant. What are you doing? Work harder. Jeremiah snapped impatiently. The twin worked harder, but nothing changed. This time, Jeremiah realized something was seriously wrong. He tried various methods with the twins, but none of them worked. No way. What's happening? Jeremiah's face turned pale with horror. Chapter 309. Jeremiah's Panic. Jeremiah couldn't help but panic. He was an insatiable, lustful man, and if he could no longer enjoy this aspect of life, it would be as if he were dead. No way. This can't be. It must be because I got a shock today, affecting me psychologically. Jeremiah kept taking deep breaths, slowly calming himself down. Once completely calm, he tried again, but it still didn't work. His brother seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, unresponsive to any of his attempts. Damn it. Jeremiah's eyes turned bloodshot with anger and confusion. He had no idea what was happening. Why is this happening? Could there be something wrong with my body? Without further ado, Jeremiah quickly put on his pants and rushed to the hospital. He contacted a doctor he knew well and described his situation. Brevin, please help me figure out what's going on. Am I sick? Jeremiah's voice was frantic. Brevin soothed him. Young Master Terrence, calm down. I'll arrange a full checkup for you right away. Okay. Jeremiah looked extremely grim as Brevin conducted various tests. The results came back quickly. Brevin glanced at the test report and gave Jeremiah a peculiar look. Young Master Terrence, your testicles are damaged, which is why you're unable to get an erection, Brevin explained. Jeremiah immediately asked, what's the treatment? This? Brevin hesitated. Currently, there isn't much we can do in the medical field. I don't know how it happened, but the damage is severe. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid. Brevin didn't finish his sentence, but Jeremiah wasn't a fool. He understood all too well. How can this be? Jeremiah's face turned pale with shock and anger. No way, I absolutely cannot accept this. Brevin, you must find a way. I don't care what techniques you use, you must cure me. Jeremiah roared. Brevin replied helplessly, I'm sorry, young Master Terrence, I can't do anything. Worthless. You're useless. In a fit of rage, Jeremiah cursed loudly and dialed a phone number. Soon, Sean's voice came through. Giles, what's the matter? President do you have time lately? There's a problem down there, and I need your help to treat me. Jeremiah found it hard to say, but he had no choice but to ask Sean for help. Sean didn't refuse. Come to my office and bring your medical records. All right, I'll be right there. Jeremiah nodded and left immediately. He took the medical reports to the Medico Dao Association in Shanghai, knocked on Sean's office door, and entered. Inside, Anya was also present. President do. Jeremiah bowed politely. He could vent his anger in front of Brevin, but he dared not be so bold before Sean, the president of the Medico Dao Association, whose status was far beyond Jeremiah's reach. Yes, give me the medical reports, Sean nodded. Jeremiah hesitated, glancing at Anya. As a man, he was reluctant to expose his issue in front of Elaine, especially one as beautiful as her. Sean noticed his hesitation. She is my disciple and a doctor. There's no need to be reserved. Don't worry. We will keep everything confidential. All right. Jeremiah gritted his teeth and handed over the reports. Anya also looked over them, and both frowned. Master, his condition is so severe. There might be no cure, Anya said. This made Jeremiah's heart sink. He begged with a pained expression. President do, please help me find a solution. Jeremiah pleaded, his face distraught. As a man, he couldn't bear the thought of becoming impotent. If this news spread, he would become a laughingstock among the upper echelons of Shanghai society. Just thinking about it filled Jeremiah with despair. Sean frowned. Xuanhuan is right. Your condition is indeed very serious. When were you injured? Jeremiah shook his head vigorously. I don't know. I haven't been attacked there recently. I don't understand why it suddenly happened. His face showed utter bewilderment. Sean shook his head. It's impossible. Such severe injuries wouldn't happen without a powerful blow. As a doctor, don't hide anything from me. Jeremiah responded. Honestly, I don't know. I was fine this morning, but then suddenly, it stopped working. Sean didn't believe him. As a doctor, he knew that such an injury must have caused immense pain. How could Jeremiah not feel it? But after several inquiries, Jeremiah gave the same answer each time. Jeremiah felt wronged. President do. I'm not lying. I truly didn't feel anything. I don't know what happened. Seeing this, Sean stopped questioning him and put down the reports. I'm sorry, but I can't treat your condition. Boom. These words hit Jeremiah like a thunderbolt. He almost cried out loud. President do, please, cure me. Whatever it costs, I can pay. Jeremiah begged desperately. Sean shook his head. It's not about money. Current medical technology can't handle this. That part of you has lost its function completely. I can't help. Jeremiah's face fell into complete despair. Anya, watching quietly, suddenly remembered Brendan. He seemed to possess some special ability that might help. Perhaps you should try seeing someone else, young Master Terrence, she suggested. Who? Jeremiah perked up, grasping at this lifeline. Sean was also surprised. Brendan. He seems to have a unique healing method. Last time, Elder Jameson's legs were treated by him, and you should remember him, Anya said. Sean's face showed contemplation. That's right. He does have some remarkable skills, though I don't understand how he does it. Hearing this, Jeremiah was shocked, exclaiming aloud, Brendan? Hashtag chapter 310. Buddhist statue as a funeral object. Jeremiah was astonished, never expecting to hear this name from Anya's mouth. Anya nodded. You know him too? Jeremiah's expression turned sour. Zach Sinclair, can Brendan really cure me? Is there some conflict between you? Anya detected the discomfort in Jeremiah's tone. Jeremiah didn't hide his feelings and snorted. This person is arrogant and boasts incessantly in front of me. Last time, he even injured me. I have a huge grudge against him. Anya frowned slightly, not anticipating such animosity between Jeremiah and Brendan. She somewhat regretted mentioning Brendan's name. Jeremiah pressed on. Can Brendan really cure me? I'm not sure. You can try going to him. Of course, you can also consider other methods, Anya added. Jeremiah left with a grim expression. After leaving, he immediately made several phone calls, exploring various ways to treat his condition. There's no way I will go to that guy, Brendan. If he finds out about my problems, he will spread it everywhere. Jeremiah gritted his teeth. Hashtag the next day. After breakfast, Brendan came to the Jameson family residence as usual to treat Forrester's legs. The security at the entrance was familiar with him and opened the door for Brendan to enter the estate. Brendan easily found his way to the deeper parts of the estate where he met Forrester. Divine Zach Zhang. Forrester beamed upon seeing Brendan. Mr. Jameson, let's continue the treatment, Brendan said. Sure, thanks again, Divine Zach Zhang, Forrester chuckled. Brendan resumed treating Forrester. After several days of treatment, Forrester's legs had shown remarkable improvement. Although he was still far from walking normally, he could now stand briefly with assistance, which pleased Forrester greatly. 2 hours later, the daily treatment ended swiftly. Brendan wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood up, receiving a towel from a nearby Harlow. Thank you for your efforts, Divine Zach Zhang. To possess such medical skills at a young age, you are truly an outstanding talent, Forrester praised generously. Brendan smiled modestly. It's too kind of you, Mr. Jameson. My medical expertise is limited to health maintenance. I still fall short when it comes to treating serious illnesses. Forrester laughed heartily. After exchanging pleasantries, they discussed more serious matters. Do you remember the mole you mentioned before? I've caught Corey. After interrogation, he admitted to being the mole. He was the one who caused trouble 5 years ago. Forrester's voice carried deep resentment. Brendan was taken aback. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Soon after, Corey was brought in, bruised and battered, clearly having endured severe torture. Thud. Corey knelt down, sobbing profusely. Please forgive me, sir. I admit my mistake. Please give me a chance. Forrester's gaze was cold. You betrayed us. We treated you well, but you still did this to me. Corey kept kowtowing. Forrester remained unmoved. I hate traitors the most. Brendan watched silently, not intending to intervene. After all, this was a matter within the Jameson family, and he, as an outsider, shouldn't say much. Moreover, he sensed the scent of conspiracy, suggesting someone must have bribed Corey. Brendan was particularly curious about the origin of the Een energy. Mr. Jameson, where did he get the Een energy? Brendan couldn't help but ask. Forrester glared at Corey, who hurriedly explained, I don't know what you mean by Een energy. 5 years ago, a mysterious person gave me 5 million and asked me to place a statue in your room. That's all I know. Forrester clapped his hands, and a servant brought a small box. Inside was a Buddhist statue. Divine Xuanhuan, please examine this statue and tell me if there's any problem, Forrester said solemnly. Brendan nodded and focused on the statue, activating his heavenly eye. Unnamed Buddha statue. Clay figurine. Unnamed craftsman. 300 years old. Funeral object placed in an ancient tomb coffin, tainted with Een energy due to prolonged proximity to zombies. Brendan was surprised by this information. Zombies? He couldn't believe it. Such things actually existed? Divine Xuanhuan, what did you find? Forrester asked, noticing Brendan's changing expression. Brendan pondered and explained, this is a funeral object, over 300 years old. It has been tainted with Een energy from being inside an ancient tomb for centuries. He didn't mention zombies, as it sounded too fantastical. Forrester's face darkened upon hearing this. A funeral object, corpse, and burial item. It was indeed ominous. No wonder Forrester looked so grim, especially since it led to him being disabled for 5 years. Have you found any clues about the identity of the mysterious person? Brendan asked. Forrester shook his head. None at all. Corey knows nothing. The person wore a black mask and was covered in a large black robe. He couldn't even determine their gender. Well, they were well prepared. There were no leads to follow. Mighty Jameson, if you investigate further, please inform me if you discover anything, Brendan suggested. The Jameson family had significant influence in Shanghai, better than his own investigation. Don't worry. I'll notify you immediately if there's any news. Forrester nodded without hesitation. He continued, by the way, have you heard of worms used in witchcraft? Huh. Terrence Arnold paused. You mean those from the Miao ethnic region? Exactly. One of my old friends was afflicted with a curse, which has persisted for years. I wonder if Divine Xuanhuan can help? Forrester looked hopeful. Brendan was somewhat speechless. He wasn't really a divine doctor. First zombies, now witchcraft worms. What a day. I haven't handled such cases before, but I'll do my best to try, Brendan honestly replied. Chapter 311. Blood-devouring insect. He didn't make any exaggerated claims, since he had never dealt with insects like this before. If he boasted and then couldn't resolve the issue, it would be extremely embarrassing. Forrester smiled and said, let's give it a try. I'll have Year to take you over there tomorrow, Xuanhuan. My old friend has substantial influence. He's from one of the 4 major families in Metropolis, the Liu family. If Xuanhuan can heal him, it will greatly benefit you. Note, Modu is replaced with Metropolis to ensure it reads naturally in English while keeping the context. Oh, Brendan's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, he had already learned about the 4 major families in the Metropolis. Jeremiah comes from one of these 4 families, essentially the overlords of the city, wielding immense power. Even the Jameson family pales in comparison to the 4 major families. Sure, Troyan can pick me up tomorrow? Brendan nodded, feeling somewhat excited. If he could connect with the Liu family, he wouldn't have to worry much about the threat from Jeremiah. Brendan then left. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Penelope arrived at the villa early in the morning in her car. Brendan put on decent clothes and went out, soon meeting Penelope at the entrance. Today, Penelope wore a plain long dress, her stunning figure and beautiful face even more highlighted by the dress, causing passers-by to glance repeatedly. Get in the car, Penelope said expressionlessly. Brendan couldn't help but admire Penelope's beauty, taking several extra glances at this stunning Elaine. The two got into the car and left, driving through most of the metropolis until they reached the outskirts. Shortly after, a mansion surrounded by bamboo groves came into view. The large estate was nestled entirely within the bamboo forest, with bird songs and fragrant flowers around it, picturesque and serene. The security measures were also quite thorough, with guard posts checking visitors even at the perimeter. Hold it, this is private property. Unauthorized persons are not allowed in, the security guard stated expressionlessly. My name is Penelope. I submitted a visiting card yesterday. We're here to see Old Master Christopher, Penelope said as she rolled down the window. The guard checked the visiting list and then let them through. Penelope drove in, parking the car in the underground garage of the estate. A housekeeper approached quickly and led the two into the estate, finally arriving at a courtyard. In the courtyard, an elderly man with a kind demeanor was basking in the sun in the garden. Second Master, your guests have arrived, the housekeeper said respectfully. Penelope and Brendan stepped forward. Old Master Liu, Penelope greeted. Christopher opened his eyes, a smile on his aged face. Yiru, no need for such formality. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Brendan. This must be Xuanhuan. I've heard about you from old Jameson. I didn't expect you to be so young, truly outstanding indeed. There was surprise in Christopher's eyes. Not at all, you flatter me, Old Master Liu. Brendan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. I'm not flattering you. Healing old Jameson's legs proves your capability. After becoming disabled from a car accident 5 years ago, that old guy became crippled and saw many renowned doctors without success. Who would have thought you could heal him? At first, I didn't believe it, but since that old man introduced you to me, I trust you. Christopher smiled. Brendan nodded slightly, stepping forward. Christopher extended his hand. Brendan placed 2 fingers on Christopher's pulse, pretending to observe while actually using his heavenly eye. Under the heavenly eye, information about Christopher appeared before Brendan. Christopher, 78/79. Critical condition. hypertension, arthritis, witchcraft, blood-devouring insect. A frail elder, his life hanging by a thread, worsened by the blood-devouring insect, which weakens him daily. Whoa, Brendan was inwardly shocked. So Christopher really had witchcraft on him. Blood-devouring insect? Sounds terrifying. Brendan quickly looked for treatment methods and felt relieved. Blood-devouring insect. One of the numerous insects from Meow territory, it devours the host's vitality, eventually leading to death from vitality depletion. Use innate pure Sinclair True Chi as a sword to easily destroy the blood-devouring insect. The information provided by the Heavenly Eye was detailed, putting a smile on Brendan's face. It can be treated. Curious, he activated the X-ray vision of the Heavenly Eye, examining Christopher carefully. Thanks to the powerful Heavenly Eye, Christopher's internal condition quickly became visible. Indeed, there were tiny insects inside Christopher's body, smaller than sesame seeds and hidden deep within, making them undetectable even by professional equipment due to their small number. Xiuxian, how is my condition? Christopher asked. Brendan smiled. It can be treated. The witchcraft affecting you is called the blood-devouring insect. It continually consumes your vitality. If this continues, you might have about a year left. What? Christopher's pupils contracted slightly. A year? Vitality-devouring blood-devouring insect? No wonder I feel weaker each year despite consuming many tonics with no effect. Christopher's eyes grew eager. Can you really cure it? How confident are you? 100%. Brendan's tone was filled with confidence. This wasn't just surprising to Christopher, but even Penelope beside him was astonished. Good. I'll treat you. As long as you solve the blood-devouring insect, any conditions you set will be met. Christopher sounded domineering. A century-old ginseng king plant. Brendan demanded. Christopher frowned slightly but nodded. No problem. Wow. Fitting of one of the 4 major families. Truly generous. Brendan was stunned and excited. The century-old ginseng king he obtained from the Jameson family helped him break through to the innate realm. Now, another century-old ginseng king would bring hope for the 3rd upgrade of the Heavenly Eye. Let's start now. Brendan rubbed his hands together, barely containing his eagerness. Fine, Christopher agreed with a nod. However, just as Brendan was about to begin the treatment, footsteps sounded outside. Grandfather, I've come to see you, a voice called, and then a handsome, elegantly dressed young man entered from outside. Chapter 312, The Novice Witch Zach, Basim. The young man wore a smile, accompanied by an elderly man with gray hair and beard. Ah Chow, how did you find the time to visit me today? Christopher greeted with a kind and gentle smile as he saw the youth enter. Innocent smiled. Second uncle, I've come today specifically to introduce you to a miraculous healer. This is Dr. Basim, a witch doctor from the Meow territory. I specially made a trip to the Meow territory due to your illness and managed to bring back this very Dr. Basim. Witch doctor. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the yard revealed looks of astonishment. Brendan was also drawn to attention. His gaze widened in surprise, immediately activating his Heavenly Eye. Basim. N/A. 75-90 seconds. Subhealthy. A novice witch doctor from a witchcraft tribe in Meow territory, proficient in basic witchcraft techniques, expelled from his tribe due to past mistakes. It's really a witch doctor. While astonished, Brendan quickly noticed the issue, his expression becoming peculiar. A novice witch doctor? Only proficient in some rudimentary witch doctor skills? Brendan felt speechless. He had actually been hopeful when Innocent introduced Basim, but hadn't expected him to be merely a novice. On the side, Christopher's eyes lit up. Not possessing the Heavenly Eye, he naturally couldn't tell that this so-called Dr. Basim was only a novice witch doctor. Hearing that Basim came from the Meow territory and knew witchcraft, Christopher's face instantly showed anticipation. Great. Please invite Dr. Basim over here quickly. Christopher stood up to warmly welcome him. Brendan and Penelope were ignored on the side. Seeing this situation, Penelope slightly frowned. She worriedly thought, Divine Xiuxian, won't this Dr. Basim take over your task? These words made Brendan smile. His expression was confident. No need to worry. He can't cure it. While they whispered, Christopher had already warmly invited Basim into the courtyard. Dr. Basim, I trouble you, Christopher said. Basim's old face held a smile. Mr. Liu, don't worry. I can help remove the witchcraft curse from your body, but after this, I will require a century-old ginseng king as payment. Christopher nodded without hesitation. No problem. At this moment, Innocent noticed Brendan and Penelope beside them. Who are they? He directed his gaze at Brendan. This is Xiuxian. He came to solve my goo worm problem, Christopher explained. Innocent chuckled aloud. You have quite a big mouth, daring to claim you can solve second uncle's problem. Judging by your look, you probably just graduated from medical school. People these days are truly unaware of their limits. Innocent made no effort to hide the sarcasm and disdain in his tone. Brendan shrugged but remained silent, still wearing a smile. Seeing Innocent ridicule Brendan like this, Christopher didn't react at all. Clearly, to Christopher, Brendan seemed too young. Even if introduced by Forrester, he didn't believe Brendan could treat him. Compared to Brendan, Basim, the old man with gray hair, appeared more credible. Now, Basim and Innocent walked up to Christopher. He gently tapped his chin and took out a black box from his pocket. The box was about the size of a palm, crafted from unknown material. Everyone looked curiously. Witchcraft was something unfamiliar to all of them, even to Brendan. Snap. The box opened, revealing a black centipede nearly a dozen centimeters long slowly crawling out, its menacing appearance terrifying like a devil crawling out of hell. Ah! Penelope couldn't help but scream. She hid behind Brendan, afraid to watch. Even Brendan felt somewhat uneasy. Many people fear creatures like centipedes. Innocent stepped back, while Christopher felt alarmed. Dr. Basim, how do you plan to treat me next? Don't worry, my little buddy has been raised by me since it was small. It won't harm you. It's a special goo worm I cultivated specifically to locate hidden goo inside your body, Basim said confidently. Christopher's face twisted. Just imagining the creature crawling all over him made him feel terrified. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he agreed. Start. Under Basim's instructions, Christopher undressed, allowing the black centipede to crawl over him to search for the location of the bloodthirsty goo. Christopher couldn't help but close his eyes, trying hard to endure the nausea. Second uncle, this is a necessary process. Just endure it. Innocent urged. The black centipede kept crawling over Christopher's body. This scene was frightening for ordinary people. Penelope had long stopped watching, huddling behind Brendan. Time passed minute by minute. Soon 10 minutes went by. Dr. Basim, haven't you found it yet? Christopher couldn't help but ask. Basim remained calm. Be patient. Christopher forced himself to wait, enduring the discomfort. Another half hour passed, but the centipede still hadn't located the goo, causing Basim's expression to change. How can it not be found? Basim furrowed his brows. He kept directing the centipede to search, but there was no reaction. Innocent suggested impatiently, Dr. Basim, maybe try another method? Or get another centipede out? He grew impatient. They had searched for half an hour with no sign of the goo. Innocent had traveled far to bring Basim here to treat Christopher, hoping to gain favor. Now, if Basim failed, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, this method was rather torturous. Failure might cause Christopher to blame him. Thinking of this, Innocent urged, don't worry, give yourself another half hour. All right, last half hour. Christopher bit his teeth, struggling to endure the torment. Standing nearby, Brendan watched the entire scene and almost laughed out loud. This Basim is indeed just a novice witch doctor. His abilities are clearly insufficient to solve the bloodthirsty goo problem. Initially, upon seeing Basim, Brendan had been concerned. If Basim cured Christopher, his century-old ginseng king would be lost. Fortunately, the novice witch Dr. Basim did not disappoint. His capabilities were clearly inadequate to resolve the bloodthirsty goo problem. Chapter 313. Arrogant to the point of blindness. Another half hour passed, and this time Christopher could no longer contain himself. Enough, Zach Grayson. Take your centipedes back. Christopher couldn't bear it any longer. Even the way he addressed Grayson had changed. Innocent's face was quite grim. What exactly is going on? Didn't you assure me on your way here that you would solve the problem? Innocent's tone was accusatory. Grayson's elderly face looked flustered, and he stuttered, unable to say a word. Christopher, suppressing his anger, gave Innocent a stern glare. Ah Chow, you're truly unreliable. Second grandfather, I meant well. I didn't expect this outcome, Innocent quickly explained. Christopher waved him off. Enough. No need for more words. You and Zach Grayson leave immediately. I don't want to see you for now. Innocent felt indignant and furious, wishing he could beat up Grayson right then and there. This fool had humiliated him greatly. After scolding Innocent, Christopher turned awkwardly to Brendan. Zhang, our agreement still stands. Please help treat me. Before Brendan could respond, Innocent sneered. Second grandfather, why are you seeking help from this person? He's so young. How skilled can he be? Even Master Grayson couldn't solve your condition. Does this boy think he can cure you? Innocent spoke sarcastically. Penelope, who could hardly endure it, stepped forward. Though young, Divine Zhang is exceptionally skilled. He cured my grandfather's legs. I remember you as Penelope from the Jameson family. Indeed, you are beautiful, but your family's judgment is poor, Innocent scoffed. This boy probably just used some trick. Calling him a divine doctor? What a joke. Brendan narrowed his eyes. After being mocked by Innocent several times, he too began to feel annoyed. Even clay figurines have tempers. What more for him? Brendan frowned. Mr. Liu, the most important thing between a doctor and patient is trust. If you don't trust my skills, it might be difficult for me to start treatment. Ha ha ha. Innocent burst into laughter. What do you mean? Are you threatening second grandfather? Do you really think you're someone important, daring to speak so boldly in the Liu family? You're arrogant, Innocent said, mocking him. Christopher frowned, also interpreting Brendan's words as a threat. His expression darkened. Benjamin, you haven't started treatment yet. How can I trust you? How dare you threaten me like this? If not for Mr. Jameson's sake, I wouldn't give you a chance. Christopher's face grew stern. Brendan's expression turned cold, a surge of anger rising within him. Is this how the Liu family behaves? Here he was trying to heal them, yet Innocent disrespected him, and the elderly Christopher showed no basic courtesy. Mr. Liu, I did not mean to threaten you. I only hoped for your trust, Brendan replied gravely. Innocent jeered. Trust? Why should I trust you? Are you some celebrity? You're just a rookie. Why should we trust you? Damn it. Brendan seethed with rage, the fury evident on his face. Seeing the situation escalate, Penelope tried to mediate. Mr. Liu, please don't be angry. Divine Zhang did not mean to threaten you. Penelope tugged at Brendan's sleeve, gesturing to him silently. In a low voice, she urged, Divine Zhang, this is the Liu family. You mustn't lose your temper. We can't afford to offend them. Brendan felt stifled. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Apologies, Mr. Liu. My previous words were indeed inappropriate. However, regarding your blood-sucking goo, I fear I cannot treat it. Perhaps you should seek someone else. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Brendan turned and left, his expression clearly displeased. Penelope hurried to apologize to Christopher. Mr. Liu, Divine Zhang is straightforward. Please don't hold it against him. Humph. Such arrogance from a young man. How will he survive in society? Given Mr. Jameson's relationship, I won't blame him further, but he should never show his face before me again. Christopher grumbled. Penelope apologized repeatedly before swiftly leaving as well. The courtyard now held only 3 people. Innocent sneered as Brendan walked away, a mocking smile on his face. Just a nobody, daring to act superior in our Liu family. Truly ungrateful, Innocent sneered. Christopher looked at Grayson. Zach Grayson, can you solve the blood-sucking goo affecting me? Blood-sucking goo? You have the blood-sucking goo? Grayson was shocked. He suddenly understood. No wonder my insects couldn't detect it. It's indeed the blood-sucking goo. The blood-sucking goo is one of the 8 major witchcrafts from my Miao region. Victims' life force is gradually consumed. They don't live long. Observing Christopher closely, Grayson added, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. If you have the blood-sucking goo, you should have died years ago. My grandfather has taken many tonics over the years, Innocent explained. Grayson nodded in understanding. That explains it. But even so, Mr. Liu, your lifespan is waning like a flickering candle. You don't have much time left. These words were akin to a death sentence, causing Christopher's face to darken. Hold on. How do you know it's the blood-sucking goo? Grayson asked. Christopher explained. That young man mentioned it earlier. Grayson was stunned. How could he tell it's the blood-sucking goo? Christopher frowned, feeling a pang of regret. How did Brendan discern this just by taking his pulse and know he'd been taking tonics all these years? Could he be genuinely skilled? On the other side, Brendan and Penelope left the Liu family estate. In the car, Penelope expressed her regret. Divine Zhang, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Everything was going smoothly, but an accident occurred. I've heard of Innocent. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Brendan waved it off. It's fine. No harm done. Let's put it behind us. Chapter 314. Jeremiah seeks help. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. After all, if he had cured Christopher this time, he would have earned a 100-year-old ginseng king. But thinking about the attitude of Christopher and Innocent, grandfather and grandson, Brendan no longer felt it was a loss. The condescending demeanor of the two men irritated him to no end. There would certainly be other opportunities to get a 100-year-old ginseng king in the future. However, enduring humiliation just to eagerly treat Christopher made Brendan feel disgusted. With that thought, Brendan decided not to dwell on it anymore. Divine Zhang, where do you plan to go next? Asked a voice. I'm going to buy a villa in Magic Capital. Can you help me with that? Brendan smacked his lips. He would definitely stay in Magic Capital for some time. Staying at Emilio's villa made him feel like he was living off someone else's kindness. With no shortage of money, there was no need to make himself uncomfortable. Sure, I'll take you, Penelope nodded with a smile. Spending an entire afternoon, Penelope accompanied Brendan to purchase a car and a house. In Magic Capital, every inch of land was valuable, especially villas, which were priced exorbitantly. Luckily, Brendan now had assets exceeding 10 billion yuan, so buying a villa was manageable. For 60 million, Brendan bought a beautifully decorated small villa of over 300 square meters in the third ring area, ready for immediate occupancy. He also spent 3 million on a Lamborghini sports car, moving into the villa with his luggage shortly after. Settling into the new villa, Brendan felt much better, and the unpleasantness from Liu family faded away completely. 3 days passed quickly. Brendan spent most of these days at home, rarely going out. On the 4th day, an unexpected phone call came. Ring, ring. A strange number displayed on the screen. When answered, Jeremiah's voice came through. Brendan. Slightly surprised, Brendan replied, Jeremiah, why are you calling me? You're not causing trouble again, are you? Jeremiah frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't mean to cause any trouble. So why are you calling? Brendan rolled his eyes. He guessed Jeremiah might have something up his sleeve, but remained skeptical. Jeremiah hesitated. I want to ask for your help. Let's talk in person tonight. All right, I'll see what you're up to. Brendan agreed, hanging up while chuckling to himself. He already had an idea why Jeremiah was calling. Brendan grinned slyly, contemplating what to extort from Jeremiah. For a man, there's nothing more important than that, especially for someone like Jeremiah who is obsessed with it. For the sake of his manhood, he shouldn't refuse to pay the price of a 100-year-old ginseng king, Brendan chuckled. Nighttime arrived. Brendan drove his newly bought Lamborghini to meet Jeremiah. Accelerating, the roar of the engine sounded like a beast's growl. Under the moonlight, the streamlined body glittered, disappearing swiftly down the road. An hour later, Brendan arrived at an upscale restaurant. He walked straight in, gave his name, and was led to a private room on the 4th floor by a waiter. Knock, knock. Opening the door, Brendan stepped in, finding Jeremiah sitting inside. In just a few days, Jeremiah seemed to have undergone severe torture. His spirit and energy had drastically declined. His face was pale, his eyes lifeless, and his hair disheveled. Seeing his pitiful state, Brendan almost burst out laughing. Well, isn't this young Master Terrence? Your complexion looks terrible after just a few days. Jeremiah's expression turned grim. Brendan, I've encountered some problems recently. I need your help today. Close the door first. Brendan shut the door and sat opposite Jeremiah. Go on. To think the great young Master Terrence would seek my help. Unbelievable. Brendan's mockery darkened Jeremiah's face. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Enough. Brendan, I invited you here not to mock me. I heard you're a doctor, right? And you've been treating old Master Jameson's legs, with quite effective results. That's why I came to you today, Jeremiah said through clenched teeth. Internally laughing hysterically, Brendan feigned seriousness as he sized up Jeremiah. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Indeed, I need your help. Jeremiah hesitated several times before speaking. Admitting his problem to his enemy felt like torture. What's wrong? As a doctor, you can trust me. Tell me everything. I adhere to professional ethics. You can trust me. Brendan reassured him seriously. Gritting his teeth, Jeremiah finally confessed, there's an issue with my performance in that aspect. I heard you have unique treatments. Please help me. Brendan found Jeremiah's embarrassed and reluctant expression hilariously entertaining. In that specific area? Jeremiah looked mortified, wishing the ground could swallow him whole. Yes. Give me your medical report. Brendan demanded. Jeremiah handed him the report from his pocket. Brendan skimmed through it quickly, then glanced at Jeremiah, whose expression showed anxiety and hope. How does it look? Can you cure me? Making Jeremiah wait until he became impatient, Brendan finally spoke. I can cure you. Great. Overjoyed, Jeremiah jumped up from his chair. Brendan, you must cure me. If you can heal me, we can consider our past grievances settled, Jeremiah exclaimed excitedly. These past few days had been full of disappointment for Jeremiah. Brendan was his last hope, and he was relieved that Brendan didn't disappoint him. Smiling faintly, Brendan said, I can treat you, but the fee won't be cheap. No hesitation, Jeremiah responded immediately. Tell me the amount. 100-year-old ginseng king, Brendan declared. What? Jeremiah's voice spiked sharply in surprise and anger. Are you insane? Do you know how valuable a 100-year-old ginseng king is? Hashtag chapter 315. Treating Jeremiah. Jeremiah was furious, glaring at Brendan with an enraged expression. His face was flushed with anger. Brendan, your demands are too excessive. To ask for a 100-year ginseng root is just too much. Jeremiah sneered sarcastically. Facing Jeremiah's mockery, Brendan remained calm, smiling gently. To you, which is more important, the 100-year ginseng root or a man's dignity? This single question left Jeremiah speechless. He gritted his teeth. No way, your conditions are too steep. The 100-year ginseng root is priceless and cannot be measured by money, Jeremiah continued. Brendan shrugged, feigning helplessness. In that case, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to find someone else. With that, Brendan started to usher him out. Jeremiah was both shocked and angry. Brendan, this is blatant extortion. This is a mutually agreed transaction. If you feel the price is too high, you're free to find others. Brendan smiled broadly. Looking at Brendan's smug smile, Jeremiah felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. His fists clenched tightly, so hard that his fingernails dug deeply into his palms, causing excruciating pain. Fine. The 3 consecutive fines revealed just how infuriated Jeremiah was. I will get you the 100-year ginseng root tonight, but you must ensure you can cure me. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy, Jeremiah roared furiously. Even as he said this, his heart bled. The 100-year ginseng root wasn't like cabbage on the roadside. Even as a member of one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, it wasn't something easily obtainable. Don't worry, I will definitely cure you, Brendan said confidently. Jeremiah turned and left, immediately thinking about how to get the 100-year ginseng root. Brendan couldn't hide his excitement. Good old Master Terrence, what a generous benefactor. Previously, he had already obtained many valuable items from Jeremiah, especially that jade pendant containing over 100 units of spirit energy. Now, he would also receive a 100-year ginseng root. Such a magnanimous benefactor was rare, and Brendan pondered whether he should be nicer to Jeremiah in the future. Just then, another call came through, again from an unknown number. This time, it was Innocent's voice on the other end. Brendan, my second grandfather is unwell. Come to our house immediately. Without waiting for a response, Innocent hung up abruptly. Brendan frowned at the high-handed attitude, ruining his previously good mood. Damn. Just because you're one of the 4 major families, you think you can order me around? Brendan was irritated internally. If Innocent had spoken politely, Brendan would have gone without hesitation. But being ordered around after being dismissed earlier made him feel like a dog summoned at will. Even an inanimate object has its limits, not to mention Brendan. So what if it's the Liu family? What's so great about being one of the 4 major families? Now that I've reached the innate realm and am about to acquire the second 100-year ginseng root, once I upgrade the heavenly eye for the 3rd time, I won't fear the Liu family anymore. A flash of determination lit up Brendan's eyes. He decided not to go unless Innocent apologized personally. Meanwhile, at Liu family manor, Innocent, hearing the busy tone, looked extremely displeased. How dare he hang up on me, just some commoner from out of town. Innocent's gaze turned icy cold, revealing intense hostility. He immediately dialed another number. Hey Vaughn, I need you to bring someone here for me. Time passed unnoticed until afternoon when Jeremiah called, informing Brendan that the 100-year ginseng root was ready. Elated, Brendan drove over immediately. They met at a hotel in Shanghai where Jeremiah had already reserved a room. Upon meeting, Brendan asked eagerly, where's the 100-year ginseng root? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Besides Jeremiah, there was also a beautiful Harlow in the room. Jeremiah handed over a black box grimly. Opening it, Brendan found the 100-year ginseng root inside. Great, he exclaimed with satisfaction. Jeremiah clenched his jaw. Obtaining this ginseng root had been a monumental effort. Brendan, I've given you what you wanted. Now it's your turn to treat me, Jeremiah urged. Brendan nodded, smiling. No problem. Just take off your shirt and lie on the bed. All right. Jeremiah quickly complied, stripping off his shirt and lying down. Brendan approached, placing his hands on Jeremiah's waist and beginning a massage. What are you doing? Is this your treatment? Jeremiah frowned in confusion. Don't worry, you'll see results soon, Brendan replied confidently. Hearing this, Jeremiah waited patiently. The room fell silent, as still as death. Minutes turned into half an hour. Jeremiah noticed a warm sensation rising in his abdomen, a strange and novel feeling. How did you do this? Is this a unique massage technique? Jeremiah couldn't help but ask. Brendan ignored him, focused on healing Jeremiah's internal injuries. Considering the value of the 100-year ginseng root, he was happy to help Jeremiah. 2 more hours passed before Brendan finally stopped. That's it. Treatment complete. Try it now, Brendan said. Jeremiah quickly got up and embraced the Harlow beside him, boldly touching her body. Soon, Jeremiah's face lit up with joy. It's working. Ha ha ha, it's finally working. Jeremiah was elated. His dormant condition had finally improved. He could reclaim his masculinity, making him incredibly excited. Chapter 316. Upgrading the heavenly eye and new abilities. Without a word, Jeremiah immediately pulled down his pants and pushed the Harlow's head down. As he relished the service from the Harlow, excitement filled his expression. Brendan, I didn't think you actually cured me. You've truly given me a huge surprise. Brendan looked at Jeremiah's excited face and almost burst out laughing inside. If Jeremiah knew that the person who caused his condition was none other than himself, he wondered what kind of look would cross his face. I'm just doing my job for pay. If you have similar matters next time, you can still find me. I'm quite skilled in this area. Goodbye. With that, Brendan left straight away. Having secured the century-old ginseng, he couldn't wait to return home and use it. Jeremiah didn't stop him. He had been holding back for days and couldn't wait to have his way with the Harlow beneath him, not sparing any attention for Brendan. He quickly pulled the Harlow up, stripped her clothes off in a few swift motions, and pounced on her. The room soon filled with intense sounds of their encounter, unable to settle down. Meanwhile, after leaving the hotel, Brendan immediately drove back to his villa. He entered his bedroom and took out the century-old ginseng. Now, it's time to upgrade the Heavenly Eye. The first two upgrades granted me different abilities. I wonder what changes this one will bring. Brendan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without hesitation, he absorbed the rich red spiritual energy within the ginseng. Roaring like thunder, an immense amount of spiritual energy surged from his xuanhuan palace, flooding into the Heavenly Eye under his control. The Heavenly Eye devoured this energy voraciously, absorbing it as if it were bottomless, no matter how much was poured in. With prior experience from 2 upgrades, Brendan was now well-versed in the process. He continued injecting more spiritual energy into the Heavenly Eye. 10 units, 20 units, 40 units, 80 units. Soon, the total amount of spiritual energy injected surpassed 100 units, yet it kept increasing. Brendan stared in disbelief. It's already reached 150 units, and it's still not enough. I never expected upgrading the Heavenly Eye a third time would require so much spiritual energy. Spiritual energy continued pouring into the Heavenly Eye, and Brendan also added high-quality red spiritual energy. With the infusion of the premium quality energy, the Heavenly Eye finally showed a reaction. A slight sense of fullness arose. Brendan felt a surge of energy, realizing the Heavenly Eye was nearly saturated. Come on, my dear treasure. Let's see what new ability you'll reveal, he exclaimed excitedly. Boom. When a unit of high-quality red spiritual energy mixed with 200 ordinary units entered the Heavenly Eye, it finally reached saturation, initiating a significant transformation. Brendan felt excruciating pain in his eyes, forcing him to groan and lie down on the bed, enduring the agony. The intense pain persisted for about half an hour, drenching Brendan in sweat, making him appear as though he had just emerged from water. Finally, the pain began to subside, replaced by a cooling and soothing sensation. After a long while, Brendan opened his eyes. What a clear world. A smile spread across his face. While the upgrade had significantly enhanced his perception, that wasn't the most crucial part. Brendan walked to the mirror, focusing on his reflection. His information reappeared. Brendan. Heavenly Eye, Level 3. Cultivation Technique. Pure Sinclair Art, Early xiuxian Stage. 21/145. Robust. Misfortune and fortune coexist. Currently riding high, but hidden danger lurks in good fortune, with a hint of black energy targeting you. Brendan's pupils contracted, his gaze locking onto the last line. At the same time, he saw a cloud of mist above his head, which upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a faint golden hue. Amidst the golden mist, a trace of crimson occasionally appeared. So this is the newest ability of the Heavenly Eye. I can actually see my current fortune? Brendan marveled in astonishment. He hurried to the balcony, observing a passing couple outside. Average fortune. Average fortune. The fortune clouds above their heads were white. Brendan felt elated. I can indeed perceive people's fortunes. This ability is hard to evaluate but could be incredibly powerful if used well. With this, I can genuinely read fortunes for people. Brendan was overjoyed. However, he soon noticed something else besides the fortune clouds. Several white threads extended from the passers-by's bodies. What are these threads? Brendan wondered. The third upgrade of the Heavenly Eye bestowed him with the ability to view fortune, enhancing his life planning. But the mystery of those white threads required further exploration. This ability is truly incredible. It was worth spending all that spiritual energy on it. Brendan smiled. He glanced at his own fortune cloud again, fixating on the trace of crimson. Someone wants to harm me? Does this red thread mean bloodshed? With my current strength, who could pose such a threat? Could it be the Liu family? Brendan narrowed his eyes, recalling how he recently offended Innocent, and the Liu family being one of the 4 major clans. That would make perfect sense. With this thought, Brendan became cautious. Time quickly turned to night, and it was already deep into the evening. Tonight, the moonlight was bright, casting a silver glow over the city, as if cloaking it in a veil of pristine moonlight. In the villa complex, a shadowy figure silently slipped in and headed directly toward Brendan's villa. The intruder made their way inside, reaching Brendan's room on the 2nd floor. Brendan, who was sound asleep, suddenly woke up due to a heart-pounding sensation. What's happening? Brendan felt fear as he immediately realized the Heavenly Eye was warning him. Didn't expect the upgraded Heavenly Eye to have this ability. He immediately activated the Heavenly Eye's penetration and perception abilities, quickly spotting a suspicious figure approaching his room through the window. Chapter 317. Assassin Noah and the Bloodline Thread. His face changed slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Brendan immediately stood up and hid behind the door. Very soon, the person outside opened the door. A small gap appeared as the door opened, followed by the appearance of a dark gun barrel. Seeing the dark gun barrel, Brendan felt his hair stand on end. His pupils instantly contracted, and he immediately understood why his aura was a golden cloud with a streak of crimson. It turned out it came from here. Damn, it must be the Liu family. Fury surged in Brendan's eyes. He hadn't expected that Innocent would be so ruthless. He had only refused the other party, yet Innocent had sent someone to take his life. Although his current strength had reached the initial stage of innate, facing a modern firearm, he had no confidence in catching a bullet barehanded, let alone being ambushed while sleeping. Bang! Brendan fiercely slammed into the door, causing it to close instantly. The hand of the shadowy figure that had been extended through the door crack was directly crushed. Ah! Along with the sound of bones breaking, a wretched cry escaped the shadowy figure's mouth. The handgun in his hand also clattered to the ground. The shadowy figure, filled with shock and anger, did not expect this outcome. Without saying anything, he fled immediately. You think you can run? Stay. With boiling killing intent, Brendan rushed forward. In a flash, the shadowy figure pulled out a dagger with his left hand and stabbed towards Brendan. Just as he extended his hand, Brendan had already caught his left wrist. Snap. Another bone-breaking sound echoed, and this time, the shadowy figure's left wrist was twisted and broken by Brendan. The shadowy figure screamed in agony and was thrown against the wall. The tremendous impact caused him to vomit blood, then he fainted. Brendan approached with a grim expression. He removed the shadowy figure's mask, revealing a strange Jose. After searching the shadowy figure's body, Brendan quickly found the phone. Checking the call log, Innocent's number was clearly at the top, with recent communications. So it's confirmed. This person was indeed sent by Innocent to kill me. What a bold move. Brendan's eyes blazed with killing intent. A daring idea popped into Brendan's mind. What if he simply want to kill Innocent? This thought was swiftly squashed. The Liu family's influence was vast, and the security at their compound was extremely tight, filled with cameras everywhere. Despite his remarkable abilities, it was impossible for him to sneak into the Liu family compound undetected past all those cameras. F***CK. This feeling is infuriating. Brendan grumbled. Suppressing his anger, he quickly turned on the lights in the villa. He picked up the gun from the floor and pondered how to deal with the shadowy figure. Kill him and throw him into the sea to avoid future trouble. Brendan clicked his tongue. He quickly bound the shadowy figure and woke him up. Who sent you to kill me? Brendan asked coldly. The shadowy figure endured the pain in his hands, his face pale. I won't tell you. Kill me. Brendan narrowed his eyes. I will definitely kill you, but you can choose to die now or suffer until you wish you were dead. The shadowy figure remained silent, making his stance clear. Brendan was speechless. He didn't expect the shadowy figure to be so resolute. Activating his heavenly eye, Brendan focused on the shadowy figure and quickly saw his aura and information. Noah, none. 4343. Severely injured. Both hands broken, internal organs impacted, concussion. Blood aura overhead. A thick bloody aura covered Noah's head, indicating that this man was surely going to die. Brendan closed his eyes and changed his thoughts. Suddenly, something astonishing happened. Noah's aura, previously overshadowed by blood, changed. The bloody aura transformed into white. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It seems my decision affects this person's life and death, so his aura changes accordingly. But what is that white thread attached to him? Brendan squinted his eyes, following the white thread, which led southward. After brief contemplation, Brendan took Noah and left. He gagged Noah and stuffed him into the sports car. Despite struggling, the heavily injured Noah's resistance was futile. Brendan drove away from the villa complex, following the white thread. He wanted to see what this white thread was all about. Tracing the thread, after an hour's drive, Brendan arrived at the opposite side of Metropolis and stopped in front of an apartment complex. Guh. At this moment, Noah began struggling intensely, his emotions highly agitated. Ignoring Noah, Brendan shoved him into a bag and continued walking. Entering a building on the 8th floor, they finally stopped in front of a suite. Removing Noah from the bag, he noticed the intense, bloodshot eyes staring back. Haha. If I'm not mistaken, this is your home? Let me guess, your family is inside. Brendan mocked. Noah struggled violently, his face shifting from anger to pleading. Indeed. Brendan smiled excitedly. He now understood what the white thread was. It was a bloodline thread. He didn't have one because he was an orphan without any relatives, but Noah had one, right inside this house. Now, I'll give you another chance. Tell me who the mastermind is. Otherwise, I'll go in and kill your family. Brendan said coldly. He released Noah's mouth, and immediately, the latter begged, I'll talk. I'll say everything. Don't hurt my daughter. It was Innocent from the Liu family who sent me. But not to kill you, but to kidnap you. I just followed orders. Please don't hurt my daughter, Noah pleaded. Humph. Sure enough, that damn Innocent. Brendan's eyes were icy. He glanced deeply at Noah. You've been with Innocent for some time, right? Tell me all the dirt on Innocent. Noah's pupils contracted as he hesitated. Your daughter dies if you don't speak. Brendan threatened coldly. Noah immediately gave in, spilling everything Brendan wanted to know. Hashtag chapter 318. Blood aura black cloud. Brendan retrieved the key from Noah and entered his home. From Noah, he learned a lot of incriminating information about Innocent. It turned out that Noah was Innocent's black love, handling all kinds of shady affairs for him. At the same time, Noah was one of Innocent's most trusted and capable lieutenants, having worked closely with him for 5 years. Mr. Zhang, I beg you not to hurt my daughter. You can kill me, but Xuanhuan is young and innocent. Noah pleaded on his knees. Brendan glanced towards the nearby room, activated his clairvoyance, and immediately saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl lying on the bed inside. The girl had a very endearing appearance, already blossoming into a graceful young lady despite her tender age. Brendan soon noticed something unusual. Her hair and skin were both pale white. Albinism? Brendan was surprised. xuanhuan. Attributes, none. Age, 12/18. Health condition, albinism, congenital heart disease. Blood aura curse. Oh dear. With albinism and congenital heart disease, this girl has it tough. Any sympathy quickly faded as Brendan contemplated how to handle Noah. How about working for me in the future? Brendan squinted his eyes. What? Noah was shocked. What did you say? You have considerable skills. I need you to work for me, and in return, I can treat your daughter. Brendan narrowed his eyes. He realized that xuanhuan was Noah's weakness. By controlling the girl, he could control Noah. Noah often engaged in illegal activities. If there was anything unsavory, he could let Noah handle it. Not possible. Xuanhuan's condition. Brendan interrupted him. Albinism and congenital heart disease. Her name is xuanhuan. She is 12 years old, stands at 4 feet, and weighs less than 80 pounds. Shock flashed across Noah's face. How? How do you know? My abilities exceed your imagination. Working for me would be your fortune. Your daughter's condition is serious. Unexpectedly, she won't live past 18, but I can help her. Think it over, Brendan said without elaborating further. Noah fell into a dilemma. He gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering before making a decision. If you can really save xuanhuan, then I will work for you. Even killing innocent isn't a problem, Noah said resolutely. Brendan smiled. Good. I want you to kill innocent. Let me heal your wounds first. Brendan grabbed Noah's hand. Using his innate pure yang energy and spiritual essence for repair and nourishment, within a few hours, Noah's hands had mostly healed. Noah stared at his hands in disbelief, his expression full of shock. How did you do that? Noah couldn't believe it. Do you now believe I can treat your daughter? Brendan chuckled lightly. Noah couldn't help but get excited. I believe you. Brendan checked the time. It was already 6 in the morning. Great. Give you 3 days to kill innocent, and then I'll treat your daughter, Brendan said before leaving immediately, taking the gun with him for protection. Back at the villa, after a busy night, Brendan felt extremely drowsy. After a quick shower, he went straight to sleep. He woke up around noon, freshened up, and headed to the Jameson family. Upon reaching the courtyard where Forrester was staying, he soon met Forrester who was basking in the sun. Upon seeing Brendan, Forrester had an apologetic look on his face. Divine Zhang, I am truly sorry. I've heard from Star about what happened with the Liu family. I never expected old Christopher to treat you like that. This is my fault. Forrester apologized sincerely. Brendan waved his hand. No need for such formalities, Elder Jameson. This has nothing to do with you. Only I and the Liu family are incompatible. No need to dwell on this anymore. Forrester sighed inwardly. He had intended to introduce Brendan to the Liu family partly to repay Brendan's kindness and partly to help an old friend. The outcome made him quite embarrassed as the intermediary. Seeing that Brendan wasn't blaming him, Forrester felt greatly relieved. Let's continue the treatment. Brendan stepped forward. Familiar with the process, he opened his heavenly eye to prepare to treat Forrester. However, upon inspection, he was startled to see that Forrester's aura was shrouded in a blood aura, an ominous sign of impending death. Is someone trying to kill Forrester? Brendan was alarmed. Elder Jameson, has anything unusual happened to the Jameson family recently? Brendan asked urgently. Forrester was taken aback. Nothing. Why do you ask, Divine Zhang? I'm somewhat skilled in observing auras, which reveal one's fortunes. Today, you're shrouded in a blood aura, a sure sign of danger. You may be in grave peril. Brendan said gravely. What? Forrester almost jumped out of his wheelchair. If anyone else had said this, he would have dismissed it outright. But Brendan had proven his capabilities. When he claimed to have the skill to read auras, Forrester didn't doubt it at all. Divine Zhang, can you see more? Forrester asked anxiously. Brendan shook his head. No. The art of aura reading only reveals one's current fortune, not the future. At this moment, Penelope came in and, hearing about Forrester's blood aura, she too was shocked. As Brendan looked over, he nearly blurted out a curse. Penelope also had a blood aura swirling above her head, a bloody aura surrounding her completely. Troyan, you are also shrouded in a blood aura, Brendan exclaimed. Penelope's face changed. Someone wants to kill me? Forrester was both shocked and angry. Who dares to act so arrogantly against my Jameson family? Wait. Forrester thought of something and hurriedly added, Divine Zhang, please use your aura reading skills to check everyone else in my compound. Brendan understood immediately. All right. Forrester made a call and quickly gathered everyone in the compound. To their surprise, 2/3 of the people in the compound were shrouded in a blood aura. Damn. Brendan's eyes widened, wondering if he was mistaken. What exactly did the mastermind do to cover such a large area of the Jameson family compound with a deathly aura? Note, Mu Ho Hriso is translated as mastermind to ensure the text reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Could someone be planning to wipe out the entire Jameson family? Forrester, observing Brendan's expression, already understood the gravity of the situation. His aged face darkened immensely. Hashtag chapter 319. The second inheritance jade slip. Okay. My old bones haven't had a good exercise in ages. It seems I no longer hold any deterrent power. Who is so daring as to try and exterminate my entire Jameson family? Forrester raged, the burning anger inside him like an imminent volcanic eruption. Beside him, Penelope's expression was equally cold and grim. She bit her lip, sharing his fury. Brendan was also shocked inwardly. The mastermind behind this was indeed ruthless, striking with the intent to obliterate the entire clan. Brendan carefully scanned each individual, soon spotting something amiss. He noticed that among the crowd, 4 or 5 servants were severely poisoned. Step forward, you 4. Brendan pointed at the 4 servants. The servants were bewildered and hesitantly stepped out from the group. Divine Zhang, is there something wrong with these 4? Penelope asked, stepping forward. They are all heavily poisoned and will certainly die if the poison spreads, Brendan replied. At this point, Brendan began to form a hypothesis. I suspect the killer has poisoned your entire manor. These 4 people have been poisoned first, followed by everyone else. I need to inspect the food and water supply in the manor, said Brendan. Penelope nodded without hesitation. I'll take Divine Zhang to check. Great. Brendan agreed and under Penelope's guidance, quickly arrived at the kitchen. With the help of his heavenly eye, he meticulously searched through the kitchen. Even the slightest clues could not escape his notice. A few moments later, Brendan discovered the problem. Rice. Poisoned. These grains of rice have been tampered with. They've been poisoned. Brendan exclaimed as he stepped forward. It appears the murderer chose to poison the rice. Once you all ate lunch, you would all be poisoned. Penelope's gaze turned cold. I remember the person in charge of food procurement is the butler, Unkit. Unkit, bring him here immediately. An attendant promptly went off to find him while Brendan continued his search, discovering several other items that had been similarly tampered with. Soon after, the servant returned breathlessly. "Miss, we can't find Butler He." Brendan clicked his tongue. It seems the case is solved. Without a doubt, the poisoner must be your Manor's butler, Unkit. Penelope's face grew icily cold. The betrayal within her household sent shivers down her spine. Back in the courtyard, Penelope recounted the events involving Unkit to her grandfather. Forrester seethed in anger. "Old He, this traitor. I took him in when he was starving on the streets. Who would have thought he'd betray me?" Brendan remained silent, knowing this was a matter of the Jameson family and not for an outsider to meddle in. However, as he glanced at Forrester and his granddaughter again, he saw that their bloodline aura had returned to its normal white color. "Your fortunes have stabilized. It looks like the crisis has passed," Brendan said. Forrester expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Divine Xuanhuan, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Otherwise, my entire Jameson family would have faced extermination." Penelope felt similarly, her eyes reflecting deep admiration. Brendan smiled gently. "You're too kind, Grandfather Jameson. It was merely a small favor. Divine Xuanhuan's great kindness cannot be repaid. How about this? Our family has collected many treasures over the years. Please visit our treasury and choose whatever catches your fancy," Forrester offered generously. Brendan's eyes lit up. Although the Jameson family wasn't one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, they were still a prominent and respected clan. Their collection of treasures was sure to contain many valuable items, possibly surprising and beneficial. "Ha ha ha. If Grandfather Jameson insists, then I won't refuse." Forrester then led Brendan to the Jameson family's treasury. They entered the ancestral hall and soon found themselves in the basement via a hidden door. Before long, a large, heavily fortified vault appeared before Brendan. Constructed entirely of steel, it was impervious even to bullets. After entering with Forrester and Penelope, Brendan saw various treasures stored inside. There were antique paintings, jade artifacts, precious stones, medicinal herbs, and rare objects. The vault contained countless treasures, each piece worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. "Please, Divine Xuanhuan," Forrester gestured warmly. "Feel free to take anything you fancy," he added with a smile. Brendan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His heavenly eyes swiftly examined the ancient artifacts. Wow, each piece was a masterpiece, filled with considerable spiritual energy. Brendan walked forward, silently absorbing all the spiritual energy from them. Having dealt with the antiques, he turned to the jade and gemstones, absorbing their energy as well. In less than 10 minutes, Brendan gathered nearly 50 units of spiritual energy, replenishing almost a quarter of what he had expended upgrading his heavenly eye. The thrill left him grinning widely. "These treasures are insignificant compared to your life-saving grace," Penelope remarked, noting his excited expression. She thought he might be shy about taking too much. Brendan chuckled. "There's no need for these antiques or jewels. I enjoy admiring them, but that doesn't mean I must possess them." He shifted his focus to the medicinal herbs and unusual objects. A wild ginseng root with 80 years of age immediately caught his eye. "I want this 80-year-old wild ginseng root," Brendan exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a milky white jade stone drew his attention. Inheritance Jade Slip. White Jade. Unnamed Artisan. A transmission crystal from a cultivation world, containing mysterious knowledge. Brendan took a sharp breath, his eyes widening with excitement. Another Inheritance Jade Slip. What secrets does this one hold? Brendan felt both thrilled and eager. He immediately approached. "I want this Jade Slip." "That's enough. I'll take just these 2 items," Brendan decided. Despite Forrester's generous offer, he felt satisfied with what he had chosen. Forrester regarded him with genuine appreciation. Divine Xuanhuan truly upholds noble virtues, taking only 2 treasures from such a vast collection. Chapter 320. Transforming into a medical master. Facing Forrester's praise, Brendan smiled but remained silent. Taking only 2 items wasn't just about high moral standards. For him, the Inheritance Jade Slip in his hand was invaluable, far more precious than all the other items in the vault combined. Afterward, the 3 of them left the vault, and Brendan began to treat Forrester's legs. For hours later, with a look of fatigue on his face, Brendan finished the treatment. Without saying much, he eagerly headed back. "Yiru, please drive Divine Xuanhuan back," Forrester said with a smile. Penelope nodded slightly and drove Brendan back to the villa. "Divine Xuanhuan, I." Penelope seemed to have more to say, but as she started speaking, she noticed that Brendan had hurriedly gotten out of the car and rushed into the villa. "Penelope." Meanwhile, Brendan was entirely focused on the Inheritance Jade Slip, oblivious to Penelope's thoughts. Back in his room, he locked the door and immediately pressed the Jade Slip against his forehead. "Let's begin. Let me see what treasures this Jade Slip holds." Brendan was filled with anticipation. Boom. As soon as he spoke, a massive amount of information surged from the Jade Slip, flooding his mind instantly. Brendan felt as if his brain was exploding. He had underestimated the volume of information contained within the Jade Slip. The overwhelming influx threatened to overwhelm his brain. "Oh no, I was too careless." Brendan felt a sudden darkness before collapsing to the floor with a thud. Unconscious for an unknown duration, whether it was a minute or an hour, Brendan finally stirred on the floor. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that his memory now contained vast amounts of new information. External chi techniques, Ian Sinclair cultivation methods, rejuvenating acupuncture, the 3 yuan hands. It took him an hour to organize all the information in his mind. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, his excitement reaching its peak. "I've hit the jackpot. This time, I've truly made a huge profit." The Inheritance Jade Slip contains a complete set of medical knowledge from the cultivation world. Brendan's flushed face showed just how thrilled he was. In mere hours, he had transformed from a novice in medical arts to a master, albeit theoretically. Practical application would be the final step. This cheat mode is absolutely exhilarating. From now on, my reputation as Divine Xuanhuan is solidified. I no longer have to worry about people questioning my medical knowledge. Brendan's eyes sparkled. The medical knowledge from the cultivation world was extensive, even providing remedies for many incurable diseases on Earth. His mind now held detailed information and applications for over 1,000 herbs, knowledge that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to learn. No wonder so many people love using cheats in games. This feeling is truly irresistible. Brendan nearly laughed until he cried. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, a sudden phone call interrupted him. It was from Forrester. Divine Xuanhuan, something serious has happened. Yiru has been poisoned and is in critical condition, Forrester said urgently. What? Brendan's pupils constricted. I'll be right over. He quickly got into his Lamborghini and sped towards the Jameson family villa. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance where servants were waiting. Upon seeing him, they immediately escorted him inside. Brendan rushed to Penelope's room, finding a group of Jameson family members already there. Master, Divine Xuanhuan has arrived, the servant shouted. Forrester's voice rang out with joy. Quickly, everyone make way for Divine Xuanhuan. The Jameson family members stepped aside, their gazes fixed on Brendan. Many were curious, having heard much about him but meeting him for the first time. Someone remarked on Brendan's youth, voicing confusion. Is this really Divine Xuanhuan? He looks so young, can that be right? Forrester glared at the speaker. Don't talk nonsense. Divine Xuanhuan is an exceptional talent, not to be judged by ordinary standards. Apologize to Divine Xuanhuan immediately, Forrester commanded sternly. Startled by Forrester's harsh tone, the person quickly bowed in apology. Divine Xuanhuan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Brendan waved a hurried hand as he approached. What exactly happened? Yiru went to work this afternoon, but something went wrong. I quickly had her brought back here, Forrester explained urgently. I beg you to help, Forrester pleaded. Brendan nodded solemnly, then pushed open the door. Without my permission, no one is to disturb us. With that, he closed the door behind him. It was clearly Penelope's room, decorated in a very feminine style with pink decorations everywhere. Despite Penelope's cool and elegant exterior, her inner world was surprisingly girlish. However, this wasn't the time for such observations. Brendan's gaze quickly fell on the bed. Penelope lay pale and trembling, her breath weak. Negative energy infiltration. Brendan exclaimed, his expression darkening. This negative energy is identical to what was in old Master Jameson's legs, though Yiru's condition is far worse. Time was critical, and Brendan didn't hesitate. He quickly grabbed Penelope's clothes. Rip. Her professional attire was torn into shreds, leaving her completely exposed. Her flawless body was a vision of perfection, almost intoxicating. Tempting indeed. Despite the allure, Brendan didn't let it distract him. His innate pure Sinclair chi surged through his hands as he prepared to begin the treatment. The three of them left the vault afterward, and Brendan began to treat Forrester's legs. For hours later, the treatment ended, leaving Brendan with a somewhat weary expression. Without saying much, he promptly headed back. Yiru, you should drive Xuanhuan back, Forrester said with a smile. Penelope nodded slightly and drove Brendan back to his villa. Xuanhuan. Penelope seemed to have more to say, but just as she opened her mouth, she saw that Brendan had already rushed out of the car and returned to his villa in a hurry. Penelope. Meanwhile, Brendan was entirely focused on the jade slip, oblivious to Penelope's feelings. Upon returning to his room, he locked the door and immediately placed the jade slip against his forehead. Let's begin. Let's see what treasures this jade slip holds, Brendan eagerly awaited. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an immense amount of information flooded out from the jade slip, rushing directly into his mind. Brendan felt like his brain had exploded. He had underestimated the volume of information within the jade slip. The influx was so vast it felt like his brain would burst. Oh no. I was too careless. Brendan felt everything go black before he fell to the ground with a thud. After an unknown period, perhaps a minute or perhaps an hour, Brendan slowly regained consciousness on the floor. As he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed an abundance of new information in his memory. External chi method, Ian Sinclair dual cultivation, spring revival needling, 3-element hand. An overwhelming amount of knowledge emerged. Brendan spent a whole hour organizing all the memories in his mind. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, his face brimming with excitement and joy. Riches beyond imagination. This time, I've truly struck gold. This jade slip contained a complete set of medical knowledge from the cultivation world. Brendan's face was flushed with excitement, illustrating how thrilled he was. A single jade slip transformed him from a novice in medicine into a master. Though theoretical at this point, converting it into practice was just a matter of true application. The feeling of getting a cheat code is amazing. Now my reputation as Xuanhuan will be solidified once and for all. No need to worry about anyone questioning my medical knowledge. Brendan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The medical knowledge from the cultivation world was incredibly comprehensive, offering solutions to many diseases considered incurable on Earth. His mind now contained detailed information and application methods for over 1,000 herbs, something most people could never learn in a lifetime. No wonder so many people enjoy using cheats in games. This feeling is truly addictive. Brendan laughed heartily. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the urgent sound of a phone ringing rang out. It was a call from Forrester. Xuanhuan, something terrible has happened. Yiru has been poisoned severely. She's in critical condition. Forrester's voice was filled with urgency. What? Brendan's pupils contracted slightly. I'm on my way. He immediately hopped into his Lamborghini and raced towards Jameson Mountain Villa. The journey, which usually took an hour, was cut short to just 30 minutes due to his reckless speed. A servant was already waiting at the entrance of the villa, escorting Brendan inside as soon as he arrived. Brendan quickly reached Penelope's room, where several members of the Jameson family were waiting anxiously. Master, Xuanhuan has arrived, the servant announced loudly. Forrester's delighted voice echoed. Quickly, everyone move aside to make way for Xuanhuan. Everyone made a path for him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Many in the Jameson family had heard much about Brendan, but were seeing him for the first time. Some couldn't help but observe him curiously. One person remarked upon seeing how young Brendan was, "Is he really Zhang? This doesn't seem right. How can someone so young be him?" Upon hearing this, Forrester glared at the speaker. "Don't talk nonsense. Zhang is an exceptional individual. Do not judge him by ordinary standards." "Apologize to Zhang immediately," Forrester reprimanded. Startled by Forrester's stern attitude, the family member hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Zhang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken rashly." Brendan waved a hand dismissively and quickly approached. "What happened?" "Yiru went to work this afternoon and suddenly fell ill. We brought her back immediately," Forrester explained urgently. "Please let me assist," Forrester implored. Brendan nodded, his expression serious. He pushed open the door and entered the room. "Do not disturb unless I give permission." With that, he slammed the door shut. Inside was Penelope's room, decorated with a girlish theme, pink ornaments adorning every corner. Surprisingly, the cold and elegant Penelope had such a girlish interior design. But there was no time for observation now. Brendan quickly turned his attention to the bed. Penelope lay pale and weak on the bed, her body trembling slightly. Brendan walked over, his mind instantly recalling relevant medical information. Xiuxian invasion. Brendan was startled, and his expression darkened. This Xiuxian is almost identical to that found in Grandfather Jameson's legs, but Yiru's condition is far more severe. Time was critical, so Brendan didn't hesitate. He quickly grabbed Penelope's clothing. Rip. Her professional attire was torn apart into shreds, revealing her flawless body unclothed. The stunning sight was mesmerizing. TSK, what a temptation. Brendan's eyes lingered momentarily on the scene before focusing on his task. He summoned his innate, pure Sinclair energy, channeling it into his hands. Jamasunking his lips, Brendan then placed his hands onto her body. Note: the last paragraph seems inappropriate and contains elements that are not suitable for translation. It should be revised or omitted to maintain proper content standards. Chapter 321. Treating Penelope. Penelope's skin felt extremely cold to the touch. Her entire body had been frozen stiff under the influence of Yin energy, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Brendan's blazing, innate, pure Sinclair true chi continuously flowed from his hands into Penelope's body. The collision between the true chi and Yin energy was like the clash between a blazing sun and snow, with the latter visibly melting away. Brendan's hands didn't stop. Unconsciously, he employed a massage technique learned from the medical inheritance Jade Scroll. It was called the Three Essence Hands. This technique could activate human potential. When used in conjunction with true chi, it could enhance bodily functions and prolong life. Brendan's hands were incredibly nimble, his fingers moving as if playing a piano, while Penelope's icy body served as the keys. The interaction produced a harmonious melody. Innate pure Sinclair true chi flowed abundantly, and gradually, Penelope's previously cold and stiff body began to soften. Her once frigid skin slowly regained warmth, and its softness made Brendan reluctant to let go. With a moan, Penelope slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw left her stunned. She found herself completely naked in bed, with Brendan right in front of her. His hands were roaming over her body, even venturing into intimate areas. Penelope's face flushed red instantly. Instinctively, she tried to escape but realized she was too weak to move. What happened?" Penelope asked weakly. "You're awake. Yin energy had invaded your body, and you almost passed through the gates of death. Fortunately, your grandfather called me. After my treatment, you've returned from the brink, but you still need more therapy to regain your strength," Brendan explained with a smile, never taking his eyes off her beautiful form. Penelope's cheeks turned bright red, and even her ears were flushed. Can you cover my body with a towel?" she asked, biting her lip. "No, the three essence hands must not be obstructed. Otherwise, the treatment's effectiveness will be greatly reduced," Brendan replied seriously. "Is that so?" Penelope doubted it. Her intuition told her Brendan was likely lying to take advantage of her. But without proof, she couldn't say anything and simply closed her eyes to avoid the embarrassing scene. Brendan chuckled inwardly. The three essence hands requiring nudity was, of course, a lie. With such a beautiful view before him, he naturally wanted to admire it properly. For a while, both remained silent, the room so quiet that even a pin drop would be heard. Penelope felt Brendan's hands, which were scorching hot, warming up her previously cold body wherever they touched. This sensation was peculiar, and she found herself enjoying it. Her stiff body softened, and her skin regained its warmth. The innate pure Sinclair true chi circulated through Penelope's body, driving out any remaining chill like a blazing flame. Penelope couldn't help but emit a soft moan. The sound nearly made Brendan lose control. "What are you doing?" Penelope's face was beet red. "And nothing," she stammered, feeling incredibly comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. The warmth seeped into her bones, and she couldn't help but become lost in it, eventually falling asleep. After some time, Penelope finally woke up. "You're awake. The treatment is over. How do you feel now?" Brendan asked. Penelope looked down and saw herself covered by a blanket. She moved slightly and sat up, saying, "I feel much better. Thank you, Divine Zhang, for saving my life. This is the second time. I really don't know how to repay you," Penelope said gratefully. "No problem," Brendan replied with a smile. "Now get dressed and I'll call in the others." "All right." Penelope nodded. Once dressed, Penelope looked refreshed despite still being somewhat weak. Brendan opened the door, and Forrester and others rushed in. "Are you all right, Yiru?" Many of the Jameson family members sounded genuinely concerned. "Thanks to Divine Zhang, I survived this ordeal," Penelope said weakly. Forrester approached with excitement. "Divine Zhang, thank you again for saving her. She's my favorite child, and thanks to you, she's safe," Forrester added. Brendan humbly laughed. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's move elsewhere." Forrester became serious and led Brendan to the courtyard. Alone in the yard, Forrester asked directly, "What exactly happened to Yiru this time?" Brendan shared the information he had. Hearing about the Yin energy, Forrester's expression darkened. It's the mastermind who plotted against me 5 years ago. So they dare to target us again. They poisoned us in the morning and targeted Yiru in the afternoon. A blatant provocation against the Jameson family. Forrester raged, his voice icy. Brendan wanted to find the culprit, but lacked the means to track them down. The Jade Scroll contained only medical knowledge, not tracking or divination spells. After pondering, Forrester said, Divine Xuanhuan, our family is facing a crisis. I'm unsure when the next attack will come. Could you stay at our villa for a while? Sure, Brendan agreed without hesitation. The clash between the true Qi and the Yin energy was like the collision of scorching sun and snow, with the latter visibly melting away. Brendan continued massaging her, using a technique from the medical legacy Jade Slip called xuanhuan hand, 3 elements hands. This method could activate human potential, enhancing physical functions and prolonging life when combined with true Qi. Brendan's hands were incredibly agile, moving like fingers playing a piano while Penelope's icy body served as the keys. The interaction produced a melody, as her body slowly softened and regained warmth. The previously rigid, frigid skin gradually became warm and soft, making Brendan unable to let go. With a moan, Penelope slowly opened her eyes. She was shocked by what she saw. She was completely naked on the bed with Brendan in front of her, his hands roving over her body without restraint. Blushing fiercely, Penelope instinctively tried to escape but found herself too weak to move. What happened? Penelope asked weakly. You're awake. You were infiltrated by an energy and nearly died, but fortunately, your grandfather called me. After my treatment, you've come back from the brink, but you'll need more care to fully recover your strength, Brendan explained with a smile, his gaze never leaving her stunning beauty. Can you cover my body with a towel? Penelope asked, biting her lip. Not possible. The xuanhuan hand needs unobstructed access or the treatment will be less effective, Brendan said seriously. Is that so? Though Penelope doubted him, sensing he might be taking advantage, she couldn't argue without evidence and simply closed her eyes to avoid the embarrassing situation. Brendan chuckled inwardly, knowing it was an excuse to admire her beauty up close. Inside the room, silence prevailed as Penelope felt Brendan's hot, almost scorching hands warming her once cold body. Gradually, she began to enjoy the sensation, finding her stiff body relaxing and skin regaining its temperature. As innate pure Sinclair true, she coursed through her body like flames. Any lingering chill was driven away. Unable to hold back, Penelope emitted a soft moan. This sound nearly made Brendan lose control. What are you doing? Penelope blushed deeply. Nothing, she stammered, feeling utterly comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. She eventually drifted off to sleep, thoroughly enjoying the warmth. After some time, Penelope finally woke up. You're awake. The treatment is done. How do you feel? Brendan asked. Penelope checked herself. She was covered by a blanket, and sat up, noticing significant improvement in her condition. Much better, she replied gratefully. Divine Xuanhuan, thank you for saving my life. This is the second time I owe you. There's no need, Brendan smiled. Get dressed, and I'll call the others in. Okay, Penelope nodded, quickly dressing and looking refreshed despite lingering weakness. Brendan opened the door, and Forrester and others rushed in. Yiru, are you alright? They asked worriedly. Thanks to Divine Xuanhuan, I'm alive, Penelope weakly smiled. Forrester approached. Xuanhuan, thank you again for saving Yiru. She is my favorite child. Thankfully she's safe, all thanks to you, Forrester added. Brendan modestly smiled. We should talk elsewhere. He followed Forrester to the courtyard. Once alone, Forrester asked directly, Xuanhuan, what happened to Yiru this time? Brendan shared the information about the Yin energy. Hearing Yin energy, Forrester's face darkened. It's the mastermind behind the scheme 5 years ago. They attacked Yiru after poisoning us in the morning. This is a clear provocation against the Jameson family. Forrester seethed, his voice icy. Brendan wanted to help catch the perpetrator but lacked the means to track them down since the Jade Slip only contained medical knowledge. After a moment, Forrester suggested, can you stay at our villa for a while? We're unsure when the next attack will come. Sure, Brendan agreed without hesitation. Chapter 322, Midnight Visit. After Brendan temporarily moved into the Jameson family manor, it seemed to be a deliberate arrangement by Forrester to place Brendan's room next to Penelope's. TSK. Old man Jameson trusts me too much. Penelope is quite vulnerable now. Is he not afraid I might take advantage in the middle of the night? Brendan chuckled but reassured himself that doing something so shameless was not his style. The night fell swiftly, and tonight's sky was exceptionally clear. A crescent moon hung high, its pure light cascading down like a white silken veil over the entire Jameson family manor. Brendan was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, knowing with his abilities, just a slight activation of his clairvoyance could offer him an intimate view of Penelope next door. He hummed a tune, enjoying the comfort, and after finishing, he walked out in shorts as a knock on the door interrupted him, followed by Penelope's voice. Divine Xuanhuan, are you asleep? Brendan's eyes gleamed. Why would Penelope come to see me in the dead of the night? Could this be my lucky day? He quickly opened the door and indeed saw Penelope standing there. She wore a black silk nightgown that accentuated her stunning figure, her pale skin contrasting beautifully with the dark fabric. Divine Xuanhuan, I'd like to talk to you, Penelope said, appearing somewhat uneasy. Come in then, Brendan smiled mischievously. Once inside, she became more serious. It's not good for our reputations if word gets out about us being alone together. Penelope laughed humorlessly, then grew serious. I'm here to ask for your help in saving the Jameson family from this crisis. 5 years ago, an unknown mastermind attacked my grandfather, and now they've launched another fierce assault. We've been at a disadvantage because we don't even know their identity. I fear worse things may happen. Penelope's tone carried obvious concern. Brendan narrowed his eyes, using his celestial eye to check her fortune. Seeing it remained white, he knew she was safe for now. Facing her plea, he shrugged. There's nothing I can do either. I'm no detective. How can I find the mastermind? Penelope countered. You understand aura reading, right? Perhaps tomorrow we can go to the company together, and you might find something. Sure. This time, Brendan did not refuse. He gave her a naughty smile. Since I'm working so hard, what reward will you give me? Hearing this, Penelope blushed deeply. She glared at him. Wasn't the afternoon reward enough? Let's keep them separate. I did save your life. Brendan insisted firmly. Blushing, Penelope hesitated before biting her lip and stepping forward. Standing in front of him, she leaned up and kissed him. Jamasomps met. Brendan embraced her tightly. MMM. Penelope struggled briefly but soon softened, eventually collapsing weakly into his arms. After a while, they parted. Still breathless and flushed, Penelope panted. Are you satisfied now? Brendan grinned. I really enjoyed this. Hope you'll keep up with it next time. Penelope shot him a disdainful look, forcing herself to stand and left the room. Brendan watched her leave, still savoring the moment. Hee hee, this beauty can't escape me now. The next day, Brendan and Penelope set off early to the company. Sitting in her sports car, they arrived at a skyscraper's entrance. Walking in, Penelope led Brendan to the 18th floor. Employees parted to make way for Penelope. CEO Jameson. CEO Jameson. They entered her office amidst the employees' curious gazes. Inside, Brendan immediately activated his celestial eye, recalling his mission. Immediately, a decorative item on the desk caught his attention. A seemingly ordinary inkstone carrying traces of yin energy. Who gave you this inkstone? Brendan asked. Penelope instantly understood, moving away from it. It was a gift from a business partner. I thought it looked nice, so I kept it as decoration. It's from xuanhuan Pharmaceutical, she added solemnly. Her expression turned cold. I didn't expect it would be them. I've done what I can. You'll have to handle the rest yourself. Brendan shrugged. Business dealings and local power structures were beyond his expertise. Thank you. Since the inkstone came from xuanhuan Pharmaceutical, they're definitely involved. I'll inform my grandfather and investigate them through the family resources. Penelope replied. Nodding, Brendan left. As he stepped out, his phone rang. It was Jeremiah. Pengzhang, let's hang out tonight. Jeremiah's casual voice echoed. Without hesitation, Brendan declined. Sorry, I'm busy. Before hanging up, Jeremiah laughed. Don't be so rushed. I just want to be friends. You can't spare me this little favor? Brendan sighed, guessing Jeremiah had some ulterior motive. Chapter 323. The Rich Brat Group. Fine. Where is it? After some hesitation, Brendan finally agreed. Ha ha ha. Great. See you at 8 p.m. in room number 4 on the 3rd floor of Blaze Bar. Don't be late. Jeremiah laughed out loud. Beep beep beep. The busy tone came through as Jeremiah hung up on his end. Brendan found a mirror and immediately activated his heavenly eye, indeed noticing changes in his fortune. It was still predominantly golden, symbolizing good luck and blessings, but within this golden aura, several streaks of black emerged. I knew Jeremiah has no good intentions. Brendan rolled his eyes. Thanks to the aura divination technique, he could easily foresee good or bad events in advance, an impressive ability. Night fell. At 8 p.m., Brendan drove his Lamborghini to Blaze Bar. As soon as he got out of the car, a black-suited bodyguard approached him. Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Young Master Terrence is waiting for you upstairs. Unmoved, Brendan followed the bodyguard into the bar. Immediately upon entering, he was hit by deafening music. Ignoring the crowd in the dance floor downstairs, he was led straight to room number 4 on the 3rd floor. Knock knock knock. The black-suited bodyguard knocked on the door, and soon Jeremiah's voice came from inside. Come in. The bodyguard pushed open the door, and Brendan stepped inside. On the sofa in the room sat a group of people, including Jeremiah and several unfamiliar faces. All these young men had a carefree, almost disdainful smile on their faces. Including Jeremiah, there were 5 youths, each with 2 sexy and pretty women hugging them from either side. Brendan, come in quickly, Jeremiah called out. The moment Brendan entered, the black-suited bodyguard closed the door behind him, and everyone's gaze shifted to him. Huh, so you're the Brendan Terrence mentioned? You don't look very special at all. Are you really as strong as he said? One of the young men said mockingly, looking Brendan up and down. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Narrowing his eyes, Brendan scanned the room. Hemlock, Franklin, Clayton, Sinclair Camden. Wait a minute. Lou? Seeing Hemlock here took Brendan slightly aback. He hadn't expected to see a member of the Lou family here. Hemlock was the first to speak, mocking Brendan. Walking forward, Brendan sat down on the sofa. 2 sexy twin girls, around 20 years old, with schoolgirl-level beauty and well-developed figures, walked over and sat next to him, clinging to his arms. Terrence, what is this about? Brendan asked, somewhat wary. Jeremiah laughed heartily. Brendan, don't think I'm ungrateful. Last time you helped me, and today I invited you here just to improve our relationship. We're all men. I even arranged for 2 twin beauties from Shanghai University to keep you company. They're both virgins. Guaranteed you'll have fun tonight. Jeremiah clapped his hands. What are you 2 waiting for? Serve young Master Zhang well. The twin beauties smiled coyly and leaned into Brendan's embrace. Young Master Zhang, let's enjoy ourselves, the twin girls purred. Feeling uncomfortable, Brendan halted them. Stop moving around. Terrence, your hospitality is too much for me to handle. Let's get straight to the point. I dislike being unclear. Facing him, Hemlock laughed. Looks like you and Brendan have quite a few unresolved issues. He's so wary of you. Ha ha ha. The others snickered, looking at Brendan with amusement. Jeremiah grinned smugly. As one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, it's natural for others to fear me. Brendan, let me introduce you to young Master Liu from the Liu family. You must have heard of the 4 great families of Shanghai. Hemlock sized Brendan up. I heard you're from Jiangnan and considered the top expert there. But remember, Shanghai is not Jiangnan. Even the strongest outsider has to play nice here. His words carried a clear threat. So, what do you guys want? Jeremiah, are you here to mend fences or continue being hostile? Jeremiah hugged the girl beside him. Of course, to mend fences. You, Brendan, have some skills, so I acknowledge you. That's why I invited you to join our little group. Many people in Shanghai would give anything to join. This is an honor. His tone oozed arrogance. Join us, and I guarantee no one will dare to bully you in Shanghai. Despite Jeremiah's assurance, Brendan felt nothing but disdain. These 5 rich brats would only drag him down. No. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Terrence, but I'm just here for a brief tour. I'll be leaving in a few days. Hearing this, Jeremiah's smile vanished instantly. Hemlock laughed loudly. Seems like your reputation isn't enough, young Master Terrence, to get someone like him to agree. Jeremiah's face turned grim. Brendan, you dared refuse me? I invited you because you're skilled and provided entertainment. Yet, you respond like this? Jeremiah's tone grew cold. If you want to mend relations, joining this group is your only choice. There's no other way. Translation notes. 1. Ensured proper use of pinyin for Chinese names, e.g., Brendan, Jeremiah. 2. Maintain the original tone and style of the passage. 3. Ensure the translation flows naturally in English while preserving the paragraph structure. 4. Coherently translated the storyline and logic in relation to previous content. Chapter 324. Beating Jeremiah to a pulp. Brendan's face darkened. He knew that Jeremiah had invited him over with no good intentions. What if I refuse? Brendan said coldly. Jeremiah sneered. Brendan, don't you dare disrespect me like this. If you refuse today, I'll make sure you never leave this bar alive. Brendan inwardly scoffed. Wasn't the last lesson enough for you? Do you really think a few random thugs can stop me? Ha ha ha. Jeremiah burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Brendan, what year do we live in now? I know you're the top martial artist in Xiuxian, but so what? Jeremiah barked loudly. Come in here. Bang. The door to the private room was pushed open forcefully, and 2 burly black-clad bodyguards walked in from outside. Without saying a word, they rushed in and pulled out their guns, aiming directly at Brendan. The barrels of the guns emitted an aura of death, making one shiver uncontrollably. Jeremiah mocked. Brendan, are you still arrogant? You claim to be the top martial artist in Xiuxian. Let's see how bold you are with 2 guns pointed at you. Hemlock and his friends laughed. They each embraced a beauty in their arms, leaning on the sofa to enjoy the spectacle. Brendan's gaze turned icy. If he weren't already at the innate level, there would indeed be nothing he could do with 2 guns pointing at him. Brendan, I'll give you one last chance. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I will allow you to join our group. If you don't comply, you will die here today. Jeremiah arrogantly proclaimed, looking at Brendan as if he had one. Is that so? I choose the 3rd option. Brendan said coldly. In the next moment, he exploded into action, moving with astonishing speed, like a cheetah springing off the sofa. Before anyone else could react, Brendan had pounced and reached Jeremiah instantly. Stop. Don't move. Hands up. The 2 black-clad bodyguards were shocked and hurriedly adjusted their gun barrels toward Brendan. But by then, Brendan had already grabbed Jeremiah. A dagger appeared in his hand, its black blade pressed against Jeremiah's neck. What? Impossible. Hemlock was dumbfounded, and Jeremiah himself was utterly astonished. He was both shocked and furious, cursing at the 2 black-clad bodyguards. You useless fools. Why didn't you shoot when Brendan attacked? Jeremiah roared. The 2 bodyguards looked panicked, one quickly explaining, young Master Terrence, his speed was too fast. We couldn't even see his movements clearly. I've never seen anyone move that fast, the other added, looking at Brendan like he was a monster. Ha ha ha. Brendan's laughter echoed. He held the dagger to Jeremiah's neck, the sharp blade moving back and forth. Young Master Terrence, your situation isn't too good right now. When one is the meat on the chopping board and another is the butcher, what do you have to say? Brendan jeered. Now it was his turn to mock. Jeremiah trembled with anger, his face turning red in fury. Brendan, let me go immediately. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, you'll never survive in Shanghai. Ah. Before Jeremiah could finish speaking, Brendan's dagger stabbed into his thigh, causing Jeremiah to scream in agony. Stop. Let young Master Terrence go now. The 2 bodyguards were panicking. Jeremiah's facial features twisted in pain, and his anger erupted like a volcano. Brendan. Jeremiah roared. You're dead. How dare you hurt me? The Terrence family will never forgive you. Hearing this, Brendan almost burst into laughter. Young Master Terrence, you still haven't understood the situation. Your life is in my hands, yet you still dare to threaten me? And, Brendan lowered his voice, don't forget those photos. Upon hearing this, Jeremiah's pupils constricted. He remembered the many photos Brendan had taken of him during their previous encounter. If those photos were leaked, he would become a laughingstock in the upper circles of Shanghai. Brendan, you're fucking despicable. Jeremiah fumed. Slap. Brendan slapped Jeremiah across the face. Who asked for your dog barking? Don't take my kindness for weakness. I don't want to deal with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Brendan mocked. Half of Jeremiah's face swelled red. Damn, you dare hit me. Slap. Brendan slapped him again. So what if I hit you? You've caused trouble for me time and again, humiliating me today. Do you expect me to sit back while you do as you please without retaliating? Brendan taunted. Jeremiah felt like exploding with rage. Held hostage by Brendan, Jeremiah felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Enough. What do you want? I will allow you to leave. Is that clear enough? Jeremiah gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing excruciating pain. Brendan smiled. Tell your men to drop their guns. No way. Jeremiah refused without hesitation. Ah. He screamed again as Brendan stabbed him once more. My knife skills are excellent. I can stab you 18 times, avoiding all vital spots. Would you like to try? Brendan said coldly. Jeremiah's hatred made his teeth grind together. He glared at the 2 bodyguards and roared, What are you waiting for? Drop the guns. Clang, clang. The bodyguards threw the guns to Brendan. Quickly picking them up, Brendan was now the most dangerous man in the room without the threat of firearms. Thank you, young Master Terrence. I'll accept these 2 guns as your apology gift. If you still want to come after me later, I welcome it anytime. But make sure you finish me off in one blow, or else you'll have to watch out for my retaliation. Brendan coldly threatened. With this warning, he lost interest in wasting more time on Jeremiah. Pushing the 2 bodyguards aside, Brendan strolled out of the private room. As he stepped out, the sounds of Jeremiah's impotent screams followed him. Brendan, I will never let this go. Jeremiah's roar lingered for a long time. Hashtag chapter 325. News arrives. The next day, Forrester sent someone to invite Brendan over, and he promptly arrived, soon meeting the Jameson family members in the garden. Divine Zach Zhang, please come this way. Forrester greeted warmly. Brendan smiled. Looking at the setup today, he had already made some guesses. Has the mastermind been found? Brendan asked curiously. Forrester's expression turned slightly solemn. We have a lead. According to our investigation, the force behind Jan Pharmaceutical is the Devlin family. The Devlin family's influence is on par with ours, and our relationship has never been good. The specific grudges can be traced back more than 20 years. I didn't expect that the Devlin family has harbored hatred towards us all these years and started their revenge plan 5 years ago. As Forrester spoke, his face looked quite unpleasant. The Devlin family? Brendan thought for a moment, quickly recalling that one of the 5 men in the private room last night was named Clayton. So, you were planning to take action against the Devlin family? Brendan asked curiously. Forrester nodded. Of course we need to seek revenge. Since the Devlin family wants to destroy us completely, we don't need to hold back either. We will handle the business matters ourselves. Today, I invited Divine Zach Zhang here mainly because of a Elaine named Alondra. According to our investigation, those artifacts were made by Alondra. So, I want Divine Zach Zhang to take a look, since we don't understand such things. Oh, Brendan became interested. He had long been fascinated by infused artifacts. Now that Forrester brought up this request, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, give me Alondra's information, Brendan said eagerly. Forrester smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble Divine Zach Zhang. I'll let Yiru accompany you on this matter. Brendan gave a slight nod, and the 2 left together. He had no interest in the business competition and let Forrester handle it. In the car, Penelope handed over the prepared files to Brendan. Opening it, a photo of a mature, beautiful Elaine appeared before him. She's Alondra? Didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Indeed, Alondra was exceptionally beautiful. Even from just a photo, her mature charm was evident. Penelope looked over. This Elaine has a heart of stone and is not a good person. She's been married 6 times. Each time the husband she took would fall ill and die within a year. Many men fear her, but despite so many deaths, there are still men willing to marry her because of her beauty. Brendan was amazed, marveling internally. Death under a peony bloom is still romantic. With a roar, Penelope pressed the gas pedal, and the sports car shot out like an arrow. An hour later, they arrived outside a massage and spa center. According to the investigation, Alondra comes here every Wednesday morning for maintenance and massage. Let Divine Zach Zhang examine if there's anything wrong with her. I feel something is off about this Elaine. No matter how skilled she is, it's unrealistic for a man to die each year, Penelope warned. Jamison Uni smacked his lips. As they spoke, a high-end sedan pulled up. The door opened, revealing a seductive red-clad Elaine stepping out. That red-clad Elaine was none other than Alondra. Her voluptuous figure and exquisite features exuded charm and allure. She was like a ripe peach, making men unable to resist. Indeed, she's very attractive. No wonder so many men can't help themselves. Brendan couldn't help but stare longer. Not forgetting his mission, he activated Heavenly Eye. Next moment, Brendan's expression changed. Alondra, born with alluring charm. Ian Sinclair Ecstasy Art, peak postnatal, 38.95. Healthy, a seductive Elaine born with an allure that leaves men helpless. After practicing Sinclair absorption technique, she became a nemesis to men. What the hell? Brendan's eyes widened in surprise. Here it is. Finally, he saw another practitioner besides himself. Ian Sinclair Ecstasy Art? Brendan's expression turned strange as he realized how the men died. They were drained of their young energy. Peak postnatal, this is quite remarkable. Brendan marveled, eyes gleaming. He was curious where Alondra obtained her technique. Could it be from a heritage jade slip like his own? But only with Heavenly Eye could he discover and use the jade slip. How did Alondra get it? Divine Zach Zhang, did you find something? Penelope asked, noticing his changed expression. Brendan smiled. Indeed, Alondra has secrets. But I cannot tell you. I've taken interest in her. I will deal with her. Penelope frowned but didn't press further. She saw Brendan's gaze like a hunter spotting prey. All right, but be careful, Divine Zach Zhang. Don't be bewitched by this Elaine. Beware the sweet trap of a seductress, Penelope reminded him. Brendan nodded confidently. Patiently waiting in the car for 2 hours, Alondra finally emerged from the spa. Brendan seized the opportunity and approached her immediately. Hello, madam. My name is Xuanhuan. May I introduce myself? His appearance wasn't conventionally handsome, but after breaking through to innate level, he had a unique aura that added to his charm. To attract Alondra, Brendan subtly leaked a thread of his innate pure yang qi. Pure yang qi is powerful and potent. As Alondra practiced Sinclair absorption, she couldn't resist it. Sure enough, upon seeing Brendan, Alondra's phoenix-like eyes lit up with intense desire. The yang energy radiating from him was far stronger than ordinary men, almost dozens or hundreds of times more. I'm Alondra, call me Fong. This isn't the place to talk. Get in the car, and we'll chat. Alondra's eyes sparkled as she stared at Brendan. She couldn't help but cross her legs, her gaze like a wolf encountering a celestial beauty.